I was sentenced to death by doctors due to brain death, but my sister insisted on taking care of me for 5 years. Now that my soul is returning to its place, I am about to wake up, but my sister wants to commit suicide with my physical body. During the 5 years of becoming a vegetable, my soul came to a desolate world. In this desolate world, when people from various races in the universe fall into a coma, their souls will be drawn here. As long as they achieve success in the desolate world, they can return to their hometown. Over 100 years, I personally founded an organization called the Earth Fellow Association, which shelters powerful souls from Earth. After 100 years of battles and fights, I unexpectedly became the strongest in the desolate world and was even called the general of the universe by the various races. Some members of the Earth Fellow Association died in the desolate world. Some have already returned to Earth early, and some are still in the desolate world. Now that I have returned, looking at the azure planet below, my soul joyfully flew down in tears. According to induction, I came to the First People's Hospital of Furong City and looked at my own body lying on the hospital bed. I was somewhat shocked for a moment. After so many years, my physical body is still intact. Who has been taking care of me? Is it my younger sister? In the next moment, my primordial spirit was uncontrollably pulled into the physical body, officially beginning the fusion. At this moment, a thin and shabbily dressed girl walked into the ward. "Brother," the doctor said, "you will never wake up, but I believe you will definitely wake up." Maya Xinyu held a towel and wiped Nyoje's body day after day to prevent bedsores. "You are the pride of our family and our village, the only one who could enter a martial arts high school, destined to attend a martial arts university in the future and become a powerful warrior. You are our pride, a born warrior. I can't do it. I can only enter a regular liberal arts university. Our family will rely on you. You must wake up." She repeated these words, trying to wake up her vegetative brother every day. Perhaps after 5 years of perseverance, it finally worked. At that moment, Nyoje's eyelashes on the hospital bed suddenly moved, but Maya Xinyu did not see it. At that moment, the attending doctor came in, sat down after the routine examination of Nyoje's body, and started chatting with Maya Xinyu. Heartfelt words. "It's been 5 years. I have gone from being a medical intern to a senior doctor. During these 5 years, I have always been responsible for your brother. During these 5 years, you have almost treated this hospital ward as your home, but there is something I don't know whether to say or not." Miao humbly said, "Dr. Zhang, you should." Dr. Zhang, sigh, give up treatment. Your brother has been brain dead for 5 years. It is meaningless. Further treatment is pointless, and hospital expenses are a significant expense, costing hundreds of yuan every day. If you had given up on your brother in these years, you wouldn't be weighing only 60 pounds at the age of 20. You would have lived much better, at least much better than now. You have gone to university, although it is a liberal arts university, not martial arts, but you are very smart, very hardworking, and your future life is promising. People should look forward, strive to live, rather than stick to meaningless things. You have already owed 50,000 yuan for this hospitalization fee. The hospital has sympathy for you and your brother, but it's not good to keep owing. Discharge and give up treatment. Dr. Zhang said, seeming to have exhausted all his strength. He felt guilty and dared not look at Maya Xinyu. Maya Xinyu smiled apologetically. "I will quickly gather the 50,000 yuan. Don't worry, I will go now." Director Zhang called out to Xinyu, but she had already left quickly. He didn't know how this little girl would raise the money, just stood up and looked at Niaojie lying motionless on the hospital bed, sighed. What a sin. Maya Xinyu ran out of the hospital, crying as she ran. "Brother, don't worry, I will definitely cure you. Definitely. Mom and Dad left us the last house. I will sell it now. Brother, I will make you better." At the same time, as my primordial spirit entered my body, colorful auspicious clouds suddenly appeared in many places in the sky around the world, with countless thunder and lightning shuttling through the clouds. All the strong ones on the ground suddenly looked up in horror at the strange sounds in the sky. A strong one is born, with colorful auspicious clouds. Which strong one is born, to actually have such colorful auspicious clouds appear? I faintly heard the roar of the divine dragon, and I saw the battlefield of the Azura. In the colorful auspicious clouds, a scene flashed by, with someone facing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Is he the Azura? Quick! Urgent notification. A strong one is born in the world. Who is he? At the same time, in a certain castle in Europe, the Chinese-European warrior Jack Ma suddenly felt a connection, flew up to the sky, stood under the colorful auspicious clouds, reached out to touch the auspicious clouds, and closed his eyes to feel carefully. In the sea of consciousness, he saw a flag waving in front of thousands of demons, with 5 big words above the flag, Earth Fellowship. He saw a man carrying a red tassel spear before a strong army and said, Fight for the human race. Fight for the earth. Kill. The scene came to a screeching halt, and Jack Ma burst into tears. President, Great General Huan Yu. Great General Huan Yu has returned to his position. It's the president. It's the president. The president has returned. The president of our Earth Fellowship Association's Yuan Shen has returned. He's returned to Earth from the Taiwara. He's back. President, do you still remember me? That day the flags were flying. We faced thousands of demons with you. I was so scared then that my legs went weak. I was a small soldier behind you. Do you remember me? At that time, when I first saw the demons of the Tai wilderness, I was so scared that I peed my pants, and you told me to stand at the very back, so that I wouldn't disgrace the Earth Fellowship. President, do you still remember me? I suddenly returned to Earth 4 years ago with my Yuanshan returned to Earth, because of the Taiwu cultivation experience and the experience of being a human being in 2 lifetimes. In 4 years I jumped to become a Grand Master, the European Supreme Master. I have been searching for your family all these years. I wanted to take care of your family, but you didn't leave any information. I feel guilty. President, Jack Ma stood above the 9 heavens, weeping and crying like a child. He tried to feel more information about the auspicious clouds, slowly locking his breath and senses to the east. Right at that moment, Jack Ma's cell phone rang. It was a WeChat. The name of the WeChat group is Taiwai Warriors. There were a total of 30 people in the WeChat group, all of whom were comrades who had once gone out of their Yuanshan to the Taiwang and joined the Earth Fellowship side by side. After the Yuanshan had returned to their respective places, everyone reconnected on Earth. At this moment, the Taiwara Warriors group exploded. The president has returned to his position. Comrades, our backbone is back. Huaxia, Hibiscus City. I sense it. I can never forget the president's scent. Set out for Furong City. As long as I approach the 100-mile range near the president, I will definitely be able to sense his presence. Brothers and comrades, in the past, we suddenly arrived at the Tai wasteland, starving and cold, and at risk of death at any time. And if we died in Tai wasteland, our Yuanshan would die forever. At the loneliest and most helpless time, we found a home in Taiwai, the Earth Fellowship. When we were weak, the fellowship took us in and assisted us in our cultivation. I will always be a member of the Earth Fellowship. And now that the president has returned to his position, we must head to the president's place for an audience. At a time when I had just arrived in Terra but suddenly saw demons, the chairman appeared and pulled me along, allowing me to join the fellowship to be sheltered. I swear that I will spend this life repaying the chairman. Comrades, charge. Looking at the message from the WeChat group chat, Jack Ma sent a message with tears in his eyes. See you in Hibiscus City. Meanwhile, the Chinese Penguin Group, a large banquet was held, and the guests were full of friends, all celebrating Patriarch Ma. At this time, 7-colored auspicious clouds appeared, and heaven and earth visions came out. Everyone raised their heads to look at the 7-colored auspicious clouds. The protagonist this time, Patriarch Ma, however, stood there dumbfounded looking up at the sky, tears falling like rain. President. 3 years ago, he got a serious illness and fell into a coma for a month, during which his Yuanshan went to the Tai wasteland. After 20 years of fighting in the Tai wilderness, he returned, with the help of Tai wasteland's cultivation experience. After returning to Earth, he unexpectedly became a Grand Master in just 3 years. Today, the national news reported that the whole world was celebrating, but he knew how he could leave that godlike man for all his accomplishments on Earth. That's the president, the parent of all Earthlings when they're in the Great Wasteland. Someone asked, Patriarch Ma, what's wrong with you? Patriarch Ma trembled. Our president returned to his position. What? What reversion? No one knew about Tai wasteland. This was a secret shared by the Yuanshan who had been there. Patriarch Ma shook his head. It's nothing. I have something urgent. I'll leave first. Firing back into the room, Patriarch Ma rummaged through the closet and pulled out a vest made of linen. The vest was rather simple, with no buttons, and on the back of the vest were 5 large words, Earth Fellowship. This is the clothing that all Earth Fellowship people wear in the Taiwai, designed to be able to recognize their own people from their enemies in the midst of war. After returning to the Earth, in order to miss the great days of the Great Wasteland, all people will find someone to copy another one to treasure. And now, Ma Zongzhi put this vest on, standing in front of the mirror, looking at himself in the suit jacket with a tattered vest. He was in a trance back in the middle of the Great Wasteland of that mountain of corpses and seas of blood. The fellowship, Xiao Ma. Uncle J, welcome home. He went late. When he went to Taiwai, Mu Jia was already a strong man in his 60s in Taiwai, while he was only in his 30s at that time, and young people like him called Uncle Jia. In the next moment, Patriarch Ma rose up into the air and flew away at a fiery speed amidst the puzzled gazes of the countless powerhouses who had come to congratulate him. At this moment, the storm clouds are surging, At this moment, across the globe, dozens of powerful people rose up in the air and flew towards Hibiscus City. The next day, the First People's Hospital of Flora City. A tired Miao Xinyue came back into the hospital room with a big bag, dampening a towel with warm water. She wiped Miao Jie's body as usual. After rubbing it, Miao Xinyue took out a passbook and waved it in front of Miao Jie's eyes. Not caring that Miao Jie didn't even open his eyes and said with a smile, "See, brother, we're rich." The last time I heard Dr. Zhang mention it by chance, he said that there is still a chance to try to perform an operation, and that there is a 2% chance that it can stimulate your brain to come back to life. Our family has money. I sold the house in our hometown that our parents left us, and sold it for a total of $300,000. I've paid the $50,000 I owe for the hospital bill, and I need $200,000 for that surgery, which will be done tomorrow. I still have $50,000 in my hand. I keep this $50,000. Just tomorrow I have a birthday. I have not had a birthday for 5 years. I miss the old days when you were well. Every year you give me a birthday. Your many classmates will also come to give me blessings. So lively. Oh, I am like a little princess, with a birthday cake in the crown sent to you to smear cream on your face, and your classmates, and my classmates together to sing, eat hot pot together on the main road heckling. Tomorrow is my birthday. You're bound to wake up after your surgery, right? You woke up just in time for my birthday. This time, I'm going to have the most festive birthday ever. New Cindy twittered, thinking that her brother must be able to hear her, but she didn't say another thing. If the operation was still unsuccessful tomorrow, there was nothing more she could do. She doesn't make much money at all, and with half work and half study she can barely get herself through school, and the money she saves each month only pays for 10 days of hospitalization. The parents left a total of 2 houses before they left, one in the hometown and one in the city. Over the years, she sold the house in the city to pay for her brother's hospital bills, and now, will be the last old family house also sold. She is no longer capable. If my brother didn't wake up this time, then tomorrow he himself would be discharging his brother from the hospital and taking him home. Find the most expensive hotel in Furong City and stay with your brother for one night to experience the most expensive hotel. Eat a meal like you've never eaten before. Invite all your classmates to your birthday, for $50,000. Have one last 21st birthday. Then, suicide. This life is too bitter. I heard them say that the place where we live is called hell. It's only after we die that we can go to another carefree world. Maybe, my brother actually died 5 years ago, and he's been waiting for me in the other world. He was waiting for me with mom and dad. At this time, Dr. Zhang came in and asked Miao Sini to sign. Are you sure? Do you really want to do this surgery? I'll be honest with you. This surgery is probably meaningless. It just stimulates the brainwaves, and there's only a 2% chance of a rise. Yet it requires $200,000. Niu Wine nodded. Okay, do you have any money? It needs to be paid for first. Miao Xinyue nodded. I have money. Our family has money now. I'll pay first. Please ask Dr. Zhang for this time. Dr. Zhang sighed. Alas. In fact, if $200,000, you can pave the way for your future life. You can give up the treatment. I don't think he has. Dr. Chang. Miao Sini interrupted. Don't you say these things that I don't even love to hear. In this world, I only love my brother. If I don't have my brother, I have nothing. He is my only hope in this world. I don't even want to listen to those realities that you call. Dr. Zhang was silent for a long time. Well, good. Signature. Payment. Dr. Zhang said. Surgery. Starting tomorrow. I'll work on it. Thank you Dr. Chang. After sending the doctor away, Miao Sini stroked her brother's forehead with her rough little hand. It doesn't hurt. Everything will be fine tomorrow. Brother, don't be afraid. Blame it on my uselessness. No martial arts talent. Can't earn more money. Can't take you to the big hospital in the capital for surgery. Can't take you abroad for surgery. I heard that if you go to a big hospital, the success rate can be 5%. She complained, falling asleep on her back next to Muhair. And at this time, she did not see. 2 lines of tears slowly flowed out of the corner of Mujia's eyes. He heard you. It was all heard. But at this time, he was in the process of fusing his yuanshen, and he was unable to wake up. In the depths of his soul, Mujia learned that it was his sister who had taken care of him all these years. With her otherwise tender hands, her sister had held up this broken home. He detected a hint of deadness in his sister's tone. Her tone was cheerful, but there was no life in it. Mujia heard and understood. She was tired. She felt that this life was too bitter. She wanted to leave this world. In the sea of soul consciousness, Mujia struggled to wake up, but this body hadn't moved for 5 years. It was too weak. Fusion takes time, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move a muscle. And it was at this moment that the struggling Mu Jie suddenly realized that the power of his soul was starting to become stronger. There was a mysterious power in this heaven and earth that was pouring into his body, filling up his chi and blood. Cultivation? My cultivation is homing in too? Miao Jie was a little surprised. All of this was not in line with common sense. What he had gone out of his body was only his Yuanshen. Although he was incomparably powerful in the middle of the Tai wasteland world, when the Yuanshen returned to the earth, almost all of his cultivation had been cleared. It never occurred to me that as he accelerated the fusion of spirit and flesh, surprisingly his cultivation was also slowly entering this body. And with the cultivation pouring in, Miao Jie was appalled to find that the speed of his fusion had also accelerated. Originally it took a day to wake up, but now, it takes less than that. In the meantime, 9 states of China, outside a high-level office, the Secretary General's phone suddenly rang. Hello. 2 words were spoken on the other end of the phone, and the Secretary General's face violently changed wildly. What? Say that again. What? The tone on the other end of the phone was also incomparably anxious. European supreme powerhouses, Mi Kingdom supreme powerhouses, and some idle powerhouses from the overseas islands. A total of 29th grade supreme level powerhouses have suddenly visited Huaxia for unknown reasons and purposes. Right now, they are confronting the strongmen of Huaxia on the border. Hiss. The Secretary General sucked in a breath of cold air. Impossible. Supreme powerhouses? Those are supreme powerhouses. How could they suddenly visit Huaxia? The globe basically has such a treaty that martial artists above the 6th grade are not allowed to trespass into other countries. Are they going to break the pact? But now they're here. All of them. What should we do? Secretary General? They've unified. They're all going to Hibiscus City. I don't know what they're going to do in Hibiscus City, but they said they're only giving us an hour to think about whether or not to let them through. If we don't release them, they are going to force their way into Furong City. Secretary General, what should we do? At this moment, the Secretary General was sweating coldly. 20 supreme beings, going into China? Going to Hibiscus City? What's in Flora? What the hell is in Flora? One moment. The Secretary General hung up the phone and pushed open the door of the office in a hurry. Looking at the several middle-aged men in the office, the Secretary General said in a deep voice, "Report, just now, 20 supreme beings from all over the globe suddenly arrived at the border of China. To enter China, to enter Hibiscus City, please instruct." The words fell, and the office went quiet. After a long period of silence, the middle-aged man at the head muttered, "What happened to Hibiscus City? Just now, we received news that Ma Tang, who has just been promoted to the Zone Master realm, as well as many of the strongest people in Huaxia, are also on their way to Hibiscus City." Hibiscus City. At this time, a man interjected, "Just today, suddenly the sky fell across the globe. Could it be? Makes sense. But what happened to Hibiscus City? How could it startle the world into a storm?" After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man nodded. "Release them. In addition, send our people to enter Furong City in advance, and start martial law on the entire Furong City now. Let's see if we can find out what exactly happened in Furong City in advance." Yes. At this moment, with 20 supreme powers from all over the world rushing to Huaxia, the gazes of all the countries and all the large powers around the globe began to lock focus on Hibiscus City. It's night. Patriarch Ma was the first to arrive at Hibiscus City, and almost as soon as he arrived at Hibiscus City, Ma Tang sensed Uncle Jie's aura coming from the city center. Familiar scent. "It's you. It's really you back, Uncle Jie." There were tears glistening in Ma Tang's eyes, and he wanted to immediately dart over now to see what Uncle Jie looked like, to see the long-lost great head of the family, but he held back. He picked up his cell phone and dialed out. "Hello, Patriarch Ma. Have you found out clearly? Does Uncle Jie have any family now? And what is his condition today?" In Taiwan, he was known as Mu Jie. Then on Earth, he must be that name as well. At the same time, before Ma Zongshi left, he copied Mu Jie's portrait from his memory and sent almost all of his forces around Hibiscus City to search for him. The caller said, "Patriarch Ma, the information is incomplete. The information found now is as follows. There are a total of 5 named Mu Jie in Hibiscus City. One age 46. Male. One is 26 years old. Male. The other 3 are female. And based on your portrait, we found that only this 26-year-old man fits the profile." Patriarch Ma hurriedly asked, "What message?" "It's like this. Mu Jie was accepted into Furong City Martial Arts High School 5 years ago with his strong talent. But then he had a car accident and became a vegetable. In a coma for 5 years. How many years? 5 years. Patriarch Ma's pupils shrunk. Right on. Almost all of the Yuanshan who went to the Taiwan wasteland and stayed in the physical body of the earth would fall into a state of long-term coma, brain death, and loss of consciousness. And some unlucky people, the Yuanshan came back. and their physical bodies were even cremated, so they could only take over and reincarnate. 5 years. These 5 years in the vegetative state must have been the time when Uncle Jay's Genesis traveled to the Taiwans. The timeline between Taiwan and Earth is disorganized, perhaps in 100 years of Taiwan. Only one day has passed on Earth. The timeline between Taiwan and Earth is disorganized, perhaps in 100 years of Taiwan. Only one day has passed on Earth. It is also possible that in 100 years of the Great Desolation, 5 years have passed on Earth. The caller continued. Mu Jie's parents died early. There is only one sister. At that time, after Miao Jie became a vegetable, his sister Miao Xinyue was still in middle school. Through odd jobs, half work, half study status to raise their own schooling, at the same time to Miao Jie to pay treatment fees, hospital fees. Over the past 5 years, Miao Xinyue has never given up, always believing that her brother will wake up. This story is well known in the First People's Hospital of Furong City. All the medical staff are immensely sympathetic. The hospital has even organized 2 spontaneous donations. Listening to the complaints on the other end of the phone, Patriarch Ma's heart was incomparably stifled. Hang up. With a pop sound, Patriarch Ma slapped himself hard across the face. Ah! Patriarch Ma raised the sky and roared. Hate. He hated himself. In the past, the president fought and struggled to keep all the old folks in the fellowship alive in the Thai wasteland. I, on the other hand, am counted among the first batch of Yuanshan to return to the right place, and have been mixed into a high-level position in China. But I didn't know that Uncle Jie's family was so difficult. Relying on a young girl in middle school, she works half-time to treat Uncle Jie and maintain his physical body on Earth. I hate it. Why didn't I look into Uncle Jie's family sooner? Why I didn't show up sooner? Why did I make Uncle Jie's family suffer so much? Patriarch Ma roared, attracting a lot of people on the street. And suddenly, some onlookers recognized it and exclaimed in shock. Crap, there's a patriarch from Hibiscus City. Oh my gosh, I've never seen a cleric in reality. Seeing a live one, Patriarch Ma will give me an autograph. Can I get a picture with Patriarch Ma, please? Countless people swarmed to the scene, while the previously amiable Ma Zongshi in front of the media, at this moment, just roared with red eyes. Get out! Everyone was startled and backed away. Then they only saw Patriarch Ma take out his cell phone and choked up and sent a voice in the group. Brothers, I now have no face to see the president. Then he choked back the information he had found out. At this moment, countless powerful people who were rushing to Hibiscus City were silent as they listened to the voice messages on their cell phones and stood above the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone's hearts were overwhelmed with guilt and remorse. Patriarch Ma felt the aura of Uncle Jie from the center of the city and took 2 steps back somewhat timidly. What face do I have to meet you? How am I to meet you, Uncle Jie? That's when the phone rang again. Patriarch Ma picked up the phone. Speaking. The voice of a henchman came from the other end of the line. Patriarch Ma, check the latest news. Tomorrow is the birthday of Miao Jie's sister, Miao Xinyue, and Miao Xinyue sent a message to all of her classmates saying that she hopes to attend her birthday party tomorrow. At the same time, we found out that today, Miao Xinyue sold her house in her hometown for $300,000. Paying $200,000 for Miao Jie's surgery. Birthday? Patriarch Ma was silent for a long time and asked, what would a girl her age probably like for a birthday present? The men are so smart. Ma Zongshi check these news. The men already know that this Mu Jie is extraordinary. Hastily thought about it, a moment to say, based on the analysis of the state of the heart, Miao Xinyue has tasted the bitterness of life every day for the past 5 years. In order to gather medical expenses for her brother, she has suffered a lot of stares and grievances. As vulgar as it is, I think what she needs most at this moment is her brother's company. And money. Brotherly company. Uncle Jie will do. I'd like to be her brother if I could. But money I can. Without hardly any consideration, Patriarch Ma said in a deep voice, immediately find a group of lawyers and notaries to unconditionally transfer 50% of Penguin Group's shares to Mu Xinyue's name. This is my birthday gift to her. Ha! At this moment, the men were shocked. Patriarch Ma, do it. Hanging up the phone, Patriarch Ma flew away and flew to the hills on the outskirts of Furong City, looking out in the direction of the city center. Not daring to take a step forward, he constantly took out his cell phone navigation to confirm the location of the First People's Hospital, and then based on the location against his own senses, he was 100% sure that there was no mistake. What was lying there was his own Uncle Jie. He didn't dare to go to see Uncle Jie alone now. He didn't have the face to go to see Uncle Jie himself. He would wait here until his comrades had all gathered, and then he would give himself the courage to link arms together. At the same time, Ma Zongshi posted the matter of Miao Xinyue's birthday tomorrow in the comrades group. At this moment, Jack Ma, who had just entered Chinese airspace, stopped and stood above the clouds looking at the message in his cell phone. The chairman's sister's birthday is tomorrow? Jack Ma breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He was worrying about what kind of face he should use to meet the president tomorrow. Now, there was just the right opportunity. An opportunity to celebrate the birthday of the president's sister. Thinking of this, Jack Ma glanced back at the Chinese powerhouse who had followed him. I'll go back now and come back to China tomorrow. Because Jack Ma was not a Chinese. After entering the country, the Chinese strongman accompanied him all the way. It was said to be a tour guide, but it was actually surveillance. At this moment, hearing Jack Ma's words, the two followers were surprised. But before they could say anything, they saw Jack Ma return the same way and fly away, making a phone call as he did so. Vaguely, the two entourage members heard Jack Ma growling into the phone. Think for me, what kind of birthday presents do 20-year-old girls really like? As long as I have, I want the most precious. Do you hear me? The most precious. The two attendants looked at each other, their pupils shrinking. Great intelligence. Who's having a birthday? Go find out. 20-year-old girl with a birthday. Hiss. Suddenly, one person sucked in a mouthful of cold air and trembled. 20 supreme powerhouses came to Huaxia. It can't be. It can't be just for this 20-year-old girl to have a birthday, right? What kind of person is this? What kind of background is this? To have a birthday even startles 20 supreme powers from all over the world. Quick, report it up. It's big intel. Meanwhile, Hibiscus City officials. The lights were on all night long in the middle of the governor's office in Hibiscus City. In the middle of the office sat the governor of Jiangnan province, all the strong and high officials of Jiangnan province, as well as all the strongmen and high officials of Hibiscus City. Just this afternoon, Jiangnan province received the news that 20 of the world's most powerful people were coming to Huaxia, and several of Huaxia's grandmasters were also on their way, and the destination was precisely to come to Furong City. Thus, the entire Jiangnan province exploded. The governor of Jiangnan province, as well as the top powerhouses of Jiangnan province, couldn't sit still for a moment, and rushed to Hibiscus City in a flurry of wind and fire, meeting and discussing all night long. So many powerhouses came to Jiangchang. What in the world was the reason for? Governor Qin of Jiangnan province's mouth was bubbling with anxiety. Have you found out clearly? Have you found out clearly or not? What exactly is going on in your Hibiscus City that has alarmed so many global powerhouses? Do you know? The eyes of the globe are now locked on Furong City. The governor of Hibiscus City was filled with bitterness. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know anything. Our Hibiscus City is just a small, ordinary prefecture-level city. What virtue can we have to startle so many powerful people? If you don't know, hurry up and find out for me. As he said that, Governor Qin suddenly arrived. No, this is a disaster for Furong City. But likewise, doing it right is a great opportunity for Furong City. 20 of the world's most powerful people are coming to Furong City. Then Furong City will be famous all over the world. We're still not sure what these people are coming to Furong City for, but as long as we serve these powerhouses well, we'll definitely be able to leave a good impression on them. As for whether they came to Furong City to start a war or what they came to do, there's nothing we can do. What we can do. As for whether they come to River City to start a war or what they come to do, there's nothing we can do. All we can do is to serve all of these powerful people. All of them. The governor of Flora City brightened up. I'll immediately turn on martial law for the entire city. Governor Qin growled. You're silly. The whole city is under martial law. That's a bit too much of an act. It was at this moment that Governor Qin's private phone rang, and after glancing at the phone, he hurriedly stepped to the side and bent over to say, Hello, Secretary General. The person on the other end of the line said in a deep voice, Arrived in Furong City? Arrived. Listen to me. From now on, all transportation in Furong City will be stopped. Don't let any more outsiders come to Furong City. All martial artists in the province of Jiangnan, official personnel, stand by to take position in Furong City immediately. Be ready to serve the strongest at any time. 20 foreign supreme powerhouses, not just supreme powerhouses, but also foreign guests with very sensitive and outrageous identities, must be received well. In addition to the 20 overseas supreme warriors, there are also 8 patriarch-level figures and 4 supreme warriors from Huaxia who are also on their way to Hibiscus City. There are supreme powerhouses coming from China as well? What's going on? Secretary General, what's going on? What the hell is going on? How is it that overnight, strong people from all over the globe are converging on Hibiscus City? Governor Qin's entire body exploded. He had never received so many supreme beings at once. At one time, when even a supreme power visited Jiangnan province, the entire province was mobilized and received with the highest specifications. Now, once at home and abroad, a total of 24 supreme powerhouses and 8 patriarch-level powerhouses came to Furong City. To Jiangnan province, he only felt his legs getting a little weak. The Secretary General murmured, According to reliable information, these supreme powers came to Hibiscus City to celebrate a girl's birthday tomorrow. This girl has a mysterious identity and an extremely terrifying background. She is characterized as being around 20 years old and a native of Furong City. We don't know the rest of the information and need you to hurry up and check. Governor Chin sucked in a breath of cold air and only felt his scalp tingle. My Hibiscus City in Jiangnan province. Such a crouching tiger and hidden dragon? Surprisingly, there are people like that? This is no longer the background of Tong Tian. She is the sky. And what was even more terrifying was that there was such a terrifying existence in the lower regions. And one had never heard of it. One had never known about it. A minute after the phone hung up, Governor Chin still hadn't come back to his senses, staring wide-eyed into the distance in a daze. At this moment, there was only one question pondering in his mind. Have I ever offended this big brother with a mysterious background without realizing it? During my administration of Gangnam province, did I have any policies that were offensive to her? After a long time, Governor Chin came back to his senses, turned his head to look at the dozens of people in his office, and said in a deep voice, check, age, mid-20s, female, birthday tomorrow. Sift through the household records of the entire city of Hibiscus. Who are the women in their mid-20s who have birthdays tomorrow? How many there are? The entire room was silent as everyone looked at Governor Chin in disbelief. Governor Chin growled, 20 overseas supreme warriors, 4 Chinese supreme warriors, and 8 Chinese clan masters. All of them are here for this girl. All of them are here to come and celebrate her birthday tomorrow. What are you all waiting for? Check for me. Boom dash, the whole town hall exploded. What kind of breaking news is this? A girl around 20 years old having a birthday had alarmed so many supreme beings in this world. An hour later. Report to Governor Chin. According to the registration in the civil registry file, those whose date of birth is tomorrow, June 9th, are females of the right age between 20 and 25 years old. In the entire Hibiscus City, there are a total of 3,200 people. Hearing that number, Governor Chin felt his brain go numb. It was now 11 o'clock at night, and tomorrow, just under 10 hours away. Well, how do we check? How do so many people qualify? Not only was Governor Chin, but the governor of Hibiscus City's scalp was also numb at this time. After a moment of silence, Governor Chin said, make a call. Have all the people in the public service system of Hibiscus City, all get up and go to work. 3,200 people, one by one, to be lined up. After saying that, Governor Chin walked out of the office and went to an unoccupied place to take out his cell phone and dialed out. Hey, think for me, meet to think, meet to discuss, get those psychologists, sociologists, experts of all stripes together for a meeting. Think to me, what would a 20 to 25-year-old girl like as a gift for her birthday? Hurry up, think of it and have it ready in 5 hours. It's precious, it has to be precious, and it has to be unique to make it work. Governor Chin laughed bitterly in his heart. He was the governor of a province. Tomorrow, he would have to meet and receive so many supreme beings, so he couldn't go empty-handed. Could he? And, shouldn't someone with such a ridiculously powerful background be on good terms? While Governor Chin was on the phone, Governor Hibiscus City found his secretary at this time, and the two sat in the car and lowered their voices in discussion. What on earth would a girl in her mid-20s like for a birthday present? Don't you have a sister? Ask her quickly. The secretary was full of bitterness. My sister loves locomotives. Her biggest wish is to have someone give her a locomotive for her birthday. But Governor, what is the background of the girl who has her birthday tomorrow? That's a background that makes people feel numb. So don't take ordinary people's preferences and try to figure people out. The governor of Hibiscus City sighed at his words. A girl who could startle so many powerful people. Could that be an ordinary girl? What's the gift? What should I send? The governor of Flora City was filled with bitterness. I can't go empty-handed, right? This is an opportunity to make friends in front of me. And if I do, I'll really be a step up in the future. Can't miss it, even if. Let those supreme powers remember themselves. This is a benefit that can't be bought with much money. So, the gift that you give yourself must be unique and must make a difference so that everyone remembers you. It's a shame that we don't know who the girl really is yet, what kind of person it is. Otherwise it would be a good time to meet someone. Of course, the water will come out tomorrow and the whole country will know who she is. But, does that mean anything to me? Wouldn't I be missing out if I knew along with everyone else? 12 o'clock in the morning. In the middle of the ward of the First People's Hospital of Hibiscus City, Miao Sini, who had fallen asleep next to her brother, was awakened by the ringing of her cell phone. Hello. A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Shinin, the barbecue stand is too busy to take care of today. Come be a passerby for the night. 50. If it was before, Miao Xinyue would have gone without hesitation. There weren't many opportunities for odd jobs like this. But today, Miao Xinyue refused. I'm sorry, big sister. I can't go. I have a birthday tomorrow. I'm going to accompany my brother today. The voice on the phone was not happy. What birthday is not a birthday? You are poor into this shape and still have a birthday? Do you know that the job I found for you with great difficulty is busy today? Don't let go of me. You used to come to me for $30, but you won't show up for $50? Don't you usually make money for that deadbeat brother of yours? Not today? Miao Xini heard this without much emotion. She had heard a lot of worse words over the years, and she didn't take it to heart at all. Smiling, I'm really sorry, big sis. I won't be there today. With that, he hung up. I'm not going. Never again. Tomorrow my brother has surgery. If he wakes up, I'll have a brother from now on. I'll live differently. If he still doesn't wake up, then I'm leaving this world too. Tomorrow is my birthday, the first in many years, and I'm going to have a good time and not suffer anymore in this world. It was at this moment that Miao Xini suddenly heard a choked voice. I'm back. You've worked hard, sister. Miao Xini froze and subconsciously turned her head to look at the ward. No one was there. Then, as if she realized something, she jerked her head to look at Miao Jia on the hospital bed. However, she found that Miao Jia, who was lying there, although still weak, was looking at herself with her eyes open and teary-eyed. Mu Hinspeak glanced at him, then turned her head to look around before blinking again. Am I in a dream? Mu Jia struggled to lift his weak hand to touch her. It's not in a dream. I'm back. I'm really back. Miao Xinyue stared at Miao Jia with wide eyes. Her eyes grew wider and wider, and suddenly, endless tears suddenly welled up from her eyes. Falling downwards, they dripped onto Miao Jia's raised hand with a touch of warmth. Silence! Silence! Miao Xini suddenly erupted into a scream. Brother! She pounced, embracing Muher warmly, yet carefully. Brother! You're awake, brother! You're finally awake! Woohoo! The next moment, the entire hospital was alarmed. All the medical staff who were working overtime ran into the ward in a flurry. They, the two siblings, were the legends of the entire First People's Hospital, and almost all of the medical staff knew these two siblings. Parents died early. Suddenly, my brother had an accident and became a vegetable, and my sister, who was in junior high school, relied on half work, half study, and worked all over the place to raise the medical expenses, and insisted on taking care of my brother for 5 years. Countless people have sentenced him to death. Countless people are urging Jean's sister to move on and get on with her life. But the sister's persistence has moved countless people. The entire hospital has launched 2 donation campaigns to subsidize the poor siblings in their efforts to survive. Now he's awake. The attending physician, Dr. Zhang, received a call in the middle of the night, hung up the phone and ran to the hospital without even bothering to put on his jacket. The wife asked him, "Where are you going?" Dr. Zhang turned back, surprisingly teary-eyed. One of my patients, our hospital, gave birth to a miracle. The wife's eyes widened as well. It's the plant brother? Yes. Awake. He's awake. Dr. Zhang choked a little. I have never stopped telling my sister that there will never be a miracle in this world, and that the so-called miracles only exist in legends. But now, a miracle has appeared. A miracle has really appeared. I'm going to the hospital. I'm going to the hospital to see for myself. My wife also got up in a hurry. I'll go too. I'll visit too. I donated then too. I've even visited them quite a few times. When Dr. Zhang arrived at the hospital, the entire corridors of the ward, the aisles, had all been filled with people. The medical staff working overtime at the hospital and the doctors who rushed in from home when they heard the news. And this whole floor of patients. Hundreds of people, blocking this floor. Some of the patients who still had their bottles on were standing in the hallway at this point, running around excitedly. Awake! Oops! Really awake! It's been a year since my lousy old man was hospitalized, and I heard about those 2 siblings when I came here. I even said at the time that it was impossible to wake up from that brain death. That girl was too strong. She just firmly believed that her brother would wake up. Buddha must have moved Buddha to make him really wake up. I even donated at the time. It's too pitiful. These 2 siblings are just too pitiful. Finally waking up. A 5-year vegetable wakes up. What else is impossible in this world? A miracle. It happened. Goosebumps and miracles were right in front of me. All around me. You guys don't know. Every time I see my sister come to the hospital for care, I look at that 20-year-old girl, dressed in scruffy clothes, with a yellow face. My heart ached, and I had long wanted to say it was time to give up the treatment. But I was wrong. She really held out until the miracle. This, the miracle of life. Dr. Zhang hurriedly ran into the ward. At this time, only to see a dozen chief physicians, and the dean surrounded in front of the hospital bed, constantly asking questions. The younger sister, on the other hand, clung to her brother's arm and cried confusedly, while crying and talking to her brother for a while and then kept asking the people in front of her, "Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Is my brother really awake?" And the vegetable who once lay there motionless for 5 years, the vegetable who even gradually disappeared his body's conditioned reflexes during the 5 years, at this time weakly leaned against the bed, tightly holding his sister's small, but calloused and rough hands. Miao Xinyu saw Dr. Zhang and hurriedly said, "Dr. Zhang, my brother is awake. My brother is awake. Look at it. Look at it. Is he awake?" He woke up before the surgery was even done. Dr. Zhang excitedly came forward, first using a flashlight to irradiate Mujia's eyes, and then a series of checks. Then, with a somewhat trembling tone, he said, "I'm your attending physician, Dr. Chu Shangzhang. Can you hear me?" Mujia smiled and nodded. "I can. Thank you for all these years, Dr. Zhang." Dr. Zhang was so excited that he burst into tears. There was nothing that was more fulfilling, more proud and moving. A doctor's career. There were 5 years of vegetative patience, miraculously awakened. In the world, there is nothing more fulfilling, even if one has not done anything at all, but one has witnessed it. Dr. Zhang excitedly shook Mujia's hand. It should be. Do you remember who you are?" Knowing he was doing some basic sniffing, Muj said cooperatively, "Remember, Muj, how did you feel before you awakened?" Muj knew that there was no need to talk about being too deserted, or that he had always been conscious, just in another world. He said, "It was like a very long dream. Then I regained consciousness and heard my sister's voice. Gee, it really works. Your sister has been taking care of you every day for the past 5 years, trying to wake you up every day. I didn't expect that it really worked and really woke you up." Dr. Zhang was shocked in his heart. Even brain dead can wake up. What else is impossible in this world? Miracles, all the time. At this point, Muj struggled to get out of bed. Miao Xini hurriedly said, "Brother, lie still. You can't move." Muher shook his head. "I'm better. I can feel it. I have to get out of bed." Then Miao Xinyu assisted Miao Jia out of bed and stood, both wondering what he was going to do. At that moment, however, Mu Jia suddenly bowed to the medics in front of him and said, "It's been a hard 5 years for everyone. Thank you all for what you've done for me and for helping my sister. Thank you all." He was the president of the Earth Fellowship Association of Taiwara, and the Huanyu general who made people scared in the battlefield of the 10,000 races of Taiwara. However, he had never known the truth that the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring. During the years of her own slumber, my sister has received a lot of blank stares, disgust, dislike, and contempt. Yet, she has also received a lot of help, support, and encouragement from many warm-hearted people. The first thing he did after seeing Mu Jia get up was to thank him. All the medical staff present were a little moved, and some of the nurses had red eyes. Subconsciously, all the doctors in the ward, even the dean, bowed wordlessly to Mu Jia in return. Someone said, "You should be thanked. You showed us that miracles happen. Thanks to Miao Xini, 5 years of vigilance has shown me the value of perseverance in this world. Muher, welcome back. Muher, new life, welcome home." In the hospital room, the medical staff applauded with emotion, saying welcome home. The applause reached the outside corridors, which were packed with healthcare workers and patients, as well as some of the patients' families, who also applauded. Wah wah wah, the applause was thunderous. Such things happen all around, and everyone, for that matter, is moved. When the applause stopped, Mu Jia took a deep breath and panted a little. "Everyone, tomorrow, my sister celebrates her birthday. She likes to be lively, she especially likes to be lively. I'm here to invite all of you friends on behalf of my sister, so be sure to come to my sister's birthday party tomorrow. I hope everyone will come and show their support." When the crowd heard this, they said in a hurry, "Yes, must come. All these years, it's been bitter for Miao Xinin. We must give Miao Xinin a hot birthday, to flush out the joy. I'm going to. Must be there." Mu Jia invited anyone and everyone he saw, whether it was the medical staff or the patients on this floor. He invited them all. My sister loves a good time, but for 5 years, it was incredibly insular. Miao Xini looked at so many people were coming to celebrate her birthday, and her heart wanted to cry, but also had some sourness and anticipation. Just blushed and said, "Brother, so many people, it's not good." Miao Jia laughed. "It's good to have more people. It's good that there are more people. You call all your classmates tomorrow, call all your friends. Let's have a lively birthday for you, and let you become the happiest little princess tomorrow." Miao Xini suddenly asked, "Brother, How did you know that I have a birthday tomorrow? Mu Jie said. I heard you. I not only heard you say you have a birthday tomorrow, I also heard you say, to take the last 50,000 yuan, to have the most glamorous birthday, to be the most lively. You like to have a good time? You like to have a good time? Then I will do it for you. Tomorrow, you'll be the one the world will be watching for. Do you believe it? Thinking he was joking, Miao Xini smiled and said, Faith. But when she remembered what she had said before her brother's hospital bed, she was a little nervous and apprehensive again, because at that time, she was actually ready to leave this world after her birthday tomorrow. I wonder if my brother heard that. She cautiously looked up at Muher, only to find him looking at her as well, smiling without saying a word, his eyes deep. Miao Xini bowed her head, not daring to speak. At this time, Mu Jie suddenly felt something in his heart and slowly turned back to look out the window into the night sky, looking in a certain direction of Furong City. For a moment, no less than 10 familiar scents were felt. Ha! Mu Jie raised his eyebrows lightly and said in his heart, Comrade in arms? They're here? How did they know I was awake? How did they know where I was? Mu Jie didn't know about the heavenly visions that had fallen at the moment his Yuanshan returned to its place. Just thinking for a long time in his heart, he smiled and said to Miao Xini, Tomorrow, I'll also call out some friends to come and celebrate your birthday. I remember, in the past, for your birthday, I would always have my classmates and friends come and make a fuss together. You've always loved to be lively since you were a child. Miao Xinin heatedly smiled and asked doubtfully, Brother, you've been in a coma for 5 years, so it's better not to call your classmates. It's been 5 years. Who still remembers you? Forget it. Not a classmate. Who's that? Muher thought for a moment and came up with an appropriate adjective, sicko. Ha, a sick friend? Muher smiled and said, Probably, all of them are patients who, like me, have been vegetarians. When we became vegetative, our souls went to another world, met in another world, and fought side by side. Some came back like me, some came back earlier than me, and some never came back. Miao Xini was full of confusion. What do you mean? It's nothing. You'll find out tomorrow. Okay, I've already booked the hotel. Tomorrow. Mu Jie laughed and said, The hotel can't seat so many people. Why in the hotel? Not lively. Where is that? Mujie said in a sultry tone. Old home. Right, in front of our old home is the Udai River. I remember that the banks of the river were full of green grass. When I was a kid on my birthday, my parents would set up a table by the river. After you blew out the birthday candles, you swatted mosquitoes and ate your birthday cake. After you and I ate the cake, we played water in the river while mom and dad and relatives played cards by the river. Miao Xinin smiled bitterly. By the Jade Belt River? Wouldn't that be a bad idea? Would people think we can't even afford to go to a hotel? Brother, our family has money. I have $300,000 now. Oh, I'd rather not have a birthday. Now that you're awake, we'll have to use the money to rent an apartment. Brother also need to try to go back to the martial arts high school. This money in the future you still need to spend it. Mu Jie stroked her head that hadn't been washed in days. Don't think about me. Your brother is a great guy, and it's at the Udai River. Tomorrow may be crowded. There is no hotel that can sit down. Miao Xini was filled with suspicion. How many people? How many people can there be? Over the course of 5 years, relatives were so afraid of borrowing money for themselves that they basically stopped coming around. Relatives wouldn't come. The ones who came were some of their classmates, the medical staff at the hospital, and some familiar friends of the patients. It doesn't add up to much. The people at the hospital had helped themselves a lot over the years, and they would have to be fed well tomorrow. How can you let people go to the Ute River for a picnic? And Nuj didn't explain that much, just looked in the direction of the window, his lips moving lightly. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the hill on the outskirts of Furong City, thousands of bodyguards, clerks, and assistant secretaries are here in tents or sleeping in their cars. They are, all of them, the henchmen of the big boys. And at this moment, on top of the mountain, a dozen or so strong men were on top of the mountain, discussing in whispers what to do tomorrow, how to meet the president tomorrow. Just then, Patriarch Ma Tang suddenly yelled, "Don't talk!" Thousands of miles of sound. Everyone stopped talking. Patriarch Ma listened for a few moments. Then, with a surprised look on his face, he nodded repeatedly in the direction of the city center. After about half a minute, Patriarch Ma trembled with excitement and said to the people around him, "Comrades, the president just sent me a 1,000-mile message. He woke up, has completely woken up, and his Yuanshen has returned to its place. And, moreover, he seems to have regained some cultivation." Buzz the crowd marveled. The Yuanshen has just returned to its position and has a cultivation level? This talent, this is too terrifying. All of us are ordinary people after our yuanshan returns to its original position. All of us just started cultivating step by step from ordinary people. Unless one has cultivation before going to the Thai wasteland. After the yuanshan returns to its position, the cultivation remains unchanged. How could there be a situation where the yuanshan returns to its original position and has cultivation instead? Chairman used to be an ordinary person, not a martial artist, right? The yuanshan has just returned to its original position, but it actually brings its own cultivation? What kind of terrifyingly great chance is this? The crowd marveled, then reacted, and hurriedly asked, "What did the president say to you?" Ma Tang said, "Jade Belt River, the president's hometown, tomorrow to organize a birthday for his sister in Uday. Said that his sister has been suffering for 5 years and likes to be lively. Entrusted us with the hope that tomorrow we can give my sister a surprise and do a lively event." After saying that, Ma Tang shouted excitedly, "Uncle Jie didn't treat us as outsiders. Do it." The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Alas, all these years of not finding out that the president has family members still alive. I feel guilty and want to die. I still don't know what face I have to go see the chairman tomorrow. I didn't expect the chairman to give me a job to set up, so my heart is finally relieved. Tomorrow, I can finally put down my burden and go see the chairman. Me too. I'm not afraid of scheduling. I'm afraid of the president ignoring us. It's finally comforting. Who can contact this governor of Flora City? Governor of Hibiscus City? This is too difficult for people. He is too low in rank. I can only contact the governor of Jiangnan province here. At this time, 2 a.m. A dozen or so commercial sedans wended their way toward the direction of the Uday River, carrying all kinds of specialized tools, all kinds of equipment. In a limousine, the governor of Hibiscus City looked at Governor Chin suspiciously. "Governor Chin, what are we doing here in the middle of the night at the Jade Belt River? Also bring so many people. I still have to go back to line up." Governor Chin turned back quietly. "Just now, I received a call from my superiors. After checking it out, the person celebrating her birthday tomorrow is called Miao Xinhua. The family lives in a rural area along the Jade Belt River." Miao Xinhua? The governor of Hibiscus City thought about it for a long time and had no impression of the name. Governor Chin is powerful. This is a clear check? Governor Chin let out a bitter smile. It wasn't me who found out. Rather, Wudong's heavenly master Su called and volunteered. Tianchi Su? 8th grade powerhouse Tianchi Su? Right. Heavenly master Su said that Miao Xinhua wanted to have a hot birthday tomorrow, and the location was chosen at the Jade Belt River. So he appointed us to help go and set up and prepare in advance. After saying that, Governor Chin said in a deep voice, "Do you know why you were asked to join me alone, little Lua? You've always been my man, and this time since the higher-ups directly informed me, then it means that the upper level also doesn't want too many other people to know about this matter. Do you understand?" Hibiscus City Governor Lu's entire body shook as he looked at Governor Chin excitedly. "Understand. This is the leader wanting to give himself a chance. Understood. I won't say anything to anyone. Let's secretly get this done for someone. Tomorrow, try to show your face. It's good that you understand." The car stopped and hundreds of crews began to pick a site in the Yucca River and then maneuvered. The two governors stood on the banks of the river, their eyes looking slyly at the flowing river. There was a thought in their hearts. What kind of person is Musini, anyway? How was it that she could have such a big background and make such a big scene? So many supreme beings from around the globe come to dedicate a birthday to her? Who the hell is she? Early the next morning, Mu Jie sat in a wheelchair and was pushed out of the hospital by Miao Sini with great gusto. "Brother, let's have some breakfast first, then we'll go to Uday River. I sold the old house yesterday, and the buyer told me to move out within a month, so we can still stay in the old house for a few days. Let's go back to the old house later." Old house. Mu Jie smiled and nodded, his heart reminiscing a bit. He himself grew up in the old house on the banks of the Uday River, spending his childhood and teenage years there before entering the city when he went to high school. It had been many years since he had gone back. Mu Jie reminisced, looking at the great changes in Furong City that he hadn't seen in the past 5 years, and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. And Miao Sini had already called up her classmates and friends. Jade Belt River. I'll send you a locator. Yeah, picnic. Ha. Lil Bamboo. We're at the Jade Belt River and we're heading over there. Hey. Same fun. Why don't you call your classmates? It's my first treat. After making the call, Miao Xinhua asked Miao Jie, "Brother, by the way, we're not really going to have a picnic, are we? Why don't I find a restaurant and order some food?" Mu Jie smiled and said, "No need. As long as you people go, I've already arranged everything for you." "Really? When did you set me up?" "Not telling you. There's a big surprise waiting for you today." Musini couldn't contain her excitement. Surprise? It was already a surprise when my brother woke up last night. And there's a surprise today? Yes. It must have been arranged secretly by my brother yesterday after I fell asleep, right? It's just that he's been in a coma for 5 years, and he still has friends? What's the arrangement? She had countless thoughts and doubts, but she didn't ask. Nor did she doubt what Lao said. If Lao said there was a surprise, there must be a surprise. Not long after, the two of them returned to their hometown Mujia village, a rural area along the banks of the Jade Belt River. Just as they arrived at the door of their home, Miao Xinyue saw the banks of the Jade Belt River in front of their door. And at this time, there were people everywhere, countless others. So many people. All of them were young men and women in suits who were setting up something on the banks of the Jade Belt River. There were simple houses that had been put up, a stage, colorful balloons, a red carpet that was 100 meters long, a receiving table, and flowers that looked like they were spread all over the world. Standing in front of the door of the old house, Miao Xinin was stunned, looking at the original wilderness in general. The banks of the Jade Belt River at this time became colorful. She trembled incredulously, asked Miao Jie, "Brother, this?" Muher smiled. "Open the door. I'm going home for a while. This is for you, but this is just the beginning. Today, you're going to be the most highly regarded girl in the world, ever." Miao Xinyue could not stop looking back at the banks of the Udai River. Shivering, she took out the rusty key and opened the iron gate. In the yard, the grass was overgrown and the dilapidated house stood there. There was also a machine-pressurized water well in the corner. "And when I was a kid, I always went to drink from the well in the summer for the coolness. And when I was caught, I always got a fat beating." Mu Jie smiled at the familiar old furnishings and was pushed inside. The concrete floor not covered in any tiles. The ceiling fan on the roof rotated slowly with the breeze, but the top was already covered in cobwebs. Miao Xinyue's heart was not in it. Pushing Mu Jie and looking behind her 3 times a step, Muher said, "Go entertain your classmates and friends without me. I'll stay in the house for a while and someone will push me out after your birthday banquet starts. Okay? Well, call me if you need anything." Miao Xinin's heart had long since flown. She had never seen this fantastic everything in her life. This solemn and colorful scene that was set up in advance had never been in her dreams. Just 2 steps towards running out, Miao Xini came back. "No, I have to change into a new outfit." With that, she rummaged through the closet. But no matter how much she rummaged, it was just old clothes. She hasn't added new clothes in 5 years. In the end, she had just found a relatively nice dress. And by the way it was kept, it looked like she didn't usually wear it. "Brother, I'm going." "Go on." Watching Mu Xini run out expectantly and nervously, Mu Jie slowly closed his eyes and sat in his wheelchair breathing in the old scent of the house, feeling the imprint of his childhood here. "Dad, Mom, I made Zi suffer all these years, but now that I'm back, from today onwards, my sister will not suffer a bit on earth." Thinking about this 20-year-old youthful girl, 1 meter 6.5 tall but only 60 pounds in weight, with a thin, yellow and black face, that pair of small hands that should have been tender were covered with calluses that were thicker than a brown man's. Muher's heart ached, and at this time, Miao Xinyue nervously and timidly ran to the bank of the Jade Belt River, and just as she arrived, a staff member hurriedly took out a photo to look at it and compare it, and hastily took out a walkie-talkie and shouted, "Miao Xinyue is here. Here comes the main character." Mu Xini was at a loss when a woman with exquisite makeup walked over. "Is it Mu Xini?" Looking at this exquisitely made-up woman like a white swan, while she looks like a dirt chicken, Miao Xini is a bit ashamed of herself. "It's you guys that." The woman hurriedly said, "We are the ones who organized the birthday scene for you. My name is Lu Jing. Today is your birthday. I wish you a happy birthday in advance." "Alas, right? Why don't you change into a new outfit?" Miao Xini blushed, embarrassed to say that this is her new clothes. At this time, the students arrived. A few business cars pulled up, and dozens of polished young men and women got out of the cars. "Xinin," Miao Xinyue hurriedly said to Lu Jing. "Sorry, my classmate is here." Taking the opportunity to disappear, she wouldn't dare say it was her new dress. Dozens of students, at this time standing on the banks of the Jade Belt River, all looked at this in awe. "Whoa, this is going to be a jewelry show, right? A red carpet. My ass, there's a red carpet in the middle of nowhere? What is this? When did this open a farmhouse? The row is too big. I go to." At this moment, a pretty girl dressed in all Dior took Miao Xinyue's hand and said excitedly, "Xinyue, this is your birthday venue." "Ha, Z, I don't know. My brother said he wanted to give me a surprise. Like it is. Isn't your brother a vegetable? It's a known thing. College friends, many of whom have visited the hospital, and basically the whole class has contributed in some small way. My brother woke up yesterday and said he had a surprise planned for me. Z took off her sunglasses and looked at the colorful riverbank in surprise. Awake? Congratulations. Congratulations. Our Sinyu is out of the misery. The crowd of students also applauded. Happy for Meow Sinny. Congratulations. Your brother's awake. Good. Even a vegetable can wake up. It must be that Xinyue's dedication over the years has touched the heavens. Happy birthday, new Xinyue. Congratulations. But your brother's connections are too good, aren't they? After 5 years in a coma, he still has the ability to surprise you like this? Miao Xinhua was a little shaky. I don't know. At that moment, a middle-aged man came running wildly all the way at a trot, after he knew from the intercom that Miao Sinny had arrived. Lu Kan, the governor of Hibiscus City, knew that the opportunity to show his face had come. He knew through his resume and information that Miao Sinny was ordinary, yet he knew that after today, she was no longer ordinary. This is sure to be a star that will shine across the country. No, across the globe. Mu Xinhua, Lu Chan shouted. Miao Sinny turned around and looked at the stranger she didn't recognize coming. You are, and that's when Z, a classmate dressed all in Dior, recognized it and trembled with excitement. Governor! It's the governor! Governor of Hibiscus City. Not only is he the governor, he's also a third-grade martial artist himself. Crap! The governor of Hibiscus City is here too? He knows Miao Sinny? All the students bowed and greeted each other in a hurry. Miao Xinyue also heard the students' discussion and was a bit surprised. Big shots! The governor of Furong City had come? Before she could say anything, the governor of Hibiscus City graciously grabbed Mu Sinny's hand. Mu Sinyu, I'm Lu Kan, governor of Hibiscus City. Happy birthday. Come, this way please. Are you satisfied with this venue? If you're not satisfied, you hurry up and say so. There's still time. I'll hurry up and have someone change it again. What? A crowd of students watched this in shock. The governor of Hibiscus City knows Mu Sinny? And this birthday, the governor personally organized it for her? His Excellency the Viceroy was so busy that he had this kind of time to organize a birthday venue for her? What is this situation? Miao Xinyue was also a bit dizzy, and at this moment, she was completely confused, only feeling a little dizzy. How did the governor of Hibiscus City know me? How come he's giving me a birthday party? No, it should be that he knows my brother. That's not right. How would my brother know a big shot like the governor of Hibiscus City? Walking down the aisle, the governor of Hibiscus City picked up the microphone and yelled, all personnel, except for the on-site attendants, stand down. The next moment, the uncountable number of staff in front of the riverside, all of a sudden, quickly laughed and stomped away. Then, Lu Kan pulled Miao Xinyue and affectionately led her down the red carpet. The students behind them also cautiously walked up the red carpet, nervously following forward under the watchful eyes of hundreds of attendants. 100 meters of red carpet, hundreds of attendants pinned down. Everyone was a little nervous. Lu Kan said softly to Miao Sinny, don't be nervous. By the way, my name is Lu Kan. This is my business card. Call me in the future if there is something wrong. Contact me often. Be sure to contact often. Mushin language. What the hell? This is the governor of Hibiscus City. A superstar. Why is he so humble? Miao Xinyue received the business card dizzily, and the group of students behind her were dumbfounded. Passing by the gift collection desk, Z said, you guys go ahead. I'll follow a molecule. Originally, people were not prepared to follow the portion, because the young people have a birthday. It is not customary to do this. But now something was wrong. The governor of Hibiscus City had come. This was already a formal occasion. It had to be accompanied. A group of students also reacted and also rushed to the collection table. As Weixin swept $1,000 was about to leave. At this time, the host of the Jiangnan province TV station came out and picked up the microphone and shouted, Z, come with a gift of $1,000. Azzy's face was red. She hadn't experienced this yet. The accompanying gift would even be sung? This is too formal. This scene is too big. Some of the other students were immediately rattled. To sing out, what about the hundreds that come with it? I can't get them. Miao Xinyue was also confused. She hurriedly turned back and said, everyone, don't give gifts. We are classmates. We don't practice this. The governor of Hibiscus City also hastened to say, you don't have to. That's not for you. Kids don't need gifts. The words were a relief to dozens of students. Everyone was from a liberal arts college, and none of them were martial artists. The family conditions were just average, not as expansive as a martial artist's family. Hearing this, they all descended the steps as well, following Miao Sinny to the far end. Lu Chan personally brought a small crown on Miao Xinyue's head and said smilingly, you are the protagonist today. Don't go anywhere. Leave it to me, okay? Miao Xinyue didn't know why Lu Kan was inexplicably so affectionate with herself. She just said dizzily, good. After saying that, Lucan gave the staff a few more instructions before arranging for the students to be seated. At that moment, the sound of the singing of the rites resounded again. Furong City First People's Hospital, Dr. Zhang Chusheng, with a gift of $1,000. Congratulations to Miao Xinin for her smooth sailing from now on, and to Miao Jie for his good health. Miao Xinyue looked at Dr. Lu, who came on the red carpet in surprise, and excitedly said, Dr. Zhang, you're here. Dr. Zhang smiled and said, a little token of appreciation. Ooh, this picnic of yours is a big enough occasion. Jiangnan Province television host to sing gift? I send this 1,000 less in the future. I wish you two siblings a good life. Sailing. Miao Xinyue nodded excitedly, and before she could stand up to greet him, a professional staff member immediately invited Dr. Zhang to his seat. At that moment, the singing of the salute resumed. Wang Kong, director of the First People's Hospital in Furong City, with a gift of $2,000. I wish Miao Xinyu Miao Jie, from now on, to be cleansed and in good health. Wang Min, head nurse of the First People's Hospital in Furong City, with a gift of $500. Wish Miao Xini a beautiful youth and a happy life. People's Hospital No. 1 in Siremban. All from the hospital. Here we go. It's all coming. Miao Xini was moved to redden her eyes. Over the years, she had met more good people than evil. These people, more than once, had helped themselves. Miao Xinyue hurriedly said to the staff, Sister Lu Jing, can I trouble you to help me arrange the people from the hospital to the very front? No problem. Then, a large group of hospital people, as well as some patients and friends came. They were all happy with their gifts, and happily followed the staff to the front, to the table of the main seat. They all think it's a picnic. They don't even realize the problem yet. Everyone came and chatted around Miao Xini, saying over and over that it was well done. It's all about the fact that such an awesome agriturismo has opened up on the banks of this Yudai River, and everyone still doesn't know about it. Yesterday they all thought it was just a picnic. They're all saying that next time they have a birthday, they'll be here to take care of business. It's too good to be true. The gift givers have to walk the red carpet. It's formal. None of them realized the seriousness of the problem. But Miao Xinin's classmates, they all realized. The governor of Hibiscus City was also there. This is never as simple as a farmhouse. At this moment, the young students all sat honestly at the table, silent. They know that there is a big move in the back. Sure enough, the next moment, the voice of the master of ceremonies singing rose high. Governor of Hibiscus City, Lu Can, wishes Miao Xinin success in her studies, a smooth job, and a smooth life. Send Miao Xinyue a pair of deep-sea corals. Buzz. At this moment, the whole room stood up. The people in the hospital, the students, and even the staff, all stood up, horrified. They looked at Lucan, who was once again walking on the red carpet. A pair of corals? The governor of Hibiscus City actually gave a pair of corals? This is the most precious treasure. There is no market price, because money you cannot buy. After the founding of the country is not allowed to mine coral, so that is to say, the coral owned on the market today, all of them are at least 80 years ago the old objects. Even, there may be antiques. Moreover, the chanter's words were no longer with gifts, but to send. The difference in this one word has a much greater meaning. Everyone thought that the governor of Hibiscus City had just come to show his support, but they didn't expect that he had given a big gift. The director of the First People's Hospital of Hibiscus City stood up at this moment, horrified. He looked at Miao Xinyue, and then at Lu Can, who was really the governor of Furong City as he walked from the red carpet. He was stunned. How did she know the governor of Flora City? At this time, Lucan walked in, but found that the first table of the main seat had already been seated by the hospital's medical staff, and frowned, thinking that this was reserved for the big shots. How did they sit? But once he asked, it was arranged by Miao Xini, and his heart was relieved. It was at this point that the host's voice broke the line, a little shouting. Governor of Jiangnan Province, Mr. Qin Guowei wishes Miao Xinyue a happy birthday, sending a copy of the acceptance letter from the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts University. Boom! The whole place exploded. It's just that a city governor is here. Why is the governor of a province here? As he screamed. Mu Xinhua. So you're such a big shot. Jiangnan Province Martial Arts University acceptance letter. Ooh, good sister, I'm happy for you. You'll be a martial artist from now on. Martial artist. Mu Xinyu. You'll be a martial artist from now on. A governor of a province. This is. Sitting at the first table of the First People's Hospital director. At this time once again stood up, looked at Miao Xinin in horror, and then looked at the man walking on the red carpet, even smilingly walked to Miao Xinin in front of her to greet her, handing business cards, whispering, there is no mistake, seen it a million times on TV. At this moment, He sensed the seriousness of the matter. Crap, we were actually seated at the main first table. Fuck, it's over. Just then, a convoy was traveling in the distance, police lights flashing. Not long after, another middle-aged man in a suit walked up the red carpet, smilingly walking towards Miao Cini. Everyone in the surroundings stared at this middle-aged man with horrified eyes, and for a moment, they were actually at a loss for words. Familiarity. It's too familiar. I've seen it a million times on TV, but could it be a case of mistaken identity? At this time, the presenter who sang the ceremony was also silent for a while, again and again making sure that he wouldn't be mistaken, and with a trembling voice shouted, Chief Secretary General, Mr. Li Yunlong, congratulations to Miao Xinyue on her happy birthday. Send a copy of the acceptance letter from the Capital Martial Arts University. Boom dash. The entire room exploded. General Secretary. A few below, 10,000 above. His cultivation had already reached the 8th grade realm. A true clan-level martial artist figure. The patriarch is here. Crap. What a background the Mu family has. The governor of Jiangnan province, Qin Guowei, had a green face. Can't wait to smack himself twice. He just sent the Jiangnan Martial Arts University acceptance letter. The General Secretary came to directly send the Capital Martial Arts University acceptance letter. At this moment, all rise. The hospital is stupid. Everyone is mad. Governor of Hibiscus City. Governor of Jiangnan Province. General Secretary. Miao Xining was also dumbfounded. Looking at this person in front of her who she had seen countless times on TV giving herself a greeting. For a moment, she couldn't even say a word. Are they, all of them, brothers' patients? My brother said last night that he has a lot of sick friends. Right now, boom dash a violent explosion sounded. Everyone in the meeting room gasped. When he looked up, he saw 7 colored auspicious clouds blooming above the 9 heavens. A scaly dragon more than 60 meters long, covered in pitch black with long horns on its head came stepping on 7 colored auspicious clouds. Between the clouds, the golden pupils could be seen looking down indifferently on the land. In the venue, everyone's face changed wildly. Augur. Danger. Danger. It's a 7th grade demonic beast. A Jiao dragon. Woohoo. Why? How can there be demonic beasts in the downtown? Go. 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 All of a sudden, the whole venue was in chaos and screams were heard. And at that moment, a figure was seen appearing beside the augur. Standing above the 9 heavens and landing with the augur. He didn't need the host's singing salute and roared to himself. Eldest senior brother Zhang Bing, sect master of the Tianshi sect of Longhu Mountain, has come to celebrate the birthday of Miao Xinyue, sister of the president of the Earth Fellowship Association, Miao Jia. By order of my master, I ask the president to forgive me. My master is in seclusion in the middle of the Qinling Mountains and could not come in person. 10,000 deaths. Today, I am sending your sister a 7th grade demonic beast, Jiao Long, as a congratulatory gift. I will recognize it with my blood, and from now on, it will be your sister Miao Xining's mount. The whole room was silent. Landing. A huge 60-odd meter long augur spat, and everyone around looked at the behemoth in horror, their legs shivering in fear. However, he saw that Taoist priest Zhang Bing fiercely kneel down on one knee and said to Miao Cini, Master and your brother are equals, so I, Zhang Bing, should rightfully call you Master Uncle. This augur has no name. Please give me a name. Senior Uncle. Quiet. Silence. The whole scene fell into a dead silence. The governor, as well as the Secretary General and others, had their eyes popping out. Longhu Mountain. Surprisingly the 7th grade augur dragon as a congratulatory gift? This augur dragon. But it's the mountain demonic beast of Dragon Tiger Mountain. 7th grade. That's the sect master realm. Surprisingly, the congratulatory gift was for her. A zone master? The Secretary General said in his heart. It's over. We've miscalculated. Our intelligence obtained that these powerful people valued Miao Cini, but we didn't think that it was so valued. Valuing it to the point of being outrageous, even giving away the demonic beasts of the mountain. Miao Cini looked at the demonic beast in shock and said in a trembling voice, I. Zhang Bing smiled faintly. Don't be afraid. Senior Uncle. I've already performed my divine ability to recognize its blood. Please give it a name. Senior Uncle. Miao Cini quickly waved her hands. I wouldn't dare. As the words fell, the single horn on the augur dragon's head suddenly emitted a glistening white light, and in the next moment, Miao Xinyue also felt some inexplicable connection in her heart unexpectedly. She felt the mood of this augur dragon, felt everything about the augur dragon. Zhang Bing froze for a moment. From now on, this augur is named Dare Not. Sinful animal. You may go. Serve Senior Uncle Mu Xining well in the future. And the augur dragon suddenly let out a dragon roar. It then quickly became smaller, turning into the size of an ordinary snake. and flew towards Miao Xinyue, coiling around her shoulders. And Miao Xini, surprisingly, wasn't afraid at all anymore, feeling inexplicably affectionate. Back to the head could not stop touching its head with his fingers. At this moment, everyone in the venue was silent, eerily watching the scene. And just at that moment, another wild laugh came from above the 9 heavens. In the past, they were all robes under the president. Now that the president has returned to his throne, your master should come to congratulate him even if he has a heavenly matter. Surprisingly, he only sent one of your disciples to come. If it weren't for the wrong occasion today, I would have to whip you. As the words fell, the faces of the crowd changed wildly. This was Zhang Bing of the Heavenly Master sect, a 7th grade powerhouse. How dare someone speak to him like this? The crowd looked up, only to see a group of people flying in from the 9 heavens above. The person in the lead was a man with a country face, and behind him, neatly followed by a total of 20 beautiful and incomparable 5th grade powerhouses. The country-faced man landed on the ground and walked over to the receiving desk and said a few words. When the crowd saw the man with the country face, all of a sudden, the whole room was in an uproar. The most powerful one. Ah! The supreme power is coming. There's actually a supreme power coming. A 9th grade powerhouse, called a supreme powerhouse, is already the strongest existence in this world. Supreme power Su Tao. At this point, the presiding officer trembled as he sang the salute. Xincheng sect leader. Supreme powerful 9th grade Su Tao. I welcome the president back to his position and wish the president's sister, Miao Xini, every year, send 20 maids of the 5th grade realm to protect Zhang Zi from now on. 25th grade realm maids? The meeting room was silent. Miao Xini had been completely confused, and her classmates, all of them, had been completely confused at the moment. There was a delivery auger in the front. Now there's a direct delivery? Is this the world of the strong? As he muttered, it's already a distant dream for ordinary people to become martial artists. This, directly giving 25th grade powerhouses, as gifts? And when she looked at the 20 maids again, they actually didn't have the slightest reluctance, and actually all looked happy. This made her even more puzzled. The Hibiscus City governor's face changed several times, her heart trembling. She was only a 3rd grade martial artist, and Su Tao, he had directly sent 25th grade powerhouses to her as attendants? This is the most powerful man? Underestimated. I still underestimated. Everyone had underestimated the position of Miao Xinyue in the hearts of these supreme beings. Su Tao slowly walked up to Miao Xinyue, and it was then that everyone saw clearly that he was wearing a tattered vest, and on the back of the vest were the 5 big words Earth Fellowship Association. Xinyu, it's been hard on you all these years. If you don't mind, from now on, you'll be my sister too. Miao Xinyu stared at the big man in front of her with wide eyes, and after a long silence, Miao Xinyu suddenly asked, "Are you, my brother's patient?" Patient? The people around him were puzzled. Su Tao froze for a moment, then reacted and laughed. Yes, we are all your brother's patients. A family. I'll tell you another secret. All the sick friends in this world are family. Like brothers. Turns out, it's really brother's sick friend. Miao Xinyue was very smart. She recalled the words her brother had said last night, and a layer of clarity gradually emerged in her heart. At that moment, another familiar face walked up the red carpet, followed by dozens of men in suits. Horse Patriarch. Just became a patriarch yesterday and made the news. Today, just show up here? Everyone looked at Patriarch Ma and was already somewhat unsurprised. After all, there was already a supreme powerhouse coming from the front, and it seemed to be expected that a patriarch would come at this moment, right? Just looking at so many people following behind Ma Zongshi. This is another sender? The singing of the salute rang out. The Penguin Horse Patriarch has arrived. Congratulations to Uncle Jiao on his return, and happy birthday to your sister. Presenting 60% of Penguin Group's shares to Miao Xinyue. Blow up. The venue blew up. 60% of the shares? Penguin has a market capitalization of more than $2 trillion today, which means that it directly gave Zhang Zi more than $1 trillion? In the midst of the silence, the person behind Patriarch Ma came forward and smiled. Hello Ms. Zhang, we are from the lawyers group. Please sign it. This is a gift from Master Ma Zongshi for you. The people from the lawyers group originally thought that the gift from Patriarch Ma was too big, but now, after seeing that the Celestial Master sect had sent the augur, and the most powerful one had sent 25th grade realm attendants, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then 60% doesn't seem like much, and at that moment, those with sharp eyes noticed that Patriarch Ma was also wearing a tattered undershirt with the same 5 words Earth Fellowship on the back. At that moment, the sound of the singing of the salute resounded again. Chairman of the Edu Group, Patriarch Li has arrived. Congratulations to the chairman on his return to the throne, and send your sister, Miao Xining. A precious elixir for cleansing the essence and marrow. With a wow dash sound, everyone in the room stood up, wide-eyed. They looked at the approaching patriarchy. The previous gifts, if anything, were all external items. Then this essence cleansing and marrowing treasure pill was something that truly made all ordinary people scream. The essence washing and marrow shredding treasure pill could change a mortal's roots and bones. Let those who are not suitable for cultivation become suitable for cultivation. Let those who are suitable for cultivation become geniuses. This kind of precious pills, which had a price without a market, only knew that once there were supreme powers who were willing to use their entire fortune to exchange one for one could not even be exchanged. After all, martial artists have families. Not everyone was suitable for cultivation. For the martial artist, this elixir was not precious, but for the martial artist's family and next of kin, this was priceless. As the precious elixir appeared, the eyes of everyone present stared straight at the elixir in the wooden box flashing with purple light. Patriarchly dragged the box and smiled. Take it on the spot. After saying that, Patriarchly didn't wait for Miao Xinyue to push back, and with a shake of his hand, the precious elixir flew into Miao Xinyue's mouth. In the next moment, Miao Xinyue's body reddened, and sweat flowed out layer by layer. Patriarchly pointed at an attendant. Take her to bathe and change. Leave this place alone for now. Sovereign. Then, Miao Xinyue was taken away by her own 20 maids. There was a moment of silence in the meeting hall. The hospital people just feel like they are on pins and needles. Sitting in the main seat. In the first row. The dean leaned over and whispered in Dr. Zhang's ear. Quickly go. Can't sit here. They then realized that this seat was reserved for these martial artist big shots. The hospital people sniffed and hurriedly packed up and left, ready to make room. At this time, Patriarch Ma smiled and said, "You guys sit down. There is no need to be polite. That's where you should sit." The director of the First People's Hospital hastily waved his hand. No. Patriarchs, please sit down. Patriarch Ma said, "Over the years, thanks to your help to the Mu family, thanks to your care for Sinyu, and thanks to your treatment and attentive care for our president, you guys deserve to sit in that position. Gentlemen, please accept our obeisance." As the words fell, he saw that Patriarch Ma, Patriarch Li, and Supreme Master Su Tao bowed in unison to those medical personnel. Everyone was dumbfounded. The most powerful, bowing in public to a mortal? The doctors were also too stunned to say a word. At this moment, incomparable curiosity arose in everyone's hearts. Who exactly was Miao Xinyue's brother? President? What president? What kind of existence is the Earth Fellowship? Anyway? The Secretary General narrowed his eyes and sat in deep thought. Mistake. Who got this intel? The intel is completely wrong. I thought Miao Xini was the main character. It turns out that her planted brother is the real protagonist. Damn. Got it wrong. At this moment, he regretted it to death. What the hell, Jiangnan Martial Arts University acceptance letter? What the hell, Capital Martial Arts University acceptance letter? In the eyes of these three powerful men, that's a thing? A mere acceptance letter. Is that useful? One of the people's precious pills for cleansing the muscles and marrow directly allowed Miao Xinyue to ascend to heaven in one step, transforming her body into a martial arts genius. A 7th grade realm augur mount allowed Miao Xinyue to directly be able to walk horizontally in the entire China. 25th grade realm maidservants. So that Miao Xinin, almost one person, has formed a powerful force. This requires a notice? This requires college? And the teachers in the martial arts university. The highest is only the 6th grade. But now look at the situation. These patriarchs, the most powerful person to put her in pain that way. Fear, even if people want to take the road of martial arts, it is also the most powerful person to teach personally. Acceptance letter? That's not as good as scrap paper. In the makeshift shower room backstage, Miao Xini's whole body was blackened. That was the dirt in her body. The lesions, all of them were drained out. When she took a shower, she only felt refreshed, an indescribable pleasure. It was as if a plastic film had been placed over her body for 20 years, and today, it was removed. Miao Xinin wiped her body and looked at herself in the mirror, who had suddenly become white and pink. Somewhat unbelievable. She had always been a yellow-faced girl, but now, she had become white and pink. Windblown skin is gone. The thick layer of calluses on his hands came off. Now, in addition to being only 60 pounds, she has become a beautiful big girl in addition to being thin. My brother, what the hell? Mushin muttered. The Earth Fellowship. Sicko, another world? At that moment, the singing of the rites continued outside. Mr. King, the most powerful one. Sends cash savings card, 500 billion. Freedom Islands owner. Mr. Sun, the most powerful. Congratulates Miao Xinyue on her happy birthday. Welcomes the president back to his position. And sends the South Sea Islands, 4 of them. Phoenix Islands Island Master. Mr. Zhou, the most powerful. Congratulates Mu Sini on her birthday. Welcome the president back to his position. Sending aircraft carrier transformed Phoenix cruise ship. 1. From time to time, there was still the sound of singing outside. On the other hand, apart from the sound of singing, it was silent. Miao Sini listened to the voices of those who sang the rituals, listened to the legendary big names who came to support the occasion, and secretly said in her heart, all this is like a dream. This occasion is too grand. I can't disgrace my brother. He must be a big shot. That's how I used to feel. Now, even more so. Miao Xinyue took a deep breath, looked at a maid and said, hello, for today's occasion, it's no longer appropriate for me to wear my old clothes. Can you help me find a gown? The maid covered her mouth and laughed. I happen to have a gown that should be more appropriate for you to wear. Miao Xinin is a bit thin, but this gown just happens to be backless, so it can hide your figure. Later, eat more and quickly nurse it back. Miao Sini nodded with a red face. The maid pulled out a storage bag, rummaged around inside for a moment, and pulled out a brand new gown. Storage bag. Miao Xinyue's eyes widened. This was something that had only been seen on TV. The legend was very precious. A storage bag is worth tens of millions of dollars. The maid smiled and said, I have another one. It's for UMS. Mo, you will be a big shot in the future, and it wouldn't be appropriate to not have something to hold. I'll give you this one to put on your body first, as an accessory. This occasion today is a bit big. Miao Sini asked quietly. Sister, reveal to me? How big is it? There was some shock in the maid's eyes as she lowered her voice and said, as far as I know, there are going to be supreme masters as well as patriarchs coming today. A total of more than 30 people. More than 30? My brother. So many patients? While changing her clothes, Miao Xinin asked the maid again with some curiosity. Sisters, that big shot gave you guys to me. Was he forced to do it? The maid covered her mouth and laughed. How could it be? It was us who voluntarily signed up. Although we are 5th grade martial artists in the eyes of ordinary people. In fact, in the real circle of martial artists, we are cannon fodder. 5th grade is too low. Ha, you guys are so strong that you're actually willing to voluntarily sign up to serve a mere mortal like me? The maid smiled with deep meaning. You are no mortal. You are, in fact, a magnate. A mansion? I'm not. Starting today. That is. After the maid finished speaking, she quietly added, if a martial artist wants to enter a high grade, he or she has to be close to a big tree in order to be able to enjoy the coolness. What I said is more realistic, but the truth is the same. When you should call upon us, you must do so, because pay and harvest is directly proportional. If you do not make us say so, the mansion never raise idlers. We, then, may lose the opportunity to have our backs to the big tree and have to return to the martial arts world, precarious and licking blood from the knife's mouth. I'm sure you're not used to having a maid right now, but you can get used to it slowly. MS. Miu, you don't mind if I say it straight. From this day forward, there will be no more luxurious family in the world than your family. Starting today, give a chance for us sisters to have a chance to be able to carry a mansion on our backs. Niu Xinhua was silent, surprised. She couldn't, for a moment, accept it. Me, the hoi polloi? My brother's a hoe? There's no mansion on this earth that's more posh than my family? After changing, Miao Xinyue put on the maid's earrings, necklace, and walked out again after redressing. Stepping out again, radiant. Her skin was white and red, and her features were already good looking, but before, they were just covered up by the wind and sun. And now, with a precious elixir going down, she was refreshed. It was a sight to behold for everyone in the room, except for being too skinny. She's already a hoity-toity big girl. Miao Xinyue mimicked the noble women on TV and politely greeted the new guests. She was nervous. She was rusty, yet she knew that today's occasion was too grand to be embarrassed. And she was keenly aware that all of these later arriving supreme beings were wearing the same tattered vests, the Earth Fellowship. At this point, the reputation of the Earth Fellowship, for the first time, hit the earth. Not only Miao Xinin, all the people, at this time, were incomparably curious. Miao Xinin, her brother. In the end, what kind of person is he? What kind of existence is the Earth Fellowship? Anyway, at that moment, Miao Xinyue's ears suddenly rang with her brother's voice. She was a little surprised. 1,000-mile message? A skill that only martial artists know. When did I become a martial artist? Surprise? Miao Sini nodded excitedly. Mu Jie's voice once again rang in his ears. You've always loved hilarity since you were a kid. This time, I'll give you the greatest hustle and bustle. In the future, there will be many more such hustle and bustle, and you will need to walk up to the front of the stage, to the place where the world is truly at its peak to usher people in and out. You have a lot to get used to and a lot to learn. This hilarity is my birthday gift to you. Start learning from this party. 2. Learn to approach people and learn pleasantries. Go on, I'll stay out of the way, and this will serve as your practice ground. Miao Xini nodded, and at this time, those supreme powerhouses present, who seemed to have heard the transmission, quietly listened, and after listening, a total of more than 30 powerhouses signaled to Miao Xini, and then quietly retreated one after the other. The secretary-generals and governors, as well as some of the other great men, noticed the retreat of the strong men, and had a mind to follow them up and befriend them. And at that moment, Miao Xini picked up her wineglass and smiled. Thank you all for coming to my birthday. I am doubly honored. Let's share a toast. Those who wanted to follow suit could only smile and raise their glasses in common. Putting down his glass, the Secretary-General was about to chase after him, but at that moment, Miao Xini added, Mr. Secretary-General, thank you for coming. I love the gift you gave me. It's something I've always dreamed of since I was a little girl. I would like to make a toast to you. The Secretary-General froze, looked deeply at Miao Xini, smiled and raised his glass. He knew in his heart that Miao Xini didn't want him to follow him there. He called it quits. There was just some shock in his heart, when he had just met this girl. She was actually just a little girl who didn't know what was wrong with her, and although her mind was mature, it was obvious that she hadn't seen any big waves, but after going to bathe and change, suddenly, she was different. The Secretary-General secretly said in his heart, Miao Xini is not simple. These two siblings, they're not simple. Her brother is mysterious, and she, too, is not simple. In the meeting hall, after those supreme beings were missing, the big shots knew that there was no way to follow them there anymore. Some people also asked if Miao Xinyue's brother was coming. Why isn't he coming? Everyone was a bit expectant. Compared to Zhang Zi, her brother was the truly mysterious big shot, but Miao Xini smiled and said, I'm really sorry. My brother has recovered from a serious illness and his body is weak. It's not convenient to come out. When they received this news, all of them were quite regretful in their hearts that they had not flattered those big shots, but, surprisingly, they had not even met that mysterious big brother. So, after some drinks, they all left with hasty farewells. It just left the governor of Flora City still here, and he made a note to stay rooted here to the end today. He didn't have a big heart. He didn't expect to be noticed by the big brother. He didn't expect to be noticed by her brother. However, it was not bad to be able to flatter Miao Xinyue, though yesterday she was small. After today she will be mansion. Those big shots naturally didn't want to flatter Miao Xinyue, but by themselves, their status was no better than those at the top. It just happened to be the opposite of Miao Xinyue. And as the bigwigs left, that's when the birthday party got lively. Classmates, hospital people, pushing and shoving. Those who didn't drink before have started drinking today. What a hustle and bustle. The governor of Furong City, Lu Kan, also looked like a personable person, joking with everyone from time to time and pulling family stories. It also made people ignore his status as the governor of Furong City and were happy to chat with him. Miao Xinyuan secretly observed Lu Kan and tried to think about his thoughts. At the same time, she was also silently learning the skill of Lu Kan to mingle with the strangers around him. At this time, the old house, supreme powerhouse Jack Ma wistfully walked into the middle of the grassy courtyard, and at a glance, he saw Mu Jie sitting in a wheelchair. He was slim in appearance, and his face was still sickly, but it was possible to sense that at this time, Miao Jie was actually a third-grade martial artist. Jack Ma was shocked in his heart. Was the president's talent already so unbelievable? The Yuan Shen had just returned to its original position, but he was already a third-grade martial artist. But more than that, it was emotional. Jack Ma got a little emotional and yelled, General, do you remember me? Mu Jie looked at the imposing man in front of him and didn't say anything. Jack Ma choked a bit and said, back then, the Battle of Black Mountain, you were in the first platoon, and I was a small soldier behind you. My name is Ma Shang. Mu Jie smiled. Remember, Ma Shang, you grew up from the Battle of Black Mountain, although you were just a small soldier, but later on, in the middle of the war, you alone made 3 entries and 3 exits, causing the demon's legions to be in chaos, and made a great achievement. You became famous in one battle, and people called you General Black Mountain. Jack Ma burst into tears. You remember me, President, you remember me. This is simply an honor for me, and I dare not mention the word general in front of you. You are the strongest person in the Tai wilderness, and your realm has already reached the Martial Saint realm. I, on the other hand, with your support, have only traveled to the Martial Emperor realm above the 9th rank, and it was also the 50 years of experience in the Taiwan wasteland that allowed me to return to Earth to come up here. And from a mortal, based on the memories of my previous life, I shifted to become the present-day Earth's 9th grade powerhouse. If it were not for you and the many comrades of the Earth Fellowship, I must have died long ago in the middle of Tai Wasteland. And without you, there would certainly be no General Black Mountain of Tai Wasteland. And there would certainly be no Earth's most powerful jackhorse. He was a Chinese European, originally named Ma Shang, but others just called him Jack Ma. And in the midst of the Great Desert, he was called Ma Rising. Mu Jia nodded in relief. Good, 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 Ma Shang, seeing you mixing it up now, seeing your Yuan Shen also return to Earth. I'm so relieved. Go for it. The future is promising. The future is promising. Ma Shang nodded excitedly. To be remembered by Mu Jia and to be encouraged by Mu Jia. This made him even more proud than if he was a 9th grade powerhouse himself. Don't look at Earth's 9th grade powerhouses and be called supreme. That would be cannon fodder when placed in the Tai Wasteland. In the middle of the Tai Wasteland, there were as many powerful people as there were clouds. Above the 9th rank, there was the Martial King realm. Above Martial Kings was Martial Emperors. And above Martial Emperor was Martial Emperor. And above Martial Emperor, the true pinnacle was called Martial Saint. As for Mu Jia, he was one of the few martial saints in the Tai wilderness. What's the point of being human on Earth? In the Tai Wasteland, it was the battlefield of all races. Countless races in the universe would have some of their heavenly prides Yuanshan drawn into the Taiwan wasteland for training by a mysterious force. There, let alone reaching the Cloud Peak realm. Even if you manage to survive, you're considered an extraordinary person. Every day there is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. And every day there is killing. Everyone there is insecure. And everyone who survives must have climbed out of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in the Shura battlefield. Mu Jia, on the other hand, is a martial arts saint. He was honored by all races. He wasn't just the pride of the people of Earth. He was the pride of all the races in Taiwu. He's the only martial saint amongst all the clans. In the hearts of all those who had been to the Tai wilderness, Mu Jia was an absolute god. That's why Ma Shang was proud, because he was recognized by the only martial saint of the 10,000 races. Although now that he has returned to Earth, the Yuanshan has returned to its place. Although today's Miao Jia is only in the 3rd grade realm. But as long as there is time, Earth, why can't a martial saint be born again? There were no martial saints on Earth today, and as long as Mu Jia was given time, he would definitely be able to cultivate into the martial saint realm. How strong is this? What kind of realm is a martial saint? That's already a god. Why is he called General Huan Yu? The first reason was that he was the pride and spiritual leader of all the tribes in the universe. And the second reason was that Mu Jia had once broken through the 9 heavenly dipper to physically cross the universe, shaking the Taiwan, all known as the Huan Yu General. Seeing that Ma Shang was recognized, Patriarch Ma also rushed forward and said with red eyes, Uncle Jia, do you still remember me? Ma Tang, I'm Ma Tang. Muher looked at him deeply, recognized him for a long time, and said tentatively, Pony? Ma Tang was so excited that tears fell like rain. Yes, Uncle Jia, it's me, Shao Ma. Once upon a time, when I first arrived in Tai Wasteland, you saved my life. You brought me to cultivate, brought me to join the Earth Fellowship, and guided me as if I were your own son. Later, I became one of your personal army guards, and in the Battle of Black Mountain, I carried the marquee for you. Muher nodded. I remember you, Shao Ma, very resourceful young man. I said at the time that there was blessing in your face, not a lot of blessing, so you shouldn't be destined to be in the middle of the Tai Wasteland. I wasn't wrong. You later became a strong martial king, and you became a popular person. Many of the other races among the 10,000 races have heard of your name. I was very pleased at the time. How many grades now? Ma Tang was excited before, and now, suddenly, he blushed. I just broke through the 7th grade realm yesterday, but I came back late. Mu Jia frowned a little. Uncle Jia is happy that you were able to return, but to come back for so long and only break through the 7th rank, Uncle Jia is not happy. The pony lowered his head in shame. Yes, it has been 3 or 4 years since I came back, and my comrades cultivated without any distractions, and soon reached 8 or 9 products. I deserted, doing business, obsessed with business experience, obsessed with ushering in and scenery. Cultivation has no roots. I was wrong, Uncle Jia. I repent. I have given more than half of my shares to your sister, and I have been cultivating without any distractions ever since. Mu Jia thought for a moment and said, we are the people of Taiwara. There is a quality. Do you know what it is? More than 30 strong people were seated cross-legged at this time, like students obediently, listening attentively to the president. The president's time for reasoning is not much, and in the Taiwan, How many people dream of wanting to hear the president, the only martial saint of the 10,000 races, reasoning and speaking about things, but are not allowed to do so? What a precious opportunity. MUJ continues. We Taiwans have a quality. And that quality is, as long as we don't die, there are infinite possibilities. There are more than 20,000 people in this batch of our Earth. Some of them died just after arriving in Taiwara. Some of them died halfway through the fight all the way. But every single one of them, however, has been improving themselves and working hard to be strong in every single second that they are alive. This has allowed our fellow Earthlings of Taiwara, each and every one of them, to break through to the highest realm in the shortest possible time. The Aborigines of the Thai wilderness. According to the normal progress, it takes 100 years to reach the 9th grade, and you, the best of the best, all reach the 9th grade in 10 years, or even a few years. It's not that your talents are really much better than others, it's that we, every second, are trying to find ways to improve ourselves. It's because we know that the next war will come at any time, and being a little bit stronger gives us a little bit more of a chance to survive. Back on Earth, you guys have the experience and memories of the Thai wilderness, and you also each have some methods to rapidly increase your strength. That's why all of you were able to break through in a few years. But let me say that the Earth's aura is no less dense than the Thai wasteland. But all of you have been back for 3 to 5 years now, and you have the memories of 2 lifetimes. Yet none of you have stepped into the martial king realm yet. I'm very dissatisfied. Everyone bowed their heads in shame, especially Ma Tang. On the outside, it was a big man with only his hands covering the sky. At this moment, he was like a child, his face as red as blood. When he finished, Muhair pointed to a blonde European man. Are you William? The blonde man snapped, shaking like a sieve. Yes, it's me, Uncle Jay. You remember me, you recognize me? William was ecstatic, showing off and glancing at the ponies and jackalope. Both of them were recognized by Uncle Jia only when they declared themselves, and as he stood here, Uncle Jia even recognized him at once. Mu Jia smiled. I remember when I went to the Thai wasteland for the 40th year. When I was passing through Swallow Rocky with my army, I saw a green-eyed beggar begging along the road. It looked different from the Taiwara people, and different from us. I said, you must be a fellow Earthling. You should be of European descent. They said, I am mistaken. You should be of other races among the 10,000. William listened, hot tears rolling down his face. Back then, he was still a teenager and a student when he was too deserted. Never seen anything like it. Living in a honeypot. As soon as he arrived in the Thai wilderness, he saw the demons slaughtering the city and witnessed hundreds of thousands of people bleeding into rivers. After seeing those demons massacre the city, they squatted on the ground and gnawed on the corpses. At that time, I was so scared that I pissed my pants, didn't dare to make a sound, and escaped through the city's sewage system. Saw the misery, saw the battlefields everywhere, saw the corpses everywhere, saw the devastated world. I'm so hungry I even fantasize about picking up a dead mouse to eat. I didn't dare to go into the city for fear of encountering demons slaughtering the city. I can only beg along the streets in villages and small towns. But with the great wasteland people and the language barrier, I was afraid that people would treat me as a foreigner. So I shaved my hair and smeared a lot of mud on my face to keep people from seeing that I was blonde. Then I pretended to be mute and went begging. Those were the days of his own greatest suffering. I thought my life was coming to an end. But an army from the Earth Fellowship passed by Yanziji. The president instantly recognized himself as an Earthling. But so many people don't believe they are Earthlings, thinking that with their bald heads, green eyes, and faces full of black oozing mud, they must be some other race of the 10,000. I didn't speak Chinese myself at the time and couldn't understand what they were saying. At that moment, the chairman rode on the back of the griffin and spoke English to himself. The English phrase was, where are you from? In a foreign country. In too deserted. After suffering so much, the teenager William felt the blood in his whole body flow backward after hearing that English sentence. He was in tears and rushed up and kowtowed, saying he was from England. Then the president pulled him to sit on the griffin's back. Care to join us? We are the Earth Fellowship. Behind me, all of them are compatriots from all over the world, from all the countries of Earth. From then on, the teenager William learns the Chinese language under Miao Jie, and cultivation under a Malaysian. He followed an African to learn various battle techniques and escape skills. The time he spent studying was the happiest time of his life. No more begging. No more constant fear of being eaten by demons. Just need to learn to be strong and then go fight. William kept wiping away his tears, crying so hard that his whole body was trembling. Uncle Jia, you taught me Chinese. You taught me all my skills. After I acquired all my skills, I was no longer afraid of death. In every battle, I applied to be a vanguard, a death squad. I dared to die with a heart of repayment. But under your wise command, I never escaped death. Later, I became a martial emperor realm, and I was the first one to reach the martial emperor realm among the earthlings besides you. At that time, I swore that I would always be on your left and right to shield you from guns, because you were the first martial saint of the human race. Countless people wanted to assassinate you. I made up my mind that I must guard your integrity and be ready to sacrifice for you at any time. However, suddenly, one day, I woke up with a start, and I returned to Earth. I returned to the throne. I regret that I often can't sleep at night on Earth. When I think that you are still in the Great Wasteland, and that so many of my fellow comrades are still in the Great Wasteland, I have trouble sleeping and eating. MUJ reached out. Come here. William quickly stepped forward and crouched down in front of Mu Jie. Uncle Jie. Muher closed his eyes and stroked his head, closing his eyes to feel it. A moment later, Muher laughed. At that time, I pulled you up on my unicorn and stroked your head like this. Little bald head. Now that you've grown your hair long, you're also a powerful man on the side. William enjoyed being touched by MUJ. Although Mu Jie's appearance was that of a youth nowadays, everyone here would not really treat him as a youth. He was one of the first group of people to go to the Taiwai Wasteland, the only martial saint of mankind, a truly respected senior. Many people in the Taiwai Wasteland called him uncle. How long have you been back? What realm are you in? William said honestly, I've been back for 4 years. Today, it's the 9th rank. Shame on Uncle Jie. Muher didn't say anything, just sighed. You guys, you're all deserted. After saying this, Mu Jie said in a serious tone, before the arrival of the demons, the Taiwai Wasteland was also a peaceful place like the earth. It was only after the demon invasion that the mysterious great power drew the heavenly spirits of all the races to go to Taiwan to support them. But even so, 100 years of war, the great wilderness is also full of devastation. Once the great wilderness, how to guarantee that it will not become today's earth? The demons were never exterminated. They were merely repulsed and left the Tai wilderness. This is a victory for Taiwara, but it is by no means a victory for us. What if one day, the demons roll to earth? In that case, what then? Some people were violently lifted up at those words, and a part of the population is not convinced in their minds. How can it be? Earth was much more barren than Tai Wasteland. It was impossible for demons to come to Earth. However, on second thought, the crowd thought that if the demons came to Earth, then the people of the 10,000 races would be drawn to support Earth. I'm afraid, if that day really came, after the people of all races came to Earth, they met the Huanyu general of the Taiwu Desert and the only martial sane powerhouse of the human race. What kind of posture would they have? MUJ and a group of comrades chilled out for a long time. Some of them he remembers. Some of them ring a bell and come to mind at the mention of a name. Others, on the other hand, are not impressed at all. After all, in the Tai wilderness, Mu Jie was in command of an army of 20,000, so it was impossible that everyone would remember. All would recognize. The people conversed and reminisced about the past of Taiwai, talking from noon until late at night. Late night, Miao Xinyue bid farewell to all the guests who had come to celebrate her birthday and returned to the old house. As soon as she returned to the old house, Miao Xinyue saw more than 30 supreme beings sitting cross-legged on the ground, happily chatting with her brother. Mu Jie smiled when he saw Miao Xini arrive. Come, let me introduce you all. This one is my younger sister. Her name is Miao Xinyue. She suffered a lot during the years that my Yuanshan traveled to the Tai wilderness. In the future, everyone look after her more. The crowd rushed to say sure, and Miao Xinyue saluted each of the strongest people one by one. Mu Jie said, Xinyue, from now on, all these you call brother. All of them are your brother. At this point, Mu Xini and William said in unison, it's not good. Mu Xinhua said, these are all seniors. All, am I not a little? Instead, William said, Uncle Jie, I'm calling you uncle. Your sister, calling me brother. This is messing up seniority. It's really inappropriate. I'll call her aunt. I find it pleasurable enough to call these powerful men my brother. I didn't realize that they didn't even want to be a brother. They wanted to be their children and nephews? Mu Jie laughed and said, Taiwu is Taiwu, and Earth is Earth. To each his own. From now on, you are all her brother. The crowd said in unison, no problem. Don't worry Uncle Jie. I'll definitely love her like she's my own sister. Don't worry, President. We returned to Earth and just didn't find your family. And now we have. We will definitely repay the favor 100 times over. Without the Earth Fellowship that you formed, all of us would probably have died in Tai Wasteland. You have shown us the favor of knowing us, saving our lives, and lifting us up. How can I dare to forget it? Definitely. Miao Xini also saluted one by one and called out to her brother one by one. With curious eyes, she looked at her oldest brother with growing curiosity. What two deserted? What are these sick people? really going through? In the end, Miao Xinyue couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Brother, you guys are talking about Thai wasteland and what you're saying about comrades. What exactly does it mean? Why can't I understand it?" She could probably understand something, though vaguely, from the literal meaning of the word, but it was too bizarre for her to be sure of her guess. Everyone laughed when the question was asked. Martin said, "Uncle Jay, can you tell?" Muher smiled without saying a word. Only then did Ma Tang laugh. "Sister, in this world, there are yuan shen out of the body. This kind of thing, do you believe it?" Miao Sini wanted to say she didn't believe it, but instead she nodded and said, "I believe. In the universe, there are actually many other races besides us Earthlings. They are all human races. They just look different from us. Of course, we collectively call them the 10,000 races, and among the 10,000 races, there is a world called Thai Wasteland. The Thai Wasteland, like our Earth, was once a world where technological civilization and cultivation civilization coexisted. But one day, the peace of this Thai Wasteland was broken, and there were demons outside the domain. And these demons were very scary. The demons were also a mysterious race from the universe, but it was unknown where. It's just known that they live in an extremely harsh environment, and every demon needs to plunder if they want to survive. They have no food and feed by killing each other. When a mother carries a new life, she doesn't want to raise it, she wants to eat it. Miao Shinin stared in horror. There is such a thing? This is unheard of. Ma Tang nodded his head heavily, because the illusionary realm in which demons survive is too harsh. And there is a reason for such harshness. It is because within their genes, their predatory nature surpasses other emotions, and they are predominantly predatory. And it was in the midst of such an environment that they emerged with a powerful leader. Their leaders cultivated spatial arts that allow them to jump through space and create spatial passages across time and space to reach other worlds from their world. And so, their leader opened the passage to the great desolate world. The demons were mobilized and went to the Taiwara to conquer and plunder the resources. The people of the Taiwai wasteland were caught off guard, and in almost a few years' time, most of them were slaughtered. They were like locusts passing through, and wherever they swept through the Taiwai wasteland, not to mention people, there were not even any animals or plants left. And because of the abundant resources, they began to reproduce again, cultivating new generations to go on campaigns. The Thai wilderness is crippled and on the verge of destruction. However, it seems that there is a certain mysterious power in the universe that is unwilling to see the demons take over Taiwara. Thus, the yuanshin of some heavenly pride figures were drawn and chosen from among the various human races in the universe to go to the Taiwai wasteland to fight and support them. These heavenly prides might have been mortals in the original world, or they might have been martial artists. However, all of these heavenly prides must have some sort of excellent quality, which is why they were drawn. These qualities could be a strong heart, a powerful heart, ambition, or simply a talent for cultivation. In short, all of them are talents with characteristics that will be extracted into the Thai wasteland. And after the yuanshin leaves the body, the Earth's physical body will be brain dead and will become a vegetable. The genjutsu will grow and cultivate in the Taiwara. Resist the demons. If one builds a successful career in the Taiwai wasteland, then the yuanshin will have a chance to return to the original world and return to its place. If one dies in the great wasteland, or does nothing in the Thai wasteland, then the yuanshin may remain in the Thai wasteland forever. That is to say, the physical body of the Earth will die forever. And Earth was drawn out of 20,000 people. And now, the only ones who have returned are those of us. Your brother, on the other hand, established the Earth Fellowship Association in the middle of the Thai wasteland, sheltering all fellow Earthlings. In the end, he became a martial saint realm, the only martial saint realm among the 10,000 human races. He was honored by all races, a truly great man of the top of the heavens in the Thai wilderness. That's why your brother says we're sick friends, because we've both become vegetarians. At the same time, we're comrades in arms, because we've fought side by side in another world. As Miao Xinyue listened, she only felt that her three views were turned upside down. Too barren? The battlefield of the nations? Demons? All of this is something that TV wouldn't dare to play out like that. And yet, it really happened to his brother. No wonder he knew so many big names when he was obviously in a coma for 5 years. As it turns out, in Taiwara, brother is the president of the Earth Fellowship. He is the spiritual leader of all the races. It's a real big shot in the sky. At this time, Jack Ma said half-jokingly, "Sister, for so many years, the matter of the Taiwu wasteland we know each other except for our comrades in arms. You are the first person who knows about the existence of the two wasteland. You don't dare to take it out and say, oh, Earth is also full of strong people. Hell knows what those of them would think if they knew." Mu Hinspeak nodded. "I won't say anything. Definitely won't." She was still in a bit of a mood to be outlandish. It's so bizarre. Late in the evening, Muhair said. Xiao Ma, you few who aren't even ninth grade. Stay. Pony and the others couldn't help but be ecstatic at the words. What do you mean? The president is going to personally instruct the cultivation? He's going to supervise the training? Sure enough, the next moment Mu Jie said. I also need to cultivate in the near future. First recovering to the ninth grade realm. It will probably take some time and days, so you guys can stay and live in this courtyard. From today onwards, I will supervise you all to cultivate again and cultivate to the ninth rank before you can leave. Don't disgrace the people of Terra. Don't forget that we came back. But there are still 20,000 compatriots who were left behind forever. Xiao Ma and a few others who were less than the ninth rank realm immediately nodded their heads and said solemnly, President, don't worry, we will never disgrace you. After saying that, the total of 8 people who were less than the ninth grade, all stayed behind. Then they went out to make phone calls, explaining things to their families or forces, making long-term plans and preparations for staying here. On the other hand, the total of 24 patriarchs who had reached the ninth grade were a bit regretful. They also wanted to be guided in their cultivation by the president, and they also wanted to be supervised by the president. Don't look at the fact that the president is only at the third rank realm now. He recovers very quickly. Moreover, in Tai Wasteland, the president had reached the martial saint level, pointing out a few of them. Wouldn't it be like pointing out a small shrimp? Miao Jie looked at Miao Xinyue again. From today onwards, you will also start cultivating. You can't be mortal. Miao Sini also got excited. Okay, Lu brother. No problem. I can also become a martial artist? Muhair nodded. You must be a martial artist. After saying that, Mu Jie looked at the 25th grade realm maids again. These maids were also looking at Mu Jie with anticipation at this time. They knew that this was the main man. Although they were puzzled as to why he was only at the third rank realm, and not even as high as themselves. However, seeing the way so many supreme powerhouses were bowing down to him, they didn't need to think about it to know that he was by no means as simple as the apparent third rank. Muhair looked at them for a moment, but simply said, you guys buy that one dwelling next to it, and you'll live there from now on. The maids sniffed with some regret and some disappointment. Not being able to live in the compound together, they felt like they should be missing out on a great opportunity. Then, Xiao Ma and the other 8 people were all excited and feverishly went to purchase tents, living supplies and other things. In 3 tries, they cleaned up all the weeds in the courtyard with their own hands, and then pitched the tents. In the future, they will live in this courtyard. Miao Xinin said as she lit the lamp for them. Stay in the house. There's still the guest room, so you should be able to stay there with a little squeezing. Ma Tang laughed and said, No. Just live in the courtyard. How senseless it is to live in a house. We were once in the Tai wilderness. We couldn't even live in a tent. Another patriarch named Huangning also laughed. Yeah, when I was in the Tai wilderness, I basically slept for the night in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I often slept in piles of dead people, and slept with the corpses of demons. When I first came back, I was still a bit uncomfortable not sleeping with the corpses of my enemies on my pillow. Maisie, don't feel sorry for us. We've suffered a lot in the great wilderness, haven't we? During the hard times, thousands of us hid in the stinking ditch for months. Here we have tents, which are clean and safe. Something we wouldn't even dare to think of in the great wilderness. Ha 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 ha. It's been a few years since I came back, and I've forgotten my last name in the past few years of fine clothes and food. Just sleep in the courtyard, always reminding myself that I'm still in Tai Wasteland. This way, I can also think of danger and peace and remember the bitter and sweet. Miao Xinyue couldn't persuade them anymore, so she could only let them go. It was a night of unbelievable activity in the small yard of the old house that had been overgrown with weeds for years. Miao Jia has rested. Miao Sini can't stay up and rest either. But in the courtyard, the 8 patriarchs sat cross-legged on the ground, and the takeout called for barbecue and beer, and pushed their glasses. Recalling the days when they suffered in Tai Wasteland, the comrades gathered and wept several times. It was the liveliest day in the small compound in years. Mu Jia, on the other hand, also entered the state of cultivation. He knew that there were experts on Earth, and that Earth's martial arts had developed for so many years. Although it wasn't as long ago as the Taiwan, but a 9th rank could be a supreme power? Muhair didn't believe it. Even if there were no martial emperor level characters, there were always martial kings. What's more, Mu Jia had been fighting in Tai Wasteland for too long. He was no longer used to the days of stability and peace. He always felt that sooner or later, there would be a battle on Earth as well, and it was imperative that the strength must be restored as soon as possible. Although he didn't show his face at the birthday banquet today, he thought that the high-level forces had actually noticed himself. Perhaps some truly powerful people, too, had noticed themselves. And now that the 8 patriarchs were allowed to stay here, the first was to guide them in their cultivation and make a rapid breakthrough. The second also existed for the purpose of letting them be their bodyguards for the time being. Miao Jia had been running across the Thai wilderness for 100 years and had fought more battles than many people had eaten rice. The number of plots and tricks he had seen and used was even greater. His ability to command the Earth's armies and become the spiritual leader of all races was not just based on force alone. As far as scheming goes, he pulls out an empty eyelash, swallowing and sucking in the aura of heaven and earth, converting it into his own chi and blood. Mu Jia divided half of his mind to cultivate while the other half of his mind was observing the changes in his body. He was puzzled as to why he had reached the third grade realm after his Yuanshan had returned to its original position. This is not common sense. Gradually, the mind of Mu Jia in the sea of consciousness moved. Genjutsu, my metamorphosis. At this moment, he saw the Yuanshan explode with unrivaled power for his body to absorb. He was somewhat astonished that his cultivation had not come from swallowing heaven and earth aura, but from absorbing the power of the Yuanshan. After other people's Yuanshan returns to its original position, the benefits they gain are merely having more experience and memories of their 2 lifetimes. But me, in addition to these, my Yuanshan is surprisingly powerful as well. Miao Jia had discovered that the reason why he was in the third grade realm was that the moment the Yuanshan merged with his physical body, some of the energy that the Yuanshan leaked out at first glance had instantly promoted his physical body to the third grade. And now once again, when he seriously cultivated, he even realized that as he cultivated, there was a continuous outburst of intense power in the Yuanshan for the physical body to absorb. Martial Saint. Because I'm a martial saint? A martial saint's Yuanshan is incredibly powerful. The reason why it is a saint is because the physical body has reached the supreme realm and the Yuanshan has also reached the supreme realm. When a martial artist reaches the later stages, the most difficult thing to cultivate is the Yuanshan, and above the 9th grade is to cultivate the Yuanshan. And when the Yuanshan breaks through, so does the person. And I was in the Thai wasteland, and my Yuanshan was breaking through to the martial saint realm. So, what I lack is actually just a little bit of time. Give me a little bit of time, and with my Yuanshan feeding back, my physical body will quickly enter the martial saint realm as well. Got it. Knowing this, Mujie was beyond excited. Originally, he thought that if he wanted to reach the martial saint realm again, he would need to cultivate for at least 10 good years. This was because even if one had experience and memories, starting from zero in this life would require one step at a time, but never thought that because of his Yuanshan reaching the martial saint realm, he didn't even need to take one step at a time. Flesh just madly absorbed the power of the Yuanshan, and directly just rocketed up. And through more subtle observation, Miao Jia also slowly realized, while the Yuanshan was transitioning power to the physical body, at the same time, the Yuanshan was actually absorbing heaven and earth aura on its own to steadily advance. This meant that even though the Yuanshan was absorbed by the physical body's power, the Yuanshan's realm, however, would not fall downward. One way in, one way out. This one night, capital city, in the middle of some office, experts from all walks of life gathered and had a spirited discussion. Who the hell is Mu Jia? What's the deal with that Earth Fellowship of theirs? Anyway, I stumbled upon a keyword called sicko. What does that mean? According to existing investigations, it was found that Miao Jia had previously become a vegetable after being brain dead in a car accident. But by no coincidence, we happened to find out that Ma Zongshi, in his record, got a serious illness and fell into a coma a few years ago, which happened to be brain dead as well. During this period, is there a relationship or not? Oops, I remember. Many of them, all of them have been in a coma for a long time before. Is that what the Mushin language means by this sick person? But this won't connect either. In terms of time and space, Mu Jia should not have crossed paths with so many supreme beings. However, looking at the situation, it's so many supreme beings at home and abroad that are actually honoring Mu Jia as their lord, calling him president. Mu Jia is immortal. How could he know so many supreme powers? Geez, heads are going to explode. What the hell is going on here? A large group of experts, a large group of professors specializing in martial artists, at this moment only felt double-crossed. It feels like I have all the key information, but I just can't connect. No one could have guessed what was going on. Just then, another person said, what is certain now is this. The day before yesterday, the 7-colored auspicious clouds that appeared around the globe, that must have something to do with Mu Jia. That much is certain. The appearance of the 7-colored auspicious clouds represents that there is an incomparably strong person about to come out of the earth. Just yesterday a dark cloud appeared in the sky above the North Pole, and the people from the North Pole Scientific Research Station said that at the same time, they saw what seemed to be a spatial crack in the cloud, and there was an eye in the crack looking out. I don't know if this matter is not related to Mu Jia as well. The dark clouds are presumably some kind of natural phenomenon. The eyes are full of nonsense. I'm afraid he's hallucinating. This Mu Jia, Mu Jia, Mu Jia. Who the hell is he? The meeting went on all night and nothing was discussed. And the Secretary General in the conference room has been sitting like wax all night. He could not say a word. At this time, just infinite regret in his heart. He missed a good opportunity. Wrong information. Wrong intel. Pit me. I thought the protagonist was Miao Xinyue, and after investigating for a long time, I found out that Miao Xinyue's dream was to enter the martial arts university. That's why the gift I gave her specifically was an acceptance letter from the Capital Martial Arts University, the best martial arts university in China. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Longhu Mountain directly sent a scaly dragon. Su Tao directly sent 20 attendants. So many supreme beings. In the future, I'm afraid that they would have to teach her cultivation hand in hand as well. Himself, being slapped in the face, being punched in the face isn't scary. The most terrible thing was that the Secretary General was tormented in his heart, and he was afraid that those powerful people had misunderstood him. Misunderstanding the official level looks down on Mushin language. Also afraid of being misunderstood by that mysterious brother of Miao Xinyue, misunderstanding that he was giving such a ribald gift, afraid of not looking down on himself? At the very thought of it, the Secretary General regretted beyond words that it would have been better not to go. This went, instead, to steal a chicken. And Miao Xinyue was also a person who wanted to follow those supreme beings and go to meet her brother Miao Jia by herself yesterday. Thinking, and his brother to talk more. On behalf of the official level to talk, can also be a good relationship. He could also know more information, and if not, he could also let his brother know that among the forces of the martial arts world, the official level was definitely on their side. However, Miao Sini had interrupted herself twice, not wanting to let herself reach out to her brother. I'm sorry, yesterday's birthday dinner was literally the worst thing I've ever done in my life. The Secretary General, who had been sitting on wax all day, suddenly stood up. No way. I have to go to Hibiscus City again. We can't guess anything out even if we speculate and deduce here. I have to go to Hibiscus City again and meet that Mu Jia in order to know more. At this time, an old expert stood up. Secretary General, with all due respect, what's the use of knowing so much information? With all due respect, what's the point of us discussing for so long here what the identity of Mu Jia and the others really is? As the words fell, the scene went quiet. When the crowd thought about it, it seemed to be the case. The old professor added, I have studied the power of martial artists for my entire life. I only know one thing. What martial artists pursue is never any power, money, or wealth status. That is something that only small martial artists pursue. A true great martial artist pursues the breakthrough of their own realm. We don't need to know Mu Jia's information. All we need to know is that he is a Chinese. And through the performance of yesterday's birthday banquet, both siblings, Miao Xinyue, have successively bowed towards those mortal medics, as well as, later on, those supreme powerhouses even bowed towards the medics in public as well. From this detail, we can see that they are all at least people who know what they are doing, and they are all good people. Such people, we don't need to bother about what purpose they have. At the very least, they definitely won't jeopardize society, ordinary people, or the officials. Since this is the case, then why do we need to investigate people? Investigating, instead, makes people resentful. The Secretary General suddenly realized, and hastened to arch his hand. Professor Ho, then, what should we do? Prof. Ho said in a deep voice, we should just, no contact, no attention, befriend, when they have a need, cooperate when they can. As long as it doesn't jeopardize social stability, we are fine. In this way, the details will see the hearts of the people, and over time, the relationship will naturally be better. Professor Ho said, according to the current information, they all belong to an organization called the Earth Fellowship. This organization is made up of sect masters and supreme powerhouses. It is a large force that is quite terrifying, and this force, all of them listen to Mu Jia's command. Then, we only need to get on good terms with this Mu Jia and the Earth Fellowship for mutual benefit. It's also equivalent to us in disguise, securing a booster with 24 supreme powerhouses, 8 sect masters, and a mysterious figure. And these people, from different countries of the world. Boom dash, there was a lot of discussion at the meeting. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yeah, that's right. What's the point of probing so much? It'll just cause resentment. Now that it was established that Miao Jia and the others were all good people, that was enough. Then it's just a matter of making friends. As long as the relationship is good, then Huaxia can have dozens more powerful friends. The 30-odd people in this Earth Fellowship Association were almost a first-class superpower on a global scale. Such a big power and the Chinese official friendship, then this in the international arena, and able to provide unexpected help for the Chinese. The Secretary General arched his hand. I understand. I'll arrange for it to go down and send the information of the two siblings, Miao Jia and Miao Jia, to various places. Let all those governors in the country remember these two siblings and act cheaply when they run into them in the future. So much the better. Huaxia, the Netherworld Palace, the place where the true guardian god of Huaxia resides. In the middle of the Great Hall, a ninth-grade powerhouse knelt on the ground and told everything that happened yesterday. The ethereal palace's palace master murmured as he listened in confusion. The Earth Fellowship? Yes, Palace Master. That's the name. Earth. Fellow countrymen? Could it be that they have traveled beyond Earth? The person who reported it crowed. The disciple was also a bit incredulous after hearing the name at the time. Somewhat surprised. The Hometown Association. As we all know, it is in the field when you meet a group of hometown and hometown joint embrace up. This is called Hometown Association. There is the Huaxia Fellowship. There is the Southwest Fellowship and so on. But, the Earth Fellowship, it is really some people can't figure it out. The Palace Master was silent for a long time. What realm is Mujia in? According to the investigation, before Mujia became a vegetable, he was just a mortal with martial talent who hadn't officially started cultivating. Then he became a vegetable for 5 years before waking up the night before last. So that means he's mortal? Right. The Palace Master gave a puzzled cry. That's strange. How is a mortal able to command 24/9 ranks? I don't believe that he relies on charisma. There must be something here that we don't know. Well, also, my great China has produced such a legendary figure. I also deserve to pay a visit. Ha! What kind of dignitary is the Palace Lord to visit him personally? If Palace Lord wants to see him, I'll go inform him and have him come to the Netherworld Palace to meet with Palace Lord. The Palace Master slowly shook his head. In that case, it would appear that I, the Netherworld Palace, am arrogant and easily offended. People may not be interested in us at all, but rather I am interested in him. How can I let someone come in person? But the Palace Master is an absolute powerhouse. Even those of the 9th grade must not fail to be courteous when they see the Palace Master. 9th grade? The Palace Master smiled. That's not just one 9th rank. It's 24 9th ranks. I'm curious as to what kind of person he is to have commanded so many powerful people. It makes people's hearts happy. You have someone send a copy of the invitation to pay respects. I'll be there in an hour. Yes. After waiting for the 9 pins to leave, the ethereal Palace Master furrowed his brows and continuously pinched his hand decree. A moment later, the frown deepened. The great tribulation of heaven and earth. Yesterday the 7-colored auspicious clouds. Today heaven and earth are in great distress. Just what is this Mujia? Is the great calamity of heaven and earth? Or is it a savior of the world? He couldn't pinch it. He could only take out the turtle armor and throw it out. Chip test this heaven and earth. The tortoise armor landed on the ground, and the Palace Master's pupils were soothed. The lower sign, the phase of 9 deaths in one life. He was silent. He did not know why. When he was planning to test the heaven and earth, the trigram of 9 deaths in the subsquare heaven and earth would appear. Something to do with yesterday's black clouds at the North Pole? Or something to do with yesterday's colorful clouds around the globe? Is it related to Muji? Or is it something to do with this Earth Fellowship? What the hell is going on? The Palace Master had to go and take the initiative to meet with Mujia. He went to see Mujer without telling his men the real reason. He just said that he went to see him out of curiosity, which was actually incorrect. He had sensed yesterday that heaven and earth were not right, and he wanted to go to see Miao Jia because through divination, he had again calculated that Miao Jia was actually a pan-outsider. What does it mean to be an outsider of the disc? It means not belonging to this heaven and earth. Combining all of these various things, the Palace Master probably came to some clarity as soon as he heard the words Earth Fellowship again. He didn't know exactly what would happen in this side of heaven and earth though, and he didn't know exactly what Mu Jia and the others were, but knew that Muj could be the one to break the mold. In the middle of the small courtyard, early in the morning, Miao Xinyue went out with her own little auger dragon, and as soon as she left the house, she made the auger dragon become more than 60 meters long. She rode on the back of the auger dragon and traveled the heavens for the first time. This was the first time Miao Xinyue had seen this marvelous world. Looking at the great mountains and rivers below, she only felt like a dream. She couldn't believe that all of this was real. One is about to become a martial artist, and his own family, becoming a martial artist's family, while Ma Zongshi and the others did not follow along. Early in the morning, Ma Zongshi's 8 people stood in the middle of the small courtyard with horrified eyes looking at the small bungalow. Since last night, they had sensed that the aura of Mu Jia in the middle of the room had gotten stronger. It became a 4th grade powerhouse, and clearly at night, he was still a 3rd grade martial artist. But a later night, he became a 4th rank. A breakthrough to the 1st grade realm in a few hours? They didn't have time to go in to say goodbye, and by morning, Patriarch Ma and the others sensed that Mu Jia's aura had gotten stronger again. 5 pints. Patriarch Ma took in a deep breath of cold air. My goodness. What kind of cultivation speed is this? The president is the president, worthy of being a strong person who could become a martial saint even in the Taiwans. It's only been a few days since he returned to the throne, and he's already a 5th grade. Terrible. It's horrible. The crowd didn't dare to interrupt, but just waited quietly in the small courtyard. At that moment, a powerful and unfamiliar aura came from far and near, and Patriarch Ma and the others were immediately on guard. Their muscles tensed. The 8 men were together, subconsciously staggering their stances. A triangle attack formation was set up in the middle of the Tai wasteland. In the next moment, a robed 8th grade powerhouse descended into this place from a high altitude. Before he even landed, the 8th grade powerhouse from the Netherworld Palace felt a powerful killing aura coming at him, and he subconsciously stopped, looking carefully into the small courtyard. He then saw the 8 men standing in the courtyard, each looking up at himself. These 8 people, all of them were sovereigns, about the same realm as himself. If they were to come out on their own, he would definitely not feel an aura of threat. But a murderous aura formed by these 8 people standing together made him feel a tremor from the depths of his soul. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. The visitor hurriedly shouted out. I'm from the Misty Palace. My name is Hu Ji, and I've come to deliver my obeisance for the Palace Master. Ethereal Palace. The 8 people's faces moved as they slowly dispersed their forms. The next moment, a maid pushed Mu Jie out of the room. Mu Jie sat on the wheelchair and looked up at the sky. What are you? Hu Ji looked at this 5th rank realm person suspiciously and shouted. Misty Palace Hu Ji. Who are you? I want to see Mu Jie. Without responding, Mu Jie said. Xiao Ma, what is the Ethereal Palace? A pony? Hu Ji looked at Mu Jie with horror. He actually called Patriarch Ma a pony? Who was he? He couldn't be Miao Jie. It's not right said that it is Miao Jie who has no cultivation, and the aura that this person exudes is a 5th grade Xiao Mai transmitted his voice and explained. The Ethereal Palace is the true backer of Huaxia and the largest cultivator power in Huaxia, sheltering the entire Huaxia's circumference. The Ethereal Palace numbers over 500,000 people, all of whom are martial artists. There was an army made up of martial artists. Almost all of the official martial artists in the country who have passed the formal examination are people from the Ethereal Palace, and the Palace Master of the Ethereal Palace, legend has it, is a supreme powerhouse. Mu Jia questioned. What is the realm of absolute supremacy? Xiao Ma said. It is unknown which realm is above the 9th grade. They collectively refer to above the 9th grade as absolute supremacy. I don't know if it's a martial king, martial emperor, or martial emperor. Anyway, it definitely can't be a martial saint, Jedi, since above the 9th rank was called overwhelming. Then the thought was that they hadn't realized that there were several realms above martial king. Otherwise, they wouldn't have collectively referred to above the 9th rank as Jieju. Mu Jie's brain realized that the so-called absolute supremacy was probably the realm of the martial king. Thinking of this, Mu Jie arched his hand at the sky. I am Mu Jie. Is there something I can do for you? Hu Ji shocked. You are Mu Jie? Not right it's like this. I came to deliver an invitation of worship for our palace master. He will be arriving here in an hour and wishes to meet you for a long talk. With that, he typed down a copy of the obeisance. One of the maids reached out to catch it. Mu Jie laughed. Okay. Hard work. Why don't Mr. Hu come down for a cup of tea? Hu Shi smiled back. No need. I have to go back to resume my orders. So farewell, Mr. Zhang. See you later. See you later. When Hu Ji left, Miao Jie opened the invitation to worship. There was a line above the invitation. I heard about the Earth Fellowship and was curious. Seeing this line, Mu Jie couldn't help but smile. Surely it was for the Earth Fellowship. When Miao Jie saw Xiao Ma and the others wearing Taiwu's uniforms yesterday, he knew that a lot of people would definitely notice, and everything was expected. If you look at it according to Mu Jie's idea, just Xiao Ma and the others shouldn't expose the Earth Fellowship, which was a secret of the Taiwai people, but they were the more sentimental people, who had fought in Taiwara, and this reunion, they all copied a vest of Taiwara to wear. It was not good for Mu Jie to spoil their fun. Xiao Ma also came close to look twice and said quietly, Uncle Jie, the Netherworld Palace is staring at us. Why do you use the word staring? Xiao Ma let out a bitter smile. Yesterday we were a bit too ostentatious. Think about it differently. Such a large force has appeared on the territory of Huaxia, whose heart is solid and this force, before, has been unheard of and unseen. Don't know the reason, don't know the purpose. The upper side is definitely not solid in their hearts. So, this Misty Palace has come. Mu Hare nodded. Well, expected. Putting away the invitation to pay his respects, Mu Jie slowly stood up from the wheelchair and swayed twice. His body was still a bit weak, but he could already barely walk. Later on, the Netherworld Palace was going to come, and he wasn't too willing to sit in a wheelchair and chat with people. After taking 2 steps, Mu Jie said to the maid, "Go buy some good wine and food and set a table in this courtyard. Is it done well in an hour?" The maid hurriedly said excitedly, "Well done, well done." They were not afraid of working, but they were afraid that Mu Jie would ignore them and not let them work. Being able to organize work means that Miao Jie has initially accepted them into the family. Moreover, later on, it was the Misty Palace master himself who was coming, so this kind of thing, naturally, had to be done securely. The maids went out to buy food and get busy. Mu Jie thought for a moment and added to Xiao Ma, "The others, who only left here last night, I don't think they've left Huaxia yet. See if anyone is still in Huaxia and can get here in an hour. Let them all come." He didn't know what purpose the ethereal palace lord had, but 100 years of caution had given Muj a good habit. For the unknown, it was better to arrange things properly in advance. It's not about being a wimp or not. Rather, those who come through the sea of corpses and blood every day subconsciously leave themselves several backstops to keep themselves in a safe position at all times. Xiao Ma hurriedly said, "I asked in the group just now. They haven't left. They're all traveling to the attractions in Hibiscus City. I've already sent them a message just now, and they'll be here soon." While talking, the sky was windy and 24 people broke through the air. President, Uncle Jay. Mu Jie looked at the 32 people who were once again gathered in the courtyard, and after informing them of what was going on, he made arrangements for them, letting all of the supreme beings stay scattered at a distance and follow orders. In the courtyard, there was still just Xiao Ma and the others left behind. The crowd led the way. Only then did Miao Jie sit down on a chair and rest up, guessing in his heart, what is this ethereal palace's person doing here? The palace master himself? What's the purpose? Is it aimed at your own purposes? And now that I am weak and far from regaining the cultivation of Terra, if he turns against me, do I refuse? Or do I make a false offer? MJ thinking. Not long after, the maids came back from shopping for food, and in the courtyard immediately began to burn the fire and cook, making a big meal. And just as they were cooking, Mu Jie looked up if he had sensed it, and he detected a powerful aura slowly approaching the place. Although Mu Jie couldn't see through what the cultivation level of this aura was, because he had experienced countless things in his previous life, he recognized it at once, the middle level of the Martial King realm. Sure enough, it verified what the heart suspected. What's the big deal? It's the Martial King realm. The reason why it was called overwhelming was actually because they didn't know that above Martial Kings, there was the Martial Emperor realm. Above Martial Emperor, there was the Martial Emperor realm only. Pony and the others also turned back a bit nervously. Uncle Jie, it's coming. In the next moment, an old man wearing a black robe came from the 9 heavens and lightly landed outside the small courtyard, then knocked on the door. Knock knock. Seeing him do this, Mu Jie's heart was relieved. The one who came, did so with good intentions. He could have just landed in the yard, but he landed right outside the door and went the extra mile to knock. The gesture is a courtesy, and the fact that the other party was speaking to himself about courtesy showed that the other party did not want to cause the slightest misunderstanding. It is a sign of goodwill. Pony was about to step forward to open the door, but Muher said, "I'll do it. When the other side comes with goodwill, Muj will return with goodwill." So he took a step to open the door himself. Outside the door, the Misty Palace master carried a small wooden box in his hands and handed it to Mu Jie with a smile. "I'm the Misty Palace master, and my name is Taoist Red Dust." "Is Mr. Mu Jie Miao?" Mu Jie nodded. "Mr. Red Dust has been a long time coming. I am Mu Jie." He, I heard that Mr. Mu has recovered from a serious illness, so I don't have anything to bring with me on my first visit. A 10 perfect mending pill. Please smile. Mu Jie smiled and accepted the gift. "You're welcome. Inside please." Pony rushed forward to help receive the gift, while shouting to the maid, "Serve, serve, that who, make tea." In front of the large round table, Miao Jie and Taoist Red Dust were seated in groups of guests and hosts, while Shama and the others all stood neatly to one side, with no one seated. Red Dust watched the scene with some more shock in his heart. Mu Jie was so charismatic, so majestic. He was a 5th rank realm, but he had actually disciplined these sect master realms into submission. Why? Red Dust can't figure it out. And so on. 5th grade realm? Red Dust's pupils snapped shut as he stared intently at Mu Jie. No, wasn't it said that he was immortal? Isn't he immortal? How come he's 5th grade? Taoist Red Dust asked himself that he had seen countless great storms and waves, but at this moment, he was made to be blinded. In my heart, I just hate it. My Misty Palace's intelligence is so inaccurate. Is the error that big? Can you confuse the 5th grade with a mortal? Before he became a vegetable, wasn't it recorded on the intelligence that he was a mortal body and didn't enter the grade? Recent intelligence shows that he also just woke up the night before. How did he become a 5th grade? It can't be that he broke through to the 5th grade realm in 2 or 3 days from the day before yesterday to today, right? I'm kidding. It must be those people who eat white rice and don't get it. In fact, they were already strong in the 5th grade realm before they became a vegetable. But it's not right again. It's still not right. Intelligence records that he was in a car accident and became a vegetable. Wait a minute. A 5th-rate powerhouse can still get hit by a car and become a vegetable? A 5th-rate would still be in a car accident? Even if it's a 1st-grade powerhouse, trucks can't even hit them anymore. Bullets can't even hurt them. How could a 5th grade get into a car accident? Brain pain. Mu Jia watched as Red Dust kept scrutinizing himself with a cloudy expression. And in his mind, he probably figured out what he was thinking. But Mu Jia was not prepared to answer. Looking at the maid serving a dozen or so cold dishes, smiling and asking, "Drink some?" Red Dust collected his thoughts. "Drink some then." Miao Jia took a bottle of Mao Tai and personally poured a full glass for Taoist Red Dust and poured a glass for himself. The two men looked at each other and raised their glasses. The maid rushed forward to pour the wine. Red Dust finished a cup, but is still thinking about the problem. How he 5 products. How did he get to the 5th grade? Is he Mu Jia? It can't be an imposter, right? Covering his heart, Red Dust picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of gazpacho. Mu Jia also moved his chopsticks to take a bite of the cold vegetables and asked offhandedly, "True Lord Red Dust, is there anything you wish to ask?" Taoist Red Dust smiled. "Can't afford the word true lord. In that case, old me is a straight person and won't say anything crooked, so I won't beat around the bush with you. Go ahead." Red Dust put down his chopsticks, pressed his body forward slightly, and said in a deep voice, "I only have 3 questions. Your Earth Fellowship. What kind of organization is it? You are people from different countries in the south and north of the sky, but why do you all know each other and are familiar with each other? What have you ever been together and done?" After saying that, Red Dust picked up his chopsticks and took another bite of gazpacho and said with a smile, "There is no purpose to these questions. It's just me simply being curious." Curious? Mu Jia secretly laughed in his heart, afraid that it is not as simple as being curious. Yo! The ponies and others standing behind them, however, could not help but tense up at this moment. The Earth Fellowship, this was a secret of the Tigraconians, and they had never told anyone about it. And now that the Ethereal Palace Master was directly asking about this matter, they had mixed emotions. If I don't say anything, I'm afraid he's going to make things difficult. If you say it, but you don't know if it will give birth to any accidents. Muher laughed, leaning back in his chair and making light of the situation. We're friends on the MMO, meeting for the first time in reality. We had a battle group when we played the game, called the Earth Fellowship. Red Dust Taoist looked at Miao Jia with a helpless look. You don't want to say it even if you don't want to say it. Why do you use such perfunctory words to perfume me? What the fuck? Actually internet friends? And Xiao Ma and the others became even more nervous, lifting a breath in their hearts. Uncle Jia, you might as well just say no comment. If you say that, Red Dust is afraid that he will think that you are playing him. As expected, Taoist Red Dust was silent for a long time and said faintly, "Mr. Mu is a bit disrespectful." Muj smiled. So did Mr. Red Dust. The Red Dust froze. At this moment, the atmosphere froze. The 20 maids in the courtyard who were cooking couldn't help but tremble gently, not daring to breathe a single breath. And Xiaoma 8 people, is all taut, ready to protect Uncle Jia retreat. And the little horse, has secretly taken out the cell phone. Ready to the situation is not right immediately to the group to send a message. The two stared at each other in silence. After a long silence, Red Dust suddenly laughed. That's right, I was the one who was rude in the first place. It is presumptuous to ask these questions at our first meeting. Mu Jie also smiled. True Lord Red Dust has a high moral character. It's not something that can't be known by outsiders. In short, we won't threaten the ethereal palace. We won't threaten Huaxia. The Red Dust reality was silent. For the first time, he sensed that Mu Jie was definitely not simple. Definitely not a young man in his 20s on the surface. No way. A young man wouldn't have such a deep city. He did it on purpose. He deliberately went toe-to-toe with me just now to keep me from taking him down. And as soon as I let up, he immediately made another non-threatening comment. I take a step forward. He takes a step back. I step back. He steps back. What a mujer. Red Dust became more and more curious about Mu Jie. He had never seen such a young man. In his 20s, his mind had matured to such a point. Strong people Red Dust had seen a lot, but most strong people, in fact, after getting used to solving problems with force, their brains degenerated. Instead, they become less emotional than ordinary people. At that moment, Pony and the others were all relieved to see the two men talking and laughing about their family again. Phew, this guy, too much pressure. This is a supreme powerhouse. And now, our strength is not enough. Everyone does not want to see the situation of fighting. That is not beneficial to anyone. Eat, drink, and push your glass. The two exchanged pleasantries about some parental matters, and no one talked about business anymore. It wasn't until the banquet removed the cold dishes and began to serve the hot dishes that the red dust realist seemed to say unintentionally, "By the way, the day before you awoke from your vegetative state, 7 colored auspicious clouds descended from the sky all over the globe. You know about that, right? When 7 colored auspicious clouds descend, legend has it, that's when a strong person comes out of the world. Thinking about it, it's bound to be you." Miao Jia laughed and said, "What 7 colored auspicious clouds are not auspicious clouds? I don't believe in this. The so-called auspicious clouds, Red Dust True Lord can make the sky of Hibiscus City filled with auspicious clouds as long as he wants to. If you want it to scatter for a few days, let it scatter for a few days." Red Dust laughed. "I have the ability to make the sky appear auspicious clouds, but I don't have the ability to make auspicious clouds appear all over the globe." Ah, right. The day out of the 7 colorful auspicious clouds, the North Pole, a black cloud appeared. Some of them said they saw a crack in the black cloud, and there was an eye looking out of the crack. They all said that the person had hallucinations. How could an eye appear in the sky? The moment Muj stood up with a flourish, and Pony and the others were violently shaken. All of them, at this moment, stared wide-eyed with a look of horror, unbelievable looks, including Mu Jia, who had been talking and laughing with himself in a light-hearted manner. His face was full of shock and horror at this time. Red Dust took in the reflections of the crowd and said in his heart, "Sure enough, they know something," but at the same time, they were a little surprised. What is it that they know about? Why? The reaction was so great. Red Dust didn't move to look at Mu Jia's expression and continued, "By the way, I am a martial artist who specializes in divination, mastered from Mao Shan. That day I had an ominous premonition in my heart. It was particularly uncomfortable. I then started a hexagram, and the hexagram unexpectedly pointed straight to this heaven and earth. The trigram, great evil. I wondered, how can this side of heaven and earth be greatly evil?" Red Dust looked at Mu Jia's pale face and continued, "I wondered how this piece of heaven and earth could be greatly evil. Yesterday, after hearing about you guys, I started a few more trigrams. The trigrams even still show that this world, 9 deaths in 1 life. Oh strange, the phase of 9 deaths in 1 life is always only in the body of a certain person. Heaven and earth, so macroscopic things. How can there be 9 deaths in 1 life trigrams?" At this moment, Mu Jia trembled. Red Dust caught a touch of emotion from his eyes. Not panic, but pity. He took pity? Mercy for what? Mujer is mercy. Mercy on this world. There's no hiding. The pony and others are even more exaggerated. The pony is trembling like a chaff. It seems that the memory has returned to the once too desolate. Saw that mountain of corpses and sea of blood back then. His eyes unexpectedly covered with a layer of water mist. He was crying. Red Dust looked at the crowd in shock, only to find that not only the ponies, but several Zhongshire-level characters, were all trembling at this time with godless eyes. Several people, surprisingly, had tears running down their faces, noticing that the atmosphere was off. But Red Dust became more and more puzzled and weird. He asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Mu, the trigram started. Because of you so, I came here and asked you 3 questions. Who are you? What do you know? What have you ever done? Is it convenient to say?" Mujer looked back at Red Dust with a look of compassion, at the world with a look of pity. After a long silence, Mu Jia said quietly, "The havoc of heaven and earth. I say, the end is here. This world, you fly up to the sky right now and take a look around, and 99% of those who see it with the naked eye will die a horrible death. Do you believe it? If I say that a few years from now, when you fly above the 9 heavens, there will be a desert as far as the eye can see. No people, no animals, no plants. Would you believe me? If I say that you will die in the first batch, your ethereal palace will die in the first batch, and all of us, will also die in the first batch. Do you believe me?" Red Dust's jaw dropped and he jerked to his feet, looking angrily at Mu Jia. "What are you talking about?" But after the anger, he inexplicably felt a sense of panic, because he was certain that Mu Jia and the others definitely knew something. But what exactly do know? Alas, Mujer sighed and resumed his wheelchair, waving his hand at Red Dust. "Oh little horse, I'm a little tired. Push me to go out and turn around. By the way, Red Dust True Monarch, you ask me so many questions that don't make any sense. Meaningless. I think that you can send someone to check. In the last 1 or 2 years, there may have been many super geniuses appearing all over the earth. These geniuses, there's something weird about them. That is, it's as if they've changed into a different person after sleeping. They can't speak Earth's language. They can't read Earth's words. And they have some strange behaviors that are beyond the norm. you go and check it out. And when you're done, if I'm right, you come back to me. Genius? A super genius with weird behavior? Red Dust was filled with bewilderment as he looked at Mujia, who was being pushed out, and shouted, "What do you mean? Why are you mentioning genius again for a good reason? What's the point of mentioning genius? Quickly tell me what exactly do you guys know?" Muhair just said, "If there are such geniuses in China, take care of them, entertain them, treat them well, be polite to them. These will be Earth's great benefactors. They are the first batch, the Yuan Shen from the 10,000 races. And back then, I was also one of the first batch of Yuan Shen that the Earth drew over to support Taiwan. Black clouds are appearing. They're coming soon. And the geniuses of the 10,000 races may have arrived on Earth a year or two ahead of schedule. Some of these geniuses, some of them maybe don't know what they're going to do. Maybe don't know what they're going to face. It's like when you first arrived in Taiwan. You were just as bewildered. That's the way the world works. When Taiwara was targeted by the demons, in an instant, the 10,000 races descended. The Yuan Shens of the 10,000 races descended into Taiwara, attached themselves to the bodies of the Taiwara people, and became super geniuses. The cultivation speed was many times faster than the Taiwan's. So, when the Tai wilderness was in an emergency, before it was almost exterminated, the geniuses of the 10,000 races grew up and formed the first main army, the Resistance Brigade, to fight the demons, to help the Taiwans guard their last pure land. Then it got stronger and stronger, and amidst the grinding of blood and fire, strong men came out of the woodwork. Eventually, little by little, the territory was recovered. Eventually, the demons were driven away, ushering in victory for the Terra people. And now, Earth is being watched. The first Yuan Shens of the 10,000 races also descended here in a state of bewilderment. They didn't know what they were going to do, and they didn't know why they had come. They also wanted their hometown, and they also wanted to be able to go home early, but it was destined that most of them, the reinforcements from the 10,000 races, would fall among the soil of the earth and nourish the flowers of this land with their blood. One day, perhaps they would also grow up and form a main army of terrifying strength to rebel against those demons, to fight for the people of Earth, to recover the territory for the people of Earth, and to drive out the demons. One day, perhaps among them, martial saints will also be born. It will also give birth to the spiritual leader of all races. Is this the cycle of the universe? Is this our destiny? It's always your turn. But fortunately, the 10,000 tribes are one. When one party is in trouble, all the tribes support it. On the banks of the Udai River, Mujia sat in his wheelchair and looked at the green grass and watched the big river flowing eastward, and said softly, "How long has it been since you picked up a weapon?" Pony chokes a little. 3 years. Can you still hold up the banner of my Earth Fellowship? Lift it. When we went to support Tai Wasteland, the Tai Wastelanders were so weak that they were no longer capable of resisting, and they didn't even have the ability to fight side by side with us, so they could only hide behind us and be blessed by us. This time, the 10,000 races have come to support us again. Can we be stronger than the Tai Wastelanders? Mujia said in a deep voice. Fight side by side with your comrades of the 10,000 races. The pony hissed and stood up straight, yelling, "Can, fight to the end in blood." The pony's voice carried a long way. In the courtyard, the 7 patriarchs had also moved at this point. Wow! The 7 men stood up straight violently, clenching their right fists on their shoulders. This, a special military salute among the 10,000 clans of the Taiwans. The 7 roared in unison. Blood and fire lie ahead, and we will not retreat. This, in the middle of the Tai wasteland, is the common oath of the armies of all races. Although the races were different and the flags were different, the oath was the same. The 20 maids were startled, staring blankly and ignorantly at their strange behavior. Red Dust, who was ready to leave, looked at the strange appearance of these 7 people with his jaw dropped. He didn't know what was going on, but he saw tears in the eyes of all 7 people. Red Dust understood that the Earth Fellowship, surely, knew a lot of hidden secrets. The tears in their eyes don't lie, but for whom are the tears in their eyes? Red Dust does not know. He quickly left. He is going to follow the words of Mujie to check if there are really many super geniuses coming out around the world. He decided that after checking, he will come back to Mujie to ask for clarification. Before he flew away, Red Dust saw Pony pushing his wheelchair and standing on the banks of the Jade Ribbon River, and also clenched his right fist on his shoulder. Muhair, sitting in his wheelchair, surprisingly also clenched his right fist on his shoulder. The 2 men were silent as they looked at the river and were also in tears. Red Dust didn't bother and left in flames. For whom are the tears in their eyes? It's for the sake of the people of this world. Because this warm hometown is about to turn into a cold winter. It is the flow for the billions and billions of people who will be displaced and turned into food for the demons. Is for here soon. The long green grass is no longer. All around the flying sand wolf smoke and flow. Also 4. The bodies piled up. There were countless deaths and injuries, but the legions of the 10,000 races were still holding up flags of all colors, and millions, tens of millions of people from different races and planets streamed in together to blow the horn of the charge. At the same time, Daoist red dust returned to the Netherworld Palace. At once, a number of people gathered around. How is it, Palace Master? The Palace Master is in a hurry. Could it be that Mu Jia who doesn't know how to behave? Palace Master can't do that next time. You are in a high position of power. How can you personally go to meet Mu Jia? You should just let Mu Jia come to see you. Red Dust's face was as heavy as water. Ignoring the words of the crowd, he just sat down on his seat and said in a deep voice, "Now immediately activate all of our intelligence agencies and sink the entire China to investigate for 3 days. Let the intelligence officers of the Ethereal Palace, as well as the local officials jointly launch a covert and secret investigation together. Focus on investigating various mental hospitals, schools, etc. Within 3 days, I want to grasp the news of everyone in the entire China. Can you do it?" The crowd clamored. An investigation? Investigate what? Palace Master, how is this? How are we going to investigate something? Daoist Red Dust said in a deep voice. Investigate the entire territory of Huaxia. Whether or not a lot of super geniuses have sprung up in the past 2 years. Ha 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 ha. The elder laughed boldly. My great China, the people and the spirit of the land. All around there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons of the people. Genius is even more generations. Super genius is even more. The Palace Master investigates this is really. Red Dust said in a deep voice. It's not an ordinary genius. I'm talking about super geniuses. Didn't you understand? The elder's tone stuttered and he said in consternation. But, there are many super geniuses as well. With a population base of 1.4 billion, there are simply too many geniuses. Are there no characteristics or reasons? Reason? The reason for this is not clear to me. I don't know. Red Dust probably vaguely understood what Mu Jia meant now, but he wasn't sure and didn't dare to think about it. And since Mu Jia didn't say it explicitly, he naturally wouldn't say it now to be alarmist. As for features, Red Dust thought for a moment and said in a hurry. Right. See if all these geniuses have one characteristic, they don't know Chinese, they don't know English, and they don't speak many of the languages on Earth. Most of them disguise themselves by being mute. Or, these super geniuses suddenly appear to act strangely or babble. In short, it's just weird, just to be bizarre. The elder was even more stunned. Palace Master, what you said, isn't this a mental patient? Suddenly, the elder slapped his thigh and remembered that Mu Jia hadn't been a vegetable before. It was strange. A vegetable who had been in a coma for 5 years woke up and became a big shot? Does the Palace Master know the secret of Mu Jia? Does he want to search the world to see if there are still any special people like Mu Jia? The Palace Master nodded. That's why I said to focus on investigating places such as hospitals, mental hospitals, and of course, schools can't be forgotten. Most geniuses are teenagers, and the probability that teenagers are in schools, art schools, martial arts schools, all need to focus on starting the investigation. Understand? Understood. I'll give the order to investigate. The Palace Master thought for a moment. All of them will be mobilized. Initiate the highest level of attitude to investigate this matter, and be sure to investigate the water. Be sure to grasp the recent demeanor of almost everyone in the world. All out. Top specs? The crowd clamored. What's going on with the Palace Lord? After a trip to Muji, it seemed as if he had discovered some great secret, and became so cautious and solemn. The highest specification of the Ethereal Palace. What a concept. Almost. It had been able to penetrate any corner of the entire China. The Palace Master gave the word. That night, clerks dressed in Misty Palace appeared in all the cities, all the districts, and even remote mountain villages in China. And at the same time, in order to cooperate with the Ethereal Palace, the officials immediately started a census campaign as well. At this moment, investigations began in full swing across the country. Mapping all the people in the whole of China, all the martial artists, all the super geniuses who behave strangely. Meanwhile, in Hibiscus City, the house on the banks of the Jade Ribbon River, Miao Xinyue was led by the maid to begin her basic training, officially stepping into the path of becoming a martial artist. Originally, Miao Jia had planned to start gradually and slowly let Miao Xinyue become a martial artist, to lay a good foundation, but not anymore. She had to be fast. She had to become a martial artist fast. Don't want any foundation, just be able to kill the enemy. After 5 hours of cultivation, Miao Xini returned to the house somewhat exhausted. Just as he returned to the house, William chided with a cold face. Who told you to rest? Xinyu, come over here. I'll teach you 3 sword techniques. The maid couldn't help herself and said with some difficulty. Mr. William, Miss Xin Yue she has been cultivating for a day today. Martial cultivation is about gradual progression, and this is too fast. There is no rest time at all. William's emotions got the better of him and he roared angrily. Rest what rest? There is nothing to rest for. In this world, only living is important. Rest is reserved for the dead, and the living only advance. Utilize every second of being alive to become stronger in order to live longer. As long as one lives, one is victorious. The maids were speechless. William was the most powerful. They didn't dare to refute it. And Miao Xin Yue, who had just walked into the house, clenched her teeth, and in her heart, she was actually screaming a bit bitterly. She had suffered enough on Earth and originally thought that she was already very capable of suffering, but after officially becoming a martial artist, she realized that martial artists were really tiring. No wonder they were able to enjoy endless status. Mu Jia, who was sitting in the wheelchair, glanced at her but did not say anything. Obviously, this was Mu Jia's default. No pain, no gain. If it was a peaceful era, Miao Jia and the others would inevitably not rush so much. However, the end times were coming, and in this era, if you were a little bit stronger than others, you could potentially live longer. There is no longer any luxury family in the post-apocalyptic world. What there is just devastation and war everywhere. In the midst of marching and fighting, no one could care about Mu Sini, because everyone was trying to survive. It's not too late to suffer. Miao Xinyue knew that this was her brother's intention, and she had no reason to refute it. She gritted her teeth and dragged her tired body to the courtyard. Well, I'm not resting. I'll listen to my brothers. William nodded in satisfaction and said to the 20 maids, you, too, practice with her. The 20 maids were ecstatic. The supreme power would also instruct them? As the crowd stood still, the man's hand held a wooden stick as a knife, and William spoke in a deep voice. My sword technique has no name and only 3 moves. As a matter of fact, there is no need for any flashy moves when you are dueling with someone in the midst of 10,000 armies and killing them. You also don't have time to perform flashy moves. All there is only one requirement: efficiency in killing the enemy. These 3 sword techniques are from when I was in the Battle of Black Mountain, killing the enemy to the point of being possessed, and after decapitating nearly 50,000 people, suddenly comprehending and summarizing them. A more efficient, more numbing blade technique. Kill 50,000 enemies? The Battle of Montenegro? What's that supposed to mean? The 20 maids were greatly puzzled, somewhat confused. It felt as if they were listening to heavenly books. In their minds, they were just thinking, where is Black Mountain? William has killed over 50,000 people? Killing so many people, isn't he a devil? For something this big, everyone in the martial arts world should know about it. So why hadn't he heard about it? Bragging rights? And Mu Sini's heart sank. She vaguely seemed to discern something from William's state of eagerness to hand over the secret scrolls to himself. She knew about the Thai wasteland. She knew the stories of the demons, also knew about the army of 10,000 clans. At this moment, when she heard William say this, Miao Sini's heart tightened. All the exhaustion disappeared. She wanted to become stronger. Mu Xinhua said, Brother William, are these 3 moves easy? William nodded. The 3 moves are simple. Only the basic 3 moves of the sword, which are horizontal, vertical, and diagonal chops, because the knife is mainly a cleave. Don't try to use the stab move, although the stabbing action is also very efficient, but I summarize through the actual combat. Stabbing will leave a hole in the body of the enemy. He may die, but will not die immediately. 80% of the enemies will also give you a blow before they die after being stabbed by a large sword, and this one has the potential to bury you with him. At the same time, the stabbing maneuver is laborious. It requires you to use your full strength to do it, and it's a little bit more tiring than the chop maneuver. Just this little bit is a big loss. If your physical strength can support you to kill 10,000 people using a variety of comprehensive movements, but if you use the cleave movement, you can kill up to 15,000 people. But if you use the stabbing maneuver altogether, your physical strength will only allow you to kill about 5,000 people, and you won't have any strength left. Is that clear? Miao Shinin was appalled. Worthy of being someone who had walked out of the Thai wasteland just like his brother. Even these subtle and incomparable things when it came to killing people had to be summarized in every bit of detail. Brother William has summarized the most efficient way to kill 50,000 people with a sword. He's so tough. What about my brother? You guys say that he is the martial saint of the Great Desolation, the spiritual leader of all the races. How powerful is he? Mu Xinhua thought in her mind. The 20 maids, on the other hand, were wide-eyed at the moment, listening to William as if they were listening to heavenly books. What the hell? That even sums it up? How can there be so much reasoning broken down in the action of chopping and stabbing? Really? At that moment, one of the maids said, "Then, if I use a sword, can I learn this blade technique?" William frowned. "Throw the sword away. Whatever you learn, don't use it." The maid blushed and said somewhat unconvincingly, "There are also a lot of sword masters on Earth, whose swordsmanship is out of this world." William snorted. "A sword? That's just an accessory, just a decoration. Swords are too straight and not suitable for slashing at all. Knives have a curvature, while swords don't. Just because of this curvature of the sword, it would be a little less laborious and a little more snappy when cutting meat, but the sword is too straight to work when chopping meat. It's not applicable." The maid argued. "Why do you need to cut the meat? I'm at the 5th rank, and I can already release my true essence outwardly. And in the future, after entering the sovereign realm, I will even be able to use Dao arts and attack from afar." Ha 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 ha. William laughed out loud in disdain. "A distant attack? Taoist arts? Your true essence? How many times is it enough for you to perform a Dao Jitsu? 10 times? 100 times? The maid argued. "Isn't 10 times enough?" William said in a deep voice. "What if? You're at the 8th rank realm right now. But what if you are surrounded by millions of enemies in the 7th rank realm? How many times can you cast it? Is it useful? Where do you get millions of 7th grade? Almost there." William put away the topic and said in a deep voice. "Only close physical combat. Small range of casting spells and true essence externalization. This is the core of the essence of fighting a protracted battle. And in the midst of fighting a protracted battle, with the guarantee of not dying, you must ensure physical strength, ensure effective kills, or at least make the enemy lose any resistance and ability to act. This is the real killing technique, not some flashy moves and marvelous Dao methods. Those things are all useless." William gives them a start on literacy. After explaining a lot about killing, that's when they started teaching them those 3 moves. Although there were only 3 moves. However, the most difficult part was actually the pace. You need to make yourself as nimble as a swimming fish so that the enemy can't hit you, while you can keep drawing cold to make a move. So William led the 21 women and began to familiarize themselves with the pace in the yard, walking and chopping at the same time. After learning the pace, William said, "Starting today, Sinew, you change into an iron blade that weighs no less than 20 pounds. You all, at the 5th grade realm, each of you change into an alloy blade that weighs no less than 500 pounds. Then, William pulled out a bunch of metal mannequins from his storage bag. "Starting today, after practicing your steps, everyone must slash against these mannequins 20,000 times. The requirement for Z is that every time, they must leave a scratch mark on the metal man, on the body. As for you 5th grade martial artists, you are required to slash into the metal man's body at least 1 finger deep with each slash. The use of true essence is not allowed, purely relying on physical strength alone." 20,000 times. Can't use real energy? 20,000 times. Everyone was feeling a little scared, and surprisingly a little desperate for the future. 20,000 times a day. That's exhausting. Miao Sini gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. In her heart she just said, "Use all your strength." 20,000 chops, each of which had to leave scratches and marks on the Iron Man. That is to say, each slash should be done with all one's strength. Thinking of this, Miao Sini remembered what William had said earlier, and suddenly came to a sudden realization. He said that he realized and summarized the sword technique only after killing more than 50,000 people. That means, I'm trying to figure it out and familiarize myself with it 20,000 times? Sure enough, William said. These 20,000 reps are constantly training your strength. Because you're tired, you'll constantly summarize and look for ways to save your strength in order to complete the 20,000 times. After a long time, you will naturally comprehend and summarize the true killing techniques. In the future, you will always be able to find the most suitable strength, the most labor-saving way, and the most vicious angle. My secrets are not difficult. There are no secrets to be found in my 3 sword strokes, nor are they any secret manuals. The only thing worth mentioning is just the footwork. But the footwork, too, only takes a few days to become skillful. But my blade technique, there is absolutely no one in the world who can learn it. Because, it doesn't need comprehension. It doesn't need you to have strong enlightenment and wisdom. It only requires you to accumulate 1 blade at a time, little by little, and comprehend from the infinite dullness the ability to live. Battle. Singles are rare, being surrounded by an endless army of demons. This is the norm. And finding ways to save labor. Finding ways to be able to kill people efficiently. That's the real skill. William couldn't look at Earth's martial artists, even if they were more magnificent. Useless. Even if one was more immortal. Meaningless. In times of peace, you could pretend. but William dared to guarantee that even if he threw all the ninth grade powerhouses on Earth into the Thai wasteland, all the ninth grade would not survive for more than a day. Even if these ninth grade, all the enemies they encountered were below the ninth grade, they wouldn't survive for more than a day. Why? Because as soon as they entered, they would be surrounded by an army of demons. Initially, they would think less than the ninth rank, how dare a crumbly little one insult my supreme power? And then they would use their instincts to keep killing their enemies. And their instincts were those Tao techniques they had learned, those various marvelous moves. Demons, however, do not stand there and let you kill them. While you are still in the process of storing up power, they would retreat. When you make a move, it's likely to be an empty release. You finish casting your moves, and they surround you again. Then you just have to keep casting. Eventually you probably also realized something was wrong and you tried to use close combat. However, demons are not afraid of death. So why would you fear them with death? Layer upon layer of them will surround you inside and outside, consuming you with their lives. You'll be angry, and then fear, and then try to escape. But you can't escape. There are only two paths before you. First, die of exhaustion in the midst of an army of 10,000. Second, kill them all. Can these ninth grades on Earth survive? It might take less than a day. Just a skirmish, for all of them to die. The world of demons is a cruel one. And they are creatures that grow from brutal competition with each other. What you will, they will, because they are in their own world. They need to become stronger urgently in order to survive. And you don't have to. These ninth grade supreme powerhouses of Earth, when placed in times of peace, were able to pretend to be powerful. It's bullish. But sadly, peace is no more. Miao Cini sweated like a pig, so tired that her body was trembling and she was exhausted. However, she gritted her teeth and slashed the Iron Man over and over again. And at that moment, William's voice transmission came to Miao Xinyue's ears. Sister Xinyue, in the near future, 99% of the people in this world will die. It will become food for the demons. Don't blame me for being cruel, and don't blame your brother for being cruel. There's not much window left for you to grow. If you want to live, you have to fight with your life. If you secretly reduce some of your training today, you'll regret it a year from now at most. Mu Xinhua turned around and looked at William in horror. What do you mean? William gave her a deep look without speaking. Miao Cini's heart, however, sank to the bottom. She was a very smart person, and she heard William's hints. Ah! Miao Cini shouted, then raised her steel blade and fought to slash the Iron Man over and over again. The surrounding maids were also sweating profusely, and when they suddenly heard Miao Cini shout out a vigorous chop, they were all a bit puzzled. They don't get it. They don't understand why it's necessary. They were unconvinced about William, a supreme being who wasn't handsome at all. Surprisingly, he used such primitive and rudimentary techniques. However, due to the identity of the most powerful one, they didn't dare to say anything, but could only do their best. Inside the house, all 32 people were recalled and sat in the room with gloomy faces, laying down soundproofing formations. Everyone was in a very low mood. Before, Mujer had said that in case it would be our turn one day, there were still some among them who didn't believe it. But now, they were convinced. Being hit by Mu Jie's words, sitting on top of his wheelchair. At this time, Mu Jie had already broken through to the 6th grade realm, and he looked at the 32 former men in front of him with some emotion. Back then, when we were in Taiwan, the people of all races had only one goal, to travel to blood and fire, and we did not retreat. All people, all races, helped Thai wilderness drive away foreign enemies. Later, we ushered in the ultimate victory. We protected some of the last survivors of the Taiwan wasteland and drove out the demons. And today, it is our turn. The people of the 10,000 tribes will, again, come to our defense, will come to our aid. However, the first person responsible is ourselves. The tragedy of the Thai wilderness cannot be repeated again. Jackmar said in a deep voice, General, it remains as too deserted. Wherever you point, we fight, die without regret. The rest of them said in unison, General, it remains as Thai wasteland. Wherever you point, we will fight and die without regret. In the middle of the Thai wilderness, Mu Jie was an absolute god, an absolute leader. At first, all the Earth Fellowship people listened to him. Even if Mu Jie pointed to the fire pit in front of them and said jump, all of them would jump without hesitation. Because they knew that Miao Jie must have a reason, must have a purpose. Later, the Earth Fellowship Association became famous among the 10,000 races. Some of the people of the 10,000 races who hadn't found an organization, or whose races had been destroyed in the Thai wasteland, leaving only the remnants of the 10,000 races who had no combat power, also joined the Earth Fellowship. The size of the fellowship expanded to over 100,000 people. After a few battles, everyone was convinced of Mujer. Wherever he pointed, the other races fought. In the end, Mujia became a martial saint, the spiritual leader of the human race, the commander-in-chief. In the Tai wilderness, all the 10,000 races all listen to Mujia's orders, and wherever he points, the 10,000 races will fight. They die without regret. Under his command time and time again, one battle achieved a great victory. In the end, he launched a general attack on the demons by the people of the 10,000 races in conjunction with the people of the Tai wasteland. Victory was ushered in. He, then, was the absolute commander-in-chief. He wasn't just a martial saint powerhouse. If it was just a strong man, he would be admired and feared by all, but never respect, never liver. William said, "Uncle Jay, give the order. It's time to prepare for this battle. What shall we do?" "Uncle Jay, give the order." "General, give the order." Mujia closed his eyes and sat on top of his wheelchair in deep thought for a long time. Mujia spoke. "There are a few things that must be resolved now. Only by solving these few things can we avoid the Taiwara tragedy. In peacetime, the population of the Earth and Taiwara were about the same. However, Taiwara has almost let the demons kill the extinct species, and after we left, there are only so many thousands of aboriginal survivors left in the entire Taiwara. Earth cannot afford such a tragedy. 99% of the people in Tai wasteland died, and Earth, I want my compatriots to die a little less. That said, there is some heaviness in all of us. Fewer deaths was actually an easy thing to say, but the demon army is fierce. They want to live. They have to compete. They have to plunder. It would be nice to win. How can they die less? Although the 10,000 races will come to help and will surely achieve the ultimate victory. But, however, no one is sure that the aborigines of the Earth have the chance to see that day. How many people can see that day? MJ said. Firstly, Tai wasteland was killed because the demons killed them by mistake. By the time the Taiwans reacted, the demons had killed all their experts. It's wiped out half of their population. We can't make the same mistake. So the first thing to do is prepare. Uncle Jay, how to prepare? Informational letter to all the people of Earth. Expose Tai wasteland. Expose our experiences, and tell them that demons are coming to Earth. Let all of humanity know about this. Let all of humanity be afraid. Only when they are afraid, will they work hard and fight for themselves? The so-called fighting for faith. That's an afterthought. After a moment's reflection, the crowd nodded one after another. Mujia added. Secondly, just now, through William's conversation with the maidservant, I could see what Earth martial artists generally think. Flashy battles, one-on-one duels. This is wrong. With demons, it's impossible to have a one-on-one. One-on-one is no longer strong. Even if it is invincible in the same realm, it's useless. All martial artists, they must change their minds. They must correct their thoughts and prepare for the upcoming chaotic battle. So after completing the first step, it's train the globe. Meanwhile, the third stage, searching for the geniuses of the 10,000 races across the globe. Unsurprisingly, there are already quite a few people of the 10,000 races descending on Earth. At least 1 or 2% of them have already come. These are the people we have to work hard to cultivate them. According to what I've discovered, the people of the 10,000 races who travel to the battlefield to support us all gain super talents. This is probably a help to us from the underworld. So those people of the 10,000 races, they are definitely super geniuses. Their growth speed must be very fast. If we cultivate them, they will become the first batch of the first main force to fight against the demons. It was only after the subsequent chaotic war began that the 10,000 races began to descend on a large scale. And in the Tai wilderness, after many of the 10,000 races descended and reincarnated, they died right after they were born. This is because the environment is too poor. Therefore, we need to stabilize the rear camp after the war and chaos begins, giving the large number of descending 10,000 races main army time to grow. In the midst of the subsequent great victory duel, they are the main force that will truly utilize their major combat power. When he finished, Muher thought for a moment. I will add one more. Immediately after the letter of informations to the globe, start popularizing the language of the 10,000 races. Aim to have the vast majority of Earthlings master the 10,000 races language. In the midst of the universe, Earth is isolated. In fact, the vast majority of civilizations and races all interacted with each other. Therefore, a universal language for all races was slowly formed. And Taiwu is similar to Earth, are more isolated. And the 10,000 people also do not speak the same language, which in the early stage of the birth of a lot of misunderstanding, and even hostile situations. After the war started, at that time in the Taiwara, everyone had already started communicating with each other using the universal language of the 10,000 races. Slowly, it coalesced into a rope, or at least it wouldn't be divided between enemy and self. Pony immediately said, yes, mastering the language of the 10,000 races is also something that must be done. I'll plan for that. Uncle Jia. It's always been that way. While Muji sets the general guidelines, the specific steps of implementation are all handled by different people. At this time, Supreme Powerful Su Tao asked, President, so what do we do now? Muhair mused. Wait for what? Wait for the Ethereal Palace's reply. The Ethereal Palace holds an absolute position in Huaxia, and Huaxia also holds an absolute position in the international community, notifying the whole world and mobilizing the whole world. Such a thing is by no means something that a few dozen of us can do. Therefore, our first step must be to first gain the support of the Ethereal Palace, to first talk our way through to the Ethereal Palace, so that the Ethereal Palace will unconditionally obey us, so that the Ethereal Palace will unconditionally cooperate with us, so that it can be in China, using China as a springboard to jump to the globe. Announce this message to the globe. Speaking of here, Mu Jia inexplicably heart some powerlessness. In fact, a long way to go. Back then, when the Taiwans, the demons just came, many Taiwans were still obsessed, not willing to unite as one. Is the former Taiwu, today's Earth? At the last moment of not seeing the coffin, something like a human being does not shed tears. Meanwhile, North China, in the middle of a mental hospital, a teenager sat dumbfounded on his bed, looking at the clean white expanse and at the paramedics who kept walking in. There was panic, shock, and bewilderment on his face, murmuring, "Is it ever withered kata?" It's a language from the western part of the universe, called the Cygnus Galaxy in Earthling terms. This is where. Why am I suddenly in this world after just one sleep? Who spoke in my ear on the day of descent? He said, build a career and you will have a chance to return to your original spirit. What's the point of building up and making a name for yourself? Why was I captured and sent to this place by people I don't know? Why did they capture me? Why what did I do wrong? I just want to go home. What kind of world is this? Am I traveling through? The teenager sat in front of his bed, constantly wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. He noticed that there were two men in black suits at that moment, talking to a couple of white coats about something, and a few of them couldn't stop pointing at themselves. The teenager was a bit wary and just looked over here with his afterglow, but didn't dare to turn his head over to look. What's his name? His name is Zhang Feng, and his parents are employees of the tobacco factory here. He was fine, but last month he suddenly went crazy, not recognizing his parents or anyone else. He yelled and screamed something that no one could understand, and it sounded like a foreign language, but it wasn't a foreign language, because of the peculiar tones he makes. Some of them are actually aspirated sounds. We don't know how that sound came out, but for sure, it wasn't any kind of language. It was him yelling in the middle of a seizure. Saying that, the attending doctor smiled. I've also conversed with him several times, but he couldn't understand what I was saying at all, and he was still speaking strange languages, so I noticed a very strange phenomenon. The black suit took notes with a recorder. What phenomenon? It's the yelling he's saying, and although I can't understand it, I get the feeling that the language and the tone of the voices match his emotions, and although the sounds were strange, they didn't sound like random yelling, because there was no repetition and there was a certain logic to them. The bite syllables were different. I've heard of cases like this. It's some delusional people who create some language of their own in the spirit world. The black suit was shocked. Languages still create themselves? It can. If you've studied linguistics, you know that language is really just a human invention that uses different scales and symbols to express meaning. It's the same thing as knot tying, where apes use a few knots on a rope to express different meanings. And it's the same with language. Ancient language is just humans getting some prescribed special symbols that specify what that symbol means, and get recognized by others. In the future, people will just see the symbol and know what it means. That's ancient language logic at its most basic level. So to summarize, anyone can invent writing and language, but this possesses a certain amount of logical ability, and a certain amount of talent, at the simplest level. For example, a child who is just learning to speak is unable to produce full syllables. He utters an baba. This syllable would not belong to our Chinese language, but the meaning he expresses is recognized by his parents as meaning that he wants to go to the toilet. Of course, children can't invent languages, they can only utilize some simple scales and symbols only. But Zhang Feng, those yells of his are syllables that have some linguistic logic in them, and the fact that he didn't get stuck and spoke them very fluently, well, that meant that he had at least self-invented a language that only he himself had mastered. Such a case usually exists only among autistic as well as delusional people. Autistic and don't want contact with outsiders. Some people invent their own language and logic. Delusions, on the other hand, invent these languages in their fantasies. Obviously, Zhang Feng is a delusional person. Sheesh, the black suit sked. There's such a thing? How else can language be invented? Strange. Are there any other special phenomena? The attending doctor thought for a moment and added, by the way, there's one more thing. That is, after Jiang Feng went crazy, he tried to jump off a building, and several times he tried to achieve something by committing suicide, but he was forcibly subdued. We later determined that Jiang Feng was easily agitated, sensitive, irritable, wary, and distrustful. It was judged that he was a threat to society or himself, to a certain degree, so we had him forcibly admitted to our mental hospital for mandatory treatment. In the beginning, we sedated Jiang Feng. He was very resistant to the needle. After a few forced shots, he started to become comfortable with the needle. We then realized that he was a little less psychotic. Why do you say that? Because the seriously mentally ill, for the most part, tend to avoid evil. It's the subconscious as such. If it hurts, you're scared. If it doesn't hurt, you're not. But Jiang Feng, apparently, realized that when we gave him the needle, his body would change. He would calm down, and guessed that we were supposed to be treating him. So he calmed down and stopped resisting the needle. This is an uncommon phenomenon, which shows that Jiang Feng is someone who possesses the ability to think rationally. Yet, we can't understand why he went crazy. The black suit was thoughtful, looking to the other side. Some of his own colleagues are scattered throughout this inpatient building, going from one to the other, visiting every psychiatric patient, visiting every doctor and physician. The black suit asked, "By the way, does this Jiang Feng have martial artist talent?" Jiang Feng is only in his second year of junior high school. He hasn't gone through the first martial artist talent test for junior high school. We're not sure. Okay. And do you have any more specialized patients at your hospital? Yes. There was an old man who said he could see the devil. An hour later, the walkthrough was over. All the psychopaths were summoned into the middle of the playground. The black suit took out a testing device. This is a martial artist talent detector. It's mainly for detecting innate roots and bones, as well as the degree of meridian smoothness. Yellow is low level. Red is intermediate, and green is high level, but this can only be used as the most basic test. In fact, to become a martial artist, in addition to the test of the roots and bones, you also need to test the richness of qi in blood, innate body tolerance, as well as comprehension, hard work, endure loneliness, character. These can only be synthesized to determine whether or not one can become a martial artist. One by one, in line, so the psychopaths lined up, bewildered, to be tested. The paramedics, on the other hand, kept rolling their eyes. Who the hell are these black suits? After all this time, you've come to a mental hospital to check your talent? What's wrong with you? If it weren't for the fact that these people, holding official documents from provincial departments, they would be wondering if these black suits were mentally ill themselves. Lined up, one by one, to test for talent. All of them were the ones with no talent. After all, people with abnormal brains wouldn't be suitable to become martial artists. The black suits were chatting away in boredom when, at that very moment, an exclamation of surprise came from among the crowd. The crowd turned their heads to look. However, a green light was seen surging up into the sky, in front of the detecting instrument. It was the same babbling Jiang Feng, pressing his hand on top of the detecting instrument, staring blankly at the green light that rose up into the sky, with panic and worry in his eyes. Silence. The entire asylum fell into dead silence. Green light. You've seen a pig run before you've eaten one. As a matter of fact, even if one could detect a pure yellow glow, that would already be enough to pass the junior high school and enter the martial arts high school. In general, it's just a dull yellow glow. If one is utterly devoid of any roots, the yellow glow is dull. But now, it's green light. Green light is the highest grade talent. What kind of concept is this? This is, once it is detected, it can directly enter the Capital Martial Arts University without examination. As for all the other tests, they can all be lined up a row back first. But this Jiang Feng, green light rises up to the sky. It's not just a green light anymore. Dull green light are advanced talents. Pure green light is super talent. This, green light that rises up to the sky. What kind of talent is it, TMG? Everyone looked at Jiang Feng dumbfounded. And Jiang Feng realized that everyone's gazes had turned to him, and backed away in a bit of panic, a bit of horror, his eyes staring at that testing instrument with death in his eyes. He regretted a million times going for the test. He didn't know what kind of test it was, yet he knew that this green light of his seemed to be different from everyone else. Jiang Feng muttered in horror. Fooled. I've been tricked. Has my identity as a traveler been discovered? Are the people of this world harboring ill will towards me? To sift out my Yuanshan seizure from the crowd? Find me, and destroy me? No. His mumblings fell on the ears of the crowd, and all they really heard was gibberish. The black suit's pupil shrank and he said in a deep voice, "Take it away." Meanwhile, somewhere in the northeast, Harbin Ear, Nose and Throat Hospital, a middle-aged woman with her own son, crying with red and swollen eyes, knelt in front of the doctor. "Doctor, You have to save my son. My son's future. It's gone. It's going to be gone. Ooh, you must help me save him properly. He was fine last year and suddenly woke up from a nap as if he was a different person. As if he didn't recognize me. His eyes were not right. It's only recently that he's gotten better and seems to recognize me. But right after that night, he wouldn't talk. He can't talk anymore. He's become mute. The doctor's face was full of worry as he looked at the pile of checklists on the table. Patiently hung, he has no problem with his vocal cords. The brain CT also shows no problem. Alas, all these tests are fine. What's going on? How can he lose his voice? How did he become mute? Oops. You get up first. I'm not checking you out. Doctor, you must save him. This is the only child in our family. He can't become deaf and dumb. Even if it can't be cured, let's try our best to treat it. At least we have to know what the cause of the disease is. The teenager Li Hong stood there, his eyes complex as he watched this. It had been more than a year since he came to this world that was phonetically known as Earth, and when Li Hong realized that he had traveled across, his whole body was first afraid, and then, he made a decision to hide his identity as a traveler. For Li Hong, in an unknown place, silently observing and grasping information first was the most important thing. He obviously heard the language of this world, which he couldn't understand. Li Hong didn't dare to expose it, so he simply pretended that he was deaf and dumb, not speaking. Through slow contact, he learned that this woman was his mother in this world. It was hard work, bringing herself up alone, not earning much, but spending every cent on herself. He was impressed, and a silent acceptance of the mother of the world, now coming to the place. He knew through over a year of figuring it out that it was in a hospital, knowing, too, that his mother was to be treated for his dumbness. Li Hong's eyes had tears flashing in their sockets. Watching his mother kneel down to that doctor was very hard and tormenting in his heart. He hated to tell his mother now in the Chinese language that he had studied for a year and learned to be raw. I am not mute. I can talk. He would love to confess to his mother in this world that he was actually a traveler. The genjutsu had traveled across and taken over her original son's body. But he was afraid to say it. He was afraid of losing his mother's love. In his original world, there was constant war. Li Hong was a beggar living on the streets, facing either bullying or life and death crises every day. He had no parents, no one to protect him. He had been a beggar for 16 years, and had only scratched the surface of the truth. Stoicism, talk less, observe more, and try to survive in the corners where no one else notices. After coming to this world, Li Hong acted the same way, but slowly, he felt his mother's selfless love for him, and he was moved to enjoy such warmth and happiness. At first he just held back from speaking out of habit, playing dumb, but now, he didn't dare say it. He did not dare to confess to his mother that he was actually a traveler. He even dared not say that his own Yuanshan, occupying this body, took over. He feared his mother's anger that he was the enemy who had killed her original son. The doctor sighed. Get up. Alas, I really can't think of a way. Or, you guys go to the big hospital in the capital to check. I really can't see the problem here. The mother sobbed and left with Li Hong. Walking out of the hospital, Li Hong sat in the back seat of the electric car, just listening to his mother wiping her tears as she rode. Son, Mom promises you that no matter what the cost, she will cure you. Your dad cared most about you before he died, and I can't let your dad down. More than that, I can't let your future turn gray. Mom promises you that you will be cured of your dumbness. You also must not have light thoughts of life. You also must not be unconfident. Never, 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 never. Everything has Mom. I'll go back and ask your eldest uncle to borrow some money, and we'll go to the capital the day after tomorrow. The big hospital in the capital city has a high level, and will definitely be able to cure you. You have to believe. You have to be full of hope for the future. Don't give up easily. Don't understand. The capital cannot be cured. There are still abroad. Mom works hard to save up. Just in the back seat of the motorized car, Li Hong's shoulders sobbed frantically. It had been a year since he came to this world, and with hard study, he could understand Chinese. His tears, silent, flowed, clutching his mother's waist tightly. My mother stopped her electric car for a stoplight, propped one foot on the ground, and turned around and said, "Don't hold on so tight. You're such a big guy. Get up. You're going to cross the street." Li Hong couldn't hold back any longer. In raw Chinese, in a trembling voice, choking back a sob, "Mom, I am cured." There was a loud click. The mother was frozen on the spot as if struck by lightning, turning back violently and staring at Li Hong with wide, unbelievable eyes. Wordlessly, she looked at him, Li Hong exploded. He who had been suppressed for more than a year. At this moment, it finally exploded. He was right there in the middle of the main street, crying out hysterically. Mom, I'm better. I'm not dumb. Mom, I'm not your son. I'm from the planet Grima, and my genesis came to this world inexplicably. Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take over this body. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Li Hong got out of the car, knelt on the ground, and fiercely kowtowed to his mother, crying, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for you. I didn't mean it. I suddenly came to this world. I really didn't mean it. I didn't mean to occupy this body, but I want to be your son. I want to still you are my mom. Sorry. At this moment, the middle-aged woman was at a loss. She understood her son's raw language, but seemed, somehow, to be unable to understand what he was expressing. Everyone on the entire street couldn't help but look sideways and gather around, looking at these two. On the side of the road, the window of a Nissan sedan slowly rolled down, and two men in black suits glanced at each other. Did you understand what he said? Literally understood. The teenager who was acting strangely is the subject of our screening. Check his information. 3 days later, the ethereal palace. Taoist Red Dust looked at the news coming from the grassroots summary below, his eyes widening in disbelief. This really makes him right. What on earth has happened here? What the hell has happened? Who are all these teenagers? Really? He was puzzled. The heart was shaken by the great hand. The elder who reported the news, at this time, also had an unbelievable look. If one or two appeared, it would still be considered a coincidence, but just census 3 days time. Surprisingly, such a strange has super talent of the teenager. Surprisingly up to more than 50,000 people. 50,000 people, what kind of concept is this? The global population of 8 billion people. We just investigated the 14 billion in Huaxia. Moreover, Huaxia hasn't even finished investigating. Some haven't revealed themselves. Some haven't bothered to test their talent. If a full census had been conducted, it would have taken about a year. And going by this probability, wouldn't it be, there would have to be hundreds of thousands of such super teenagers? Saying that, the elder sighed. It's a pity. These teenagers are either crazy or mute. Either that or they have IQ problems and can't communicate. Crazy? Mute? Is there an IQ problem? Not necessarily. When Taoist Red Dust recalled Mu Jie's assured tone that day, there was some panic in his heart for no reason. 50,000 teenagers, talent root and bone detection instruments. All of them are clear green light rushing talent. If this was placed in the past, I would be proud that tens of thousands of people would appear in China. But now, my heart only fear. They, in the end who is? Red Dust muttered and snapped his eyes to the elder. Have there been any attempts to communicate? The elder shook his head, unable to communicate. Some are mute. Some are mentally ill and can't understand. Some that can communicate are bewildered and know nothing. No, don't know or won't say? They must have some kind of secret, right? Red Dust secretly wondered if he too possessed any secrets that only he knew, but suddenly being noticed and questioned. And if one didn't know the purpose and reason for being investigated, then one would, I guess, also ask questions in order to hide the secret, right? At this time, the elder frowned. Palace Master, could it be that you mean that those teenagers are not actually crazy? Are they pretending to be crazy? He realized the problem. Tens of thousands of people are crazy, and all happen to be geniuses. And the characteristics of their insanity are, surprisingly, all epilepsy, gibberish, and suicidal behavior. This, too uniform. Red Dust asked again. Where are those teenagers now? It's being watched in secret right now. Red Dust thought for a moment. Find 2 psychopaths, 2 mutes, and 2 who can communicate, respectively. I want to meet with them. Red Dust originally wanted to go straight to Mu Ji, but then he thought, no, if he didn't know anything, he would only be led by the nose if he went to Mu Jia. Even if one wanted to find Mu Jia, it was only right to have at least some information of one's own. It was only right to make Mu Jia unable to figure out how much he knew, because so far, one does not know the purpose of the NUJ, not knowing the purpose of the Earth Fellowship, nor do I know that these teenagers, much less what Doomsday Mujer is talking about. Is it alarmist? Or is it just to scare yourself for some purpose? Or, is it true? Don't even know. And these thoughts of Red Dust had long been predicted by Mu Jie. He had already experienced it once in Taiwan, and even if someone came out and predicted it before the end happened, no one would believe it, will denigrate you, mock you, refute you. In short, just don't believe you. And when the end does come, what everyone thinks about is not resistance and survival. Rather, they wonder if it's fake. Is it some kind of conspiracy? Is it an attempt to trick themselves into something? But it is when the butcher's knife falls on his neck that he curses, "Why didn't you save me?" This is human nature in common to all humans. Within an hour, there were people from the ethereal palace flying in the clouds, bringing a few teenagers back to the ethereal palace. One of them was the Jiang Feng who had been locked up in a mental institution. Jiang Feng and a few other teenagers flew up into the 9 heavens with fearful faces, gradually landing on top of Misty Peak. The 6 teenagers, at this moment, were all in a state of trepidation, their hearts in a state of fear. At that moment, a teenager who was able to communicate, roared in raw and incomparable Chinese. "Who are you guys? Who the hell are you guys? What crime have I committed and why have you brought me to this place? I'm going home. Why did you bring me here?" A staff member smiled and said, "Our palace master would like to see you for a while, ask some questions and let you go home. Don't worry or be afraid. Just speak truthfully." The teenager gave him a wary look and said nothing more. At this moment, in the distance, Taoist Red Dust observed the teenagers. He noticed the peculiarities of the teenager who spoke and turned his head to ask, "What's his name?" "Info." The elder hurriedly said, "Lu Chang, 14 years old, a native of Hebei." Red Dust asked curiously, "He's a foreigner?" "No, native to Hebei." "So, he's a minority?" "Neither is." "What dialect does Hebei speak now?" "Ah, Hebei, they're Mandarin." Red Dust pointed to the teenager called Lu Chang. "But, his Chinese is not even standardized even, like a foreigner's accent. The speech is very wrong, out of place. Haven't you noticed?" The elder reacted furiously. "When you said that, I suddenly remembered. Those teenagers who were able to communicate seem to have extremely substandard Chinese. I didn't think much about it. I just thought that they were infrequent Mandarin speakers. I forgot that this isn't a problem of substandard Mandarin. This is fundamentally a problem of raw Chinese." Red Dust asked again, 14 on the first day of the month? Second year. Are sophomores supposed to be childish or mature? Well, most of them are childish, but also mature and precocious. Red Dust pointed at that Lu Chang again. But he is wary. His heart is mature. His eyes are alert to everything around here. It is the vigilance of everyone around. Normal. Anyone who is suddenly taken to an unfamiliar place will. Red Dust laughed. No. Anyone who is brought to an unfamiliar place by a sudden flight to the sky. It's not vigilance. It's fear. It's fear. The reason for fear and dread is because of helplessness. The elder sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. "Ah, is this how a child should behave?" Red Dust said. "Tell everyone to disperse and leave them alone. Don't leave anyone behind. We'll just watch from a distance first. I'll see if they'll make any moves." An hour later, the 6 teenagers had different expressions. They'd been left here for an hour and no one cares about them anymore. No one pays any attention to them. 4 of them honestly found a corner to sit in and pondered something in silence. The other, walking restlessly. Another, on the other hand, kept screaming for help and for his release. At this point, Red Dust added, "Of the 4 people sitting there thinking, 2 of them are psychopaths? Right. Epileptic paranoia. Moving around, screaming, jumping to their deaths, talking strange nonsense?" Red Dust pointed at Zhang Feng and the other teenager sitting there. "But look, after being put here for an hour, the psychopath is sitting there motionless and thinking. Shouldn't he be having a seizure? Shouldn't he be scared and terrified because of his delusions?" The elder was sweating cold sweat at this point. He was a little alarmed. He was surprised that he was almost fooled by these teenagers. The elder was also a smart person, even if he was a bit slow, but he had figured it out. These teenagers are the ones who are harboring big secrets in their hearts. It is a feeling and a state of being with a big secret hidden in the heart. They are wary because they are afraid that the secret has been discovered. And psychopaths, not psychopaths at all. Never. Psychopaths would never be so calm. The more dangerous it seems to them, the calmer they are. That's not right. What's their secret? That's over 50,000 super talented teenagers. This is a super talent. And tens of thousands were found in 3 days. They, on the other hand, harbor a common secret that cannot be known by outsiders. This is terrible. The elder trembled. Arrest them all and torture them. Flay him with a layer of skin. I don't believe he won't talk. Red Dust shook his head. No, it's not like they committed a crime. At this moment, Red Dust thought of an inexplicable remark that MUJ had made earlier. Treat them well. They will all be the backbone of the future. Red Dust didn't understand, but he was willing to do as he was told. After another hour, the teenager named Lu Chang broke down a bit, red-eyed and crying in his native language. What have I done wrong? I still have parents to support, but suddenly came to this world. To hear I so strange. I want to go home. Why is it me who crossed over? Why? More than a year. I've had a hard time adapting to my new identity. Am I going to be found out as well? God! What have I done wrong to punish me like this? In my hometown, I just want to support my parents well. In this world, I just want to live well. What have I done wrong? Red Dust noted his language. Unintelligible. And at that moment, Jiang Feng also noticed him. But at this moment, Jiang Feng's pupils contracted violently, slowly stood up, looked at Lu Chang tremblingly, and said softly, "Wombat." Lu Chang, who had an emotional breakdown, violently held his breath and turned his head to stare tightly at Jiang Feng. In an almost screaming tone, he hissed, "Wombat, Kuba Wombat?" Jiang Feng's eyes widened as he slowly walked towards Lu Chang, tears falling like rain at this moment. Ambo means wombat, which is the name they call their planet. And Kuba Ambo, it probably means, "Are you also from XX Star?" Jiang Feng wiped a handful of tears from his eyes and bawled, "Hometown people. I didn't expect that I'd run into hometown people in this world. I just slept in my hometown and somehow arrived in this world. I'm so scared. I'm scared. What have you been through, my brother?" Lu Chang also bawled at this time and went forward to embrace Jiang Feng tightly. He didn't think that he could meet someone who had the same encounter as himself in this foreign country. Me too. I got very sick. I was dying, and then my consciousness faded. Then I was in this world, I think, and I traveled through time and space. The spirit went out of the body. When I came here, someone in my ear gave me the words, "Build a career and have a chance to go home." But I don't even know what building a career is or how to build a career until now. And this world is very peaceful between countries. I'm not a martial artist either. How can I build a career? I want to go home. When I came here, someone in my ear also said so to me. Let me build a career. But what exactly does building a career mean? I don't understand it either. Gosh. I didn't think we were from home. I cannot understand the language of this world. You quickly tell me. What kind of world is this? This place is moderately advanced in technology, but at the same time, it also possesses powerful martial artists. This world is called Earth, and we are now in Earth's Huaxia. I see that you and I are about the same age. We should both be junior high school students. We have to go through the martial arts talent test in our junior year, and we can only enter the martial arts high school by passing the test, and then enter the martial arts university. This is the only way to slowly become a qualified martial artist. In this world, only martial artists will gain money and status, I guess, so that they can build a career. Do you think we were brought here because of who we are? It must be kept secret. I reckon that the Earth world possesses some kind of mechanism for screening travelers. They should be suspicious of our identity as travelers and have noticed the special nature of our Yuanshan, so they have controlled us. We don't know their purpose. We mustn't tell our identity. Otherwise, not my kind's heart will be different. They will definitely treat us as foreigners. You can't tell me even if you're tortured. Can you? Right. We can't say anything even if we die. If we die, we might be able to go back. But what I'm most afraid of, actually, is that they'll treat us as experimental subjects, and it'll be hard to die. It's scary. The two hugged and held hands and talked. The more I talk, the more agitated I get, and the more I break down emotionally. The other four teenagers, on the other hand, looked at them with blank faces as they gabbled, unable to understand. And at that moment, the red dust Taoist in the distance was dumbfounded. The elder was also dumbfounded. The message said that this Jiang Feng was a psychopath who created his own language, gibberish that no one could understand. But just now, Lu Chang also gabbled out the same language. I didn't expect it, never expected it, and Jiang Feng counter-frequency. It's amazing how the two men talk, how they both use the same language, and how they both get a little emotional. The elder sucked in a breath of cold air. It's some kind of secret word between them. Red Dust nodded. But what, exactly, are they talking about? In the next moment, Red Dust's figure disappeared and arrived in front of the teenagers. The moment Red Dust appeared, the two Jiang Fengs instantly shut up, while the other few teenagers were on alert. Red Dust swept the entire room and smiled faintly. This is the Ethereal Palace, and I am the Ethereal Palace Master, Taoist Red Dust. The Ethereal Palace? The crowd was bewildered. Never heard of it. In fact, martial artists who weren't at a high stage had barely heard of the Ethereal Palace. After a brief self-introduction, Taoist Red Dust walked straight towards Lu Chang and asked with a smile, "Who are you guys?" Lu Chang's eyes changed and he froze for a second, then immediately laughed out loud. Laughing and giggling, his hands started running all over the yard, undressing as he went. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Within moments, he had stripped down to nothing and then started rolling all over the floor again, digging up mud on the ground to eat. Everyone looked at this blankly. At this time, Red Dust snorted. "You're harboring a big secret in your heart. You don't have to act crazy in front of me. You're too juvenile. Just now you obviously understood my words. Your eyes betrayed you. And your madness is not real at all. Lu Chang, who was lying on the ground and eating mud, had a dull look in his eyes, but pretended not to hear it and still pretended to be crazy. The crazy stone was swallowed into his stomach. He had made up his mind long ago, to die, and not to speak, die, nor will he admit it. He had no idea what these people were up to, nor did he know at all what would happen to him after he revealed his secret. Red Dust frowned a little, reaching out, grabbing Lu Chang through the air, choking Lu Chang's neck. Red Dust asked with a gloomy face, I don't have much patience, and I'm not going to treat you like a normal kid. 3 count, tell me your secret, or die. After saying these words, those few teenagers who understood Chinese, violently changed their faces, then lowered their heads and pretended not to hear. They are also travelers. This is the moment they also thought of something. At this moment, they also made up their minds that they would not dare to say anything even if they died. How serious is it to threaten something with death? Is it even good enough to talk about it? It's all teenagers here though. In fact, there are no teenagers. Before these people came, in the original world, they were either middle-aged or young adults in their 20s and 30s. They were all mature people, and with the experience of 2 lives, they were uniformly old. These bends and turns, they knew more than anyone else. After saying this, Lu Chang sighed in his heart. I'm going to die. But it can't be said. He was still maniacally dancing around with his hands, pretending to be crazy to the end. And as he danced around with his hands, he yelled something crazy out of his mouth that Red Dust couldn't understand. Red Dust couldn't understand, but Jiang Feng did. Brother, actually I lied to you. We are Yuanshan crossing over. I think that if we die, then the Yuanshan will be annihilated here. I, for one, will go first. Jiang Feng collapsed his tears, not daring to shed them, not daring to let anyone notice that he was giving himself a message before he died. 3, 2, Red Dust clenched his teeth and pressed his fingers slightly harder. Lu Chang, on the other hand, was still dancing and laughing and saying gibberish, intermittently. 1. Fuck. Red Dust spared how much of a recess, but at this point, he couldn't help but want to curse. As soon as he did, Lu Chang remained on the ground without killing. That line from MJ worked, treat them well. LOL. Vulnerable. What kind of secrets do they have? Not even afraid of death? How big of a secret does it have to be? A secret to be guarded even in death. It's a secret. It's frightening. Red Dust angrily pointed at Lu Chang and shouted angrily, what secrets are you guys burying? I will always dig it out. Then, Red Dust imprisoned Jiang Feng and Lu Chang, both of them, in separate rooms. And to prevent the two from committing suicide, Red Dust had the room padded everywhere so that they would discard the possibility of suicide. This was learned from the way of interrogating spies in Rice, where all spies are professionally trained. So in order to target the interrogation of spies, this mental attack method was invented. The main thing is to keep the person in a quiet room where he is not allowed to have contact with the outside world or hear any sound. In this room, the person on trial can only hear his own breathing and heartbeat. In a normal person, it only takes an hour to hallucinate, 10 hours to have a nervous breakdown. Red Dust didn't want to use physical torture on them, so he resorted to such mental torture. Looking at both of them being locked in the middle of the room, Red Dust grimly walked over to the remaining 4 teenagers and said in a deep voice, you're pretending to be crazy, playing dumb, right? The 4 teenagers were silent. Red Dust continued to ask, if you don't want to answer, fine, then be like them. The 4 teenagers remained calm, continuing to play dumb or continuing to play dumb. All pretended not to have heard. Because of what happened with Jiang Feng and Lu Chang just now, a rebellious mindset also appeared in the hearts of these teenagers. They didn't know what Red Dust's purpose was, but their identity as travelers was their biggest secret, and they didn't know if they would be treated even more violently and inhumanly if they exposed their identity. Will there be an effect of not being my kind of people whose hearts are different? This is not something they can afford. So after Red Dust finished speaking, everyone fell silent and didn't speak. Red Dust was a bit distracted. Take them away. Put them all in a sealed room and tell them to come back out when they figure it out. Then, the remaining 4 teenagers, too, were shut up in separate confined rooms. Wait. Then came the patient waiting of the ethereal palace. But gradually, the ethereal palace also lost patience. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. There was no movement. A total of 6 teenagers, all of whom showed endurance beyond the norm. Sitting in the middle of the room, Jiang Feng listened to this entire world as if he was left with only the sound of his own breathing. He was horrified and scared. It was a kind of fear of being abandoned by the world. But he also just sat down on the ground with his legs crossed, closed his own eyes tightly, and kept admonishing himself. I can't be found out about the secret. If my genjutsu dies in this world, I'll never be able to return to my homeland. I don't know why I came to this world, but I, for sure, must go back to my hometown. A few hours later, Zhang Feng was already hallucinating in this tightly closed chamber. He saw the sights of his own world, saw his family, friends in that world. He's going crazy. He resisted the urge to walk up and greet those friends, telling himself over and over that it was an illusion. If you reveal yourself, you've fallen for the Earthling's dog trick. It's a hallucination. 10 hours. Zhang Feng's eyes were red, grimacing as he looked at the wall in a daze. And among the other rooms, the 5 teenagers looked the same. The face was livid and the eyes were red. Some of them were hissing, deliberately making a lot of noise. Some people go crazy and smash the walls. Some people break down and cry in pain. 15 hours. Some went mad. Some are paralyzed, eyes blank. Some of them were hemming and hawing and giggling at the walls. Some of them have had mental breakdowns, but they still haven't said anything. At this moment, the entire ethereal palace was moved. It's taut. The elder was beyond shocked as he watched the different behavior of the 6 teenagers through the surveillance video. Gosh, what kind of secrets are they harboring in their hearts? Even life and death have been put aside. Is this a teenager? Who the hell are they? What the hell are they doing? Red Dust was watching from the side, and his heart was growing alarmed. Not long after, a helicopter flew to the ethereal palace. Red Dust brought in specialized interrogators as well as psychologists from the official department that interrogated spies. After both sides met and explained the situation, an interrogation expert specializing in interrogation said in a deep voice, "Quickly release them all. Quickly," the elder said. "But they haven't recruited yet." The expert shook his head gravely. Confined space is a sharp blade for torturing the spirit. If an ordinary person without specialized training stays inside for more than 10 hours, there is a 50% chance of having a mental breakdown and becoming mentally ill. If one stays for more than 15 hours, there is an 80% chance. If 20 hours, there is a 90% chance. They were obviously there by virtue of their perseverance and had no specialized training. After being inside for so long, their hearts have long since been shaken to the core. They must be released quickly and interrogated. Through other means, I think that our purpose is only to know the secrets in their mouths, instead of torturing them into real madness, right? Hearing the expert say so, the elder hurriedly ordered that all 6 teenagers be released. At this moment, the 6 teenagers had become as if they were walking corpses. Their eyes were lifeless and empty. There was also a teenager who was just hemming and hawing and giggling, obviously mad. Immediately, the ethereal palace rushed the deranged teenager to a mental hospital in the capital to receive treatment. The other 5 teenagers, after entering the outside world, took more than 3 hours to come back to their senses and slowly become normal, but it still left an indelible psychological shadow. After 5 hours, some of them could barely communicate in conversation. So the first person the psychologist interrogated was Lu Chang. Sitting in the middle of the office, with a cartoon playing on the TV, the expert made a cup of tea for Lu Chang. "Tea or a drink? Feel free." Lu Chang pursed his dry cracked lips and looked at the steaming tea in front of him, his mind alert and silent. Lu Chang was not an ordinary teenager. He was a person with over 30 years of experience in his previous life. He looked at the cozy environment and the expert with an easygoing tone, and in his heart, he could probably guess some of it through his experience in his previous life. Before that, it was icy and rainy and cruel. Now it's springy and cozy? If you can't do it the hard way, you can do it the soft way? Trying to break through my heart? Lu Chang felt the pulse in his heart. So he chose, tea nor drink, drink nor drink, not giving a chance at all. The heart expert saw him in this appearance, and his heart caught a rush. It's hard to do. It's hard to do. That was his intention, to attack his heart's defense step by step, and build up Lu Chang's trust in himself. And the first step was to let Lu Chang accept some of his own benefits, and then break through little by little. See the seams to break through. But now, for the first cup of tea, it was refused. He felt caught, sensed that the teenager in front of him was probably in the same league as so many of the trained spies he had interrogated. He just wondered where a teenager who was only in middle school got such a strong heart. After a moment of silence, the expert said, "You don't have to be wary of me. I'm not interrogating you right now. I just want to have a casual conversation with you. Just simply curious about you as a person anymore." "Curious about me?" Lu Chang's heart tightened instead. "Don't be kind to me." The expert pulled out a cigarette. "Smoke?" Lu Chang's face was expressionless. Doesn't nod. Doesn't shake his head. Not picking up the slack at all. "It's hard to do." The expert asked again. "Are you hungry? You're so young. You're still growing. I'll have someone get you some rice to eat first, and we'll talk afterward." "John Lu," the expert said, "we don't really mean you any harm. I understood the reason for what happened, and it's because your talents are too good. so it simply made the palace master a bit curious. And with such a powerful talent as yours, it was originally just a casual question to ask for clarification on where you came from to see if we could get you to join the Netherworld Palace. However, you guys were very vigilant, which made the palace master suspicious. The less you say, the more suspicious he gets, right? Lu Chang looked at him with cold eyes. The expert continued. In fact, no matter who you are, as long as you are a talented martial artist, you can all serve Huaxia, all can serve the ethereal palace. It was just a routine identity investigation. There is no need for you to be so. Right. What to eat? Lu Chang does not speak. An hour later, the experts are crazy, because no matter what was said, Lu Chang simply didn't answer. Doesn't answer. Even if the expert has as many means as he can, he simply can't exert them anymore. After releasing Lu Chang, the experts then began interrogating Zhang Feng. But Zhang Feng doesn't even understand Chinese, and can't speak the language of Earth at all. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng came out. Then, the experts interrogated another one who spoke Chinese. After an hour, this teenager turned out to be like Lu Chang, with an extremely tough heart and an extremely strong heart. No matter what, he didn't speak. And then 2 more duds, and 2 duds, but duds to the end. The whole day, not a single question was asked. In this moment, the expert felt fear. Looking at Taoist Red Dust, the expert respectfully said, "Palace Master, this matter is not trivial." The Red Dust was silent. The expert added, "I have never interrogated such people. They are not afraid of death. They do not eat soft. They do not eat hard. All of them have no specialized training. Yet all of them are, as it were, stronger than those who have been specially trained. Powerful as their hearts. I can see that each of them is hiding a secret in their hearts. This secret, even beyond life and death." Red Dust asked, "How much longer will it take to ask? I need to know the results." The expert sighed and shook his head. "There's no way to ask. I can now make a decision that there is nothing anyone can ask from them. They aren't afraid of death. They aren't afraid of anything and everything. They don't eat softness. They don't eat hardness. They don't have any fear within them. And all emotions are no bigger than the secrets within them. Kill them? They're not afraid to die. Torture them? One is that they haven't done anything wrong, and torture isn't necessary. The second is that even if they were tortured, they would be able to carry it off. Because I found that they have a sense of putting life and death out of their minds and viewing the world from a condescending perspective. Psychological defenses that can't be breached because their secrets are bigger than everything. Then when none of these paths work, it can actually be declared that we can never ask. Of course, there is another way to go. It's to induce them to talk. But, this path requires us to know at least some secrets. How about knowing even a little bit about the direction of the interrogation? But right now, we don't even have directions. We don't even know what type of secrets they have. Just know they have secrets. There's no way out. Red Dust sighed. "You guys go. Witness the interrogation team leave." At this moment, Red Dust gave up. Simmering Eagle fails. Packed by a hawk himself. In fact, he could solve all his doubts by going to ask Mu Jie. However, Red Dust had been the Misty Palace's palace master for many years, and was the position above all others. Although he had personally visited Zhang Ku before, in his thoughts, he was called courteous. In itself, it is still arrogant. Eventually he realized again that Nuj couldn't hold it at all, and vaguely, surprisingly, he held it somewhat to himself. This feeling was very annoying and offensive to Red Dust, so he decided that he had to get hold of some information on his own first, with his own skills. Only after having the information could he have some leverage to talk things over with Mu Jie. At least he couldn't let him hold it anymore. At least, don't act like a fool yourself and ask questions about everything. Don't know anything. It was a feeling that annoyed him greatly. But now, Red Dust was deeply frustrated. He had thought that he was familiarly in control of this entire world. But the other day, it was realized that I could not master Muji. Didn't know the secret of Nuj. Not knowing the secrets of the Earth Fellowship. Now, it is not known that these 50,000 or so, or even more, years of secrets in China. Taken by a lot of people. After thinking for a long time, Red Dust finally sighed, and he decided that it was time to go talk to Mu Jie himself. It was more than the displeasure of being taken to task. Red Dust's heart was still a little hairy when he remembered Mu Jie's words. What he said, but the end was coming. Doomsday. And now the first step verifies that a lot of strange super geniuses have really appeared in this China. And these geniuses, all keep a common secret. This made Red Dust sit up completely. Heartfelt. It would be fine if it was just a few dozen people. He could accept it, even if these people were all very strong. Just like the Earth Fellowship. After all, the number of people was small and they couldn't make any big waves. But now, tens of thousands do. That made red dust feel numb. Meanwhile, on the banks of the Jade Belt River, a week's time, just a week's time, and now Mu Jie was already at the 8th rank realm. This completely stunned everyone. Those 20 maids. At the very beginning, Mu Jie was still looking at the 3rd rank realm, but how long had it been? And they were already unable to see through the cultivation, but they saw Mu Jie flying through the air. Flying in the air. This was the 7th grade realm. This was an ability that only existed in the sect master realm. That meant that today's Mu Jie was already a zone master. Scared the shit out of me. This is horrible. Horrible. Cultivate for 10 days. From the 3rd rank, to reach the sovereign? What kind of speed is that? At one point, it even made the maids wonder if Mu Jie was once originally a Grand Master, or a Supreme Master, just that he had been hiding his cultivation before? But no matter what, seeing Mu Jie's cultivation speed that couldn't even be caught up by a rocket, the maids were even more convinced that this group of Earth Fellowship members were not simple. Each one is mysterious, yet powerful. They were originally screaming about the daily training, but now, they were completely convinced and had no more complaints. What's wrong with a little hard work? What's wrong with hard work? To follow such a powerful and mysterious organization is something that many people can't even trade their lives for. And now, it's fallen on his head. It's like pie in the sky, okay? And it was worth saying that after a week's baptism, Miao Sini had also metamorphosed. A fierce color had gradually appeared in her eyes. Though in today's peaceful era, it was quite out of character to appear on a soft girl, but not long after the demon invasion. This fierceness, on the contrary, is the principle of living. Of course, her cultivation speed wasn't that fast, even though she was being taught by several powerful people in turns every day. But now, she still hadn't broken through to the 1st grade realm. Soon, it was expected to break through to the 1st grade realm in the time it would take about a month to completely become a martial artist. However, with her current chi and blood concentration, and the state of several powerful people cycling through her, in terms of talent alone, she could actually already get into the Capital Martial Arts University on her own. There was no problem at all. Twisted. That's probably called Bill Power, turning her directly from a mortal without any talent into a genius girl who was able to enter the martial arts university in the capital. Hey! Ha! The 20 maids, as well as Miao Xin Yue, held large alloy swords weighing hundreds of pounds, forming some sort of square formation in a constant cycle. The ponies stood in front of the crowd. It is very difficult for an individual to build up a large establishment single-handedly, and while there are many people, there is a risk that they will be scattered and broken down one by one. So the battle formation is a point that all must master. You people, although because of some unforeseen circumstances, you have become Mu Sini's maidservants. But now, whether you recognize it or not, willing or not, you are all peripheral members of the Earth Fellowship. Therefore, you must master the battle formation. When there are a lot of people, a few thousand in a group. When there are fewer people, a group of a few hundred. When there are really no more people, 3 people can be a group. If there are only 2 people left to die, there still has to be a sense of battle formation. A group of 2, no matter how many there are, there must be a tacit understanding to immediately form a battle formation. Advance to attack and retreat to defend. Is that clear? A crowd of girly girls chimed in. I hear you, Patriarch Ma added. A large number of people does not necessarily bring out strength. And a large number of people who cannot exert strength is called a rabble. Let's maximize our strength in numbers. 5 fingers should be pinched into a fist and punched out, rather than 5 fingers separated and exerted. This is the essence of the most basic core of the battle formation. Can you understand? Ask if you don't understand. One of the maids raised her hand and asked, Teacher Ma, what kind of power does this battle formation have? Suppose there are 20 of us, plus Miao Xin Yue, and we are all at the 5th grade realm. What kind of power can we have when combined together? 21 of us at the 5th grade realm? I have no concept. Patriarch Ma asked her. How many opponents do you think you can kill when you meet them at the same 5th rank realm? The maid smiled bitterly. With luck, I might be able to defeat one through a fierce battle, but with bad luck, I guess I'll be killed back. Patriarch Ma said. Okay, then let's say that all 21 of you are more lucky. That is, one person can kill one. Then with 21 people, you can at most kill 21 enemies of the same realm, right? After it's done, all of you won't have any energy left in you to face the next same realm, right? 2, Patriarch Ma asked again. Then, if you were surrounded by 100 5th grade martial artists of the same realm, can you win? The maid laughed bitterly. How is this possible? And can you escape? Trying to escape from 100 of the same realm at the same realm is a fool's errand. Patriarch Ma nodded his head and asked again. Then if 100 same realms surrounded 21 of you, on average, it's 3 or 5 same realms, teaming up to grab one person and fight. among you, can you defeat it? Can you escape? The maid shook her head. If it's a fight to the death, then with 3 or 5 people fighting around one of us, we will definitely die. But before we die, we should be able to take some of them with us. If 21 of us are surrounded by 100 people, all of us will die, but the enemy should also pay 4 or 5 personnel casualties. The maid thought for a moment and added, if the 21 of us go our separate ways, all bent on escaping, I reckon that the chances of escaping are not too great. The difference between 3 or 5 people surrounding us, and more than 100 people surrounding us is actually not that big, but there are always chances in everything. I think that out of the 21 people, there should still be 1 or 2 who can escape. Speaking of which, the other maid asked excitedly, Teacher Ma, do you mean that if the 21 of us form a battle formation, when we encounter 100 surrounded by the same realm, we do have a chance to kill some of the enemies, and then withdraw safely? Patriarch Ma slowly shook his head. The crowd was a little disappointed. No? So what's the point of learning the battle formation? At that moment, Patriarch Ma opened his mouth and added, I'm going to correct you on one point. If the battle formation is so trashy in your understanding, then it would be better not to learn it. Then what's the point of bothering to study it? 21 people surrounded by 100 of the same realm. Standing out, or garbage? Patriarch Ma said in a deep voice. Let me put it to you this way. Having learned how to battle formations, how to incorporate them into a tacit understanding in the marrow of your bones. Let's not talk about 100 people. Put it this way, in the same realm, as many people as there are, kill as many people as there are. Even if 100,000 people surrounded you, you guys can keep on killing like chopping up melons and vegetables, until everyone has no strength and their whole body is exhausted. Otherwise, the ability to keep killing indefinitely. Of course, the premise is that the enemy is the same as you guys today, a rabble. Killing all the time? Keep killing. Uncapped kills? Is this a battle formation? Battle formations that allow one to keep killing indefinitely? Miao Sini was stunned. It can't be possible, right? It's not like the other party is stupid. Patriarch Ma said, there is nothing impossible. The opponent is not a fool. But in front of a true martial artist, there is no difference between a rabble and a fool. If you have learned the battle formation, facing the rabble is no different from facing a fool. How many reactions can a fool have? Either a brain rushes up and is scattering, either retreat, either flee, and of these 3 options, you all have ways to respond. If the opponent rushes up, you will retreat and kill at the same time. If the opponent doesn't dare to move and wants to consume you, then I won't move if the enemy doesn't move. If they flee, you can charge up and continue to chase and kill. If you are exhausted, then you can kill your way out and retreat. Let me give you an example of what you think. In ancient times, a trained square of 100 elite infantrymen, which is stronger or weaker when faced with 1,000 loitering punks. The maid nagged. That shouldn't be necessary to think about. 100 infantry squares will cut down 1,000 punks like a melon. Grind them over. What about facing 10,000 assholes? This is not good enough. Patriarch Ma laughed. The reason you can't say it well is because the physical strength of these 100 people is limited. Right? Right. After all, with 10,000 men, the infantry will run out of steam if the mongrels put up a fight. Patriarch Ma said. So, the mongrels and the infantrymen, in fact, both belong to the upper limit of their power, mortals. They are, in a certain way, of the same realm. And as you face the 5th grade same realm, you are also on the same level. Yet this is equivalent to the fact that, compared to infantry, you have unlimited physical strength. Of course, the mongrels also have unlimited stamina. Then under the condition that both sides have unlimited stamina, kill indiscriminately. It dawned on the crowd. Then everyone got excited. Squares. Battle formation? Is it that powerful? Patriarch Ma continued. If there are 21 of you, all of you are of the 5th rank. You guys can wrestle 100 6th ranks. You guys can drag 10 7th products to death. You guys can make an 8th product powerhouse fearful of you and have nowhere to strike. You guys don't ask where this data came from. It's all summarized from actual battles. The maids were mesmerized as they listened. And Miao Sini was also listening to it and fell into a fantasy. Doesn't this mean that after learning the battle formation, these 20 or so Girl Scouts of their own can even sweep away many of the forces in the country? At this moment, Miao Xinyue and the others suddenly understood somewhat. Why was it necessary to learn those particularly simple, but particularly practical killing techniques before learning battle formations? Why it is necessary to constantly refine one's endurance? Why it is necessary to find the most energy-saving ways and techniques from hammering over and over again? All of it, is for the battle array. Yeah, dozens of people formed a battle formation. Do flourishing moves work? Dozens of people facing the enemy and amplifying their moves together? Scattered. Flourishing but meaningless attacks? Dozens of people casting brilliant dowsing spells together? Did it work? Only the purest, most efficient means can allow the battle array to bring out the most tremendous advantages and power out. Squares of dozens of people charge into the enemy and grind their way through, and all you have to do is cooperate with your teammates to keep defending, or take the time to fling the most efficient slashes, and you don't have to worry about your back and flanks, because there, too, are your teammates just like you? This battle formation was not summarized by the Earth Fellowship. In the midst of the Great Wasteland, it was a knowledge summarized by a race with a very long name. That race's planet was a cold weapon era, and there were military wars everywhere. All year round, countless military geniuses were birthed, but because they were always in a state where they were divided, localized and at war with each other, therefore, their planet did not produce a handsome genius like Niaojia. The ones that show up and survive are all generals, and generals don't think about the map of the world. They don't strategize. It would just be a study of how to get your neighbor killed, or how not to get killed by your neighbor. It's mostly more skirmishes. Out of this extreme involution of skirmishing came the birth of countless magnificent battle formations. In the Taiwara, the people of that planet brought the battle formations to the Taiwara, and at first it was only they who used them. Later, they realized that the 10,000 races were one family and that there was only one enemy. So they taught the essence of these battle formations to the people of the 10,000 races again without hiding anything. That's a whole planet of their civilization, inwardly rolled up over thousands of years, rolled up out of the real wisdom of the world. After the battle formation appeared in the Tai wasteland, the 10,000 races saw an unprecedented breakthrough. The demons began to retreat. In the beginning, it was unified. 100 people in a square formation. And in each square formation there was a brain that was mainly responsible for constantly giving orders and changing formations in the 100-person squads. And for every 10 squares, there is a commander who manages and dispatches from a macro perspective. Good management, good unification, good synchronization of actions. But then the demons discovered the loopholes in the battle formation. And the demons would come up and fill them with countless lives in exchange for the lives of the messenger and the brain of the battle formation. When the messenger is replaced, 10 squares of 1,000 men become mute, deaf, and stupid, not knowing what to do. When the lives of the brains of the battle formation were exchanged, this square of 100 men became a completely scattered, separate entity. Is Microsoft recording allowed? Later, the 10,000 races verified in the Tai wasteland for almost 10 more years, gradually renewing themselves, and began to unscroll with the demons again. Gradual improvement. Finally the final version has emerged. Everyone is a brain and everyone is a messenger. When each square is well formed, it is numbered in advance according to this 1 2 3 4 5. As many people as there are in the war, they are numbered, in order, and all learn the same things, and all receive the same training. When number 1 died, number 2 immediately became the brains and began to command the rest. When number 2 dies, number 3 immediately and seamlessly, and so it goes, until there are only 2 men left in the battle formation, still with a brain, still in the battle formation, and the criers formed crier squares, scattered throughout the battlefield in sporadic rows, also by number. Crier number 1 issues the call. All battle formations are at their disposal. After number 1 is replaced by the enemy, number 2 immediately takes over and continues to issue the call. When number 2 dies, number 3 continues. If the messengers are all dead, have no fear. The squares are also numbered, according to square 1, square 2. So, after all the criers were dead, the brains of square 1 immediately broke away from the battle formation, walked up to the summoning platform and became the summoner, and square number 1, number 2, takes over as the brain. So much for another cycle, until everyone dies in battle. This battle formation tactic completely reversed the battle situation in Taiwara. From the very beginning, when the 10,000 clansmen were scattered and everyone was in danger, to the end, victories began to appear. In the end, there was a great cooperation between the 10,000 clans, and then a great victory in the end. Step by step, it can be a real four-way street. And now, for the first time on Earth, Patriarch Ma had passed on the battle formation to them. This group of maidens, being at this time, Mu Jia walked out from the house, smilingly looking at the riverbank. A group of female soldiers with a few 100 pounds of knives, constantly shifting, constantly carrying out the most basic alignment training. To William next to him, he said, "Good idea to bring the battle formation here. I hadn't thought of that." William said, "You are in charge of operating the whole situation. We will just take care of these things." "I've thought about it. If all of Earth's martial artists learn the battle formation, then when we face the demons, our losses in the first wave can be reduced by 60%. Muher laughed hard. Saying this, Mu Jie looked to the sky and said softly, just like he came with a heavy heart. He obviously didn't listen to my words. You see, if he didn't even listen, how can the multitudes on this earth believe me when they haven't seen blood and tears? William followed and looked up, only to see, above the 9 heavens, a figure flying down quickly. It was the Red Dust Taoist. It had been expected that Red Dust would definitely come back to look for himself, but Mu Jie had not anticipated that he would come unexpectedly, so late. Apparently, he didn't take his words to heart. Ha! In the air, Red Dust glanced at the maiden scouts who were drilling along the Jade Belt River, and a flash of disdain flashed across his eyes. Martial artists don't practice martial arts properly. Engage in these nameless things. Formations? Still think this is ancient times during the Cold War mortal period? What's the use? He mocked a bit in his heart. Infantry formation? Why don't you make a long-range attack archer camp? And javelin camp? Cavalry formation also did not come out. Red Dust didn't think any deeper and didn't bother to look at the essence in this battle formation in detail. His gaze locked onto Mu Jie's body and he was about to say something with a smile when his pupils suddenly shrank. His entire body actually paused in the air. Dazed. Red Dust, who was accustomed to seeing great storms and waves, was actually a little frightened at this moment. 8th grade. Isn't he a 5th grade? No. Intel says he's not mortal? Red Dust looked at Mu Jie blankly, muttering in his mind. Had there been a change? Changing a human skin mask and pretending to be Mu Jie, when in fact he's a clansman pretending to be a clansman? In any case, Red Dust did not believe that a person could upgrade from the 5th grade realm to the 8th grade realm in just a few days. Moreover, through observation it could also be discovered that his breath was calm and steady, without any appearance of unstable roots. This, unthinkable. It's just unbelievable. Red Dust landed on the ground and stared at Mu Jie with a pair of sharp eyes. He wanted to find traces of a human skin mask from the person in front of him. Wanted to find traces of a fake, a disguise. Instead, Mu Hare smiled in greeting. Lord Red Dust, you came a few days later than I expected. Red Dust narrowed his eyes and surveyed Mu Jie for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "You are not Muj." Mu Hare laughed. William smiled back. After laughing for a moment, Muj said, "If I'm not Muj, who else could I be?" "No way," Red Dust said incredulously. "How can a person, from the 5th rank, break through to the 8th rank in a short period of time?" Mu Jie smiled and made a love to the door. "When Taoist Red Dust came today, I had already planned to tell you everything. After listening, perhaps you will understand. Please." Red Dust narrowed his eyes, eyeing Mu Hare warily and cautiously, and slowly stepped through the door. In the courtyard, the members of the fellowship also came out of their tents, smiling and giving Red Dust a greeting. Red Dust swept his eyes pointedly over everyone, lining them up carefully, recalling the previous information, seeing if anyone wasn't there. He thought, if anyone wasn't there, then Mu Jie, presumably, was the person pretending to be him, but he was disappointed. No less than one. All of them were present. So how, exactly, did you break through from the 5th to the 8th grade in a few days? After the two were seated in groups, William poured 2 cups of tea. Red Dust is afraid to drink. He's afraid of toxicity. He is now already a little fearful. I do not know what is wrong with this world. Suddenly appeared so many mysterious people. What kind of moth? In the end what purpose? Mu Jie didn't take offense and smiled as he took a sip of tea and asked, "Taoist Red Dust. Now then, your questions are, what exactly are those super geniuses? What's going on with my cultivation? What's going on with the Earth Fellowship? Or what's going on with Doomsday?" That's a total of 4 questions. Which one would you like to ask first? He was a little annoyed that he resented following someone else's rhythm, but since the first time he came to Mu Jie, Red Dust realized that he was being led by the nose by Mu Jie every step of the way. There was no temper at all. After a long period of silence, Red Dust stared closely at Mu Jie. "What happened to your cultivation?" Mu Hare put down his teacup. "How old do you think I am?" Red Dust was stunned. "Your message said 23. Mu Jie shook his head. "If you count 3 lives as a human, I should be 140 years old. Red Dust was baffled. "What do you mean by 3 lives? In my first life, when I was 17, I was in a car accident. They all thought I became a vegetable. But in fact, I died." "What?" Red Dust stood up in shock and looked at Mu Jie in disbelief. "You're a dead man?" Mu Jie matters Red Dust seat. Continued. "And my Yuanshen went to a world called Tai Wasteland." Then, Mu Jie told the story of the 2 wasted. Half an hour later, the Red Dusters had been dumbfounded. He looked at Mu Jie in disbelief. His face flushed green and red for a while, wanting to say something but unable to do so. Mu Jie continued. "In Tai Wasteland, my 100 years ended. My Yuanshan finally returned to its rightful place and returned to Earth. While on Earth, my body had grown to 23 years old. So, adding up the before and after, I count as 3 lifetimes as a human. I am 140 years old. 140. The red dust was silent. There was silence for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, red dust gazed at Mu Jie and asked, "So what you're saying is that your cultivation level is actually brought about by your Yuanshan? Your cultivation was originally higher, and now it's just a recovery period? You can read it that way." Red dust hurriedly asked again, "You mean, my cultivation level is further up, but there are even realms? I'm only in the martial king realm?" "Yes, Daoist red dust is only a martial king realm. Above the 9th rank is a martial king. Above a martial king is a martial emperor. Above martial emperor is martial emperor. And above martial emperor is martial saint. Above me, there are 3 more realms?" Red dust collapsed and roared in anger. "Impossible. Bullshit. A load of nonsense. Simply a bunch of nonsense. Impossible. I am a Jieshur powerhouse. Jieshur means that there is no more way to the martial arts path. You're telling me that there are still 3 realms above me? It's simply a bunch of nonsense." Muhair didn't say anything, didn't express any opinion. While the people from the Earth Fellowship Association were looking at this unattainable Misty Palace master at this time, there was suddenly a touch of mockery in their eyes. Judas, looking at the frog at the bottom of the well, how could he think that he had gone to the top of the heap, in the Thai wilderness, amongst the battlefields of the 10,000 races, and amongst the battlefields of the demons and demons, even at the martial saint realm? They only dared to be called martial saints, and martial saints didn't even dare to say that they had definitely gone to the very top. How dare he think that he was at the absolute top of his district's martial king realm? What is this if not a well? Of course, they've seen it before and the Earthlings haven't, so there's an information gap. But the real reason for the Earth Fellowship's mockery was that red dust hadn't continued to explore upwards after reaching this realm. If the martial king realm continued to explore upwards, it would definitely discover the end. It would definitely realize that there was still a path upwards. But he's just heard it said that Jedi is the end of the line. He didn't bother to think if it's never like that. Is it right? Just complacent thinking he's at the end of his rope. It is not a frog at the bottom of the well to have an information gap. But this arrogance and complacency is the true meaning of being a frog at the bottom of a well. Red dust was alone and lost in thought for a long time as he muttered to himself. He was still in some disbelief. However, Mu Jie, who had broken through to the 8th rank in a few days in front of him, had given him another hard blow. Right now, he was in a mess. After a long time, Red Dust asked, "What kind of realm is martial saint?" Mu Jie thought about it and answered simply and roughly, "People like you come and die as many times as you can. I don't need to make a move. Just a look and you're dead." Mu Jie continued, "The physical body crosses the universe. The Yuan Shin is immortal. Even if I die, my Yuan Shin can still take over another body, and it won't take long for me to return to the martial saint realm again." Immortality. Red Dust looked at Mu Jie with some horror. In other words, if the situation continued like this, Miao Jie actually wouldn't take long, at most a year, before he would return to the martial saint realm again. And even if he died prematurely now, his Yuanshan would still be immortal and would go looking for a suitable body to take over. Then, the Yuanshan would continue to feed back his cultivation and then hide, and it wouldn't be long before he would still reach the martial saint realm. What a heinous realm this is! Red Dust was stunned. If this was true, the thought that Red Dust had thought of earlier of taking advantage of his illness could be used to cast some means at the critical moment while Mu Jie was still weak. This idea was immediately ruled out. Only dare to befriend, not offend. If it's true, then Mu Jie died, and somewhere on Earth, a hidden Mu Jie would silently rise again and become a martial saint as well. If it's fake, he didn't dare think it was fake. Some of the tactics that he had thought of earlier to pin down Mu Jie were, at this moment, gone. The genjutsu is immortal. This is too terrifying. Of course, that was Muhair's guess. He also didn't know if the genjutsu was immortal, but he did genjutsu across the universe back to Earth. It did give back cultivation. Of course, I just don't know if there will be a next time. Saying that on purpose was a handful of things that MUJ was defending him from as well. After all, right now, he is only the 8th grade, and he is still relatively weak. People's hearts were separated. Hell knows what Red Dust would think, if he didn't guard against him. In case he was unfavorable to himself, he would be very passive. And now that it's said that way, whether he believes it or not, he'll be afraid. Both would be scornful. Of course, one doesn't know if it's true or not. Then, Red Dust asked the most straightforward question. Then how can I reach the martial saint realm? Ha ha ha. At this, William burst out laughing. Red Dust glared. What are you laughing at? I'm a Jedi, and you're a mere supreme power. How dare you laugh at me? Even if Mo Jie says he's a martial sage, what are you? But William is too lazy to spoil him this problem. William in the Taiwara is a martial arts emperor. Facing the likes of Red Dust, he would kill as many as he could. He would not put red dust in his eyes at all. In fact, no one from the Earth Fellowship would ever put red dust in their sights. The reason why he was cautious, vigilant, and treated him with caution. The reason is the same. The time is too short. Nowadays everyone hasn't returned to the realm of their own year yet. In the week time, shouldn't be rampant. This is the most basic law. In time, everyone present would basically return to the realm they once were. It was only a matter of time. William laughed. Taoist Red Dust. How do you reach Martial Saint? This question, not only you want to know. Throughout the entire universe, the 10,000 races, billions and billions of living beings all want to know. But throughout the entire Taiwan, the 10,000 races have countless celestial pride, and are as strong as clouds. However, only 3 martial saints have appeared. Tai Wasteland Aborigines 1, our President 1, Demons in 1. There are only 3 martial saints, but in Taiwan, there are a lot of martial emperors. And a cargo like me, a district untalented, is also a martial emperor. You're Woody. Red Dust's eyes changed. This fucking, are there so many strong people? He looked at the 30 or so people from the Earth Fellowship in front of him and felt fear for the first time. So, I'm the one who's the best cook in this yard. He couldn't tell whether these people were bragging or had ulterior motives to swindle themselves. Mu Jie said at this time, it's hard to say about the realm of Martial Saint, but in my opinion, having to go through the trials and tribulations of blood and fire is the foundation. In short, like you, relying on meditation to become a martial saint is a fool's errand. Or rather, relying on meditating like you do, getting to the martial emperor realm is impossible. Red Dust asked, then how do we reach the martial emperor? Above the 9th grade, the Mudball Palace appears in your mind. That place is where the god is contained. From here, your Yuan Shen has begun to sprout. You just don't know it yourself. Red Dust narrowed his eyes. 60% sure in his heart at this moment. There are not many Jedi powerhouses, and only the Jedi powerhouses themselves know that above the 9th rank, a place in the mind called the Mud Palace undergoes a qualitative change, but they haven't researched it themselves. Now, Mu Jie spoke of the Mud Palace thing in one breath. It was said in a penetrating manner. Those who hadn't reached this realm simply wouldn't know. And then what? Then it is necessary to sense this heaven and earth, to sense the suffering of the world, sense the thousands of nature, feeling the 100 states of the earth. It has nothing to do with cultivation anymore. Mu Jie said quietly, as you gain a deeper understanding of this world, you will comprehend your own Tao. After you comprehend your own Tao, your Yuan Shen is born. And this moment of the Yuan Shen's birth is called the Martial Emperor Realm. As you continue to deepen above your own Tao, you will experience the hardships of the world. You will increasingly realize the despair of this world. And when you reach Martial Emperor, you will not feel powerful. Instead, you will feel very small. After breaking through this barrier in the state of mind, after experiencing several life and death crises, after experiencing several trials of blood and fire, in despair, in the midst of dying, your Yuan Shen will undergo a metamorphosis. And the metamorphosis appears to be the Martial Emperor Realm. So on and so forth, comprehending this world over and over again, experiencing blood and fire over and over again. Every day you fight, every day you wander between life and death. One day, the blessing comes to your heart, and your Yuan Shen leaves your body, touring the 9 heavens and overlooking the earth. At this point, we call it Martial Saint. After saying that, Mu Jie picked up the tea and took a sip, looking at Red Dust with a smile. No matter what, going further back, no realm can be cultivated just by meditating. I've fought for 100 years in the great wilderness, without a single day of peace, struggling in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood every day. Yet you ask me how to reach Martial Saint? This is the way. Then, Mu Jie pointed at everyone present in the Earth Fellowship. They, too, every day they face the choice between death and life. Every day they fight. Every day they soak in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Every day, you see countless people die and watch those around you leave one by one. Watching your brother who was talking to you just a moment ago. The next moment only half a head is left. Do you think they are here to talk to you in a peaceful and restrained manner as a Grandmaster? Supreme Masters? The 8th and 9th grade? Martial artists who are not as high in status as you in the Netherworld Palace? Wrong. Mu Jie slowly stood up and said in a deep voice. They are Shura. Buzz. Red Dust just felt his scalp tingle. The hairs on his body stood up in sweat. All of the people in the Earth Fellowship, however, subconsciously puffed out their chests and recalled the lofty years. Mu Jie would not allow anyone in this world to look down on his Earth Fellowship brothers, because in Mu Jie's eyes, Those who could come back alive from the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Those were the Shura who fought every second of every day, and they were the true heroes of the world. And on Earth, even if you have a high cultivation level, in Mujie's eyes, you are nothing. If you really pissed off, and it really came to a critical moment of life and death, the 32 people present in the Earth Fellowship Association, together with yourself, could sweep any of the so-called supreme powerhouses on Earth across the board. Of course, if they didn't have to do it as a last resort, Mujia and the others wouldn't do it at all. It was a very foolish behavior to consume each other with the Earthlings themselves when an external enemy was present. And it's going to kill people. One could take on a Jedi, but a few of his own brothers might die. I wonder who it is. A short silence fell over the scene. Some changes appeared in Red Dust's eyes as he looked at Mujia. Mr. Mew, I figured it out. You told me to treat those teenagers well before. And yet those teenagers seem to have some kind of secret. Their secret is the identity of the travelers, right? If I'm not wrong, they are the Yuanshan of the 10,000 races that came to Earth, right? Mujia nodded. It's like this. Back then, before the arrival of the demons in Taiwara, the Yuanshan of the 10,000 races would arrive a few years in advance, but it was only a few. The large number of troops only arrived and took their positions after the war had begun. Those super geniuses, they were the reinforcements of the 10,000 races. The reason I asked you to treat them well is that, in the future, these reinforcements and comrades will fight and die for the Earth. A large portion of them will die on this great land of Earth. A large portion will not be able to return to their homeland, unable to see their families, for eternity, to stay here. Inexplicably, Red Dust got goosebumps. His heart suddenly felt a little guilty. He remembered that he had been interrogating those teenagers for the past few days, and he wondered who they were, what secrets there were. It caused one to break down and go crazy. Several others, too, suffered. When he thought of these teenagers, Red Dust thought of the story of Tai Wasteland that Mujia had told himself. The 10,000 races supported, and countless people fell on the battlefield of the Tai wilderness, and the bodies and blood of countless people were turned into fertilizer that smoothed out the desert there. If what Muher says is true, then in the future, these teenagers, too, will heal the scars of the Earth, right? Mr. Mew. So demons, what exactly is going on? And what exactly is the end of days? Demons are characterized by a single eye. They come from an unknown place where the environment is extremely harsh, so harsh that they have to eat their companions or children in order to survive. Their emperors, who have broken through to martial saints, have mastered spatial arts. After discovering a place, a spatial passage will be opened from their planet, allowing the army to realize a spatial jump. They are hungry and cruel, so when they get to a new place, the first thing they do is fill their stomachs. The second thing is to find a way to occupy the place and keep filling their stomachs. And according to the level of the Earth, when the first wave of demons descends, 50% of the people on this planet will all be dead within a month. Let me put it this way. The cultivation strength of Taiwu is a little bit stronger than that of the Earth. But in the end, after 100 years of victory, there were only a few thousand aborigines left alive in Taiwara. Red Dust sucked in a breath of cold air. That battle damage rate. And now, for Earth, we have the advantage. It is that, we knew in advance that they were coming. So it's not too late. If everything goes in the right direction, I think we may be victorious in just a few decades. I think maybe only 4 or 5 billion of the 8 billion people on the planet will die. It won't be as bad as the Great Desolation. 4 or 5 billion. Red Dust stood up. 4 or 5 billion dead? That's still the best outcome? Muher looked at him. Why else would this be called Armageddon? Phew. At this moment, the Red Dust man went numb. That means that he is now flying up in the sky overlooking the Earth. More than half of those who can see with the naked eye won't survive. That's a harsh truth. Even this was beyond Red Dust's perception. In his previous thought, the end of the world was not some meteorite hitting the Earth or some big earthquake and tsunami. He had previously thought about whether he needed to organize martial artists from all over the world to come together to provide disaster relief. But now that he had heard Mujia's words, Red Dust realized that this so-called doomsday was far more terrifying 10,000 times than he had imagined. Demon? Red Dust asked. Demons? What kind of existence are they? Are there many in number? What is their strength? And how does it compare to my Earth's martial arts cultivation world? Muher thought for a moment and explained. They survive on a planet with a very cruel environment. As far as I know, the world of the demons was originally rich, but the demons possessed a cruel gene in their genes. The gene causes them to be warlike, and because of this warlike behavior, they have beaten their planet to death. Everywhere is barren, grainless, without any plants or shelters. There are no food sources of any kind. Their planet is nothing but rocks, deserts, and hot days and cold nights. The highest temperature during the day can reach over 100 degrees, and the lowest temperature at night can reach over 200 degrees below zero. In the midst of this environment, it is a forbidden zone for life, but the demons survive. Red Dust stared wide-eyed. Over 100 degrees during the day and over 200 degrees at night? What kind of adaptability is this? And they survived? Well, what do they eat? I'm afraid there aren't even any plants or animals in this brutal environment. Right? They eat themselves. Eat yourself. Right. Because their ability to reproduce is particularly strong and fast. That's why a lot of demons choose to keep giving birth to children. And the children they give birth to are stockpiled as reserve food. When they are hungry, they eat. Or they eat their own parents or siblings. Just by eating themselves, they survived. One day, their emperor learned spatial arts and discovered a world called Thai Wasteland. The population of Thai Wasteland was around 10 billion, with advanced technology and strong martial forces. But none of this was a problem in the eyes of the demons. They attacked Thai Wasteland. After entering the Great Wasteland, they are like hungry ghosts who haven't eaten in 100 years. They don't look like they are fighting a war, but like they are going to the great wilderness to get a full meal. They were like locusts. And where they crossed there were no people, no animals, no plants. They eat everything, including the sod on the ground. So where they cross, there is a desert. In the middle of the desert they want to win the war and continue to expand their population. So they again in the two desert non-stop reproduction. At the very beginning, we kill them speed surprisingly not as fast as their reproduction speed. And they still maintain their nature of killing each other in the midst of the great wasteland. Still giving birth to many children to bring with them to fight in wars. Marching while using their own children as reserve food. And the little demons that survived every day in an environment where they were either eaten by their parents or killed by us. Growing up from such an environment, they understand one thing from a young age. To survive, they have to compete. Compete with their own kind. Compete with us, so they are not afraid of death at all. Fearless of death. They just want to win, and they just want to live. Having said that, Red Dust's heart fluttered a bit. He hurriedly asked, what about the cultivation strength of the demons? How does it compare to Earth? Demons, at birth, are at the third grade martial realm. Their lifespan is very short, only about 50 or 60 years. However, their cultivation talent and speed is very good, stronger than humans. Let's put it this way, amongst 10 billion humans, there might only be 100 million martial artists, while among the 10 billion demons, 10 billion are all martial artists. Among the 10 billion human martial artists, those below the 5th rank occupy 90%, while among the 10 billion demons, 90% are able to reach the 8th rank. Red Dust trembled. Then this is not dead? Being targeted by such a race, isn't it dead? Yeah, it's dead. That's why there's a nebulous force in the universe that won't let this happen. It is impossible to see demons taking over the environment of the human race and using it as a springboard for growth. It would be a disaster for the universe. That's why one side is in trouble. What about nukes? We have advanced weapons on Earth. ICBMs and nukes. Mu Jia laughed. Thai Wasteland also has it. Scientific research at the atomic level is by no means a specialty of Earth. Moreover, nuclear bomb kills are painless for demons. How many can it kill? They can all be martial artists. It can be said that a 5th grade martial artist can survive as long as they leave the center point of the explosion. Let alone them? And they weren't fools to stand there and be bombarded. And the nukes are extremely polluting. Even if the war is won in the end, we won't be able to survive ourselves. So, what about this? Resistance for all. Everyone cultivates. Hold out until the second wave of reinforcements from the 10,000 clans arrive. How long is it going to last? I don't know. There are no exact numbers. Maybe a year or two. Maybe a decade or two. Perhaps. The last of us on Earth will not see the arrival of the reinforcements of the 10,000 races before we die. Perhaps. After the reinforcements of the 10,000 races transmigrate to Earth, they will die in the budding period. They will die in the war. This is all uncertain. But one thing was certain. The transmigrants of the 10,000 races must all be super geniuses. Their cultivation speed was dozens, hundreds of times that of Earthlings. It took the Red Dust Taoist monarch nearly 100 years to reach the martial king's realm, whereas for them, it might only take a few years, 10 years, a dozen years. All nations, super genius. Red Dust's eyelids jumped a few times, and he couldn't help but feel a little alarmed in his heart. So, super genius means this? A few years, a dozen years to actually grow to the point where an old man is like this? If it's true, can't this be described as a genius? This is simply a demon. If this is true, all of Earth's people have been reduced to slag in seconds. Seemingly seeing his confusion, Mu Jia smiled again and explained. In the midst of facing the demon's doom, wouldn't it be that ordinary people grow up quickly? Red Dust exclaimed. The aura will become dense? No. Then how do ordinary people grow faster? Mu Jie said. We are martial artists. Martial artists. The word martial comes first. It is not that the speed of meditation and cultivation is extremely slow, only constantly experiencing blood and firefighting, constantly breaking through under the desperate plight again and again. Dare to fight. Dare to fight. Dare to die. This is called a martial artist. And such martial artists all grow at an extremely fast rate. Actually, a martial artist's talent can only determine a martial artist's early speed. But it is never talent that truly determines a martial artist's achievements. Rather, it's the breakthrough in the midst of despair over and over again. It's like, for example, right now if the end comes, an ordinary person on earth who originally had no talent for cultivation, as long as he can survive, then his cultivation speed must be several times that of the geniuses of the Capital Martial Arts University. This brand new theory shocked Red Dust. Don't martial artists cultivate by meditating? Rather, by progressing in the midst of the fight over and over again? Was this still a martial artist in his own sense of understanding? Red Dust was silent for a long time. This time, he didn't speak for half an hour. Finally, Red Dust looked at Mu Jie wryly. How do I know if what you say is true? Mu Hare spread his hands. It's almost insurmountable. This is true of all humans, including all of the 10,000 races. None will be willing to choose to believe in something that is not favorable to them until they have seen the final truth. One must wait until all the people around them are all dead one by one before waking up to the truth. Red Dust looked deeply at Mu Jie. So if I believe you, what are you going to do next? Mu Jie didn't hide his intentions and said bluntly, the first thing is to warn everyone on the globe through Huaxia. Let everyone around the globe coalesce together, receive training, and accept the fact that the end is coming. The second thing, all people cultivate. Cultivate globally. There is no longer any need for martial artists to be gifted or anything like that. Let the entire society all prioritize martial artists and cultivation. Third thing, gather the men of all races from around the globe and cultivate them. After listening to Mu Jie finish his plan, Red Dust's entire pupil shrank. If, indeed, it was done according to this, then it would actually be the equivalent of Mu Jie, who would directly control the entire planet. It's a supreme right. After everything gives way to the Doomsday Resistance Program, Mu Hare, the initiator, will be the well-deserved head of the planet. And that is scary. It's horrible. It made Red Dust wonder about Mu Hare's motives. If he was just using a lie to inspire fear within people, spreading the emotions of anxiety and fear, through such emotions, to achieve his goal of global control, he had reason to be so skeptical. Of course, Zhang Ke knew he would suspect this. He would have suspected so. Certainty. People will not choose to believe until they have seen the final truth, and will surely speculate about themselves with the most evil minds. All of this was within Muj's expectations, including his suspicions. After chatting about some other things, Red Dust did not take a position on the matter of the end of the world and left in a hurry. Watching Red Dust leave, Pony said worriedly, Uncle Jie, we don't have much time. Yet they still choose not to believe. Muj asked, how long do you think it will take for the demons to reach Earth? Pony thought for a moment. According to the experience of Tai Wasteland, it would take at most 1 or 2 years for the Demon's Emperor to open the space-time passage that supplies the army to pass through. But that's too little for us. 1 or 2 years. Mu Hare muttered, his mind tightening. Time was short. One had to do something in a short time. Uncle J, will Red Dust believe us? Will he react in any way? Mu Jie shook his head. I don't know. I only know that after he goes back, he will definitely find those 10,000 races Yuanshan and verify if their talents are really as powerful as I said. After he succeeds in verifying it, I will still be torn and still be hesitant. It's because we don't have any more holdable evidence. What about that? One needs to walk on 2 legs. We can't just make bets on the ethereal palace. Mu Jie pondered for a moment. When I reach the Martial King realm, we'll go out of the mountain. We'll preview the world first through autonomous means, but there's no doubt that our preview will have no credibility. There will definitely not be many people who believe in us. But, as early as we can, those who react first have the probability of surviving in the aftermath. In the midst of the doomsday, the biggest enemy is actually not the demons, initially, but rather our own people. What we can do is just to save a little bit is a little bit, and to be able to let as many more of our fellow Earthlings live as possible. William walked over. Uncle J, what should we do now? Mu Jie thought for a moment. Let's make preparations first. First, globally, through the internet, television, radio, artificial propaganda, and all other means. Use the common language of the 10,000 races to summon the 10,000 races Yuanshan around the globe. We have to have a two-handed preparation. If the Earthlings are not useful, then take the lead in cultivating the 10,000 races warriors. Second, globally, Find me all the masters, the strong ones. The Earth Fellowship will go out on a high note and pick the global strong ones. Let the globe know of our existence. And after that, look for the right time to warn of the end. All of you move. I am now the 8th rank and do not need your protection here. All go back to your own kingdoms and regions. Utilize all the money and power in your hands. And move. The 32 powerhouses shouted aloud. Yes, but at this moment, Xiao Ma said, Huaxia already has Su Tao. I don't need to contribute. I'll put up all the money. I'll stay here. The crowd looked at the ponies suspiciously. Pony pointed to the pussy scouts training on the banks of the Yudai River. I'll have to be the mentor. The crowd thought about it. Everyone's main focus, Mu Jie, had to be busy with his cultivation, and he had to be busy with his cultivation as well. He had to rapidly improve his strength to be able to deal with the onslaught of the future. Don't let the time come when you don't have enough strength, and everyone doesn't get taken to the front lines of resistance against the demons. Instead, they were screwed to death by the Earthlings themselves, and that would be the big wrong seed. But when Mu Jie had the strength to hang the globe, this, only then, wouldn't happen. Ethereal Palace. Red Dust went and returned from Mu Jie, and the first thing he did when he returned to the Netherworld Palace was to gather all 5 of those remaining teenagers. The 5 teenagers who had already broken down a bit, looked at the powerful man in front of them with fear. Knowing that this was the palace master of the Netherworld Palace, they were all a bit scared, not knowing what Red Dust would do to everyone next. Face to face for a long time, Red Dust was the first to break the silence. I'm not going to give you guys a hard time. I know a few of you are able to understand Mandarin, right? He watched the eyes of the 5 men carefully. From the eyes of the 3 people in the middle of it, they saw a dodge, but from the eyes of the other 2, they saw a blank, confused look. Obviously, the confused ones couldn't understand what Red Dust was saying. Red Dust focused his attention on the 3 men who understood the common language and spoke in a hushed voice. I already know your identities. People of the 10,000 clans, right? The 3 men's eyes were a bit blank. What man of all races? I don't know. Red Dust frowned, looking at the bewilderment of these 3 again, not like an act. Was he wrong? After a while, Red Dust reacted. The people of the 10,000 clans was Mu Jie's collective name and description for them. Of course they didn't know the meaning of the 10,000 races. Red Dust summarized the language and re-asked. I know your identities. You are not Earthlings. Your Yuanshan traveled here from other worlds. You have taken over the bodies of Earthlings and have been hiding your identities, right? As soon as the words fell, the pupils of the 3 teenagers contracted drastically to the size of pinpoints. Terrified, they looked at Red Dust. This, the highest secret they kept. It's the kind of secret that you guard with your life. And now, Red Dust knows. How did he know? Seeing the expression of the 3 people, the Red Dust's heart was relieved that it was true. What Mujer said was completely true. It's really a crossover. Red Dust's heart was a little awestruck. I didn't think that there was really such a magical thing in this world, and that travelers were real? After a moment of silence, Red Dust said, I don't know why you guys are trying your best to hide your identity as travelers. To be honest, before, I always thought that you guys were hiding a secret that was unfavorable to the world's pattern, and that's why I was severely tortured. But now that I know the identities of your travelers, I am relieved. The 10,000 people, and the Earthlings are old friends forever. I will not make things difficult for you at all. And here, I apologize for what I did to you before. I'm sorry. It's also true that there are reasons why we tortured you to make a confession. But you guys said earlier that you are travelers. I will not be difficult for you at all. But now, the result has already been caused. Field, friends of the outer planets, how can I remove the hostility in your heart? I want to try my best to compensate you. You can make any request to me. 2 of them were bewildered. The other 3, however, were looking at each other at that moment. They didn't believe that Red Dust was so kind. In fact, it wasn't that they didn't trust Red Dust, but they simply didn't trust the Earthlings who had discovered their identity. Prudence is the greatest rule for living. Red Dust looked at the 3 people's indifference and sighed in his heart. I should have known that I should have gone to ask Mu Jie earlier. Why torture people to make them confess? When he thought of what Mu Jie had said, about the reinforcements of the 10,000 races, he felt a little ashamed and guilty in his heart. If the doomsday was true, these people, in the future, were the strongest reinforcements to help Earthlings resist foreign enemies. Ah, comrades. Just then, Lu Chang spoke up. I want to go home. He was momentarily speechless. After a long silence, Red Dust said in consternation. Me, I don't have that ability to send you home. Lu Chang said angrily. All you had to do was send a helicopter. That's how you brought us here. Oh, so that's the family. Red Dust smiled bitterly. So what you're talking about is Earth's home. That's no problem. I can do it. I'll send all of you home in 10 minutes. Are there any other compensation requirements beyond that? This time, it was the trio's turn to be stunned. Really want to take us home? They had experienced despair and panic over the past few days and were on edge every day. Now, all of a sudden, they were going home? They didn't quite want to believe it. At that point, another teenager said, "Can I make a request?" Red Dust 2. Go ahead. I want to get into Budo High School, but our family at home is a bit strapped for cash. If you're going to compensate me, can you pay for some medical expenses? At this moment, Red Dust really wanted to cry a little. His rippling heart couldn't help but ripple. These lovely vanguards, and he's only asking for compensation for some medical bills? With some emotion, Red Dust looked at the teenagers seriously and said, "I will compensate each of you with a compensation of $1 billion. This is my way of expressing my apologies to you all, and at the same time, it is also my way of trying to fund your cultivation, as you have a very great future in the martial arts." 3. And so good? No way. How did he treat us before? Now all of a sudden he's so nice? And subsidize us to learn martial arts? Red Dust looked at his watch. There are 8 minutes left. In 8 minutes, I will send all of you home. In these remaining 8 minutes, can we talk? The biggest secret you guys keep is actually your own identity as travelers, right? I'm puzzled as to why this is a secret in your hearts. The three don't speak. Silence. Pondering if Red Dust is fishing. Neither of them are talking. Red Dust sighed and added, "Let's be honest. There are hundreds of thousands of you like this, all over the world." The three men were alarmed. They originally thought that only they were cultivators, but never thought that there were hundreds of thousands of Earth's travelers? This is amazing. Red Dust recalled Mu Jie's words and intermittently told the story of the Taiwai. After saying that, Red Dust also told the reason for their arrival on Earth. Red Dust didn't know if this was true or not, but he said it anyway. After saying it, he began to pay attention to the reactions of these few people. The three marveled. There was such a thing? They don't know. They haven't heard of it. But it was at this moment that a teenager from Earth named Lynch suddenly stared with wide eyes and let out a cry of shock. Too desolate. Martial Saint Mu Jie. Are you saying that the legendary martial saint is an earthling? Red Dust sat bolt upright. Surprisingly an alien had heard of Mu Jie? Holy shit. How could this be? Red Dust nodded quickly. That's what he said. They also have an organization called Lynch Snaps, the Earth Fellowship. Red Dust only felt his scalp go numb. What? You've heard of the Earth Fellowship? Lynch marveled. Gosh, I always thought this was a legend, but I didn't realize it was true. What kind of legends do you hear? Lin Chi said, before I came here, a few strong martial emperors appeared in my hometown. They claimed to have gone to the Thai wilderness to join the army of 10,000 clans. They said that the Thai wilderness was targeted by a strange creature to take over. So the people of the 10,000 clans poured in and went to the great wilderness to help exterminate those strange creatures. And in the middle of this Thai wasteland, there is a super force named the Earth Fellowship. The Earth Fellowship Association and our army are the main force in the same camp. A total of 20,000 people. Tough and fearless. They are in existence in the middle of the Thai wasteland that makes all those strange creatures tremble in fear. And among them, the king of the Earth Fellowship is named Mu Jie. Martial Saint Mu Jie. It's the only strong martial saint amongst the 10,000 human races. In the midst of a certain battle, the army of the 10,000 races, numbering 800,000, was surrounded by 90 million strange creatures. The martial saint appeared from the sky, tearing through space. A palm descended from the sky, and hundreds of thousands of strange creatures were beaten to pulp. The martial saint began to chase and kill. One person, surprisingly, blasted tens of millions of strange creatures. And then, there was a sun rising from the west, so bright that everyone in the 10,000 races couldn't open their eyes. That's an emperor in the strange creatures and a martial saint. It is one of the three martial saints in this world. It fought with the martial saint Mu Jie, and the aftermath of the battle caused tens of thousands of people from the 10,000 races to die violently, while millions of strange creatures died violently on the spot. As people fled in panic, they saw two suns rising into the sky, the dazzling light emitted by the two martial saints. It was like the sun. They flew out of the atmosphere and into the universe. Martial Saint Mu Jie and it, surprisingly, were both able to physically cross the universe. Later, the martial saint, an aboriginal of the Thai wasteland, also joined the battle, teaming up with Miao Jie to fight it. Their battle was fought for more than 20 days without a break, and the entire Thai wasteland came to a truce, and all the living beings just raised their heads to look at the sky during those 20 days. On the 20th day, one of the satellites of planet Thai wasteland suddenly exploded. That was generated by the aftermath of the three martial saint powerhouses fighting. They fought on the satellite, and in the end, blew up that satellite. It was only then that people realized why the three martial saints fought in the middle of the Huanwu, because if they collided in the middle of the Thai wilderness, they would most likely shatter the planet Thai wilderness. This is the result that everyone is unwilling to see. That day, a meteor shower rained down on the Taiwan wasteland. The shattered satellites turned into chunks of meteorites that smashed into the Thai wilderness, and countless strong martial emperors flew up to the 9 heavens to smash the meteorites, averting a catastrophe. On the 20th day, the 3 martial saints each left. It never showed its face again. The aboriginal martial saint of the Thai wilderness lost the left half of his body, leaving only the right half. The martial saint Mu Jia, on the other hand, had his body intact, but was also said to have suffered severe internal injuries. That day was the first time that all the races and countless living beings in this entire 100 years world saw martial saint-level powerhouses clashing together. It was so earth-shattering and terrifying. The aftermath of the battle alone even shattered the satellite. By the way, that satellite was almost as big as your Earth's moon. Red Dust's jaw dropped as he listened. Cold sweat dripping. Mujer, is this strong? Bright as the rising sun. This light, the whole planet can see it? Flesh crosses the universe. Shatter the planet. Destroy millions of demons with a single slap? Is this a power that humans can grasp? Lin Chi continued. After those few strong martial emperors from our planet told this story, everyone thought they were lying, because as far as we know, martial emperor is the end of the martial Tao. However, they said that above martial emperors, there is a realm called martial saints. That was also the first time we knew that there were even strong people like martial saints among martial artists. Mu Jia, however, is the only martial saint of the 10,000 races. The legend is well known in our part of the world. Although everyone thinks they are lying, the story is still well known. Oh my god, I actually came to the hometown of the martial saint? The strong people of our world, they didn't lie. This world actually does exist in Thai wasteland. Actually does exist in the Earth Fellowship. And actually does exist a strong person like the martial saint. Lin Chi was excited and looked at Red Dust fervently. You just said that you went to see Mu Jie? Gosh, you actually had the honor of talking to a martial saint? The heart is a bit of a bad place to be. What do you mean by fortunate? Then, Lin Chi added, you have to know that in the Thai wilderness, strong martial emperors may not even be able to witness a martial saint with their own eyes. How overwhelming is that? His absolute top realm had been invincible in Huaxia for a long time. Although there are quite a few absolute tops in other countries on earth, but absolute tops, everyone does not strike each other. All consider themselves invincible in short. Now, someone has appeared to break the invincibility. It's not that it's a little bit better than you are. Rather, so much. Crossing universes? Smash planets? Is this really true? Lin Chi added. My lord, can you let me pay my respects to Lord Martial Saint? The strong man of our planet once said something. The story of the Thai wasteland is over. But it doesn't mean that those strange creatures will end. Perhaps one day, it will be our turn as well. If one day, someone from our planet can also have the honor of entering the battlefield of the 10,000 races, there is a great chance to appreciate the martial saint. If someone from our planet can meet the martial sage, be sure to bring a message for me, Lord Martial Sage. The people of the Golden Giant Bowl planet are your eternal subordinates. My lord, I didn't realize that what I thought was a legend had actually become a reality. Can you help me with an introduction so that I can pay my respects to Lord Martial Saint? Any way is fine. I want to bring the word for the powerful people of my hometown. The other 2 teenagers listened to Lynch mouthing off as if they were listening to a heavenly book. What martial sage? Like the sun? Famous throughout the universe? Seriously? Yo! Red Dust was really shocked inside. He couldn't understand it. Is it real or fake? Mainly because all this information was just so far beyond his expectations. And it was at this moment that the elder hurriedly walked in and leaned over to Red Dust's ear and said, Palace Master, the Earth Fellowship is making a big move. Red Dust asked, what's the move? It seems, it's a big movement on a global scale. It seems, are spreading some kind of symbols and words that we can't read, through global information channels, the internet. Red Dust was shocked in his heart. He hadn't even agreed yet. And the Earth Fellowship was taking the lead? It's not yet discerned whether MUJ is a conspiracy set up for something else. Or is it a real thing? Why is he acting ahead of schedule? Red Dust hurriedly walked into the middle of the office. And at that moment, there was already a serious-faced introduction from the ethereal palace on the big screen. Palace Master. Just now. Penguin. Headline. And a series of other well-known Chinese media companies. There are also some local satellite TV stations that have sent out a strange symbol. A picture pulled up. White background. Black lettering. But the words on the top are unrecognizable. It looks like circles and triangles and squares. Can't read it at all. Red Dust frowned. What does that mean? Unclear. The staff hurriedly added, however. Penguin used QQ and WeChat. From the background among the big data, forcibly to the whole of China's nearly 1 billion users, each and every one of them cast. The scope of delivery includes Weibo Group, Weibo Chat, Weibo Interface, Weibo Friends Circle, QQ Group, QQ Message, QQ Space, QQ Skin, as well as game backgrounds, game interface and so on in all kinds of online games. At the same time, many of the local satellite TV stations of China's TV sets also suddenly inserted such pictures in their programs. Just now, many plutocrats hired millions of workers. Many of these slogans and pictures were printed and posted on cars and painted like small advertisements in the corners of cities, villages and towns. At the same time, Europe is doing the same thing. Rice, Asia, Australia and so on. All the countries, it's starting to be like that. We don't know what this picture and these symbols represent. But just now, the United Nations has activated its emergency plan. They are meeting and discussing to ask linguists to identify the meaning of these symbols, setting up an international organization to investigate the meaning of the symbols, and the intentions of those who spread them. Red Dust's face was in a state of shock and disbelief. Should it be stopped, or should it be recognized? The elders said in an urgent voice. The official asked for the ethereal palace's opinion. What should be disposed of? Red Dust was silent for a long time and said stoically, "Wait and see what happens." The whole room was in an uproar. No one knew why the palace master had even chosen to acquiesce. Doesn't waiting and seeing mean letting the Earth Fellowship go? No one knew, including Red Dust himself, that his heart had begun to slowly tilt toward trust. At this moment, the world explodes. A string of mysterious symbols suddenly began to popularize and spread around the world. Almost instantly, within hours, it exploded across the globe. All the netizens around the globe were shocked. Crap, why do I keep seeing this symbol? Me too. YouTube is all over this symbol. It's all over Twitter too. All over the world is this symbol. On an even scarier note, the symbol has appeared on the big screens of so many office buildings in our city. We live in a mountain village, and we have this symbol on the poles in our mountain village. Is this some kind of conspiracy? What the hell does this symbol mean? Who knows? Who knows? Even by karma, all the big screens in New York's Times Square had this symbol appear. Oh my god. The Times cover turned into these symbols too. Crazy. It was a moment of global madness, completely blown up. Right now, the United Nations has called an emergency meeting, and the official top brass of all the countries around the globe are sitting on airplanes heading straight for the UN at this time. This, an unprecedented conspiracy of the unknown, unprecedented, global event. And just as there is global frenzy, global speculation, just as an emergency meeting of the United Nations is imminent, Huaxia, a city junior high school, the teenager Jiang Chuan was released from school with his backpack on. He was out of place with all the joking and laughing classmates around him. He had no friends and just walked alone. Because he was a strange man, always uttering strange words frequently, and speaking in a very raw and unsmooth manner. He seemed like a foreigner who had just learned Chinese. Everyone would stay away from him, thinking he seemed to have some brain problems. Jiang Chuan had come to this world for more than 2 years. He had long given up hope on going home. At this time, now, he only wanted to integrate into this world. Just want to integrate into the life of the earth. He wanted to have friends, wanted to have an organization, wanted to have a group of partners, instead of being by himself, living alone in the corner of this world. A van slowly drove past him. Jiang Chuan subconsciously avoided it, but at this moment, his pupils contracted violently. He saw the van with an advertisement posted on it, but instead of the usual common jingle, it was a string of symbols. At this moment, Jiang Chuan stared wide-eyed, shocked, and incredulous at the string of symbols on the van. All nations, the common tongue of all nations, universal language. It's generic. Jiang Chuan's eyes reddened as tears of excitement flowed from his eyes. It had been 2 years since he left his hometown, and he hadn't expected to see the common language used in his hometown in this foreign world. It's the official language of one's hometown, and all people know it. All people have known it all their lives. It's the equivalent of one's mother tongue. And now, surprisingly, I saw it in the van. I'm not alone. Stop. I didn't get a good look. I haven't gotten a good look. Jiang Chuan hissed and howled as he ran wildly down the street, chasing after the one van. But the van was speeding away. Jiang Chuan chased after it for half an hour, ran to the edge of the city on his legs, but still didn't catch up. He was panting and crying out in exhaustion. Stop. Why don't you stop? What is written? What exactly is written? Is that my hometown language? Is it the language of my homeland? I saw it. Ah. Why didn't I catch up? Why am I running so slow? Jiang Chuan cried out, slapping himself in the face with self-recrimination. And just then, he suddenly saw the string of symbols on a wall in the middle of the city village, also painted with paint. The paint hasn't dried yet. Jiang Chuan's eyes widened as he carefully read the symbols. Comrades from the universal races. My name is Mu Jie, and I have returned from the Taiwan. If you have heard the story of the Taiwan wasteland in your homeland, then you will know exactly what the purpose of your Yuanshan crossing over to Earth is. In today's world of Earth, there are currently millions of people of the 10,000 races in place. 4. There is a great holocaust that is about to descend upon Earth. Friends, there were voices in your ears when you came here that said, build a career before you have a chance to go home in the first place. Right? And you were wondering what exactly constitutes building a career? I'll tell you. It's getting stronger. Let the legion of 10,000 races reappear on Earth and once again sound the great trumpet that belongs to all the races in our entire universe. You are the first wave of comrades to descend on Earth, but you are by no means the last. In a year's time, the great army will truly arrive. My friend, you will not be alone in my home on Earth. The people from your hometown have come too, and I, too, am your family, and I am always there. If you can read the universal language of the 10,000, you must also be from one of the larger civilizations of the 10,000. Note, conceal your identity, because most Earthlings today do not know that you are friends. Second, get stronger quickly. Third, if you can, you may come to Huashaforong City Jade Belt Riverside, where I will be waiting for you. I will be responsible for protecting you during your weak period, so that you can quickly become strong martial artists. Of course, here, it is also possible for you to search for your hometown people. The information known so far is that for each race, approximately 20,000 or more genii descend. Comrade, you are not alone. The symbols are just 2 lines, but the meaning of the representation, translated in Chinese, is very informative. It's a symbol of civilization. Among the universal languages of the 10,000 races, in order to communicate effectively, that was why the universal language was born, to use the simplest, most conducive symbols to spread, and try to represent the most comprehensive meaning and context. Therefore, what appeared to be those 2 lines of symbols actually contained a huge amount of information. It's not something Earthlings can translate, and neither can linguists. Only those who had learned the universal language of the 10,000 races, also called cosmic language, could understand it. And now, Jiang Chuan understood. Not alone. I'm not alone. Did 20,000 people come to my hometown? Jiang Chuan excitedly kept wiping the tears that flowed out from the corners of his eyes. He had been surviving alone in this other world for 2 years. From an alien, slowly learning Chinese and trying hard to integrate into this society. And yet, he couldn't fit in at all. And now, here he is, seeing it, saw what my hometown looks like, saw the culture of my hometown, saw the words and language of my hometown. He, too, seemed to see 20,000 hometown people, beckoning toward him. Jiang Chuan pretended not to pay attention to the universal language of the 10,000 races written on the wall. He just looked at it with his afterglow, then turned around with his backpack and headed for home. All the way through, Jiang Chuan saw many more such symbols, countless people brushing them on walls, poles, and buildings like small advertisements. Everywhere, all over town. Jiang Chuan was a bit stunned for a while. What was going on here? How come the world was suddenly filled with the universal language of all races? Who was behind all this? Mu-Hair? Who's J Mu? He introduced himself, but Jiang Chuan had never even heard of who Mu Jie really was. After all, not everyone among the 10,000 races could go back alive. At the same time, even if they went back, not everyone would be able to quickly grasp the world's discourse. Even if they had the power of speech, not everyone would expose their experiences in the middle of the Taiwans. There is probability in all this. Of course, the probability was high. After all, the martial saint of the past had brought too much shock to the 10,000 races. At this time, there just happened to be a man wearing a duck-tongued cap, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around. After there was no city police, hurriedly used paste to stick a flyer on the door of a factory. The content of the flyer, but also the universal language of the 10,000 races summoning order. Jiang Chuan really couldn't help himself and walked up and asked, "Hello?" The duck-tongued hat looked at Jiang Chuan with some caution, and when he saw that Jiang Chuan was wearing a junior high school uniform, he relaxed his guard. "Something wrong? I have to ask. Why are the streets full of these little advertising symbols for this 10,000 tribe? What does it mean?" The duck-tongued hat cut in and laughed. "Hell if I know what that means. I'm just getting paid to do my job." "Charge? Right. A lot of rich people go through the internet and put out job orders. Just swipe this little ad, post one, and take pictures of the whole thing after recording a video. You'll get a $10 reward. I've swiped over 100 today. If you stick the small advertisement on your car, you'll be given $200 a month." Jiang Chuan hurriedly asked, "Which online? How do you pick up such a reward? You also want to do? Ha ha ha. Just all kinds of job application software. Same city software, it's all up there. You can see it from those job sites whenever you're looking for a job. Oh, how do you get on those recruiting apps? Which app is for recruiting? You don't know about 58? You don't know about Catch.com? You don't know about Boss Direct? Jiang Chuan was a bit embarrassed. He had only been on Earth for 2 years and had only learned Chinese and preliminary pinyin typing. There had been little understanding of the internet. The duck-tongued had explained for a long time and felt that Jiang Chuan was a fool, saying that he didn't know anything. It was like a stupid white person who had never been exposed to the internet, so he got lazy and hurriedly left to make money. Jiang Chuan gathered his thoughts and headed home, mentally giving up on the idea of finding out more information about the gold master behind the scenes through the internet. He didn't know a thing about it. Instead, he decided that he would go to the place called Hibiscus City and look for the organization. It's the only chance he has in this world to find someone who understands him, who is all the way with him, who speaks the same language. Back home, his mother looked at Jiang Chuan and asked with a frown, "Why did you come back so late today?" Jiang Chuan respectfully said, "Mother, I was delayed for a while to catch up on my homework." He spoke respectfully. In their world it was focused on filial piety. After crossing over to here, Jiang Chuan knew that he had taken over someone's son and had a guilty conscience. Under the slow contact, the heart also recognized the mother of this world. In any case, it is considered to give his life a chance to start over. That's why he always spoke respectfully. But the mother is very uncomfortable with her son being like this. 2 years ago, my son suddenly changed his nature, like a different person. At first, he was not talkative, but then, he suddenly became polite. This made the mother for a while could only go to think that her son might have gone through some kind of puberty and suddenly understood things. Mother patted Jiang Chuan's head, pointed to the table and said, "The food is ready for you. You hurry to eat. Eat and hurry to do your homework. Don't get so late to bed like yesterday. You're growing your body. It's not good to sleep late." "Yes, mother." After saying that, Jiang Chuan put down his school bag and ate his meal with a heavy heart. During the meal, looking at his mother who was doing housework, Jiang Chuan's mind hesitated. What in the world should happen? In the end, should I tell? Is it better to confess, or to sneak away? He couldn't make any decisions. After dinner, however, my mother took it upon herself to sit on the couch and asked, "You have something on your mind, don't you?" Jiang Chuan pondered for a long time. "Mother, there is something buried in my heart for a long time. I don't know how to say it. I also don't know how to express it." Mother smiled. "You're 14 years old. It's normal to have some thoughts of your own. If you don't feel comfortable telling me, then you shouldn't. If you don't think it would hurt to tell me, I can listen to what's on your mind." Jiang Chuan pondered and suddenly stood up and bowed to his mother. "Thank you for raising me all these years. I have no teeth to forget, but I want to tell my mother one thing. I am not from this world." Mother laughed. "So where are you from?" "I'm from another planet in the universe." "Planet Otter, ha? Ha 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 ha. Watch less cartoons. You're not young." Jiang Chuan, however, said seriously, "I came from a planet that, meaning translated, is called Purple River. I don't know how far away it is from Earth, and I came here by a sudden Yuanshan crossing, or soul crossing. I became your son, although I don't belong to this world, but I think that maybe I can never go back in this life, whether I recognize it or not. I am an Earthling now. It's all your son." My mother laughed out loud. "Read too many novels?" Jiang Chuan shook his head. "Mother, I know you don't believe everything I say, but after saying it out loud, my heart feels much better." Okay. Finish up and hurry up with your homework." "Well." Jiang Chuan hesitated and went back to the bedroom. The moment the door closed, the mother, who was sitting on the couch, but suddenly reddened her eyes. 2 years ago, after that asshole son woke up from a night's sleep, he was suddenly a different person. He went crazy. He had a seizure. He hissed in some strange language he didn't even understand. I took him to the hospital for tests, but everything that was checked was all normal. He's a healthy man. Then he put away his madness. He began to grow silent. He did not speak. Not a word. It seemed that sometimes when one spoke to him, he could not understand. Probably, it's not that he doesn't want to talk, but he can't understand it. I took him to a psychiatric hospital and the doctor said that he was unable to communicate. There was no way to determine if he was mentally ill, if he was delusional. Only a preliminary diagnosis: autism. I took him home and slowly, surprisingly, he could understand himself calling out his name, like a puppy dog. At first when the name is called, the puppy dog doesn't know what it means, but after time, the puppy dog knows that the syllable represents him. At that point, I had my suspicions. I knew it would be possible for a teenager to change sex overnight, but it was impossible to change sex to the point where you didn't know who your mother was. It's not possible to be so transgendered that you can't speak or understand words. After 6 months of recuperating at home, he slowly started talking. Very raw. It was raw. He spelled it out phonetically one by one. I tried to teach him Hanyu Pinyin by buying him a Pinyin character recognition children's book. I pretended I didn't know about all this, and I told him, "You've been so stressed about your exams that you've forgotten all the basics of Chinese characters, and you have to brush up on them." I said that on purpose, because in a normal person's mind, what I said was a sick sentence, something impossible. Chinese people, how could they not know Hanyu Pinyin? How could one forget it? But he began to learn. He thought it was real. Then I witnessed it, as he went from ABCDFG, all the way to forming words and sentences, through the process of preschool, through the process of recognizing words like a child. At that moment, I was convinced that my son was gone. My son. For a change. I couldn't take it all in and cried bitterly at night from time to time, but gradually, I found that he, my new son, recognized me as his mother. He became dutiful. He was innocent, very polite, very understanding, and extraordinarily smart. He was so wise that he didn't even seem like a 14-year-old. I love him. My son is gone. As of today, he is my son. But today, he confessed to me. It's a pretty far-fetched thing to say, but I know it's true. The mother was trembling and sobbing, tears streaming silently down her face. Just then, the door was opened again. By the way, mother, there is one more thing. Jiang Chuan walked out and suddenly froze. Walking up quickly, "Mother, why are you crying? What's wrong? What happened? Why are you crying?" The mother suddenly broke down emotionally and hugged Jiang Chuan, whimpering, "My son, mother." Jiang Chuan was also somewhat moved. And suddenly, Jiang Chuan froze, as if he had thought of something. Looking up, his eyes reddened a little. "Mother, you believed what I said?" Mother didn't speak, just choked and wiped silent tears from her eyes. It's all in the moment. For a long time, the mother wiped away her tears and turned to smile. "No matter what, you're my son now, including later, right?" "Yes." "Your soul is an alien?" "Yes." "Son, tell us about your hometown. Tell your story." Jiang Chuan thought for a moment and said with some longing, "My hometown is a modest planet, but the trade with various races is very close and developed. There is a plant called cymbidium growing everywhere in my hometown. They bloom in all seasons, they don't wither, and their vitality is extremely tenacious. They look like Earth's peonies, but are green in color, with a white, crystalline rhizome. It is also used as food and has a rich nutrition. And the cyan flower feeds all life in our purple river. Where we come from, there is another river. This river is very long and surrounds the whole planet. There is a kind of purple floating weed in the river, and when you look at it from the sky, it looks as if this whole river is purple. So my hometown, the name is Purple River. This river nourishes the crocuses that are spread all over the land, and the crocuses nourish us on that planet. It's like a mother to all our living beings. So, our planet has followed the path of filial piety since the beginning of time, and our mother, our elders, are what we all strive for all our lives, and when we grow old, our children will also fight for us." He murmured a complaint. Mother listened quietly, and I grew up without seeing my mother. She died. I struggled with a lot of confusion and I was lonely. I would love to do my filial duty, but I don't have that opportunity. The mother hugged Jiang Chuan tightly and quietly listened to him. "Until I came here, I was terrified. But I slowly learned that you are my mother in this world." And I snickered. "I have a mother. I have someone I can fight for and protect. I am happy." Again the mother's eyes reddened. "Son, your hometown is beautiful, isn't it?" Jiang Chuan nodded. "Yes, it's beautiful. Very, very beautiful. The entire sky and the earth, a riot of colors. Child, the people who live on that fairy tale planet are good." "Yes, the people where I come from, they're all very kind. We help and support each other. We don't elevate ourselves by degrading others, and we don't enslave others by classing them. Because of the beauty of our planet's landscape, it is a place that many races like to come and travel to see. Our leaders are also very wise and have taken the initiative to reach out and trade with the civilizations of other races since long ago, so we are well clothed and well fed and good at trade. Mother, I wish that one day if I could go back, I would so love to take you with me. Take you back with me to my son's hometown to see how beautiful it is. And then I would also take you with me to grandly introduce to my friends and teachers. This, my Mother Earth." The mother listened, full of longing. If there's a chance. Mother and son sat on the couch, silent for a moment, but both had a light in their eyes. "Well, you came out to see me to say what's the matter," Jiang Chuan said. "Someone released a special symbol." My mother opened her cell phone and just opened it. Tapping on a random app was that mysterious symbol. Is that it? It's all over the whole internet now. I wonder what it means. Jiang Chuan pointed at the symbol and said, "This is not a symbol. This is the universal language of the 10,000 races, also called the cosmic Mandarin. Any planet in the universe that has a relatively high level of civilization and has trade with each other has mastered the universal language of the 10,000 races. And even with these many years of development, the universal common language of the 10,000 races has become the mother tongue of many planets." Mother was a bit surprised. There are people like you on Earth, publishing the common language of your alien planet? Languages and messages that only you aliens can read and understand? Jiang Chuan nodded. Yes, I'll translate the translation for you. The mother was a little appalled to hear it. The legions of the 10,000? Once again sound the great trumpet that belongs to all races throughout our universe? Ever? The mother caught the key word and asked in awe, "Comrade, is that your own understanding? Or what this generic word originally meant?" "It's the original meaning." Jiang Chuan pointed to a diamond-like symbol. "This symbol represents only a single meaning, comrade. Brothers and sisters of the same ambition." Mother was surprised. "Why did he call you comrades?" "I'm not sure. So the thing you're going to say is?" "Mother, I want to make a trip. I want to see if I can find anyone from my homeland. I don't have anyone to talk to in this world besides you. I want to go and see if, in this world, someone like me could exist. I hope he is also from Purple River." Mother stood up at once. "Pack your bags." Mom is going with you. You don't know how to take the high-speed train. You don't know the way. Mom will take you with her. I'd like to meet, too, your people back home. And if there really are that many alien races." Jiang Chuan was ecstatic. "It couldn't be better, Mother. I'll pack up right away. By the way, do I need to get my homework?" "What's with the homework?" "Set off." "Yeah." An hour later, at the high-speed train station, a pair of mothers and children dragging their luggage boarded the high-speed train to Jiangchang. Jiang Chuan looked left and right. The first time he took the high-speed train, the first time he came to this place, everything was so new to him. My mother, on the other hand, kept explaining on the side, "This is called high-speed rail, which burns electricity. High-speed railroads are fast. Here, that's called farmland out there. And the big, yellow ones are called rape flowers. Look, we're beautiful here too. What you have all over the land there are crocuses. And here we have, in the spring, this mountainous canola. Flowers. That one is an earthen house. It's only found in the countryside, made of rammed earth." The other travelers with him were speechless and looked at Jiang Chuan with a puzzled look, thinking, could this be a retarded child? How come he doesn't know anything? His mom was explaining to him in the tone of a coaxing child. "This is the moment when the first 10,000, with their Earth family, set sail. Los Angeles, me, a wandering beggar in a black neighborhood wanders the streets in a daze, constantly rummaging through garbage cans in search of something to eat. This is a thin and frail beggar who looks like he is only in his teens, but has been wandering. He has no parents, no family in this world. It had been 2 years since he crossed over, and he still hadn't figured out what kind of world this was. His name is Shiva." "Hey!" A woman waved at him and threw a dollar bill. Shiva quickly bowed and nodded her head in greeting. Thank you. That dollar would buy him a donut, and he'd have his meal for the day." Shiva, who had just crossed over to this world, was ambitious. He wanted to utilize the knowledge from his original homeland to make a name for himself in this world. But instead, he was desperate. For the first difficulty before him was the language barrier. He didn't speak the language of this world, and he couldn't understand what others meant just exactly. Coupled with his status as a wanderer, he simply didn't have that opportunity to learn the language of this world. He gave up. He wanted to become a martial artist again, but in his previous life, in his own world, he was not even a martial artist. He couldn't cultivate it all and couldn't figure it out. Shiva was completely desperate, only able to find a way to survive first. When you're hungry, rummage through trash cans looking for leftovers from other people's food. When you're tired, find a shady alley and sleep with cardboard boxes and newspapers over your body. When you're thirsty, you go to the faucet in the public restroom and take a couple of sips. He couldn't help but break down several times. This was nothing like what he expected from a traveler. Yet he couldn't expose his identity as a traveler because there were martial artists in this world as well. And he was afraid that others would do some kind of human experimentation on him and make slices for research if they knew his identity as a traveler. So there he was in Los Angeles, hiding from the police every day, hiding from the INS, wandering the streets like a stray dog. Doubtful. What the hell does that internet-wide popularity symbol mean? Gosh, is this world hiding an unknown mysterious organization? Surprisingly, it's so handy. It couldn't be the legendary Freemasons, could it? They're using the symbols to convey some kind of message. I don't know. It's all over town. It's all over the streets. Shiva, Who could understand some English? Listen to the two pedestrians discussing what symbols, what forces, what organization. The doubt in his mind flickered only for a moment, but then he returned to his path of rummaging through the trash cans. First and foremost, it was better to stay alive before anything else. Anything else was none of one's business. A flyer was blown by the wind to Shiva's feet. Shiva picked up the flyer on the floor, which was a white A4 sheet with only 2 lines of strange symbols on it. But the moment Shiva saw the string of symbols, she was struck by lightning. Universal language for all races. Shiva's entire body was flabbergasted on the spot, and as she looked around, no one was even around to notice her. Instead, on the street in front of them, there were such flyers scattered all over the ground. A sanitation worker, cursing and swearing, was sweeping it up. In the sky, there were still flyers falling like rain. It was someone who took the flyers up into the sky using a hydrogen balloon, which exploded and sprinkled the flyers all over the city as if they were raining. Blow the great trumpet again. The legions of the 10,000 clans. Too wasted? New J. Shiva's entire body shuddered. A flash of frenzy erupted horrifyingly in his eyes. 10,000% frenzy. Shiva's hometown is where the myths about the Taiwans and the story of the martial saint Mu Jia are passed down. 10 years ago in his hometown, a strong man came out of nowhere and quickly reached the martial emperor realm, ruling the entire planet. At the same time, he had a dozen good brothers who were also super geniuses like him and came out of nowhere at the same time. All 10 or so of their brothers had reached the martial emperor realm in just a few years, sweeping across all the forces of the entire planet. No one knew where they came from. No one knew why they grew so fast and so terrifying. And when they ruled the planet, they officially established a dynasty. At the ceremony of enthronement, the monarch said, "I think you are wondering what we really are, and wondered why our gifts are so powerful. Today I rule this planet, and I answer your doubts. We, who have returned from the Taiwans, we, the great legion of all nations warriors, the first main army under the banner of the Earth Fellowship, we are named after our homeland, and our name in the Taiwai is the Fellowship of Calais." At that moment, the whole planet exploded. No one doubts the word of the monarch. What is their global buzz? What exactly is Taiwai? And what is the Earth Fellowship? And then, the dynasty personally printed books detailing the Tai wasteland. On that book, their autobiographies were recorded. They issued the book worldwide, and all students were required to study it, and added the contents of the book to their regular exams. They demanded that everyone on each of the Lewa planets must learn the knowledge of the Taiwai, the knowledge of martial artists, the history of the Taiwai, and the light of the blood and tears of the 10,000 races legion. The main spirit conveyed in the books is that we are not greedy for power, but that we have been authorized by the God of Heaven that we must rule the planet Kaliva to implement a change of martial artists. Because one day in the future, what happens to the Taiwans will be what happens to the entire nation of Kaliva. Yesterday's Taiwara is the future Kaliva. Therefore, as the king, I have to change the planet and make all the people soldiers, so that one day we won't follow the footsteps of Terra. Everyone thought that the books, the story, might just be alarmist talk. Maybe it's just a way to find a legitimate, reasonable reason for his ascension to the throne after he usurped power. But it's just a thought, but no one says it out loud. Still, many people are convinced that the story of Terra is true. In the story of Tai Wasteland, the king mentioned all the encounters of Tai Wasteland. The Earth Fellowship was mentioned, and the only martial saint of the human race, Mu Jia, was mentioned. As for that aboriginal martial saint of Tai Wasteland, after that battle, he lost half of his body. He lost the combat power of a martial saint and was no longer considered a martial saint in the strict sense of the word. And the most important point was that the aboriginal martial saint of Taiwara was a bit of a wimp. He had never dared to make a move even though all of his clansmen had died out. Instead, Mujie has brazenly struck countless times, constantly appearing in any corner where there's a fight. Mujia was in command of the 10,000 Races Legion, and the aboriginal martial saints of the Tai wilderness, surprisingly, did not participate in the battle. So, the 10,000, they don't recognize him. Shiva recalled that from what she had learned, there had been a detailed mention among the books and magazines issued by the king of what the martial saint was like. The stories and legends of the martial sage, the glorious deeds of commanding thousands of troops from all races, circulated throughout the various Lewas. It wasn't long before the empire of each of their Lewas began to learn the spirit of the martial saints. The coat of arms changed its symbol. The new coat of arms was the sage of Wushu standing with his hands in the midst of 1,000 armies, with the kings of the Lewas standing on his left, and some of the great generals of the Earth Fellowship standing on his right. Then the image of the coat of arms was carved into a variety of sculptures. They appeared all over Calais. As long as one was from Calais, it would be hard not to know about the martial sage. Many of them began to gradually think that perhaps the monarch of Calais hadn't been bragging. If he was bragging, he must have bragged about how powerful he was. However, he was only bragging about how he was under the martial saint's command and how the martial saint favored him. He's blowing wushu the whole time. The whole time he said how close he was to the sage of wushu. After recalling these things, Shiva shuddered a little with excitement. Earth Fellowship. It turns out that this world I traveled through is called Earth. It turns out that I've come to the old home of the martial saint. Summoning order. It's the martial saint's summoning order. Oh, the summoning order of the martial sage to the human race. Shiva was so excited that he wouldn't even suspect that it was fake. Nor would there be any doubt that this was not a trickster earthman fishing for a traveler. For all that was said in this summoning order was all that one had learned in the midst of the various Lewa planets. He has studied the two wasted, learned how to recognize demons, learning through variety, and there are several keywords in this summoning order. And it's hard to know these terms if you haven't been to the Taiwans and studied these things. For example, blowing the great trumpet of the Legion of all nations again. Legion of 10,000 clans. This is something that only those who have returned from the Taiwan say. Mu Jia. This name was known only to those who had been to the Taiwans. How thunderous it was. Gay. This separate term was one that regular people were not qualified to call each other. The king had said that only among the legions of the 10,000 clans of the Great Desert did the legionaries call each other comrades. At the same time, the monarch also said something like, if one day, the human genesis of our various Lewas is once again summoned to fight on other planets, please remember the traditional oath of our 10,000 races legion even if blood and fire lie ahead. I will not retreat. This, the oath of our 10,000 clans legion in the middle of the Taiwans. The common oath of all 10,000 clans legionnaires. Remember it, be sure to remember it. The king also said, if the day should ever come when another one of us from each of the Lewas should appear to travel to the nations to fight, remember that all those around you who have fought with you, you should call them comrades. The highest courtesy between you, and the greatest blessing, is this, comrade, I hope you will come home. Going home is a dream shared by all legionnaires, and we all dream of winning the final decisive battle and being able to go home to our genesis. The monarch also said, I promise that Taiwu is the first time, but it will never be the last. In the future, there will surely be others who will travel to the 10,000 races to fight, and I promise you that anyone who has traveled to the 10,000 races to fight will return as a hero. If you come to report to the Empire after you have had the experience of fighting in the 10,000 races, I will start a grand honorary celebration for you to celebrate your triumphant return. I will make everyone in Calais recognize you, and one day in the future when your strength and insight surpasses mine, then king, you will be the one to do it. From now on, all the successive commanders and kings of the Kalewa Empire must be the heroes who have returned from the battlefields of the 10,000 races. Is that, like, building a career? Shiva was thrilled and exhilarated, trembling all over. Think of the things the monarchs of the various Lewas have said, and think those who return, are heroes. So, this is what I came to this world for. So, I became a man of the book. Shiva clenched her fists in excitement. I just crossed over in bewilderment. But up to this moment I realized that my meaning and destiny in this world is a part of the 10,000 clans legion. To recreate the glory of the Fellowship of Calais. I never knew who was talking in my ears when I came here, or what it meant to build a career. But it turns out, it's like this. And I, for one, will fight those demons of monarch lore. Huaxia, Hibiscus City, Martial Saints Call. I will meet my comrades of the 10,000 races there. There I shall also meet my compatriots from all the Lewas. They're all coming. All they're waiting for me. Shiva gathered her mind without any hesitation. Even if it was the end of the world there, she had to go. No matter what difficulties he had to pay, he was going to accept the call of the martial saint. This is the only saint of the human race in the universe. Shiva didn't know where Wasia was, so he kept sniffing around the other bums and asking for all the news about Wasia in his raw, broken English. China. Ha, that's Far East then. How to go? By plane. Of course, direct flights from New York airports to the capital. And by the way, there's a direct flight to Mordor. Ha, you can't fly? Then take a cruise. Can't take a cruise ship either? But, need to cross the entire Pacific Ocean then. Walking is not an option. Wandering. Shiva spent a week dawdling, hiking, and biking his way toward the ports of the West Coast. There he would look for ways and opportunities to travel to China. A week later, an exhausted but light-eyed Sawa arrives at the harbor, only to find, here, hundreds of teenagers just like herself. Shiva was noticed when he came here, because of his hobo look, his teenage look, his searching look, the way he asked around about Wawa. He was noticed. On this day, a black teenager came up behind Shiva and said in the universal language of the 10,000, Comrade. Shiva jerked her head back to look at the black teenager. There was some surprise, some disbelief. The black teenager saw his reaction and knew that he understood. and immediately shouted excitedly in the universal language of the 10,000 races. Can you understand? Shiva nodded excitedly. I can understand it. I understand it. The universal language of all races. You too. The black teenager also embraced Shiva excitedly. Yes, I am also a genin who traveled to this world. I possessed the body of a thief. And I've been in this world for a year. How long have you been here? 2 years. Do you know your calling? Do you see it? Saw it. Yes, I see it. The call of the martial saint. You know about martial saints too? It seems that legends about the Thai wasteland have been passed down in your hometowns as well. I'm from the Golden River seat. Where are you from? To each his own tile. Though I don't know about Calais, I do know that you are also a future comrade. The black teenager excitedly led Shiva to the gathering place under the bridge hole. Here, more than 100 teenagers had already gathered. Some of the teenagers were scantily clad, while others were unkempt vagabonds, but all of them were teenagers. The black teenager excitedly introduced the group. We have a new comrade from Calais. His name is Shawa. He is also responding to Martial Saint's call and is preparing to cross the sea to China. All of the 100 or so teenagers got up and were excited to hug and greet Shiva. As it turns out, all of them are wannabes from all over Rice and Canada, and all of them are able to read and understand the common language of the wannabes. They were all trying to figure out how to get to Huaxia, and ultimately there was only one way to go across the sea. All are people who traveled to the west coast looking for an opportunity to cross the Pacific Ocean. And what was worth saying was that among them, there were actually 10 martial artists. The 10 lucky ones cultivated ahead of time and were already in the 4th grade martial artist realm. The others, however, didn't have the opportunity to cultivate and were all still mortals. They met here and noticed each other, communicating in the universal language of all the tribes. They formed an organization to cross the sea. Some of them knew who the Sage of Wushu was. Some of them don't. But after this period of time, everyone knew who the Muhair, who issued the summoning order, really was, and stood in awe. Most people, in fact, were excited to travel to China in search of the organization after seeing the universal language of all races. 3 days later, the group organized and waited for another 24 or so crossers who responded to the call. Among them, there were no people from the various Lewas, which was a bit of a disappointment to Shiva. As he watched, several people from the planet of the Golden Giant Bowl met up, and a few of them were happy to have found fellow travelers on this foreign world. Departure. 100 or so teenagers, 10 martial artists, found boats by some means, got a lot of supplies and fuel and sails. In this late night, more than 100 teenagers gathered at the coastline, looking at the GPS navigation, as well as the markings on the map. All of them were unusually exuberant. Before leaving, they carved the universal language of the 10,000 races on the conspicuous rocks and embankments near the coastline. We are the Legion of 10,000 races, and we have gathered 140 people from different races. We have gone ahead to look for a ship to travel to China and cross the Pacific Ocean. The way is as follows. Those who come after you see the markings and can operate in this manner. Remember, astrolabe positioning, nautical maps, GPS. This is a must-have. If you will also be traveling to China, you will also be answering the call of the Sage of Wushu, and we will be waiting for you there. We will go one step ahead, the 10,000 clans, then the people of the different planets. In turn, inscribe the stone in the language of their homeland. I am Shiva of Calais, and I have gone to China. If you are from Calais, you will read this line of writing. We are from the Golden Giant Bowl and we are each. If you are also from the Golden Giant Bowl, you will read this line of text. Fellow Golden Riviera, tell me that I have not come here alone. If you read this line of text, I'll be waiting for you in Huaxia. Cygnus's Fellowship, Fellow Rhinoceros, Purple River's Homies. A string of various different symbols left on the west coast. Over 100 teenagers, boarding the ship, out to sea. The sails were hoisted, and the great ship drifted in the night wind towards China. Comrades, we may be at sea for months, even a year, or perhaps with luck, only a month or two. Perhaps, we will die in the sea. However, as a martial artist, I will do my best to protect you guys who are still weak. I will fish for you every day and take care of you. At the same time, I will also teach you the most basic cultivation methods, and I hope that the number of martial artists will increase, no matter what the future holds. Yet we must go to China. There, we can meet more of our comrades. We can also meet our compatriots from our respective homelands and show ourselves that we are not alone in this other world. Though once I thought so. Depart. The ship sailed and left. The teenagers didn't think it was fast enough, so a group of 10 picked up the paddles and kept rowing as well. When they got tired, they switched to the next group. This lonely sea, this canoe, it's tiny. Among them, however, were more than 100 teenagers of the 10,000 races, who traveled to China to gather for the sake of their ideals and compatriots. The sage of Wushu called there, and more of his compatriots assembled there. And at this point, the Atlantic, Indian, and Arctic Oceans, countless such small boats went out to sea. Some boats had one man going along alone, others, hundreds, some even thousands, and there are a couple of them too. The lucky ones were able to encounter the hordes of the 10,000 clans and were able to meet people who were also looking for the organization. The unlucky ones are the ones who sail alone. There is no telling how many people will be buried in the belly of a fish, or how many will die in the wind and waves. Yet no one is afraid. As long as I can find the organization, as long as I can travel to the banks of the Jade Ribbon River, though I die, I will go. And in fact, most of the people who can read the universal language of the 10,000 tribes, they know the words even if there is blood and fire ahead. I will not retreat. Countless people, traveling to Huaxia, converge on Huaxia. There are those who travel by sea and those who travel by land. Of course, there are a handful of people who have quickly learned the skills of survival on Earth, and they have taken to flying in airplanes and cars like this. But more, in fact, cannot be integrated into the Earth's cultural environment in a short period of time. The language barrier occupies the majority. They, only able to take the most primitive way. At this point, on the Himalayas, in the ice and snow, there is a dense trail of footprints. Giant dragon-like mountain ranges sprawl out, and 10,000 miles of no man's land are like a moat. But there are countless footprints in the icy sky. Teenagers from exotic places in the west travel to China on two legs, over the roof of the trans world. In the midst of the snow and wind, the Indian teenager, wearing a thick down jacket, tiredly stepped in the snow, walking wearily and mechanically towards the front. Ignoring all the wind, frost and snow around him, his eyes looked firmly ahead, recognizing that one direction, the east. I can't go down. I can't fall down and rest and sleep here. Maybe one sleep and never wake up again. I am a strong redstone. I have been educated by the bravest of the redstones. And the ruler of the redstone planet once said, the Redstone Fellowship, a brave legion second only to the Earth Fellowship and the Tai Wasteland, is the right and left arm of the martial sage. One day if the redstones reach the battlefield of the 10,000 races, they must once again make the redstones famous. Instead, I have come to Earth, the home of the sage of Wushu, the birthplace of the Earth Fellowship. I'm going to walk to Huaxia. I can't disgrace the red stones in the martial saint's hometown. I'm a strong warrior, the teenager muttered, over and over again, strengthening his belief that he would not rest and collapse in the midst of this most dangerous of cold winds. Ahead, in the midst of the snow, a corpse was buried. That corpse was wearing an ordinary cotton jacket, no windbreaker, and he froze to death with a bag on his back. Walking these days, the teenager had already seen many people who had fallen in the snow. He could see some clues. All of them were teenagers of similar age to himself, and some of them treasured the leaflets of the martial saint convening order with them. These, he learned, were the vanguards, and they, like themselves, took the most awkward, primitive, and hopeless approach trekking across the Himalayas. Some, however, fell in the midst of a roiling snowstorm. And now, to see another one who fell here. The teenager sighed and walked up, ready to take his supplies while burying him in a thick grave. When he came closer, the teenager suddenly saw a dagger clutched in the corpse's hand, while a large series of dense tadpole-like symbols were carved on the stone next to it, which was exposed outside the snow. At the sight of the string of symbols, the teenager jolted and his eyes widened. Tears slowly flowed down his face. I'm late, fellow countrymen. You're a red rocker too. You're from Redstone too. This is the first time I've ever seen anyone from my homeworld. In this world. Woohoo! The teenager bawled, hating himself for coming too late. If he had been a bit earlier, maybe his homeland people could still be saved. It was written on the stone in the language of the Redstones. I come from Redstone, and my name is Charge. It's been half a year since I came to this world, and I've finally seen the light of day. I must go to Huaxia, no matter how hard the road ahead is. I listen to the teachings of the rulers, and once again make a name for myself in the Redstone Fellowship. I must do it, but my feet are frozen and septic. I can't take another step forward. I will die in this great land, and my genesis will never return home. The ruler said there would be 20,000 of each race, right? In this world, there must still be fellow Redstones. There must be. If anyone reads this, comrade, I hope that someday you will go home and bring home the memories of the Charge, the only proof I have left that I ever existed in this world. It is a pity that I can't walk to the place where the Sage of Wushu is. If any Redstone man passes by, please gouge out my eyes and walk down with it to the Sage of Wushu. Let my eyes see the martial sage style. Let my eyes see more of my compatriots. The teenager looked at the words and howled. It was the first time in all his time in this world that he had seen someone from his hometown who was dead. He tore through the pain. Taking out his knife, he gouged out the eyeball of the Charge. and he decided that he would walk to Huaxia with the charge's eye, and walk to the martial sage. Before leaving, the teenager removed the dagger from Punch's hand and carved another sentence into the stone. My name is Wardrum, a red rocker. I too am traveling on foot to China, and I saw the words carved by Charge. I have taken his eyes, and if any later Redstone man sees it, I hope to ask you to take away memories of him. With eyes in his arms, Wardrum once again set out on the path of the roiling wind and snow. A day later, he finally made it down the mountain and out of the wind. He was in a snow cave, blissfully asleep. Keep rushing. 4 days later, he stepped on countless footprints and came to a place where spring flowers bloomed. Here there were people shepherding songs, and others herding sheep. There are also a few ragged teenagers here, building fires and roasting meat. They noticed the Wardrums, and the Wardrums noticed them. They saw that the Wardrums had come down from the snowy mountains, while the Wardrums saw that they bore the marks of the snowy mountains. Several people stared at each other for a long time. One of the teens slowly stood up and yelled, "Comrade!" The Wardrums were silent, and tears slowly flowed from their eyes. A few people embraced each other wordlessly. After 2 days of restoration, they met another teenager who had come down from the snowy mountains. A few of them paired up and retraced their steps to the banks of the Jade Belt River in Jiangcheng, and along the way, they surprisingly encountered many more ragged teenagers on foot. They know it, and at this moment, globally, all over the world, countless people are rushing to China on foot. At this moment, they truly blew the great horn of the 10,000 Races Legion once again. At this very moment, the globe is abuzz. The mysterious symbols spread around the world in just a few days. The United Nations has been meeting urgently for 3 days now and nothing has been discussed. They don't know anything. Countless linguists have been called in to decipher it, but nothing has been deciphered. There is no basis, no documentation for this universal language of all races, which no one knows or can read. Eventually, Rice's top brass said angrily, "This must be a conspiracy against the globe. The leader of the conspiracy is that Earth Fellowship of yours in Huaxia. Mysterious organization with a huge conspiracy." The official people of Huaxia had been authorized to know that the ethereal palace had acquiesced to all of this, and they were immediately at war with each other. What makes you say that this is their conspiracy? You don't have any evidence, and the Earth Fellowship hasn't done anything that jeopardizes the security of this world or acted in any way. Rice's top brass angrily rebuked. Nothing has been done to threaten security? Then such a symbol is being passed around the world. And what does it mean? Explain it. Chanting with money and idleness. I really don't know why you guys are so fussed about having a meeting. People from the Earth Fellowship are all supreme powerhouses. Their families have a lot of money. Rich, idle, nothing to do. They have nothing to do but play. I don't know what you guys care so much about people for. I don't care how you explain. In short, your Chinese ethereal palace must give an explanation. Order that such behavior be stopped immediately, and that the president of the Earth Fellowship, Miao Jia, be immediately arrested and handed over to the International Court of Justice for trial and processing. It is imperative to interrogate them to find out exactly what their plot is. I'm sorry, the Earth Fellowship has not violated any laws or regulations in China. We can't handle it. Strong words. Aren't you afraid of the powerful people around the globe targeting China? Then you guys come and try. Huaxia possesses a supreme powerhouse, and it's also something you guys can hold? My country, Rice, possesses 2 supreme powerhouses. Do you really want to dance on the tip of a knife? So what? Both of those two have long since stopped asking questions about the world, pampering themselves and not putting up a fight at all. Our Jia Yang, on the other hand, has often fought people and is still in top form today. Rice is speechless. In short, within 3 days, if China doesn't give any explanation, then all of the strongest people around the globe will flock to Huaxia to go personally to the door to ask for an explanation. Don't you dare. See if we dare. Something like this threatens global security, and we'll do everything in our power to stop it from happening. The United Nations meeting broke up unhappily. Instead, it took a short break to communicate with each other and the top brass. It did not break up. After the meeting, linguists, sociologists, philologists of all sorts and specialists around the globe were racking their brains to decipher what the meaning of the string of symbols actually was. The top brass of the MiG looked at the room full of thousands of experts and dozens of teams and couldn't help but get annoyed. Hasn't it been researched yet? The administrator sighed. It cannot be studied. This holds a total of 40 symbols, but these symbols have no idea what they represent. There are no more symbols to base this on, and every single one of them has no idea what it means. I think we need to know at least which of the symbols represent what, in order to know what the string of symbols means. You guys can even decipher some of the Mayan writing, and you can't decipher something like this? The Mayan script, there is some basis for it, and there are many texts. One can find repetitions among some of the words, and based on the repetitions one can roughly decipher the meaning. and then one can take an analogical approach to deciphering. But this symbol, with only 40 of them, cannot be deciphered at all. The top brass of the MiG only felt a headache. At this point, someone quietly said, "If we don't know on the symbols, let's push back on their purpose and intent, shall we? How can you know their intentions when the symbols don't even know what they mean? They are publicizing this symbol globally, so they must be trying to attract global attention. Can we not understand that there are people around the world who can understand the meaning of these symbols? Can we not adopt a way to offer a bounty to the world? Whoever recognizes this symbol and knows the meaning of this symbol will be rewarded $100 million. With a heavy reward, there will definitely be someone who recognizes the words and symbols who will come forward. At the same time, we can also promise to keep our identity secret, which will leave him with no worries." When the top brass of the rice country thought about it, it was the truth. Immediately decided to do just that. On that day, the entire country of rice had news screen coverage, offering a reward for the deciphering of this set of symbols. Whoever translated the meaning was immediately rewarded with $100 million. At the same time, the rice country split up and sent another team to China to start mapping out the bottom of the Earth Fellowship. They're getting ready to take on the Earth Fellowship. This organization is too mysterious, too powerful. Surprisingly, it communicates with more than 30 strong people from all over the world. These 30, but from all over the world. Surprisingly, all of them gathered in Huaxia to listen to the dispatch of one person. No country can ignore such a force. Although the highest cultivation level was the 9th rank of a supreme powerhouse, there were so many supreme powerhouses. The absolute greatness, that is basically impossible to go out. The absolute greatness plays a role is more of a deterrent role. A country's real power, or the strongest in the tripod. This is the real practical cultivation. The world, gradually, began to change in the direction Mu Jie had anticipated. Mu Jie also learned that the rice country and the whole world had noticed him and were investigating him, but he didn't care at all. That was supposed to be part of the plan. To get out of the mountain, you first need to make a big noise, and only with a big noise will someone know about you. Someone notice you. Noticing oneself, the commotion gets bigger and bigger, and later, one is better off informing the globe of the doom and gloom that people will face next. At the same time, this was also killing two birds with one stone. Red Dust already knew about the existence of the 10,000 clansmen, had noticed them, and sooner or later, people from other countries would also notice. If the others noticed the 10,000 races Yuan Shens, there was no telling what they would do to them. Viewing travelers as deviants? Locking up travelers for study? Or trained to be a master? Putting yourself in the shoes of a human on Earth. It seems, anything is possible. Mu Jie did not want the comrades of the 10,000 races to fold at the hands of the Earthlings without going to war. Which was the most regrettable, tragic, guilt-inducing, and abominable thing of all. He had to gather up the Yuan Shens of the 10,000 races, at least. He would be able to offer them protection and shelter himself, aid them in going from being weak, to being strong, to being powerful. When they have a certain amount of strength, they will be able to protect themselves, and they will have the ability to survive in this world and wait for the end of time. "Hey, Uncle Jay." On the phone, William sounded a little agitated. MJ said, "How's it going, Uncle Jay?" "I used all the power I could muster to publicize the universal language of the 10,000 for the whole of Northern Europe. We secretly observed and also noticed many teenagers, and determined that they are the 10,000 people. Some of them are adopting a conservative wait-and-see attitude, fearing that Huaxia is fishing to lure them in. And there are also a lot of people that are taking all kinds of ways to go to Huaxia. Some of them are going to Huaxia by land, by the Silk Road. Some of them are crossing the sea, and some of them are also taking airplanes. They are on their way, and I have an idea. I want to set up a secret organization in Europe, secretly receiving the 10,000 people, first letting those 10,000 people who don't have the ability, but want to go to Huaxia converge at my place. Then I'll transport a batch to Huaxia every once in a while, at least with my shelter. They will be safer on the road." Mu Jie thought for a moment. It can be done, but it must be covert. Nowadays the globe has noticed us. If we hastily gather the 10,000 clansmen, they will easily become noticeable, and it will be easy for them to be killed in one fell swoop. These, all of them, are our future comrades in arms, and in times of weakness, we have the obligation to protect them. "Don't worry, Uncle Jay, I'll act secretly." Mu Jie thought for a moment. In this way, you tell them who are operating in various places. Set up a secret organization like this as well, secretly picking up the 10,000 people who want to come to Huaxia. As well, there are many dangers on the road. They are unfamiliar with the land, and a lot of them don't speak the same language and can't communicate. Their road is too difficult. Yes, Uncle Jay, remember, it must be done in secret. No one must notice. a new plan emerges. A moment when the global darkness is once again in the air. Europe. A teenager picked up the flyer and his expression changed. Common language of all races. He slipped the flyer into his arms like a thief and sneaked away. And in the distance, two men in suits saw it all with binoculars, and the two looked at each other. The top explained that if anyone recognizes the symbols on the top, he's the one to look for. Should we follow them? Go! The two men trailed all the way, until the teenager returned home. But they did not act rashly, but not far away in the neighborhood to start the car's eavesdropping equipment, began to eavesdrop on the teenager's every move, to make a final confirmation. Fear that when the time comes to screw up something. I've heard that this matter is something that the most powerful one has explained. If the matter is done well, it is also able to show its face in front of the most powerful one. Listened all night. The two were almost certain that this teenager was the one they were looking for, because this night, that teenager just muttered unintelligible words to himself. Gibberish. It clearly did not belong to the English language, nor to the Chinese language category, or even to the category of human language. But this, as it happens, is the very feature that is accounted for down above the strange language. Exuberance, wary eyes, defensiveness, as well as peculiar thinking. Junior. All of these characteristics corresponded to the teenager called Jax in front of him. Early the next morning, Jax put on his backpack and got on his bike to continue to school. I'd love to go to China, but it's so far away, and I'm not sure if it's for fishing. I'll have to wait and see for a while before I can. Can't be rushed. Jax is a man of 10,000 cautions. And just then, a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front, rolled down its window, and a martial artist in it scrutinized Jax. A wary look flashed in Jax's eyes. Who are you? He is not fluent in English. The martial artist in the car noticed this detail, flipped open his notebook, and drew a check mark on the language not fluent option. Instead, Jax saw the contents of the notebook and couldn't help but see his pupils shrink. Target, Jax. Characteristics, juvenile, cautious, speaks strange language, reads special symbols, often has oopsies in his life that defy common sense. Sudden drop in academic performance, drastic personality change, not fluent in language. At the sight of these features, Jax's whole body shuddered with uneasiness. How did they know who they are? How do they know so much about themselves? The martial artist slowly opened the car door and stepped out. Hello, Jax. My name is Bardas, 6th grade martial artist, working for Mr. William, the most powerful man in Northern Europe. Can we talk? William. This name can be heard in Northern Europe as the strongest man in Northern Europe. There's no one who hasn't heard the name. And the man in front of him was actually working for William. Jax's mind raced, knowing that there was no way to run away. Nor could he. One could only pretend. So, Jax stopped his bike and said excitedly, "Oh my God, Mr. William, I'm his loyal admirer. And wow, you're actually a martial artist. That's so powerful." Bardas smiled and didn't say anything, having caught the shift in Jax's demeanor. He was clearly wary just now, and horrified after hearing William's name, but in an instant, it was replaced with an expression of admirer. This was something that before, Bardas wouldn't have thought much about, but now, he noticed the details that were exactly what Mr. William was looking for. Jax, you recognize those symbols, don't you? Jax looked puzzled. What symbol? I have no idea what you're talking about. Ah yes, you mean those mysterious symbols that have been circulating everywhere lately? Bardas had expected his playing dumb, and didn't argue with him in defense, nor did he want to expose it. Just handed him a business card. Here is my contact information. We, Mr. Williams, are looking for people like you and will escort these people while sending them to China. If you want to go. Of course, if you don't want to go, no one can force you. Mr. Williams said, respect my opinion. If you don't contact me in 3 days, we'll delete your information and pretend we never met you. And you'll pretend no one ever approached you. You go on with your life as it is today. If you contact me, I will come and pick you up and send you to Wasia at the same time. By the way, Mr. William also said, if you come across someone who matches the characteristics, you can tell him, you are not alone in this world. The battlefield of all races is about to open. Everyone from every place, here, has 20,000 fellow countrymen, compatriots. Well, farewell. With that said, Bardas said nothing more and got into his Rolls-Royce and left. Jax held the card and watched the car walk away, shaking, squeezing it so tightly that his hands trembled. He understood such coded language. Earthlings may not understand what this blunt statement means, but Jax caught on. I have 20,000 fellow citizens in this world? I am not alone in this world? Jax stood, wide-eyed, for a long time. 2 days later, Jakes finally made the decision to dial that number. In less than 10 minutes, a helicopter landed in front of Jax. Without saying much, he stepped straight into the helicopter. The plane took off and flew for an hour to a mountain stream. When the plane landed, Jax saw a number of makeshift shelters in the middle of a mountain stream, and all of them were filled with teenagers. All the teenagers, surprisingly, all gathered together to chat and talk excitedly. Some are gathered in groups of 3 or 5, speaking strange languages that they don't understand. Some were gathered in large groups, speaking, surprisingly, the universal language of all races. Jax's eyes widened in surprise at the scene before him. He was shocked to see so many people speaking the universal language of all races at once on Earth. Instead, all the teenagers turned their heads to look at him in new wonder as Jax stepped off the plane. At that moment, a teenager yelled in a strange language towards Jax. The gibberish was lost on Jax. At that point, another teenager yelled at him as well, and still didn't get it. Then the crowd was in disarray, and from time to time someone shouted at him in a strange language. He couldn't even understand, and was a little confused as to what they were saying. And at that moment, there was a young girl in the crowd who timidly shouted at him. In the midst of all the noise, Jax understood that the young girl was actually speaking the language of her home planet, not the universal language of the 10,000 races, but just the universal language used by the local populace indigenous to his own planet. The young girl shouted, "I'm from Greenland." "Are you?" Jax trembled with excitement. "Greenland. I'm from Greenland." "You're from Greenland?" The young girl broke down in tears and ran quickly. Yes, I'm a Greenlander. I've been here in this world for over a year now, and I didn't expect to actually run into someone from my hometown here. I can't believe I actually met them." Jax also moved a bit. "I've been here for almost a year or two too, and I thought I was the only traveler in this world. Now I know that I'm not." The two hugged excitedly and then had a long talk. In this otherworldly world, it's literally 2 tears in the eye when an oldtimer sees an oldtimer. And it wasn't long before another helicopter landed. Another teenager landed. A large group of teenagers were on their feet again at once, shouting in strange languages. Jax and the young girl, too, stood up again and shouted in their native language. "I'm from Greenfield." "Are you?" Eventually, the teenager walked into a group called Redstone, which was already 3 people deep. He was a Redstone and understood the Redstone language of the crowd. And just like that, people kept coming. With each visit, every teenager would get up and yell in their home language. "I hope to find more companions. I hope to find more hometowns." A day later, there were already more than 200 people in this mountain stream. Then a man named William arrived. It's a name that is a household name in Northern Europe. All the teenagers quieted down and looked at the man in front of them in awe. He, the supreme power. William, however, was very kind and did not have any semblance of a supreme power. He stood tall and said in the common language of all the races, "Greetings, comrades of the 10,000 nations. My name is William." Buzz, the whole room was in an uproar. All the teenagers stood up in surprise and looked at William incredulously. William the Supreme, surprisingly, knew the universal language of all races. Some of them were horrified, some panicked, some excited and some thrilled. The panicked and frightened people wondered if William had mastered the common language and was trolling for them in such a language. The excited ones, however, were of the opinion that William was in league with himself. William continued, "You must have mixed feelings when you hear me speak to you in the common language of all the tribes, but let me tell you, we are family. No, what I mean by that is not that I'm from the same planet as you guys, but rather, all the 10,000 races in the universe are family. My genesis has traveled to a place called Tai Wasteland, fought there, survived there, and lived there. I am affiliated with the Earth Fellowship, and my comrades of the 10,000 races in the Tai Wasteland call me General Black Mountain, and I followed Mu Jie, he, who is the president of the Earth Fellowship of Taiwara. He is the spiritual leader of the 10,000 races and the only human being who is a strong martial saint." With a buzz, the room exploded. Some people are bewildered. A portion of the teenagers, however, screamed with excitement. "Ah, under the command of the martial sage, General Black Mountain. I've heard of it. Earth Fellowship, General Black Mountain. Our ruler has written a biography of the Tai Wilderness, describing all the battles of the Tai Wilderness, and General Montenegro was in the Battle of Montenegro," shocked the Taiwara. He was also one of the 103 generals under the martial sage. He had followed the martial saint. "My goodness, I'm on Earth and I've met the legend. Deities. I saw deities. In our hometown, our monarch said that everyone in the 10,000 races legion of the Taiwans was a deity. The Earth Fellowship, on the other hand, is the head of the deities, the true deities of the universe, and I have seen the deities here." Mr. William, it's amazing that he once had his genjutsu out of his body as well, and he had actually followed the martial saint. "Oh my god, If one day I return to my hometown, I must tell the world that I met the great general under the command of the martial saint. The teenagers blew up. William continued. All of you who have made it here have decided, after much deliberation, that you would like to travel to China to find more of your own compatriots and to find your own base. And I have been ordered by the president to bring you all to Huaxia. From today onwards, you should know your mission. This place, Earth, is about to turn into a battlefield for all races like Taiwan. We have no way to send you home, but building a career will allow you to go home. What we, the Earth Fellowship Association, can do is only to protect you in your weak period and teach you the way to fight. Let you all live as long as possible in the midst of the future apocalypse, so that as much as possible, all of you can go home. The whole room was silent. Everyone clenched their fists in excitement. Go home. This is everyone's dream. William pointed to a car. Now pedal and let's go to the airport. I will take you to our president. Remember, those of you who do not know the common language of the vanguard, be on your guard at all times. Don't say much. I think you can understand me. By the way, our president is the Huan Yu General, Martial Saint. With a boom sound, the entire mountain stream completely exploded. Martial Sage, we are going to meet the Sage of Wushu, that legendary man. That's a deity. General Huan Yu. That was a mythological figure that made most of the races in the universe pass on by word of mouth. Before this, very few people believed that martial saints were real. Few people believed that there was actually such a supreme martial realm above the martial emperor. But now, it's all come true. And they, too, will meet the man who shook the world. He became famous in the Thai wilderness, and he sealed the gods in the Thai wilderness. He led the tens and tens of millions of armies of the 10,000 races in the Thai wasteland. Let the different races abandon their gateway views. Let the different races merge in great unity. Let the different races cooperate in battle and become comrades in arms. He was in the Thai wasteland, commanding the legions of the 10,000 races in battle. In the midst of hundreds of large-scale battles, he caused the demons to retreat and turned the fate of the remaining survivors of the Thai wasteland around, guarded their homes. He, who led the army of the 10,000 races for 100 years, achieved the final victory. It also allowed countless Yuan Shun, who originally could never return home again, to return home satisfactorily. Legends about him were circulated by many races in the universe, but mouths speak for themselves, and no one can produce evidence in their favor. So much so, that most people believe that the Thai wasteland is a fictional, absurd place, a lie fabricated by the monarch for the sake of his dominance. But it wasn't until now that they met the legendary Black Mountain General under the command of the martial sage. The teens pedaled and the vehicle drove away from the mountain stream, heading straight for the airport. Then he got on a large airliner and took off directly toward China. Looking at the earth that was getting farther and farther away, all the teenagers excitedly clenched their fists and looked into the distance, with nothing but infinite yearning in their eyes. The forces of the Earth Fellowship in the country of Rice were secretly escorting a large number of 10,000 races Yuan Shen, heading to Huaxia. At this time, members of the Earth Fellowship in Africa were escorting his large group of teenagers to China, Asia's, Australia, all over the globe. Wherever the members of the Earth Hometown Association have influence, there are organizations, on a large scale, transporting more teenagers to China in large quantities. And of course, it's naturally impossible for something of this magnitude to go undetected. At this time, the ethereal palace master, something's up, Red Dust quickly said. Speak. The elder, full of seriousness, leaned over and whispered in Red Dust's ear. Our intelligence organization has discovered that across the globe, there are large numbers of teenagers coming in the direction of China. The destination is Hibiscus City. Red Dust looked shocked. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the mysterious symbols that had caused a huge storm around the world during this period of time. That symbol gave everyone around the globe a headache, making everyone around the globe try to figure out how to decipher it. And a lot of countries have offered rewards, but so far, there is still no meaning to decipher that symbol. And now, a large number of teenagers from around the world are gathering toward China. Red Dust's eyes widened as he slowly stood up. That symbol, isn't it just summoning super geniuses from all over the globe? The elder only vaguely knew some things, but not specific things. Red Dust didn't tell those things that Mu Jia had told him. The elder was a bit stunned. What you mean is that it's not just China that has those super talented teenagers. There are all over the globe? Then why can they all read this mysterious symbol? Who exactly are they? And what exactly is their relationship with the Earth Fellowship? Red Dust was silent. No explanation. In the back of his mind, he was calculating what he should do. The elder prodded. Palace Master, we simply don't know what the Earth Fellowship is up to now. What kind of plots and tricks they have up their sleeves. What should we do now? Should we stop this uncontrollable affair? Or what? The elder added. Palace Master. The Earth Fellowship isn't in the same league as us after all. They are independent of the world. It's definitely not wearing the same pants as us. Those teenagers are all super geniuses. We all know that. If they all defected to the Earth Fellowship for some reason, then in time, the Earth Fellowship will become the most powerful force in this world. And this force, however, is in Huaxia. My Misty Palace's position is at stake. Red Dust was full of struggles, but still didn't say anything and didn't give his decision. He was just calculating in his mind whether what Mohair was saying was true or not. He was just so torn. If what Mu Jie said was true, and the end of the Earth was coming, then raising so many teenagers up would surely become a legion of force to save the day in the future. But what if what is said is false? Then he will rule the globe. The ethereal palace will be history. It's not a one-time choice. Instead, it was a gamble. A big gamble using the entire ethereal palace as a stake, and the future of global mankind as a bet. It was only at this moment that Red Dust felt that serving as the ethereal palace's palace master was surprisingly so difficult that he couldn't make any decisions, because any decision that was made could affect all of humanity in the future, and was closely related to the survival of all of humanity. The elder clenched his teeth. Palace Master, it's time to stop this from happening. It's time. Speak up, Palace Master. Even if we really don't stop the Earth Fellowship, but, at least our ethereal palace should participate, right? We can't let the Earth Fellowship Association have the upper hand. At the very least, we have to get involved and keep things within a manageable range. The red dust lit up before his eyes. That's a good one. When one did not have the means to make a decision, why not? For example, get involved, directly entering the inner workings of the Earth Fellowship, participating in the entire process of the matter, grasping all the details of the matter. In this way, in the future, one would be able to better make the right decision. Thinking of this, Red Dust said in a deep voice, I'll go to the Jade Belt River. After saying that, Red Dust immediately flew away. The elder and the others just sighed. Looking at the Earth Fellowship Association suddenly made such a big battle and commotion. All of them didn't know where to go, how to choose. Rice. In the middle of the highest conference room. Got it. Junior. It's Junior. That mysterious string of symbols is some kind of summoning order. The Earth Fellowship is summoning some teenagers from around the globe with mysterious backgrounds. Sir, it checks out. The Secretary General pushed open the door and ran in, looking at the highest-ranking man in Rice today, and reported everything he had found out. We have discovered that a mysterious organization in the country of Rice is gathering large numbers of teenagers from all over the United States, as well as from Canada. The general age of the teenagers is around 12 to 16 years old, and the mysterious organization is secretly gathering such teenagers and sending them in bulk to China. By no coincidence, the European side has also found out that several patriarchs, as well as supreme masters, have formed a strong force to gather some teenagers throughout Europe. The batches were sent to Huaxia. Upon verification, all of these European powerhouses are members of the Earth Fellowship. Mysterious forces have appeared in all of Asia, Africa, and Australia. All are gathering teenagers and sending them to China. The man in the suit was wide-eyed, listening to the Secretary General's report, looking at the string of information in the tablet, and his whole body was stunned. That mysterious symbol. Is it some kind of rallying order? A summoning order? But why can't we read the symbol? And yet so many young people around the globe can read it? Why? Do they have any characteristics? Verified. Most of the teenagers have the following characteristics: mentally ill, mute, deaf. In the last 2 years there has been a sudden personality change, some stupidity, and a lack of understanding of many of the common sense aspects of life. The frown of the president of Rice deepened. What kind of characterization is this? After thinking for a long time, the president of Rice said in a deep voice, immediately knock down this organization in Rice. Arrest those teenagers and interrogate them one by one. Find out all the things clearly. Find out the truth. It's not working. That organization in the Meteor country. It has already withdrawn. We learned through customs that they had transported a total of over 5,000 teenagers out of the country before and after to China. I think that it should have finished sending off all those who should be sent away. The president of Rice's face changed. He didn't know who these teenagers were and what they were good for. But surely, it's not good to get into things behind your back. At least not for you. These teenagers, surely, possess some special value. Thump. The president of Rice slapped his hand on the table and suddenly figured out a problem. Huaxia is stalling and going around in circles with us. 5,000 people from the Meteor country left the country. And it's only now that we've been able to find out. With such a large influx of people from Huaxia in a short period of time, I can't believe that the Ethereal Palace doesn't know about it. They definitely know. And they've been quiet, pretending not to know. I even suspect that the Earth Fellowship and the Ethereal Palace are in cahoots, and that this is a conspiracy by Huaxia to gather some special teenagers around the globe to gather in Huaxia through a mysterious symbol. Screw it, something's up, the Secretary General hastened to add. By the way, while we were reviewing the information, we discovered another thing. It's that these teenagers who are from good families and didn't enroll in school to start cultivating early, they all showed extremely strong cultivation talents in their cultivation. None of them are moderately talented. All of them are extremely talented. The other teenagers, on the other hand, all of them have yet to take the test and have not been exposed to cultivation. Do you think, could it be, that these teenagers are all supreme geniuses? Through some method, they were all enlisted by Huaxia. It dawned on the Rice president. That's the only explanation. He thought, what's the point of enlisting so many teenagers around the globe? What's the point? It would necessarily be only if these teenagers had a strong value in their own right. What value can a teenager have? There's no doubt about it, the gift of cultivation. If they were all powerful cultivation talents, if they grew up in Huaxia, wouldn't they be native Huaxians in the future? Then the cultivation strength of Huaxia would become an existence that would crush the world. These teenagers would all become the backbone of the future of Huaxia. The president of Rice sucked in a breath of cold air. What a big game of chess. Sir, so what should we do now? The president of Rice was silent for a long time and said, call another emergency meeting of the United Nations. The meeting was reconvened on the same day. All the countries involved in the meeting were a bit bewildered as to why the meeting was suddenly called again. And at that moment, the representative of Rice stood up and said in a deep voice, regarding that mysterious symbol that was circulating and spreading globally some time ago, we in the United States have made the latest breakthrough. We finally know what that symbol means. There was a buzz sound. Murmurs rang out in the meeting hall. The Rice representative picked up the script and said, that belongs to a special kind of call to arms, a rallying cry. Only a portion of the population can read it. And that portion of the population shares a common trait, extremely gifted. Teenagers between the ages of 12 and 16, a history of mental illness, or mute, or extremely low IQ in everyday life. He rattled off his recitation. And at that moment, England's representative slammed his hand on the table and roared angrily. We've also noticed recently that there have been a lot of family calls to the police in our country, saying that their children have run away from home, disappeared and left without saying goodbye, and on the border gates, also intercepted a lot of teenagers who tried to break through the gates, persuaded to return a lot of teenagers who are ready to leave England. Our Royal Police Department also launched an investigation, but there has been no breakthrough. Now I understand. I finally understand. Huaxia, to abduct our country's genius. The representative of the island also expressed his anger. We've also recently received news that many teenagers with very high talent have gone missing. Our country is different from all countries. Our teenagers here are generally tested for talent at the age of 13. In other countries, it's basically at the age of 17, after they start high school. We, because of the earlier testing, have found very intellectually somewhat questionable teenagers with surprisingly the highest grade of green talent. Over the years, we've been studying why these extremely gifted teenagers would behave abnormally, have IQ problems, or deafness problems, but there has been no luck. Gradually, we agreed that geniuses have always been like this, and this is the commonality of geniuses. So, for the reason that those geniuses need assistance in their daily lives, we have been very protective of those geniuses, but it was during this time that such geniuses kept running away from home and disappearing. We launched an urgent investigation, which has been fruitless. Huaxia, compensate the people. You've abducted our geniuses. Pay us back. Boom. The whole place exploded. Some uninformed countries immediately called back to inquire about the situation. When they asked, they realized that there had been many cases of runaways in their own countries as well. The group was in a frenzy. Rather, what is that mysterious symbol up to and what's at stake? Sure enough, the interest is here. That mysterious symbol was meant to gather teenagers from all over the globe. And those teenagers, without exception, were all geniuses. A super genius at the top of his game. These geniuses, if cultivated, will surely be the backbone of their country in the future. And now, they're all going to China as teenagers? If they go to China, won't they become Chinese? If they serve China in the future, what about the others? In the future, won't China hang the world? Huaxia, you explain immediately. Immediate repatriation of our teenagers who traveled to China and compensation. Huaxia, we have 2 Jedi superiors in Australia. You'd better think it over. The consequences of abducting another country's future stalwart elite. If no explanation is given, the consequences are not something you can afford. 5 minutes. Give us a satisfactory answer immediately. At this moment, more than 100 people stood up, grouping together to accuse and abuse. The Chinese representative's entire body was confused. He stared blankly at what was in front of him, his entire being at a loss as to what to do. This has gone completely beyond his expectations. He didn't even know that there was this thing going on. It had just been the Ethereal Palace's orders to maneuver and mediate, but didn't even know that there was such a heavy relationship behind this. Abducting geniuses from other countries? No. Wait. Then how did the Ethereal Palace know that all those super geniuses around the globe, uniformly, could read the mysterious symbols? That mysterious symbol. Why do super geniuses all over the world understand it? Why can't anyone else read it? And why is that? How can that be explained? The representative of Huaxia was drenched in cold sweat as he looked at the crowd, knowing in his heart that if he did not do anything to explain today, the consequences would be very serious. This, rising to an international crisis event. Wait, I need to make a phone call, the Huaxia representative said, taking his cell phone and hurriedly walking out. The others did not stop him, knowing that he was just a spokesman, with little decision-making power, just a mouthpiece. He was immediately told to go and return quickly. Meanwhile, in China, in the middle of the highest office, the Secretary General received a call from the representative of Huaxia, and after listening to the message on the phone, his entire body stared in horror. Super geniuses from all over the world, summoned by the mysterious symbols, have come to China? Nope. How I don't know. Why didn't I know about such a big deal? Such a big thing. The Netherworld Palace didn't even discuss it with the officials? This thing is too outrageous, right? What is going on in the Misty Palace? Well, such things seem to be of great benefit, but in fact there are extremely terrible consequences. You just get the surface benefits. The surface seems to be more geniuses. The future of the elite strong also become more. But, how do you get past this hurdle at the moment? A super genius is a national treasure in any country. It's the lifeblood of a country. And the Ethereal Palace, which has abducted so many. Now the whole world is going to target us. The Secretary General's anxious mouth blistered, hung up the phone, immediately called the Misty Palace elders. The phone is connected. The Secretary General will be the United Nations things. The elder also had a headache inside. No, not to rush first. Don't rush. The palace master has now gone to the Jade Belt River to look for Mu Jie to negotiate. So don't be anxious yet. Elder, how can you not be in a hurry? Now the whole world is waiting for Huaxia to give an explanation. How can this not be urgent? This matter? You Misty Palace made such a huge decision. How? Why don't you discuss it with us? Alas, why don't you discuss it? Our advantage is since we have mastered the symbols that only super geniuses can read, then we can totally have a good and precise design. Well, you can boil a frog in warm water, slowly spread the mysterious symbols, and slowly gather those super geniuses to come to Huaxia. How come it's suddenly so large-scale and eye-catching? This is too irrational. The Secretary General was very respectful towards the Ethereal Palace, but at this time, his tone was also a bit anxious and on fire. The elder looked sad. It wasn't our Ethereal Palace that did this. This is the work of the Earth Fellowship, the Secretary General said. I know it's the Earth Fellowship, but there is no support from the Ethereal Palace behind it. How can they do such a big thing? The elder said worriedly. It's like this. The Earth Fellowship Association and the Ethereal Palace currently have an ambiguous relationship. Not all the way. Yet not enemies either. It's of the kind where well water doesn't offend river water. I'll put it to you this way. That's what I'm worried about right now. You say, if these teenagers are running towards the Ethereal Palace, and will join the Ethereal Palace in the future, that's a risk we'll take. It's a big deal to fight. But the problem is, these super geniuses, as far as we know, are loyal to the Earth Fellowship Association. I have a headache with this problem. Once these teenagers are cultivated, there is no doubt that they will directly take the place of the Ethereal Palace in the future. This isn't just a global crisis against China. It's also a crisis of the Earth Fellowship against my Misty Palace. The Secretary General was silent. He didn't know that there was such a thing behind it? Stunned, he asked, why didn't the Palace Lord stop this from happening? The Palace Master is a supreme powerhouse, and even though the Earth Fellowship is powerful, they are just some supreme powerhouses. How could the Palace Lord's face not be given? Those supreme beings, who are also just doing their jobs, are also just obeying one person, Mu Jie. As for the Palace Master, I don't know what's going on, but I realized that he's even a bit afraid of Mu Jie. I used to think that the Palace Master was only giving Mu Jie 3 points of thin face, but now I realize that the Palace Master gives Mu Jie 7 points of face. The Secretary General fell silent and asked in a hushed voice, Mu Jie, also Jedi? No, it's like a 5th grade. The Secretary General was full of doubts. 5 pints? What's a 5th grade? What's a 5th grade? Then the Misty Palace will kill anyone with a slap on the wrist. How can you even stir up the wind and rain? Moreover, To have the most powerful people bow down to him? Such a person was too terrifying. The Secretary General was puzzled, but he didn't bother to ask, and only asked hurriedly, now, the Ethereal Palace and the Earth Fellowship, are they a group or not? You give an accurate word. Huaxia. In the end, whether to protect the Earth Fellowship, the United Nations is now forcing people to take a stand. A sneer flashed across the elder's eyes. What has the Ethereal Palace got to do with what the Earth Fellowship has caused on their own? What does the Misty Palace have to protect them? Since they have the guts to dig up global geniuses, just let them bear the wrath of the global nations themselves. You passed the order to go to the United Nations and clarify that the members of the Earth Fellowship are from all over the globe and are not affiliated with the forces of Huaxia. It just resides in Huaxia. The Earth Fellowship, with the Ethereal Palace, with Huaxia, does not have half a penny to do with it. The matter of digging up global corners, the Ethereal Palace does not know, does not care, is not responsible, not undertake. The Secretary General nodded. Okay, then I'll know. His heart was relieved. Since the Earth Fellowship had no relationship with Huaxia and the Ethereal Palace, then he himself was happy to watch the fun. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. The strength of the Earth Fellowship was a bit frightening and worrying, but it couldn't be offended. And now that the Earth Fellowship had angered the globe itself, one would like to see how they would end up, and between the various forces around the globe, consume each other in a wave. It's a good choice. 5 minutes to the United Nations. The representative of China once again walked into the conference hall, and this time, in the face of the anger of the countries around the globe, he did not have any waves. He just walked back to his seat with a calm, confident and relaxed face. Ahem dash. The Chinese representative cleared his throat and looked at the angry crowd, but his heart was not worried at all anymore. Speaking aloud, he said, I called and questioned the higher-ups, as well as the Ethereal Palace. I'll convey the meaning. This mysterious symbol is the work of the Earth Fellowship. From the beginning to the end, Huaxia, as well as the Ethereal Palace, had no knowledge of it. The Ethereal Palace only just realized what happened, gathering those geniuses to travel to Huaxia. In essence, it should be the global geniuses that have been summoned to the Earth Fellowship. Everyone should pay attention to this distinction. The Earth Fellowship has nothing to do with Huaxia, or the Ethereal Palace. The organizational members of the Earth Fellowship come from all over the globe, not affiliated with the forces of China. They just live in China. It's like the relationship between a landlord and a tenant. If the tenant gets into trouble outside and breaks the law, that's his own problem. You can't go and assume that he's in cahoots with the landlord just because he lives in the landlord's house, right? The Ethereal Palace means the following: not knowing, not being responsible, not taking responsibility, not caring. At this moment, the venue fell into an eerie silence. The representatives of all the countries around the globe had the feeling as if they had punched cotton. Everyone would have been ready to set fire on HWA. But who would have thought that now suddenly know the news? The Chinese surprisingly also do not know. Rather, it's a force within China that's stirring the pot from start to finish. Huaxia so completely silenced the scene dry. After a long silence, the representative of the meter country said in a deep voice, regardless of whether or not your Ethereal Palace knew about it and whether or not you take responsibility. In short, we are about to sanction the Earth Fellowship. This is something that the Chinese side has no problem with, right? The Chinese representative spread his hands. It's none of our business. We won't make a move, but we won't block it either. The representative of the meter country breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and added, our strong men will enter the territory of China and directly approach the Earth Fellowship to take responsibility for this incident. I don't think that Huaxia will stop it either. The Chinese representative sneered. That's impossible. There's no way we can let any force, at will, enter China. Then I'll trouble you, Huaxia, to expel the Earth Fellowship. The Chinese representative said, on this point, I need to ask for instructions from my superiors. The crowd is silent again. Hibiscus City, in recent times, has suddenly seen a lot more teenagers from outside the city. Hibiscus City is suddenly full of homeless people. Not what was previously expected. The teenagers, more than expected, were more cautious. No one took the initiative to come to the banks of the Jade Ribbon River. No one took the initiative to come up and look for Mujia, and no one took the initiative to defect. All of them, in tacit agreement, secretly observing. At this moment, in the middle of a hotel room facing the river in Mujia City, Zhang Chuan and his own mother had already been here for 2 weeks, but during the 2 weeks, Zhang Chuan did not rashly go to the Jade Belt River to look for Mujia and the organization. His mother in this world, who is also extremely socially experienced, approves of her son's approach. Now the situation was not at all clear, and there were no so-called 10,000 people along the Jade Belt River. At least, on the surface, no one could tell who was an Earthling and who was a 10,000. Beside the window, Jiang Chuan held an astronomical telescope, constantly observing the movements along the Yudai River. The hotel near the river has this advantage, to see farther. He'd seen a group of pussies training in some sort of special formation along the banks of the Yudai River. Presumably, he had also locked onto a bungalow by the river, and 2 weeks of observation had determined that presumably that was where Mujer was located. His mother saw it too and asked him, "When are you going to go?" Jiang Chuan was silent for a long time and said, "Who knows if this is a fishing expedition? Now for that matter, I didn't see anyone go to that house to look for Mujie. Everything is very calm. Anyway, I have waited for so many years. Not bad for this moment. While we Purple River people are kind, kindness never means naivety." The mother was relieved that her son from the other world was much smarter than she thought, though his studies were a mess and his teachers and classmates said he was out of his mind. But now it's been proven that sometimes, being smart or not, doesn't come in the form of learning what's in the textbook. Rather, there is stillness in every great event. At that moment, Jiang Chuan suddenly gave a surprised cry. A man flew from the sky and went to that courtyard. The mother hurriedly picked up the binoculars to check it out as well, and sure enough, she saw a silhouette descending towards the yard. At this moment, the mother and son's gazes locked on the small bungalow yard in the binoculars, and in the meantime, almost all of the window rooms in this hotel have been taken. Just downstairs from Jiang Chuan and the others, 2 teenagers were also watching the movements in that courtyard with binoculars. Fei Tian, it's a grandmaster-level powerhouse. There was no mistake. After observing for so long, the summoner was indeed in the middle of this room. "Brother, when exactly are we going to defect? Alas! Look again, and wait." Downstairs, a father and son also locked onto the bungalow with binoculars. The son said excitedly, "A patriarchal powerhouse has descended." The father also picked up his binoculars and watched, and after a few moments asked, "Son, when are you going to go there to look for your people back home?" My son sighed, "I haven't seen anyone go there so far. I can't take any chances. Gunning for it, I'll never be one of the first." The father nodded appreciatively. "Son, don't worry, even though you came from a different world, I've been treating you like my own son. Dad has nothing, but just a lot of money. Everything you do, I support. I'm also eager to see what your hometown people, that so-called Purple River people, are really like." The son smiled happily. He also gained affection in this world. The people of Zai focused on filial piety more than on anything else. He had confessed to his father even earlier than Jiang Chuan, when he had just learned Chinese, and his father, after months-long silence, readily accepted the fact. The entire Hibiscus city, thousands of pairs of eyes stared intently at the movements in that small courtyard. Throughout Hibiscus city, there were still tens of thousands of teenagers hiding, ducking, and spying on everything in the shadows, and they had yet to find out where Mujia was. Jade Belt Riverside. Jade Belt Riverside is too long, but in any case, tens of thousands of people from all over China, as well as from neighboring countries, which were close by, had come. Even, there have been a number of people of the same race, recognizing and meeting each other. The ordinary people of Hibiscus City didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, and even the sharpest of people didn't notice anything out of the ordinary happening, because these tens of thousands of teenagers were not teenagers at all. All were adult souls who had had a lot of social experience on their original planet, and their insights were far more far-reaching than those of the Earthlings. Even if the people of the Earth have seen more deeply, they are only people who have traveled around the world and have seen the flavors and landscapes of different countries. But the planets that could read and understand the universal language of all races were all races that had traded with at least dozens of planets. People's social experience is the experience of dozens of planets, and it is the culture and wisdom crystallized from at least dozens of planets. Education on Earth is nothing more than world history, and the 5,000 years of Chinese history, but the 10,000 races are different. Their education is extremely developed. What they ingested was the history of their own planet for many tens of thousands of years, as well as the civilization and cultural crystallization of other races. Therefore, the 10,000 people cannot be said to have a higher IQ than the Earthlings. However, their insights as well as experience definitely surpassed those of the Earthlings of the same level, age, and class status. If tens of thousands of outsiders had entered Furong City, then it would definitely attract the attention of the governor of Furong City. But tens of thousands of such smart, and cautious Wan clansmen came to gather in Furong City, and it was impossible for anyone in Furong City to notice. They were very good at camouflage. Of course, just because the people of Hibiscus City couldn't notice, it didn't mean that everyone in Hibiscus City couldn't notice. Mujer, early on, had noticed that the city had come to be full of people. The vanguards are not very different from Earthlings in the eyes of Earthlings, but Mu Jia and the others, however, were the ones who had fought for tens of hundreds of years in the Thai wilderness, and had been in contact with the various races of the 10,000 races for many, many years, and the subtle differences were easy to feel out. Even with longer contact, not only Mu Jie, but even everyone in the Earth Fellowship could call out with one mouthful which planet the person was from. For example, the ones who come with their families and behave in a very polite manner. It doesn't take much to figure out that Purple River people, that's how they are characterized. Focusing on filial piety and etiquette, they believe in such things as good karma, so they are clearly characterized. If it's a firm-eyed, brave character, then it must come from Redstone. That planet was an extremely warlike and famous race, and all people were born to fight, and were exposed to the spirit about bravery, and not being afraid to die from a young age. Their characteristics were also very obvious. If it's a dodgy, thieving eye, it's always drifting. Then they come from the Golden Palace. The Golden Palace is not the name of a planet, but the name of a race. They used to have planets, but then lost wars and went into exile throughout the universe in spaceships. They were good at disguises, and with this talent they often traveled from planet to planet stealing, always with everyone shouting at them. In short, no matter what kind of vanguard, if he's been in contact for a long time, Mujer is bound to know where he's from. And Hibiscus City, suddenly flooded with tens of thousands of people. No difference in the eyes of the people of Hibiscus City, couldn't detect it, but Mu Jie could tell just by sweeping a glance. For example, these days it's not uncommon for a car to pass by the front door and, in a flash of surprise, you can see a pair, or even several pairs of eyes in the window scanning your small yard with their afterimages. For example, these days, there were often some students, talking and laughing on shared bicycles, skirting along the banks of the Udai River. They were very natural, but Miao Jie knew that their afterglances were always staring at their own yards and rooms. For example, if Mu Jie flew up into the sky to go for a walk, and took a look down at Furong City, he would probably be able to see a lot of strange symbols at the end of the streets. They were messages in their native language from some of the vanguards, looking for companions. Earthlings might think that it was just minuscule graffiti, but they couldn't hide it from Mu Jie's eyes. For example, Mu Jie could often see, too, that several buildings and hotels on the riverfront had long been full. The curtains were drawn up every day, but there were always eyes behind the curtains looking this way, searching. Everything was clear, but Nuj did not reach out and seek them out, nor did he write a sign at the gate of the courtyard summoning them to come. Unnecessary. He knew the 10,000 clans well, just as he himself had just arrived at Taiwara back then. He was also wary of others fishing for himself at every turn. He understood the mental activity of the travelers well. 1. Not wanting to be discovered by others as a traveler, feeling that it's his biggest secret and gold finger. 2. Make an effort to learn the local culture, language, and blend in as much as possible. Make yourself less unique. 3. Work hard to get stronger and find a way out. 4. Want to get ahead. Will think. So hard to cross over. Have to make a fortune in the other world to do so. This, then, is the mindset of every traveler when they first cross over, and such a mindset, many may keep it for a long time. However, after you realize that you are surrounded by fellow travelers, your mindset will be different. You will no longer feel that the identity of a traveler is your biggest secret. You will become, instead, desperate to find fellow travelers. Xiao Ma said, Uncle Jie, Shinini Pin is up. Mu Jie raised an eyebrow. Good thing, keep practicing. Well, I recently found out that a lot of people have come to Furong City, but they don't come to us. It's not a good idea to keep stagnating like this. Mu Jie smiled. Let them go. Everything has to go with the flow. We can only be the pushers of the key moment nodes. Can't control everyone. The desire to control can't be that strong. Then, it's not a good thing to be frozen like this. The 10,000 clansmen will come to train and become strong sooner. Stiff? It won't be a stalemate for a few days, said Mujer, looking up slowly. Our old friend is here. And guess what kind of decision he'll bring this time? The pony also looked up at the sky as red dust fell from the sky. Mu Jie muttered, making such a big commotion. The ethereal palace didn't block it. Then I think that red dust is also hesitating. He doesn't dare to make a decision. He doesn't dare to believe in doomsday. And he doesn't dare to not believe in doomsday. It's so hard for him. But today, he's going to make a decision. Pony snapped with a stern look. I'll have my brothers come back and guard against a hand. No need. Mu Jie craned his neck. Having broken through the 9th rank yesterday, it's time to make a move if there's a battle. Red Dust is a person with kindness in his heart and determination. However, he is also like most earthlings, not seeing the coffin. If he doesn't see something practical, he won't make a random decision. Of course, if and when he makes a decision, then he must be our strongest supporter up front. The situation won't be stalemated after today. With that, Mu let out a laugh. It's good to have friends from afar. Red Dust landed on the ground. His face as heavy as water. However, it was hard to hide the flash of shock in his pupils. Looking at the calm young man in front of him, Red Dust's heartbeat accelerated. 9 pins. He cultivates. Is it really that fast? It's time to decide. Whatever decision is made, it has to come out in the water today. Otherwise, after some more time, no matter what decision he makes, he is powerless, because at that time, he might be in the same realm as himself, absolute supremacy. No, it's the martial king. Red Dust watched Jungkook for a long time and finally exhaled. Congratulations, another breakthrough. Jungkook smiled faintly. There's nothing to congratulate. It's well deserved. It's crazy, but people are telling the truth. If he hadn't swindled himself, people had reached the level of martial saints in the Thai wilderness, the first person in the world. Yet, it sounds offensive, but there's nothing you can do about being upset. Red Dust bit her cheek and laughed. That mysterious symbol is the language and writing of an alien planet, right? Mu Jian nodded. Yes, that's called the universal language of all races. It is also equivalent to the Mandarin of Huaxia and the English of Earth. In the universe, 80% of the races and planets would be able to use the universal language of all races, and language is not an obstacle for them. Red Dust asked, what is written in your universal language of all races? I've received news that many people around the globe are rushing to Huaxia. Why are they coming to Huaxia? Jungkook confessed, it's nothing. It's just that I told them in the universal language of the 10,000 races to come to Hibiscus City to find me. Will be able to get my shelter, and I will teach them cultivation, as well as combat skills, protecting them when they are weak, so that they don't break into the hands of the Earthlings' own people, in the future. They are the ones who will become the backbone of the resistance against the demons. Cultivation, teaching, protection, isn't all this that these teenagers, in the future, will be completely at his beck and call? That's more like it. The ethereal palace would completely become a companion, and the Earth Fellowship would be the first force, the most powerful force, in Huaxia, in the world. Red Dust looked at Mu Jia somewhat warily. You want to raise them from childhood, step by step, into legions, to follow your orders completely in the future? Jungkook rightfully said, military orders are the most important factor in marching and fighting, even if the general is qualified. But the soldiers under him are scattered. There is no combat power. Shouldn't it be? Shouldn't it be? Red Dust was anxious. What do you mean? Is it that from now on, you're going to train them as your own forces? That's more like it. Mu Jia thought for a moment. Not really a force of its own. It's just that according to the experience of Thai wasteland, the scattered 10,000 clans have no fighting power. Each one of them is governed by their own. However, after I unified the Thai wilderness, after all of the 10,000 races followed my movements and arrangements, we were victorious. I think this applies to Earth as well. No matter who it is, it's better to follow the orders of only one person than to be scattered. Bold, Red Dust rebuked. In that case, won't you be powerful? The size of this Earth, however, will become an irresistible torrent. Muhair nodded. There is no other way. There are some of Earth's inherently powerful people who probably need to give in if they want to preserve more of their fellow citizens alive. You mean, you're going to be the most powerful force on Earth? Muhair shook his head. No. No? Red Dust looked at him quizzically. It's still not? Muhair said. Not the greatest power. Rather, the only power. Of course, I personally believe that the description of a force is not apt. It should be described as a universal force, and I am the sole commander of the main general. Of course, if someone better suited than me comes along at a later stage, I will make way for him. Unique. Red Dust couldn't hold back any longer and roared. The only power? You want to rule Earth? How dare you? Mu Jia looked at him calmly and said, perhaps in your eyes, ruling the Earth seems like such a great thing, like such an ambitious thing, because in your eyes, unifying the Earth is equivalent to acquiring endless resources and enjoying the most glorious wealth in the world. But I think differently from you. Reunification is not an end in itself. It's just a process. Only after unification, when all the people are united, is there a possibility of survival? Only then is there a possibility of victory. A non-unified Earth can't exert combat power. It's like a bunch of rabble. What can we fight with others? I don't care about resources or glory. I'm not interested in that at all. Since I can return my Yuanshin to Earth, my only mission is to lead all of humanity to victory. Mu Jia stared tightly at Red Dust and said word for word, in this process, everything that will become a stumbling block to existence, I will eliminate him and knock him out. No mercy will be left behind. Although strong people are Earth's precious resources, a strong person who stands in the way is a tumor. I will uproot him. Red Dust's eyes narrowed and he spoke in a deep voice. Muhair, your heart is too big. It's bigger than I thought it would be. I don't have any heart. I only want victory. I just don't want my hometown to follow in the footsteps of Thai wasteland. Even if the battle is won and the race is left with only a few thousand people, I want to avoid such an outcome from happening. And this process is bloody, cruel, cold-blooded, and ruthless. Red Dust was in a rage. Mu Jie, if you mess up like this, the earth will go into pandemonium before the demons come. A lot of people will die. And you're destroying such peace. Peace? Muher snorted. He said forcefully, I'll tell you this. Before the arrival of the demons, as long as the earth can form a great unity, even if more than 1 billion people die, it is a range I can accept. Because after the arrival of the demons, if the earth is still scattered, the first wave of deaths will be counted in billions. My mission on earth is always just one, to ensure the continuation of the human flame, as well as the diversity of the various ethnic groups, to preserve the culture, to preserve our history, and to ensure that after the end of the day our lives can still return to normal. If it's unified, then even if the humans don't have the fighting power yet for the time being, but after the arrival of the demons, I will be able to organize an effective evacuation and organize drills and training for all of humanity for all of the people. Cultivation. Military formations. They will form a huge fighting force in a short period of time. 1 billion. Red Dust's jaw dropped in disbelief as he looked at Mu Jie. Are you still human? Even if more than 1 billion people die in the infighting, you want to continue the unification? Instead of our compatriots dying at the hands of demons, they're going to die at your hands? Mu Jie said. Mercy does not govern. I have feelings, but I also have absolute rationality. I pity the stumbling blocks that will soon fall in my great unification plan, but there is nothing I can do about it. Yes, you can also say that I am cold-blooded. I do not deny that the number of demons that I had personally killed in the Thai wilderness exceeded 2 billion. Thai wilderness. And the number of people who had been sacrificed as bait under my command also exceeded hundreds of millions. I have suffered. It is unacceptable, but it is the truth, and it must be done, because we have achieved a greater victory. I'll tell you, Red Dust Taoist, the wars that humans face against demons are not comparable to any wars that have happened in Earth's history. In the wars between nations in Earth's history, there could be a truce, a reconciliation, a negotiation, and even a commission to stall for time. But with us and the demons, there is no such possibility. Either we will be genocidal, or they will be frightened by the fight and retreat, or rather, exterminate them. And such wars are destined to be brutal. What is the deadliest in past history? World War I? World War II? How many people died? In millions, or tens of millions? But this time, it's in the billions. It can't be compared. You think it's just that besides humans will die? Let me tell you, large swaths of the Earth's ecosystem will become extinct and turn into deserts. Wherever the demons pass, any animals will also all be eaten and eaten clean. They don't even spare the maggots in the latrine. Do you expect them to look at you in pity and kill a few less? You don't understand demons, just like you don't understand what my true ambition is. Mu Jie was a bit disdainful, with a sneer in his eyes, because Red Dust's thoughts were, in fact, representative. He was pretty sure that the vast majority of people on Earth thought like Red Dust. It would feel like a cold-blooded devil compared to a demon. They feel that they are unifying the Earth as a matter of ambition and for enjoyment. They don't understand that kind of pain. How could they understand that the demons were cunning enough not to fall for it during the battle? How much their own hearts struggled at this point when they needed to sacrifice a force of about 200,000 men as bait? They didn't understand when the Lord General spoke the idea. All of the 10,000 races stepped forward with their hands raised high and shouted, I'll go. Let me go. I'm too low in cultivation to help. Let me go. How does the OC feel when seeing a scene like that? They don't understand. Still less do they understand what it must have been like to stand at the point of view and send off those 200,000 comrades, looking at their backs and knowing that they were the ones who would surely die. Also do not understand, which there are also their own years of brothers in the middle of it. Tal said, Uncle Jie, I cannot go back home. The next life I still do your vice general. They simply don't get it. Just thought it would be a benefit to be the king of the earth that says it all? No. That's where the times make the man. You have the ability to do that. And if you don't get on, you pass the buck. Then you are truly selfish and truly irresponsible. And as it happens, there's no better person in the world to be an OC than Zhang Ku. He fought and won in Taiwan. He was the Huan Yu general, the only human martial saint in Huan Yu. There will never be another one like it. Red Dust would not understand, and would not believe, would not understand, when he had not seen the demon powerful. He could only speculate about Muher in the most vicious way possible, just as people around the globe speculate with the most vicious thoughts. Muher, you're going to wipe out all the forces of this world? From now on there will only be one power, the Earth Fellowship? Mujia shook his head. Let me correct that. It's to wipe out the Earth Fellowship along with it. And from then on there will only be one power, the Legion of 10,000 clans. Red Dust shuddered and asked, do you have to do this? Then what if, I, the Netherworld Palace, am the first to stand up against it? Muhair looked at him calmly and smiled. Then I will uproot the Netherworld Palace. Not a single one will remain. Red Dust violently sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and around his body, a huge killing intent, gradually emanated. Pony, who was standing on the side, tensed up and quietly moved to Mujia's left. At the same time, Xiaoma sent a message to the maidens training by the river, telling them to be ready to scatter and escape. But a moment later, Red Dust's murderous aura dispersed and looked at Mujia lightly. In my heart, I believe 90% of what you said about the end of days. And if you look at it from a rational perspective, global unification is also a most rational approach. But, my ethereal palace must leave a backhand. My ethereal palace to participate in the whole process. The whole process to witness all of this. Mujia asked. You mean the ethereal palace carries the banner of commanding the globe? At the very least, it's blending in with the Earth Fellowship. Mujia laughed. If you guys have this ability, I don't mind. I'll abdicate now. And I won't even blink an eye when I follow your orders from now on. But it's obvious that you guys don't have the strength or the ability to do so. I will not make any decision that harms the 10,000 clans Legion. Red Dust was furious. You mean the Netherworld Palace is not worthy? If you have to interpret it that way, that's just it. You guys, you don't deserve it. Mujia added. If the ethereal palace had such strength, it wouldn't just be forces within the boundaries of China. You guys would have long since extended to the globe. Or maybe you all ruled the earth. But obviously, you guys can't do it. If you guys can do it, then I approve of your strength. Unify the globe? Red Dust laughed contemptuously. Do you know how hard it is to unify the globe? Also unify the globe. Muj interrupted. But I can. In 2 months. He doesn't believe it. Knowing that he didn't believe it, Mujia turned to him and said, let's make a bet first. What bet? The group of women who were drilling outside. Did you see them? My sister is of the 1st rank. And the remaining 20 are of the 5th rank. It counts as 21 people. Misty Palace can send everyone below the 7th rank to fight. And I mean, everyone. Even if you come with tens of thousands of people, it's fine. There is only one purpose. To defeat them. Red Dust's eyes narrowed. Tens of thousands of people? You are too arrogant. Mujia calmly said. Speaking of which, if Misty Palace can defeat 21 of them, I'll let you join the Earth Fellowship. And in the future, I'll work with you to govern this world and prepare for the revolt. If you dispatch the same number of people as them and the same cultivation realm to defeat them, I will listen to you in the future. And everyone will listen to you. If, at all, your ethereal palace can't beat them. From now on, the entirety of the ethereal palace will be merged into the present-day Earth Fellowship. In the future, all of them will merge into the 10,000 clans Legion. Follow the orders. The bet is this. The bet is heard and understood. Do you bet? Red Dust was stunned. It was too much. What makes him so confident? What kind of fighting power can 21 human pussies have with a broken sword hacking and slashing there? What makes him so confident that he even said, below the 7th rank, it's fine to come and fight them with tens of thousands of people. He's so out of sight. You're also looking down on my Misty Palace too much. No, the ethereal palace isn't that special, and in my eyes, all the forces around the globe are pretty much the same as you. Strictly speaking, I look down on all of the present-day martial artists in this world. Red Dust said angrily. Good. Then I'll let you grow a long memory and a pair of eyes. Don't say I'm a bully. I'll give them some time to grow. Let's do it in 10 days. Give them some preparation time to grow. How about it? Good. He is really arrogant. If it wasn't for the fact that you've only just reached the 9th rank nowadays, I would have wanted to gamble with you. Unfortunately, I don't want to bully you. The main reason is that the Red Dust can't be held, and he does not dare to bully. He was afraid that after getting Mujie killed, his Yuanshan took over again and silently meticulously looked for his revenge later. This is the reason why he is afraid, and powerful people in order to speak the way of a gentleman. With the weak, Red Dust uses what has always been a bully. Muhair laughed. Make a bet. Red Dust was filled with bewilderment. What's the bet again? Mujia, within 3 moves. I can kill you. If I can't kill you, I'll worship you as my master, and I'll listen to you except for military combat. If I can kill you, the ethereal palace will, from now on, immediately, do everything in its power to support the Earth Fellowship. Fighting for the ethereal palace was a very important part of the plan. If they were to fight on behalf of the Earth Fellowship, it would probably be a slow time. Those big powers don't feel like they have anything to offer. But if one represented Huaxia and completely wore the same pants as a country, then the world would really be in a big mess. Only a rapid pandemonium can lead to rapid unification. This saves time. Red Dust's mouth dropped open as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. What did you say? 3 moves and kill me? You're only 9th grade. I was an overwhelmingly strong person 20 years ago. You dare to challenge me? Mu Jia frowned. Let's add another bet. Absolute heaviness doesn't sound comfortable to me. As I said, it's called Martial King. If I win, you can add one more rule. Don't call yourself Jesher in the future. A Grandmaster is just a junior high school student. A Martial King is just a junior high school student. Don't call yourself by such a nice name for such a realm. Saying it as if you've reached the end of the martial path. Like this, it's easy to confuse the world and make them think that they've really reached the end. Unbridled, Red Dust was furious and cursed. There is no one in sight. You are simply too crazy. Too crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm telling the truth. Of course, Muhair wouldn't explain to him. Bet or no bet. Red Dust took a deep breath. When? You still need to make an appointment for 3 moves? Let's do it now. After beating you, I have to continue practicing. Red Dust stormed. You are so rampant. Don't blame me for saying ugly words in front. Fists and feet have no eyes. Killed cannot blame me for heavy-handed He was afraid that Mu Jia Yuanshen in advance was still better to give himself some space to speak. Muhair nodded. Well, but I'll be merciful. You're more sensible. I won't really kill you. It's too much of a bully. Red Dust flew up into the sky and stood over the Jade Belt River, pulling out a long sword from somewhere, pointing angrily at Mu Jia and roaring. You do it. The sound shook the clouds. He was so angry that he didn't even care if the commotion was big or not, roaring with anger, and at this moment, the entire Hibiscus City heard it. Buzz. At this moment, the gazes of all the 10,000 clansmen in Hibiscus City were locked in the sky above the Jade Belt River, looking in shock at Red Dust standing in the sky, feeling the aura emanating from his body. The 10,000 races teenagers all stared wide-eyed. Martial King! It's the Martial King realm. Is this a Martial King powerhouse from Huaxia? What is he going to do? Is he in that place? To challenge the Martial Saint? But a Martial Saint is just a Yuanshen is a Martial Saint in the Tai wasteland. On Earth, is he also a Martial Saint? Look! Earth's Martial King is going to challenge the Martial Saint. At this moment, all of the 10,000 races Yuanshen in the entire Hibiscus City locked their gazes above the sky. And that's when Hibiscus City. All the common people also heard such a voice, and could not help but scramble to higher ground and look in the direction of the source of the sound. They were bewildered, not knowing what was happening. However, they knew that the person who shouted this was a top-notch powerhouse, as his voice could be heard all over the city. At the same time, the governor of Hibiscus City, who was driving by the river, also heard such a voice, and he couldn't help but look up to the window, and he saw a figure standing in the middle of the sky. Jedi powerhouse. There's only one Jesher in Huaxia, and that's the Ethereal Palace Master. Is the Netherworld Palace Lord going up against Mu Jie? The entire governor of Flora City was jolted and began to ponder in his mind. Was it possible that the Ethereal Palace and the Earth Fellowship had a grudge? There was a feud going on? Whose side do I have to be on then? He stopped the car in a hurry. He was also a martial artist with excellent eyesight. His eyes were locked on the sky above. However, his brows were frozen together. Yard. Mu Jie looked at the angry red dust in the sky, and glanced at the nervous pony, and softly said, Earth's so-called Jedi is actually the Martial King realm, and he's still an early Martial King realm. When did you already stop trusting even me? Why are you nervous? After saying this, the pony suddenly relaxed and suddenly smiled. Right. One has been back on Earth too long and has developed a sense of agency. What level are Earth's martial artists? If we put them in Taiwan, they wouldn't survive a day. And what is the level of the martial artists in Taiwan? It seems to be the same realm, but in fact, they kill indiscriminately, because every martial artist who can survive are from the mountain of corpses and blood to kill a bloody road to come out. Every one of them is a Shura-like character. Every one of them is a character who focuses on the efficiency of actual combat. The pony secretly estimated that, perhaps, Uncle Jay at the 7th rank would be able to beat the red dust, but tensed himself. Why are you nervous? Because back on Earth for too long, have forgotten the issue of the combat power of the two deserted. Mu Jia transmitted his voice again. You fly up to the sky now and see how big an area needs to be planned. There's no telling how many thousands of people have come to this Hibiscus City. There has to be a residence for the comrades of the 10,000 races. There has to be a place to drill, right? After we've incorporated the Netherworld Palace, the first thing we'll do is to plan a field in this neighborhood to become a temporary place for our comrades of the 10,000 clans. I think it's about time for the comrades of the 10,000 races to come to the door after this battle. The pony comprehended and rushed up into the sky to go on his quest for a swim. The battle hadn't started yet, but it was known to be a sure win. He went ahead to plan the site, and once the battle was over, he was going to have the ethereal palace order arrangements for the neighborhood to be demolished and rebuilt. Red Dust looked at Mujie, who was talking in the courtyard, and roared, "What's the point of inking? Come up here. Didn't you say you'd beat me in 3 moves? Come on. Muhair, are you afraid?" As this cry fell, Hibiscus City was once again in an uproar. All those who looked up at the sky couldn't help but stare in disbelief. 3 moves? 3 moves to defeat the Misty Palace Master? What kind of being is this? It's too cocky, isn't it? The arrogance is simply a bit too much. And at that moment, amidst all the attention, a silhouette was seen slowly flying out of the small courtyard. Muhair flew into the air and looked down at his sister, who had a worried face, and smiled. "Borrow your knife." Without saying anything, Miao Xinin gritted her teeth and fought to still the knife in her hand into the sky. Then together with the 20 maids, they looked at the sky with worried faces. They knew that Red Dust was an overwhelmingly powerful person. And Mu Jie is just a few grades, 5th or 6th grade? They don't know that Mu Jie has 9 products. The impression is still stuck in the 5 products some time ago. Thinking, a month's time, even faster, to the 6th product has been very impressive, right? But now, he's going to challenge Red Dust. Red Dust looked at Mu Jie, who didn't even have a weapon, and even asked below to borrow an iron sword that didn't even have an open blade. He was instantly furious. "You humiliate me?" Muhair laughed and said, "Misunderstood." Then he added, "I just suddenly felt that it's time for me to let you know the gap between people. It's time to let you know the gap between the martial artists who retire on Earth, and the real martial artists." Unbridled, Red Dust couldn't hold back any longer. With a furious roar, he violently raised his longsword, and with his other left hand, he quickly pinched his fingers. The left hand pinches and moves as fast as a flower flip. Mu Jie suddenly laughed and smiled, shaking his head. "The foreplay is too long. The padding is too long. If you were fighting for your life you would already be dead. But I've decided to give you a chance to strike. Just once. You speed up." Miao Jie was telling the truth. How could one fight like this when fighting in Taiwara? The enemy still gives you a time to pinch your fingers and activate your Dao? What are you thinking? In the moment you pinch your fingers, they'll pounce on you and eat half your face. Why would they give you that chance? But to hear Red Dust's ears, it was a great insult. With a red face, he roared, "I won't stay my hand. The Violet Thunder Sword technique. It's so powerful that I can't control it." Muhair nodded, then yawned. "So, almost done?" There was no more talking. Red Dust held his breath. "Damn it, if you die, you die. I've already said in advance that fists and feet have no eyes. It's not my fault if you die." 2 seconds later, Red Dust fiercely pointed his sword at Mu Jie. "Ja! Oh, nice one with a lot of pizzazz." In the sky, dark clouds rolled around, but a purple divine thunderbolt suddenly slammed into Mu Jie with a rumble. The divine thunder was extremely fast, but just as it reached Mu Jie's side, Mu Jie suddenly ghosted across a distance of 10 meters. Just that 10 meters made the divine thunder fall short. Raising his knife, Muhair flew at Red Dust. "That's it?" Red Dust grimaced. "Do you think, after all this time, I only have 1 thunder? Let me tell you, there are a total of 99 divine thunders." As the words fell, Red Dust once again pointed his sword at Mu Jie. "Kill!" Another divine thunderbolt rumbled down towards Mu Jie. "Got it." The first 10 seconds or so of forward swing is equivalent to the time it takes to load the rifle. But when it is loaded, the rifle is continuous, capable of 99 shots. These 99 pats need no further padding. Mu Jie smiled and ghostly dodged the second divine thunderbolt. At this moment, Red Dust suddenly felt as if things were a bit bad. Immediately, a sword slashed out through the air. "Kill!" Rumble, 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 dash. At that instant, dozens of divine thunderbolts, like waterfalls, smashed down, with all-round coverage indiscriminately smashing into Mu Jie. He could see that Mu Jie's stance was extremely weird, and if he came one by one, he wouldn't be able to hit him at all. But now, dozens of divine thunderbolts poured out from himself. "Let's see how you can dodge." Mu Jie laughed again and simply stood still. After dozens of divine thunderbolts flowed down like a waterfall, Mu Jie, however, violently raised his sword and slashed down towards the sky. Boom! A terrifyingly huge wave headed straight towards the divine thunder falling from the sky. The moment the two touched, they melted away from each other like sunlight meeting snowflakes. Around them, divine thunder continued to fall, but above Mu Jie's head, there was a vacuum. Red Dust exclaimed in shock. He himself was at the absolute top, while Mu Jie was only at the 9th rank, and his light-hearted slash could actually dissolve his attack? At this time, the voice of Mu Jie once again came from the ear. "Medium looking, but not useful. Comment, the forward swing is too long and the power is too small. Even if you cover a large area, I only need to break the one above my head. The others, even if 10,000 divine thunderbolts fall, it doesn't mean anything to me. Just as, when the rain pours down from the sky, even if you turn the mountains into lakes in an hour, all I need is an umbrella and I am not concerned. But all I need is an umbrella, and the rainstorm has nothing to do with me. I just need to hold an umbrella, and the rainstorm is not my concern. Red Dust froze, listening to the voice in his ear, angry and red in the face. The other party couldn't help but directly block his attack and, moreover, commented on it. He was about to say something when Mujie's voice transmission came to his ears once again. Alright, you're done performing. I'm going to start making my move. In 3 seconds, I will arrive in front of you, so please resist me to the best of your ability. By the way, in a real combat, I won't inform you of my actions in advance. 3 seconds. Red Dust was angry though, and the other guy had to give himself advance warning before the fight? Yet, he knew that anger was anger, but caution was caution. Immediately, he took a deep breath and lifted his spirit to look at Mujie, who was standing with a sword in the sky in the distance. In the sky, a voice appeared. Red Dust took a deep breath, secretly running his body's true essence as well as his chi and blood, paying keen attention to everything around him. 1. The moment the voice fell, Red Dust's pupils suddenly shrunk, and at this moment, he realized that Mujie was still in the sky in front of him, but there was a sudden sound of wind behind himself. Not true! Red Dust inwardly exclaimed furiously. The figure in front. It's a fake. Shift. Just now. It was just now. Mujie had long ago gone behind himself, but left a shadow in front of himself, and he, with his attention focused on the front, didn't even consider the back. Is this a sneak attack? No. It's fighting. Sure enough, the figure in front of him unexpectedly began to slowly fade and then dissipate. Red Dust turned back in horror, and the moment he did, he swept a sword across the room with all the strength of his body. He couldn't see where Mujie was, so he could only use a sweep in an attempt to force Mujie back. And the next moment, the moment of turning back, the sword was flung out. He saw Mujie's simple slash coming down. A simple and simple slash, running directly at his own head. But at this moment, one could not retreat and could not defend, because the sword in his hand, in sweeping, was sweeping. Sweeping halfway across was simply impossible to retract against his head. Big deal. A life for a life. Red Dust gave a hideous growl in his heart. This was a hopeless choice, as one could not avoid it, nor could one block it. The big deal is that while I swept my sword across the room and split him in half, his sword also cut my head off. Ah, didn't you say Earth martial artists are pensioners? I'll show you the bloodthirsty nature of Earth's martial artists. Red Dust hissed and grimaced, but the next moment he felt something was wrong, because Mujie was standing there not advancing an inch. There was something funny and comical about the posture and movements. Surprisingly, his body was bowed like a prawn, his right hand grasping the hilt of the knife and reaching for his head in a reaching position. It's over. At this moment, Red Dust's pupils contracted violently as he saw the tip of his sword graze past Mujie's abdomen. 1 centimeter difference. It's just a centimeter away. Just a centimeter away from having the tip of the sword cut into his skin. Just a centimeter away. Ami Chow and Ima. Red Dust is hysterically desperate. Dead. Done. He didn't use 3 moves. Just one move. And he ended his life in such a funny, but simple and brutal way. Red Dust closed his eyes in despair. A sword completely fell, but the tip of Mujie's blade split just above his own head. A touch of cold. A little sharp. A little stinging. Red Dust slowly opened his eyes, and across from him, Mujie smiled slightly. Change your life? Changing lives is useless. Meaningless. No one will exchange lives with the enemy. Exchanging lives is just a choice that can't be helped. You, very passive. After I resisted your divine lightning, I predicted that your attention was focused on me, so I exerted my true essence and transformed into a shadow standing in the sky. You thought it was me, but in fact, I had long since arrived behind you. At the same time, I predicted that under your panic, you would subconsciously slash your sword horizontally behind you. At the same time, I also knew that if I just happened to avoid that slash of yours, you would die. Therefore, when I slash, I don't even stand my position solidly, but rather my body shrinks back and my hand reaches forward. I don't need to use much power, nor do I need a flashy stance or pace. I just need to be 2 centimeters longer than you. As long as I'm 2 centimeters longer than you, then you can't hit me, but you die. And there are 2 prerequisites needed to do that. The first is the power of observation. When you took out this sword 3 minutes ago, I visualized the length of your sword. This laid the groundwork for what position I would stand in later. The second is the sense of distance. In the countless times of life and death combat in the actual combat, feel out the sense of distance. What distance is not hit? What distance just hit others? This cannot be learned. This is experience. And such experience is something that everyone who comes out of Tai Wasteland has. Gulp. Red Dust swallowed his saliva. Feeling the stabbing pain in his head, he didn't dare to move, because his life and death were in Mu Jie's control. He only needed to press his wrist down a little harder, and his head would be sliced open. A 2-centimeter cut, from the top of the head to the chin. Just enough to cut a slit in the skull. Just enough to kill yourself instantly, with your brains pouring out. He didn't dare move. At that moment, the tip of the knife pressed against his scalp, the blade that wasn't open, but cut a tiny gash in his own scalp with the edge of the side. Looking at the man in front of her, Red Dust became a little alarmed, and for the first time, felt alarmed. In his mind, just one sentence popped out: the so-called difference in realms was useless in front of him. He fights with such simplicity and brutality. Every move, every stance, every action, every thought he had was running towards killing his opponent in the simplest way possible. But what exactly is the difference in realms? It was stronger power, stronger true essence, and faster speed. Such a difference could make the gap between absolute supremacy in 9th grade like a chasm that could crush a large swath of 9th grade. But in his presence, there is no meaning, no use, because you simply don't have, and don't deserve, the opportunity to fight hard against him. You can't play to all of your strengths when you face him, and then it amounts to, well, you don't have any strengths at all. And what gives you no advantage is his step-by-step calculations. This calculation is all subconscious. It's experience and practicality. With a rustling sound, Mu Jie withdrew his sword. Red Dust subconsciously trembled in fear. Mu Jie laughed. I know you're not convinced. I'll give you 2 more chances. Got it. Red Dust's heart exploded a little. He just said, kill me in 3 moves? Originally, the meaning wasn't to say kill me in 3 moves. Rather, 3 moves, each move kills me. Kill me 3 times. Fuck. Red Dust was furious that he had been humiliated yet again. But the anger was tinged with panic. The kind of panic that subconsciously terrifies the soul. He backed up several hundred meters to a very safe distance, looked at Mu Jie in disbelief, and roared, careless, Flora exploded. In front of the car, the governor of Hibiscus City sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't see it clearly just now. It was too fast. He just saw the roiling divine thunder. And then Mu Jie put his sword on Red Dust's neck. Master of the Netherworld Palace. Losing? Lost? Just lose? If Mu Jie hadn't kept his hand in, the Netherworld Palace Master would have fallen in the Jade Belt River just like that. Mu Jie. What kind of person is he? The absolute strongest person in Huaxia. In his hands, can't even walk a single move? And at this moment, the 10,000 clansmen all over the city also exploded. By the Jade Belt River, a teenager wearing a school uniform excitedly said to his classmates around him, it's like this. Martial Saint. Martial Saint. It really is a martial saint. Our planet's books have recorded that those who return from the Taiwara are all super pragmatists. There aren't any flashy moves. There aren't any complicated movements. All of them hold swords and spears and only know 2 movements. Stabbing, or chopping. I've always wondered, how can you fight with people if you only know these 2 moves? It's too simple, and it's easy for the enemy to familiarize themselves with the sets of responses. Now I understand. The true meaning. This is the true meaning and the real mystery of combat. In actual combat, there aren't that many flowery moves at all. Stabbing and cleaving are the strongest in terms of killing power, and they only need to utilize these 2 strongest moves. I've also read the records. In the records, when a martial saint kills someone, he never uses more than 2 moves, because martial saints only use 2 moves. Even when fighting with the emperors of demons, they all only use 2 moves. The demon's emperor, however, would only use 2 moves. His spear only had a thrust, and a sweeping motion. There are only 2 moves. I have always been puzzled. 2 of the strongest people in the Huan Yu, but only 2 moves. What does this mean? With only 2 moves, why can they fight for 20 days and be difficult to distinguish between them? I get it. What they fight isn't flashy moves at all. It's experience and wisdom in battle. That's what real combat is. I'm sure that when 2 martial saints fight, that's what's really dangerous and exciting. 2 people who only know 2 moves, fighting for 20 days, are bound to see each other's moves and keep defusing them while looking for opportunities to attack. Martial saint, martial saint, martial sage. This is a true martial saint. I don't doubt it anymore. In this world, there is no such thing as a realist martial artist. All martial artists are all about flashy moves and bullish auras. Only those who have returned from the Tai wilderness can cultivate such strong and invincible moves. It's horrible. The true simplification of complexity into simplicity. Only the truly strong can do the simplification of complexity into simplicity. Hibiscus City blew up. Martial Saint, just a simple move to kill red dust. If it's a real battle, that's too scary. Red dust that diffused divine thunder looked terrifying, but in fact it consumed a great deal. That diffused divine thunder had been laid out for more than 10 seconds in front of it, and it wasn't practical at all, not to mention. In fact, it also consumed at least 30% of the true essence ability. But what about Muhair? What did he consume? He hadn't consumed anything. He had only consumed the negligible amount of true essence used for flight, as well as resisting one of red dust's divine thunderbolts, consuming an estimated 1/10,000th of one's true essence to break up a thunderbolt. If it wasn't for the sake of letting red dust die, if it wasn't for the sake of letting red dust know that the divine thunder didn't have much combat power, it was estimated that Mu Jia wouldn't even consume this amount of true essence and kill the red dust that knife. With the still fucking pure physical strength, even the true essence did not use. If we calculate according to the Wheel War, with this degree of consumption of Mu Jia, he kills people like red dust, is it not? How many to come and how many to kill? Killing all the time. Unlimited. Below, on the banks of the Jade Belt River, the maid, Little Red, was shocked, and a wild and incomparable admiration erupted in her eyes. I got it. I finally understand what the masters have been saying all along, that it's not who is more magnificent in real combat, rather, it's who consumes less and kills more. I finally understand what the point of our daily chops of the Iron Man is, the sense of power, the sense of distance. In each chop, find the way and angle and strength that saves the most energy, but gives the opponent the most killing power. And with tens of thousands of chops a day, it's really about training stamina and endurance. Miao Sini was also enlightened. Efficiency. Is this efficiency? This is not at all the same thing as the battles of martial artists I once imagined. This is the battle of a true martial artist. There's no movement, no panache, not even consumption. It's all about simplifying. It is also the cliché that everyone knows, but no one can understand. Back to basics. In the sky, red dust took a deep breath. I've learned my lesson once. I won't fall for it. You do it. Red dust yelled. He revolved his body's true essence and defended himself against Mu Jia in front of him. At the same time, his attention was focused on the sky, the ground, behind him, left and right. Defense is not an option. He was a little scared of Muhair's godly presence. Muhair smiled. Okay, I'm coming then. And so, Mu Jia once again flew towards red dust. Looking at the Mu Jia in front of me is getting closer and closer. The red dust does not dare to be careless at all, and even doubt, in front of the eyes to fly over. In the end is not the principle, yo. Afraid that it is not a shadow, right? Even if you carefully observe that it really is a real person, you can't be sure. But even more so, I dare not take the drop in front of me lightly. Soon, Mu Jia arrived in front of red dust while transmitting his voice to red dust. Please pay attention. This time, I will use the stabbing motion. As the words fell, Mu Jia's figure flashed like a ghost and violently arrived in front of red dust. Red dust, who had been waiting for a long time, gathered the strength of his entire body and slashed his sword down towards Mu Jia. He predicted that when Mu Jia flew over, his sword would just be able to reach him. This time, we'll also have enough to fight, to learn from our mistakes. Moreover, red dust didn't dare to use his true essence to externalize his attacks. It was fine to externalize his true essence to hit others. He could extend the length of his attacks, but to hit Mu Jia, he didn't dare, because although the true essence outward attack would be long and would be powerful, however, there was a loophole. He didn't know what loopholes there could be, but he didn't dare. He was afraid that Muhair would catch them. The moment the sword slashed out, red dust's pupils instantly shrank. Fuck, it's a trick again. Sure enough, Mu Jia, who had clearly and brazenly lunged at him just now, suddenly braked. Suddenly it stopped, as red dust watched a sword slash past. Surprisingly, the tip of the sword was again only a centimeter away from Mu Jia. Another centimeter. 1 centimeter. Ah! How come it's a centimeter shorter again? Red dust hissed in despair as his sword fell short. And in that instant, Mu Jia staggered the sword and casually raised his sword to stab red dust's neck. A light slash, not even using true energy, just pure muscle power. A very small force stabbed over, but it can't be dodged. It can't be blocked. The neck, it's like a fucking open portal. Stings, ice cold. Red dust swallowed, the knot in his throat rolling to touch the tip of the knife, scratching the knot in his throat a little. One move, another move. Muhair smiled. This one relies on judgment and, still, a sense of distance. Judgment is the result of too many actual battles and a better understanding of the enemy's mental activities. So I judged that you were annoyed and cautious, and judged that you didn't dare to release your true far outward at all. I judged that you would definitely strike first, so I intentionally rushed towards you but suddenly braked sharply when I reached you, waiting for you to finish your strikes and staggering your moves to attack you. Then remains the sense of distance. When you raise your hand, I know where I should break. Both can stagger your attack. At the same time, can also trick you to attack out. Because if you break early, you will react and then immediately close the move. Break too late and you'll get hit again. So need a suitable time to break. This time, can both cheat you first strike, and at the same time, it can dodge your attack. Meanwhile, you know why I don't stab you in the head, nor stab you in the chest? Red Dust subconsciously shook his head slightly. I don't know, Mujia said, because it is possible to stab you in the head. It is possible for your head to be flexible and tilt to the side. It is possible to dodge it. Stab you in the chest, but you may not die immediately. So the neck, you can't dodge it, and the neck will instantly disable a person. This, too, is actual combat. Going to cry. What about him beating me like a child? Teach me as he beats me? I am Jedi. I'm absolutely upside down. Just like that, being beaten by him as a child? At that moment, the entire Hibiscus City was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the sky and watched as the tip of Mujia's blade lodged in the neck of the overwhelmingly powerful Red Dust and withdrew his hand again. Silence in the city. All the Chinese martial artists looked at this scene incredulously. Miao Jia, surprisingly, took the absolute supremacy strongman and pressed him like a son. The absolute supremacy strongman unexpectedly did not even have the slightest ability to resist, and was led by the tempo throughout the entire process. Instead, the patriarchs of the 10,000 races were invigorated. It's the real deal. This is the legend. A kind of thing called returning to the basics. Everyone has heard of it. Everyone understands it. But no one has ever used it. The so-called back to basics is to really use the simplest, most primitive, most brutal and direct means to reach the core purpose. Everything outside, throw it all away. Below the river, the maidens looked up in adoration at the man who had beaten Jedi like a son. The heart was just shocked. This man, how many battles did he have to go through to be so incredibly strong? Between raising his hands and throwing his feet, he left a Jedi upside down, defenseless. Let a Jedi. Nothing can be played. Don't dare to release your true essence. Dare not exert oneself. Don't dare to take advantage. Dare nothing. Restrained. It's like some kind of restraint has been cast. It's too strong. Red Dust's voice was a little hoarse. I, for one, remain somewhat unconvinced, and I always feel that I have not exerted my true strength at all. Mujia smiled and withdrew his sword. I know you don't serve. There is one more chance, but the third time, you must obey. Because, 3 times if you still can't fight and submit, then this person is not knowing what to do. The 4th time, I won't stay my hand anymore. I will directly kill you without looking back. Red Dust took a deep breath and looked at Mujia's smiling face, but he only felt fear in his heart. Feeling fear in his heart's eyes, but he was more annoyed. Because, one hadn't even exerted the strength of the Jedi upside down. What it looks like 2 mortals fighting. A little bit of true essence was useless, and no tricks could be performed, just relying on a sword and a knife. Just going back and forth like that. Is this a martial artist? Is this the 9th grade and the Jedi? I'm not convinced. Red Dust burst back hundreds of meters again, screaming hysterically. You do it again. This time, I'll give it my all. Mujia looked at the Red Dust a few hundred meters away and felt some regret in his heart. In fact, if it was about true strength, his current self was definitely not a match for Red Dust, but he was too gullible, and at the same time, he simply didn't have any real battle experience. In this environment on Earth, how many opportunities would a player of his level have to be able to fight someone in person? There's more showmanship. There are more times when you pretend and show off your status in front of ordinary people. It's mostly about letting others know that you're powerful. So the moves are flashy, like a fried hedgehog arming itself through a powerful exterior, but without much real-world ability. Therefore, with a strong base of actual combat, Mujia predicted that he might be able to crush him at the 8th rank realm. If Red Dust had been able to be cautious with himself from the start, while not performing all those elaborate moves and just relying on his powerful true elemental force to press himself into a fight, maybe he could have had some chance of winning, but he didn't, and he won't have to. It wasn't that he wasn't used to that style of fighting, but, rather, he simply wouldn't. He had no concept of that style of fighting at all. Secondly, Red Dust's mind had collapsed after the first 2 experiences. The current him was like an enraged madman who was angry, but at the same time irritated, and at the same time, he was instead cautious. If he had faced Red Dust before, Mujia would need to bring up 8% of his strength, but when facing Red Dust in his current state, 50% was not needed to hit him with his eyes closed. Fighting requires calm, not anger. Anger serves no purpose other than to use a vent-like force. Himself, on the other hand, wouldn't give him any chance to vent at all. Mu Jie propped himself above the sky with his sword, sizing him up for a moment, and asked in a deep voice, "I can give you a minute to adjust your state of mind." Perhaps Red Dust in this state was unconvinced. He was already irritated. That's why Muj felt that it was important to let him calm down before completely folding him. But those words turned into utter mockery and ridicule in Red Dust's ears, and he hissed angrily, "No need. You let your horse come over. This time I will go all out and let you see the strength of the Huaxia Jiabang, the best of the best." Mu Jie heard this name and inexplicably wanted to laugh. Looking at the Red Dust refused. He did not say anything more. His eyes became calm and stern, and he said in a deep voice, "In 3 seconds I will attack you. This is your last chance. Is that clear?" A tone of command and notice. Yet the red car dared not raise any other emotions, and inexplicably, he chose to obey. Tighten up. Muhair moved. This time, he no longer waited for Red Dust to strike, but took the initiative. The first 2 times, he tricked Red Dust into striking first before striking himself, so I'm sure he was unconvinced. Then this time, he would take the initiative to strike himself and convince him. And Red Dust, indeed, thought the same thing. He looked at Mu Jie, who was a few hundred meters away, and was a little more wary. Reflected on myself. The first 2 times, he had struck first, and after Mu Jie tricked himself into striking, he found an opening to sneak up on him. Then this time, do the same for yourself, and stay the course. Take the static. Thinking of this, Red Dust saw Zhang Ku, who was flying rapidly towards him, and chose not to move like a mountain. He tightly gripped the long sword in his hand, his eyes like knives, observing all the details of Mu Jie's changes. As he watched Mu Jie rushing in, as he watched Mu Jie raise his sword, Red Dust's heart thought rapidly, he's gonna chop me? Or stab me? Or must the first move be a feint, with the real backhand coming later? Or maybe it's true and false and real? In fact, the first move looks like a feint, but it's real? What the hell is it? Red Dust's teeth clenched as he stared at Mu Jie dead in the face. Raise the knife. He lifted it. He raised his knife when he was still 10 meters away from me. Feint. Must be a feint. Red Dust's mind raced. Otherwise, how could he have raised his sword from such a distance? It must have been to scare himself. It must be. His real backhand should be a feint to trick himself into striking. Then after he strikes himself, he immediately shifts his attack? That must be it. Thinking of this, Red Dust nervously carried his sword, not striking at all. Once again, the decision was made to play it quiet. But at this moment, Red Dust's mind turned sharply again. No, Muj is a practical man, and he must have considered, I guessed, that his move was a feint, right? So the moment this knife is raised, if I don't move, then the knife will really fall. If I move, he immediately shifts to a feint, right? True or false conversion? So annoying. Red Dust's heart growled a little. He had never felt that fighting was actually such a brain-consuming thing. Wasn't it just a matter of directly crushing it? What's with all the brain cells? Guess not. It's not even a guess. What the hell is he going to pull? Close. 3 meters. Muhair's knife had fallen. Red Dust no longer had the ability to think about more things. And in this flash of lightning, he still decided that he would not make a move. Instead, choose block. With his own overwhelming strength, it was always fine to directly block this blade of his, right? Moderately hard blocking. No problem, right? For once, don't strike out on your own. Block him first, bully him with his own cultivation, and after blocking him, then try to plan for the aftermath. Thinking that, Red Dust raised his sword above his head, trying to block the blade hard. The swords clashed. At this instant, Red Dust's pupils suddenly shrank as he saw in horror that the muscles on Mu Jie's arms suddenly exploded. The cuffs of his clothes were violently broken into pieces by the surging muscles, and the terrifying muscles that were like those of a demon god were exposed, and the falling sword, under the addition of this power, suddenly turned on the second stage of acceleration. In the middle of the journey, it even accelerates? The Red Dusters were dumbfounded. No need to think about it. He knew. Muhair. This was going to be tough not to rely on any sneak attacks to suppress himself. He's 9th grade, suppressing me at the top of the heap? Although Red Dust had guessed it, he didn't have any way to deal with it. He didn't know how to accelerate in 2 stages. He could only force his longsword against his head. And just in this flash of lightning, Red Dust once again saw that Mu Jie's entire aura had violently transformed into an existence as if it were an ancient demonic beast. He was bossy and sharp. After the second stage of acceleration, his entire body once again erupted with an even more terrifying aura, causing the speed of that blade to become faster once again. 3 stages of acceleration. This is still human. How could he accomplish 3 consecutive accelerations at the moment of the blade's fall? In the midst of such a fast speed? Red Dust heart a little trembling, looking at the knife that immediately fell down. Heart, himself, can block it? Just for a moment he gritted his teeth and blocked hard. At this very moment when the knife fell, Red Dust saw, once again, Mujie's entire body bowing and his wrist lifting upwards. He wondered how it was in action, how it worked. The next moment, swords met. The imagined powerful collision sounds, explosions, and that terrifying hard-hitting power did not come. He just felt his longsword emit a quivering sound of friction. Times. Red Dust's afterglow swept over, but he was horrified to see that the slash on his own sword surprisingly did not have much force at all. It wasn't a hard hit at all. Mujie raised his wrist up, and the sword in his hand immediately became angled diagonally upwards. The original effect of slashing head-on at his sword immediately turned into a light caressing of the sword as it passed by because of this wrist uplift. Over. But his knife is still slashing downward. Then, Red Dust saw the blade of the knife skim over his eyes, face, and neck. Next, Red Dust felt a cold, slightly tingling pain in his chest. This pain began to extend all the way to his abdomen, his navel, his lower abdomen. Red Dust was still in the position of holding up his longsword to parry, but Mujie had already landed a blade. Red Dust slowly looked down and saw blood running all over his body. The shirt had been slashed from the heart, and the surface of the skin had been cut by the tip of the knife in a narrow, thin gash. The wound ran from the heart all the way to the lower abdomen, more than 20 centimeters long. The depth, however, was only a few millimeters, just enough to cut through your own epidermis without gutting yourself. The Red Dust was fixed on the spot. Mujie closed his sword and stood across the room, the tip of his sword dripping blood downward. That was the blood of the Jedi. I've killed you 3 times. If there's a 4th time, I'll send the tip of the knife a few centimeters further forward and cut out all of your internal organs. If there's a 5th time, I'll send the tip a few centimeters further and cut out all of your internal organs. If there's a 6th time, I'll go a few centimeters further, from the front, and extend it to your spine, slicing through your spine as well. If there's a 7th time, I'll cut you in half. Each time, I advance a few centimeters further on this same wound, on the same wound of yours, deepening and deepening, until it splits you in half. Taoist Red Dust, shall we begin the experience for the 4th time? Mujie spoke without any emotion, his face expressionless, as if he were speaking to a corpse, as if he were speaking to a piece of dead wood. It was as if the Red Dust in front of him, in his eyes, was no longer alive. Red Dust subconsciously trembled in his heart. He mumbled his lips without saying anything, and after a long silence, he asked, "How on earth did you do that? I clearly blocked your blade, but how was it that your blade was able to bypass my sword and open me up?" 10 meters away I raise my knife. It's because there is a big taboo for those who use knives. And this big taboo is that the action of chopping is something that needs to be done first with the action of raising the knife. And by raising the knife, you will leave your chest portal wide open. And at this time, if the opponent is faster than you, then you will lose all chances of defense. So, I have to raise my knife and slash down at you from a long way away. And after I get within striking distance, the knife needs to fall just right. In this way, the drawbacks of my sword raising maneuver will be covered up because of this time difference. Stunned, it was a fighting philosophy he had never heard before. He's going crazy. So much detail? Is he a detail person? That's too much detail, isn't it? Even the time difference of a few milliseconds has to be taken into account? Even this simple action. What drawbacks and what offense there are in a single strike have to be calculated? What has he? What have they been through? What is it that creates so many detailed monsters? Mujie continued, "I'll chop you when I say I'll chop you. It will never be a feint. You have 2 choices, either block hard or counterattack. But both of these choices don't matter, because when I slash down, because of the time difference, I don't leave any loopholes for you at all. You couldn't find a loophole to attack me. Even if you were to exchange one life for another, it would be you who would die first, because by the time I reach you, my blade will have already fallen, quickly. But you, no matter how you choose to attack, you need to have a preparatory action, even the smallest preparatory action. It's all decided that it must be me who slashes you first, and your move, arriving later, but it is also impossible for your move to hit me, because I have the certainty that I will split you in half with one slash, and you will instantly lose all your fighting power. The second point, if you choose to block hard, then all I need to do is to flick my wrist upwards, and my straight falling sword will immediately change its angle to slanting because of this small action. A straight collision with your sword would be hard, but colliding diagonally with your sword, it would be called friction. You can experiment with your own index finger. The index finger of your left hand collides with the index finger of your right hand. With both index fingers taut, they will collide together. If one of the index fingers bumps down diagonally at an angle, then that index finger will rub against the other and come down. It will fall short, and in the process of that fall, and then fine-tuning the angle, the tip of the index finger that went down diagonally will extend out. 2 index fingers, just like a sword. Mujia shook the blood off the knife and said indifferently, a true martial artist, when not in a truly desperate situation, one would never choose to fight hard with others. Hard fighting is one of the most brainless ways. It will hurt both of them, and it will also use up a lot of true essence. It would also damage one's weapon, but there is no meaning to it. What I seek is always to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 0, instead of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging 800. It's not a martial artist if you run towards a hard fight. That's a stickman, because fighting, it's all about killing. Killing while protecting yourself. That's the true meaning of combat, not what you think it is. Fancy stuff. Nor is it a strike kidnapped by emotion. He was speechless. A despair welled up in his heart. 3 times. 3 moves. Move to kill me. 3 times it's not the same. All 3 attacks. I was given advance warning. Even told me how I would be killed. Yet I still can't block it at all. No resistance at all. Red Dust had initially thought that he could actually attack from a distance according to his absolute peak strength. Fighting and retreating at the same time. Use your powerful cultivation to bully Mujie. But now, he gave up. Muhair is an expert combatant, an expert killer. He doesn't attack recklessly at all. Casting those Daojutsu, the Daojutsu had loopholes, and it simply wasn't as direct as this kind of rushing to the front and fighting physically. Therefore, one could be dead before casting a Daojutsu. If you use a long-distance attack, hit and run, utilizing the principle of flying a kite, hang on to Mujie and fight. But Red Dust now woke up to the fact that Mujie was a person whose fighting skills were hundreds of times better than his own. If he used a long-distance attack to hang around and beat him, then chances were, he would simply stop where he was and not chase after him, waiting for him to come out when he was done casting. Nope, there's a bigger possibility. That is, Mujie instead became a kite flyer. His own kite-flying tactics were likely to backfire. If he hangs on to him with a long-distance attack, then Miaojie might pretend to chase him and wait for him to cast a long-distance attack. When he cast it, he didn't come. Just after casting it, he stepped forward to chase himself again, forcing himself to only cast a far attack again to avoid being close to him. And after casting yourself, he takes a step after you. Just like that, he would go in and out, constantly flying his kite. He only needed to consume the true essence for flying, while he, himself, needed to consume a huge amount of true essence. He would just like that, keep putting himself to the ends of the earth. He would keep putting himself to the end of the earth, exhausting his true essence, and then arrive in front of himself and get himself killed without even needing a single bit of true essence. This, a terrifying opponent. It's a horrible enemy. If it's his enemy, Red Dust's heart trembled, feeling some fear from his soul. This was the fear that arose from despair and powerlessness when facing an opponent that was simply insurmountable. Red Dust took a deep breath and asked tentatively, "What would it take for me to defeat you?" Muhair shook his head. "You'll never beat me." "Why? Maybe you'll change from now on. Start studying. Start focusing on practical combat, to catch up with me." "But I've been in actual combat for 100 years. In other words, my battle consciousness is stronger than yours for 100 years. And assuming that I stand here and don't move, you'll need to experience more actual battles than I have, and more deaths than I have in order to catch up with me. But the reality is that we have the same amount of time, and as you progress, so do I. I'm not stagnant. I'm still learning to this day, so you'll never catch me." Red Dust was getting a little desperate. "Never catching up with Mujie?" Red Dust asked again. "Are all the people in your Earth Fellowship equipped with such practical combat abilities as you are?" Mujie nodded. "Pretty much. I don't dare to say exactly how strong, but anyone of the 9th rank will beat you casually. Those around the 8th rank might need to use all their strength to kill you." Red Dust was angry, but there was nothing he could do. The strength wasn't as good as the others. He also really couldn't think of any rebuttal. Mujie, however, didn't want to waste any more time with him and said in a deep voice, "Remember our bet? If I can kill you in 3 moves, from now on, your ethereal palace will fully cooperate in supporting the Earth Fellowship and everything. At the same time, from now on, you won't call yourself as an ultimate peak. This realm is called Martial King." Red Dust sighed. For a moment, unable to say anything. He didn't want to. In that case, wouldn't the Netherworld Palace become a vassal of the Earth Fellowship? It's its own force. This is the most powerful force in China. Seeing his silence, Mujie continued, "You can choose not to obey this bet. However, I will personally withdraw all the bets. In the follow-up process, if I find out that you are acting in defiance, I will personally come to your door and kill you. At the same time, the bets will be withdrawn. If one person from your ethereal palace disobeys me, I kill one. If 10 people disobey, I kill 10. If 10,000 people disobey, I will kill 10,000. If 10 million people disobey, I will kill 10 million. In my eyes, anything that stands in the way of the road ahead will be uprooted. Keep killing, kill until you obey. You must not doubt the strength of the Earth Fellowship. I can kill you in an instant, and the rest of the Earth Fellowship can exterminate all of your other powerhouses in an instant. Then, go around the globe hunting down the rest of you. Red Dust was mortified beyond measure and angrily rebuked. Can you be so heartless as to extend the butcher's knife to your own compatriots? Mujia shook his head. In our eyes, those who are with us and support the greater good are called compatriots. Those who stand in the way are called enemies. I think that if demons wouldn't have invaded Earth, I would probably be enjoying all the happy times peacefully in this hometown, not bothering with anything between martial artists. Even if others messed with me, I would just laugh it off. Even if others bullied me, as long as it didn't involve my brothers and family and friends, I wouldn't take it to heart. I enjoy such a taste of human kindness, but now that the demons have set their sights on this place, I can't do this anymore. Everything must be done for the greater good, for the sake of unity. It may be worth it for me to kill hundreds of millions of stumbling blocks, but it will unite billions of people on Earth, even if they are united out of fear. Because of the hundreds of millions who died, I can also see them as casualties of the battle. From now on, I have no human feelings in my eyes, and in my eyes, there is only one goal: victory. The second half of the sentence was left unsaid by MUJ. Failure to win means extinction of the species. He couldn't let Earth repeat the mistakes of the Great Wasteland. The war was won with only a few thousand men left. What is that if not extinction? Red Dust took a few deep breaths and looked at Mujia seriously. I sometimes wonder if your goal is to completely rule the Earth and become a warmonger like Hitler. Mujia snorted. Power, wealth, and pleasure, in my eyes, are just floating clouds. I don't care about those things. Take a step back. Even if I care, even if that's my real plot, do you think that I need to go around in such a big circle? Let me make a wild remark. With the strength of our Earth Fellowship, would it be hard to kill the leaders of the various forces and set up the largest force? The reason I'm going around in circles is just that I hope fewer people will die. Red Dust let out a somewhat desperate sigh. He knew that what Mohair said was true. He had cocky capital. Too much so. With his strength, he can kill himself in seconds in a matter of moments, which means that he can go from door to door and kill all the Jedi on this planet. And the ninth product, his same realm, in his eyes, there is no difference with ants. What's more, behind him, there were 32 other strong men who had returned from the same place as him. What's more, he said that his strength in his previous life was a martial saint, and it's only been less than a month since he returned to this world, and he's already reached the 9th rank from mortal. In other words, he would soon also be able to become a Jedi. No, a martial king. Soon, he might become a martial emperor. Soon he may be the martial emperor. At the 9th rank he could pick off everyone in this world. So what about when he reached those realms? Who will be his opponent? Red Dust lowered his head. I promise. I'll honor our bet. And from now on, the Netherworld Palace does everything it can to fully support the Earth Fellowship. From now on, there will be no absolute Red Dust in this world. Only Martial King Red Dust. Muhair nodded, waved at the far side. A few moments later, the pony flew up. Red Dust looked at the pony in disbelief. What are you doing? Pony smiled and picked up the map of Zhongchang, pointing at the bottom for a few moments, and then outlining an area on the top with a red pen. From now on, within 7 days, all the houses, neighborhoods, public facilities, businesses, etc. in the area will be demolished and relocated. Red Dust's eyes widened. Ha! Mujia said. Make room. The people of the 10,000 Clans Legion. They are coming. There will soon be many people. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of comrades of the 10,000 races gathering here. I need you to demolish all of these places and rebuild them into places containing a small number of residential and living areas. A large area of empty land, set aside as a training area. From now on, we're going to start working on training the 10,000 races Legion ahead of time. Red Dust was stunned, but no one has come at all until now. It's been 2 weeks since your summoning order was issued, and no one has come to join you. Mujia laughed and pointed to the highway along the river below. No, well, what's that? Red Dust looks away. On the river highway along the Jade Belt River, a dozen teenagers ran with frenzied, yet nervous faces. Tilting their heads, they shouted and hissed at the sky in the universal language of the 10,000 races. See the Martial Saint, Martial Saint. We're here, Lord Marshal Saint. Is it the legendary Lord Marshal Saint? Lord Marshal Saint, the Golden Giant Bowl civilization has heeded the summoning order, and we are here. We are all from the Golden Giant Bowl civilization. Marshal Saint, a dozen teenagers, snapping to one knee, hissed in unison at the sky. Their fanatical, incredible frenzy. This, is their planet circulated for a long time the legend? In the legend, the martial arts saint, is the gods of the universe, and they, today, met the honored one. They saw the martial saint of the 9th grade cultivation, killing the martial king powerhouse with his moves. The final slash that disemboweled the martial king powerhouse. They saw it. Isn't this, in fact, exactly how the legend describes him, simplifying things and returning to the basics? Red dust was in the sky, staring in dismay at the dozen or so teenagers below him kneeling on one knee, their mouths feverishly shouting a language he couldn't understand. Then, an unlicensed, stolen commercial vehicle sped in from the distance. The car stopped, the doors opened, and the business car looked like a tuna can. 24 ragged teenagers raced down from it, looking up at the sky with wild abandon. We are the Redstone Civilization. Lord Marshal Saint, we saw your summoning order. We are the Redstone Civilization, and we all arrived a week ago, where we found fellow countrymen. We have met to come together to pay our respects to you. Marshal Saint, lead us. It's coming. It's all coming. The battle over the Jade Belt River shocked the entire Hibiscus City. Hibiscus City was shaken, and the tens of thousands of teenagers hidden in the middle of Hibiscus City spied it all. They all came. They no longer hesitate. They no longer wander. They don't doubt it anymore. If this isn't the Sage of Wushu, who is this? Even though he's only 9th grade right now, we've all traveled across the world. So who doesn't know what's going on with 9th grade? The Martial Saint is the Martial Saint of the Tai Wasteland, the Martial Saint of the Huanyu. When he returned to Earth after winning the war, he must have started cultivating from scratch. And now, cultivating back to the 9th grade is just a matter of cultivation, just a temporary 9th grade, but is, sooner or later, a martial saint. The people of the 10,000 would not view martial saints in terms of realm cultivation, as they too had traveled across the world, and they understood that cultivation was something that would happen sooner or later. Instead, it was something unimportant. In the middle of the Linjian Hotel, Jiang Chuan, a teenager from Purple River, and his own mother witnessed all of this happening. The battle between the powerful brought them too much shock. At this moment, Jiang Chuan was no longer skeptical. He excitedly pointed at the man in the sky who was carrying a bloodied sword. Mother, that's the martial saint. He is the martial saint. There's no mistake. There's no mistake. And the mother tensed up. To pitch in? At this point, the mother suddenly said, how did so many people go? Jiang Chuan followed his gaze, but he only saw that all the streets in the entire Hibiscus City, all the roads leading to the banks of the Jade Belt River, densely packed, all of them were filled with people. It's a teenager who was running. They occupied all the roads. They occupied all the streets. Some of them were dressed in rags, some in rich clothes, yet they were all teenagers, and they were all running in the direction of the Yucca River. Jiang Chuan also saw that some of the teenagers were running while yelling something inaudibly at the top of their voices. Instead, they held signs aloft in their hands, running and hissing at the same time. On the sign, there were unreadable symbols written. Then it was seen that many of the running teenagers in the crowd were converging excitedly in the direction of some of the signs that were held high. They talked to each other as they ran, and then embraced each other. Keep running. Quite a few signs. Looking around, Jiang Chuan was bewildered what those signs said, but without realizing it, I saw familiar words. Without realizing it, seeing symbols that can never be forgotten. It was a cuneiform script, that, which one had learned since birth. That, in its own native language, the language of home. It was a sign held up by a barefooted teenager with long hair and dirty as if he were a beggar. Around that beggar-like teenager, there were a dozen other teenagers with different dresses and different family circumstances. They surrounded each other and ran towards the Jade Belt River, and some of the teenagers were followed by parents and adults. They hold their parents' hands and run wild together. What the sign said was simple. Were there any compatriots from Purple River? Jiang Chuan read it, and in this instant, he burst into tears. It had been more than 2 years since he came to this world, and 2 weeks ago, he saw the familiar universal language of all the races. He knew that there must be compatriots in this world, but now, he was actually seeing the language from his countrymen. Now he saw the mother tongue. There were people from my own hometown running toward the Yucca River holding up signs that read their native language. Now 20 or so of them were gathered. But wasn't it, before, that they were as alone as I was? Is it possible that before that, they too thought they were the only lonely souls who had traveled to this other world? Is it possible that before that, They also felt that they were going to have to keep the secret of being a traveler forever because they were an anomaly. Is it possible that before that, they also felt that they could never go back? The mother saw Jiang Chuan looking over there in a daze, trembling and in tears. She asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Jiang Chuan turned back to his mother, tearfully grabbing her wrist as he pointed at the 20 or so teenagers running along the river highway. "My homeboy. On their signs is what is written in the native language of the Purple River civilization. They all come from the Purple River. Mother, they all come from the Purple River. They come from the same place as me. We use the same language. We have the same history. We have the same civilization. We, all of us, have come to this world. Mother, my people from home, are coming." The mother also looked at the dozen or so teenagers with excitement, and she soon also realized that these people were different from those others, because among these people, surprisingly, there were quite a few of them. All of them were holding the hands of their parents and running together towards the banks of the Jade Belt River. They all brought their parents, and that matched what my son had told himself. He said that the Purple River people were most focused on filial piety, and that when they came to this world, they had new parents. They would still be incredibly focused on filial piety to their parents in this world, so they would have a very good relationship with their parents in this world. Now, when they came to look for the martial saint and the people from their hometown, they all brought their parents along with them. Although many of the teenagers in the crowd were also with their parents from their own world, all of them had their parents with them as well. However, unlike the people of Purple River, all of them, except for a few, had their parents with them. Jiang Chuan quickly packed his things and pulled his own mother and headed straight outside the hotel. Now, he was also going to meet his native people. He was also going to pay homage to the martial saint. He no longer hesitated. The mother and son had just opened the door to their hotel room when they heard the hotel rumbling unceasingly. They looked around, but saw that a number of room doors were open in the corridors of the hotel. One by one, teenagers carrying luggage opened the door and walked out. In some rooms there were several teenagers to a room. In others there was one person to a room. Some, on the other hand, walk out with their families. Just by freezing, Jiang Chuan saw a dozen more teenagers in the corridor, and the whole building was still rumbling. Everyone looked at each other and ran to the elevator, only to find it full. All floors stopped, so everyone ran for the stairwell and down the teeny stairs. In the stairwell, the rumble was deafening. Looking up, countless teenagers above them rushed down the stairs to go downstairs. The sound of running above was very thick. Looking down, a number of people had already run down through the stairs below. The sound of footsteps below, getting farther and farther away. Only then did he realize that the rumbling sound coming from the entire hotel was the commotion made by an unknown number of people running the stairs at the same time. Jiang Chuan and his mother ran to the hotel lobby and to the street. Only then did they see that the street was already congested. Countless teenagers run wild on this street. There were a lot of people that even let out shouts, though it was unintelligible. The whole street, all the cars stopped. Countless drivers looked at this in shock, wondering why there were so many extra teenagers in the city. What were they running for? Why are they running? Many of the locals in Furong City also stopped and looked at the teenagers who were scurrying all over the streets and running wildly towards the Jade Belt River in confusion. Who are they? Hibiscus City. Where did so many people appear from? All students? It looks like they're all students. Where did this guy come from? What are they running for? Where are they going? Don't know. Hibiscus City. No one will ever know about this. No one is clear. The sky. Red Dust was stunned. He watched as the dense mass of teenagers suddenly burst out from all corners of the city. It was like opening a kitchen cupboard and suddenly running out a dense mass of cockroaches. It was like turning over a seemingly calm earth, only to have uncountable ants emerge. So much. They, then, have been hiding in all the corners of the city without anyone knowing, without anyone finding out. Just now, they suddenly all came out. At this moment, something dawned on Red Dust, and he suddenly realized why Zhang Ku, who was so steady, had to provoke himself into a battle with himself. He figured it out. Because this battle would startle the entire Hibiscus City and be seen by the entire Hibiscus City. So he caused this battle. Red Dust sighed inwardly. Everything was in his hands. Below, the messy hissing sounds were endless. In a moment of panic, on the banks of the Jade Belt River, there were already hundreds of people kneeling on one knee, hissing alien languages towards the sky. Red Dust couldn't understand it, but he knew that this must be the meaning of worshipping Mujia, and on the far side of the road, more people came running. There were also many vehicles rushing by, but the vehicles realized that the road was full of people and that this road was not going to work. So they abandoned their vehicles and ran on foot, panting, in this direction. The whole city is in disarray. Red Dust sighed. So many people. Indeed, an area should be carved out specifically in Jiangcheng for them to live in. as well as cultivate. Red Dust was also a decisive person. He was willing to gamble. And although he had once half believed everything Zhang Ke said, now, he chose to, unconditionally, believe it all. All in favor. It wasn't the scene before him that moved him, or how realistic that story was. Maybe both. But the most important thing was actually that he couldn't even walk a single move in the hands of Mu Jie. This powerful strength convinced him. It made it impossible for him not to believe it. It was because he knew that such a strong person, even if he wanted to cultivate a terrifying force, would not need to take such a big detour. Maybe it's true what Muj said, a roundabout way to just hope that fewer people will die on the way to unification. Sporadically, Red Dust heard teenagers below as well, shouting in interspersed Chinese. See Lord Marshal Saint, Lord Marshal Saint, we have been in this world for 4 years. 4 years, and we have finally waited for you. It's standard Chinese. Red Dust heard and understood, snapping his head down to look at the teenagers shouting below. They, all of them, were martial artists. The lowest grade, 5th grade. Red Dust looked deeply at the teenager twice, memorizing their appearance. At this moment, there was no longer any doubt. 5th grade, 15 or 16 years old? This was already an existence that was once, in his cognizance, nearly demonic in talent. But wherever one was discovered, it was bound to be cultivated by the efforts of the nation. But now, several came out at once, all kneeling on one knee in worship, speaking in Chinese. Red Dust also finally understands what those people below are shouting in a language they don't understand. The cry is, Martial Sage. There was some inexplicable pride and some inexplicable frustration within Red Dust. Proudly, Miao Jia was in the Tai wasteland for 100 years, but he had made the reputation of the Earth Fellowship known throughout the universe. Everyone in the universe knew that such a great race as the Earth civilization existed in deep space. Countless civilizations also know that among the deep space universes, the only martial saint in the universe is called Mu Jia. He came from Earth. It's the pride of being an Earthling. Compatriot. The strongest person in the universe. The only martial saint in the universe. The reputation was so great that it caught fire throughout the deep space of the universe and was known to all races. And frustrating. Because of that, the name of Red Dust, out of China, is unknown. So much for the name of the ethereal palace. Red Dust understood the pattern thing somewhat. Was he trying to take over this well of his own by speculating about Mu Jie from the perspective of a sitting well? But now he knew that the man he had maliciously speculated about had long ago ruled that part of the world beyond the well. Taking the initiative to pick up the map, Red Dust said, I think, this place has to be demolished as well. Here is also, a bit too many people. I think, also need to send at least tens of thousands of manpower from the ethereal palace, to protect them. This is, after all, the future backbone of the Earth, and they haven't grown yet. I also don't know if the other forces on Earth will come to destroy them in the cradle. Mugger interjected as he watched Red Dust initiate a conversation with the pony, discussing it. I see the skin color. 80% of them are Chinese, as well as Asian faces. I think people from all over the world are probably still on their way today. Red Dust asked in surprise. Just how many people are there? Mu Jie shook his head. I don't know. Maybe tens of thousands. Maybe hundreds of thousands. Maybe a few million. But after a year, the total number will definitely reach, at least, hundreds of millions. When the war goes white hot, perhaps, the number could eventually reach tens of billions. Red Dust sucked in a breath of cold air. Tens of billions? Is it that scary? Where did you get all these people? But on second thought, the 10,000 races? 10,000 nations. In other words, tens of thousands of races? Tens of thousands of civilizations? If not in the tens of thousands, at least close, 20,000 people would descend from each race, and the Earth would be crowded. Red Dust asked in surprise, 10 billion people? How could the Earth possibly fit that in? Mu Jie had some bitterness in his eyes and didn't say anything. Instead, the pony sighed. The death rate at the front line is very high. In Tai Wasteland, it was only in the mid to late stages that Uncle Jay unified the 10,000 races legion. At that time, there were already so many races that had died out, and there were many races that were more than half dead or wounded. When the troops were counted, there were over 9 billion 10,000 races legionaries. A month later, more than 7 billion died, but 10 years later, the number came back to over 9 billion. These few short numbers brought a great shock to Red Dust. Over 7 billion legionnaires dead in a month? So many people are dead? A discount rate like that? At this moment, Red Dust completely trusted Mu Jie. There was no longer any doubt. He knew that Mu Jie had said earlier that if the Earth Fellowship did not lay out their plans as early as possible, perhaps after the victory, the Earth would be extinguished and only a few thousand people would be left. This, not alarmist. Red Dust asked again. How many demons will come? The pony shook his head. I don't know, a steady stream. It depends on their spatial channel. How many people can pass through it every day? Red Dust was a little scared. He said, I think that dividing these areas is still conservative. I'll immediately arrange for the relocation and evacuation of all the aborigines of Hibiscus City. Leave this city. Vacated. Exclusively for the comrades of the 10,000 races. That's what he's supposed to do. Such a battle loss rate. That is to say, most of those present will not make it home alive. A party in distress is supported by all parties. Earth was about to suffer a catastrophe. The Yuanshens of the 10,000 races of the Huanyu have all come to support it. But among them, 99% of them have no way of returning. And they simply can't go back. They are fighting for Earth as a race. They died to preserve Earth as a race from extinction. So, they're comrades. And right now, the only thing one could do as the Netherworld Palace Master was, do everything possible to make room for them. Make them strong. Let them grow up fast. So that they can survive the war as long as they can. So that more people can survive. So that they can successfully help the people of Earth to get through this Holocaust and return to their homeland. Then bring back the story of Earth. What a sadness this is. Red Dust also remembered that he had tortured and forced those teenagers in the Netherworld Palace before, and he felt guilty and wanted to smack himself a few times. Thinking of this, Red Dust couldn't hold back any longer and flew away. Floating to a low altitude, he looked at this steady stream of teenagers arriving and shouted with some emotion, Comrades of the 10,000. I don't know how many of you can understand Chinese. I, the master of the ethereal palace of Huaxia, my name is Red Dust. From now on, I declare that Earth is your second home. And Huaxia is your second homeland. From now on, my ethereal palace will do everything in its power to support your growth and your survival. You are the friends of the people of Earth. The friends of the people of Huaxia. It is this world. The friends of billions of living beings. It is no exaggeration to say. You, too, are the saviors of hundreds of millions of living beings on this earth. I never believed in a savior in this world. But now, I believe. The savior, the ones in front of you, is you. Yesterday's catastrophe of the Taiwans was helped by all the tribes. Today, the catastrophe of the earth. The 10,000 tribes to help. If tomorrow, there are 10,000 tribes of the catastrophe, the people of the earth should also be unforgettable. Forward and backward to go to help. I, Red Dust. Thank you all again. The teenagers below listened quietly without comment. Some of them understand. Some of them don't. And of those who heard it, they didn't know whether Red Dust was speaking in a facetious manner or from the heart. Ravenous. In the silence, Red Dust suddenly made an unexpected move. He suddenly landed on the ground, then dropped to his knees and kowtowed to the teens in front of him. With this move, not only the teenagers of the 10,000 clans, even Mu Jia was confused. Never in a million years would he have made such a move. A move beyond common understanding. But really, the move makes sense from Red Dust's point of view. The story of the Taiwans, he heard. He believed that the 10,000 people, the metahumans of Earth, were the saviors of the Taiwans. Without the 10,000 races, Taiwu might not even have the fire of those few thousand people left. It would have completely extinguished the seed. But the 10,000 clansmen arrived, and the Taiwan stayed a few thousand. There was also a martial saint. It was a bit wimpy, but it was indeed a martial saint. And now that the earth has encountered the same encounter as Tai Wasteland, who can guarantee that the earth will not be exterminated? And these people in front of us are all here to support Earth. And this kind of support is very cruel. Because the battle loss rate of these reinforcements is much higher than the death rate of Earth. Isn't this a savior? This is the savior. The savior, not a man. Rather, it's all the living creatures of all races. There was a long silence in the eerie atmosphere. A teenager from the 10,000 clans applauded. Immediately afterward, countless teenagers followed and applauded. They looked at Red Dust with strange eyes. Apparently, they thought that Red Dust might be putting on a show, or perhaps talking up the scene. Apparently, the applause, too, was a spectacle and a show, right? Maybe it's just going through the motions. 2. There is no point in trying to exchange sincerity for sincerity and relying on what has been said. They appeared to be teenagers, but they were all not teenagers, but adult souls with far-reaching insights and experiences. To try to impress them by saying a few sincere words is impossible. Unless this is said by a martial saint. It's still about strength. Still, it's a matter of prestige. Red Dust got up a bit awkwardly. He just felt that he had just uttered so many words out of his heart and lungs, but he didn't get the move that he had imagined. Heads were knocked. He was a bit huffy, but this huffing and puffing wouldn't affect his respect for the teenagers of the 10,000 races in front of him. He was just huffing and puffing about what he was doing coming down to kowtow. In fact, he still hadn't figured out that these people weren't Earthlings, nor would they identify with a district martial king realm. The vanguards, Who don't eat painted cakes and chicken soup? At that moment, Mu Jie soared down and looked at the teenagers below in the universal language of the 10,000 races and said aloud, I, the president of the Earth Fellowship and master of the 10,000 legions, Mu Jie. At this instant, tens of thousands of teenagers were violently excited, as if their bodies were pumped with chicken blood. Applause. Wow. Tens of thousands of teenagers, again, suddenly knelt down on one knee, looking adoringly and fervently at the young man in the sky, roared in unison, Lord Martial Saint, Lord Martial Saint. Red Dust at the moment was like, MMP. At this moment, his face was red to the ears. I, as the representative of Huaxia, said so much and even kowtowed one, and they don't eat it. Mu Jie said two unintelligible words, and surprisingly, there was thunderous applause, and the teenagers of the 10,000 races even uniformly kneeled down on one knee to pay homage. Mu Hare continued, you arrived here passively, not voluntarily. I know that, because I once arrived in the Tai wasteland, and angry at why I was chosen. Why should I be sacrificed to save a strange race? That is what you all think as well, but there is no choice. When you come to this world, the only way to go home is to build a career, and the only way to build a career is to kill demons. Kill enough demons, give enough of everything, to make a name for your race, and that will be considered building a career. Later, I fought in the Tai Wara. After fighting, I understood. After seeing one Tai Wu man die, seeing one warrior of the 10,000 races, also joining the war because of helplessness, I slowly understand. Today's Tai Wu, why not tomorrow's Earth? Over the decades, many of the comrades of the 10,000 races who survived also got it, and began to truly fight against the demons, no longer for themselves, to be able to preserve as much as possible a race and the civilization of the universe from extinction, in order to be able to surround themselves with comrades of the same race, and also be able to go home, can also live. After all comrades come to support, have only one purpose, that is, after the war is won, can go home. This is your only long-cherished wish, but in the future, at the back, you will slowly realize that if sacrificing yourselves will allow your comrades to go home, you will also choose to sacrifice without hesitation, and you are unable to do so now, because you have not experienced the baptism of war, and you do not understand what kind of concept a comrade in arms is. You even feel unfamiliar with this title, but in the future, you will surely understand. And you who have come to Earth and are about to undergo the baptism of war are like us who were once in the Great Wasteland. Think of this as a sharpening, for only the Yuanshin that has experienced the war of the 10,000 races is the Yuanshin of a truly powerful martial artist. To be able to go through a baptism like this once, one day when you return home, you will understand the true meaning of a martial artist. You will realize how important this sharpening is to you. From now on, the banks of the Jade Belt River will serve as a place for you to cultivate and grow. The demons will descend in 1 to 2 more years, and in that time, I will summarize all the knowledge we have experienced in the middle of the Tai wilderness and teach it to you, allowing you all to grow and be strong, allowing you all to be able to be in the midst of war, live. In any case, the 10,000 races of the universe are one family. The saying that those who are not of my race will have different hearts is not correct. Finally, heartfelt wishes to the comrades of the 10,000 tribes for a successful return home. The applause was thunderous. The 10,000. Upon arriving here, knew their mission, no choice, only to go to war, fighting to protect Earth from extinction, and at the same time, fight for yourself, because the only way to get home is to build a career, with no choice but to accept it all, only to try to adapt to it all. It was a feeling that Mu Jie understood all too well, for he had once been in the same boat as these teenagers, and had gone through many years before he had smoothed out the indignation within him. Why me? Why should I be allowed to guard the Taiwans? Why should we be allowed to fight while the Taiwans hide in the back? Gradually it becomes clear Ben is fighting for himself. In the distance, the governor of Flora City watched this, bewildered. He was puzzled and surprised to see so many teenagers popping up out of nowhere all over the city. He saw the red dust with his own eyes, and the ethereal palace master flew down and actually kowtowed to these teenagers. He was shocked. He also heard the words that red dust spoke in Chinese, and understood them all, but was even more confused. What does it mean? What do you mean? Fighting for the planet? What's wrong with the planet? What havoc will there be? He doesn't get it at all. And at this moment, many of the locals in Hibiscus City who had come to see the fun were also confused. They didn't understand the words that Red Dust had said at all. What exactly did they mean? Hearing it, it was like they didn't understand it. It seems to say, Earth will experience some kind of cataclysm, as if to say, aliens arrived to help Earth in the war, to guard us? This is too metaphysical. It's too magical, isn't it? Is that what it means, or does it mean something else? They didn't know. had no idea what the hell was going on, just silently took out their cell phones and shot. Soon, short video sites, all over the country, blew up. Countless video screens flooded the internet, which broadcasted the battle between Red Dust and manhwa. Countless netizens saw Red Dust being seconded, saw the overwhelmingly powerful man being seconded by a mysterious youth. The whole city was seen boiling again, with countless teenagers rushing over, seeing Red Dust kowtowing to everyone again. Hearing the words Red Dust said, especially the one that said, "I don't know if you guys can understand Chinese." "What do you mean? These teenagers in front of us, aren't they Chinese? What do you mean? Do they understand Chinese?" The internet exploded, but the nation is confused. And for once, the video screen of this very large opinion was not blocked or banned, because this time, the ethereal palace says it's time for the truth to come out. Behind this, of course, was manhwa's permission. It's been such a big deal now, so, let's, start exposing it. Red Dust returned to the ethereal palace to personally sit down and called a meeting with all the personnel of the ethereal palace. At the same time, the personnel of the ethereal palace all over the world also picked up their cell phones and opened the video screen conference, watching Red Dust's speech. In the meeting, Red Dust told the story of the two wasted. At that moment, the Netherworld Palace exploded. At this moment, they realized that those teenagers were all aliens. It was at this moment that they understood why Red Dust gave those teenagers a kowtow, saying those strange words. It was at this moment that they suddenly realized what kind of existence the Earth Fellowship was. manhwa, again, was what kind of existence. His name, surprisingly, resounded through this entire universe. Aliens know his name? Understood. Got it. But don't believe it. It's all so magical. And at the ethereal palace's gesture, the video screen of Red Dust's speech, the story of Tai Wasteland, was streamed to the official Huaxia. At this moment, everyone in the officialdom shook. Clueless, this magical everything is beyond the cognizance of all normal people. 99% of the people. The first reaction was disbelief. The governor of Flores City saw the video as well, and he was stunned, then associated it with so many teenagers popping up all over the city, and then with the mysterious Earth Fellowship. Slowly, it clicked and made sense of it all. But still, it feels unbelievable. In his office, the governor of Flores City looked at his secretary in consternation, and the secretary looked at the governor with his jaw dropped. The two stared at each other for a long time. The governor of Flora asked, "Really?" The secretary was bewildered. "It feels like, it's a made-up story, right? It's too magical. Demons are going to attack the Earth, and the souls of countless races in the universe fly to the Earth to guard it? This novel doesn't even dare to write like this. This is too much bullshit." "I think so, too. It's bullshit. Why would aliens help us? If they're not my kind, they'll be different. So why should they?" "That's right." Ding, ding, ding. That's when the phone rang. The governor of Flores City hastily picked up the phone, listened to 2 sentences, and was violently shocked. "What? Me? I know." Hanging up, the secretary asked, "What is it, Governor?" The governor of Flores City turned pale and trembled. The higher-ups ordered that within 7 days, let all the people of Furong City finish demolishing and moving out of Seoul, to the 10,000 people, to make room, tentatively, the entire city of Hibiscus. All the executives of the ethereal palace, as well as the top officials of Huaxia had come here, and also here were various experts and professors and scholars. In the conference room, the atmosphere was depressing to the point of horror. Everyone turned their gazes to the Red Dust realist, with unbelievable and surprised looks in their eyes. After a long time, an expert specializing in martial artists said, "Red Dust Palace Master, I would like to ask, the story of this so-called Tai Wasteland is so bizarre and twisted. At first glance, it seems to be something made up. So why is it that you are the only one who believes it all?" This question, too, is one that everyone is curious about. Red Dust, is he stupid? Are you out of your mind? What era is this? And there is still this crooked doctrine of aliens invading the Earth? Science fiction novels will be cursed for writing like this. But Red Dust, he was inclined to believe. And this so-called evil alien doesn't have any high technology. Surprisingly, it's also a martial artist? In other words, the entire universe? A civilization of martial artists? All martial artists? All aliens? All martial artists? And what's the most ridiculous thing is that the invasion of Earth has nothing to do with other alien civilizations? Did they come here to help the Earthlings fight against the demons? What is this if not bullshit? Red Dust was silent for a moment and replied, "Because I think that this is something real. Do you guys remember that day when 7 colored clouds fell from the global sky?" The crowd did not speak. Red Dust continued. "At the same time, many countries noticed a dark cloud appearing over the North Pole. Within the dark cloud, there was an eye observing overlooking the world. This matter, do you all have any impression? At this point, the Secretary General of Wasia retorted. So far there is no evidence of this either. There were just eyewitnesses who saw it, but there was no video footage left behind. In the end, it's all just the words of those witnesses themselves, so who can be sure if they're not just making up stories? That's not a story, Red Dust said. Mu Jie once said that Taiwu was also a dark cloud with one eye looking towards that world before the demons descended. Looking at one eye, this means that the demon's monarch locked the coordinates of this world, and then was utilizing spatial arts to open the passage between their world and Earth. And the fact that the 10,000 races have also descended, and the fact that the 10,000 races have descended ahead of time means that the demons are really eyeing this place. The Secretary General added, who knows that such a falsehood is true? Taiwu? If he says he's been to Taiwu, then he's been to Taiwu? Is there any evidence? Do you have any video footage? Could it be that Mu Jie, in a short period of time, broke through from a mortal to the 9th rank? Is this not evidence? Could it be that Mu Jie killed me in 3 moves in seconds? Is this not evidence? The Secretary General was speechless, and he wanted to say that Mu Jie killed you in 3 moves not because of how strong he was, but because you were too good. However, he didn't dare to say it out loud and only said, it's possible that it's Mu Jie who was originally a super strong person. It's just that he's been hiding his cultivation all along. Otherwise, why would so many supreme powerhouses around the globe unconditionally obey the commands of a mere mortal like him? I suspect that Miao Jia and his team are laying out the entire world. Laying out since many years ago. Making up such a story, using special means to find many geniuses from all over the globe, brainwashing them and instilling a memory of the outer planets. Just for today, dumbed down. After pondering for a long time, Red Dust let out a bitter smile. Then let me ask you, how much power is needed to do all of this? How much power is needed to lay out on a global scale? Can Huaxia do it? Can Rice do it? The Secretary General was speechless. It's something that can't be refuted. Laying out globally, when the whole world is blind, it's impossible to accomplish. Despite this, everyone in the room still didn't believe it. This is a matter that cannot be proved or disproved. Only after a year can the truth be revealed. In a year's time, if the demons have descended, it means Muher was right. But then, won't it be too late? In a year's time, if the demons don't descend, it means that NUJ is telling a big lie and aims for global domination. But by then, wouldn't it be too late? All this is a contradiction in terms, Red Dust said in a deep voice. In any case, I chose to believe, unconditionally believed, as the palace master of the Netherworld Palace. I am supposed to shelter all of my fellow sons and daughters of China. And now we are faced with such a big issue regarding their life and death. We can't be careless on this issue. I would rather lose all my power and dominance. I can't take the 1.4 billion of my Chinese compatriots and risk them. I'm also not willing to risk the safety and security of Earth's entire civilized race. I'm willing to be such a whistleblower. I will take all the consequences. The room was silent. No one's talking, because the Misty Palace Master is the absolute strength. Before Red Dust made his decision, everyone could go for suggestions, but after he made his decision, no one could go and create doubts. That would undermine his authority. Red Dust added, now, I'm going to make the following few decisions, so listen up. On the scene, the crowd, even though they were all disgruntled, still took out their notebooks and took careful notes one by one. Red Dust said, first, all the media in the country, all the platforms, start the live broadcast tomorrow. Start informing the whole country today, and preview to the children of China to inform. Tomorrow, Miao Jia will personally go to the public for the first time, facing the people of the country, facing the globe, speaking about this matter. As Mu Jia said, before the real cataclysm comes, no matter how much you tell them, there will still be many people who don't believe it. It is the commonality of all human beings that they will not shed a tear until they see the coffin. However, knowing that you don't believe it, you still have to say it, because there will be a part of the population that chooses to believe it and act on it, on top of the vast mass base. Notifying that portion of the population will be enough. In the future, keep as many people alive as you can. Rustle, rustle, rustle was the only sound on the scene, the rubbing of pencils and notebooks. Even the Secretary General, at this time, was carefully recording every word that Red Dust said. Although unconvinced, he still had to do so. Red Dust continued. Second, Huaxia opened up martial arts. Once upon a time, there were barriers to martial arts, and only when middle school moved up to senior high school, there would be a martial arts assessment and evaluation, and talented people would be admitted to martial arts high schools on merit. When the college entrance exams were conducted, they would be assessed again. and the best martial arts high school students would be selected to enter a martial arts university and officially become martial artists. This is so because the path of martial arts is long and at the same time costly. Resources are limited and valuable, so only the better people can be trained. But from now on, all people will practice martial arts. Anyone, including the elderly, including children, all must also become martial artists. In the future, one more strength to protect themselves. Each person will be the first person responsible for their own life. And until then, HWA protects them, support them, open up all the martial arts resources in the national treasury. Open up all the martial arts high schools and universities in the country for martial arts teaching resources and teachers. And go into the folklore, into the villages and towns, and cultivate martial arts practitioners from house to house. From today onwards, the martial way of Huaxia flourishes and officially enters the era of universal cultivation. At this moment, the entire room sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock as they looked at the Red Dust Palace master in shock. If Red Dust believed in Mu Jie in the front, people felt that he was stupid. Then this moment, this second decision, made people feel that he was foolish with vigor. Martial arts for all. How much is this consuming? There were experts who had specialized in statistics that an ordinary talented martial artist who started from martial arts high school all the way to the third grade martial artist realm, the total amount of money that needs to be spent is equal to about $8 million. And that's even with his own personal efforts. That was why resources for martial artists were precious, and resources for martial arts were precious. There was no way around it. In order for more top powerhouses to emerge, the resources of most of the mediocrely talented could only be sacrificed to serve the top geniuses. This was because, between countries, only the number and strength of super martial artists could compete. If the national martial era kicked off, then it could be said that all the outstanding martial arts stalwarts above the 6th rank up and down the country, as well as the geniuses, would completely lose their advantage, and resources would no longer be tilted in their favor. This is the big one. Meanwhile, this, too, was a big deal for the Netherworld Palace. Once upon a time, where were so many martial arts resources? In fact, all of them were gathered in the hands of the Netherworld Palace. The national treasury. Because of the martial arts resources, everyone wanted to join the ethereal palace. The Misty Palace, in turn, ruled over all the martial artists in the whole of China with its martial arts resources, and all the martial artists in China ruled over the whole of China. This is true globally. But now that Red Dust had decided to open the treasury, it meant that the people of the Netherworld Palace would also lose their advantage. Resources that will be dispersed to all ordinary people across the country now. Over time, won't the Netherworld Palace disintegrate as well? This is sacrificing yourself for a time when everyone is like a dragon. Everyone looked at Red Dust in shock. However, what was even more astonishing was yet to come. Red Dust continued. Third, martial artists must fight. From today onwards, all parts of the country focus on cultivating the practical combat ability of martial artists, and everything is based on killing. Everything is focused on killing the enemy. All martial artist academies in the country cancel all flashy Taoist training. Only two things will be trained. First, killing techniques. Second, escape techniques. Other than that, all the rest will not be delivered. From today onwards, all of the nation's martial artist assessments, focuses, are also all based on actual combat. Develop a culture of martial arts competition for all the people of China. All city centers, set up city-level rings. All counties, set up county-level rings. Villages and towns have village and township rings. Encourage martial artists to fight and compete on stage. Encourage martial arts styles to flourish. Promise all martial artists with heavy prizes, status, power, and wealth. The Earth Fellowship Association will from time to time face the whole country, and even the whole world, to teach martial artists killing techniques, to teach martial artists practical combat experience, and to teach martial artists training methods. Full house. Encouragement to kill? Encouraging black boxing? Encourage bloodshed at the drop of a hat and abolish civilization? Shocking. Utter madness. Red Dust continued. Last point. Fourth, after laying the foundation of martial arts for all people, the groundwork will be laid for all people to become soldiers. The Earth Fellowship will teach the martial war formation to all the people of Huaxia, and even the globe. It is known that all people must learn the battle formation. At the village level, set up a village-wide militia organization to form battle formations as a village collective, and train for no less than 5 hours a day. At the county level, establish a county militia organization, not less than 10,000 men. Establish county-level official military organizations, not less than 20,000 men. Train daily in battle formation, coordination, no less than 5 hours. At the municipal level, Establish municipal militia organizations in each district. Not less than 500,000 men in large battle formations. Establish a municipal official army organization with no less than 1 million participants. Train battle formations for no less than 5 hours a day. Anyone who joins the militia organization will be paid a daily wage of $200, and the militia will become his job. Anyone who joins the official military organization will become a full-time military martial artist, with a daily wage of no less than $500, and support for all martial artists' expenses spent on expenses while practicing. From this day on, Huaxia, all the people are soldiers. Buzz. Totally crazy. Misty Palace. Completely exploded. Unheard of. Unseen. What kind of era is this? What kind of era has drawn to a close? Meanwhile, the United Nations. After a long wait, they finally waited for a reply. The phone of the Chinese representative rang, and he walked out of the conference room and went to answer it for a long time, his face gradually becoming grave. 5 minutes later, the Chinese representative walked into the conference room again. Rice asked, "Well, have you given a countermeasure yet? Either you drive the Earth Fellowship out of Chinese territory, or we'll go in and find them ourselves. Answer quickly." The Earth Fellowship, abducting global geniuses. This violates the laws of heaven, and they will be a world tumor. We must eradicate them all. Hurry back. The representative of Huaxia was silent for a long time, slowly stood up and said solemnly, Gentlemen, greetings from all nations across the globe. I now deliver a message on behalf of the Ethereal Palace. Please be informed." The room fell silent, watching him in silence. The Chinese representative cleared his throat and summarized the language by saying, "The Earth Fellowship Association aims to protect the people of the Earth globally. 1 year from now, demons will descend on this world, which will be a great catastrophe for mankind. And if we are not careful, we will be in danger of extinction." At this juncture, the Earth Fellowship Association has stepped forward and taken the initiative to bear all the risks, calling on the entire world, as well as all the races of the world, to join in and form an army of resistance from all the races. Give up your life and die. And I, the Ethereal Palace, am willing to step up and be the world's first whistleblower, willing to be the world's first ally to stand steadfastly behind the Earth Fellowship. From this day forward, the Earth Fellowship is me. I am the Earth Fellowship. We will stand together with the Earth Fellowship Association to protect and support the comrades of the 10,000 races scattered all over the globe. Also the so-called super geniuses of the various countries. All consequences will be borne by my Ethereal Palace. The whole place fell silent. Everyone's jaws dropped as they looked at the Chinese representative. For the first time, he was coy. After hearing about the abduction of the global genius, he was horrified. For the second time, he was relieved. After hearing that what the Earth Fellowship did had nothing to do with China, he was relieved. The third time, it's now. He solemnly proclaimed this notice after he had received the official notice and order, and he was proud as punch. These were his 3 changes, all of which were seen by the crowd, but they couldn't help but wonder what had happened to Huaxia in this short period of time. How about the fact that his attitude and emotions have completed 3 shifts and turns? At that moment, the United Nations was silent, and anger, repressed to the core, will also explode in silence. The Chinese representative stood there, taking in everyone's expressions and anger as he took a deep breath and said in his heart, "Come on, I'm ready for the storm." The same is true for HWA, the Ethereal Palace, as well, the Earth Fellowship, too. Meanwhile, the whole country of China exploded, like a magnitude 12 earthquake. It unfolded across the country. At exactly 7 p.m. The newscast began. The news that spread throughout the internet during the day today, with all sorts of tidbits of information, has opened up the nation to public opinion. The name, Misty Palace, had also entered the homes of ordinary people. The existence that was previously known only to high-end martial artists was now known to everyone in the country. Everyone wants to know who those teenagers really are. Everyone wanted to know who the young man who had killed the Jedi in seconds over the Jade Belt River was, and who that Jedi was. Everyone wanted to know why the Jedi had kowtowed to the teenagers, and why he had uttered those seemingly simple and understandable, yet simply bewildering words. Everyone wants to know. So, today's newscast had extraordinarily high ratings. Everyone is looking forward to it. Expect the official media to report the truth about this one. Maybe they will report it. Maybe they won't. Who knows? Everyone, however, turned on the newscast on time and waited with anticipation. The news broadcast officially began, and the 2 anchors conventionally introduced themselves, then the customary introduction of the domestic news, and then the introduction of foreign news and breaking news. Then, the situation of martial artists from all over the world was introduced, and the global pattern of martial artists was introduced. At 20 minutes past 7, all press faces came to a screeching halt, right after the last news report about martial artists was finished. Across the country, on everyone's television screens and above everyone's cell phone interfaces, an interface appeared at the same time. A white background, black text interface. There is only one line, and that line reads, "Please know that tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon sharp, the national TV station, all online media platforms, please be ready for live broadcast. The president of the Earth Fellowship Association, the only martial arts saint in the world, Mu Jia, will be giving a speech and informational letter to all humanity, to all the people of China, an informative letter." Muted. The news feed. Muted. There was no music, no one talking, just such a silent interface, only such a silent line of text. But this one line of text set off a huge wave in the hearts of all the people in the country. All the TVs in the country were muted. All the online media platforms were muted. But the whole of China exploded. What does that mean? A message to all mankind? What's the message? What exactly is it that you want to be informed about? Who knows? Who can tell me? It always feels like something big is happening. What is it? Does it have something to do with that battle over the Jade Belt River during the day today? Isn't it? That Jedi old man said that there is a catastrophe for humanity. Is it this thing? Is it this thing? The nation rocked. Everyone looked nervously, and shockingly, at the line on the TV. Informative letter to all mankind. This, the silent line of text, which hung in front of the television, lasted for a good 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, the video screen changed. The camera came to the newsroom and gave on the faces of the two anchors. The expressions of the two anchors were unusually serious and heavy. There was a 2-second silence. The male anchor picked up the manuscript in his hand and read it in a hushed voice. Please be informed. As of today, Huaxia pulls back the curtain on the era of universal cultivation. A nationwide popular cultivation frenzy triggered by the Earth Fellowship and led by the Ethereal Palace is coming. Please be informed that from today, China kicks off the era of fighting for all. A battle triggered, called for, and led by the Earth Fellowship. An era of battle that is responded to by the Ethereal Palace is coming. As of today, the following is announced. The organization will go into the private sector and launch preliminary inspections and examinations of martial artist cultivation talent in all cities, counties, villages and towns, free of charge. It will test martial artist qualifications and talents for all, but all above the age of 2 will be tested. National open martial artist cultivation experiences, ways, techniques, and so on, all uploaded to the internet. Major local libraries, free to the public to start borrowing, downloading, learning. Anyone over the age of 2 will be able to cultivate. A human catastrophe is coming. Only martial artists can protect themselves. Please the general public to actively step into the ranks of martial artists. Take the initiative to learn martial combat skills to improve themselves. In the coming human catastrophe in the future, everyone will be the first to take responsibility for their own lives. And until then, we will protect you and support your growth, the anchor proclaimed. And at that moment, the country completely exploded. All the people sat in front of their TV sets, dumbfounded. Cultivation for all. How can it be practiced by all? Isn't it true that you can only cultivate if you've gotten in through the regular way? Aren't martial artists' techniques secretly sealed and prohibited from practicing without a license? How did it open up? Then when it opens up and anyone is a martial artist, won't the country be in chaos? Oh my god. Mom gosh. Cultivation for all. It's crazy. At the same time, in the middle of a neighborhood in southwest China, the teenager was sitting at home with his own parents watching the news on the TV, and in this moment, the teenager broke down. He cried out in pain and yelled, "Cultivation for all? No. It was so hard for me to detect martial talent, and I'm about to take the college entrance exam. I'm about to be admitted into a martial arts university, and now you're telling me that the era of universal cultivation has begun? What will I do then? My advantage disappears. My privileges are gone." The parents also stood up and gave an angry shout at the anchor on the TV. "It's too damn bad. Our son has been studying hard for so many years, working hard to exercise every day. It's so hard to be admitted to a martial arts university and carry out universal cultivation? It's not fair. It's too unfair. I'm not convinced. We're not convinced." The teenager broke down, cried out in pain, and shouted, "What doomsday? What Holocaust? Who is making this up? This rumor. They actually believed it, and actually want to carry out a universal cultivation for the sake of this cataclysm? Even if there's a Holocaust, we can't have universal cultivation. What am I going to do? I'm about to enter the University of Martial Arts and become an honorable martial artist. Even if there's a cataclysm, that's a matter for martial artists. What does it have to do with the entire population? They don't have the talent. They should have been damned in the first place. A family of 3, cursing angrily. And while cursing angrily, the anchor turned a page of the script and continued to read. As of today, the national treasury is open and the distribution of martial arts resources is open to the entire country. Any ordinary citizen dedicated to martial arts can receive, acquire, or purchase them. There are no longer any restrictions. As long as all people become stronger. They were a family of 3, cursing even more. And at the same time, also in the southwest, in the middle of a certain mountain village, living in the earth house of an old man and a young man, also stared intently at the television news broadcast watched. The atmosphere do not dare to breathe a bit. Xiao Lu is a left-behind child who was grown up in a mountain village and went to a high school in the county. His parents work in the city, so he lives by himself and his grandfather in his hometown. Because of the family's bad situation, so Xiao Lu's body nutrition cannot keep up, from childhood to the development of poor, thin and weak, now 17 years old, but only 1 meter 6, less than 100 pounds weight. He dreamed of becoming a martial artist, but congenital dysplasia caused his physical quality to be bad, and it was no longer possible for him to pass the college entrance examination to enter the martial arts university. Last month, his teacher said that he was brushed off at the physical quality level, and that he could skip the talent test and all aspects of the latter. This was a bolt from the blue for him. The first level, it was brushed off, but at this moment, Xiao Lu looked at the TV news broadcast, but excitedly trembled. As of today, on the TV, the anchor's voice was resonant. Grandpa looked at his grandson with some guilt in his eyes, and a tight grip on Xiao Lu's hand. Listen first. Xiao Lu turned his head to look at his grandfather, his eyes a little red, a little nervous, incredibly nervous, a million nervous nods. Aha! The grandparents and grandchildren looked toward the television. On the old TV set, the anchor said, as of today, the teacher resources of all Budo high schools and Budo universities in the country go out of the colleges and go to the people. All official martial artists and teachers of martial arts in the country will immediately travel to all cities, districts, counties, and individual villages and towns to start the activities of martial artists going to the countryside, aiming at all the people in the country, spreading martial arts knowledge up close and personal, instruction in martial arts cultivation, instruction in combat techniques, literacy, gong fu cultivation, and all other martial arts teaching. No age group, no crowd, there's no such thing as a teachable moment. Boom! With a loud bang, Xiao Lu heard a fire blazing inside of him, and his tears spilled out. At this moment, Xiao Lu also heard it, and the whole village in the dead of night violently erupted into shouts of joy, hissing sounds, shouts. Xiao Lu also excitedly pinched his grandfather's hand. Couldn't suppress his inner excitement. Young Tian roared, cultivate! I'm going to become a martial artist too. Grandpa, I'm going to become a martial artist. Martial artist teachers are going to go down to the countryside. They're going to teach martial arts knowledge to all places, regions, and everyone in the country. Martial knowledge is no longer off limits to mortals. It's no longer a mysterious and noble existence. It's going into the grassroots. Grandpa was also excited and in tears. The Lu family is also going to produce a martial artist. My Lu family is also going to produce a martial artist. No, doesn't that mean that I can also cultivate? I can also become a martial artist? We're all going to be martial artists. At this time, the cell phone rang. Xiao Lu opened. It was his parents called. Hey, Dad, son, see the news. Martial artists are going to be popularized for the whole country. Saw it. I saw it. We hear just now the neighborhood committee has come to inform that martial artists come to our district at 8 o'clock in the evening. All those who want to learn martial arts will sign up and register at the neighborhood committee, and the first class will officially begin at 8 o'clock. Has the village come yet? Is there any movement in the village? Not yet. As soon as the words fell, outside the village, the voice of the village clerk with a loud hailer rang out, shouting in an excited, yet trembling voice, "Oh villagers, received notice, our Beidou village's resident martial arts teacher, a second-grade realm martial arts teacher, is already on his way, and is expected to formally arrive at our Beidou village to teach in the village at 9:30 this evening. It's okay for men and women, children too, disabled people are okay, old people are okay too, as long as they want to learn martial artist, want to be a martial artist, all come to me to register and enroll. Quick come to register and enroll here in me now. Villagers, as notified by our superiors, Beidou village is officially launching militia training. Those who participate in the militia, regardless of gender, young or old, will be paid $200 a day. No delay in doing farm work, no delay in practicing. Being a militia member is practicing. If you want to be a militia member, come to me and sign up. The state has spoken. The superiors have spoken. The age of the universal soldier. It's here. The sound of such a broadcast could not help but resonate through the village of Hokuto. At the same time, it also resounded throughout China. Thousands of households. Xiao Lu listened to the chaotic commotion outside. Has been suppressing his inner restlessness. Hard to stand here. Will be all the news broadcast, which as the fire ran out of the door. When I left the house, I saw that the village hall was packed with people at this time. Countless Beidou village villagers gathered here in line to enroll. Men, women and children of all ages. Xiao Lu looked around, looking at this late-night mountain. The distant mountain road. Sporadic and flashlight lights are moving quickly towards here. The mountain people living in the deep mountains. At this time, with flashlights, walked the mountain road also rushed toward here. Enrollment. I, Lu Hansheng, sign up to be a martial artist. I want to be a martial artist. Xiao Lu shouted excitedly and couldn't help but wet his eyes with tears. The villagers looked back at Xiao Lu in unison, relieved and happy for him. This child was the one they had watched grow up, and from a young age everyone thought that he was very talented, because he was very capable of hard work and endurance. He knew that martial artists needed strength, and since he was a child, he woke up 2 hours earlier than others every day, and practiced his strength by lifting stones in the mountains, and no one instructed him. He knew that martial artists needed a strong memory, so he exercised his memory every day and managed to forget everything. Now, the study is the first in the whole school in arts. He knew that martial artists need to be able to fight, so he drilled himself on those 18-class weapons. Surprisingly, he really let him figure out a little something. 14 years old mountain came a bear. He was alone with a lance made by himself. Surprisingly, put down a bear, but he couldn't get past the school-level martial arts screening, because he grew up malnourished. His physical fitness, not passable, was brushed off. And now, an opportunity that finally came to him. Lu Hansheng. It has also come to this world. To countless Lu Hanshengs. I sign up. The voice is loud and clear. Here and there. Southwest. Budo University. It's late at night and the lights are on. A bus pulled up in the middle of the playground of Budokai University. Teacher to Hancheng, get in the car. This way, to Hancheng. Teacher's going to Xiangcheng. Get on the bus here. When you go to the place, the locality will arrange your station teaching place. Here, teachers, get in the car. 80% of the teachers at Budokai University picked up their backpacks, carried all their luggage, and boarded the buses to their destinations in an excited mood. Just a short while ago, they were notified. A human catastrophe was coming, and it was hoped that they would take up the duties of martial artists, protecting the weaker ones and spreading the word to make the weaker ones stronger. Upgrade your salary. Upgrade your treatment. Higher than teaching at a university. More promising. Martial arts teachers with experience in the village will have priority to join the Ethereal Palace or even the Earth Fellowship. They didn't know exactly what kind of organization the Earth Fellowship was, but they knew that the Earth Fellowship must be an outrageously powerful existence. It was a mysterious existence, perhaps, an existence that overshadowed the Ethereal Palace. Their president. 3 moves in a second for the Jedi powerhouse. That is true. By joining them, a brighter future will be created. These facilities are endlessly attractive to teachers. One by one, martial arts teachers, with stirring emotions, picked their own destinations and boarded the bus. Martial Arts University. Tens of thousands of students walked out, silently and shocked as they watched a bus shuttle through the school. The one teacher they were familiar with continuously stomping away. They have mixed feelings. I don't know what the hell is going on. And I wonder, what is that so-called Holocaust? They only knew that from now on. Martial artists carried an even greater responsibility on their shoulders. A student deflated. I'm a martial artist too. Why can't I join the workforce? Another student snorted. You're only 2nd grade. What can you do? Teach the mortals. Enough. Alas. I don't know why all of a sudden. Universal popularization. Is there really a huge disaster about to happen? We won't know until tomorrow. The president of the Earth Fellowship Association, Marshal Saint Mu Jie, will inform the nation tomorrow. How come I haven't heard of this title from the Martial Saint? What is this? A realm, or is it a title? Unknown. Not sure. At that moment, over the radio at Southwestern University, the president's voice rang out. Greetings to all the teachers who went to the villages and popularized martial arts. Thank you for your selfless dedication and commitment, burning yourselves and lighting up others. More future martial artists in Huaxia depend on you. I always believe that our folklore harbors more people with talent in martial arts, who, for many reasons, cannot become martial artists. However, they have always possessed the heart of a martial artist. I hope that the teachers who travel to various places will be as patient, conscientious, and responsible as they have always been. My superiors told me one thing, from today onwards, being a martial artist is no longer a privilege, but a responsibility. Not to talk about a responsibility as big as protecting the family and defending the country, but a dandelion responsibility. A dandelion. Because of a gust of wind, let this piece of mountain all grow dandelions. Teachers, hard work. The teachers waiting for the bus to set sail were stoic, yet determined. Perhaps now, they understand the meaning of the job of a teacher. At this point, the principal's words changed. The nation's martial arts resources are in an emergency. Teacher resources are in an emergency. I received a notice from my superiors that now in our school, but all students with a cultivation level of second grade martial artist or above, all of them can enroll and go to the southwestern part of the province to teach. Whether you choose to go to a certain city, a certain district, to teach the residents of a neighborhood, or to go to a certain town, a certain village, to teach the villagers of a village, it's all up to your choice. Though you are students, yet you are a step ahead of most mortals. And now, will you turn and pull those behind you? Boom! The whole school blew up. Many students also got excited and went forward to sign up. To teach others? Makes perfect sense. Am I willing to turn around and pull a hand behind me? I will. So many years since I joined the school. So many years since I became a martial artist. I always still remember the day I became a first grade martial artist. My teacher told me that martial artists have a privilege, and that the privilege is given by the populace, and what we need to do is to enjoy this privilege as a matter of course. But of course, we also need to take up the responsibility when the people are in need. A martial artist's responsibility is to protect and help those ordinary people who give us the privilege. I do too. I'm also going to teach in a village, which is a cool thing to do. Since there is a catastrophe coming in the future, then I am willing to contribute my own share. One second grade martial artist isn't enough at all, but if, with my help, 100 second grade martial artists appear, I'll be considered to have contributed to this world, right? Late at night at the Southwest Martial Arts University, a bus carrying one martial artist after another, one teacher after another toward the 5 lakes of this world. There, that all over the 5 lakes, that all over the world, there are countless pairs of expectant eyes, waiting for their arrival. They were ready for food and wine, ready for candlelight and dinner, ready for browbeating and flattery and, of course, humility and learning, ready to become a martial artist. Southwest Martial Arts University was not the only one that dispatched martial artists. The whole country, all the martial arts universities, were like this. It's all the same scene, all over the country. Of course, the same preparations were ready and waiting for their arrival. Hokuto Village. All the villagers signed up and waited to become a martial artist. Until now, they still didn't believe that the country would really liberalize martial arts cultivation and would really start to fully popularize all the knowledge of martial arts cultivation. This is an incredible existence in anyone's eyes. In this world, martial artists had always been a tiny minority. Perhaps only 1% of people could become martial artists, while the remaining 99% were the ordinary majority. Most of this mundane majority possess a dream of being a martial artist. Who doesn't envy a flying fairy? Who doesn't want to be a flying fairy? Who doesn't want to be the Taoist who moves mountains? Who doesn't want to be the fastidious one who fights with a sword and walks to the end of the world? In many people's minds, they even felt that becoming a martial artist and dying even in a single day would be worth it. Especially teenagers, such thoughts in their hearts are even stronger than ever. But in the way of the strict examination, and doomed, martial artists such an existence, just have a dream, is not able to. But now, there's a chance. Everyone has a chance now. The path of a martial artist had instead become an advantage for people like Xiao Lu from Beta Village, because before this, the most important reference conditions for selecting martial artists were physical quality and talent. Initially, these things were indeed able to give martial artists a greater future, but Zheng Ke brought in new ideas. He had told Red Dust that a martial artist could only be called a martial artist in the midst of battle. If you just practiced, you couldn't call yourself a martial artist. The thing about talent was a false proposition. The way of the martial artist could not be said to be able to become strong as long as one had talent. Talent could only make one's starting line a bit higher than others. But it was like the tortoise and the hare racing. The hare is fast, but he can't afford to rest in the middle. The tortoise runs slowly, but he can't afford to keep going. Diligence makes up for clumsiness. The current martial artists in the world were all weak-kneed shrimps in Mo Jie's opinion. There was no fighting power, no hustle. Everyone was just practicing and meditating like a daily punch card. And becoming a martial artist was just a way to show off their honorable status. Such martial artists were the majority. But for such a majority, the future was very limited. They possessed the initial talent for cultivation. However, they do not possess other talents, such as diligence, dream, motivation, enlightenment, and thinking. These things are, in fact, called talents. It's a truly comprehensive talent. but there are many people among the general population who have these combined gifts. Instead, they don't have the pre-existing gifts. Miao Jia and the others had seen through the essence and true meaning of martial artists through their experiences in the Thai wasteland. They discovered that martial artists, in fact, were not gifted at all. Cultivation speed is fast. That can only be called a pre-initiation talent, because when a martial artist reaches the later stages, especially after the 5th rank, it no longer has much to do with whether you cultivate or not. It exists in one word, enlightenment. And this epiphany, in addition to a clever mind, there is also the whole day of pondering and thinking hard about the martial arts. It is only in this way that one can build up a thicket and have an epiphany. In addition, after the 5th grade, martial artists need to constantly experience the life and death barrier. Experiencing the life and death barrier. In the life and death of a line between can produce that a touch of opportunity. The understanding of the heart to take shortcuts breakthrough. With regular cultivation, a 5th product could certainly break through to a 6th product. But talent doesn't have an advantage. If a genius routinely cultivates, it takes 10 years for the 5th to 6th product. Then a person with a combination of talents, if he studies the martial arts daily and goes through life and death situations, he would, perhaps, only need a year, or even a few months, or even dozens of days. This kind of superb bending is the true way of the martial artist, but it's the lesser known route. It is unlikely that anyone on earth would know of such a path, because most people who do not possess the pre-existing talent are simply not equipped to cultivate it. As for those who became 5th grade martial artists, it was hard for them to gain a position of power and authority, and it was impossible for them to fight with people. Therefore, this was a path that would never be taken. Zhang Ku and the others, that was the path they took. This is the shortcut of a true martial artist. If not, why would so many people break through and cultivate so fast in the middle of the Thai wasteland? Ridiculously fast? The ultimate reason remains martial artists. No talent required. Most of the ordinary people like Xiao Lu, they are instead endowed with the gift of synthesis, because they were more eager to become martial artists than other martial artists. Cherish the opportunity to become a martial artist even more. This is diligence. Before becoming a martial artist, one spends the whole day studying. After becoming a martial artist, one would spend the whole day verifying. This is called thinking. Most of these people are, in fact, the backbone of Earth's future. And among those who have become martial artists, only a few of them are, while most of them are not, because they are used to being pampered. Why don't you come? It's 9:30. Will any martial artists come to station in our Beidou village or not? Ugh, still can't imagine. The crowd murmured and waited anxiously. The crowd in the middle of the small loo is even more nervous, cannot stop trembling. This, probably their only chance, right? An opportunity to shape a dream. The village committee was brightly lit, and the whole village had gathered here. The village secretary called on the group to cook, urging, Mr. Martial Artist is coming. Our Beidou village must treat people generously. Everyone in the village who can cook has come to help. People come to help us train martial artists and teach everyone about martial arts on a voluntary basis. All we can do is to treat them as well as possible. Keep your hands and feet clean. That martial artists are all noble and used to eating good food. Let's cook, wash our hands, and make sure the ingredients are hygienic. All the women in the village who could cook were busy in the neighborhood committee. There was no food or meat to buy at this hour, so all the villagers congratulated themselves on the ingredients they had at home and came together to make a feast. Xiao Lu also specifically changed into a clean school uniform, and after a while of anxiety, he also helped cut and wash vegetables in the neighborhood committee. Beidou village used its meager power to entertain the martial artist adults from the city as much as possible. Another hour later, the villagers of Beidou village had been waiting like ants in a hot pot. They kept receiving calls from their relatives and friends, saying that there were already martial artists going to their place. But now, more than 10 o'clock, Beidou village still did not see the martial artists. Everyone was in a panic. The superiors shouldn't have forgotten about this place. Beidou village, right? Finally, 11 o'clock at night. Just as the entire village, all sitting on the floor in the neighborhood committee, dozed off, a gust of wind ripped. In the darkness of the night, two silhouettes broke through the air. They stepped on top of the branches of the mountain wilderness and leapt tens of meters high, landing and rising again. The rock spreads its wings in general. They carried weapons on their backs, one a sword and the other a gun. Both were young men in appearance. The villagers of Beidou village all stood up and looked in amazement at the two people who had risen up in the air from the bottom of the mountain and flew all the way towards here. Xiao Lu clenched his fists in excitement. Martial artist, it's a lifting technique? It's the martial artists coming. Lord Martial Artist is here. The whole room rocked. In a few moments, two young men flew from the cliff and landed in front of the village council, surveying everyone in the village. One of them opened his mouth and said aloud, My name is Lu Peng and his name is Wang Qiangsheng. We are students from the Southwest Martial Arts University, and we are also second-grade martial artists and volunteers in the village. From today onwards, the two of us are solely responsible for teaching Beidou Village's resident village. In the future, we will live here for a long time and teach you martial arts from scratch. Teaching time will start at 6 in the morning every day, gathering at the village committee, and continue until 4 in the afternoon. Those who have signed up cannot be absent, as martial arts cannot be broken and must be trained every day. The villagers of Beidou Village were silent for a moment before violently erupting into joyous applause. Yes, welcome, 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 welcome warmly. A warm welcome. Lu Peng laughed. The road was delayed. Originally the original plan was to arrive at 9:30, but this village of yours is not connected by car. The car turned around in the mountains for a long time and got lost. In the end, there was no other way. The two of us could only use the lifting technique to arrive on foot. All in all, we were aware that the big group of folks were waiting for us to come, and didn't dare to delay, rushing all the way, turning around in the mountains for a long time, which finally found it. We're late, so please forgive us. The martial artist apologized to us instead. The villagers were flattered. For a while, it was surprising that they didn't know what to say. The village branch secretary reacted, excitedly went forward to shake hands with the two martial artists and said, "Quickly, please, quickly take your seat. Our Beidou village has nothing to bring out for hospitality. Knowing that the two gentlemen are coming, a banquet has been prepared. Please also take your seats for the banquet. Quickly, please." Although the two martial artists were martial artists, they were also university students when all was said and done. Instead, they were somewhat embarrassed by the enthusiasm. And a special seat? The two of them followed the enthusiastic guidance of the villagers and sat on the upper seat of the round table. Then the village branch secretary, as well as a few old men from the village accompanied them. The other hundreds, surprisingly, all just stood there and watched. Only one table was made. Lu Peng was a little embarrassed. This we too eat, this. The village branch secretary let out a bitter smile. Time is short and conditions are limited. Just made a table. The villagers, who were standing around watching, also rushed to say, "We had dinner. You guys eat well. Eat and drink well. Don't mind us. You guys eat." The two were a little embarrassed, but it was even worse not to eat when people prepared it. So he asked for rice, refused to drink, and hurriedly finished his meal in a few minutes to get off the table, which was a relief. 1 o'clock in the morning. Lu Peng looked at the enthusiastic villagers who were still unwilling to disperse and thought for a moment and said, "I see that everyone is enthusiastic today, so let's do it this way. Let's start right now. Tonight, right away." How? The villagers couldn't wait to start learning martial arts immediately, and joyfully agreed. Fear of a long night. Soon the teaching began. Lesson 1. Drawing Qi into the body. Drawing Qi into the body. This was something that everyone knew, and it was the basic to becoming a martial artist. It was more of a cultivation secret for martial artists. Everyone was stunned. The first lesson, and it was so shocking? In the past, drawing Qi into the body was something that only martial artists could learn, and ordinary people could not even come into contact with this point of knowledge. Unexpectedly, never thought that the first lesson would be so exciting. Everyone, more and more vigorously, began to learn. Among them, Xiao Lu surprisingly succeeded in drawing Qi into his body in just 1 hour. This made Lu Peng and the two of them feel incomparably shocked. 1 hour to successfully draw Qi into the body? Genius. Super genius. Lu Peng looked at Xiao Lu, who had succeeded in drawing Qi into his body, with surprise and asked, "You got into the martial arts university?" Lu gloomily too. "No, I was brushed off." Why? Lu Peng simply couldn't understand that such a person would be brushed off. "Because my physical fitness is not up to the first level of screening for martial artists." 2. How can such a genius be brushed off because he's not physically fit? Then, the two hurriedly took out the talent detection machine again, letting Xiao Lu press his hand on it. After the detection, it extremely emitted a dim yellow light. Yellow color, which represents low level, can barely be cultivated. Dull yellow, on the other hand, represents no talent. Red represents high talent, and green is the highest level of talent. The two looked at Xiao Lu's surprisingly unimpressive and uncultivable qualifications and became more and more confused. That's not right. Normal even for those with talent. It would take days to succeed in channeling Qi into the body. Why did Xiao Lu succeed in an hour? Moreover, his qualifications were surprisingly unqualified. Under questioning, Xiao Lu told the truth. Since I was a child, I dreamed of becoming a martial artist and read a lot of books about martial artists. Trained myself in some of the simplest ways and polished myself. I have developed a good strength. I knew that a martial artist needs to draw Qi into the body, so I studied a lot more Qigong. a lot of other aspects. Figured it out on my own, and practiced blindly on my own. When the two teachers taught me just now, I felt that a lot of them matched the theories I used to work out on my own, and all of a sudden I got it. Then I found the key trick. So draw chi into the body. The two were shocked to hear that. Is there even such a thing in the world? No qualifications, no talent. Just because you love to ponder, you've shown a talent far beyond the ordinary? What's the point? At this moment, the two martial artists began to doubt whether this so-called qualification test was scientific or not, whether it was correct or not, because, the test, it just doesn't make sense. Such a scene was happening all over the country at the same time. Everywhere. After many martial artists went to the countryside, they actually did discover some super geniuses from the folklore. Their qualification test is average, but it is the speed of cultivation that is fast. But there's just something far more enlightened about it. Where can I tell you that? One incident after another was reported up, and some of the super geniuses that were detected, surprisingly the most excessive, was a 90-year-old man. The yellow soil was almost buried up to his neck. A person with the least amount of talent, but just such an old man. Surprisingly half an hour to draw chi into the body successfully towards the door to the martial artist. This matter caused quite a shock. Then he learned that this old man had dreamed of being a martial artist since 90 years ago, but had never been able to become one. He studied those books on martial artists every day, and started training himself every day according to some theories that he had worked out. And during the 90 years, he had even made this a hobby. Because of the reason that he followed his own method of cultivation every day, his body was also much better than others. Living to the age of 90, surprisingly healthy and no different from an old man of 60 or 70, because he studied them every day and aspired to one day figure out how to become a martial artist on his own. So, when the martial artist went down to the countryside, once he pointed, this 90-year-old man showed an appalling talent. At the age of 90, he had a second spring in his life, a second life that unfolded. Strange incidents such as these were playing out all over the country, and the higher-ups saw so many cases in the private sector in just the first night. In their minds, they began to doubt whether those so-called qualification tests were correct or not. Is not scientific? Slowly, it felt like the ethereal palace. The theory of the Earth Fellowship was correct. In the beginning, they were denying Mujie's theory, saying that everyone could become a martial artist, and that martial artists relied on talent, but not on qualification talent in the traditional sense. Rather, it was diligence and enlightenment. They don't recognize it as such. But now, seeing so many cases popping up, the OP is slowly becoming a bit more convinced. At this time, the banks of the Jade Belt River, the authority of the ethereal palace was unquestionable, and on the day that Red Dust made the decision, a construction team of more than 100,000 people arrived near the banks of the Jade Belt River to begin planning, construction, and demolition to make room for the 10,000 clans warriors to build their residences. Demolition and removal work has also begun throughout Hibiscus City. The demolition and relocation work was relatively smooth because the compensation was higher, very high, almost double the amount of compensation. The people of Furong City also cooperated, relocating quickly to make room for the constant, increasing number of 10,000 race warriors. And that night, just as the nation was waiting for martial arts training, the popularization of martial arts was in full swing in every part of the country. On the banks of the Jade Belt River, Mujie also took advantage of the night and began to popularize the knowledge of Tai wasteland to the warriors of the 10,000 clans. Nowadays, the number of 10,000 races warriors who had completed their registration in the Jade Belt River had reached 40,000 people. These 40,000 people, however, were definitely not all of them. Mujie thought that this should only be a portion of the people from Huaxia, and a lot of people from all over the world hadn't come yet, or are struggling with whether to come or not. Many people have heard the story of Terra quite a few times before this. Before they came, their planet also had a lot of legends about the story of the Tai wasteland, but it seemed to them at the time that it might just be a legend. Now that they heard the martial saint himself tell this story, the information they received was completely different. A teenager raised his hand and asked, "Lord Martial Saint, how long will the demons descend?" Mujie thought for a moment. This is uncertain. It's because at that time, Tai wasteland was a year and a half ahead of schedule, and demons appeared to observe that world of Tai wasteland. A year and a half later, the demons suddenly killed it. In Taiwara, there was a year and a half buffer time, but on Earth, we are uncertain. Maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 years, maybe, even less than a year, the teenager asked somewhat nervously. But right now, yet we are all just mortals. Even if we are, no matter how talented we are, it's impossible for us to grow up to be able to fight against demonic existences in just a year's time. Mujie said, "Indeed, you will not be able to grow in a year's time, so you will be given 10 years. 10 years. Yes, 10 years. In the middle of those 10 years, the Earthlings will go first. I hope the Earthlings can hold out for the 10 years to give you time to grow. When the crowd heard Mo Jie say this, they suddenly understood why Mo Jie was going to notify the world tomorrow, and why the Ethereal Palace had promised to immediately start the popularization of martial arts. Because there was only 1 year left to prepare the people of Earth, Mo Jie had to let the billions of Earthlings, in the fastest time possible, master the skills to kill the enemy and master the skills to defend themselves, kill as many demons as possible, and kill as few of their own people in battle as possible. At that moment, another teenager raised his hand and asked, Lord Martial Saint, then what do we need to do? Just cultivate here? Mo Jie shook his head. Cultivation is just the most basic thing. Everyone take the time to practice on their own. Cultivation isn't really the important thing. The ability to fight in actual combat, as well as the ability to combine battle formations as a team, is the most effective weapon. What you guys need to master is not some powerful cultivation. Even more powerful cultivation can't exert much effect in the middle of a war. Only battle formations, only cooperation can. Match, how does it fit? Mo Jie said. Battle formation. Less than a few people in a group. More than tens of thousands of people in a group. Or even hundreds of thousands. Millions of people in a group. What you guys really need to train is the ability to cooperate in battle formations, as well as effective strikes in real combat. The power of battle formations is undoubted. A squad of 100 people. If they are all at the 5th rank realm, if they have practiced battle formations, then when facing the same enemy at the 5th rank realm, they can keep on killing. Even if the opponent has hundreds of thousands of people, they can still kill through them. Buzz dash. The entire Jade Belt River was in an uproar. A squad of 100 people can kill through against hundreds of thousands of people? Everyone. It was like, this is a pipe dream. It's simply bragging rights. How is this possible? Unlimited stamina? Is the other guy stupid? How is this possible? Knowing that they would not believe it, Muhair turned his head again to the 21 nymphets who stood there unable to understand the common language of the 10,000 nations and were filled with bewilderment, and spoke in a deep voice. The girls. They've been training for the battle formation for over a month now, and will be having a dueling battle with the Ethereal Palace soon. There are 21 of them in total, 25th grade and 1 first grade. I'll tell the Ethereal Palace to come as many as they want below the 7th rank. Just a short while from now, you will see the power of the battle formation. At the same time, I will let the whole world see the power of the battle formation. The 40,000,000 clansmen turned around and looked at these individual women in disbelief. Is it true? 5 pints. Kill as many as you can? Is that so? None of them believed it, but the person who spoke it was a martial saint, and yet their hearts had to choose to believe it. The martial sage never talks out of his ass. The martial sage never lies. What is said is what is said. Then, Muhair informed them once again in Chinese. I have an appointment for you to fight. Is there any confidence? Niao Xinyue as well as the 20 maids were confused. A date for a fight? Just us? Mu Xinhua asked in shock. With whom did you make the appointment? Ethereal Palace. Mu Jie said indifferently. 9 days later, a battle with the Netherworld Palace. What I'm saying is that the opponent can be as many as they want as long as they are below the 7th rank. Even if it comes to tens of thousands of people against you guys. I'm saying that you guys can win and keep killing. And even kill everyone below the 7th rank of the Ethereal Palace all the way through. The 21 nymphets sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Mu Jie in horror. How come we don't know? We're only 5 pints. Facing the 7th grade. Crossing 2 levels. How can we possibly win? With 25th grades. A violent battle against a 7th grade would be as difficult as heaven. Not to mention anything about killing as many as come. This was simply a joke. This was simply impossible. Miao Xinyue was also shocked. She had only been cultivating for less than 2 months by full count. How is this going to be a war? I'm a first grade. If she didn't trust her brother, Miao Xinyue would have thought at this moment that Miao Jie wasn't punking them. Muhair continued. And, I made a bet with Red Dust. I say, if you win, Red Dust will lead the Ethereal Palace and merge it all into the Earth Fellowship. From now on, the Ethereal Palace will all obey all the commands of the Earth Fellowship. If you guys lose, the Ethereal Palace will join the Earth Fellowship and rule the world together. 21 maidens, for the moment, were utterly dumbfounded. The stakes are so high, Miao Sini exclaimed. Brother, you're joking. You can't really be joking, can you? If you really want to examine our strength, to fight, we'll just fight. But can we cancel this bet? The rest of the maids also said in a hurry. Yes, my lord, cancel the bet. Even if we die, I think it's fine. But if we make you guys lose so many bets because we lost the battle, I can't accept it. Too much pressure. My lord, I am only the 5th rank ah. We are all only the 5th rank ah. The ladies were talking and were scared to death. The pressure had simply gone beyond belief. Mu Jia, however, laughed and shook his head. No one in this world has ever seen what a battle formation is. No one believes that a battle formation will be infinitely effective, including yourselves who don't have the confidence, because you have never had anyone move against anyone. What you actually don't know is, you are, by far, stronger and far better than you think you are. When he said that, the sissies still didn't quite believe him. Are we good? Are we strong? No, I don't think so. They weren't a tiny bit unsure. They were completely and utterly unsure. Tens of thousands? Not to mention tens of thousands of martial artists below the 7th grade. Even if it was tens of thousands of ordinary people, they would still be afraid when they saw them. Zhang Ku, however, didn't say anything more. Looking at the 32 members of the Earth Fellowship who had returned, he issued the instructions for training one by one. The 32, on the other hand, immediately began to lead the comrades of the 10,000 races to begin dividing the camps in quarters. Then without stopping, they began to teach the knowledge of cultivation. It was worth mentioning that out of the 40,000 people, there were surprisingly nearly 10,000 people who were already martial artists, and their grades were not low. These people who had become martial artists were themselves martial artists on the planet of their previous life. After crossing over to Earth, they immediately began to cultivate, not needing to be taught or instructed, secretly cultivating on their own. The Morwan clansmen who were not martial artists, on the other hand, most of them did not cultivate because they were not martial artists in their previous lives, and there was an age limit required on Earth, and they weren't old enough, so they didn't know what kind of talent they had, and they didn't cultivate, and they didn't have anyone to teach them. And now, the people of the Earth Fellowship began to give them lessons en masse, divided into 2 camps, a martial artist camp and a cultivation camp. In the camp of the martial artists, began to directly tell them the shortcuts in the cultivation, tell them what is the real shortcut to breakthrough of the martial artists. At the same time, also teach them the most practical and efficient means of killing. In addition, it began to shallowly instill in them the thought system of the battle formation. As for the non-martial artist camp, they were cultivating collectively drawing chi into their bodies, taking preliminary steps towards the threshold of martial artists, and subsequently, they would also learn those things. Jade Belt River. Miao Sini sat with 20 maids, all of them looking sad. What to do? What are we going to do? My brother isn't joking around. Miao Sini was filled with worry. How could we possibly be able to defeat the people from the Netherworld Palace? If the other party is at the same level in number as us, I feel confident. But my brother said, come as many as you want? A maid sighed. Since coming here my mindset has slowly changed for the better. I can understand that His Excellency wants to make us famous in one battle. This is because only when the effects of the battle array have made progress and are visible to the world, only then will he be able to spread the battle formation out, allowing the whole world to form battle formations to resist those demons in the future. Therefore, I train hard every day, and I know that one day we are going to walk onto the stage of this world, but I didn't expect it to be this fast, and I feel like there's so much more that I simply haven't grasped. And I didn't expect that we would be stepping onto the stage so soon. The first enemy we face is so powerful, and the stakes are so high. Yeah, too much pressure too. 9 days to go. What to do now? What are we going to do? Is there a quick fix? It's fine if there are side effects. I want to boost my cultivation in a short period of time. I would also like to. 21 maidens sat by the river, their faces full of sadness. It seemed to them that, perhaps, they had lost. At that moment, the pony slowly stepped forward, looking softly at the 21 pussies. Patriarch Ma, Brother Ma, the crowd says hello. The pony asked, you guys are thinking that it's impossible for you to be the Netherworld Palace's opponents, are you? Yeah, how many of us are there? Your Excellency said it's randomly below the 7th rank, so that means, most of them are 6th rank experts? So many 6th grade experts, possibly even thousands. We are bound to lose. Pony waited for the crowd to finish and said softly, what makes you a loser when you haven't even started yet? Pony said, battle formation. It's a way, and it's also a kind of wisdom. No way. You guys don't really think that the longer you train in battle formations, the stronger your combat power will be, do you? The crowd was filled with consternation. Isn't it? Pony laughed. Battle formations are something somewhat counterintuitive. Under our inherent cognition, everything is more powerful the longer it takes. This is not true, and this is not the case with battle formations. This is because the truly powerful things about battle formations are the experiences summarized through countless actual battles, as well as the smart and efficient ways of killing the enemy that are designed. These things were already designed before, and to master them, one would probably have already mastered them in a few days. And the reason why you train together in battle formations every day. But what you train is not so much proficiency. Rather, it is tacit understanding and trust. Uncle Jia has long observed your results, and has a prediction of your level, which is why he gave you a date to fight. Uncle Jia never bets unless it's a sure win. You think you are not strong enough, but in fact, in the eyes of Uncle Jia, you have long been invincible. Invincible? A bunch of women who don't believe this at all. No one would be this confident. The pony continued. The battle formation, by nature, has a powerful killing power. It originally existed, and in your minds, you guys have only been training for such a short period of time, so you definitely can't do it. But in fact, you guys have already mastered a great killing weapon long ago. You just don't know it yourselves. For the last 9 days, you guys shouldn't be anxious, but should work harder to bond. Go and develop tacit understanding and trust in each other. What do you mean by tacit understanding? It's when you know what the other person means even if she doesn't say anything. What do you mean by trust? Trust is when the captain thinks you should rush out and die. You have no qualms about rushing out and sacrificing yourself because you know it will keep everyone alive. Battle formations, what really takes time to train and hone, is really just this stuff. You won't be short of this. Miao Sini was full of anxiety. But, the pony shook his head. No buts. Do you remember what I once told you about the use and power of battle formations in Terra? Everyone still remembers. In the middle of the Thai wasteland, after the 10,000 clansmen of the same realm formed a battle formation, they were able to keep killing demons of the same realm. The pony said, but you should not forget the other thing. That is demons. And what are the people of the Netherworld Palace? It's the rabble. Let me put it this way. If you put a demon of the 5th rank realm on Earth, I'm afraid it would take 5 or 6 7th rank martial artists to subdue it. It, on the other hand, can indiscriminately kill Earth martial artists of the same 5th grade realm. It's because in the eyes of the demon, Earth martial artists are rabble. Rabble with no hands. Demons live in a more brutal environment than the Thai wasteland. In their planet, to always place themselves to be eaten by their own kind or even their own parents. They are competing every day, killing every day. Such a demon, put on Earth, is not powerful. What about the martial artists on Earth? Just have an empty body cultivation only. Will kill the enemy? Have they ever killed an enemy? They just use their cultivation realm to exchange for status and wealth. And we are in the Thai wasteland, killing demons indiscriminately. You guys on Earth, can't you kill these martial artists indiscriminately? With that said, the women's mood gradually relaxed. Probably figured out what the pony meant. What he means is that his own 21 maidens may not be enough in the great wasteland, and may not be enough to face the demons. Not able to do anything all the time to kill blah blah blah. But put it on the Earth. It can messily kill martial artists. What level is an Earth martial artist? The maidservants who were once Earth martial artists were unclear and felt strong. But lately, it's become clearer. Once they had received the training course from Thai Wasteland, they knew that they had mastered the ability to cheat the enemy with a single move. As for Earth martial artists, most of them had probably never even fought anyone in their entire lives, right? People like that are losers. They had also made secret calculations within themselves and were able to analyze them. The present-day self can hang on to the once-present self. Plus, during the day-to-day, they saw that the mysterious, powerful Netherworld Palace Master was as good as papier-mâché in front of Mu Jie. The mind becomes more confident. Mu Jie is only the 9th rank, and the red dust is overwhelming. But in front of Mu Jie, he was hung up and beaten. There was no difference between them and papier-mâché and clay. This allowed them to truly see what it meant to be a true martial artist. The pony's words made them feel slightly more confident inside. They, themselves, were already on the road to approaching a true martial artist, and were dealing with the rabble. At this time, Miao Sini asked, Brother Ma, what if the Netherworld Palace really comes with tens of thousands of people? Pony laughed out loud. Don't let the numbers fool you. Let me ask you this. If the other side is all 5th grade martial artists, what do you think? 21 of you would be confident in facing how many of them? Miao Sini thought for a moment, then consulted with her companions and said, if, on the other side, there are only within 200 people and they are all 5th grade powerhouses, we think that we should be able to defeat it. After all, these things aren't learned for nothing. Pony said, what if there are 100,000 people on the other side? Can 100,000 people attack you at the same time? To you at the same time, at most only so 1 or 200 people. The rest of the more people just cannot squeeze in the outside of the dry anxious goods just. At that, 21 women brightened up and snapped to their feet. At this moment, as if enlightened, everything was understood. Everything. It was a moment that set the clouds in motion, and a big stone in my heart fell to the ground. the pony said. Another example. If you're alone, and you're being beaten up by a group of 100 people, all you have to do is cower in a corner. And I'll tell you, only so many 2 or 3 can beat you. What good are the remaining 90 or so people? They can't squeeze in at all, because in front of them are their own people, and they can only crowd. They can only push and shove, and yet they can't touch you at all. If you can fight 5 people by yourself, and with unlimited physical strength, from a theoretical point of view, even if the other side comes with 1,000 people to beat you up, you, alone, can kill all these 1,000 people through. You guys, can you understand this reasoning? At this moment, 21 women nodded in unison. Shocked, thoroughly thought out. The number of people that bluffed them. This is actually a false proposition at all. So what if there's 100 of them? So what if there's 10,000 of them? It's just wheeling and dealing as long as you make sure you have unlimited stamina. A squad of 21 people huddled together. Then to be able to encircle these 21 people, it would only take less than 100 or so people. And the number of people needed to encircle these 21 people meant that, at the same time, there would only be as many people striking at them. They don't even have to think about how many people are on the other side. Just think about how many people I'm going to face at this moment. How am I going to kill them all with the least amount of physical effort? It's just a wheelbarrow fight, and it just so happens that what they've been trained to do has always been physical strength, as well as labor saving as well as efficiency. At this moment, the 21 women understood, and suddenly gained a deeper understanding of the sword technique William had taught them earlier. Tens of thousands of knives a day. From tens of thousands of knives to hone the physical ability, to find the most energy-saving, but also the most intuitive killing angle and technique. This, then, is knife skill, and such the most efficient, the most energy-saving knife method. Put in the battle formation. If the teammates all have such a sword method, this is not just a messy kill. A burst of chicken soup for the pony souls finally and reluctantly made them raise their self-confidence. They began to closely train their battle formation and coordination once again by the riverside. And in the meantime, what? The elder was shocked. This is too arrogant, isn't it? Mu Jia is strong, I'll admit it, but you can't say that more than 20 women who have just been taught by him for more than a month are this strong, right? The others were indignant and furious. 25th grade women, plus a woman who just reached the 1st grade, threatening to challenge all martial artists below the 7th grade in the ethereal palace? Come as many as you want? Outrageous. He has no one in his sight. I admit that Mu Jia doesn't put the Netherworld Palace in his eyes, but it's too much to put in his eyes, isn't it? To underestimate the world so? Damn it, Palace Master. We can't fall into his trap. We can't really send that many martial artists. Let's just be like them and send 25th grade martial artists to participate in the confrontation. That's right, the other party is originally a woman. Winning them wouldn't look good on their face, and losing would be even worse. According to me, it would be better to be generous and not follow his path, and directly send a 6th grade, a single person, and just destroy them all. Even if we lose, we only sent one person. The loss is not ugly. If we win, then the win is also honorable. In this way, both fame and fortune will be gained. Yes, I suspect that Mu Jia is just playing a trick. It's using things like this to strike at my misty palace. How humiliating to spread the word. If we really send tens of thousands of people, not to mention tens of thousands, just a few hundred to fight with those women, it would be disgraceful to spread the word. The crowd was in a frenzy of righteous indignation. Red Dust was silent for a moment and said, "We also made a bet. If we win, then the Ethereal Palace can participate in all matters of the Earth Fellowship. If we lose, then the Ethereal Palace will be completely merged into the Earth Fellowship Association from now on." Under him. At those words, everyone was silent. The stakes are that high? But it has to be said that the bet is again fair to both sides. The elder mused. But, in that case, if we really send a few hundred people to the war, even if we win this bet, our faces won't be honored. It will be poked in the backbone. Another elder picked up. But if we lose, wouldn't that be even more humiliating? Ugh, shouldn't have said yes. The crowd was a bit helpless. Red Dust was also a little annoyed. If this bet had been set up after the fight with Mu Jia, after Red Dust had seen Mu Jia's true strength, he would not have agreed to it, because this was clearly a matter of riding the tiger. But on the contrary, this bet turned out to be before the fight with Mu Jia. Was that time had not yet seen Mu Jia's strength? He himself only felt that he was arrogant and felt that he was sure to win, and was entangled in just what way to win. Never thought I'd regret it now, and it's too late to catch up. It's a bet that's not pretty to win, and it's even worse to lose. The unresolved situation. The crowd had a heated discussion for a long time. Eventually, a scholar rationalized. Now then, it's a matter of choice. Choose the face, or choose the lining. faces that it doesn't matter if the ethereal palace wins or loses, but it has a temperament, sending the same number of people to fight them, or even fewer than them, to go against them with a lighthearted stance. The possibility of losing is high, but even if you lose, others won't say that my ethereal palace's strength isn't good. They'll only say that my ethereal palace is gullible. That's all. But we will lose the entire ethereal palace. If the choice is to have the miles, then everything runs to win, regardless of what others say. Big deal. Just really send 10,000 people to fight them. Don't have to consider any face saving, just the affordable ones. Elders, palace master. Then please also make an early choice. Do you want face, or do you want face? The crowd is silent. To be honest, face is also wanted. The majesty and tradition accumulated over hundreds of years. Do not want to lose. But Rico, more than anything, wanted it. How can we have both? I'm afraid you can't have it both ways. After a long hesitation, Red Dust said, vote then. 10 total. Raise your hand if you want to save face. The whole room is silent. You look at me. I look at you. And no one raises their hand. There's a lot of noise, but when it comes time to actually vote, no one chooses to save face. Red Dust added, raise your hand if you want lizards. The crowd was hesitant. A moment later, 2 men tentatively raised their hands. The other 8, on the other hand, were silent, their heads lowered. Nor did they raise their hands. Red Dust sighed. 10 voted. 8 abstained. 2-0. To the lining. He was also decisive and did not continue on this topic after saying here, but simply said, then it's time to discuss the next step. These 25th grade martial artists are actually Su Tao's people from before, dispatched over to serve Zhang Zi as maids of honor. Come on, cast a screen on the big screen and type up the information of these 20 women, so everyone can study it. The 21st person is Miao Jie's younger sister, Miao Xin Yue. She started cultivating more than a month ago and is now at the 1st grade realm. This is the total of their theoretical strength analysis. And these 20 women, who have not fought anyone before this, do not have any battle records. The 10 executives of the ethereal palace, as well as many experts and scholars of the official government, all concentrated and began to study the bottom of these 21 nymphets. The more I researched, the more I couldn't figure out where they were stronger. There's nothing special about it. There's no flash, either. Not even a war record. What made Mu Jie so confident that he dared them to beat the entirety of the ethereal palace? Why? Couldn't figure out what this was. Thinking about it, could it be that Mu Jie in his heart wanted the ethereal palace to be involved in the Earth Fellowship and was just using such an excuse to go downhill? Find a reason for the ethereal palace to participate? But the idea was ruled out again. Mu Jie is so strong, as far as he is concerned. Completely unnecessary at all. At that moment, an elder red-faced and snapped. Since this Mu Jie said so himself, then, simply be more shameless and send 26th grades. Send 205th grades to answer the battle? The other elder frowned and snorted coldly. What kind of words are these? That elder sniffed and said nah. I just said that. But although it is a bit shameless, this is Mu Jie his own. Before the words fell, that other elder interrupted. According to me, 106s and 505s conservatively. Damn. Or you're shameless enough, one of the experts said. Let's do it this way. Why don't we just be a little more conservative? And we'll guarantee a solid win. Since we've already lost face, we don't care how big the loss is. 506th grades, 1005th grades it is. Isn't that a little too much? Either shameless must win. Either shamelessness is likely to lose. What do you choose? This thing is giving out. No, you can't give numbers so hastily. At this moment, a professor with presbyopic glasses stood up. Red Dust Palace Master, may I take the liberty of asking you a few questions? Red Dust nodded. Go ahead. The professor thought for a moment. Mu Jie focuses on practical combat efficiency. I'm wondering if the nymphets he's trained are as efficient in actual combat. If that's the case, it's a bit difficult. Red Dust's heart fluttered with some understanding. The professor added, to say something presumptuous, the palace master should not be angry. Mu Jie is of the 9th rank, yet he was able to beat the palace master without a fight. Red Dust blushed, but didn't say anything. The professor continued. I would like to ask, if Mu Jie is at the same realm as the palace master, then is the palace master sure of winning against him? Fuck you. Exposing wounds. Right. Red Dust's face reddened, and he said sullenly, with his head down, uncertainty. The professor continued. Then, how many of you, does the palace master think, ants can bite an elephant? How many of you together can defeat him by way of a siege? Red Dust thought about it. How many? I don't know. Didn't do the math on that. But thinking about it, Red Dust somewhat understood what this professor meant, and he thought about it seriously. recalling his state at that time. Thinking back to Mujie's fighting strength and all the ways he struck at that time. After thinking for a long time, Red Dust came up with a number that startled himself. He was too embarrassed to say. The professor could see his misgivings and didn't dare to rush him, but just looked at him with an expectant pair of eyes. In the conference room, everyone kept their eyes fixed on Red Dust. No one opened their mouths to urge, but every pair of those eyes, however, were urging. Red Dust sighed in his heart. This day, the old face is all lost. Also, Red Dust also went out on a limb and said stoically, I've never seen a killing move as efficient as his. Unheard of, unseen. He is a character who has been killing for 100 years in the Thai wilderness. It is not something that those of us with empty realms can compare to, but I think that if there are 200 of me who treat him with caution, even if Zhangko has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can only be ambushed. The crowd mentally rolled their eyes. Damn, 200 cautious you. You still say quite honorable. 200 of you of the same realm to suppress Mujie? But this number, 2, is truly shocking. They had originally thought that Red Dust might just be one move worse than Mujie, just as that move ate Red Dust to death. But they didn't realize that in the minds of those who had experienced it, Miao Jia was so strong. 200 of the same realm to hold down Mujie? He's so strong. The professor was also a little shaken in his heart, but turned to say, then let's compare those 21 women to Mujie. After all, Miao Jia must have brought back very advanced combat skills from the outer planets, and our Earth martial artists suffer from a lack of knowledge. So be cautious. Those 20 women, I'm sure they have also studied. So, want a solid win, during the conservative period. Then, each, give arrangements for 221 nymphets. Mu Xinyue doesn't count. She should be a makeup. The real fighting force is those 20. If we go by this ratio, we need 4,000 fifth grades to be able to stabilize the pressure. 4,000. The eyes of the crowd jumped, and some of the thin-faced ones even lowered their heads and didn't even dare to raise their heads at this moment, even if they themselves were people from the Misty Palace. At this moment, their hearts had to curse. Too bullying, too shameless, right? 4,000 of the same realm, to bully 20 pussies? It's shameless. It's more than a matter of winning, isn't it? This is bullying. At this time, that professor added. On top of that, there must be 100 6th grade powerhouses to press the formation. Crowd. Red Dust looked at the professor in dismay. Is it only possible with this many people? The professor said. It's going to be a solid win. Only follow this most basic mathematical model. Red Dust herself was a bit embarrassed. Isn't this a bit too bullying? If word gets out, how will the Netherworld Palace have the face to meet people in the future? The professor sighed. A few hundred people. And a few thousand people. Is there a fundamental difference? It looks like there are so many people who are wrong. But in fact, there are more than others. There is no difference. But, losing and winning, it makes a big difference. We're not sure of winning if we send as many men as they have. If we send more, we'll lose face. Then it's better to save our lining and lose face. If we strictly block the news and don't let this matter spread, maybe, the face can be saved as well. The words fell, and the elder sighed. Impossible. Using so many people, several thousand high-level martial artists, trying to conceal it is simply impossible. We can seal a few mouths, but we can't seal thousands. The professor spread his hands. Then there's nothing we can do. Then it seems that face is lost, and the only thing left to do is to preserve the inside. Alas, so be it. Great Elder, go arrange for manpower. The Grand Elder sighed and walked out the door with a somewhat sad face. Red Dust added, the competition will begin 9 days later. This matter has come to an end. Second Elder, tomorrow, Miao Jie's televised speech is the main event. You go and supervise it. Since we've made a decision, let's do it thoroughly. You make sure that, tomorrow, Zhang Ke's live broadcast speech, the entire nation makes sure to see it. Right. This matter, also try to spread abroad as much as possible. This isn't a matter for the Huaxia family, but for all humans around the world. Miao Jie's intention is to use Huaxia as a springboard to go global. So now is the time to lay the groundwork for a global layout. Use all the power that can be utilized to spread this matter abroad as well, and make early preparations, lest by the time the fire is burning, the world is only in front of us. The Chinese Palace Master. But, the globe is now hostile to the Ethereal Palace. It is thought that the Ethereal Palace and the Earth Fellowship are in cahoots and are both abducting global geniuses. They are asking us for people. And at this critical point, if we go back to using means to spread Mu Jie's speech, will. Red Dust rolled his eyes. Anyway, they hate us all together now. It's useless to say more. And we can't go about making changes to our position. After all, the nationwide popularization has already begun. We can't turn our guns around anymore. Since that's the case, What's the difference between offending them once and offending them countless times? When he said this, red dust snorted and a bad smile flashed in his eyes. Mu Jia had originally planned to go from person to person, picking off all the so-called absolute powerhouses around the globe. Since that's the case, since those foreigners are still bent on making us hand over the Earth Fellowship, then since that's the case, it's better to simply make it public. Make it public, and let them come to China to find it themselves. I can't be the only one to lose face. I can't be the only one taking a beating at the hands of Muhair. I was beaten in China. And you guys are asking me for people? And you say the ethereal palace has offended the globe? Well, then, you come to settle accounts. You come to find trouble. And I will introduce you. Come one, pack one. He figured out that the only way to save the ethereal palace's face was to let the globe take a beating along with him. Let the globe follow along and be hung up and beaten by the terrifying strength of the Earth Fellowship. In this way, the ethereal palace would not be so humiliated amongst the 10,000 other beaten people. After all, the globe followed along. He was very happy to see the scene where the so-called top-tier powerhouses with eyes as high as his own once were constantly being killed in seconds under Zhang Ku. He wants to tell the world by doing so, it's not me who dishes. It's the whole world. At this time, the country of rice. In the middle of the highest office. Report. Urgent information. The secretary walked in quickly. Mr. President stood up. About whom? Mu Jia. It's an urgent message about Muhair. Speak up. Just tonight at 7 o'clock Chinese time. The Huaxia news broadcast announced urgent news for the whole country. And 3 strategies were announced in the news. First, Huaxia will henceforth publicize its cultivation methods. Second, all the martial artists in the country of Huaxia go into all the folk grassroots, teaching cultivation hand in hand and decentralizing resources to the folk, opening the era of universal cultivation. Thirdly, all places in Huaxia will begin to organize militias, and cultivate and teach something called battle formations. The era of the universal soldier has arrived. There is another heavy news. Tomorrow at exactly 12 o'clock noon Chinese time, Niao Jia will be interviewed in Speak Live. A letter to all mankind will be made public for the whole of Huaxia. The president froze for a long time after the secretary finished the brief message. What is it? Universal cultivation popularization in China? All the people are soldiers? And tomorrow Mu Jia is going to make a televised speech? What is the ethereal palace? Ethereal palace doing? Are they, inevitably, going to side with the Earth Fellowship and completely break with the world? Bang! Mr. President slapped his hand on the table. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. I asked them, the ethereal palace, to hand over the Earth Fellowship, and they are not only unwilling to do so, they even want to completely stand against all of humanity, and they want to completely side with Zhang Ku? All soldiers? What do you mean? Want to attack the whole world? The secretary stood shivering. A few moments later, the door was pushed open, and a group of high-ranking officials from the rice country as well as martial artists and various professors and experts walked in. Everyone's faces were incredibly serious. They, too, had heard the news. This big movement of the ethereal palace was a stone's throw away. It's simply too scary. If this one doesn't get it right, it's going to start a global martial arts war. In the office, the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. After a long time, the president of Rice narrowed his eyes, called the ethereal palace and asked them if they really want to stand against all of humanity. On the spot, someone dialed the ethereal palace. The one who answered the phone was none other than the ethereal palace's grand elder. And after hearing the inquiry from the meter side, he said in a deep voice, "We are not trying to stand against all of humanity. On the contrary, we are preparing to help all of humanity. An apocalyptic holocaust is about to arrive on Earth. And it is precisely now that we are making preparations in advance, teaching all of mankind to cultivate in advance, and teaching all of mankind effective means of counterattacking against it in advance, with the aim of dealing with the upcoming holocaust. If what you are referring to is whether or not our ethereal palace is going to join with the Earth Fellowship altogether to fight against the globe, then the answer is whether or not. But if the question you wish to ask is whether the ethereal palace is going to carry the whole nation to the end, even if it is against the globe, then the answer is yes." Buzz. The president of Rice just felt his brain go numb. Doomsday? What the hell? Wasn't this doomsday, this so-called holocaust, an excuse for the ethereal palace to want to make all of China's billion-plus people martial artists, all trained to become armies? If there is no reason to cultivate it, this will panic the world. Can be cultivated under the guise of doom and gloom? Then this, the president said in a deep voice, once the World Martial Artist Alliance promised together, martial artists are to be recruited on merit. This is to ensure the survival space for all of humanity. Preventing all of humanity from becoming martial artists would cause the entire world to be chaotic, and we wouldn't be able to manage a world full of martial artists. Therefore, It is necessary to make it impossible for the majority of people to become martial artists, and only then will we be able to manage the world. Therefore, spreading martial arts without authorization is a capital offense for all countries around the globe. And now you want to break such a promise? The Grand Elder of the Ethereal Palace said, because doing so is good for the world. Not only is this going to be done in China, but also, it's going to be done globally soon. Bold. How dare you? The President of the United States of America was furious. You want to go against the whole world? Do you want to go against the World Martial Arts Alliance? I'm sorry, sir, we have never wanted to go against the world. And as for the Martial Arts Alliance, I am sure that they will understand what the Ethereal Palace is doing. If not, then the Earth Fellowship will help them understand. The President of Rice understood the implication in the words. What you mean is, could it be that the Earth Fellowship still wants to replace the World Martial Arts Alliance? Want to control martial artists around the globe? The Grand Elder was silent for a moment, pondering whether or not to say such words in advance. Should he help the Earth Fellowship pull some hate? And could the Ethereal Palace take advantage of it? After thinking for a long time, the Grand Elder still decided that he would pull this hate. He said, the Earth Fellowship, I think, will replace the World Martial Arts Alliance and will unite all of humanity. Bang! The President of Rice hung up the phone directly. Looking at the group of colleagues in the conference room, he said in a deep voice, all, do you hear me? The crowd nodded wordlessly, their eyes harboring endless killing intent. There was a moment of silence and the boom exploded. Then exterminate this Earth Fellowship and capture Mujer alive. I think that the Earth Fellowship is most likely all just puppets of the Ethereal Palace. The Earth Fellowship Association represents the Netherworld Palace's ambitions, and I boldly hypothesize that this has even been the Netherworld Palace's plot all along, which is to secretly support an Earth Fellowship Association. Since this is the case, then, let's completely uproot such a tumor as the Earth Fellowship. If the situation permits, we'll directly uproot the Ethereal Palace along the way. Fight! The District Ethereal Palace has but one absolute top. As for my country, Rice, there are two absolute tops, and this time, China openly opposes the World Martial Arts Alliance. I think, the allies of the Ethereal Palace won't help them. They only have one Jedi top since the beginning of the Red Dust. And we are on the side of morality. We pull the strings. And we might even get 15 Jedi top from around the globe to strike against China at the same time. I think it has to be fought, whether it's true or not. But this time, it's the time to unite the 15 absolute tops around the globe and completely uproot the Ethereal Palace. By the way, pull down the Earth Fellowship. The President of Rice was silent for a while, picked up the document and solemnly signed it. Immediately after signing the letter, the President called the other countries with absolute tops one by one, elaborated on the situation and waited for a reply. They were going to fight, but they felt that they couldn't do it on their own, and that it would be best if they had to drag the 15 absolute tops of the globe along with them. In this way, the risk can become minimized. And just as the White House was meeting in a tight circle to discuss what to do, morning in China, this early in the morning, everyone in the country experienced a fantastic night. At the same time, early in the morning, the country's internet was intensely discussing what exactly Mu Jie was about to say to all of China. What kind of televised speeches are actually going to be given? This speech, let's see, is about something related to martial arts cultivation for all. At the mouth of the Hadong, an older man shook his bushel fan and said. A large group of old men around him chimed in. You're talking crap. It must have something to do with universal martial arts. I even suspect that it's this person called Mu Jie who started the universal martial arts. Who the hell is Mu Jie? How come I've never heard of him before? I don't know. I haven't heard of the Earth Fellowship either. But this universal martial arts is really good. I practiced for the first time last night and I am refreshed today. It looks like there's a chance for a septuagenarian to become a martial artist as well. Ha 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 ha. I used to live from day to day. Now, I have something to look forward to. I can become a martial artist in my lifetime. What time is it? Don't you start your speech yet? Don't miss it. It's only 9 o'clock. The speeches don't start until 12. Watch the time. Don't miss it. A couple of Moncler outlet store people were talking. Suddenly, there was only the sound of a buzzing dash car roaring. Then a signal emergency vehicle pulled up at the mouth of the alley. The crew of the car came down and began to tune up the equipment, then placed a large screen next to the car. Everyone around them froze, going out of the Hadong to take a look, only to find that the entire road, all the intersections, all the Hadong entrances, all of them appeared such signal emergency vehicles, as well as live TV trucks. The old man asked, "What are you doing?" The staff was busy while saying without looking up, "The national live broadcast starts at 12 o'clock. All TV stations, network platforms broadcast." At the same time, It is required that every corner of all cities must have a live broadcasting vehicle that broadcasts live on the streets with LED screens. All buildings and mansions have all live cast screens. In mountain villages that don't have the conditions, there are signal trucks that go in and live broadcast the sound. The old man was shocked. This speech is so important? It's not enough to broadcast it live on national television? It has to be broadcast in all directions? The staff also helplessly laughed. That's right. I've been working for so many years, but I've never seen such a big battle. What in the world is that MUJ? What's he going to talk about? Who knows? Said it had something to do with some apocalyptic holocaust. Doomsday. The old man was silent. The staff laughed. Harm. What era is it? And it's still the end of the world. We are now so many martial artists around the globe. Even if a comet hits the earth, the martial artists around the globe can unite to lift the crisis. I don't believe in what doomsday. I think this is more like a gimmick using doomsday to engage in popularizing universal cultivation is the real reason. Why? I reckon that our Huaxia has long wanted all people to cultivate and everyone to be like a dragon. But there is a limit to the number of martial artists in the world. And if Huaxia is doing this, if there is no proper reason, then the world shall not blow up. The whole of mankind's martial artists do not add up to 500 million. China's population is 1.4 billion. 1.4 billion people have become martial artists. What's wrong with that? Who will be able to eat and sleep in the rest of the world? So I think that it must just be a matter of finding such a reason and excuse for doomsday. Makes sense. The old man's heart rested in his stomach and he figured everything out at once. It has to be said. This, by mistake, is what everyone thinks. No one believes in doomsday. People prefer to believe that doomsday might just be some kind of excuse. Not only foreigners think this way, but also China's own people think this way. After all, the current 500 million martial artists in all of humanity, such a powerful force, what doomsday could threaten all of humanity? Doesn't exist at all. An earthquake? The speed of a martial artist's rescue is terrifying. One person can search and rescue a neighborhood. The power is immense. A tsunami? Shouldn't be. Extreme cold apocalypse? An ice age? Doesn't exist. A martial artist can lead all of mankind to live. Even if a comet hit the earth, a martial artist could fly up into the sky to smash the meteor. There is no such thing as Armageddon. So, the day before the proposed doomsday, it just so happens to be the day before the release of all people to practice. There's a lot to be said for that. What the people think. What all of humanity thinks. The ethereal palace couldn't care less. The ethereal palace, too, was only there to fulfill Mujie's account. And they could only cooperate with the Earth Fellowship to do this. And completely will do this thing to the end. But this for all mankind's informative book, in the end can play a big role. In the end there is no one to believe. The ethereal palace can't control it. In fact, Muji himself had no control over it. It could only be a matter of waking up more people before the end. There is nothing that can be done about everything else. Meanwhile, the Chinese news radio station, a military vehicle had been parked here since a long time ago, and thousands of special soldiers with loaded guns were guarding all the major traffic routes. There were even tanks, as well as armored vehicles, parked at intersections, all around. All the tall buildings beyond a 10-kilometer radius were occupied by snipers. A red carpet, some hundreds of meters long, stretched from the highway to the interior of the broadcasting building. Thousands of media reporters from all over the world have been waiting early. England's reporter, looking at the epic and powerful row, was overwhelmed and said to the cameraman next to him, "Such a big row? Mu Jia has such supreme status in China? I don't know. Shoo, keep your voice down. You think all the people here are soldiers? I just saw that so many of the special forces are martial artists pretending to be soldiers." "Martial artist," the reporter exclaimed. "Those noble martial artists are willing to come and work as bodyguards? Shoo, don't raise your voice. Be careful of being heard by others. Martial artists have a very sharp sense of hearing. But, I still can't figure out what kind of identity this Mu Jia has. Surprisingly, there are so many martial artists to stand guard for him? I don't know. Probably the leading martial artist in China. I guess. Isn't the leader the Misty Palace Master? But earlier, there were video screens circulating on the internet, and the Jedi Peak who fought against Mu Jia was suspected to be the Ethereal Palace Master. He defeated the Netherworld Palace Master? England's journalists stood on either side of the red carpet, their hearts shaken for a long time. But at the same time, a doubt filled the mind. What kind of speech is Zhang Ke going to make today? In the end, what kind of speech is so fervent, so solemn, to be called a message to all mankind? What's he going to tell us? Not only were the English journalists in disbelief, but in fact, even the Chinese journalists were in disbelief. They've been standing here for 5 hours, waiting here long in advance. Everyone's mind was filled with questions. What is the message to all mankind? Rumors on the internet say it's because there's an impending apocalypse coming. Mogatu is an early warning man. But doomsday? What a doggerel. An old-fashioned way of putting it. It can't be true, can it? They preferred that it should be a political act. It's supposed to be under the guise of doom and gloom to give a rational explanation for universal martial arts. It's as if Rice often uses the guise of aliens to work on new types of flying machines for the same reason. Shanghai TV reporter Xiao Zhang quietly said, "Before this, I had never heard of this person Mu Jie. Suddenly, overnight rise. Suddenly overnight. Known by everyone. I don't know either. But I heard that Mujer previously seemed to be a vegetable. A plant? Is he mortal? I don't know. But yesterday's video showed again that Miao Jie is a 9th grade martial artist. Now I can't even tell if this information on the internet is true or not. It's so weird." Saying that, Xiao Zhang looked at his watch and frowned. "It's 11 o'clock. He hasn't come yet? Shouldn't he arrive early for rehearsal?" The words just fell. An engine roared to life. However, a black convoy was slowly traveling at the end of the road. When the crowd saw the license plate number, they couldn't help but have their pupils shrink. At once, all the reporters guarding the doorway clamored, "Secretary General! Here comes number 2. The Secretary General is here. Holy shit, is the Secretary General even the first to arrive? It can't be. Mu Jie hasn't even arrived yet, and the Secretary General comes first? It's too rude. Quick, go live. The broadcast is on. It's official. 12 o'clock is the time for Mohair's speech. And I think the broadcast should start now." In a flash, all of the thousands of reporters from home and abroad turned on their devices, turned on their cameras, and began to broadcast live. Hello viewers. Hello viewers. This is the CCTV channel. And today is a grand day. It is a solemn and solemn day for Miao Jie, the president of the Earth Fellowship Association, who is about to deliver a televised speech. Informative letter to all humanity. And we can see a convoy coming at the end of the road. It is the convoy of the Secretary General, who has arrived in person. The Secretary General is getting out of his car and greeting us cordially. The reporter also doesn't know what the Earth Fellowship really is, much less who Muji really is. He just reads the opening line from a script like this. Meanwhile, the nation clamored. It's on. The broadcast has begun. Quick, quick, watch the TV. The live feed is suddenly on. Everyone, turn on the TV. All over the country, countless people heard the news and immediately put down all the work they were doing in their hands and hurriedly turned on their TV sets, cell phones, and computers. The boss at the entrance of the Hutongs was chatting with the staff, when suddenly, he saw the LED screen light up and the sound of the reporter's announcement came from the radio car. The oldest man shook his bushel and ran back in a hurry. "Come on, it's starting. The live feed is starting. Mate, turn on the TV." Old companion also in with a small horse zipper quickly ran out. "Open what TV? Hudong mouth on the big screen live. Sit outside to see." Yeah. Look in the alleyway." The oldest man hurriedly doubled back and ran toward the mouth of the alley again. And at that moment, the entire Hudong exploded. Countless left and right neighbors ran outside with small benches. Started? It's only 11 o'clock? Come on, check it out. Yo, the Secretary General is already there? Where's the Mu Jie? Where is that Mu Jie? Mu Jie hasn't come yet? I want to see who the hell Mu Jie is. It's not here yet, is it? Muher is probably still on his way. At the same time, a certain middle school in China, the class teacher, Lao Huang, was explaining the X equation to everyone on the podium, when suddenly the radio loudspeaker on the campus rang out. All teachers and students, immediately bring your own benches and gather in the playground. The live broadcast has begun. Please within 5 minutes, all class groups, all teachers and students go to the playground to watch the live broadcast together. All students and faculty, gather in the playground with your own benches immediately. The live broadcast has begun. Old Huang, the class teacher, froze for a moment and looked at his watch. It was only 11 o'clock. Started the live broadcast? He looked at the already tumultuous class collection. His heart is a little upset. His own equation to speak half of it. Live streaming my ass off live streaming. So is MJ's speech that important? Going to tune in an hour early? Who the hell is J Mu? It's not as important as me talking about the formula. If I don't speak well, how can they get good grades on the midterm? How can they fulfill the mission of promotion rate? Really, it's all because of this Mu Jie. When Mu Jie came out, now the kids don't study anymore. They've been thinking about Budo since yesterday's study hall. Everyone's heart has flown to Budo. They've all gone to practice. So who learns equations? Who's going to learn calculus? What about the promotion rate? What about my performance? What about my mission? Will there be martial arts for all? And I'll be out of a job? Muher be damned. Old Huang coldly looked at the students who had already stirred up and wanted to carry benches downstairs, and snapped. What are all doing? Did I tell you to move? The class was surprised. Ha! Everyone looked at Old Huang in disbelief. At this time, the class president said, Mr. Huang, the principal informed us to gather downstairs in 5 minutes to watch the live broadcast and listen to Miao Jie's speech. We have to hurry, or we'll be delayed. Old Huang's eyes snapped and said sternly, Mu Jie who do not know. A nobody? Why are you so eager to listen to him? He can still say a heavenly flower out? All give me a good seat. I am speaking to the key moment. This question, all give me to memorize. The exam is definitely going to test. The class was already distracted, and everyone's hearts flew as they watched the other classes roar down the stairs with their benches. Boom! Old Huang slapped his hand on the podium. All listen carefully to my lecture. That Miao Jie is a nobody. What's the use of what he said? Can he get you into Tsinghua or Peking University? What he said can make you get a good score. The class president was impatient. Teacher Huang, if it wasn't for Miao Jie, I don't think China would have popularized martial arts for all, and ordinary people like us wouldn't have had the chance to follow our dreams at all. How is he not important? Budo. Bullshit wudo. What's the use of wudao? It's just good bravery. Knowledge and culture is what crystallizes our wisdom. It's what's going to get us into a good college. It's what's going to get us. At that moment, a prickly classmate shouted, You're talking nonsense. Marks are of no use. What's the point of doing well on the exam? Will it allow us to fulfill our dreams? If you want to enter the martial arts academy, the elimination rate is 99%. So just ask which student here doesn't long to become a martial artist in their heart. Who doesn't want to become a powerful Superman and defend our country? This is the true dream and values. Scores are useless. Mr. Huang exploded with anger. Before the words left his mouth, the other students chimed in and said, What's the point of me doing well on the exams? Not being able to become a martial artist. I'm destined to become only an ordinary laborer in this world. Only a martial artist can be of greater use to build their country. That is, martial artists have unlimited energy. Even if the whole country became martial artists, I would still be an ordinary hitman. But my strength as a martial artist allows me to utilize more than 10 times my energy and physical strength to do more things. Now that martial arts is popularized throughout the country, why does Mr. Huang still want to stop it? It's been hundreds of years. And for hundreds of years the cry of all mankind has been to liberalize the practice of martial arts. Last night it was finally liberalized. And other people's teachers in other classes are talking about martial arts today. They are discussing martial arts with their students. This is the mainstream of the future. You're still here talking about equations. Lecturing on equations is even better. People's Mu Jie is going to speak soon. The principal has asked to gather downstairs. And you're still blocking us. Class, I don't care. I'm charging for love. Me too. Go. Leave him alone. Damn. This stupid old Huang. Big deal. I'm not going to attend. I've decided to concentrate on practicing martial arts. We have a teacher stationed at our neighborhood committee to give lectures now. So I won't listen to him wasting his time here. Nowadays, in this era, learning this fucking thing is supposed to be a waste of time. The internet says that the end is coming. The reason why all the people in Huaxia went to war last night. The reason why all the people are doing martial arts is to resist the impending doomsday. Soon after, it's a toss-up whether or not you'll survive. You're asking me to learn the formula at this juncture? Let's go. Class. The class could not help but not listen to old Huang anymore. Picking up the stool and running out. Old Huang was furious. Chaos. It's a mess. Miao Jie is the sinner who is a scourge to the nation and the people. Our good peaceful times have been messed up by him. He has completely messed us up. Stand still. All of you. Let me finish this one question. All stop. This question is going to be on the test. For sure. None of you want grades anymore, do you? None of you want to get into a good high school anymore. Do you? Martial arts should be destroyed. There should be no martial arts. A bunch of good-for-nothing social dregs. Just garbage. No one listened to old Huang's hysterical tirade. Even the squad leader, who used to listen to him the most, ran out with his stool at this time. The whole classroom became empty. It was a night of transformation of the world's landscape. There are a lot of people who love it. It's what they dream of and long for. Some people hate it and can't accept the shift in a short period of time. Unable to shift their thinking in a short period of time. Therefore, they began to hate Zheng Ku, hate martial arts, and hate this universal popularization. After all, people have their own aspirations. Before long, the entire middle school playground was filled with students, sitting together in excitement. But in a rare instance, there was no chattering cacophony. Everyone sat on their stools, eyes unblinking, staring at the projector and listening to the live voice on the radio. There is no teacher to oversee discipline. Everyone, all of them, observed discipline. It was the second day of their exposure to the martial arts. About the world changing. About the martial arts changing. And at this moment, everyone in the country cared immensely. Incredibly focused. At this moment, in every part of the country, almost everyone, even in the most remote mountain villages, watched, or listened to the live broadcast. And when the Secretary General was the first to appear, the nation was abuzz. No one expected that the first one out of the gate would be the Secretary General. What is more unexpected is that when the Secretary General got off the car did not walk on the red carpet, but a detour from the side of the small door into the venue. There was a buzz and the nation erupted. The moment exploded not just across the country, but across the world. No red carpet? And who is this red carpet for? It can't be for Mujer alone, can it? Bullshit. How is that possible? Who the hell is Mujer to give him one more? I think this should be for the Ethereal Palace. What the hell is the Ethereal Palace? Anyway, mortals don't have access to the Ethereal Palace. But if you're a martial artist, you'll know that the Ethereal Palace is truly the center of Huaxia. That's the holy land of all Chinese martial artists. The supreme authority of martial artists. I think this red carpet is for the Ethereal Palace. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, another convoy arrived slowly. A clear red flag L5 sedan. As many as 10. And when the sedan stopped the moment, all the doors opened in unison. A group of people wearing Taoist robes and carrying long swords quickly got off the car, and then dispersed on the side of the guard. The moment these Taoist priests were seen, the room exploded. Dragon Tiger Mountain. The bigwigs of Lungfu Mountain. All of them have come down from the mountain. Crap. Judging by the grade of these people's Dao robes, they're all at least 6th grade martial artists. 6th grade martial artist alert? What's coming? Could it be Heavenly Master Zhang from Longhu Mountain? Misty Grass. Tianchi Zhang has been in seclusion for many years, and he's come out of the mountain. After so many years in seclusion and coming out of the mountain, he shouldn't be absolutely terrified, right? Kaka. It was a moment when journalists across the globe frantically pressed the shutter button. Come on martial artists now. Finally the big man. Moreover, it's likely that it's an overwhelming martial artist. Under the attention of all the people, an old man in a Taoist robe walked out of the car with a heavy face. And in an instant, countless flashbulbs flashed. Master Zhang Tianchi of Lungfu Mountain. Tianchi Zhang swept his eyes over the crowd at the scene and waved his hand to all the surrounding disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain. All disperse. Don't surround me with stars. I didn't go to the president's return because I was in seclusion to impact the martial king. That would be too rude. Today I came and you all still have to follow. The president won't say anything when he sees it, but those of my fellow comrades who see it will definitely yell at me. Nubizi Lao Dao. For playing a rowdy game in front of the president. A young disciple said in a deep voice. Master. But, I said break it up. Didn't I hear you? In a flash, a large group of Taoist priests hurriedly scattered in all directions. At this moment, the whole room was silent, and there was no sound. Everyone heard Tianchi Zhang's undisguised voice. King of martial arts? What is the king of Wu? Among the realms of martial artists there is only the 1st to the 9th grade. And if another statement emerges, then, Jedi peak. Is he really Jedi? Martial King is the name they call their Jedi self? Wasn't the man that Tianchi Zhang had called the president with his mouth the Earth Fellowship Association president Miao Jiao in yesterday's news broadcast? At this moment, countless amounts of information exploded in the minds of the crowd. They knew each other previously. Mu is not a nobody. He's just recently come to light. Zhang Tianchi is the king of martial arts. The martial king actually also has immense respect for Mu Jia. So who is Mu Jia in the end? Zhang Tianchi's face was always a bit heavy as he walked to the red carpet, bypassed it, and also walked into the middle of the broadcasting building through the small door next to it. At this moment, the whole room exploded. This red carpet, Heavenly Master Zhang doesn't even deserve to walk? A top-tier powerhouse who doesn't even walk the red carpet? Misty Palace Master that is also the absolute top. Longhu Mountain Zhang Tianchi is also the absolute top. The two are equal. Zhang Tianchi even detour from the side of the small door into? Crap. I can't believe my eyes. Overnight, how did the world suddenly become strange? Has the underground side been uncovered? The whole room rocked, and at this moment, the Secretary General in the door watched with deep eyes as Tianchi Zhang entered. At this moment, his heart also set off huge waves. Firstly, Tianchi Zhang broke through the absolute top. He became the second absolute top powerhouse in China. The Secretary General was originally a patriarch, and almost instantly, he was able to sense the surging power coming from Zhang Tianchi's body. That was absolute power. He was shocked and surprised. There was finally a second absolute peak in Huaxia. But the second Secretary General was shocked. Tianchi Zhang was, at one time, Also a member of this so-called Earth Fellowship? Master Zhang, you've been to Taimu before? You've been to battle too? Zhang Tianshi was once under Miao Jie's command too? The Secretary General had heard Red Dust say those things, but was still half convinced, thinking that most of them were lies made up by Mu Jie. Those supreme beings were just cooperating with Mu Jie to fulfill the lie. But now, seeing this attitude of Tianshi Zhang, he knew that perhaps what Miao Jie said was really true. Who is Tianshi Zhang? He, for one, is not likely to go along with someone's lies. He also didn't have any thoughts of ruling the world or gaining a position of power at all. He was just a pure Taoist who pursued martial arts. The Secretary General took a deep breath, suppressed the stirring emotions in his heart, and walked up quickly. Tianshi Zhang. Tianshi Zhang shook his hand and didn't say much, then stood and waited in the hall, waiting for the followers to arrive. But the Secretary General finally couldn't help himself, and he asked quietly, I know all about Tai Wasteland. Tianshi Zhang froze at his words and looked at him with some surprise. The Secretary General hurriedly explained, the palace master told us after a long talk with Mu Jie. Zhang Tianshi drifted off. Oh, have you, at one time, been to the Taiwai? Tianshi Zhang knew that the president was going to come forward to inform the world, and soon the answer was going to be revealed. And the demons had finally set their sights on Earth. There was no escaping it. There are some secrets that can be made public without having to keep them. So he nodded his head and said, I returned from the Tai Wasteland 6 years ago. 6 years ago. The Secretary General has two big heads. The time is not right. Some of those people from the Earth Fellowship returned a year ago, some 2 years ago, and most 3 or 4 years ago. How can there be one from 6 years ago? The Secretary General has raised his own questions. Tianshi Zhang laughed. In our common understanding, this universe has two layers. The first layer is called space and the second layer is called time. At first I didn't understand, but later I realized that there is actually no definition of time in the universe. Time is false. For example, I survived for 70 years in the Taiwans, but my body on Earth has actually experienced only half a year. But while the president was in the Taiwara for 100 years, 5 years passed on Earth. This time is misplaced. How can I explain the misalignment? There is no explanation at all. Our time is not uniform. And if time is not uniform, then it confirms, side by side, that time in the universe is a false proposition. What is not unified is what is disordered and chaotic. The Secretary General was at a loss, as if listening to a heavenly book. How can that be explained? How do you think it is? Tianshi Zhang said, in the universe, there is only space and events. There is no concept of time. We live on Earth. The reason why time is divided is because it is convenient for us to understand. In fact, time is just a mark and symbol that we put on the development node of an event. Understand? No, not really. Ha ha ha. Never mind. I know half of it. The question wasn't really important. I was just confused for a month or so. After that, let it be. Love it. There's no point in figuring it out. The Secretary General laughed bitterly, but his mind grew more and more confused. Meaning, everyone's time is different? Some people spend decades in the two wasteland, but Earth only experiences a few months. Some people pass a few years in the two deserted, but the Earth passes a decade or so? Is that how it works? Everyone, not uniform? The Secretary General asked. I have heard that people who have been to the Taiwans will have their yuanshan go out of their body. And the characteristics of the yuanshan going out of the body is that one gets a serious illness and becomes a vegetable, or brain dead, or in a coma. But I haven't heard of you being in a coma. Tianshi Zhang let out a bitter smile. Yes, just, put it this way, my body on Earth was actually just in a coma for half a year. It's not known by outsiders. In fact, no one in Dragon Tiger Mountain knows about it. Because, during those half a year, I just happened to be in seclusion to impact the 7th grade realm. It just so happened that during the course of the seclusion, the Yuan Shen went out of the body. Therefore, no one knew about it. They only knew that after I came out of seclusion, I became a 7th rank. Only knew that my personality changed drastically after I came out of seclusion, and that I had a deeper understanding of martial arts. It was just thought that I had a powerful epiphany in the middle of my seclusion. Actually, I don't know. But during the 6 months I was in seclusion, my Yuanshan went to another world to fight for decades and experienced a life. Tianshi Zhang smiled bitterly. For his part, the Secretary General asked with a sweaty, yet somewhat cautious face. This should be the big secret, right? You, just tell me? Tianshi Zhang said indifferently. At one time, this was a big secret, but after half an hour, these secrets will no longer matter. Everything will be out in the open in half an hour. Heavenly Master, are there really such things as demons? After speaking, the Secretary General stared at Tianshi Zhang seriously. At this moment, He surprisingly saw Zhang Tianzhi's pupils shrink and his body subconsciously trembled. Panic! It's panic! What? The Secretary General was inwardly clamoring. Heavenly Master Zhang was actually alarmed when he heard the word demon. After a long time, Tianzhi Zhang muttered, "Their terror is beyond your imagination. I used to think that I had no fear of death at all, but when you see the demons that come like waves, layer after layer, you will realize that even if you are not afraid of death at all, you will still feel fear and trembling from the depths of your soul, because they are like locusts, constantly multiplying, constantly wanting to devour all life to grow themselves, so hungry that they even eat themselves. Everyone who faces a demon will be afraid, will be incomparably afraid. What you fear is not really death, but despair, because you'll realize that there's never enough to kill. It's simply not enough to kill. Even if you are invincible in the world, you can't finish killing those demons, because they reproduce extremely fast. If you move slower, you might not even reproduce as fast as they do. They are vicious because they devour everything in this world except dirt and rocks." The Secretary General was stunned. Anything? They even eat iron? They don't just even eat iron. They even eat fire. Even the shit that comes out of the latrine. Not even shit. This Nima. Is this an exaggerated metaphor for Master Zhang swearing? Or is it the truth? Tianzhi Zhang continued. Their planet is an extremely harsh place. There is a huge temperature difference between day and night, and the entire planet has nothing but rocks, but they all look like they have been cursed by the Creator, living in such a barren place, yet they have ferocious personalities, innate hunger, a hunger that can never be satiated, and they reproduce at an exceptionally fast rate. How did they survive on their own planets before they went to the Thai wasteland? Those who are hungry swallow even rocks and dirt. Those who are in a position to do so, get their own compatriots killed and eat the corpses of their own people. Those with better conditions, marry dozens of daughters-in-law and give themselves children to eat every day. Such a civilization. You tell me, who is not afraid? The Secretary General was dumbfounded. He had only heard from Red Dust that demons were scary and horrible and ate everything, but no concept of just how scary. And there was not much of a concept of red dust. Although Mu Jia had described it to him in great detail, he himself could not imagine what it meant. The Secretary General, who was now good at making associations, was inexplicably a little cold inside after hearing Zhang Tianzhi speak in colorful detail. In character, a natural brutality, a natural hunger, possessing a hunger that is never full, yet the talent is strong, breeding is fast, and because of the fast reproduction rate, because of the brutal nature, so their monarchs don't give a damn about their lives either. What kind of race is this? Maybe the Creator made them and the Creator got all scared and dropped them on a barren planet with only rocks, trying to utilize the law of conservation of energy so that they themselves consume each other and eventually slowly consume all of themselves and go extinct? But it wasn't until one day that their monarch learned spacecraft. Then the Secretary General asked one last question. Why is Mr. Mugata so sure that they will definitely come to Earth? Is it just based on the legend that an eye appeared at the North Pole? Isn't this a bit too hasty, without any substantial evidence to prove that they will definitely descend? Tianzhi Zhang said indifferently. Actually, not only the president, including me, is certain that they will definitely come. The scent, the feeling. We of the Earth Fellowship are all too familiar with it. We've been fighting them for hundreds of years. Every day we kill and fight with them. Our perception of them is very sharp. I originally felt unsettled some time ago, with that familiar indescribable feeling in my heart. At the time, I just thought I was post-war phobic, caused by nightmares because I was too afraid of them back then. But the chairman felt it too. So then, there can be no mistake. They, surely, will come. Another point is that I have divined the trigrams. The trigrams also do show the catastrophe of heaven and earth. The Secretary General picked up the conversation. The Misty Palace Master has also divined his fortune. Well, now that the heavenly chances have leaked out, the aura of havoc between heaven and earth is revealed. Anyone who is good at divination will get this trigram. Tianzhi Zhang added. And the president is even more perceptive to them. It's because the president once even traveled to the world of demons. The Secretary General was shocked. Mr. Muher has been to the world of demons? How did he get there? It went through their space channel. The president once wanted to interrupt that passage, and finally gave up. Because the president realized that it was useless to interrupt it. They would open a passage again, and the next passageway will not know where it is. In order to prevent unforeseen things from appearing, it is better to just be in the Taiwai. Very complicated. Tianzhi Zhang stopped talking. There wasn't much point in saying this anymore. And the Secretary General, too, asked no more questions. There's no point in asking too many questions. Now, in his heart, he was 80% convinced. It's very metaphysical, but it's reality. In the end, Heavenly Master Zhang spoke quietly. In fact, everyone on the entire planet should thank the chairman. Of course, his warning is only one aspect. The thanks I want to say is that he was a martial sage in Taiwai Wasteland, and his reputation resounded throughout the entire universe. Back then, we were in the Taiwai Wasteland, even if we won the war in the end, but the Taiwai Wasteland ended up with only a few thousand people left in the fire. A few thousand people, that civilization has almost all been equivalent to extinction. Because, in the heart of our 10,000 races legion, our 10,000 races legion trying to live and go home is the real task, instead of trying our best to preserve Taiwu as a civilization. But today, the president, being an earthling, would avoid this, because he can call for the unification of all the 10,000 races to work hard to keep this civilization and race on Earth alive and not be left with only a few thousand people. Can you understand this concept? If the president was not on Earth, even if all the legions of the 10,000 races came in the end, even if they were victorious in the end and drove the demons away from the planet, but the people of Earth were left with only a few thousand people or none left, then the victory would be the victory of the 10,000 races. And what would it have to do with the people of Earth? We can't even see it anymore. That's what you should really be thanking the president for. He'll do his best to keep as many people alive as possible, and if they don't survive, he'll do his best to preserve the flame of Earth's civilization. Of course, this war is more brutal than you can imagine. Maybe it won't be long before you look out now and almost 90% of the people you can see will be dead, including you, including me. Silence of the Secretary General. Outside the door, another clamor rose. In the sky, several silhouettes landed. Looking at the residual shadow produced by that flight speed, everyone unanimously concluded 9th grade. 5 positions in 9 grades, wearing the same dress attire. The 5 landed and, again, bypassed the red carpet and walked through the small doors into the broadcast building. That's when the reporters reacted. What are those people? Misty Palace. Crap, it's the 5 elders of the Ethereal Palace. 9 grades, all 9 grades. I figured it out when they went around the road. Just now. The absolute tops all went around the road. So it's normal for the 9th pin not to walk the red carpet. The elders of the Misty Palace are all here. Where is the Palace Master? Where is that legendary Palace Master? When is he coming? Nonsense. The Palace Master must be the one to arrive at the finale. The crowd was talking. And at that moment, the martial artists across the country who were tuning into the television were agitated. Ethereal Palace. The Ethereal Palace is here. Crap. Big shot. That's a real big shot. If the Ethereal Palace is in China, it represents the spiritual leader of all martial artists in China. That's a spiritual pillar. These 5 elders, I've only seen portraits, haven't even seen a picture. For the first time I've seen them in real life. Darn it, I want to go to the scene so badly. I want to go to the scene and feel the Ethereal Palace's demeanor for myself. The Ethereal Palace, in the martial artist world of China, not only represented absolute authority, at the same time, it also represents the absolute leader. It's the spiritual leader. The ultimate dream of all martial artists was to join the Ethereal Palace. And now, the Ethereal Palace is here. The 5 elders entered the broadcasting hall and looked at Tianchi Zhang with shock, sensing the surging and terrifying power within him. Immediately, the 5 elders put away all their condescension and bowed honestly, saluting as juniors. See Lord Jedi Peak. Congratulations. Huaxia has a 2nd Jedi top. See Jedi top. Tianchi Zhang waved his hand. There is no such thing as an absolute summit. The Grand Elder laughed. Yes. Martial King. It's Martial King. Our Palace Master also calls himself as Martial King now, not letting anyone call him Extreme Top. It's really strange. Tianchi Zhang said indifferently. There is no such thing as an absolute top in the world. Even if the president is the only martial saint of the human race in the universe, he would not dare to call himself an absolute top. A mere martial king is worthy of being called an absolute top? Saying it would make people laugh their asses off. Grand Elder, laughing your ass off? Who dares to laugh off this realm? This is the ultimate dream and goal of all martial artists. The true end of the martial arts path. There's no need to be so modest, is there? But he didn't dare bring it up. Tianchi Zhang naturally wouldn't explain to him. Martial kings, martial emperors, martial saints. These realms were too far away from them. Before this, they were even unheard of. Not to mention Heavenly Master Zhang. Even if Miao Jie personally gave Red Dust the word at that time. Specifically, Red Dust couldn't believe that there were still so many realms above him. Red Dust himself was the so-called Jedi, which he himself didn't quite believe. Not to mention the crowd of people who were only 9th grade. Meanwhile, in the middle of the Capital Martial Arts University, all of the martial arts students and teachers were all sitting in the middle of the playground to collectively watch the live broadcast. Seeing the Misty Palace's elders come out, Everyone got excited. A student said in a trembling voice, "Ethereal Palace Elders. I saw the Ethereal Palace Elders. It's hard to imagine, they are also in the capital now. And my straight line distance is surprisingly no more than 10 kilometers. My first time being so close to the Ethereal Palace Elders. Aha! So excited to be there. I've dreamed of joining the Ethereal Palace." The school teacher also took advantage of the situation. Excitedly, "Students, see, that's the elders of the Ethereal Palace. Cultivate your martial arts. Work hard. And one day you'll all be qualified to join the Ethereal Palace. One day. As long as you study martial arts hard, as long as you practice hard, one day, you will no longer just see the Ethereal Palace Elders from the television. You can even see them with your own eyes." All the students were excited. This chicken soup for the soul. They ate it. At this point, a student noisily questioned, "The elders have all shown up, and it's already 11:50. Why hasn't Mujia shown up yet? Is he that big of a rack? He's a nobody, and it's rare that the Ethereal Palace has raised him up overnight. Surprisingly, he's not giving face now, coming even later than the Misty Palace Elders? Where is Miao Jie? The Misty Palace Elders are all here, and he's not coming? What kind of people are these? Too unqualified. They don't know how to respect their seniors. Mu Jie is only in his 20s, right? He was just born when the other elders became elders. Surprisingly, he doesn't know how to respect his elders so well. Today I would like to see what kind of informational book Mu Jie is going to talk about. This is a big show. A big stand. I don't think such a person can go far in the future. He doesn't even have any humility. That's right. Even if he doesn't know how to be polite and humble, he has to arrive early to familiarize himself, right? Go and memorize the script, right? Not even that? In today's world, the ones who hated Mu Jie the most were, in fact, the students of the Martial Arts Academy. Because at one time, martial arts students were honored statuses, enjoying privileges of the highest rank, possessing vast amounts of cultivation resources. But now, overnight the nation popularized martial arts. All of their resources were distributed to mortals who were not worthy of cultivation in the first place, allocated to ants who deserved to die out. What's the point of practicing martial arts with a mole cricket, even if there really is a doomsday, a catastrophe? Shouldn't it be a matter of pooling resources so that elites like us can try to survive? By what right do we cast a wide net for the benefit of mole crickets? What good are molehills when the end really comes? It's useless. It's still the martial artists who have to be at the front. Now it was better. Not just distributing the martial arts resources down. Originally, each martial Dao student could receive one cultivation resource per day, including bills, pills, and so on. As a result, last night, the teacher announced that the resources distributed daily would be changed to once a month in the future. It blew up. Not only that, in the past, wherever martial arts students went, they were noticed by millions of people, and they enjoyed the most honorable privileges. Now, everyone is a martial artist. There's a shitload of privilege left. The limelight is no more. Admired and gone. All the martial arts students were holding a breath in their hearts. An anger that hated this Mu Jie. People hated it especially after they heard whispers from the internet that MUJ might be announcing the end of days. No one believes in doomsday. People are just being truthful. This Mu Jie is actually the ancient sinner who pushed for universal cultivation, just using the end of the world as an excuse. Of course, some people were thinking in their minds, how could a nobody like Miao Jie have such a great ability? Behind the scenes, the Misty Palace was definitely still making an impact. Miao Jie was most likely just a pawn that was pushed out. But this is something that mortals dare to say. The internet dares to say. The martial artist is afraid to say it. Nor dare they say it online. The Ethereal Palace didn't care about mortals. But, what it did care about was martial artists. Because they didn't dare to say anything, the martial artists could only vent all their fire on Mu Jie. Immediately, they decided that Miao Jie was a 1,000-year-old sinner. At that point, someone else said, "No, for something this big, I think the Ethereal Palace Master might show up as well, right?" Yes, the Palace Master will definitely show up. Crap, I get to see what the Palace Master looks like. An absolute top powerhouse. That's an absolute top powerhouse. I'm going to see what a Jedi powerhouse looks like. The students were suddenly excited, even though they had seen Red Dust and Mu Jie dueling on the video screen before. However, the martial artists generally didn't believe that it was Red Dust, because it's too far, and because it's so far away, it's hard to see what the Red Dust looks like. They were getting more and more excited. Red Dust, so to speak, was the god in the hearts of martial artists, and now there's a chance that Red Dust could be in the middle of TV. What do you guys say? Who will be the last to go out? The Palace Master or Mu Jie? It must be the Palace Master. Mu Jie, what gives him the right? Yeah, what gives Mu Hair the right? No, Now looking at this battle, I suspect that it is very likely that the Palace Master and Mu Jie will join forces. Joined at the hip? What gives MJ the right to do that? While the crowd said this and talked about it, they gradually began to worry in their hearts. You don't think so? I don't think so. Who comes out first and who comes out later? It's something that doesn't matter in terms of the average person's just perspective. But for the stalwart martial artists of China, this is important. Because once this order was reversed, then this meant that the overall cultivation system of China would be completely subverted. The pattern of all the forces in China would undergo a sea change. A change that would not affect ordinary people, but would profoundly affect all the vested interests of the ethereal palace. It affects all the people of the ethereal palace, as well as those who dream of joining the ethereal palace. If the ethereal palace remained in a position of authority, then those with vested interests would still enjoy superior rights. But if the Earth Fellowship comes later, then all the vested interest systems will completely collapse and disintegrate. The ethereal palace will no longer be the god of China. Instead, this pattern of change can be seen in the difference in who comes out first and who comes out second. The minutes ticked by. It came to 11:58. At this moment, everyone in the country held their breath. Hearts were clenched together. Everyone was glued to the screen of the live broadcast, not missing a single detail of it. And all the journalists on the scene, too, held their breath, knowing that the final moment was approaching. Suddenly, a reporter points to the sky. There's a halo there. The crowd looked up. Then, the scene erupted. Countless cameras were pointed at the sky in unison. No, that's not a halo. People, it's people. Crap, Jedi top. It's Jedi top coming. Jedi top. Is Mu Jie also a Jedi top? Muhair? It can't be the Palace Master, can it? Mu Jie hasn't even come. How can the Palace Master arrive before him? An absolute top powerhouse. A second Jedi peak has appeared. At this moment, everyone held their breath and stared tightly at the sky. The halo grew larger and larger, and gradually, a human figure became clear in everyone's vision. An old man, wearing the robes of the ethereal palace, with a heavy face, slowly landed. Ethereal palace, Palace Master, Red Dust Taoist. At this moment, the scene exploded. All the martial artists in the country exploded. Lord Red Dust, arriving. Muhair hasn't come yet. What a row he's in. What poker face. What right? I'm not convinced. Misty Palace. Will it finally become the history of this world? Earth Fellowship. Rise. It's Jedi top. Holy shit. I saw Jedi top on the livestream. Amidst all the attention, Red Dust slowly landed. And at this moment, in the middle of the broadcasting hall, all the people who had arrived in advance all walked out. Everyone, except for Tianshi Zhang, walked out. The elders of the ethereal palace, the secretary general, and all the staff, all came out. All, in unison, bowed. See you, Palace Master. Red Dust nodded to the crowd, sweeping his gaze over the camera lenses of the media on the scene. Then his gaze swept back over everyone on the scene and said aloud, "Everyone, get ready. Is the live feed ready?" The radio director shouted in a rush of excitement, reporting to the Palace Master. All are in position and have now ensured that everyone in Huaxia is tuned into the live broadcast, and the live broadcast has been going on for an hour. In that one little hour, we've been constantly debugging to make sure the upcoming speech is foolproof. Red Dust nodded and asked again aloud, "Are the overseas compatriots ready for the live broadcast?" On the scene, thousands of journalists from abroad answered okay in unison. They were excited, even if the Jie Yang was not asking them. They, however, still wanted to take the initiative to answer the Jie Yang powerhouse's question. What an honor it is to have answered the Jedi Upside Down's question. Red Dust nodded. Have the streets been purged yet? Has the security force been strengthened? With the imminent arrival of the Earth Fellowship's president, Mu Jie, is everything foolproof? The Secretary General returned aloud, reporting to the Palace Master. All is foolproof. We will do our best to be as courteous and generous as possible. Treat you well? Courtesy? Red Dust looked deeply at the Secretary General. His heart was puzzled. He was previously unconvinced of Mu Jie. Now that he answered like this in public, instead of flirting with others to answer, how did his mind suddenly change? He didn't realize that Tianshi Zhang had talked to him a lot, creating monstrous waves in the Secretary General's heart, especially that all mankind should be grateful to him, because he is not just ensuring that the war is won, but that more people live to see the victory, not to be exterminated. Those words gave the Secretary General quite a mental shock. Red Dust finished and subconsciously walked towards the red carpet. But then, Red Dust hesitated before stepping towards the red carpet, and then slowly withdrew his left foot, reversing his direction. He took the side path and small door and walked towards the broadcasting building. It was a moment of universal silence. the whole world went quiet. Everyone, at this moment, collectively stared in disbelief. Reporters' jaws dropped and they even forgot to take pictures. Silence for 1, 2, 5 seconds. It exploded. What a situation. The palace master doesn't walk the red carpet either? The red carpet? Who the fuck is it reserved for? Someone please tell me, even if I already know the answer. No, no, no. It can't be. Why should I give it to Mujer? On what grounds? What can he do? He and nobody. The journalists were shocked. The Secretary General was also shocked. He knew the power of Mu Jie's strength, crushing the palace lord. However, he did not know that Miao Jie had reached such heights in the palace master's heart. All the special forces in charge of security at the scene were shocked, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. In the distance, the disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain were also shocked. At this moment, the disciples of Longhu Mountain finally understood a little bit why Master Zhang Tianchi was so in awe of the so-called Zhang Ku, the so-called president. Because, even the ethereal palace master, the veteran absolute powerhouse, the spiritual leader of Chinese martial artists didn't dare to step on the red carpet in front of the television. Countless martial artists, countless viewers exploded, shocked. All the people from the martial arts academy, even, crumbled. They couldn't imagine, or understand, what it was all about. In the midst of all the silence, Red Dust walked up to the door and didn't go in, just stood still, then faced the sky and wait. Greeting. At this moment, the Secretary General walked to his side, and the 5 elders also silently walked to stand on the other side of him. Then, Heavenly Master Zhang of Longhu Mountain, who hadn't stepped forward to greet Red Dust, slowly walked out as well and stood side by side with Red Dust. The moment, everyone, all of them, walked out and stood in the doorway. Feel it. They sensed a cloud of incomparably powerful aura slowly arriving from far and near. Reporters blew up. Is he coming? That man. He's coming. All of the Misty Palace, the absolute top of Longhu Mountain, have come out and are standing at the door. Greeting? I'm finally going to meet. Finally I'm going to meet that legendary and mysterious man. He's coming. He is coming. Brush brush brush. Countless cameras, aimed at the sky. The sky is cloudless. Nothing is there. The camera, however, remained focused on the sky. The reporters stopped talking, stopped memorizing their scripts. At this moment, they felt that no words could describe it. Just be silent. Just watch in silence. Silent. Wait for it. At this moment, the whole country, all the viewers in front of the TV set also held their breath and slowly stood up, their eyes locked on the TV set. J-Mu. The name resounded around the world last night. However, no one has ever seen what Mu Jia looks like, but only vaguely from the online video screen probably looks like a young man with a knife. No one has ever seen what he looks like up close. No one knows what kind of demeanor he has. A dark shadow appeared in the sky. That's not a person. There, it's a crowd. Close. Saw it. See it through. 32 of them. 32 in all. Among the 32 people, there were 24 ninth grade supreme masters. There were 8 patriarchs. 32 people came flying through the air in unison. Each one wore a tattered raggedy little vest with a few Chinese characters written above it, Earth Fellowship. Among the 32 people, the one at the head of the group was none other than Su Tao, the most powerful person in China. Su Tao flew at the head with a serious face, and he also held a flag high in his hand. That flag was tattered and shaking violently with the wind. Above the flag is the shape of a globe with 2 large letters Earth. Su Tao held high the flag of this Earth Fellowship's hastily decided logo back then, leading the 31 comrades who had returned to their positions, and flew towards the studio. He was in a stirring mood. Mujer said they didn't have to come, but they felt that to come. For this was not only a letter of information from MUJ to all mankind, but also, for the first time, the Fellowship of the Earth would appear squarely in the world, known to outsiders. The tattered flag is the glory of what was once blood and fire. That linen undershirt and vest was once the proudest feature among the Taiwans. Su Tao looked down at the attention of the millions of people below him, watching the world's cameras pointed at him, and proudly lifted his chest. Vaguely, his memories seemed to have traveled back to the Tai wasteland. That year, at the Battle of Black Mountain, the president led us to fight, and I was the little soldier holding the flag behind him. In the end, I became a general, and I made a name for myself among the legions of the 10,000 clans. I made a name for myself in the Tai wilderness. My name even made it onto the demons must kill list, becoming one of the 100 people that the demons recognized must be killed at all costs. I'm in 20th place. The president is number 1. That year, I became famous, and I became a big name in the Terra 10,000 clans legion. But I, still close behind the president, I still hold the flag, and my comrades behind me follow the flag. Where the flag goes, the man goes. Today, 4 years back on Earth, I have once again lifted the glory that was once mine. Leading these few remaining comrades of mine, I flew to the starting place of the next battlefield, arching the upcoming president's address to the world. Su Tao was in a stirring mood, and behind them, 31 members of the Earth Fellowship Association, lined up in a neat line, were also flying. They were also in a stirring mood, following the flight of the flag ahead. Their memories, too, seemed to be pulled back to the depths of the great wasteland. The whole room was silent, global silence. All the spectators, looking at the 32 people who flew in, looking at the strange dresses, the tattered undershirts, looking at the tattered seemingly intentionally made old flag, speechless, but inexplicably shocking. Who are they? Are these the members of the Earth Fellowship? There are so few of them, but all of them are strong. There are 24 of them. Yeah, so few people. Once upon a time, we too deserted more than 20,000 comrades. None of it is coming back. Only a few of us came back. The rest of them, they can't come back. Some died in battle. Some, on the other hand, have been pawns and have not built a career. After the war was won, they didn't have enough merit to return, remaining in Taiwu forever. They became Taiwu people. They're homesick, too. They want to go home, but they can't come back. We're the only ones back. And that's when the door to the broadcasting hall, the Secretary General suddenly turned around and looked at Tianchi Zhang in shock. However, he saw that Heavenly Master Zhang was trembling and warring at this moment. In his old eyes, crystal tears slowly flowed out. The people from the Red Dust and Misty Palace also looked at Tianchi Zhang in surprise, wondering what was wrong with him. Fellowship, brothers, my fellow soldiers, Tianchi Zhang muttered, then suddenly transformed into a halo of light and flew up into the middle of the sky. At this moment, the whole audience was in focus, and everyone was bewildered, not knowing what Tianchi Zhang was doing flying over there. The people from Longhu Mountain were also confused. Zhang Tianchi flew in front of Su Tao and suddenly let out a hoarse cry. 10,000 Races Legion Earth Fellowship, Old Taoist Zhang, requesting to return to the team. Su Tao and the others looked at Tianchi Zhang with complicated eyes. Zhang Laodao was the earliest person to come back, but he had returned for 8 years, one after another. Some teammates came back to recognize each other, and Zhang Laodao also recognized each other, but he didn't contact everyone much, and he was in seclusion for the past few years. Even the day the president returned, he was in seclusion and only sent his disciples. This made everyone very upset with him in their hearts, but now that he figured it out, he closed down. He was going to impact the martial king realm. This Taoist priest was as bland as an ancient well, but this was on Earth. In Tai wasteland, no one could manage to stay out of the way. In the Tai wasteland, old Taoist Zhang was also a hot-blooded tough guy, after spending decades of his life in the Tai wilderness. At this moment, when he saw this flag, his DNA moved. Countless memories and thoughts were pulled back into the lofty days of the Taiwan. He's going to request to return to the team. Su Tao droned. Return to the line. Zhang Tianchi immediately joined the group and found his place, then neatly continued to fly after the flag. Below, everyone looked stunned. The same question appeared within. The Earth Fellowship, what kind of organization is it? All of them were patriarchs. All of them were supreme beings. Even now, the second supreme peak of China, he was actually a member of the Earth Fellowship? And, what on earth do they mean by this particular ritual? They are like veterans who went to war together, gathering in this time of peace to relive the years. No one understands. Incomprehensible. But on the scene, Red Dust and the Secretary General were somewhat moved. They were the ones who knew the Earth Fellowship and the Tai Wasteland battlefield the best, and they felt the emotions of these people, feel the sentiments of these people. The tattered flag was purposely made old by them, because it was so barren. The flag was already tattered. What the tattered flag represented was that it had undergone countless baptisms of blood and fire. Arrived. Su Tao waved the flag, and a total of 33 people slowly landed on the ground. Then unbidden, 32 people stood on either side of the red carpet, arching it. Su Tao stood at the start of the red carpet with his flag held high. 33 men. The 33 men of the Earth Fellowship now returned, like guards, arching this path to the radio listening. They were waiting for the return of their Grand Marshal. No sound. They waited, in vain for the looks, and the expressions, and the murmurs of everyone around them. They all ignored it. Even if someone is snickering quietly about the nerves, even if someone is being darkly sarcastic and saying what a great row, they ignore it. Because, this world, before today, there is no way that anyone will know that Huan Yu General. What is the concept of the only martial saint of that universe's 10,000 races? Because everyone in this world, before today, no one would know that back then. The Tai Wasteland. among the legions of the 10,000 clans. When the martial saint stepped forward, how fanatical the warriors of the 10,000 clans were, because everyone in this world, before today, no one would have known that the demons that made the 10,000 races tremble, upon hearing that the martial saint was going to personally come down. What was the concept of even the demons that weren't afraid of death scattering in terror? They were even less aware that the martial saint and the demon's emperor had been fighting for more than 20 days, and the aftershocks had actually shattered the satellites of the Taiwai wasteland. What kind of scene was that when countless meteorites and broken pieces of satellites crashed into the Tai wilderness? At this point, there is global silence. White House. The president of Rice watched the scene on the live broadcast, his eyes constantly throbbing, watching the silent scene on the television, watching the 33 guards holding tattered banners, waiting for their marshal. He was shaken. Everyone was shocked. In the conference room of the White House, all of the top brass, as well as the martial artists slowly stood up. Their eyes danced wildly, and they watched the scene live in silence. What exactly is the Earth Fellowship? Organization? Mujer. What a guy in the end na. Mr. President trembled. Huaxia. There is a second Jedi. The assistant picked up. This Jedi powerhouse is also a member of the Earth Fellowship Association. The president of the Earth Fellowship Association. This Mu Jie was able to drive a Jedi powerhouse to work for him, and even, this Jedi powerhouse is so fanatical about him. What kind of organization is this? This organization is scary. Of the 33 members, 1 Jedi, 24 Supreme Masters, and 8 Sovereigns. What a small number. What a terrifying power. Mr. President just looked at the TV set with scorn in his eyes. He now desperately wanted to know, what exactly was Mu Jie's cultivation level? Above the summit? Himself. Should he attack the Earth Fellowship or not? England. The Prime Minister and all his staff also rose in unison and watched the live broadcast on television in silence. Then, slowly turning his head, he locked his gaze on a middle-aged man sitting on a sofa at the end of the conference room. He, the ultimate powerhouse of England. At this time, the original lofty and proud of him, at this time also slowly stood up, eyes scornful incomparable looking at the television set from China's live signal. The Prime Minister took a deep breath and asked tentatively, "Sir, the second Jedi of Huaxia is from the Earth Fellowship." Jedi Top murmured, "I saw it, but the White House invited us to step in and target the Earth Fellowship together." A flash of fear flashed in Jedi Peak's eyes. Dealing with the Earth Fellowship? In an organization of just over 30 people, there was 1 Jedi and 24 supreme powerhouses. And what kind of powerful existence was their president? President Mu Jie, who could drive so many of his men into a frenzy? Are we going to deal with an organization like this? A person who was even a Jedi-level powerhouse was so fervently willing to become a guard, arching their president's arrival. Is an organization like that something I can deal with? The absolute powerhouse was silent for a long time, some fear in his eyes, but he said faintly, "This matter? I need to think about it." The Prime Minister hurriedly picked up the conversation and said, Right. This matter has to be considered in the long run. We didn't understand the information of the Earth Fellowship at all before this. I think that we should understand the strength and information of the Earth Fellowship in detail before deciding whether or not to make a move." Though goaded, but more fearful, Jedi thought to himself, but what if they were to attack the whole world? Such an organization, the only way to make people feel at ease is to destroy them in the cradle. But, such an organization is too mysterious, and no one knows how powerful they are. If we go forward rashly, we should not become cannon fodder, right? A president who could drive a Jiesher. He himself was a Jiesher. Wasn't he? Not Jedi, but at least equivalent to Jedi. After all, he had crushed red dust before. So then, the 3 Jedi of Huaxia, is this even a shot? He was silent, hesitant, and torn. The meeting place, everyone was silent. This powerful aura, this Earth Fellowship's behavior that seemed comical and incomprehensible in the eyes of everyone. Yet, it made people feel trembling, not daring to speak. I don't know why, but I can feel a horrible and severe killing aura from the body of the Earth Fellowship. It was like seeing Shura, seeing the evil spirits of hell. I wonder how much blood had been stained on their hands before they could condense their killing intent into this. Aang. At that moment, a dragon's roar suddenly came from above the 9 heavens. On the earth, below, everyone was in an uproar. What's that noise? Is that a cow mooing? No. It seems to be the legendary dragon's roar. No, it can't be. How in the world could there be a creature like a dragon? Really? What the hell is that noise? So scary this sound. My ears are going numb. At that moment, someone pointed to the sky and said, "Look, that sound." It actually shook the clouds out of the sky. The crowd looked, and sure enough, with the low, ethereal sound of Ong Dash, the sky dramatically swirled with clouds. It's amazingly powerful. National explosion. Reunion? Everyone was talking about it, while the Secretary General and the Red Dust understood. Inexplicably turned his head to look at Tianzhi Zhang. The eyes were complicated to the extreme. A reporter from CCTV, looked up at the sky, and suddenly, he was chilled to the bone. Among the gaps in the clouds, he saw a dark golden pupil looking down at the Earth's living beings, its eyes cold, ghostly, and without any color. Just looking at it made one's body chill all over. Xiao Wang winced in horror, wondering if he was hallucinating. Looking up again, the eyes were gone again. He was just about to say that he was just hallucinating, but at that moment, he saw scales with a shimmering black light weave through the gaps in the clouds again, a scream that resonated throughout the venue. Instead, the reporter pointed to the sky in horror. Dragons! Dragons! Buzz dash plus sounded, and the whole room was in an uproar. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison. Above the 9 heavens, the clouds roll in, and amidst the gaps in the clouds, a constant stream of black bodies pass through, landing slowly. Its huge body appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Some of it was partially obscured by clouds, but what was revealed was enough to give a glimpse of how huge it was. A giant thing hundreds of meters long. It, just like that, snaked and coiled above the 9 heavens, weaving through the clouds. The dark golden pupils constantly looked down and swept over the multitudes of people on the earth. Like the mercy of a heavenly god, like the covetousness of an evil spirit, it coiled and flew down slowly. Below, the crowd stirred. Countless people clamored. Crap! It's coming down! Run! Run! Python! It's a python! It's a demonic beast! A legendary demonic beast! No. This is not a python. This is not a demonic beast. This seems to be a dragon. Augur? Yes, the augur. It has 4 legs and a single horn on its head. It's an augur dragon. Crap! There really are augurs in the world. I know that there are demonic beasts in the world, but is there an augur dragon as well? Isn't that a legendary existence? Will it eat us? Run or not run in the end? Running my ass. The scene has a jiabang. Is it still afraid of it? Crap! There is a person standing on its head. The room was abuzz with this statement. People? Countless people watched intently. Bring the camera into closer focus. Sure enough, he saw that there was a figure standing on top of the augur's head. Someone's imperial dragon. This augur is at least at the Zhongshe realm. To think that someone would use it as a mount. Could it be that this is the president of the Earth Fellowship? Holy shit. Meanwhile, at the Capital Martial Arts University, all the martial arts students exploded. Augur, the president of the Earth Fellowship has descended? It, actually, can use a dragon as a mount? Legend has it that the Dragon Tiger Mountain has a mountain-suppressing demonic beast which is the Jiao Dragon. This scaly dragon shouldn't be. Right. There's a legend in the martial artist world that Dragon Tiger Mountain has a mountain-suppressing augur. Now that the absolute heavenly master Zhang of Longhu Mountain is also a member of the Earth Fellowship Association, then the person who came is most likely the president of the Earth Fellowship Association. At this moment, the students of the martial arts university suddenly realized that they couldn't hate Mu Jie. Can't hate. It doesn't deserve to be hated at all. After they saw that the Jedi Strongman was actually a member of the Earth Fellowship, after they saw that the Jedi Strongman returned to the team and actually worked for him as a guard, they couldn't hate him anymore. There is only deep fear. Just how powerful a character was this to make Jie Yang give him a guard? And now, after seeing this legendary man riding a dragon descend, inside them, there was an additional layer of worship amidst the fear. They had some understanding. No wonder the ethereal palace was willing to do this. No wonder even Red Dust didn't dare to walk on that red carpet. The president of this Earth Fellowship is a true god. They watched intently at the image within the projection and saw the video of the augur dragon slowly flying down with its huge body snaking around. Looking clearly at the head of the augur dragon, there stood an ordinary young man in a Zhongshan suit. The man was calm and unarmed, calm and collected, very ordinary. This kind of ordinary was placed in the crowd and was not noticeable. However, when this kind of ordinary was to appear riding a dragon, then no one dared to call him ordinary. Actually, Mu Jie didn't want to come with a lot of fanfare, but his sister must insist that he come on his own mount, the augur, for this is the first time that his brother has appeared before the world, to go and warn it. And the world is very realistic. You are bland and low-key, no one knows your strength. Then what you say, they won't believe. But if you're strong and you're high-profile and you say something, they follow it instead. My sister's heartache of those 5 years had long since seen through the heart of this earth. Muhair obeyed. And the people of the Earth Fellowship advised him that it was the first time that the Earth Fellowship had appeared before the world. The first time that they had brought the story of the Tai Wai to their hometown. Even if the president didn't manifest for himself, he still had to let the world know that there were still 20 000 of our brothers and compatriots who hadn't been able to return from Taiwan. It's helping them to manifest glory. So Muhair obeyed, and he rode the augur. He arrived last. He arrived at the finale. Use the biggest deck of cards to come and show your sainthood in front of people. With the biggest rack. Let the world wait for their arrival. Not for himself, but to completely manifest the Earth Fellowship. Completely make the world recognize this organization. Not for himself, rather, for the 20,000 compatriots left there in Taiwan. They can't come back. Yet they, too, want to make themselves, to bring their names home. Before the dragon came, Miao Xinyue also told it many precautions, in short, to manifest all the majesty of everything in its entirety. The augur learned, so it shocked the world first with a dragon's roar. Then again, weaving in and out of the clouds, revealing his mystery. And finally, a slow landing, but only from a distance. Can't fall on the ground, because Miao Xini said that her 4 short legs were too ugly, and if she completely landed on the ground and lay there, she would look like a 4-legged snake instead. Miao Xini gave 1,000 instructions to never land on the ground, and to always float 100 meters in the air. The dragon deeply understands the way of pretending. Miaoxin language well it is a little bit of the same. Thus, at this moment, the augur dragon was snaking and coiling 100 meters in the air. It was enjoying itself as it looked down with its icy pupils at the terrified crowd below. It spoke again, trespassing with another dragon's roar, a keening at close range. It made all the cameras on the set whine and lose some of their sound. And the originally terrified crowd at the scene was violently scared to death by this dragon roar. Aha! Ears, my ears! I can't hear you! I can't hear you! I'm bleeding from my ear! Aha! It's going to eat us? Run! Run! Below, there was a flurry of people. Everyone was horrified. All of the reporters were scared out of their wits. And if there hadn't been a Jedi on the scene, they would have run away. In addition to the reporters, even the special forces dressed as martial artists at the scene were subconsciously weak in the legs and stomach at this time under this dragon roar. Their faces turned pale. They're scared. They're horrified. 2. It's an augur. Apart from that zone sure realms cultivation. This length of hundreds of meters alone would give birth to a phobia of giants. What's more, at this time it was looking down at the crowd. Its body blocking out the light of the sky. Originally scared. It's suddenly another voice. Not scared urine are counted as less water to drink. But this sudden voice made Mu Jie frown and transmitted, "Be honest, or I'll skin you." The dragon sniffed, and there was some fear in his eyes. It's afraid of Muhair. It wasn't even afraid of a Jedi like Red Dust, but it was afraid of Mu Jie. It was a demonic beast, and its senses were incomparably sharp. It felt the monstrous killing intent that naturally emanated from Mu Jie's body. That was the monstrous aura that would only be possessed by having slaughtered an unknown number of living beings with one's own hands. Under this fury, not to mention that it is a scaly dragon, even if it is a real dragon, when Mu Jie glares at it, it will have to tremble in fear. Moreover, it had witnessed Mu Jie's 9th grade cultivation, beating a Jedi like Red Dust as if it was beating a child. This further made it fearful of Mu Jie. This voice, at the same time, caused both Red Dust and Heavenly Master Zhang to frown. A little too much. Tianshi Zhang looked at this familiar mountain-suppressing god beast. Although it was now given to Miao Xinyue, it had once followed him for many years. He was about to send a voice to reprimand it, but then he saw panic flashing in its eyes. The mind is relieved. Looks like one thing led to another. Previously, this augur dragon was mischievous and difficult to tame. Now under Miao Jie's subjugation, it was as well behaved as a cat. As for Red Dust, it was obvious that he had also noticed the change in this augur's eyes after Mu Jie's transmission. The heart cannot help but smile. It seems that it is not Miao Jie intentionally scare people. It is this augur dragon naughty. Let's see if you're still naughty, or Mu Jie will get angry and stew you. The people and horses down below did not take long to regain their composure. Everyone was trembling and tilting their heads up to look at the augur dragon. Although they knew that it would not attack everyone, they still could not help but be afraid. At that moment, the augur slowly lowered its head. Muhair took a step into the void, then paced away from its head. In the void, it was as if there were steps. Mu Jie took one step blindly. There was no imperial flight, but there was a power more terrifying than imperial flight. It wasn't difficult to navigate the air, but condensing true essence underneath one's feet and walking steps in the void was indeed extremely difficult. Mu Jie didn't want to do this either. This consumed a lot of true essence and he was used to saving it. But last night, the big guys planned for half a day and had to let him manifest himself in front of people like this. He had no choice. Just like that, step by step, he walked down from the augur's head. Step by step, he walked down from the void. From the beginning, all the cameras were trained on him, and from the beginning, viewers across the country gazed at him. gazing at the man of legend, president of the Earth Fellowship. 1 foot on the ground, Muhair landed on his feet. This instant, the 33 members of the Earth Fellowship shouted in unison. General Su Tao, who was in front of the red carpet, violently stepped aside. The Earth Fellowship personnel on both sides of the red carpet snapped to attention. Miao Jie stepped onto the red carpet calmly, with Su Tao holding the flag and following closely behind. All the way through, countless flashbulbs lit up. Mu Jie walked down the red carpet with his hands behind his back just like that, and he suddenly felt a lot of emotions in his heart. Can you see the glory of this moment? Suddenly his heart moved. Zhang Ke took a step on the red carpet and bellowed violently. Earth Fellowship, striker, Li shouted. The 33 people of the Earth Fellowship froze. Li shouted? Isn't he dead? In the Battle of Montenegro, as a vanguard, he led his army deeper. He was besieged and died in battle. But then, suddenly, everyone got it. The president said so. He promised to bring his brothers home someday. Even if they die in the Taiwans, they will bring their names home. The 33 moved, suddenly red-eyed, and the 33 roared in unison. 2. Mu Jie took another step forward. Earth Fellowship, Daredevil, Wang Shun, Jing Xinghai, Lu Xiaohong, Dolevsky. He was on his feet, calling out the names of 50 people in a row. 33 people hissed in unison as tears fell like rain. 2. Muhair took another step forward. Earth Fellowship, Mobile Team, Eustace, Franklin, Jerva, Yamada Murakami, Lu Kujing, dozens more names. 33 people shouted in unison. 2, 2, 2. The whole room, silent. Everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief. What are they talking about? Shouting too? Why are you shouting? These are the names of the people who. There was silence in the arena. Only the sound of Mu Jie's incessant shouting of people's names. Only the sound of them shouting it. The ethereal palace's grand elder sidled up and said quietly, Palace Master. This is. Red Dust's eyes moved a bit. This is, probably, the name of his dead comrades that he wants to bring home. He had said that they had gone with more than 20,000 people, and now only 30 or so had returned. So many people stayed there. This is the only way for those undead to go home. I remember him saying that the dream of all the people in Taiwan is to go home. The Grand Elder muttered, Go home. The Secretary General chewed on those two words as well. Can't agree because we are home every day. Home every day. It's every day. Greatly shocked because so many people in another world whose only dream turned out to be to go home. Earth Fellowship, 1st Battalion Main Force, Li Sharan, Sun Shang. He walked this 100-meter red carpet for half an hour. The people of the country who watched the live broadcast were quiet and listened to him read his name for half an hour. Some families suddenly froze, because Mu Jie read some of the names, as if, they are the names of his vegetable son, his husband who died in a car accident, his father who died of illness. Probably, a renaming. They don't know what the names mean. Even if they read them, they just thought they were renamed. But this renaming reminds them of the old days when their sons, husbands, and fathers were alive. In the final step, Muj walked to the end of the red carpet, jerking around, his eyes reddened as he looked at everyone. I had promised that I would bring their names home. We are the Earth Fellowship, established in the middle of the Tai Wasteland, and we have been fighting for 100 years in the middle of the Tai Wasteland. Today, we are back. Once, we went with more than 20,000 people. Now, only those of us in front of us are left. You will wonder where the Taiwans are. What is the Earth Fellowship, and what does more than 20,000 people mean? Today, I will tell you all the answers. At this moment, China was silent. Jay Mu was standing in the doorway of the studio. He didn't walk in. That's redundant, because right now all the reporters from all over the world are gathered at the door and are broadcasting live. Let's just take advantage of this live broadcast to say all that we want to say. And the first thing that wanted to be said was the names of all the fellow citizens of Taiwan. The second thing I want to say is about their story. At this moment, all the media reporters looked at each other with some bewilderment, not knowing what he was talking about, and no one was clear about what he was saying. What was Tai Wasteland? And what the hell was the Earth Fellowship all about? Standing in front of the media cameras around the globe, Muhair spoke slowly. 5 years ago, I was a teenager who had just gotten into a martial arts high school. I had a bright and far-reaching future because I was about to become a martial artist. And in this world, the martial artist is the absolute main theme. The martial artist is the true heaven. Becoming a martial artist represents that one is about to grasp the power and wealth of this world, as well as a position of honor, right? There was silence in the room. No one answered the question. All were filled with bewilderment. Hearing out that he was going to start 5 years ago, true to form, Muhair didn't wait for anyone else to answer, but just continued to mumble. My parents died early, and I have a younger sister. Her name is Miao Xinyue. After my parents died, they left us a house in our hometown, and a house for us in the city of Zhangcheng. Relying on the house alone is not enough. I have to work to support my sister, to support myself and my sister Miao Xinyue to finish school and become a martial artist. Life was a bit hard, but the day I got into martial arts high school, I thought it was all worth it. In life, isn't it bitter before it's sweet? At the same time, Hibiscus City, on the banks of the Jade Belt River, listening to the voice coming from the live broadcast on her cell phone, Miao Xinyue suddenly had red eyes. She thought of the years she had spent, remembering all the grievances she had suffered before her brother came back. The 20 maids also held their breath at this moment, quietly listening as this mysterious martial saint powerhouse, who was about to tell all his stories. He was about to tell how he had risen to power in this universe. And at this time, by the Jade Belt River, people from the 10,000 races were quietly listening to the legend of Mu Jie at this time. Some of those who couldn't understand Chinese were gathered together at this time. Those who understood it translated it to them in the universal language of the 10,000 races. A teenager was a bit emotional. The martial saint's story is the same as mine. I was just as ordinary as him in my hometown, dreaming of becoming a martial artist. It's really hard for me to imagine how the martial sage's once youthful days were linked to the only martial sage of the Huanyu human race later on. Shu, be quiet and listen. The stories of martial saints are rarely told. It's all just bits and pieces. Shu, at this moment, all of China, the whole world, everyone frowned as they watched the live broadcast, and until now, still hadn't figured out what exactly Mu Jia was going to say. Why start with his 5 years ago? However, those who knew about Tai Wasteland were all holding their breath at this moment, their hearts anticipating to the extreme. They all wanted to know the history of the martial saint's growth. In the television sets of thousands of homes, MUJ continues. Life was going to be so full of anticipation, but that very day, 5 years ago, I was crossing the street when a car knocked me off my feet. I could clearly feel that my whole body flew out, and I could have a clear mind and realize that I heard the sound of many bones in my body breaking, but I didn't know exactly which one. But I knew that I was finished. The last moment I lost consciousness, there was despair in me. What about my future? I just got into the martial arts university. I'm about to become a martial artist. I have a bright future, and I'm going to become crippled? And Budo University doesn't accept cripples. What about my sister? She's only in middle school. Later, I passed out. I, probably, landed head first. And how could I, not yet a martial artist, resist such a powerful force? I was brain dead, and I became a vegetable. Wow. The scene was in uproar and journalists from all over the globe, all the viewers in the country are exclaiming at this moment. A plant? Was Muher ever a vegetable? Impossible. It's not right. Mu Jia is now a 9th grade cultivator, right? He was still a mortal and a vegetable 5 years ago? Then how did you reach the 9th rank in 5 years? This is incredible. Why am I getting more and more confused by the minute? No, the nation is in an uproar. At this moment, everyone couldn't figure this out. This question was a little too unanswerable. A vegetable 5 years ago. How on earth did he become a 9th grade in 5 years? And how did he establish the Earth Fellowship? How time is not enough any way you count it. Earth, after I became a vegetable, the doctors concluded I would never wake up again because I was brain dead. My sister, Miao Xinyu, she won't give up on me. Once I carried the family on my shoulders at the age of 14 or 15. I'm brain dead, and my sister also held up this family at the age of 14 or 15. She didn't give up on school. As a junior high school student, she began to work odd jobs around, breaking into a society with martial artists where ordinary people would never get ahead. Her small shoulders hold up a heavy burden, and she didn't just have to finish her studies, didn't just have to make herself survive. She, also, had to hold on to treat me and bear my medical expenses. In 5 whole years' time, Miao Xinyue had already changed from a pretty little girl to a bone-thin black girl who was 1 meter 6.5 tall but weighed only 60 or 70 pounds. 5 years of weathering had made her eyes no longer clear, and made her skin no longer pink. But she still doesn't give up. I thank my sister. I also thank those who helped our family during this time. The doctors, nurses, and even the patients at Flora City Hospital. Because, during the 5 years that I was in a vegetative coma, our deeds were known by everyone in the entire hospital, and donations were mobilized. From the leadership of the hospital, to the doctors, to the nurses, even the families of those patients, all spontaneously donated to us, and these donations greatly reduced the burden of Miao Xinyue, allowing her to barely afford my treatment. I'm serious when I tell you that there are a lot of good people on this planet, but all of them are ordinary. I'm here to tell you that this time, I'm going to use everything I've got to save this planet, and I want more ordinary people to live. And a big reason for that is the story of what happened to me during these 5 years that I've been in a coma. Meanwhile, in Furong City, DR, Lu's home, Lu Dafu's entire family watched the live broadcast on the TV, and everyone couldn't help but be moved. His wife and son cast adoring glances at DR. Lu. The son said, "Dad, you used to always help them. And now, he's actually the president of the Earth Fellowship, and the best of the best are his soldiers. Dad, you're so awesome to have saved a great man like that." Doubtful in his mind, Dr. Lu was certain that Miao Jia was immortal. It had only been a month or two since he had awakened. But why, all of a sudden, had he transformed into the president of the Earth Fellowship Association, becoming a ninth-grade powerhouse? Became such a world-shaking big shot? He doesn't know. He quietly continued to listen, wanting to know all the stories behind this. But at the same time, there were some inexplicable touches in Dr. Lu's heart. Ordinary people. We are all ordinary people. Instead, Nuj said that because of the ordinary people of this world, he would give anything to save us. What exactly is he trying to save? What kind of salvation is required? And what danger are we in? Dr. Lu was not allowed to know, but looking back and seeing his son and wife's adoring eyes looking at him, at this moment, but he suddenly felt again, all of this is worth it. Kindness in the ordinary world is always so insignificant, and yet it is always so amazing. Too wasted. Muher's tone suddenly intensified, and everyone in the country came to attention, pricked up their ears to listen. On Earth, I am a vegetable, I am brain dead, yet I would like to say that each of us possesses a genesis within our bodies, which you can understand as a soul. When the soul disappears and departs, it means that the person's physical body is dead. So, when I became a vegetable, my genesis left my body. I flew into the universe. I saw the gorgeous starry sky. I traveled through space and time, through everything in this world. I traveled. Yes. It's just like what you see in TV dramas, like what you see in travelers' novels. I traveled like that, to another planet, and that planet is called Tai Wasteland. The whole place exploded. All the reporters present looked at Mu Jia with wide eyes. Crossing? Crap. In such a public place, such a serious scene, in the middle of a live broadcast facing the whole country, even the whole world. He said that he was a traveler. Crossing over? Something so metaphysical that it actually happened? The journalists mingled, each one's heart extremely shaken. He said he crossed over? So Tai Wasteland is referring to another world. The world he traveled to is called Tai Wasteland, and they said that they came from the Taiwai? Crap. Did I hear wrong or did he say wrong? Is this a hallucination? I'm hearing such unbelievable things at this very moment. My God, it's going to explode. Nuj's story is going to explode. I get it. I suddenly get it. The 5-year-old vegetable on Earth actually had his soul living in that world called Tai Wasteland for many years? That's why he quickly reached the 9th grade? The moment exploded across the country. Meanwhile, in Rice, in the White House, in the conference room, a group of big shots who had experienced countless waves. At this moment, all stood up. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the live broadcast in the middle of the projector. Mr. President quavered. Did you mistranslate? The interpreter said hastily. No, he did mean that. Crossing over, he said his soul went to another world. Let's just say that world is called Tai Wasteland. How in the world could such a mysterious thing happen to appear? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must have translated it wrong. No, that's really what it says. The conference room was silent. They were here to listen to a story, but they never expected this story to be so bizarre that it surpassed all of their imaginations. It's so bizarre. Bizarrely, one feels that one is hallucinating and hallucinating. Meanwhile, the top brass of countries around the globe watched what was on the live stream, all silent. Crossing. So, it turns out that Terra refers to another planet. Mu Jia continued calmly. Tai Wasteland is a world very similar to Earth. Their technology is relatively more developed than Earth's, and their martial arts are slightly more prosperous. But overall, it's not much different from Earth. The only difference is just the language barrier. My body in that world was that of a 15-year-old boy. No parents, just a beggar wandering the streets. And the first year I arrived in Tai Wasteland, I worked hard to learn their Tai Wasteland language, and I didn't dare to reveal my identity as a traveler. I became a strange teenager. In the second year, by chance, I came into contact with martial arts, and I officially began to cultivate. On Earth, I haven't been formally exposed to cultivation techniques, but in Taiwan, I was. The control of martial arts in that world was not as strict as ours, and after I started cultivating, I inexplicably realized that the speed of my cultivation was so fast, so quick, fast, beyond my imagination. In 1 month, from being a mortal, I broke through to the 1st grade. There was no one to teach, it was all self-taught. This speed is something I hadn't even heard of on Earth. In the second month, I became a second-grade martial artist. My cultivation talent caught the attention of some powerful people in Taiwan. They rushed to try to rope me in, and I became famous in that city in Taiwan. They called me a genius. The dream I didn't fulfill on Earth has succeeded in Taiwan. I was overjoyed. But soon, I discovered a super genius figure like me in that city. He was also a teenager of my age, and as quiet as I was. By the way, my reticence was due to the fact that my too deserted language was spoken in a raw manner, and less said than done. And he is too, as gifted as I am, as talented as I am, as quiet as I am, like me, always acting a little strange. One day, the two of us were sitting together exchanging martial arts, and an animal scurried out, and both of us were startled, and I heard him actually subconsciously utter a Chinese phrase in Chinese, crouching, buzz buzz. The whole room was in an uproar. What the hell? Crap. At this moment, the nation went undercover. A national curse? This is ridiculous. On a foreign planet, you hear the national anthem? Everyone in the room, full of shock. They didn't know whether to laugh or be speechless. Red Dust was filled with an odd look, holding back a chuckle, not knowing what to make of the whole thing. The Secretary General and some other bigwigs, on the other hand, were forcibly holding back their laughter and listening attentively with a stern face. That crippling line reached my ears and I was shocked. I had goosebumps all over my body at that time. You guys have no idea how I felt at that time. Then, I tried to say the words Palace Jade Wine in Chinese. But, at this moment, the Secretary General could no longer hold back, and the whole person burst out laughing. But immediately, he made a face again. But the whole room, everyone burst out laughing. This twist, it's too big, right? Take the White House at the same time. The President of Rice frowned. What do you mean? I don't know. What does Palace Jade Wine mean? Ha, hiss, that, don't get it. Listening to Mu Jie, this seems to be some kind of Chinese code word, but it's surprising that we don't know this kind of code word. Find out what Palace Jade Wine really means. The globe was complicated to the core at this moment. Jay knew. When I said Palace Jade Wine, he froze for a long time, and then, he excitedly shouted out that. The entire audience of reporters couldn't help themselves and subconsciously shouted in unison. 181 cups. The voices were neat and tidy. At this moment, the White House crowd watching the live broadcast was even more shocked. What the hell does that mean? They all know? What kind of code word is this for the Chinese? Why can't we find out? Great information. This is great information. We've been following Huaxia for so many years, and there's even information we don't know? This seems to be a code word and a secret that every Chinese knows, but we don't even know? Check it out. Can't find out. Scene. After the entire room of reporters shouted out 181 cups in unison, Mu Jie smiled. Yes, he shouted. 118 a glass. I said, how's the wine? He said, listen to me blow you. And there we were. 2 words, right on the money. I'm 1,000,000% sure. This super genius like me. He's from Earth too. He was crying and I was crying. We hugged each other and told each other our feelings. He was from the Northeast and his name was Liu Yang. I introduced myself to him as well. At this moment, we knew that we were not the only ones who had traveled to Tai Wasteland. We, it seems, are not alone. In the months that followed, we made a conscious effort to find some talented youngsters from all over the world, and we used the same code words to say. It took 3 months, and we surprisingly found 3 more compatriots who were also from Earth China. The 5 of us got together and discussed, why don't we set up an organization? It'll be called Chinese Fellowship. At this moment, the Chinese Fellowship was established in Taiwan. We 5 teenagers dreamed of the day when we conquered the Taiwans, when all 5 of us became superpowers and ruled the entire Taiwans. Then spread the Chinese characters, spread our language, spread our culture. Maybe we won't be able to return to Earth in this life, but in this other world, we'll leave our traces as well. But this is ultimately a dream. Just a few days later, a godly secret appeared in the higher echelons of the Tai Wasteland. They said that a year ago in the Tai Wilderness, a crack appeared in the sky somewhere, and there was an eye in the crack overlooking the Earth. This news was blocked by the executives of Tai Wilderness a year ago, and no one knew about it. The executives of Tai Wilderness have been secretly investigating this rift for a long time, but there are no clues. But on that very day, news was once again spread amongst the higher echelons of the Tai Wilderness. To the east, there was war. They said that many strange people came down from the sky. These strange people looked just like us, but their bodies were covered with scales and were invulnerable to swords and spears, and they only had one eye. This one eye is as big as half a fist. Everywhere in Tai Wasteland has mobilized and sent troops to resist. That said, the death toll was high. Say, those freaks kill people on sight, and eat people. eat everything. Said they spread out and ate not just people, but ate the clothes and pants they were wearing, and even ate all the shit out of the latrine. Said they were the Shura, the hungry ghosts that came. The news was circulating among the top brass, and we, well, heard about it. In fact, many people in the area heard it, but dismissed it as a ridiculous joke. But after a week, we realized something was wrong. Every day in our city, many soldiers came, many martial artists came, hurrying past our city for supplies. Our city, a lot of rich people started dragging their families and moving, fleeing, to the west. West, that's the opposite direction of east. We sensed something was wrong, and we realized that our city was beginning to run short of supplies. The order of our city also began to collapse and disintegrate. We felt bad, and all of us in the Huasha Fellowship thought that the legend that war had begun in the east might be true. So, we also began to flee to the north. Who cares? Let's run away first. After a few more days, Thai wasteland started to go haywire. Some people said that the situation in the east was not good, and that many martial artists had died. But we, and a lot of Taiwara people are staying optimistic, thinking that, even if there's a war, it won't spread to the whole world. There's always a taller person to hold the sky when it collapses, so the sky can't collapse. That's what we thought. But then it turned out that the tall ones were, in fact, us. The people who were watching the video gradually quieted down, and their expressions became a bit gloomy. Gradually, they listened to the story, thinking about what Mohair said about the end of days, the Taiwans of the past, the Earth of today. Is that what it means? Everyone was unsure and got a little nervous, listening to him continue on. Then we realized that more and more people were fleeing to the north, and the higher-ups of Taiwara stopped hiding it and went public with the truth, saying that a crack appeared in the sky a year ago, a demon's eye watching to see if the world was rich, and now, their monarchs have opened this passage through time and space, leading their race to this world to fight, saying that our situation is not optimistic. I hope that all the military and civilian people in the entire Taiwara will immediately start practicing martial arts for all, and immediately start announcing their ways of cultivation. Say, in the future, everyone will be the first person responsible for their own life. The higher-ups, who may not be able to protect everyone anymore, hope that everyone will start protecting themselves from today. They released a lot of live video of the war. We saw them for the first time. They were demons. A steady stream of them flew out from the middle of that rift, like locusts, flying all over the sky. Our Terra army surrounded them, bombarding them constantly with hot weapons, and they didn't attack our army at all. They were like starving ghosts, landing in Taiwara. The first thing they did wasn't conquering, but eating. Eat everything they can. It's sickening and disgusting. Where they pass over, the ground is gone, even the turf turned to yellow sand. They covered over a city and that city was gone. They even ate the steel and concrete. Our martial artists went to resist them, and they came more of their kind, not fighting our martial artists at all, but pouncing on them without any regard for death, just biting our martial artists alive, biting a piece of meat off the living, chewing it while swallowing it quickly, as if they were afraid of being robbed. We saw from the video that one of our powerful Martial King martial artists, Martial King is also what you call Jedi. After that, Martial King killed a lot of demons. He fought continuously for 4 or 5 hours and was exhausted, but more and more demons, pounced on. Those demons pounced on, even lying on the ground to eat the body of their own kind. After eating the corpses of their own kind, they pounced on him again. He slashed out, and a demon was slashed open in the chest, but bit into his arm and tore off a piece of flesh. He was so shocked and angry that he chopped that demon to death, and before that demon died, he used all his strength to actually eye down that piece of meat into his stomach. The king of Wu was scared silly. He had the intention to retreat, but tens of thousands of demons surrounded him. In the video, we can only see that Martial King was torn alive and eaten alive. Before he was eaten heart and head, he was still shouting for help. It was the first time anyone in Terra had seen those demons, and we were horrified. We were disgusted. What a bunch of guys. They weren't afraid of dying. They were only afraid of starving themselves. In the video, we also saw the higher-ups of Tai Wasteland launching an antimatter annihilation bomb. That one antimatter annihilation bomb leveled several thousand kilometers in a radius, and a lot of demons died. But the next moment, it was filled by the demons that came down from the cracks in the sky. They came forward and came back, and there was a steady stream of them. At that point, we knew that it was over. On that day, the end, officially, comes. At the scene, red dust sucked in a breath of cold air. Not afraid to die, just wanting to swallow one more bite of meat before you die? We're about to face such an enemy? It's also disgusting and horrible. What's the point of fighting them with this kind of starving people who have gone before and after them? And the Secretary General was also a bit pale at this time. Antimatter annihilation bomb. What kind of existence is this? Antimatter Earth was also researching, but Earth simply couldn't make it. The fact that Taiwu can make it shows that the scientific and technological strength of Taiwu is at least 100 years ahead of the Earth. But it's too barren to lose. What about our planet? Can the Earth survive this? All the people of the Earth will face that kind of existence? Mu Jia continued. Half a year later, those demons are getting more and more numerous, more and more terrifying. In half a year, every moment, every second, there was still a steady stream of demons descending into this world from within the cracks. In half a year's time, half of the Thai wastelanders died. Wave after wave of resistance was organized, only to find that the killings were not as fast as they came. A tenth of the soil of the Taiwans turned into a desert. Because of those places, everything was eaten, including the vegetation. How desperate we are. And during these 6 months, we learned there are 10,000 races in the universe, and all the different civilizations of these 10,000 races have unexpectedly descended ahead of time for travelers like us to reach that world. These travelers like us are characterized by exceptionally fast cultivation speeds and extremely strong talents. In half a year, we went from hiding our identity as travelers to completely publicizing our identity as travelers. Every place we went, we wrote Chinese character logos all over the place, and English logos. During these 6 months, the people of our Huaxia Fellow Travelers Association have reached thousands of people. We've also seen other civilizations that have descended into the Taiwans organizing their manpower, the same as us. In these 6 months, we've encountered a lot of troops that are made up of teenagers, just like us. There were hundreds of them, I think, all from different planets and civilizations. And gradually, the Taiwans learned that besides the demons that descended on their world, they also descended on us, people from various civilizations in the universe. They began to pin their hopes on us. And finally, we know exactly what the point of our crossing into the Taiwans was, to save their civilization. But apparently, although we know it, none of us has the realization. What does it matter to me if others are civilized? We're just trying to survive in this desperate world. 5 years later, the Great Desert became a world of utter despair. Half of the planet's soil became a desert, and the people of Tai Wasteland, having completely lost all their fighting power, cried out and despaired, hoping that we, the troops from the 10,000 races, would save them. During these 5 years, our Huaxia Fellowship Association changed its name to Earth Fellowship Association. Our number reached 20,000 people. We also learned that the 10,000 races of the universe, each race, would descend 20 to 30,000 people to arrive at the Tai Wasteland. Our Earth Fellowship started to hide in the east, trying our best to avoid fighting with demons, and trying our best to preserve our strength to live. At the same time, we also wanted to play the time gap, because of the reason that we cultivate very fast. So our Earth Fellowship basically, in 5 years, all reached the realm of Zhongsher, and I became the highest cultivation of the Earth Fellowship, the 9th grade. We want to continue to stall for time, hoping that we can be given another 5-10 years. But apparently, the armies of other civilizations think so too, and are also hiding in the east, not daring to fight the demons head-on. The civilizations of the 10,000 races are all fighting guerrilla warfare. As for protecting the Taiwu civilization, what does the survival or demise of a foreign race have to do with me? Taiwara's initial population of tens of billions has also been eaten in these 5 years with less than a billion left. Because for us outsiders, we want to live. And for the Tai Wastelanders, they want to defend their homeland. So they keep organizing resistance armies, keep sending people to their deaths, and keep depleting the number of demons. We have had pity in our hearts, and we have been moved. But I know not to be impulsive. No. I have only one mission, and that is to keep the people of the Earth Fellowship alive. It was a moment of global silence. This is a story of selfishness, a story of desperation. If you're from Terra, you're going to despair. Your homeland, it is being eroded. Your race is about to become extinct. Your civilization is going up in smoke. And selfish, because the armies of the 10,000 races, all of them, were hiding in the east, leaving the Tyrians themselves to go on the front. They themselves, on the other hand, were withdrawing, fighting guerrilla attacks, trying to avoid conflict and not lose any of their own people. But this selfishness is normal, because at that time, everyone just wanted to live. At that time, even the various races of the 10,000 races had defenses against each other. After all, if they were not of my kind, their hearts would be different. What do I care if others go extinct? Everyone in Huaxia was silent. This, the end? So such an apocalypse will also reach Earth? Yesterday the people of the Tai Wasteland. Today I am the people of Earth? Will there also be 10,000 tribes coming to our world? Will there also be those poor, hungry ghosts that come to our world? They were afraid. Muhair continued. 50 years later, the civilization that is Thai wasteland, there were only 10 million people left. I reached the martial emperor realm. Above the 9th rank is a martial king. Above a martial king is a martial emperor. And above a martial emperor is a martial emperor. I had almost touched the pinnacle. I saw a civilization go extinct before my eyes. I saw a race dissipate before my eyes. And soon, it will be our turn. I told everyone in my Earth Fellowship. I said, we can't stay silent any longer. How many living Tyrians once prayed for us to step in and save them? I said that we were weak and had to develop. So let them beg other powerful civilizations. But today, only 0.2% of the soil that is still green remains. And if we don't step out, one day we will all die here too. So I gathered the leaders of 7,000 civilizations and conveyed my message. I told them, the meaning of our coming to this world is well known to all. But we have run away from it time and time again. And today, there can be no more running away. Join the war and fight back. Thai wasteland sacrificed tens of billions of people to protect us as we grew up. And today, as we grow up, let's stand up, at least, so that this pitiful civilization can have more or less a few people left, so that the civilization can continue to put on. Of the 7,000 civilizations, 6,000 answered the call. The other civilizations watched and watched. And so, we are officially established, the Legion of 10,000 clans. All civilizations have elected me, as the head of the Legion of all nations, as the head of the regiment. I tried to think hard about the pitifully small amount of Sun Tzu's Art of War, the history of modern warfare, that I could remember from my time on Earth. I wanted to try to do a good job as the head of this regiment. I thought and plotted for a long time, and finally I decided that I wanted to fight in one battle. Thus, I launched the first war in the history of the Thai wilderness in which the legions of all races fought head-on against the demons, the Battle of Black Mountain. At this moment, the 33 people from the Earth Fellowship Association stood up straight violently. Straightened up. Battle of Montenegro. DNA moved. It was a battle that made a name for itself. The Earth Fellowship, a battle to the death. This battle completely demoralized the 10,000 races legion. This battle completely dispersed the fear of demons within everyone's hearts. And it was also this battle that shaped thousands of heroic figures of the 10,000 races. This battle allowed the Earth Fellowship Association, at once, to emerge dozens of leader-level figures, dozens of spiritual leaders of the 10,000 races legion, completely establishing the Earth Fellowship Association as the head of the 10,000 races legion. The most powerful Su Tao held up his flag and stood behind Mujie, his whole body trembling with excitement. He looked at the flag held up in his hand, tears falling down his face, and muttered, I was behind you at the Battle of the Black Hills. The Battle of the Black Hills when I raised our military flag. At the Battle of Black Mountain, the general said that even if he died, he could not let this flag fall. I used all my strength to hold this flag, and I held it up for a year. I don't dare to put it down. Jack Ma was in tears at this point, murmuring in fascination. Before the Battle of the Black Hills, I pissed my pants in the crowd. I was a cowardly little soldier at the very back of the unit. I thought I was dead. You told me not to embarrass my fellow Earthlings. After the Battle of Black Mountain, they called me General Black Mountain. The Red Dust and the Secretary General, hearing them talking to themselves, suddenly warmed up in their hearts. In other words, almost everyone in the Earth Fellowship became famous in this battle. Fallen. This battle was profoundly meaningful to those of them. Mu Jia continued. An army of more than 120 million troops marched out. The 6,000 or so races that responded to the call came as promised, gathering with a place called Black Mountain. There is the base camp of the demons. There, too, is where they are constantly descending on the demons. In this battle, as I said, either our entire army will be destroyed, or the demons will be greatly injured by the fight. The war started, and we died and were wounded horribly, and the demons died and were wounded even worse. There was a civilization that taught us a formation before, and we expedited our training for a few months, and it was this battle formation that helped a lot. It made our 10,000 races legion die fewer deaths and injuries, and made the demon deaths and injuries even more tragic. This battle has made the demons take us seriously and made them afraid. It showed the demons that humans are more than just rations. It will also make them fearful. This battle was fought for half a year, every day and every night, every minute and every second, without stopping, without rest. And there were many civilizations that sacrificed all of their legions, more than 120 million troops. After 6 months of fighting, there were only 50 million people left, but the estimated number of demons we beheaded reached billions. Their corpses piled up as high as the Black Mountain, but we still despair because, it seems, the demons can never be killed. We, on the other hand, were limited in number. But then, in the 7th month, from our great rear, someone shouted in the universal language of all races, Comrade, We join. All of us turned back, and vast armies like smoke flew in. There were over 30 million of them, our comrades. They were the legions of more than 1,000 civilizations that had watched before. They carried the banners of their respective civilizations, and they joined the battle. With the addition of 30 million reinforcements, our numbers have reached 80 million. Following the command of my Earth Fellowship, we killed even more demons, and during this time, I broke through the martial emperor realm, and I became the first person of the 10,000 races. 9 months later, the cry rang out behind us again, comrade, here we come. Here we turned back, and the warriors that overshadowed the sky came flying. 1 billion men, 1 billion men. That, then, is all the civilizations that have crossed over to the Taiwans. At that moment, the true legions of the 10,000 clans were formed on the battlefield, gathered together. We no longer have anyone to avoid war, no longer have anyone to hide, no longer have anyone to selfishly want others to exterminate their seed. What has it got to do with me? At that moment, we, the 10,000 races, were one. We were one family. From that day on, we called each other comrades. At that moment, we, the 10,000 races of the universe, were like brothers. Then, the resistance forces of the Tai Desolate joined in, and more than 5 million Tai Desolate legions with combat power joined us. We continued to kill each other, killed each other for months. In all, we fought for a year, without stopping, without resting. All the men had no supplies, and all the men fought constantly, day and night. When you were tired, you stepped back a body position, stood there with your eyes closed and slept for 2 hours, and those who weren't tired topped up. There were many who died in battle in the Black Hills, and there were many, too, who died of exhaustion in the Black Hills. In the 12th month, we saw the dawn. The vicious demons, fear finally appeared in their eyes. They began to retreat, and this, for the first time in decades, they appeared to retreat. They were avoiding their fronts, avoiding our fronts, and for the first time, we had beaten them into fear, beat them away. On that day, 1 or 2 billion of us from all over the universe embraced each other. No one knew which race of comrades they were embracing. No one knew who was embracing someone they knew or didn't know. The corpses of the demons are piled much higher than the Black Mountain. Our corpses were also many, and the blood gathered into an ocean. But on that day, the tears we shed washed away the blood under the Black Mountain. This was our first victory. At this moment, many people listening to the live broadcast clenched their fists. A landmark battle in the Tai world. It was a landmark battle for the Terrans. It was also a landmark battle for all civilizations in the entire universe. And this battle was started by the Earth Fellowship. This battle was led by Mu, he, who leads the nations. At this moment, everyone, suddenly, understood what position Mu Jie really was. The story of the Battle of Black Mountain completely made everyone understand what kind of status Muji had in the hearts of the people of the Earth Fellowship. It was a godlike status. It also made Red Dust suddenly understand why those teenagers from the 10,000 races were so fanatical about Mu Jie, coming from thousands of miles away to pay homage to Mu Jie. Because this was the only man in the history of the universe who led the 10,000 races and beat back the demons for the first time. And his story is known on Earth today. But long ago, it had already spread throughout the entire world. The people of Earth's homeland realize today what a great man was born on their soil. All the nations of the universe, on the other hand, have long been strangers to him. Mu Jie continued. The Battle of Black Mountain completely demoralized everyone. Everyone is no longer afraid of the demons. We began to constantly modify our tactics, constantly taking the initiative to wage war against the demons. We went from avoiding battle and hiding, to passively meeting attacks, to actively going to war, and then to hunting down demons. We've been through too much. The year I turned 70, during another battle, I ran into the demon's emperor, and it was unable to do anything to destroy us because several thousand of us martial emperors formed a martial emperor's battle formation, rendering even the one who was a martial saint helpless. We all thought at that time, if only we, humans, had a martial saint. Martial saints, that's the supreme aptitude of the martial Dawa, and it was at the age of 70 that I had an epiphany during a battle. I, in turn, became a martial saint. The day I became a martial saint, a thunder tribulation was born in response, and then a 7-colored haze appeared throughout the entire universe. The demons were terrified, and the demons in the battlefields all over the world retreated in terror and unity, while everyone in the 10,000 clans legion was thrilled beyond measure. The first martial saint of the 10,000 clans they were expecting was born, and it was me. And the next day, the 7-colored haze appeared again in the universe. There was another thunderbolt descending. This Wan Yu, the second martial saint amongst the human races, was born. He, the Tai Desolate, we, the 10,000 races of the Huan Yu, appeared with 2 martial saints. During that month, The demons all cowered under the eastern rift, not daring to attack again. They weren't afraid once because they had martial saints and we didn't. But now, we have. And there are two. Starting on the day I became a martial saint, we, the 10,000 Clans Legion, officially blew the horn of the great counterattack. Our morale was like a rainbow, and we began to continuously help the Thai wastelanders recover their lost lands. We began to massacre the demons on a large scale. Another 20 years or so. In the first 100 years since I came to Taiwara, the legions of the 10,000 clans, totaling in number 210 million. Total number of the Great Wasteland Living Force Legion 980. Total 210,980. Encircle the Eastern Great Rift and officially begin the siege of the last batch of demons. 1,840 people, the only remaining number of the populace of the entire race of the Taiwans, were 100 miles away, to witness, record, and watch in person. Everyone in the country took a deep breath. What? In the first 100 years, that race was once more prosperous than Earth. Only 980 legionaries remain, and the whole race numbered only 1,840. 2,000 people? A race, a civilization, with only 2,000 people left? Ignoring the uproar of the crowd, Muhair continued. It was a historic day. 200 million people, surrounding the Eastern Rift. The demons trembled. They fell to their knees and begged for mercy, crying for us to let them go. They had just arrived in this world and had done nothing. But how can we let them go? I have personally blown the horn, the legions of the 10,000 clans, and crushed them. 3 days later, there were no more demons in Taiwara. The demon emperor was scared out of his wits and fled with injuries. The rift in the sky finally disappeared, and I teamed up with the martial saint of the Taiwara to utilize a crude spatial art to erase all the sense of the rift in the Taiwara, making it impossible for the demon's emperor to find and locate that world in the Taiwara anymore. We are victorious, we cried. On the day of victory, my Yuan Shen returned. Perhaps, in that world, my body also became a vegetable person. But, before I left, the remaining 13,000 or so comrades of my Earth Fellowship, they, however, stayed there forever. 90% of the 10,000 races legion also stayed there forever, because their bodies on Earth were destroyed, or for other reasons, causing their Yuan Shen unable to return. Muhair looked straight into the camera and said leisurely, "Those names I just read are people who will never go home again. Do you, remember the names?" In this moment, the nation was silent. Those names, the names he read as he walked down the aisle. China, in the middle of a rural area, honest old couple, violently tears like rain. Both men turned their heads in unison to a black and white effigy hanging in the living room. In that picture, the teenager was smiling broadly. 6 years ago, the teenager called Jing Xinghai got very sick. A virus attacked his brain and he became brain dead and a vegetable. The old couple was poor, and after a year of treatment, the family was left with no money, gave up treatment and chose cremation. An hour earlier, on the red carpet, before Muj told the story of the two wasted, had read it aloud. Earth Fellowship, Daredevil, to Xinghai. The old couple was shaken. That was their son's name, but at that time, they thought, it seems, just a renaming, right? Coincidence, right? But now, after listening to Miao Jie tell the story and his own experience, the old couple repented. Suddenly tears fell like rain. My son, what Mu Jie just pronounced was my son's name. 33 of them from the Earth Fellowship, and they helped answer it. They even answered it. My son, Jing Xinghai is my son. Did he stay in that world? Is it because the remains of Earth are no more, so he can never come back? Woohoo! My son has also participated in this battle of the 10,000 clans and, moreover, has made a name for himself in the Huanyu, a member of the Daredevil team. His name, too, has spread throughout the entire universe, right? Did he also participate in that Black Mountain battle? But he can't come back. Blame me. Blame me. It's all my fault. I should have borrowed money. I should have borrowed more and more. Should have gone and sold blood and organs, and also preserved his remains so that he could come back. Same as Mu Jie. Today, also standing in that place, wearing that Earth Fellowship vest. At this moment, the old couple broke down. Meanwhile, Russia, in the middle of the high-level conference room, all the top brass watched the live broadcast. After listening to the story told by Mu Jie, under the translator's translation, everyone was silent. This story, it's too thick, it's too grand, beyond everyone's imagination. It took a long time to come back to their senses, and at that very moment, the Russian Secretary General suddenly shuddered and burst into tears. Everyone slowly turned their heads to look at him. The Secretary General pointed to the live cast screen and choked with sobs. I remember. meowed, shouting out a name on the red carpet. Derevsky, his comrade in arms, helped answer it. Isn't it? Isn't it called Derevsky? At this moment, all the top brass in Russia looked at the Secretary General with wide-eyed incredulity as if they had thought of something. As I recall, your son was in a car accident 3 years ago and became a vegetable, right? The world's greatest brain surgeon at the time said he would never wake up. Maybe it was painful to be alive instead. And in the end, cremated? No way. He is your son? Did your son also cross over to the Great Desolation with his Yuanshan? Just like Mu Jie? Russia's Secretary General broke down, sitting helplessly on his butt, bawling his eyes out. My son can't come back. He's in Taiwan. He can't come back. It's my fault. I shouldn't have cremated his remains. Oh, I don't know. I really don't know. My son, he didn't die. He joined the war in another world, and made great achievements. Blame it on me. All the top brass looked at him with complicated eyes. A few moments later, the Russian supreme powerhouse stepped forward and personally assisted him, speaking in a deep voice. But Mu Jie, but brought back your son's name. Now, by all the people on earth know, your son had made a name for himself in the universe, had been a great hero in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. It was the absolute great man. Don't cry. You should be proud of your son. He represented Russia in the most honorable battle of the universe. The Secretary General cried harder. The story is told. A lot of families, in this moment, reacted. There are a lot of the family has a plant at home. At the moment also inexplicably hope that their families just go too deserted. But that's not all. The world was silent for about a minute after Muher finished his story, and his tone changed, suddenly turning. The Taiwans of the past are the Earth of today. 2 months ago, a rift appeared over the North Pole, and an eye looked out at the world. Wow! All the reporters and media, all the officials, all the martial artists. Suddenly, their eyes widened. Even if they had been prepared when they listened to Muher's storytelling, in their hearts they knew roughly what was going on with this informative letter to all mankind. But now, after hearing Mu Jie say it himself, many people crumbled. Doomsday. Doomsday is not some natural disaster. Instead, it's an invasion by another race. It's the slaughter of another race coming to this rich land. Rather, I'm not afraid of war. But in the midst of this story, the demons of the Taiwans are so sickening, so numbing to the scalp, so all over the place. Are we going to face such locust-like opponents? A desert wherever it passes. No living thing survives. Even the turf on the ground is eaten. Those hellish ghosts, starving and mad, are coming to Earth? It was a thing that made people feel horrible and numb. Because at the end of the story, Mu Jie said that race of Tai wasteland until the war was won. Surprisingly, there were only about 2,000 people left. And once upon a time, the population of Terra was over 10 billion. Tai wasteland was a world whose martial arts were similar to Earth's, but whose technology was much more advanced. Such a world, under the support and salvation of the 10,000 races legion, even after winning the war there were only 2,000 people left? What kind of concept is that? So how many Earthlings, after a battle, would be left? Earth might as well be too deserted. And as Mu Jie said, what is it to me if others perish? Earth will also have the support of the 10,000 tribes army, right? But in the hearts of the others of the 10,000 races, Earth is your Earth's Earth, not my 10,000 races' Earth. More than anything, they just want to survive on their own and go home. It's unlikely that people will defend their homes like Earthlings do. They must also be living in the early stages and delaying the time. Even if the war is won in the end, can we see it? Can we Earthlings see it? Will there end up being only a few thousand people left on the planet as well? Will there be not even a single person left on Earth after the final war is won? There are still more than 2,000 people in Taiwan witnessing the final victory. While on Earth, will there even be no one left to witness it? Mu Jie continued. Just a year or two ago, the Yuanshan sect of the 10,000 races also started descending to Earth. Today, there are probably millions that have descended on the globe. On the banks of the Jade Belt River, have already taken in tens of thousands of comrades from the 10,000 races. They, like us back then, need to grow and take time. We Earthlings should not count on others to protect us, just like Tai Wasteland, counting on half a day. And in the end, even if we win, there are only a few thousand people left. So what's the point? The break of a civilization, the destruction of a race, the victory, too, becomes not so important, right? The partners from the 10,000 races, they've only begun to cultivate. How long will it take to grow into the main force? Do you think it will be 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years? But now, what is left for us is only 1 year. I don't want to comfort the world, because what everyone needs more than anything else is to face this cruelty. So I want to tell you that today, with the 8 billion people of the Earth, if things go well, Maybe after the war is won, there will still be 2 or 3 billion left. If there is no accident, maybe after the victory there will be only 1 or 200 million left will be very good. If something goes slightly wrong, maybe we don't even have descendants who can witness the victory of the war. Maybe we will extinguish the species. What I'm trying to say is that all of you listening to me right now, including myself, it is possible that you will all die. It is possible that you will die early. It is possible that you will die late. But you will definitely die in the mouths of the demons. And if you have a good life, your bodies will be snatched back and cremated by your compatriots. If you have a bad fate, you will become their rations. Don't expect anyone else to protect you. Just as in the Thai wasteland, no one can protect anyone. The only one who can protect himself is himself. At the end of this, I'll borrow a phrase from the top echelon of Taiwu back in the day. From now on, all people will be the first responsible for the safety of their own lives. Last night, the martial arts were made public. And last night, all of the people were in the military. I hope that in this last year left to us, everyone will grow up quickly. I will also teach everyone on earth the battle formation of our 10,000 clans legion, which is a powerful weapon for us to attack the demons. I hope everyone can master it skillfully. Meanwhile, in the midst of the coming apocalypse, there will be no old or young, no women or children, no more, none. Everyone will be a warrior, whether you want to or don't want to, hope or don't hope. You, all of you, will truly walk on this cruel battlefield. When he finished speaking, Mu Jia bowed to the stage. As he said, there is no need to comfort the world. There's no need to comfort the world. The words were quite cruel, but they were the bloody truth. You're all going to die, either a worthy death or a worthless one. Every person on this earth has no right to choose whether he or she will die or live, but they can choose whether or not their death is worthwhile. In the midst of countless philosophical critiques throughout the ages, it has been said that a living human life cannot be treated as a cold number. But in fact, in the middle of the long history, in the middle of the bloody cruel reality, that, in a nutshell, is the number. The nation is in an uproar. Countless people who were watching TV and were originally in a stirring mood suddenly had some difficulty in accepting the final twist of the words as they heard them. Unacceptable. It's brutal. Demons will come? Bullshit. No way. Fuck. Mujer is definitely being an alarmist. We're alive and well. How can we be as miserable as the people in the story? I don't believe it. I don't fucking believe it. This must be a story made up by Mu Jia. Too ridiculous? Fake. What Yuan Shen out of body? Fake. What 10,000 races legion? Also fake. How is it possible? Don't choose not to believe because it's too harsh. Fuck. I just don't believe it. I think it's fake. False. It's a lie. It's a plot by Mohair to take over the world. I got it. I get it. Nyajie is just trying to spread panic for the purpose of domination. Ha. Small trick. I saw through it a long time ago. And acting like it. False. People. Don't believe it. The end will not come. The demon is a legend. And the Thai wasteland is his own fantasy. The battle is just their plot. The country exploded. Up front, everyone was quiet and listening to the story. But now, it was impossible to listen. Couldn't listen anymore. It's starting to become relevant because of this brutal and thrilling story. That's how people are. You hear the thrilling twists and turns and you get a kick out of the fact that it's cool. But you would never want to be the hero of the story. The people's reaction was something Mujer had expected. How similar is it to the Taiwans of old? Before the demon invasion, people didn't believe. After the demonic invasion, people didn't believe it. It's all publicized that the demons are really here and people still don't believe it. And then, when the demons have come to you, they're all killed next door to you. And you think, no fear, the higher-ups will take care of it. Someone else will take care of it. Officials will surely take care of it. If the sky is falling, there will be a taller one to hold it up. I just need to stay out of the way for a while. But really, when everyone thinks that way, it's really over. In fact, it's really true that everyone thinks that way. Meanwhile, everyone realizes at the end that the one who is taller is himself. You would think that there must be someone quietly carrying your weight while you are at peace. But in fact, there is no one. Who are they to carry your weight? Everyone will be traveling with a heavy load. It's just that some people go early, some go later, and some people have no choice but to go. The president's jaw dropped as he looked at the group of executives. Is he telling the truth or not? The crowd was silent, speechless. Fake. It's a lie made up by Wasia. Yeah. They're trying to rule the world. What about creating panic on purpose? There's no such thing as a too absurd story. And even if there was, it's just a long dream Mohair had while he was in a vegetative state. Oh, this kind of conspiracy, surveyed at a glance. At that moment, someone said quietly, but 2 months ago, over the North Pole, A crack really did appear. Someone really did see an eye looking down on the earth. At these words, the room fell silent. A look of fear passed over everyone's faces. Of course, today's fear is not really a fear of demons. Rather, it is the fear that one's power may disappear, that wealth may become meaningless, that one will fear that one's present life may no longer exist. It just wouldn't be fear of demons. It's not until you actually see it with your own eyes that you fear it for itself. The president hemmed and hawed. Could it be, then, that China, after knowing about this Arctic crack, it is only then that a story was made up specifically to follow this crack? The atmosphere loosened up a lot with those words. Everyone almost laughed. In that case, it's possible. Yeah, that's what I thought. Highly likely. They said so, not knowing how much they actually believed it within themselves. The live broadcast is over. The world is in chaos. Red Dust calmly arranged everything. The current live broadcast was only carried out in China. The world could not see the live broadcast, except for the relevant departments of each country that would utilize technical means to watch it. The people of the world were unaware of it. So, the first time you record the screen, then make a video and translate it into each country's language. Then, utilized intelligence agencies and began to disseminate Muji's speech globally. After arranging these things, Red Dust sighed and said to the Secretary General, "It's not like this is a matter for one country. Huaxia, it's a matter for all of mankind. Why should we be this tall guy who holds up the sky? All people, who have an obligation, should stand up." Aha, you go on. When spreading these videos, by the way, popularize all the martial arts cultivation techniques. All of them, translate them into each country's language, and spread them around the world as well. Red Dust looked at the Secretary General with an expressionless face. The Secretary General took a deep breath, and in the past, he would have said something. The consequences of this were too great and would surely have been targeted globally. But now, after taking a deep breath, the Secretary General just guffawed. I understand. If the demon arrives a year later and everyone in China is a martial artist, then the Chinese will definitely be in the way. There aren't even any teammates. If a year later, all of humanity are martial artists, then we face the same disaster, the same identity, the same environment. That's when we can become comrades and compatriots. It's some little trick, but yet, we have to use such a little trick. No one in this world wants to be a savior. They all want to hide under someone else's shelter and peacefully enjoy everything they don't deserve. However, there has to be a savior in this world. So let everyone be the savior. In this way, there will be no injustice. This is a very real problem. Human beings have never suffered from a lack of equality. It's hard not to get angry when you've been a savior for so long. Why don't you contribute? So it's not natural to think that way when everyone is a savior, right? Red Dust was extremely good at playing these little power plays and mind games. After all, he had been maneuvering with all those international relations for decades. Meanwhile, in the middle of the deep space universe, a silent, earthy planet ghostly revolves around their star in a brilliant starry sky. This planet was not earthy yellow at one time, but a bright green color, because many years ago in ancient times, beasts were rampant here, and people were expelled from very few corners of existence. The perception of a larger territory was limited, and the outside was even more full of yearning. So from ancient times, the people living here called this place Thai Wasteland. One day, there was an influx of predators that ate everything and ate all the vegetation as well as the living creatures. It turned this originally emerald green planet into an earthy yellow color. So it has been like this ever since. Instead, it is rightfully still called Too Desolate. A ripple appeared in the space outside the universe, and a moment later, a silver-colored shuttle-shaped ship weaved its way out of the rift. The airship flies an iconic flag which features a fiery red orb which is painted with very detailed pictures of mountains and rivers. That's what a planet looks like. In the middle of the ship, 4 creatures with dark red skin sat in the pilot's seat. The captain took a drink of their own, then savored the planet before them. Over 20 years ago, we captured an abnormal gamma ray coming from this location. This gamma ray fluctuation was abnormal, large, and not like it was naturally occurring. The people at NASA felt that it should have been an asteroid explosion. It would take an asteroid at least the size of a satellite to explode to create that level of fluctuation. Their civilization likes to capture the fluctuations of rays in the universe. Hopefully, they could capture some lively scenes in this silent universe. It would be best if they could discover some civilizations that were still lagging behind. It would be even better to discover some civilization that is in a primitive state with simple creatures, on planets without primates. Whoever discovers it first can take possession of it and develop it as a tourist attraction. So, their civilization is dotted with commercial probes that listen in on the entire universe. Supernova explosions. They produce violent gamma ray fluctuations. That's the first thing to rule out. They don't usually go to places with these kind of super violent fluctuations, because a galaxy in the vicinity of a supernova explosion is not going to produce much life. Even if there was life, it would surely be destroyed in the explosion. Their civilization was just curious and willing to pull other civilizations if they could. However, no one is willing to be the Madonna of the universe, going around saving living beings. They only go where the gamma rays are anomalous and the fluctuations aren't that strong. This weak fluctuation represents an asteroid impact crash and the explosion of some small satellite. But there is also a possibility that some civilization has created a strong weapon, and the fluctuation is created by the explosion of the weapon. In this interval, it's all about doing exclusions. All the ones that are experiencing unusual fluctuations, they come in and look at them. The captain looked at the earth-colored planet with some disappointment in his eyes. Look, that's all desert. Life can't be born in the middle of a desert. And with all the civilizations we've come into contact with, we can rule out silicon-based life. Only carbon-based life that carries out photosynthesis and carbon dioxide action is the object of our contact. The co-captain frowned. Oddly enough, it should be around here. After searching for many years, I'm probably sure of this location. But, where is it? Which place exploded? At that moment, the captain noticed some meteorite debris floating around the earthy planet and immediately activated his computer to begin scanning and analyzing the reset. Those pieces of debris, there's a 90% chance that they came from a small satellite. This satellite should have been orbiting the Earth-colored planet before, but it exploded for some unknown reason. It could be a meteorite impact. It's possible that it disintegrated internally. It's also possible that it encountered a bombardment of weapons. But the way I see it, this Earth-colored planet probably won't be bombarded because there isn't much life. They talk and analyze. It was at this moment. An early warning sounded in the airship. Drip drip drip. A life form is approaching. Warning. Threat level, full stars. The airship was quiet for a long time, and then suddenly panic set in. Run! There's life approaching? How is this possible? It's not flying objects approaching. It's life approaching? What kind of life is it that can travel across the universe? One that can fly with a fleshly body? No superpower at the Martial Emperor level has such a grasp. My goodness. What monster is it? Unknown monster. Quick! Wait! The entire ship shrieked in alarm. Just as the captain was about to press the escape button, he stopped, eyes wide with horror. He stared at what was displayed among the screens. But see the middle of the screen. A stick-shaped being was approaching the ship at a terrifying speed. It's close again. They got a good look at it. And it wasn't a stick-figure being. Instead, it was a race of human civilization that looked similar to them, only with dark green skin. He only had one arm and one leg. So from a distance, it looks like a stick shape. And right behind him, there were a dozen or so dark green-skinned humans with 2 legs and 2 feet that also stepped into the air and flew across the universe. It was just that their speed was nowhere near as fast as that stick-shaped human. The captain sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and at this moment, only felt goosebumps all over his body, flesh body crossing the universe. A planet of martial civilization. This is the planet of a cultivation civilization. This is a civilization that cultivates to the extreme. So many people can physically cross the universe. At the very least, all of them are terrifyingly strong above martial emperors. Make contact, 800,000 kilometers away. A one-handed, one-legged powerhouse named Defense. He is 120 years old. He was born in the year of the Great Desolation Era, the year of the Calamity. That was the year of the demon invasion. His parents died in the mouths of the demons, and he witnessed his parents' families, his clansmen, being eaten one by one. Thus, he aspired to cultivate and become a powerful martial artist, and he renamed himself Defense. He wants to defend his home, his race, his civilization. 40 years ago, he became a martial saint, became the second martial saint in this universe. It's just that, because more than 40 years ago, he did a lot of wrong things. Watching his clansmen dwindle, he didn't dare to fight. All the clans were helping the Great Wasteland to fight, while he led his clansmen to live on. He didn't dare to face the demons, and he didn't even dare to make a move or let the demons know of his existence. The wannabes called him a wimp. Even if he became a martial saint, the 10,000 clans would not recognize him as a martial saint. People only recognized a strong person from Earth called Mujia. It is believed that there is only one martial saint in the world today, and that is Miao Jie. At first, he was aggrieved and he was angry, but slowly, he, too, recognized it all. He also thought that the martial saint from the place called Earth was the true Huan Yu's well-deserved martial saint, and he himself was unworthy of everything except his cultivation. 20 years ago, that strong man led the 10,000 clans and himself, through 100 years of war, to the final victory. Then, he walked away. Some of the strongest are gone too. For the Taiwans, there were only about 2,000 people left. The 10,000 races, on the other hand, had more than 200 million 10,000 races men that remained forever. They were still the bodies of the Taiwans, but they housed the Yuanshan of the 10,000 clans. 200 million people are here, forming a new system of power. A martial emperor called Lu Shun from the Earth Fellowship ruled over all the 10,000 clans. After the martial Saint Mu Jia left, the 10,000 races willingly obeyed Lu Shun and recognized him as the second marshal. And Defend didn't fight them. He knew they were all meritorious, and so he just did his job, defending. Over the years, the 10,000 clans slowly melted away. Everyone knew that there was no going back, and resigned themselves to their fate. Even if the physical body crossed the universe, it was only a short distance flight, and it was absolutely impossible to travel across galaxies. No longer able to return, they recognized that Taiwu was their home from now on. Thus, they became a new generation of Taiwans. Defense began to snicker. There were only 2,000 Earthlings left in Taiwara, considered extinct. And now, more than 200 million powerful Yuanshan stayed here. Although their souls were not Taiwan's, their physical bodies were the genes and seeds of Taiwan's They will take root here. After one generation, 3 at the most, they'll really be the true Taiwans. The alternative civilizational renaissance. Since then, Defend was very happy every day, and he fell asleep with a smile on his face every day as he watched these 10,000 people, despite their complaints, still recognizing his identity as a Tai wastelander. 20 years in development. In defense of letting the only women in the clan, they began to work hard to bond with these powerful genin and work hard to have children. After 20 years of development, Taiwu had already had a new generation of beings numbering over 100,000 people. Everything was looking up. Over the course of 20 years, they developed a lot of shelter. They have actively improved their existence little by little, in small areas. For 20 years, they had placed countless probes around the planet. They were afraid of being invaded, afraid that other civilizations would discover this place again. All around this area, there were cordons. Therefore, the moment this ship from outside the domain arrived, it triggered the alarm, and strong people swarmed out, defend the place. For 20 years they worked hard to grow vegetation. In 20 years, cultures from all races had produced a great fusion and collision. In this place called Tai Wasteland, infinite possibilities were born. Infinite civilizations and cultures merged here. Infinite possibilities were shaped here. Defend thought more than once that it was worth dying. Watching Taiwu reborn in fire. Watching the new Taiwu break out of its cocoon. He felt that even if he died immediately, it was worth it. He felt that even if he died immediately, it would be worth it, not to let down his civilization. Today, someone triggered the alarm. Defense was the first to fly out. As he flew closer, he defended seeing the logo on the silver ship. At this moment, Defend violently shrunk his pupils. He's familiar with everything. He was familiar with all the signs of the 10,000 clans. He memorized all those symbols of the main army of the 10,000 clans in his mind. The hometown symbols of his benefactors. Not only him, but all the Taiwans. All remembered. All recognized it. Not only do they recognize it, but each of today's Taiwara Earthlings, as well as the new generation of Taiwara, have mastered at least a dozen languages. There is the Taiwara language, the universal language of the 10,000 tribes. Chinese, English, Russian, Greenland language, Golden Giant Bowl language, Purple River language. There are 3 dominant languages of the Earth Fellowship, which are more difficult to memorize. Yet, all Taiwans must master them. They must master them when they are born. And now, Defend saw that the ship was marked by a red planet, and looking at the mountains and rivers on it, Defend stared wide-eyed and muttered, Redstone, it's planet Redstone. Defend thought carefully in his head for a moment, looked at the airship, and directly spaced out to the interior of the airship. Are you from Redstone? Is it a ship from the Redstone civilization? At this moment, the 4 nervous crew members in the middle of the ship snapped their eyes wide open. How can he speak the language of Redstone? My goodness! After all these years of wandering and speaking the common language of the 10,000 races every day, I can't quite remember how to speak the Redstone vernacular myself. How could he? It's impossible. This powerful person who crossed the universe. He even knows the Redstone language? Immediately, the captain's mind raced, and he hurriedly pressed the launch button, sending all the conversations and videos captured by the ship's recorder, as well as the coordinates, back to Redstone. Then, the captain of the ship, who was then in a hurry, replied with a special voice transmission device. Yes, we are Redstone. Where is this? What civilization are you? Defending stupidly stood here. After hesitating for a moment, he hurriedly shouted, quickly, come and be our guest in Tai Wasteland. There are many of you Redstones here. Tens of thousands. After saying that, Defen turned around and flew back quickly, passing by those other martial emperor powerhouses who had rushed over. Defen transmitted his voice about the situation, then continued to zip into the great desolate planet with a brain. After traveling through a desert, he flew over a large canyon. This canyon contained cities, rivers, mountains, vegetation, and rare animals that had struggled to survive the calamity. Some people were practicing martial arts, some people were sunbathing, and some people were doing all the everyday things. There were children, and the children were following the teachers of the various races and civilizations, learning the languages and cultures and histories of the various races and civilizations. There were teenagers, and the teenagers were all neatly organized, standing in front of the sculpture of the sage of martial arts and swearing an oath not to forget the shame and to move forward. Will live up to the expectations of the 10,000 races volunteer army, so that the Taiwans will no longer be weak. Defense swiftly shuttled through all cuts, one scene at a time. Then it entered the radio master control room of Terra and sounded the alarm. At this moment, throughout the entire Taiwu planet, alarms rang out in all directions. Everyone's eyes widened, and they knew that when the alarm sounded, it meant that a new change had once again come to Taiwu. At this moment, all the powerful men came out of the mountains, countless underground. There were strong people breaking out of the air. In the countless caves, there were strong people coming out of seclusion. Countless people were armored in a matter of moments. Tens of thousands of various banners of all shapes and colors began to stand in all corners of the great wasteland. And just then, the voice of defense was broadcast over the radio to the entire planet. The Red Rockers are coming. Comrades of the Redstone Fellowship. Beyond the great wilderness, there is a ship from Redstone. Your Redstone hometown people are here. Comrades of Redstone, your homies are here. At this moment, the entire Tai wasteland fell silent. The Redstone Fellowship's now strongest person, the Redstone Martial Emperor, froze violently, looking at more than 10,000 of his fellow countrymen at this moment. He realized that everyone's bodies trembled and their eyes were red. Then his vision became blurry. So, he had tears in his eyes too. All the senior members of the 10,000 races began to gather at the Grand Canyon, the capital of the Tai wilderness nowadays. Soon, a silver-colored airship, guided by a dozen or so martial emperor powerhouses, landed in the capital. Everyone tilted their heads to look at the ship. All the children were filled with curiosity and surprise. The Red Rockers are here? To pick them up and leave? Redstone, which is one of the 10 civilizations of the Great Desert Meritocracy. History books have been learned countless times. In the middle of the 100 Years' War, there were many stories about the Red Stones, and all the new generations of people, with excited faces, wanted to see one of the 10 most meritorious people of the Red Stones. What did they look like? In the middle of the airship, the captain and the others stepped down with fear in their hearts. Looking at the countless pairs of eyes looking at them, he just slightly felt the aura, and he was unexpectedly scared to the point that his two strands trembled. The captain was a 5th-grade martial artist, and at this moment, he was able to feel that half of the millions, tens of millions of pairs of eyes at this moment, were beyond the level of the Martial King's powerhouse. What a concept! My God, how could there be such a horrible civilization in the universe? At least tens of millions of Martial King-level existences? What a horrible civilization this is! A few moments later, a stream of light, as if it was raining, flew towards the capital from all corners of the great wasteland again. The captain and the others were even more breathless, because that stream of light represents a single martial emperor. At least, hundreds of thousands. No, millions. Crap, is this a godlike civilization? Soon after, a Tai wasteland man, leading more than 10,000 Tai wastelanders flew here. The captain saw that they surrounded his ship the instant they landed, all staring intently at the flag on the ship. Then all hugged and howled. What are they crying about? Why are you crying? Don't know. Not sure. Emperor Taiwu, now the second Marshal of Taiwu, and the current president of the Earth Fellowship Association, Lu Shun, stood with his hands on top of the 9 heavens, overlooking the scene below. Redstone civilization is very technologically advanced, and the existence of the Tai wasteland in a lonely corner of the universe, being discovered by Redstone means being discovered by the 10,000 races. Soon, all the 10,000 clans who can afford it will pick them up and take them home, right? What about us? Will there ever be a day when we can go home? Lu Shun had some pity. At that moment, the president of the Purple River Civilization smiled and said reassuringly in skillful Chinese, "Marshal, our Purple River's technology is also advanced. Redstone discovered this place, so soon, Purple River will surely come as well. We have memorized the characteristics of the Earth, the characteristics of the galaxy. Don't worry, after we return home, At least 1,000 developed civilizations across the universe will work hard to find the coordinates of the galaxy and Earth in the universe. Someday, we'll help you go home. Lu Shun's hope was sparked at the words. Really? Yes, truly, I am a martial emperor now. Back in my hometown, I will definitely become a pivotal big shot. At the very least, the Purple River Civilization, will definitely call upon all of my strength and work hard to help you find your way back home. At that moment, another one flew by, and so will we in Greenfield. We Signarians should be considered fairly advanced in technology in the universe. I just need to go back, and our Cygnus will directly sift through the entire universe. We'll definitely help you sift through the coordinates of Earth. By the way, what are the characteristics of Earth? Lu Shan quickly said. Earth, the blue planet. There is a satellite called the Moon. There are 5 planets. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth. There is. The crowd took note. The Purple River Man smiled and pointed down. You see, the universe is dark, but if one place emits light, the whole universe will pay attention. The Red Stone people have already contacted their planet. Soon, all the civilizations in the entire universe will know about Tai Wasteland. All will know the story of what happened in this corner. We, all of us, will go home. All will come home. Meanwhile, deep in the universe, a red giant-like planet spun around a star. Then, countless, uncountable spaceships were seen flying out of the red rock planet in a swarm, breaking through the cracks in space to shuttle to the distant universe. An hour ago, Redstone Imperial Palace, the current ruler of Redstone, the head of Redstone's 100 martial emperor powerhouses, was unrivaled in battle. He rose out of nowhere a few years ago and ruled the entire planet. Telling his story made everyone in Redstone know about him, but everyone felt that it was just a story he made up, a lie he fabricated to justify his usurpation of the throne. But today, he proved it. In the middle of the Emperor's palace, someone linked to a ship coordinate signal in the middle of the universe and told him that, Sovereign, we have a ship that seems to have found that legendary Tai Wasteland. The monarch, who was not angry and authoritative, even trembled at this moment. Found it? Really found? Yes, they said they wanted to talk to the highest level. They said that the Taiwans are at least tens of millions above the level of Martial King, and millions of powerful people beyond the level of Martial Emperor. Like a god-level civilization in a mythological story. It's all yellow sand, all desert. There. He listens. Then he personally spoke to the president of the Redstone Fellowship in Terra. He made sure of it. Found it. The Red Rock Monarch wiped away his tears and instantly issued the highest level of authority for the entire civilization. All Redstoners, planet-wide, flowers paving the way. All ships out. Go pick up the family. Go home. Then, he also sent this information, as well as the cosmic coordinates of Taiwan, to nearly 200 civilizations. These 200 or so civilizations were the civilizations that he had determined that the rulers today were all from the Tai Wasteland. Then, the monarch of Redstone himself took a spaceship and raced off to the Tai Wasteland. Meanwhile, the entire universe was in turmoil. More than 200 civilizations issued a call to arms with the highest level of authority, launching their spaceships and shuttling through wormholes towards the coordinates of planet Taiwu. Countless airships, countless flying machines. The universe exploded. When the other civilizations saw such a big commotion, it didn't take much effort to inquire about it. That legend circulating among the 10,000 races about the Tai Wasteland was actually true? It had actually been found? Thus, all civilizations and races poured out towards the Tai Wasteland. A tight day of Earth time later, universe, at least 4,000 races, sent their ships to Taiwan to pick them up. At the very same time, more than 2,000 civilizations in the universe issued a bounty order for the entire universe, the Great Screening. From the entire universe, sift through the coordinates of the Earth according to the characteristics of the galaxy and the Earth. They promised to get everyone home. 3 Earth days later, it's too barren. More than 200 million people from all over civilization have gathered in the capital city, the Grand Canyon. All the races, once again, gathered. All were lined up neatly according to the races of the different civilizations. Each civilization has set up its own flag of civilization. They look up at the sky. Then it was seen that like a swarm of bees, densely packed spaceships began to descend from the sky. The flag of Redstone stood out on the largest mothership in sight. Everyone in the Red Rock Hometown Association, tearing up, their homeboys, coming to take them home. After 100 years of war and 20 years of construction here, I thought I would never have the chance to go home and see my family again. But surprises always come so suddenly. The people from the Earth Fellowship stood at the forefront, also standing with the flag of Earth, and all of them looked up as well, not knowing what to expect, perhaps, in anticipation that the Earth will come to take them home too. This, however, is clearly impossible, but they still look forward to it. The hatch of the mothership opened, and Redstone's monarch, as well as more than 40 of Redstone's powerhouses tearing up the 9 heavens, directly broke through the air and flew down. The Emperor choked. I can't wait for the mothership to land. He landed in a stream of light. The Emperor looked in Defense and shouted in excitement. Defense. You remember me. Defense looked at the stranger and shook his head. Red Rock Fellowship. Past President. Grida. Defense looked at the people in front of him in amazement. Oh my god. So you guys have red skin. Grida didn't even talk to him and rushed to the Redstone Fellowship's camp, choking back sobs and hugging everyone. Bro. Compatriots. I'm coming to get you. Compatriots. I'm coming to get you. Then, the Redstone's Yuanshan returned powerhouses also entered the camp, excitedly and constantly introducing themselves to people, saying their former names. There was a lot of crying. Dozens, and 10,000 others embraced each other. All the races looked on enviously. Then, Grida walked back over to the Earth Fellowship camp, snapped to attention, saluted the Earth Fellowship flag, and then embraced Lu Shun. Comrade. Yusun is also a bit touched and hugs Grida with red eyes. Grida asked, where is Lord Wushun? Where is Lord Martial Saint? Lu Shun said, after the war was won, the martial sage Yuanshen returned to the throne. Only the remains were left behind in this world. Grida took a deep breath. Take me to worship. Then another wave of airships descended. And then another. And another. The Purple River civilization is here. Here comes the Golden Bull. Cygnus civilization's coming. It's all here. It's all coming. The Great Wasteland, today, is flooded with more than 4,000 civilizations. Billions pouring into the ship. There were people who came to pick up, people who came to visit, and people who came to see what was going on. Everyone wants to see this legendary place. Then 4,000 civilizations, hundreds of millions at least, bowed and saluted in front of the huge statue in the capital. The statue was Mu Jie. He was bearded, with graying temples, his clothes were tattered. He wore a worn vest Earth Fellowship, and he carried a knife in his hand staring forward. This is the statue that was erected in his honor after the war was won. The monarch of Redstone led all the bureaucrats, students, and the next generation of outstanding martial artists from Redstone in an excited introduction. This is what I've told you about. The only martial saint in the universe. I didn't lie. That's not a plausible excuse for usurpation that I'm looking for. I'm telling the real story of what happened. This is the one who saved the entire civilization of Taiwan. He alone united all the races of the universe and achieved the ultimate victory. The people of Redstone stood in front of the statue, excited to hear his story of those centuries. Then they went to a museum in Taiwan, where there was a golden body that would not decay for 10,000 years. All stooped to enter and bow, admiring this, the remains of the only martial saint in Huanyu. On this day, more than 4,000 civilizations visited every corner of the Taiwans and listened to all the stories of what happened here. Then, more than 4,000 civilizations, facing all civilizations in the universe, placed a super bounty. Whoever is able to find the coordinates of the hometown of the Earth Fellowship will receive astronomical amounts of currency gifted by each civilization and will become the richest person in the entire universe overnight. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. On this day, the whole universe was out in force. Countless capitalists, sending all their airships to start sifting through the entire universe. Countless people who own spaceships start an adventure in the universe with their own spaceships. 4,000 civilizations promised to help the people of Earth Fellowship to find a home, but at the same time, they actually wanted to find the coordinates of Earth, because the martial saint Yuanshen had returned to the Earth, so it must have risen to power on Earth nowadays. They also wanted to enter Earth to see the place where the martial saint had been born. Martial sage. This, in turn, is relevant to all civilized races. After all, who dares to say that the Taiwu of the past is not the self of tomorrow? The demons were not exterminated. One day they would enter other races, and if anyone was able to find Earth and establish coordinates on Earth, one day, it is possible to send a spaceship to pick up the martial sage and ask him to come out, because demons, too, have a martial saint. Of course, the martial saints of Taiwara defended and were worshipped and befriended by many civilizations, but those who had experienced the two wasteland didn't care much about defending it. It was because those who had experienced the two desolate truly understood that the Huanyu, there was really only one martial saint. Defense combat power was only a bit stronger than a martial emperor, and not a fraction of a star worse than a true martial saint like Mu Jie and the demon emperor. Also, defense was a bit of a wimp. But anyway, more than 4,000 civilizations picked up more than 4,000 fellowships from the great wilderness and brought them home. However, at the same time, each civilization had also established offices in Taiwan, leaving behind countless technological devices to liaise at any time. Tai Wasteland, overnight, connected with the universal 10,000 races, From then on, they were officially integrated into the civilization of the 10,000 races of the universe. It would be connected to the 10,000 races, and it would also be possible to travel to all corners of the universe at any time. Here they are, no longer on an island. The members of the Silent Earth Fellowship, however, still live in the Great Wasteland, and they look up at the stars every day, looking forward to the day when I'll be home myself. We're still here, Lu Shun muttered. The Earth Fellowship, 18,000 people, are still stationed in the Tai Wasteland. Martial Emperor 3,400, Martial Emperor 9,600, Martial King 5,000. We also want to go home. Earth. After Mu Jie finished his speech, the whole of China was thrown into chaos, a depressing one. An atmosphere of despair was born. Everyone didn't believe the stories Mu Hare told, but everyone was incredibly worried, incredibly frightened and anxious. Some people quit their jobs instantly, thinking they're going to die anyway, so they might as well spend their last days splurging. Someone is starting to commit violent crimes. In short, the whole community is in disarray. But this kind of chaos was expected by all, and this kind of law and order chaos was acceptable compared to the real extinction doomsday that was coming in the future. And then, Red Dust made another televised speech, saying that after the popularization of martial arts for all people, he hoped that all people would cultivate hard and seriously. Many things were said, and a special TV station was also set up to broadcast all the questions about martial arts every day. Everyone could see that the ethereal palace really wanted to teach everyone, and that, in turn, added to the panic. Some people are cursing. Why don't the taller ones protect us? Why doesn't the Netherworld Palace protect us? There are also people who deliberately do not cultivate, thinking that when the time comes, I am a commoner. Let's see if you protect me. But for such a person, there was no one left to persuade him to cultivate. Mu Jie had made it clear that everyone would be the first person responsible for the safety of their own lives. In the next upcoming battle for the extermination of the species, no one could stay out of the way. Demons don't care if you have no cultivation. Demons don't care if you're mortal or not. But all the same, more common people were willing to choose to believe in the story after they heard it. And they accepted it and began to cultivate in earnest. Similarly, Mu Jie had made it very clear that even a civilization like Taiwu was on the verge of extinction after a war. So what right did Earth have to escape? Only everyone becomes a cultivator. Only everyone is a soldier. And just at this time, the specially established martial arts television station in Huaxia was also fast-tracked to officially start broadcasting. The TV station was built by the Ethereal Palace and broadcasted live for the whole country. At the same time, all the media's online platforms will also be broadcast on the homepage. It was in the afternoon that the first program of the TV channel was aired. Many people in the country tuned in to this television channel. Martial Arts TV has no nonsense, no commercials, and the first program is called The Basics of Practical Combat for Martial Artists. The famous Chinese host himself hosts this program. Hello viewers, our martial arts television station is officially open, every day at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The program Martial Artist Practical Combat Fundamentals starts, so please tune in on time. Our program schedule is that every Monday to Sunday, from 6 to 8 o'clock, a member of the Earth Fellowship will explain Martial Artist Practical Combat Fundamentals. Every Monday, it will be explained by Mu Jie himself. Stay tuned. Every Monday through Sunday, from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m., the Ethereal Palace will be sharing cultivation tips. Stay tuned. Every Monday through Sunday, from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. the following morning, this TV station will broadcast entertaining programs such as martial arts dramas, sharing of martial arts stories, sharing of martial arts insights, and martial arts comedy. Stay tuned. Other time slots to be determined. The end of the host's announcement signaled the birth of the world's first TV program that only martial artists watched. The reason why entertainment programs for martial artists are still broadcast every night is also because they want to familiarize the nation's population with the world of martial artists as soon as possible, and to recognize martial artists as soon as possible. Identify themselves as martial artists as soon as possible. That's why setting up a column for a martial arts program is a necessary and imminent thing. And right after the host finished his opening, he picked up the microphone and immediately said, "Next, let's invite Earth Fellowship member, Supreme Power, Su Tao." Next, Su Tao will explain the basis of practical combat for martial artists. The audience at the scene of the program applauded enthusiastically. And most of these live audiences were actually martial artists from the Netherworld Palace. They all knew that Red Dust couldn't last more than a single move under Mu Jie. Everyone was very curious. What kind of powerful battle skills did they have at the disposal of these people from the Earth Fellowship? Why are they so good in the real world? In the midst of all the attention, Su Tao walked out with a knife, and bowed to the audience, as well as the camera with his fist, and he didn't talk nonsense, and directly opened the door. A martial artist. What makes a martial artist? A martial artist is a warrior born to fight. That's called a martial artist. On the first day of the program, I need to correct everyone's misconceptions about martial artists and the misconceptions that exist among martial artists in the current martial arts society. At this moment, the ordinary people in front of the television were fine, but the teachers, as well as the students of those martial arts universities who were originally martial artists, furrowed their brows violently. Straight out of the mouth on the first day of the show? This means that it's time to correct the martial arts in this world? What gives you the right? The world's martial arts. A crystallization of wisdom accumulated little by how many forefathers? And you come up alone and say you want to correct it? Everyone was unhappy with the way Su Tao spoke, but Su Tao didn't care at all. In the opinion of all of them in the Earth Fellowship, the martial arts of this world, go for flashy moves. The spirit of one-on-one dueling is pursued, and all moves are fought back and forth. This is not a problem in times of peace. But after this notion is ingrained, the earth is ushered into disaster. And then has huge pitfalls. It just so happened to be the second day of the universal popularization of martial arts. The time to start. Then it must be a good start for the future martial artists. Couldn't care less about those entrenched martial artists of the past, but at least, it must make the new generation of martial artists quickly accept the ideological theory of practical combat as king. Question from the moderator. Mr. Su, what kind of misconceptions are you talking about when you say people have misconceptions about martial artists? Su Tao said blandly, at one time, in the perception of all ordinary people, becoming a martial artist represented the acquisition of power, status, and money. As long as one becomes a martial artist, one will be able to obtain these things, and I would say that this is fundamentally a misconception. The moderator laughed. What about the right idea? The correct concept is that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Becoming a martial artist is not about what you will gain, but what you are going to do. What you are going to do is something cliched, to weed out the strong and protect the weak. This is the true duty of a martial artist. Of course, everyone has heard these 8 words countless times, but I would say that less than 1 in 10,000 martial artists in the world would do this. The martial artists of the current world don't protect the weak at all, but instead ride on the heads of the weak to shit and piss on them, exploiting them to gain wealth and status. And what I'm here to say is that since you once exploited so much as a martial artist, then the next doomsday, please also pay the appropriate price. What you once ate, drank, and enjoyed were all contributed to you by the weak. So when there's a disaster, will you be able to stand up to protect those weak? I also hope that the new generation of martial artists, since the universalization of the whole population, will not have such a notion anymore. There is nothing left to enjoy, nothing left to gain power and status. You are also practicing martial arts just to keep yourselves alive and protect your family members to live. So the first thing to do is to completely eradicate the inherent notions you once had. The words fell, and the crowd in the arena was silent. These spectators were all the martial artists of the Netherworld Palace, and those martial artists that Su Tao was talking about were actually them. At this moment, they didn't know whether they should applaud or not. The world had shifted too quickly for them to be prepared. The host asked again. So, what do we have to do to become true martial artists? Su Tao said, actual combat. The only thing that matters is actual combat. Being able to kill people, killing people fast, killing people without any effort at the same time, practicing hard in order to kill people, in order to be able to kill more people without being killed by others. This is called a martial artist. Moderator. The entire audience was silent. At this moment, the entire China was silent. Everyone, dumbfounded. Is this something you can say on TV? Not to mention on TV. This is something that no one would even say in private. Something so direct, so bold, so reckless of morality and law, so naked. Practicing in order to kill. Cultivate so you can kill more people. Practicing in order to be able to kill most efficiently. This, a martial artist? The nation is confused. Holy shit. That's too bold a thing to say. Is that something you can say on TV? Unbelievable. This is incredible. Bullshit. A load of nonsense. Just a load of nonsense. I was originally very favorable towards the Earth Fellowship. Now, I'm sick of them. I hate them. What kind of demons? Cultivating not to strengthen their bodies, but even to kill? What a demon this Earth Fellowship is. It's so vicious that it cultivates for the sake of efficient killing. What difference is there between this and a devil? Although I understand and I can understand. By killing, Su Tao means killing those demons. But, to kill so nakedly? I've long wanted to say, aren't the lives of demons lives? That's just it. I have my suspicions as well. Demons are invading. And from what Mujer is saying, they're intelligent beings too. Can't we negotiate? Can't we come to some kind of contract? Have to use swords and guns. Come up here and have to kill? I believe that a martial artist's cultivation is never for the sake of being able to kill. I say a large group of brainwashed people upstairs. The demons are coming. People are going to exterminate our species. And you guys are still here as saintly bitches spouting off? See, society is full of scum like you. What's the difference between you and Su Tao? What a thing to say against our morals and ethics. There's a lot of noise. Su Tao's sentence. Directly the internet pop-up quarrel. And the ordinary people in front of the TV were also subdued by Su Tao's words. A martial artist gets stronger in order to kill. To kill more efficiently. They had just become martial artists for the second day, and were directly subjected to such a triple impact. They, too, had no idea what martial artists used to be like. But on the second day of becoming a martial artist, they were directly told that martial artists were killing machines. The beautiful fairy tale that was once molded by those in power was shattered at this moment. Shattered in another, more extreme way. Su Tao looked at the reaction of the audience below and had some sneering colors in his heart. When the disease is terminal, there's only scraping the bottom of the barrel. Not going to the other extreme is not enough to change the deep-seated perceptions of all people. Martial artist, not afraid you can't fight. But what's to be feared is that martial artists don't have blood. How many martial artists in current society have seen blood? How many have fought with people? None of them. Universally, these were bloodless people, not worthy of being a martial artist, or rather, they had no combat power when facing demons, and were not even different from mortals, yet they would consume more resources. Su Tao must rectify all this. He and MUJ discussed it for a long time, and the long pain was better than the short pain. In the early days of the decision to reform the world, there was bound to be a lot of bloodshed. There was also bound to be a clash with the world's former ideas, and clash means war. War means death. Being able to accept dead people, even able to accept the death of many people. If dying a lot of people can make the rest have blood and understand the true meaning of a martial artist, then it's worth it. We can't pin all of our hopes for the first center of gravity on the reinforcements from the 10,000 clans. First, we need to refer to relying on ourselves. And the first plan option is to go to the other extreme, to change the new generation of martial artists. If anyone resists, then for the first time, on television, the whole country will see blood for the first time. And make them see blood often seeing life and death. Slowly getting used to life and death. Slowly begin to get used to the cruel world in advance, so they cannot be scared shitless when that day comes. Ironic to say the least. The Earthlings, in fact, aren't nearly as bloodthirsty as the Tai Dragons. When the demons first appeared back then, the strongest people from all over Taiwara were all flying to the battlefield, watching those cruel things eat their own kind. Even though the powerful men of the Tai wilderness were so scared that their legs were weak, they still rushed up and went to do it anyway. Mu Jie switched places for a moment. Looking at the current Earth's landscape today, these so-called absolute supremacy things, one by one, but just good at playing with the set of the Mingji way, without half a bit of strong and the leader of the consciousness. Even Red Dust, surprisingly, hasn't fought with anyone for 50, 60, 70 or 80 years, and every day, he is pretending to be a worldly superior as if he is retired. What kind of fighting power does this have? And supposedly, Red Dust is still considered to be the better of the Jedis. There are some other countries with Jedi that don't even have a shred of blood or temper. Such a strong person. Such a world, when the time comes, when the demons come, I'm afraid that the first thing all the strong people do isn't to rush up, but to hide in the back, or abet others to rush up. That would be a big delay. As the saying goes, a soldier is a bear and a general is a bear. If this was true for a country's Jiayang, then it must be true for all the martial artists in the region. In that case, what's the point of keeping it? Mu Jie basically decided that he had to slaughter at least a few million of the martial artists in this current world. Used to let the world's martial artists see blood and see the truth. To figure out the truth that people, they die. So today Su Tao wasn't just simply here on this stage to talk about things. He also had a hidden mission. Declare war on the existing martial forces around the world. If you want to completely turn people's minds around, then you need to show them the truth. And then, Su Tao began his formal lecture. Or those things. A very simple and practical trick battle technique. It's just simple swordplay. The way to practice the sword technique is also very simple. All you need to do is to take a knife and constantly slash at a place 50,000 times every day. After a year, you'll realize exactly what I'm talking about with the blade technique, Su Tao explained. But the nation was once again stunned. The host is also confused. He is the first time to hear that this kind of thing is also called a knife method. Mr. Su, just so simple? There is no secret manual? He was originally more excited, thinking that the Earth Fellowship was going to disclose some secret manual, but now after hearing the way the exercises were practiced, he was greatly disappointed. Su Tao shook his head. The so-called secret techniques are just day after day, year after year. Fighting does not require flashy moves and techniques. Nowadays, in the world, all those moves that martial artists learn that are always true far out, always gorgeous and incomparable, in my opinion are all flowery fists. There is no practical combat ability. The host's breath hitched and he asked again. You mean, those splendid moves, they didn't work? Su Tao smiled and said. No, what I want to say is, it's not that those splendid moves are useless, but rather, all the so-called martial arts in this world are useless. None of them have any meaning. You will know this when you face the enemy. Just say before the Iba, facing the people from the Earth Fellowship, a random person can punch through this world. Those so-called secret scrolls, the so-called things handed down from ancient times, the so-called Taoist techniques, in my opinion, all of them are things that are not useful in the eyes of the beholder. With a buzz sound, the entire scene of all the spectators were in an uproar. He's got a lot of nerve. No thought at all to the way you speak? Just really straight talk? Is that how he looks down on the world? That's the crystallized wisdom of countless martial arts seniors around the world. And he says, it's useless? Now that the Ethereal Palace is supporting the Earth Fellowship, all the major sects in China, as well as many forces around the world will be concerned about the Ethereal Palace and give them face. But what's the difference between what he's saying now and provoking the whole world? Isn't he afraid that the Ethereal Palace won't be able to protect them anymore? To this moment, in fact, many people still felt in their hearts that it was the Ethereal Palace that was protecting the Earth Fellowship. Unbeknownst to them, the higher-ups of the Ethereal Palace had actually been bowled over by the Earth Fellowship long ago. At that moment, an audience member at the scene stood up and said aloud, Mr. Su, I don't approve of your statement. Su Tao nodded. Well, you say, you can speak about your point of view. That audience member said, the world is a big place, the whole world is big, and you shouldn't think that all those martial arts are dross, but to respect them and understand them. Existence must be justified. Those things are the crystallization of the wisdom of countless predecessors, so I'm afraid it's not good to belittle them like that, right? Su Tao asked. You are? The spectator puffed out his chest, a nameless disciple of Qingcheng Mountain, with a mere 6th grade cultivation. It's not enough. As the words fell, the surrounding audience looked at him with some shock. 6th grade? One more step up and you'll step into the realm of the sovereign? I didn't realize that there were hidden tigers and dragons in the audience. Su Tao thought about it. Let's take your Mount Qingcheng as an example. The most famous thing about Mount Qingcheng is the Qingcheng sword technique, right? Yes, my Qingcheng swordsmanship is unrivaled in the world. Before his words fell, Su Tao interrupted. First of all, using a weapon like a sword is a brain-dead behavior in my opinion. What is a sword? Swords are too straight, not suitable for chopping at all, only suitable for stabbing. And the action of stabbing can only leave a hole in the enemy's body, yet and can instantly disable the enemy. Therefore, the sword was chosen as the weapon of choice, which shows that your Wudao grandmasters knew nothing at all, doesn't understand martial arts, doesn't understand combat. Buzz, there was a national outcry. Just like that, under the live broadcast of the whole country, they directly said that the swordsmanship of other people's Mount Qingcheng is garbage, and to say that the grandmaster who started it was a man who knew nothing? The spectator, who was furious at this point, roared, You. Su Tao didn't pay any attention to him at all and continued. I've seen the Qingcheng sword technique. It's ethereal and windy when it's performed. It's rather suitable for wearing a Taoist robe, dashing and suave. It's true that there's not much combat power. I guess it's pretty messy to be beaten up and dusty when you're dressed so dashingly to play swordsmanship, isn't it? Carrying a sword cloaked and screaming for help, scared shitless, is also pretty woeful, right? Su Tao doesn't leave any mercy. Having said that it is the first time to start the broadcast, for the first time, it is straightforward to impress everyone. Su Tao continued, lances, swords, and hammers. These are the real weapons used in actual combat. Long spears can quickly disable people and are an inch long, but I don't recommend practicing spearmanship because it takes too long. You need to have accuracy, and that accuracy allows you to stick every shot in the enemy's head, but it's the accuracy that most people need to figure out for the rest of their lives. It's hard. For a quick fix, the only things that are suitable for all mankind today are knives and hammers. The knife has an arc, which is perfect for cutting, and is very labor-saving. In this case, a single slash can cleave an enemy to the point of no combat power. The hammer was even more so. It was a blunt weapon. It didn't need any flashy moves. A hammer could directly crack the enemy's head. It would be even better if the hammer had wolf tooth spikes on it. In times of peace, martial artists have 1,000 different weapons. It doesn't matter. You don't have to fight anyway. It's enough to play around and fool the ordinary people in normal times. But the era of war is coming. so the weirder the weapon, the faster you will die. You guys have to think for the actual battle. Let me say that everyone should start abandoning their original weapons as early as possible, and use simple and brutal weapons like swords, hammers, and wolf-tooth clubs as soon as possible. And one strike kills is the hard way. That spectator stood on the spot enraged, but he didn't dare to move in anger when the other party was a supreme powerhouse and was mouthing off about killing people. It was at this moment that the spectator's phone rang, and he glanced at it, and with some surprise, he quietly covered the microphone and said, "Palm?" On the other end of the phone, the gloomy and incomparable voice of the sect leader of Qingqing Mountain was heard. The Earth Fellowship is rampant and beyond compare, degrading the crystallized wisdom passed down from our old ancestors so much in front of the nation. He is a 9th grade, and I am also a 9th grade. Since that's the case, then you'll be there to help me make a date against him. He says my Qingqing swordsmanship is no good? Then, I'll make him pay for his arrogance. Yes, master. Su Tao was still speaking on stage. It was at this moment that the audience member shouted, "I'm interrupting." Su Tao looked at him and didn't say anything. The audience said aloud, "Mr. Su, our Qingqing sect's headmaster called me just now. He said that he is also a 9th grade, and you are also a 9th grade. And since you are so all over my Qingqing sword technique, then, 3 days later, an appointment will be made for you to fight at Qingqing Mountain. Do you dare to agree?" The scene was boiling. Everyone was watching the fun and looking good. A date? Happy to see. Let this Su Tao on the stage to talk a lot. This time to offend people. Right? Qingqing Mountain's headmaster. That's one of the best in terms of practical combat ability. Su Tao was silent for a moment and shook his head. "I don't have time after 3 days. He was about to say, "You're scared, aren't you?" But Su Tao then said, "In this case, I'm going to record a 2-hour program here and give a lecture. You ask your sect master to come now, to this stage. It just so happens that so many people here are witnessing and watching. A 9th grade powerhouse. It shouldn't take much time to fly over. You have your sect leader come over now, and after I finish recording the program, I'll take a minute to prove to the national audience what exactly I mean by killing quickly and efficiently." The whole place exploded. Madness. That's crazy. Take a minute to demonstrate what it means to kill quickly and efficiently? At the same time, Qingqing Mountain. All the disciples watched Su Tao's words on the TV and their lungs exploded with anger. The sect master of Qingqing Mountain was even more furious. His face flushed red. "I'm going to kill him. To be so insulting, to look down on my Qingqing sword technique like this? So looking down on my Mount Qingqing 9 ranks? Isn't the Earth Fellowship an organization protected by the Misty Palace? This time, he was the one who provoked me first. So if I kill him, I'm sure the Misty Palace won't be able to say anything. I'm sure that the Earth Fellowship Association's supreme powerhouses, I'm afraid that they won't be able to blame me either." Before, what they were afraid of was actually not the Earth Fellowship at all. Instead, it's the Misty Palace, and the Dragon Tiger Mountain, the Jedi of the Ethereal Palace, standing behind Mu Jie. The Jiayang of Longhu Mountain was directly from the Earth Fellowship, with 2 Jiayangs protecting them. The Earth Fellowship had the capital to be arrogant. At least, that's what everyone thinks for now. But now, he decided that he would no longer give face to the Earth Fellowship. "I'll tell him that the most powerful cannot be insulted." The sect leader immediately roared, "Swords come!" Immediately, a dozen disciples holding a sword gate quickly stepped forward. The sect leader picked up his long sword and bellowed, "I'll make a trip. Kill this bureaucrat. You and others prepare the banquet. I'll be back for wine in 2 hours. Yes, master." A live broadcast of Su Tao's lecture was playing on the television. On the banks of the Jade Ribbon River, 21 men and women were drilling, night and day. The more than 40,000 teenagers of the 10,000 races had been divided into camps and batches, and were being led by 32 strong men in their cultivation, as well as lectures. The heat is overwhelming. The entire Jade Belt River was filled with traces of martial artists' cultivation. Here, there was about to be a large group of strong people ascending to the world stage. In the yard, a pot of tea. Muhair and Red Dust sat opposite each other. Red Dust frowned. Su Tao will offend the world if he says this. Muhair was unimpressed. So what? Red Dust said. All the martial artists in the world will be looking for trouble from you. As in, the martial artists from all over the world are now turning on us, and we are under a lot of pressure. A dozen or so absolute top powerhouses around the globe and thousands of martial artists. Can you guys really handle it? He was hesitant. Pressure is mounting on the international community now, and the fact is that after Muhair's speech, few countries believed his words and stories. The original plan was to translate all of Miao Jie's live speech, as well as the various cultivation techniques, and send them out to the internet in various countries around the world, making them completely public. But Red Dust, however, once again hesitated, because once this is done, It completely represents that there is no turning back to go. Will forever be bound together with the Earth Fellowship? He was such a man, hesitant by nature, not decisive enough. Mu Jie also did not rush him, knowing that he was such a person, but he also had the advantage that Mu Jie liked. That is, once he made a decision, then he would really do it thoroughly and would not go against the grain. Mu Jie said indifferently, if they all come to trouble me, then they will all be destroyed. Can you hold back the world? We can even hold off one race of demons. This earth all over the world? I've never put it in my eyes. If they come after you, you'll kill them all? Yes, kill them all. Red Dust was a little chilled as he asked in shock. These strong people are not easy to come by. In the future, when the demons invade, they will be the main force to fend off the demons. Mu Jie laughed. Let me correct you on one point. There is no way that the martial artists of the current world would be the main force in fending off the demons. Those Jedi are weak and have no fighting ability to speak of. They don't even have the most basic combat fundamentals and literacy. And the greater likelihood is that they will actually be the ones to push each other around in the face of the demons. And backstabbing is the right thing to do. Them, dead is dead. The martial king level is actually just the level of an ordinary soldier. With a dozen of them, how many demons can they kill? Killing those few won't even be enough to stuff their teeth. It might even take a few minutes for them to die of exhaustion. Expecting them to be the main force? Then the majority of Earth is a bit too miserable. As for those patriarchs around the globe, and so on, this is actually considered the main force. But really, it's not much help. If their minds turn around and they start to seriously go into actual combat, then they will definitely serve an important purpose. But if they remain in the status quo, such martial artists, on the contrary, are pests, and will instead cause more people to die at the hands of their own people. Red Dust was a bit surprised. They're still pests instead? Yes. When the demons came, there was a global panic in flight. Supplies were in short supply and famine ensued. At that time, supplies were precious instead. And what would those brute martial artists who were used to only bullying the common people do? I tell you, they wouldn't even have the courage to raise their swords to the invaders. Only raise their knives to the weaker ones. And there are many such phenomena. In the Thai wasteland, there have long been countless previous mistakes. Earth simply can't even compare to Taiwu at its peak, neither in terms of martial virtues nor in terms of literacy. So I simply never expect martial artists in this world today. Red Dust was stunned, not daring to face the invaders, but just raising the butcher's knife to the weaker ones? It was a scene not expected, but when you think about it more deeply, it makes so much sense. Seems like, it really does happen. Red Dust didn't speak anymore. Mu Jie continued. If there were 100 million martial artists in the world, I would rather kill 10 million with my own hands to wake up the remaining 90 million. Let them make a change. Otherwise, these 100 million martial artists can't actually help anything at all and will only harm their own people. The Red Dust has no words. All of this was actually long beyond all of his experience, and he didn't know what kind of response to make. After a long silence, Red Dust said, countries don't believe your story. Aha! I'll make them believe it. Red Dust added, they told me to hand you over. Ha ha ha. Muhair laughed. Red Dust smiled back. What a hilarious thing to do. Handing over the Muhair? It's not like the whole world thinks that Mu Jie is really just a 9th grade, is it? There couldn't really be anyone who thought that Miao Jie was being protected by Jie Yang, could there? The video screen of that battle on the internet had been circulated. No way. There wouldn't really be a lot of people who didn't believe it, would there? Mu Jie shrugged. Let's divide it into 3 steps. First, let's run China thoroughly, so that the martial artist ethos in China can be corrected. Then let's jump to the world and correct it. Greed and chewing on more is not good enough. Which 3 steps? The Earth Fellowship will stir up the winds in Huaxia, probably exterminating some of the martial artists. Let the other martial artists transform. Let the new generation of martial artists transform. This is the first step. And the second step is to vigorously develop our militia organization, as well as the battle formation. This, in fact, is the core weapon that truly targets the demons. The third is to make everyone in China like a dragon. All people officially enter the era of prosperous martial artists. Get all 3 steps done and then go change the world. Red Dust took note of it and sighed a little in his mind. He heard it and promoted the battle formation. How is it promoted? The ethereal palace will probably be used as a living example and teaching material. What was discussed at the time was secrecy. Even if it was humiliating to go up against the Nymphets, it had to be kept secret. But now it looks like it can't be kept. It simply can't be hidden. The probability is that it will be publicized. Because of the battle array, which needed to be promoted, then the face of the Netherworld Palace was something that must be sacrificed. Red Dust sighed in his heart, and step by step, he began to accept it all. But in his heart, He was still a bit unconvinced that this battle formation was really this strong. Still a little unsure. Is everyone in the Earth Fellowship this strong? He felt that Mu Jie was an example, and that only Mu Jie's combat prowess was ridiculously strong. Everyone else was probably much worse. It was easy to comfort himself by thinking this way. But the fact is that the other 9 products of the Earth Fellowship can also hang the red dust. Red Dust added. There are still 7 days to go. And that's the time we've agreed upon. Do you think it would be more appropriate to choose the location? Mu Jie knew that this pack he was talking about was the group battle pack that the Nymphets had against the Ethereal Palace. Whatever. It's right on the Yucca River. How's that? Could be. Red Dust added. We have 3,000 people out there fighting. Fists and feet without words. Bloodshed occurs. Mu Jie smiled. Fighting as well. Although it's a contracted battle, it's a matter of life and death to show respect for the battle formation. If any of us die, it's because they didn't learn their craft well. But you also have to be prepared. Most likely, your 3,000 people will be slaughtered. There will be real deaths, because when the battle formation starts to activate, they must all be running to incapacitate the enemy with a single blow. And with incapacitation, even if you stay your hand, you may still die. Red Dust was a bit unconvinced in his heart, moving as if he was sure to win. Don't worry about it. We'll sign a life and death contract. They are not afraid of death. I just want to say that your sister is only a first class. Red Dust was a bit scared. That was after all Miao Jie's own sister. If she died by accident, what if Miao Jie went crazy? Mu Jie faintly said, my sister. She won't back down. She and her comrades have become one. Take a step back. Even if my sister is injured, or dies, I won't blame anyone. In fact, even if Mu Jie's sister was too injured to die, Mu Jie could still have the means to pull her back from the brink. Moreover, the first grade realm was in this battle formation, facing so many enemies, and still remained unharmed. Isn't this, more than anything else, an indication of the importance of battle formations? Doesn't this even more illustrate the wisdom of the battle formation? Taking a step back, if the demons really came, Mu Jie wouldn't be able to protect them even if he became a martial saint. Everyone will be the first person responsible for their own life, and even the martial saint himself doesn't have that ability to protect anyone. You would face battles every day, and almost every day, you would come back from the dead. Mu Jie didn't have the means to follow Mu Xinyue all the time, and, if he did follow her, he would instead be noticed by the demon's martial saints, and then, when the time came, it would be really difficult for him or her to do so. They wouldn't be running to kill themselves, but, instead, they would be directly running to capture their sister alive. There's no way to protect her. There is no way around the future. Now then, let her see blood and experience early. Do your best to let her go and have power of her own. In the midst of the apocalypse, there is no way around it. Each of us is incompetent. Each of us is the tall one who has to hold up the sky. Each of us can only protect ourselves and our families as best we can. It's hopeless. It's also reality. Them, too many. Red Dust was a little scared. This man, he was a real iron-blooded general. He possesses absolute sanity, and even now, doesn't even pamper and care for his own sister. Instead, he let her go through the threat of death. There is no doubt that this is the most rational choice, the most rational thing to do. For if one can survive the fight with one's own people, then one will surely survive in the midst of Armageddon. But ask, who else in the world could be so sensible but him? Muher said, arrange for a national reporter to come on the air. Can it be done? Immediately his face went red. He had always avoided exposing this topic, but now Mu Jie still brought it up. Sure enough, just as one would expect, Mu Jie was just set on stepping on the Netherworld Palace's head to get to the top. Unabashedly, or rather, in Mu Jie's eyes, the Ethereal Palace no longer existed in the world, because the wager was that all of the Ethereal Palace would join the Earth Fellowship. From then on, the Ethereal Palace was history. Red Dust had actually known for a long time that regardless of whether this battle was won or not, the Ethereal Palace would actually join the Earth Fellowship completely. No matter what, the Ethereal Palace would be history. It's just that it's still a little hard for him to accept it inside. Mu Jie continued, it is your Ethereal Palace's face that is lost. However, it will mobilize everyone in the country to learn about battle formations and cultivate them. If the Misty Palace fails, everyone will see the importance of this battle formation. No matter what, the whole world would learn it, or at least go and learn it. And this knowledge, in the future, can save the world. When I say people of the world, I'm talking in billions. Face, is it still that important? Red Dust was shaken. He looked deeply at Muher, and he understood. Yes, Mu Jie is trying to step on the Ethereal Palace to get to the top. However, if the Girl Scouts really won, Wouldn't that precisely show that this battle formation was really a super killing weapon? If such a great killing weapon, Zhang Ke was willing to teach, then everyone in China would really be like a dragon. Everyone does. In the future, everyone globally will. And how many more than 1 billion lives will be saved in this way? What Red Dust had once seen was the face of the ethereal palace, but now by Mu Jie a little bit, he saw the true deep thinking. I will immediately make arrangements to let everyone in the country know about our engagement. It'll be publicized to create momentum, and I'll make the whole world pay attention to this fight. By the way, I want to spread your live broadcast, as well as all the cultivation knowledge, worldwide. What do you think? Red Dust threw out the hesitations and tangles within himself. Muhair looked at him for a moment and smiled. Then you will be completely turned against the world and bound only to me. Right. Then, do you see that the Earth Fellowship, in fact, has the strength to take the lead in ruling and integrating this world? It was a jaw-dropping moment. MUJ, still with one word, completely woke up Red Dust again. Yeah, so what is it that you're still struggling with? What are you still hesitating for? Going against the world? Targeted by the world? So what? The strength of the Earth Fellowship is astounding. It's earth-shattering strength. What is it? Yourself. That you're hesitating about? What's there to be hesitant about? Ha 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 ha. Listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. I have to admit that you are really suitable to be a general. Red Dust Flying Pro departed. I'm leaving. By the way, received a tip. There may be 4 or 5 overwhelming. No, 4 or 5 martial kings who can't help themselves and will directly rush into Huaxia to assassinate you. Look, should I stay here with Tianchi Zhang to protect you? Miao Jia said. Old Taoist Zhang is leading students right along the Jade Belt River. I don't think you need to think about protecting me. I think you should come and stay here instead. Because what if they change their plan to kill you first? Come back and stay over when you're done. I'll protect you. Red Dust's face twitched. But then it suddenly struck me that Muhair was right. He did have this ability to protect himself. At this time, Beidu village. The entire village had already been exposed to martial arts for 2 days. And today, for the first time, they had tuned into a program about martial artists. Listening to the things Su Tao spoke about, the simple villagers in front of the television had jumped at the chance to try. Actual combat. Yes, actual combat. The end of martial arts is actual combat. The teenager held the wooden blade in his hand, listening with a serious face as Su Tao continuously explained all the details and lessons learned about the blade technique. A sense of distance, sense of perspective, sense of power, speed. Each of these is something very simple, but requires one to comprehend on one's own under constant practice. When the resident martial artist sent to Beta Village saw that everyone was convinced of Su Tao's sword technique, his heart grew a little indignant. They themselves had come from a proper bank background, and from beginning to end, they had studied the secret martial arts manuals left behind by their predecessors. But now someone was saying that what they had learned was all garbage. Watching the teenager holding a wooden knife while watching the live broadcast on TV and gesticulating at the same time, the martial artist couldn't help but frown. You cannot listen to him. True martial arts are the crystallization of wisdom, a spiritual legacy left behind by the old ancestors. And although Su Tao he is a supreme power, it seems to me that his comprehension of martial arts is still too shallow. If the way of wushu is really that simple as wielding a sword, then wouldn't everyone be able to become a martial artist? The teenager was puzzled, but I think he has a point. Keeping things in perspective is the only way to make a difference. The teacher said seriously, it's amazing that a martial artist would only know one simple move. At most, he will only know 3 moves. Just these 3 moves. Wouldn't you be waiting to die when you run out? The way of martial arts lies in 1,000 variations. The young man said, 1,000 different things, but they are not far from the same thing. The teacher was furious. Why don't you listen to what this kid is saying? Just now you saw the live broadcast. He provoked the other Mount Qingqing sect leader, who will be arriving soon. Let me tell you, the sect leader of Qingchang Mountain can be called one of the top 5 amongst the 9 ranks. Maybe he can be killed within 3 moves. You don't listen to me. Then, let's rely on the facts. The teenager looked at Su Tao who was talking eloquently on the TV, and for a while, he was really a bit confused. In the end, who is listening to? Is martial arts simplified? Or is it 1,000 different things? At that moment, the teacher suddenly pointed to the TV. Here it comes. The teenager's eyes snapped open and he stared intently at the television. At the scene of the program, an old man backstage walked out with a long sword on his back, and at this moment, all the audience in the studio stood up. The host turned back. Su Tao turned back. All the cameramen and guides under the stage put down the equipment in their hands and looked at the old man who stepped out from the backstage with a killing spirit. In this moment, the nation was silent. Really? Su Tao's few words had angered the sect leader of Qingcheng Mountain, and he, indeed, had come. It was a moment when everyone in the country had their eyes locked on the TV, and the battle was on. King Changzi, the head of Qingcheng Mountain, walked directly into the middle of the stage with his sword on his back and looked at Su Tao, not hiding the murderous aura in his eyes, and said in a cold voice, "That's you, isn't it?" Su Tao glanced at him lightly and smiled. "Which one are you, King Changzi?" Su Tao looked at the killing aura in his eyes, and felt some amusement in his heart. Su Tao, who had killed countless living beings, was able to clearly and acutely feel that the killing intent in Qing Changzi's eyes was more like a kind of anger than a real killing intent. It could be felt that Qing Changzi had probably never had the experience of killing with someone until now. Right? So peacefully, you've reached the 9th grade? At least, he didn't even have a fierce look in his eyes. Su Tao couldn't help but sigh. King Changzi was even angrier. What are you sighing for? Su Tao shook his head. First of all, you shouldn't have been provoked by me. How can a martial artist be provoked so easily? You should think rationally. The fact that I can say this on a TV program is that I am 10,000% sure that I can kill you in one move. Otherwise, how dare I say that on TV? You should have thought about this, and after thinking about this layer, you should consider whether you can defeat me. If not, then you will have no return. You will die here. Martial artists, strength is hard. To be able to fight is to be able to fight, and to not be able to fight is to say that you can't fight even if you break the sky. If you know that you will die if you go, then you can't go blindly to your death. Wouldn't you say that's right? So, you shouldn't have been provoked by me. After saying this, Qing Changzi felt his lungs explode with anger and roared, "Cut the crap! Since the martial arts path has been announced now, today, in the presence of the entire nation, let them see who will actually die here. I'll tell you, today it's either you die or I live. I'd like to see. You're just that simple 3 boards of axes. Can you still defeat my 1,000 years of crystallized knowledge left behind by this old ancestor?" The audience was in an uproar. The nation got nervous too. It's only the 2nd day of martial arts popularization and you're about to witness your death on TV? Everyone was a little reactive. The host hastened to round up the situation. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Taoist King Changzi, please calm down. King Changzi glared over with cold eyes. Shut up. What are you? A mere mortal. How dare you dictate to the most powerful? Moderator. He was embarrassed for a moment and could only continue with a dry smile. It's being televised. Taoist. And now that martial arts are popularized, there's no distinction between what's a mortal or a martial artist. Everyone is a martial artist now. Joke. King Changzi sneered. What are you, in my eyes? What's the difference between you and a mole cricket? Still really think of yourself as a martial artist? You, come here. The host walked over with a face full of embarrassment. What is the matter with the Taoist master? With a pop sound, King Changzi backhanded a slap. He was furious, and he felt that this host and Su Tao were in cahoots. Originally, he was looked down upon by Su Tao, but this host even wanted to talk to him as an equal? Could it be that you really look down on me? The slap made everyone freeze. No one expected him to slap the host in public, and the slap was mixed with some force. The host flew backwards on the spot, half of his cheek swollen, and a few teeth were knocked out. The slap was so hard that the skull had even been fractured. Amidst the silence of the entire room, King Changzi said indifferently, "The most powerful one shall not be insulted. How can a mere mortal presume to speak to me as an equal? Don't think that just because martial arts are popularized, you guys are really martial artists. Today, I'll let you all realize how big the gap between you and real martial artists really is. At the same time, I'll also tell you about the old and young respect in the martial arts world. You, remember that." The host looked at King Changzi's ferocious gaze, and his heart was fearful to the core. Remember. And at that moment, Su Tao said quietly, "So it's just a matter of showing off your power in front of mortals? I despise people like you, being coy in the face of the strong, but only able to wield the butcher's knife at the weaker ones." Kararang Lang King Changzi fiercely drew his longsword. "Cut the crap. Young man, you will die today because of your arrogance. Light up your weapon." Su Tao shrugged. "Didn't bring it. Just use your fists." King Changzi was furious. Deceiving people too much. Die. With that, King Changzi violently pinched his sword technique, and at the very moment he pinched his sword skill, Su Tao moved. With a whoosh, he flew in front of King Changzi and swung his fist down. King Changzi's pupils shrunk. "I haven't finished my sword trick yet." He was shocked and furious, and raised his longsword to parry, but Su Tao was too close, and his own sword was too long. Simply but also too late. He could only watch as that one fist smashed into his cheek, unable to dodge it. There was a loud bang dash. King Changzi only felt his head being hit by a train, and his entire face instantly caved in. The skull shattered. The whole person also flew backwards. With just this punch, King Changzi instantly knew that he would not survive. Blood splattered. Su Tao didn't ride the wave of victory. just stood there, his fists dripping blood. King Chengzi flew about 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground. His face completely collapsed in, and all the red and white flowed out along the collapse. Boom! The whole room rose. It was the first time that everyone, including many of the martial artists at the scene, had seen such a bloody scene. A good number of people vomited in a split second. Ah! He's got his head blown off. Look! King Chengzi isn't dead. He's standing up. The life force of a supreme being is so tenacious. Everyone in the country felt uncomfortable. This is the first time everyone has seen such a bloody scene. Just one punch smashed the person's face in. This is placed in the ordinary people absolutely cannot live. Of course, what they didn't know was that King Chengzi wouldn't be able to survive either. With this punch, he could feel that Su Tao did not use his full strength. Otherwise he would have directly exploded his head. But it won't survive. At best, you can struggle for 4 or 5 days. Then you're dead. Qin Chengzi was inwardly terrified. He felt the aura of death. But what followed was the monstrous fury of the explosion. He roared vaguely. Sneak attack. My sword skill yet. Su Tao snorted. What sneak attack or not? A battle between martial artists is one that runs to take the opponent's life. Who waits for you to prepare a move there? Know why I only use 10% of my strength to hit you? Because I know you're not convinced. The national audience is not convinced. So, I'll beat you half to death. Let everyone know. What garbage sword skill. With this sword pinching skill, the other party can kill you several times. This thing, it's garbage. After I prove that I can kill you the first time, I will give you another chance. Come on, keep performing your sword trick. This time I won't interrupt you, because for the second time, I'm going to prove that even if you use the so-called sword technique, I can still kill you. I'll kill you twice. Today, Qin Chengzi's eyes flashed with a flash of resentment when he heard this. He knew that he was going to die, and that he would not survive. But before he died, he wanted to take a back seat. Also want to let this live broadcast room, all the people in the studio to his back. He's going to blow himself up. He's going to blow himself up and let everyone else bury him. While rushing towards Su Tao, his body slowly expanded. Su Tao snorted. Self-detonation? Ha! He violently also rushed towards Qin Chengzi. While the person reached close, Qin Chengzi threw away his own longsword to embrace Su Tao, wanting to hold Su Tao to death and explode himself to death him. But in the next moment, Su Tao braked violently, then kicked out. The kick went straight towards King Chengzi's chest. Quick! It's too fast. This kick was as fast as thunder, as fast as lightning. How can a person be so fast? Before King Chengzi could react, he saw that the foot had not entered his chest, and then his entire body was powerless, and the true essence that had coalesced in his entire body felt like it had been vented from a cathartic outlet. His entire body wilted like a balloon with a hole in it. Su Tao retracted his foot. King Chengzi's chest broke open a big hole, and he died silently on the stage. Lying on his back with blood flowing, the whole room was silent. Everyone watched in horror. It was too fast. In a flash of lightning, everything was over. The most powerful, fallen. For the first time in decades, in the history of the globe, there was an incident of the fall of a supreme power. Just dying like that really killed him twice. As a fellow supreme power, Qin Chengzi was even powerless to fight back in Su Tao's hands. Su Tao looked at his watch and faintly said, 5 minutes to go. I'm grasping at straws. Moderator, may I continue? The presenter, who has a fractured skull, nods dully. Su Tao spoke eloquently. Sense of distance. Sense of power. I've just verified it very well. What distance to strike? What power is just enough to kill the opponent without wasting excess power? At this moment, the country explodes. The most powerful one fell. The body fell at his feet. And he, still lecturing, it seemed like nothing had just happened. In the misty palace, Red Dust watched this scene, his eyes dancing furiously. At this moment, he also felt a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. Was it really wrong to have traveled the path of martial arts for so many years on one's own? He was very sure that when he faced King Chengzi, although he could also kill him within one move, but he couldn't do it as easily as Su Tao did. And as he compared the two, he suddenly realized that a martial king like himself was unsure of facing Su Tao. Not at all sure. Is this, too, a super geek like Muhair? At this moment, a thought suddenly arose in Red Dust's mind to worship Mujie. The Earth Fellowship came out of nowhere, and the martial arts of this world would be completely transformed. In front of the television, the two martial arts teachers were dumbfounded and stared wide-eyed. Somewhat revoltingly, they looked at King Chengzi in the television set. Although they were noble martial artists, for the first time, they saw the scene of someone being beaten to death appear in front of them. There's no way to fight back. There's nothing to fight back for. Qin Chengzi, who was in the top 5 of the most powerful people in China, had no power to fight back, and was killed twice by Su Tao in 2 moves. They weren't stupid, so they could naturally see that Su Tao's first punch was estimated to have used only 1 or 2% of his strength. If he had used his full strength, the first punch would have directly killed Qingqingzi. Such a strong person. A strong person who can control life and death in the same realm. The teenager picked up the wooden knife, vomited, and looked up with a flash of excitement in his eyes. Teacher, is he right? The martial artist was speechless. At this moment, they too began to wonder. Is that right? Is that such a simple move? The path to simplicity? Qingqingzi's so-called fancy sword technique. Surprisingly, he didn't even have a chance to cast it out. He was still pinching his hands when they killed him. Is this the kind of secret we want to learn? Without waiting for an answer, the teenager picked up his notes and began to carefully record all the points that Su Tao had taught on TV. When the program ended, the teenager picked up the wooden knife and walked out of the house, chopping down the big tree over and over again according to Su Tao's teaching style. While chopping, he counted. At the same time, while thinking in his mind about the essentials conveyed by Su Tao, the simple action of chopping. You need to constantly experience the sense of distance, the sense of power, sense of angle. You can't just blindly chop for the sake of chopping. You need to know exactly what you mean by practicing this movement. You need to know with every chop, what's wrong, what's right. You need to know what the significance of every slash you make is. At the same time, throughout China, at least hundreds of millions of people stepped out of their homes, picking up iron swords, or wooden swords. They began to train in Su Tao's way. This boring and tedious exercise, 50,000 times a day. They're starting. Another heavy news has spread across the entire Chinese internet. Headlines, on September 2nd, 7 days later, 21 martial artists from the Earth Fellowship will challenge the Ethereal Palace for a total of 5,000 of the same realm. Tencent News, Earth Fellowship and Ethereal Palace wager. If Earth Fellowship wins, the Ethereal Palace will be merged into Earth Fellowship, and there will only be Earth Fellowship in the world from now on. Shocked, 25th grade realm nymphets will challenge a total of 5,000 6th grade martial artists from the Ethereal Palace. A battle of life and death. With fewer than many, we are outnumbered. The power of the battle formation will be completely manifested. One by one the news came out and the nation was rocked. All day today, there was so much heavy news, one after the other. Non-stop new news coming out. Ever since the beginning of the announcement of martial arts, ever since all people have been practicing, the martial arts world has been completely unsettled. And this time, it's going to be an even bigger shock. The Earth Fellowship's female soldiers, 21 of them. 20 female martial artists of the 5th rank realm and 1 female martial artist of the 1st rank realm will challenge the entire Ethereal Palace? Say as many as come below the 7th rank. This news was simply more shocking than some 9th rank defeating a Jisher. Between the 9th grade and absolute supremacy, it was just a step away, and it was still reasonable. But 20 men, and 5,000 men, can't be justified in any way. If we can win like this, is there any justice? This could no longer be explained by any real combat or not. If this was even possible, then it would completely rewrite the martial arts landscape of the entire world. What realm, what number of people, will be completely transformed over? Ethereal Palace, brightly lit. In the office, all the higher-ups of the Ethereal Palace were gathered. Red Dust sat on a chair with a calm face. The Grand Elder roared like a madman. Palace Master, how can you publicize this matter? It can't be. It can't be done in a million ways. Right, Palace Master? 5,000 people going to battle against 21 individual women. This would have been a disgrace. I should have done my best to block this news, but now that it's directly publicized, this will make my Misty Palace completely doomed. Palace Master, send out a message now to announce that it's a rumor. It's not too late, Palace Master. In that case, even if we win, it wouldn't be honorable to win. The crowd was talking about you and me. Red Dust looked at them with a smile on his face and said quietly, "You guys, do you really think that 5,000 people will win?" The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. The Secretary General said in a deep voice, "Palace Master, whether it is from a scientific point of view or a martial arts point of view, 5,000 people are overwhelmingly superior to 2,000 people. Not to mention that there are only 21 people. I really can't think of a possibility of them losing. It's just that this matter can't be spread out, because even if they win, too many people bullying too few people is not a good victory, and others will even poke their spines." Red Dust shook his head. "I don't think so. At one time, I also had doubts and disbelief, but Mu Jia's strike changed my mind. If Miao Jia is an example, after all, he said that he used to be a martial saint. He has a lot of combat experience, so I can think of a way to beat me." But when Su Tao made his move, beating King Chengzi was like playing. You guys probably didn't care about that detail. From beginning to end, Su Tao didn't even use his true essence. It was just pure physical power. I converted the combat power. I, probably, can't even defeat Su Tao. Most likely, Su Tao is also able to kill me within 3 or 2 moves. Wow. Everyone exploded. No way. You underestimate yourself too much, Palace Master. We can't let ourselves be so unsure of ourselves just because of a mohair. We're not that bad. The Palace Master is still handily packing Su Tao. How can that be? Don't be unsure of yourself, Palace Master. Red Dust continued. So, after I saw Su Tao's strength, I knew that the Earth Fellowship would never be an organization that only knows how to brag and exaggerate. Among them, there's also Mu Jie's sister Ah. If it's a certain death, Mu Jie will definitely not let his sister participate in the battle. And the fact that his sister is in it shows that, at least in Mu Jie's opinion, this is just an experience for his sister and not some kind of crisis. This time, my Misty Palace's 5,000 men will be defeated. There's no such thing as a face or a face. Muhair's comment woke me up. What if, say, those pussies did win? What does that say? The Grand Elder picked up. This shows that the battle formation is invincible. Right. It means that the battle formation is invincible. Then such a battle formation, Mu Jie will spread to the world. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? If there really is a doomsday, then this will be the greatest good. Yes, it's good. But promoting it. But how can it be practiced with good intentions when no one knows how well it works? It's the only way to go. A bright and honorable confrontation. A square confrontation. Let the whole country see the power of this battle formation. And use my Misty Palace as a stepping stone to completely push this battle formation across the globe. Stepping stones. Misty Palace will be reduced to a stepping stone? It was very hard on the hearts of the people. Red Dust continued. In this battle, even if we win, the Netherworld Palace will also slowly fade out of the historical stage. If it loses, the Netherworld Palace will immediately fade into the historical stage and enter the Earth Fellowship. I, on the other hand, will be worshipping Mu Jie as my master. So, no matter what, the ending will be the same. Let go of your preconceived notions and accept a brand new martial arts heyday. Red Dust stood up violently, and at this moment, he erupted with a powerful aura. He no longer hesitates, no longer wanders, whether we want to or not. I tell you, a new era has truly drawn to a close, dominated by the Earth Fellowship, whether we like it or not. The Ethereal Palace will be history, and in the last moments of our existence, will we fight to the death, or to exert our last glory and support them with our last strength? Gentlemen, do we want to be personally involved in creating the prosperity of a race? Or are we going to be the gentlemen? Are we going to personally participate in making a race prosper? Or do we want to be a stumbling block before the light? Ethereal Palace Phalai Peak Foothills, the gathering place for the outer disciples of the Netherworld Palace. A bearded 6th grade martial artist, looking at the news on his cell phone, only felt a wave of shame surging through his heart. How can it be exposed? This battle is supposed to be conducted in secret. Ah, this damned Earth Fellowship has even exposed this. Damn it! They had received word in advance that a total of 5,000 people were going to participate in the battle drills. 3,000 6th grade martial artists and 2,000 5th grade martial artists were going to fight against 20 women with 5th grade cultivation, as well as one woman who was a 1st grade martial artist. 5,000 men versus 21 human pussies. When they first received this mission, everyone was filled with shame, feeling that the higher-ups of the Netherworld Palace were looking down on them. It was even if they let themselves beat up women, but they even had to bully the few with the many? If word of this gets out, will we still be able to get along in the future? There's no way to mix it up. Almost at the same time, all those who were given the task refused it. But then, the Ethereal Palace executives said that as long as they achieved victory in the maneuvers and were still alive, no one would be rewarded $50 million in cash. If they died, the families received $20 million in compensation. As soon as this reward came out, those who had refused again agreed painfully. In their minds, this is picking up money. The price to be paid is not their lives, but their faces. Well, for $50 million, so much for losing face. In their thoughts, this simultaneously represented the face of the Misty Palace. If this matter were to spread out, the Netherworld Palace would be just as disgraced as they were. Therefore, they thought that the Misty Palace would definitely keep this matter strictly confidential and would definitely not let outsiders know about it. In that case, you're not a disgrace yourself. No one knows about it, anyway. But now, know this, the whole country knows about it. Everyone knows about it. Even the Ethereal Palace had made the list of matchups public. This is too humiliating, the bearded man growled. Shouldn't it be kept secret? At this time, the senior brother next to him sighed. Senior brother Wang, if I had known that it would be announced, I wouldn't have taken this quest. Alas, after this battle, how am I going to mix in the Chinese martial arts world in the future? Even if Even if the arrangement is the same number of people as them, I would be willing to fight to the death. But to have us put out 5,000 people, this is too humiliating. The bearded man rolled his eyes. Then it's not too late for you to go and say no. Sifu sighed and didn't reply. The denial? Denial is impossible. $50 million in prize money. That's not a small amount for martial artists. And the price to be paid was disgrace. That's acceptable. Elder brother didn't answer, apparently unwilling to give up on the task, and after a moment, pointed to his cell phone again. Look, what's the internet saying about us? Doesn't your face burn when you say 5,000 people from the ethereal palace? 5,000 people against 20 little girls. Alas, how am I going to mix in the future? The two of them looked through their cell phones, and the more they looked, the more they felt shame on their faces. And at this moment, it wasn't just the two of them. At this moment, all of the ethereal palace's disciples felt their faces burning. How can it get out? How is this going to work? Sneaking up on the Earth Fellowship and bullying them is just fine. How can you be like this? And right at this moment, a participating disciple of the ethereal palace appeared on Jitterbug, recording a video screen. Within a short hour, the heat soared. The 6th grade martial artist named Suli was a Netflix blogger before that, with tens of millions of fan followers in Shake Shack. And this time, he was also a candidate among the Misty Palace's list of opponents. When the news was exposed, Suli knew that he had to start a public opinion-oriented. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if other people lose face. But he is a netizen blogger. If he loses face in the future, he will really have no way to mix. So, Suli instantly recorded a video screen and released it. The title reads, Clarifying Public Opinion. My ethereal palace doesn't have many people bullying fewer people. On the video screen, Suli speaks this way. Right now there are rumors spreading in China about our ethereal palace's 5,000 5th and 6th grades coming to sparring exercises with the Earth Fellowship's 21 5th grade women, saying that my ethereal palace is bullying people. Today I'm here to clarify that it's not my Misty Palace bullying people. Allow me to slowly explain the reason. The cause of the matter was a bet between Mu Jia and our palace master. During the bet, Miao Jia, perhaps a little on top of things, went so far as to say that the tactics of that battle formation he brought from Taiwara were invincible and unrivaled in the world. Our palace master didn't believe in invincibility, so the two of them began to bet against each other. I won't say what the bet was, I'll just go straight to the result. The result is that Mu Jia said, we'll put out 25th grades here, 1 first grade, and there'll be a total of 21 individual women for the battle. You, Misty Palace, below the 7th rank, come as many as you want. Friends, familiars, heaven's great injustice. My ethereal palace is just being straight. It was he, Miao Jia, who said himself that it's fine for as many people to come. Everyone think about it differently. People all have tempers, right? Miao Jia said this way. It is obvious that there is no one in sight. Look down on my Misty Palace. What about the Misty Palace? We don't care about anything. Since you look down on us and have no one in your sight, we'll just send 5,000 men. Didn't you say that you can come as many as you want? So let's send 5,000 people and see if you can wield them. Of course, I don't mean to be sarcastic here, Lord Mu Jia. I don't deserve it. I'm just being honest. Lord Mu Jia is indeed a strong person worthy of respect. However, one can't underestimate our Misty Palace too much. So this time, the 5,000 of us who went to war, that was holding our breath to go to war. It was they themselves who said, come as many as you want. The video screen was sent out, and in just 2 hours it hit the hot searches of the entire internet. Countless people realized the cause and truth of the matter. It's no wonder then, that there would be such an outrageous matchup. I told you so. I blame Mu Jia. I blame the Earth Fellowship for being too out of sight. I think that if I were the ethereal palace master, I'd be straight for once. Gosh, what gave them so much confidence? How dare they say, come as many people as you want? Even if they are no match per capita, there are thousands of them. It's going to consume them to death. True essence isn't infinite, and physical strength isn't infinite. So what's the point of having such a big mouth? This time the Earth Fellowship has gone out on a limb. Just after showing their mettle, they have to be disgraced once. It can't be denied that the battle formation thing might have killing power, or else Mu Jia couldn't have been so confident. But, being too confident is really just hubris. Ha ha ha, perhaps Mu Jia's intestines are now green with remorse. At first, he just said that it's fine to come as much as you want. Most likely he thought at the time that the ethereal palace cared about face and would fight him fairly. I didn't expect that the ethereal palace was so straightforward and really came as many as they could. Then again, that battle formation. What the hell is it? The martial arts channel taught it today. It's also been uploaded to the internet, and militia organizations everywhere have training guidelines. I've studied it. Nothing magical. It's simple. I'll check it out. Internet opinion doesn't matter at all. And the people in the Earth Fellowship don't pay any attention to that stuff. And even, in fact, the higher-ups of the Ethereal Palace didn't care about public opinion. Neither did they care at all about what people had to say about it. Their purpose, too, was just to roll out the battle array. It was just a matter of letting more people learn about this thing called battle formation. That's all. In just one day today, the files and knowledge of those battle formations uploaded had reached tens of millions of downloads. That's enough. Got off to a good start. This means that 10 million people in the country are already interested in the battle array. They'll be impressed with this thing. And in the future, they'll naturally know the value of this thing. After Xiaomai told Mu Jie what had happened in the outside world, Mu Jie said that he was aware of it and then said, I have a feeling that in another 10 days or so, I'll probably return to the Martial King realm. Maybe I might close the door anytime now. Pony nodded. Don't worry, Chairman. We'll take care of the safety matters. Mu Jie shook his head. I'm not worried about safety. What I'm worried about is whether or not the battle array can be successfully promoted. The universal martial arts path is just a mere prelude. The battle array is the real core of the fight against the demons. Grasp it early and familiarize yourself with it early. Look, it's been so long now, and it hasn't even been promoted out of China. Mu Jie worriedly said, I always have a bad feeling in my heart. I always feel that this time the demons will come faster than imagined. If again nowadays in the era of peace, we don't have a way to push these things out quickly, then when the demons come and the chaotic world arrives, there will be even less good channels and methods. Pony asked in a deep voice. Uncle Jay, so how can we speed this up now? Mu Hare frowned and contemplated for a moment. Use the rules in a chaotic world. Make it mandatory to promote it. It must be fast. Very fast. In my opinion, since all the people are in the army now, then military orders are like mountains. Everything will all be handled according to military law. You go tell Red Dust to cooperate with the Ethereal Palace. From now on, it is mandatory for everyone nationwide to learn about battle formations. And all the people, no matter what their status is or who they are, must participate in training battle formations for 5 hours every day. Even if the demons really did come the next moment, even if most people around the world weren't martial artists yet, but as long as they are given time, after slowly becoming martial artists, when they encounter danger everyone will not blindly flee and fight, and will be able to decisively form battle formations to form an effective force instead of a rabble. Pony's pupils shrunk. Mandatory promotion? This is possible. And there is a lot of public discontent. Mu Jie sighed. The people's grievances are the people's grievances. We, the Earth Fellowship, have only one mission, so that our race can continue. The pony took a deep breath. I understand. Mu Jie added. After the Ethereal Palace spreads the martial way around the globe, we will also begin to force the world to cultivate battle formations. This is something that must be done. So as a first step, we must lay a good foundation in Huaxia. I got it. Starting today. Except for a few people here, the rest of you will distribute to all parts of the country. Oversee the results of the cultivation of the battle formation. The pony flew away. Mu Jie looked at the sky for a long time standing in the yard. In his heart, the ominous feeling grew stronger. A very familiar feeling. Every day for 100 years in the Taiwans felt like this. And such a feeling is coming soon. Far away in the deep space of the universe. In the middle of a large chaotic meteorite area, a planet quietly rotates around a red giant star. The red giant star, which represents the sun that's about to explode. It still possesses a very high temperature. Just like this, who knows how long it will last. No civilization can discover such places, because all civilizations in the universe look for other civilizations according to the stars. Stars represent light and heat, and only light and heat can nurture life. Moreover, only stars in the universe shine. In the deep space of the universe, red giants shine very faintly and are not easy to spot. So planets that wouldn't have been glowing, orbiting red giants, were even harder to spot. In fact, no civilization would ever come here. But this planet, seemingly dead, yet it possesses endless life. It's a Death Star. It has its thin atmosphere and no resources on the planet. The planet is surrounded by a chaotic mass of thousands of astronomical units of meteorites, which are more like cages and prisons, sealing the planet in, sealing the civilization in, and forbidding it to go out for all eternity. There is a great hand of the underworld waiting in the universe. Waiting, it seems, for an explosion. Waiting for a red giant to explode. When civilization here is completely destroyed. And they, too, were waiting for their monarch to open up a new world, to use it as a springboard into the true 10,000 races of the cosmic civilization. There are countless living things. There is an endless supply of food. It was pitch black amongst the dark rocks, A closer look would reveal that the pitch black was not the color of the rock itself, but rather a single black backbone that was currently resting on the rock. This is a strange kind of life. They have the same body as humans, with hands, feet and a head, but they, on their backs, have black scales, hard as steel. They have long, jagged, fine, sharp teeth that make it easy to chew everything. They, on the other hand, only have one eye. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the entire planet resounded with a roar. It was the sound of the scales on their backs, shaking in a neat and rapid fashion. They have no language, but the way they communicate is by using sonic vibrations to spread. And the sound waves vibrate by the scales on his back shaking out to convey the message. In the middle of the sky of the Death Star, the demon with a large hole running through its chest, King's Landing, looked at its fellow clansmen kneeling throughout the planet. It bared its fangs and rapidly shook the scales on its back. It means, sons and daughters, we, the gods, will descend into this universe. The previous failures are pains we can accept, but this time, we will no longer fail. Are you all ready? Across the planet, hundreds of billions of demons shook their backs. Ready, monarch, this time, we have chosen a lonely civilization. They are far, far away from the hub of the universe's civilization. And this time, there will be no one from the 10,000 races to help them. Instead, we will completely escape this prison and descend on their homeworld, using it as a springboard into the hub of the entire universe. I'm about to break through this passage. I'm going to make you eat everything in that world and take over all corners of that world, and in the fastest time possible. Don't alert the other civilizations of the universe, and don't alert the man who once fought me to a draw, and his race. They have mastered a powerful way of knotting formations, and we still can't work out a way to break that kind of knotting formation until now. Be sure to avoid those guys who have mastered the way of knot formation. This time, I found that planetary civilization, and I observed it for a long time. The aura of their martial artists there is weak, a weak race. Go there and conquer it. Answer me, how long? A vibrating resonance came from the entire planet. 10 days, 1 month, 2 days, 3 days. Say what you will. The monarch smiled. From now on, all of you, mate in place, breed dry food for our march. Choose from among the dry food the mighty seeds that will make our race stronger. The next moment, the entire planet was in chaos. All of the demons and devils began to look for mates to mate with in situ. They began to reproduce in situ. The rate at which they reproduce is quite impressive. Before the attack on Tai Wasteland, the demons numbered in the tens of billions. In the early days, because they were always victorious and gained endless food, their race continued to multiply, and soon their numbers surpassed hundreds of billions. Then the Earth Fellowship rose, and the 10,000 races rose. They've lost room to expand. They've lost food. They're underfed. They can't continue to reproduce, and can't fight. So the number of people decreased rapidly. At one point, it was so drastically reduced that only 9 billion of the entire race remained. The monarch decisively gave the order to retreat. If they continued to fight, they would have to exterminate their species. It took 3 years to retreat, and when they retreated to the planet, they were surprised to be left with only over 3 billion sons and daughters. But fortunately, there were enough supplies and food plundered from Tai Wasteland for them to recuperate. And so, it took a few more decades to start reproducing again. 3 billion started out, utilizing the material support taken from the Great Wasteland. Their populations multiplied to as many as 200 billion. $200 billion. This is an unprecedented number of people. It's also a population explosion. But this would follow the law of conservation of energy of the universe. This planet definitely can't afford to feed 200 billion beings. If they can't jump out and get stuck here, it would only take 5 years before they would immediately start killing each other and eating others, to keep themselves alive. The 200 billion would keep consuming each other, all the way down to hundreds of millions, down to a balanced value. So, their monarch must lead them to jump out. 200 billion, born for battle, will jump out and continue to maintain the species. 4 months. In 4 months, a super army, unprecedented in the universe, will officially set foot in the galaxy. Muhair's hunch couldn't be wrong. This time, they were even faster than when they entered the Tai Wasteland. And now they are making their final preparations, reproduction. The offspring that were bred were not to live at all without food. So, there was no intention to let these new beings live, just to prepare them as dry food. If there are any good ones among them, they will be trained as a new generation of warriors. It's a cruel place. However, even though Muhair's description had been very real, there were still at least 90% of the people on Earth who did not believe it. All the executives couldn't calm down for a long time after listening to Mujia's speech. They couldn't believe that there could really be such an evil race in this world. Obviously the time of peace has lasted so long that no one wants to believe that the time of calamity is coming. They met here and discussed for 2 whole days. And yet, there is still no result from the discussion. I think that the things that Mujer says are mostly false. I don't think there's really going to be a doomsday, and it's that metaphysical. Right. What makes him think those demons are bound to come to Earth? He just wants to use all this panic to fulfill his ambitions and ideas. As a matter of urgency, we should exterminate the Earth Fellowship and Mujie. The crowd discussed it, saying everything. The president was silent for a long time and never commented. What if what Zhang Ke said was really true? The ethereal palace isn't stupid. At the very beginning, he had wondered if it was possible that the ethereal palace also wanted to have the ambition to rule the world. But then he suddenly realized a problem. And that was, the Earth Fellowship even had the Jedi upside down. They could still be the very tip of this world's pyramid even if they didn't rule the world. Even the global Jedi would definitely give face to the Earth Fellowship. It would definitely pull the majority towards them. Because of this power, it was a bit exaggeratedly powerful. There's no reason for him to rule the world. What's he missing? Fortune? Wealth was a joke to martial artists, especially top martial artists. It was no exaggeration to say that if it was really possible to pull in a 9th grade martial artist with money, then, how much do you want? I'll print it for you. Status? Did an overwhelmingly powerful person need status? His status as an absolute powerhouse was originally a transcendent status. This world was so large that he could still walk sideways despite not ruling. Wherever he went, his status was at the top. Even the royal family, even the president, would need to bow down and submit. What else is there? Dreams? This is more bullshit. Anyone's dream can be to rule the world. But Jia Young, surely, would not have such a dream. This pattern is too small. Their dream would only be to go further in the martial arts. So the president began slowly, leaning toward the possibility that what Mujer was saying was true. Because only if what Mu Jie said was true, it could explain the many mysteries in the world. For example, why were so many super geniuses who couldn't speak the language but were able to use special symbols to communicate with Zhang Ke? For example, the world has been windy and sunny, and suddenly a fellow earthling pops up. All of this, it makes sense. Biased, but still in disbelief. After pondering for a long time, he finally decided to wait and see what happens first. From now on, let's block this news and not cause panic among the people. From now on, there is a strict blockade of news and news coming from China within all of Rice, and preferably within the globe. Those things that Mu Jie spoke about, no one is allowed to discuss them. Don't let the public panic. Don't let the public know about this matter. This thing, whether it's true or not, is going to cause a panic. The crowd obliged. It's the best way to go at the moment. Silence first. Wait and see what happens. Well, then, let's keep the news on lockdown for now. Regardless of whether or not Huaxia publicized martial arts, the rest of the world would certainly not choose to do so, because martial artists are destined to be only a minority of martial artists. The martial artist must be privileged, and privilege is what the vast mortal labor force exchanges for. If everyone became a martial artist, then the current pattern of the world would be completely broken. In this world, wouldn't there be no more powerful people? How's that work? All of you here are powerful people. And just then, a secretary ran in with a hasty face. Report, Mr. President. Something big is happening. Report. Speak. Just now, tens of thousands of video screens of Mu Jie's speech appeared on YouTube and were translated into the languages and scripts of every country in the world. Just now, Fox TV broadcasted the English version of Mu Jie's speech. Just moments ago, video screens of Mu's speech appeared everywhere on the internet around the world. Everyone stood up angrily. The Netherworld Palace has long since left a backhand. They're not geared toward spreading it in China at all. The aim is to spread it globally. This is the power of the ethereal palace, making the globe aware of it in an instant. It's over. It's over. The news can't be blocked. The message, it can't be blocked. What to do? Quickly, activate the emergency plan. Make sure to suppress the people's panic. The crowd was in disarray. And just at that moment, the Minister of Defense ran in a panic. Sir, Mr. President, something's wrong. Something's wrong. What again? Below the videos of Mu Jie's speeches, they all came with download links. Among the links are all the documents on cultivation from introductory to mastery, with the secrets of various martial arts techniques. Meanwhile, the comment sections of the global internet are filled with those martial artists practicing their techniques. At the same time, Huaxia launched an app for Huaxia Martial Artist Forum. This forum is free for everyone in the world to download martial artist cultivation documents, as well as all the secrets and guidance for cultivation. It also supports discussions between martial artists, and you can also watch the English, Japanese, Korean, Latin, and Spanish versions of that Martial Artist TV of Huaxia. The app quietly hit Google and Apple. and now in just 1 hour, it has surpassed 4 billion downloads worldwide. The President of the United States of America only felt his scalp tingle and his brain explode. 4 billion downloads. 4 billion downloads. That means, 4 billion people around the world are starting to get in touch with martial arts. That martial artist forum. There must be countless techniques on cultivation. All the secrets of all the martial artists. All for people to download for free. And people who have downloaded the app can't block it. Because the app server is in China. And the app is in people's respective cell phones. No one knows who downloaded the app. And there's no way to stop anyone from checking the contents of the app anymore. The President of the United States roared. Hurry up and tell those 2 damn companies to take it off the shelves immediately. Block this app. Hurry. The Minister of Defense said in horror. We can't block it. We can't block it anymore. The download file of that app is now spreading on the global internet. At the same time, that app also has a feature that if you promote the app download file to 1 person, you can get a video of a lecture by Huaxia's Jiayang. Promoting it to 2 people rewarded $50, as well as a basic introduction to martial arts from Jiayang's lectures. Promote it to 100 people, and you'll be rewarded $10,000. That's the rule that caused the app to go fishinale global within an hour. We blocked the platform from shelving the app, but the download package of the app, however, is circulating around the world. Everyone present, violently sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, one could only feel a wave of cool air running directly from the soles of his feet to the ceiling. The age of the martial artist came suddenly. The era of global martial arts is here. The age of the powerful is beginning to disintegrate. The President roared like a madman. Ethereal Palace. You're forcing me to do this. I'm going to let you die. These vermin who are destroying the global landscape. Huaxia. A piece of news hit the nation. From today onwards, full-scale mandatory battle formation training law for all people will be carried out. As of today, everyone in the country must join the militia, regardless of status, regardless of personnel, men, women, and children. As long as they are at least 3 years old, they must join the militia organization. Receive at least 5 hours of battle formation training every day. Career and official units take the lead in doing everything right. Those who are late and leave early for daily battle formation training, or are absent, are given expulsion. Those who are absent twice will be sentenced to 3 years in prison. Those who are absent for up to 5 times will be executed. As of today, 5 hours of battle formation training per day will be officially included in the criminal code. Anyone who disrupts battle formation training will be punished by criminal law. As of today, the battle formation must be integrated into the bones of every Chinese. It is only in the future, when disaster strikes, that an effective organization can be formed. And in the future, it will be integrated into the bones of all humans around the world. Starting in Huaxia. Battle formation training is the obligation of all, the responsibility of all, and the means for all to protect themselves as well as their families. When the news came out, all of China exploded. Everyone exploded. There was also that militia organization before that gave $200 a day for joining. So a lot of people who were short of money and had time joined the militia organization to receive training in the battle formation. But that's voluntary. Now, mandatory. Even battle formation training is directly included in the criminal code now. No battle formation training, 5 absences, and a straight death sentence? Unseen and unheard of. Nothing like this has ever been seen in the history of the globe in all time. 1 absence and tardiness. Job lost, job gone. Late for 2 absences. Sentence. 5 times, death penalty. This is a messy time to use a heavy rule. Twitter, headline number 1. Jitterbug headline number 1. Major news portals, first on the front page. All the TV news. On a loop. All neighborhood councils. Loudspeakers go out on the streets. Door-to-door notification. In all villages, the village councils went door-to-door and gave notice from house to house. Leaflets were put up everywhere. Slogans were painted everywhere. The whole of China was in complete chaos. Changed. The whole world has changed. It never occurred to me that failure to participate in militia training would be a death sentence. Laugh. I've been in militia training for 2 days now. What's the point of learning that shit? As for that, I've participated in that too. It's learning how to line up, how to trust your comrades, how to protect your comrades, and the use of the lance in the middle of a battle formation. What's the use of this? Oh my god, the death penalty for not attending training? I can't accept that. Moistened. Still Europe is free. Is there, indeed, a demon? Could it be that there really is a catastrophic doomsday? It's getting more and more important. Since the announcement of the martial arts, this world pattern is changing day by day. 5 hours of battle formation training. Productivity don't want it? Economy don't want it? Don't want anything? Everyone in the country went crazy. At this time, in the middle of the capital martial arts university, a rich second-generation Xiao Huang with a superior family background broke down in school. The school quickly responded to the call, and after the principal personally studied the battle formation, he immediately organized a militia group organization for the capital martial arts university. All students, all teachers, even the cafeteria ants had to sign up. The radio rang out. Please ask all members of the Capital Martial University's militia regiment to gather at the playground immediately. We will be conducting our first battle formation theory lecture. Please gather immediately. Xiao Huang, who was playing games in the dormitory, exploded as a whole, watching his roommates all leave quickly as he growled with a strained neck. I'm not going. What a fucking militia training. I'm a 4th grade martial artist. My father is a 6th grade martial artist, and the richest man in our area. Even if the end of the world comes, I won't die. I'm not in the war. It's none of my business. There's a taller one to hold the sky when it collapses. I'm not going. I'm playing a fucking game. Playing ranked. The housemates could not be persuaded to leave. Yellow grunted, looking at the news that something about being late and losing his job. Going to jail for being late twice? That's bullshit. There's almost no way that the majority of the nation's 1.4 billion people would take part in such a thing. All would have rebelled. All would have protested. With so many people, I can't believe the ethereal palace won't compromise. They dared to be uncompromising. So many people rebel against this ordinance. Do they dare? So, Xiao Huang quieted down and continued to play the game. A few moments later, he suddenly realized that 3 of his 4 teammates in the game had actually gone offline. Down the line at a critical time? Then he saw that the opponents on the opposite side, surprisingly all 5 of them suddenly went offline. All run away? Xiao Huang hastily spoke in the game group and asked, what's going on? What the hell have they all run away? The group replied, no more talk. No more militia training. I'm off the game for now. We have door-to-door notices from the neighborhood council to go to training. I've got to go practice my battle formation. I can't lose my job. And our leader said that whoever can excel among our local militia training will get a 10% raise in pay. I've got to go train. I also train to go. It's all gone. No more teammates. Yellow reluctantly exits the game and rematches. The next thing I saw was that the computer kept showing match in progress, but it kept spinning and just wouldn't change. He was a little confused. I don't think so. It's not like the whole country really went for it. Xiao Huang lit a cigarette and was silent for a while, looking at the empty dormitory building and listening to the playground as the classes began to roll call. He suddenly panicked a little. Or, I'll go too? However, the next moment, his eyes were ruthless. I won't go. What can you do to me? Even if that thing is included in the penal code, it's still a penalty for ordinary people. I am a martial artist, the future pride of heaven, the pillar of the country. I am of great value. I don't believe what can really be done with me. As he was speaking, he heard neat footsteps coming from the dormitory. Xiao Huang's face was relieved. Sure enough, there are still quite a few students like me who didn't go. Not panicking anymore. Just then, the door was pushed open. Xiao Huang turned around, but saw 2 policemen walking in. The 3 looked wide-eyed for a moment. Yellow spoke up. You guys. The officer in charge asked coldly. Why don't you attend militia training? I have diarrhea. The policeman pulled out his ID and gave him a look. We're from the supervision team. My surname is Li. Remembering that it's your first time immediately go to the playground to gather for roll call. And don't be late for diarrhea in the future. Go to your militia leader for leave first. With that, the door closed and the police left. Xiao Huang lay on the window and watched for a while, seeing 2 police officers go from dormitory to dormitory pushing open the door to check if there is still no one. He gave a contemptuous cut. 2 mortals and they want to control me? He doesn't care what you are. As long as you're mortal, you're a natural-born inferior. And himself, he was born to be on top. The game couldn't be played either. And he'd made up his mind that today, he wouldn't go. So, Xiao Huang masked in the quilt, to the head to sleep. Looking at the scorching sun outside, he couldn't help but sneer. You guys take your time to sunbathe. I'll sleep first. Having just fallen asleep, a disoriented Yellow heard someone calling for him. Opening his eyes, the 2 policemen stood in front of the bed. And Officer Li said with a cold face, why don't you go yet? Sleepy Yellow exploded a bit. I said I have diarrhea. Can't understand. Can you? Officer Li said in a cold voice. The Ethereal Palace, in conjunction with the Earth Fellowship, has set the latest rules, and the militia will be everyone's obligation. Everyone in all of Huaxia must have the battle formation in their bones. This is for the future. Little Yellow growled in annoyance. Shut the fuck up you. Don't you dare lecture me here. Wearing a skin is great. You are a mortal. I am a 4th grade martial artist. A martial artist cannot be insulted. If you, a mortal, Dare to tell me what to do. I'll break your legs. Get lost. After saying that, Yellow once again covered her head in the covers. Officer Lee said in a deep voice, "Classmate, times have changed. Now, it's not the time for you to play rough. And the Ethereal Palace has set the highest guidelines. This policy is very difficult to implement. So in the early stages, it is going to catch the typical. I don't want you to be arrested as a typical. After all, a 4th grade martial artist. It's not easy to cultivate." Little Yellow sneered. "Typical? Do you know who my father is?" Officer Lee sighed, knowing there was no way to say more. Took out his cell phone and sent a message. Then left. Xiao Huang watched the two officers leave and snorted. "What can you do to me? Fall back and go back to sleep." But this time, before he could fall asleep, the door was pushed open again. The sound of two men talking rang out. Xiao Huang lifted the quilt, but he saw the principal of the Capital Martial Arts University, full of smiles, following behind a middle-aged man, constantly begging for mercy. Xiao Huang looked at the scene in surprise, not knowing what was wrong. I only heard the principal's face full of pleading. "My lord, give him another chance. The first time, it's the first time. Blame me for not saying it in advance. He's at the 4th rank. It's not easy to cultivate. It's not easy to cultivate. My lord, he's still just a student. Give him another chance," the middle-aged man said indifferently. The palace master personally issued the order. The president of the Earth Fellowship Association, Marshal Saint Mu Jie, has personally ordered, from today onwards, mandatory battle formation cultivation, and I, the Ethereal Palace Lord, emphasize that initially, there will definitely be many people who will disobey, cheat, paddle, not take it seriously, lie about being sick, and refuse to obey by not attending for all sorts of reasons. So in the initial stage, once caught, immediately impose heavy sentences, by way of typicality and example, to serve as a warning to others. Principal Wang times have changed. In the peaceful era, everyone is taking a step back from each other, and there are sentiments to be told. But the end is coming soon. Our race is at risk of extinction at any time. This is not the time to talk to you about pretense. Mu Jia has said that anyone who stands in the way of this path will be completely uprooted. If my ethereal palace gets in the way, they will even exterminate all of my ethereal palace. Still care if you're a student or not? Alas, I know that you guys didn't believe in the end times until now. There's no way to prove that the end will really come. You guys will only know on the day it comes. We can't prove it. So, then by all means, let everyone form an effective fighting force before, both soft and hard. The principal, with a sobbing voice, was on the verge of giving his knees. He's still young. The middle-aged man shook his head. Being young is not a reason. Being young is all the more reason to focus on the greater good. Mu Jie said that he could even accept the price of personally slaughtering all the martial artists in today's world to awaken a new generation of martial artists. You still don't understand. With that, the middle-aged man walked over to the bed. Xiao Huang listened to their voices, the heart a little fear. You. Who are you? What are you doing? The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Huang Qiheng, 4th grade, right? Your father's name is Huang Rui. Ah, you, who are you? The middle-aged man took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Here, I'll give you one last minute to say your last words to your father. At this moment, Xiao Huang only felt his eyes go black. The principal was even more paralyzed with shock. He knew it would be serious, but he didn't expect it to be this serious. Little Yellow wanted to struggle, but at that moment, the middle-aged martial artist snapped a finger and quickly poked at Little Yellow's dantian, quickly blocking all of his chi. Then he grabbed him by the neck and carried him on his shoulders. Since you don't need it, let's go. A layer of panic clouded Little Yellow's eyes. I'm a 4th grade martial artist. I'm a future elite, a pillar of the country. Let me go. Get off of me. I'm a 4th grade martial artist. Get off me. The middle-aged man said quietly. Precisely because you are a martial artist, it is all the more reason for you to possess an awareness. But unfortunately, you don't have such an awareness. To tell you the truth, do you know which people are typically to be arrested? It's the martial artists, not ordinary people. If ordinary civilians, it's fine to turn a blind eye. But martial artists, catch one and punish them severely. Mu Jie had said that all the martial artists in this world were not as good as mortals. A martial artist who flaunted his power in times of peace would not be of the slightest use in times of doom, and would even become a black sheep instead. Instead, they would be a kind of scum that wielded the butcher's knife at the weaker ones. You can be cowardly. You can even hide in the back when disaster strikes. You can even run away, because after a short escape, you will still realize that you can't hide from the world's great catastrophe, and you will still end up going to war to fight for your family. However, the bad guys are not allowed to show up. Bad people, and cowardly, and bad. After the criminal law on battle formations came out, everyone tacitly acquiesced. The targets that were severely punished were martial artists. Instead, it's a martial artist. In the beginning, it was to catch a typical case, which served to make an example out of him. Monkeys, in fact, are ordinary people. Martial artists are the chickens. They all got it backwards, thinking that they were martial artists and elites, and that they shouldn't move themselves, lest they pity a talent. But on the contrary, it was them who moved. Soon, Yellow was carried to the school playground. On the playground, everyone in the militia regiment of the capital Wushu University stood at attention. In total, there were over 10,000 former students, now militia fighters. At this moment, all of them were drenched in cold sweat, looking at the podium above them in terror. On the podium stood 4 female students. The 4 female students were all full of frightened and confused looks. Their faces were white, constantly turning back to the teachers behind them begging for mercy, constantly whispering, while those teachers and school leaders behind them, at this time, were full of sadness. In the front row, a student took a deep breath and said quietly, "What? What is this for? Not training? What's going on? How did you catch so many people out?" All these women, it seems, were caught out of the girls' dormitories. They were late, or absent on vacation. All caught out. They've surprisingly all had their cultivation sealed. Now they're just mortals. What's going to happen to them? I have a bad feeling that criminal law that was enacted last night seems to be coming into effect. Hiss, the first cut. On our heads? Right at this moment, an engine roar sounded. Several news interview cars drove ghostly into the middle of the campus. But in this tense and serious atmosphere, no one dared to look back. No one dared to look around. It was only when the news van drove under the podium and a dozen reporters came down and took out their cameras and pointed them at the 4 girls on the stage, as well as the students standing neatly underneath the stage, that everyone saw that this was a news station. It's not good. The news vans are here. I'm telling you, these 4 girls are going to be finished. Their future, ruined. Crap. If it was just an on-campus incident, there was still a chance of it being quelled. Now with the news interviews filming them and showing their faces in front of the nation, their future is completely over. I doubt it. Expulsion is coming. Alas, poor thing. Worked hard to get into the Capital Martial Arts University, but because he was late for his first militia training, it's about to lose its future. The students muttered quietly, just as a hysterical roar came over. My dad. I'll call my dad. Please, please. I wouldn't dare. I won't dare again. Ooh-hoo. My family has money. I can pay to bail myself out. I want a lawyer. I want a lawyer. I really have diarrhea. Let go of me. Let go of me. The crowd subconsciously looked in the direction of the screams. However, they saw the school's man of the hour, Huang Qihong, being carried out by a middle-aged man on his shoulders. He walked straight up to the podium. Then, the middle-aged man placed Xiao Huang on the ground and made him stand there. Click, click, click. The reporter's camera kept taking pictures of his face. Xiao Huang looked at the camera shooting himself, and knew in his heart that he was finished. But even more so, he didn't dare to resist, nor did he dare to make any small movements. At this moment, he looked at his classmates standing neatly under the hot sun below, and endless envy welled up in his heart. So wish I was one of them, also standing under the hot sun hard training. So sorry, the first time, it's time to walk out. The middle-aged man picked up the microphone and spoke in a deep voice. Ethereal Palace. Shangwan Feng. An introduction that had the whole school in an uproar. Shangwan Feng. This is an 8th grade powerhouse. A patriarchal figure. Shangwan Feng continued. The Earth Fellowship, in conjunction with the Ethereal Palace, enacted a new criminal law yesterday. It is mandatory to promote the battle formation training method globally, and now it starts with Huaxia first. Battle formation. What is a battle formation? According to the Earth Fellowship, when the members of a battle formation are well coordinated, they can utilize a powerful fighting force. In the face of the coming demons in the future, the battle formation is the only magic weapon to overcome the enemy. In the future, it will be the only means for everyone in the world to save their lives, and it will be the only way to win the upcoming war. Through training, people are made to work closely together. As many as hundreds of thousands of people in one battle formation, or as few as tens of people forming a battle formation. If a comrade is unfortunately killed in battle, 2 people can still work together to create a powerful effect. This is the battle formation. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists wielding swords is nothing more than a rabble. But hundreds of thousands of martial artists working together, this will become a division of iron blood. This is what the Earth Fellowship is trying to teach us all. It comes from a civilization in the universe where wars are fought every day and every night. And it is the crystallization of their wisdom from tens of thousands of years of wars between martial artists. It was also this crystallized wisdom that allowed the Great Desolate to usher in victory in the war. What I said just now was the meaning and use of the battle formation, and the source was the dictation of the President of the Earth Fellowship, as well as the members. And now that the end has come to Earth, each of us, however, is obligated to learn the battle formation. When disaster strikes, we will not be a rabble, and we can work together even with strangers. This is the effect we need. In this way, more of us can survive and be able to bring together more effective means of defense. In the code promulgated yesterday, it is clearly stated, all blatant disruption of battle formation training is a violation of the criminal code. If you are late or absent once, you will lose your job and your future. 2 times, you will be sentenced to a term of imprisonment. Those who do it 5 times will be sentenced to the maximum death penalty. And among these, there are exceptions. That is, those who openly defy the training, disrupt the unity of the militia as well as the enthusiasm for training, and those who are under serious circumstances will be heavily punished and heavily sentenced. If the person's status is that of a martial artist, a person with a certain amount of social influence, a heavy sentence will be imposed on top of the heavy sentence. Speaking of which, Xiao Huang, who was standing on the stage, as well as the 4 girls, shivered. Their legs went soft. Get real. It's really going to get real. Shang Wenfeng continued. And today is the first official nationwide training of the entire militia. It is significant and far-reaching. In the midst of the first training, 5 black sheep appeared in our martial school, the cradle of martial artists, shirking, late, absent, and defiant on all sorts of trumped-up excuses. Here, today we need to catch the typical Sherry Lee. A girl trembled and panicked. Here, Shang Wenfeng glanced at her. Li Shuai, 2nd grade martial artist, junior in college. You, why are you late? Li Sherry said in horror. I have diarrhea. Going to the bathroom. I'm a little bit late. Just a little bit. Diarrhea. Shang Wenfeng glanced at Xiao Huang and didn't bother to break down Li Shuai, and said indifferently, according to the latest enacted law, the person who is late for the first time will be stripped of his identity if he is a public official, and if he has a social status, he will forfeit all his property as well as his reputation. If the status is a martial artist, the punishment will be heavier. Now, sentence Sherry Lee as follows. Permanent expulsion from the Capital Martial Arts University. Sentenced to half a year in prison and pay a fine of $5 million. Half a year of imprisonment for labor reform. You will be sent to the Misty Palace's refining hall to mine, forge iron, and refine the weapons we will need to fight demons in the future. Buzz, the whole school was talking, and everyone was horrified. Late and so heavy? And pay a $5 million fine? 6 months of hard labor. Getting a girl. Getting this pretty schoolgirl like Fairy to pump iron? Li Shuai instantly turned pale. She cried out, hysterically wanting to go crazy, wanting to disobey. But looking at Shang Wenfeng's cold face, she didn't dare to say a word since the beginning. Shang Wenfeng added, Lu Feng, too. The other girl replied in horror. Why the absence? I'm taking the day off. I'm not feeling well today. Shang Wenfeng picked up the notebook and looked at it. I'll give you one last chance to tell the truth. Lu Feng hesitated and said with a sobbing voice, I thought the sun was too much and I could easily get a tan. So I thought. Shang Wenfeng said indifferently. Lu Feng, absent without reason. But after the supervisors went to counsel him, Lu Feng had a good attitude and admitted his mistake sincerely. Actively repent. Lu Feng's heart was relieved. Shang Wenfeng added, sentence, permanently deprive the martial arts university of its identity. Pay a fine of $10 million. Life imprisonment. Will forever be in the Misty Palace refining hall to forge iron, mine, and refine weapons. Until the war is won, they will not be allowed to leave the refining hall for life, and they will not be allowed to gain freedom for life. Buzz. The whole place exploded. A surprisingly good attitude is a life sentence. It's always going to be a working laborer. Lu Feng went crazy, tearful, and the first one to be sentenced, Li Shuai, was relieved in her heart. Don't dare to struggle anymore. Don't dare to beg for mercy. Half a year is nothing. There is still a life sentence here. Once she compared them, she felt like she could at least sort of hope for something. Lu Feng was about to speak. Shang Wenfeng ignored her and continued. Huang Qihong, 4th grade martial artist. Go to. Huang Qihong looked at Shang Wenfeng with a pale face. At this time he did not ask for anything. He only hoped that the net would be open, and Lu Feng could be a downfall on the line. Unexcused absences. Openly preaching the futility of training and openly resisting it. Bad attitude in defiance of the law after a supervisor went to counsel them. Commit a felony. Heavier punishment due to martial status. Sentence. Death. Death penalty. Dead. As for Lu Feng, who was just sentenced to life imprisonment, his legs were soft at this time and he didn't dare to plead for mercy. There are still people with the death penalty here. The indefinite period could be enough to save a life. One only has to survive until the war is won, and then one will be free. There's hope. There's hope. Huang Qihong's legs went limp and he collapsed and roared. I'm not convinced. I want a lawyer. I want. Shang Guanfeng said indifferently. Kneel down. With a word, an invisible force made Huang Qihong kneel on the stage. Suddenly, Shang Guanfeng had a large knife in his hand. Amidst the silence of the entire school, Shang Guanfeng didn't have any hesitation and raised his sword to slash down. There was a splash of blood. The screams came to an abrupt end. A head, decapitated in public. The whole school was silent. Say kill, kill. Everyone, at this time, was pale and trembling, and the two girls on the stage who hadn't been sentenced yet, were shaking, terrified and about to die of fright. With the headless body lying on the stage, Shang Guanfeng continued as if nothing had happened. Lu Min. The girl plopped down on her knees and cried. I was wrong. I. In the end, just one person died. Huang Qihong. The purpose of making an example of him has been achieved. Reporters recorded the whole thing. Live. No coding. Broadcast to the nation. This is a real example to be made. Sacrificing the least number of people for the greatest effect. It won't be as strict in the later stages, but in the early stages, it must be an example to be made. Undoubtedly, a bit wrong, but he had only himself to blame for his bad luck. After the sentencing was over, Shang Guanfeng looked at the tens of thousands of students shivering below and said in a deep voice, Stand up straight, all of the students of the Capital Martial Arts University, that one of the proud sons of heaven, the once proud martial artists. At this moment, they hurriedly stood taut and straight, afraid that they were not standing straight enough. They, being completely scared out of their wits, Shang Guanfeng said, Today, the first training, for the first 3 days, we'll mainly train the theoretical foundation, battle formation theory. All of you need to memorize and recite it by rote. Memorize all the semaphores, sequential numbers, formation styles, and everything about analyzing the enemy. The inspection will take place in 3 days. All must pass by memorization. Those who fail and can't memorize will be singled out. After saying that, Shang Guanfeng directly walked away. The principal rushed up to the stage, red-eyed and motivated, and said for everyone to memorize it. Each student is then given a manual for the battle formation. All the students were scared out of their wits, and when they got the stuff, they went back to their dorm rooms to waste time memorizing it. Although the content wasn't much, most martial artists had a knack for not forgetting things, and basically knew it after reading it once, but they were still afraid that they would misremember even a single punctuation mark. And even though they had memorized it once, they still kept memorizing it over and over again. They're terrified. Shang Guanfeng, however, said that he would check in 3 days and those who couldn't memorize it would be singled out. It also doesn't say what the consequences are. It also doesn't say what you'll face if you pick it out. But it's the not telling that's really scary. Meanwhile, all the martial arts universities in the country were facing the same situation as the Capital Martial Arts University. All over the country, all the local militias have also started catching typicals today. It's just that, when ordinary people are caught being typical, the punishment won't be as heavy as a martial artist. Martial artists are the ones who really have influence. They are punished heavily in order to make everyone afraid. In one day, tens of thousands of typical arrests were made nationwide. Those executed on the spot, however, were only 5. And these 5 guys, they were televised out the whole time. Get real, straight up live execution. After the first day, everyone in the country began to take the battle array seriously. All knew that this time it was for real. No kidding. All of them began to recite the main program in the battle formation. Those who could not read did not need to recite from the manual. There were special people to teach them the essentials, and they only needed to memorize the program. Of course, elderly people over 70 years old and some disabled people, as well as the sick, are also required to join the militia, but they are not treated in the same way. They mainly focus on restoring bodily functions and make slower progress. They will not be asked to form battle formations, but they are required to be able to memorize something so that later on, in case there is no one to protect them, they will be able to protect themselves. It should be heavy and light, and in this tense and serious atmosphere. On the internet, some crooks have even gotten their heads around it. Surprisingly, on the internet to sell a kind of thing called memory potion, $100 a copy, falsely claimed that after drinking, memory beyond the usual 10 times. Never forget. And this memory potion, surprisingly, sold over 1 billion copies in one day. It was so hot that it went straight to the hot search. That afternoon, the relevant units cracked down on this fraudulent organization, and it was communicated that the memory potion was tap water. This shows just how much the nation's battle formation training was in full swing on this day. MUJ knew that they had to train for battle formation now because they were afraid, because it was required, had to memorize something. It was also known that they didn't genuinely want to learn the battle formation, and they might even think that it was useless even if they learned it, thinking that it was useless, but it doesn't matter. Some people will take it to heart and will delve deeply into this stuff. Some people, even if they don't put their minds to it, soon enough, when disaster strikes, at least, their heart remembers some vague content of this stuff. In a short period of time, it was also able to coalesce and protect itself. Mujia had experienced the peaceful and calamitous times of the Great Desolate, so he knew the hearts of people too well. Earth and the Great Desolate were not really that different in essence. All of them, people who have been at peace for a long time eat hard, not soft. If you talk to him nicely and persuade him, he may feel that you are doing him harm. Even if you promise a reward, he will not fulfill it honestly, but will try to find a way to exploit it. The only way to do it is to come on hard. Those martial artists who were originally arrogant and looked down on civilians were just like that, eating hard but not soft. If you come soft with him, he still thinks you are afraid of him. The only way to make the first step of change is to come hard and scare him out of his wits straight away at once. And at this time, the ethereal palace was also in a meeting. After listening to the constant reports coming in from below, and information from all over the place, the Grand Elder said with some concern, "Palace Master, the tactics are still a bit too forceful. The people are now seething with resentment. The mandatory requirement for battle formation training and productivity has also been put on hold. I wonder, are we a little loose? A little bit looser and tighter to do some good?" Red Dust said contemplatively. "Although this battle formation has yet to go into actual combat, after I carefully studied the theory, I realized that there are a lot of details in this battle formation. These details are mind-boggling, worthy of being a product of another civilization. I've reviewed this battle formation theoretically, and I think that if I, the Netherworld Palace, put out 500 or less 6th ranks to go up against 21 nymphets, I would actually be bound to lose. One of the theoretical foundations of this battle formation is that although the other side is outnumbered, our side is not facing all of the enemy at once, but rather a facet of the enemy, a portion of the enemy. The second theoretical basis is that it is divided into 2 rows. Each attacker is separated by a defender. The attackers would only be responsible for attacking and the defenders would only be responsible for defending. There will be complete trust in one's teammates. Even if an enemy's blade comes, you don't need to fend it off yourself, because there is a special defender to help you fend it off, and you only need to attack all the threatening enemies in close range. Theoretically, this tactic is unbeatable, forever offensive and defensive. Just from the theory, I feel the depth of this thing. Its value, I think, is great. Even if there is no actual battle, 21 people facing 500 people of the same realm will surely win. Just this kind of efficiency is something that we should have to go ahead and forcefully promote. Right now, although there are a lot of complaints, but while everything can be relatively controlled, then let's make it mandatory. If it's relaxed, then if the enemy suddenly kills out, everyone won't have any preparation at all. The Grand Elder side, if it's really that powerful, mandatory promotion wouldn't be a problem, but a theory is a theory after all, and I don't really believe in it. Even if we want to tighten it up, then we should at least wait until we have verified the true power of this battle formation. Red Dust said, but the enemy won't give us time. No one knows when they will come. Enemy. But now, there is no evidence that the demon will really come. The whole world is now monitoring the North Pole, but no longer see any abnormality. Red Dust was speechless. He didn't know what to say either. Only, after such a long time of contact, he could only choose to trust Jiangku all the way. There is no other way. Red Dust changed the topic and asked, on the international community side, what's the situation now? The Grand Elder said worriedly, our act of kettling the bottom of the barrel and publicizing the martial arts on a global scale, it has triggered serious consequences. Right now, the productivity of all the countries around the globe has plummeted. No one is going to work anymore. No one is working. Everyone secretly hid in their homes and started cultivating. This is a serious threat to the ruling position of those powerful people. Yesterday, the rice country once again held a global meeting, but did not invite us to Huaxia. Heard the news spread out. Next, maybe the world will face us to launch military action. Red Dust snorted. A military operation? It's just a cover, right? Hot weapons in the age of martial artists? Isn't that a joke? Whether it's a front or not. However, it represents a signal. It represents that they're going to unite and use all their ways and means together to target us. Huaxia. Red Dust's eyes were resolute. The difficulties we are about to face will be many and great. There is no turning back arrow for opening the bow. What we need is to step over this hurdle. The Grand Elder nodded his head as well, and although he had complaints, he knew that there was no turning back from the open bow. All of the people in the Ethereal Palace also know that the Ethereal Palace has now reached this level. Then there is no turning back. Only in the Earth Fellowship Association completely bound in a boat this road can go. So, cursing is cursing, but support is still support. The way to go is the way to go. Sanctions have begun. Meanwhile, Pearl Harbor. The sirens were pulled. All the soldiers rallied quickly with faces full of confusion. No one knows why suddenly there was such a buildup. In less than 5 minutes, all the Navy and Air Force, all assembled. The general stepped out, looked at the assembled 10,000 or so soldiers, and said in a deep voice, Earth Fellowship. This name must have been heard by all of you to a greater or lesser extent during this recent period of time, right? All of you already know about it, right? After the words were spoken, some of the GIs blushed, and there was some sense of weakness in their eyes. More than that, many of them had secretly downloaded the Wudao Forums app in their cell phones, and they, quietly, had begun to become martial artists. Martial artist. What a dream of longing. In the West, the embargo on martial artists was even harsher than in China. Huaxia is possessed of formal channels to rise up. Martial arts tests are conducted when junior high school rises to high school, and again when high school rises to university. Every teenager, in life, has 2 free opportunities to test. Then they will be chosen on merit to become a martial artist. But in the West, their philosophy is keep the top-level martial artists. Abolish grassroots martial artists. They felt that too many martial artists would be a threat to the ruling power. At the same time, martial artists will also take up the vast majority of social resources, which, originally, could have been enjoyed exclusively by themselves, but had to be distributed to them. The unwieldy grassroots martial artists. It's not necessary. However, a high-level martial artist, again, is the embodiment of a country's true strength. It's real power, and you need martial artists, but you don't want so many of them. What to do? Thus, most of the countries in the West have adopted the way of aristocratic schools to screen martial artists. At this stage from middle school to high school, there would be a round of testing. Among this testing stage, very talented super geniuses will be selected, and these super geniuses will be able to enter the martial arts high school for free to study. Average geniuses don't. Other than that, other teenagers without talent can go to a martial arts high school, but it costs money. A year's tuition, tens of millions of dollars. Don't underestimate such a difference. How many families can afford to pay tens of millions of dollars a year for tuition? Only the powerful elite can afford this money. It also means that powerful people can ensure that their descendants, who are still martial artists, will still be powerful. 1% of the students in Huaxia will become martial artists every year. As for the Western countries, only 1 in 10,000 students could generally become a martial artist if they applied normally, but their schools for martial artists are still quite numerous. This is money. In Western countries, martial artists, basically, are the product of being monopolized by the powerful and noble class. Therefore, for ordinary people, their dream of being a martial artist is actually more distant. When martial arts were popularized in Huaxia, everyone in the country was excited and in tears. You can become a martial artist in your lifetime. This is still the case in China. It can be imagined that when the Martial Arts Forum app, when Zhang Ke's speech video, when that one martial arts secrets download file circulated to the Western countries, the people at the bottom of the earth is a kind of what kind of fanaticism. But, globally, all countries, yet there are strict legal controls. First, there are strict controls on the private dissemination of knowledge and secrets of the martial arts. For those who spread it, the maximum penalty can be death. Basically, permanent imprisonment. All no one dares to spread, and the receiver, too, is guilty, up to permanent imprisonment. Those who learn martial arts privately, without martial arts documents, and become martial arts practitioners themselves through illegal means, in serious cases, they may even be sentenced to death by hanging. Under this one harsh measure, you dare not learn martial arts privately. Even if you want to learn, no one dares to teach you. And now, Huaxia has just blatantly promoted martial arts. Is it obvious how long the world has been in a drought? Who doesn't learn? Wouldn't it be foolish not to learn? Who on this earth doesn't have a dream of being a martial artist? Who doesn't want to become one of those legendary flying big shots? Even if you don't become a big shot, feeling that you have great power is a fatal temptation. So, at this point, after the general mentioned the Earth Fellowship, the atmosphere is all a bit off. Almost everyone, Secretly hidden in their cell phones is that app, and their own cultivation tips, as well as sticky note notepads with downloaded cultivation text files hidden in them. How could they not know about the Earth Fellowship? But no one dares to say. Don't dare answer that question. The general sneered. Boys, better not let me know who is involved with the Earth Fellowship. Below, tens of thousands of soldiers couldn't help but take a deep breath without looking away. The general added. And the Earth Fellowship is the biggest ambitious people in this world. They take advantage of the public's panic and try to rule the whole world. This behavior is an anti-human behavior. It must be severely sanctioned. And now, 40 countries around the globe have reached a covenant to form a 40-nation allied army to travel to China to conquer the Earth Fellowship as well as the Ethereal Palace. You all will become the honorable 40-country coalition army among the Misty Alliance army. You will be flying airplanes and cannons and blowing up those abominations. As long as the Earth Fellowship is not eliminated, the world will not be at peace. They are ambitious men like Hitler, demons, and you will go forth to dispose of them on behalf of justice. They who maliciously spread cultivation techniques are deliberately causing world unrest and chaos. We must resolutely stop such a thing from happening. Ready! The field exploded. All the GI's jaws dropped and murmured, going to take on the Earth Fellowship? This war is coming. Gosh, before those demonic disasters arrive, we, humans, are actually going to have a head-to-head battle? What should I do? You know about demons? The soldier knew he had spoken out of turn and quickly played dumb. What are you talking about? I don't understand. The G.I. smiled and said quietly, Comrade, I know that too. The two of them smiled at each other and matched the code words, and everyone secretly started practicing martial arts. During this period of time, I've been reading the martial arts forums every day, and I've seen that in Huaxia, they've already begun to train all of their people in formations. Alas, however, all the other countries in the world except for Huaxia have surprisingly not moved, still stupidly banning the practice of martial arts. Demons are about to strike. Where should mankind go from here? Really rely on these bulky cannons? I am also worried. China is one step ahead of the world. Alas, I also want to participate in that kind of battle formation training. Mu Jia made it very clear that battle formations are the only means to defeat demons. If I don't learn the battle formation now, after the demons arrive, everyone will be a rabble. Even if I wanted to organize a battle formation, I wouldn't be able to organize the others. I can only wait for death. Run it! Sneaking off to China? The general said, but realized that the soldiers below were talking to each other, ignoring themselves. Immediately, his face went cold. Pulling out his sidearm, he fired 3 shots towards the sky. Bang bang bang. In a flash, the scene went quiet, and everyone shut up, not daring to discuss it anymore. The general asked, I'll ask again. Are you guys? Are you ready? All in unison. Ready. The sound was sparse. You can hear it in their voices, which is a sign of lack of confidence. Maybe they don't want to go to, but what's the harm? Once on board, only military orders are carried out. There's no such thing as if you want to or not. There's only what must be done. The general continued. In Hawaii, you will rendezvous with the warships of the other 20 nations. Together, you will sail to China, and on the east coast of China, you will formally rendezvous with the allied forces of 40 nations. Then, follow the military orders. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Listen up. Boarding. In an instant, more than 10,000 U.S. troops quickly boarded carriers, destroyers. Whoa! In the midst of the dockyard harbor, the sound of a steam whistle rang out. A large ship sailed out of the harbor. Airport. A fighter jet takes off. Straight to the east. It's starting. The deadlock that the whole world has been suppressing for so long will, today, open up completely. The embarrassment and silence will be broken once and for all. The top brass of the rice country watched that one warship leave the harbor, and all of their faces were cold. Oh, Earth Fellowship. This time, you are finished. Misty Palace. You guys should be buried with them as well. It's not easy to gather 40 countries. This time, by the way, I'll eradicate you all as well. There's also the Dragon Tiger Mountain, which must be exterminated as well. You poisonous tumors. I don't care about the end of the world. Even if the end comes, I must be a ruler. It must be under my rule to resist the end of days. Not, let you be the rulers and we listen to you. After waiting for so long, this day has finally come. Today, let's completely open up the situation. Oceanside. This was a day that Mu Jia had also been waiting for a long time. It's time to open up the world. Repressed for a bit too long. Padding, too, is enough. All the padding. It's all in place. It's about time. Come on. Storm. The warships in Pearl Harbor began to move out. It soon caused unrest in the surrounding cities. and many citizens noticed the situation. Normally, even during drills, only a portion of them would be deployed. But today, it's obvious that it's not a drill, but, rather, the whole group is deployed. They could see that it wasn't blanks. It was all loaded. Residents in the neighborhood took out their cell phones to take pictures. There was much discussion. Why did you sail out so many warships? I've heard a whisper that the 40-nation coalition is going to prepare a strong attack on the Earth Fellowship. You know about the Earth Fellowship? No. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't pretend, bro. I know it too. Forum at a friend? Ha. Scared me. So it's one of our own. Is it true what you say? There really is a 40-nation allied army out there? Is it really going to forcefully attack the Earth Fellowship? Right. It's true. There are no secrets at the UN. There are no impermeable walls in the world. And a lot of people know about it. I guess. China knows too. Wasia knows about it too? Then what's Watch's response? I don't know. Ugh. Let's hope the coalition doesn't succeed. The mindset of the average person in Rice is nothing like the official. Basically all of the ordinary people in the Rice country were in favor of the Earth Fellowship and in favor of Huaxia. Because the West's blockade on martial arts was too tight. It was an existence that only the powerful and noble classes could get their hands on. Even if the occasional Cold family possessed super talent and became a martial artist. But this Cold family would also become the new powerhouse in the future and continue to monopolize everything. Martial artists. It's a contest between the powerful and the rich, and a game for the powerful. It has nothing to do with ordinary people. All the ordinary people could only be at the bottom of the hierarchy, doing the most unpromising jobs, becoming machines to serve the powerful and noble classes. No, machines to serve the martial artists. Who doesn't want to be a martial artist? Everyone has a dream of being a martial artist. And when the Earth Fellowship popularized martial arts, and Mu Jie made a world warning of the end of the world, everyone felt that the Earth Fellowship, whether or not they had any ambitions, at the very least, it must be toward the general public in its heart. Even if the rumors outside are fierce, saying that fellow Earthlings will be the next Hitler, saying that he wants to rule the globe, so deliberately spreading panic messages, even if such a claim was mainstream. But in fact, very few ordinary people recognized it, because, if he's going to create panic to rule the world, then there's no need for him to spread martial arts globally at all. There was no need, at all, to pay such a huge price to find a way to make everyone in all of humanity practice martial arts. Wasn't that creating obstacles to one's own rule? No ruler or ambitious person would be so foolish. Even if we take a step back, even if Mu Jie was really the next Hitler, even if Sheng Ke was really an ambitious man who wanted to rule the globe, but, instead, he has allowed all mankind to practice martial arts. He made all mankind fulfill their dream of becoming martial artists. It's better to be ruled by such people than to be the bottom of the social ladder in vain, isn't it? There may be questions. If the whole world becomes martial artists, what about productivity? Who will grow the food? Who will do the other ordinary jobs? This is a fallacy. Because a martial artist's energy is almost unlimited compared to an ordinary person. Physical strength is also more than 10 times that of ordinary people. When a martial artist does work, the efficiency is more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. If all of humanity becomes martial artists, then a new society of martial artists will arise. And in the new society, there is a new value of labor. So, naturally, new markets and new jobs would be birthed. It's not even a question. The people of the Rice Country were very supportive of the Earth Fellowship. And even if the Earth Fellowship really did hit the Rice Country one day, there was no doubt that there would be absolutely no shortage of bandwagon parties. Rice is officially opposed to the Earth Fellowship and the people are strongly in favor of it. But in China, it's the other way around. It's the officials who support the Earth Fellowship, while the private sector strongly opposes it. It's a different national situation that creates a different outcome. As a matter of fact, it wasn't just the populace of the Rice Country that supported the Earth Fellowship and the Ethereal Palace. In fact, the populace of almost all countries around the globe supported it, because a martial arts forum app has literally allowed all of humanity to practice martial arts. Alas, the pattern of the world is about to take a new turn. I wonder if the Earth Fellowship will be able to withstand the allied forces of 40 countries. I can't imagine what on earth our officials are thinking. Mu Jie made it very clear. Demons will invade. And they're standing up now to give advance warning and spread the kung fu. Aren't they hoping that our Earth's race won't go extinct? This is the light of humanity. Why should we deal with them? Because, the existence of the Earth Fellowship threatens their rule and interests. I can't imagine what's the point of dominion and profit if the end is near? Peace has a reign of peace. Oh, doom has the reign of doom. No way. I want to protect my family to live in the doomsday. If the demon arrives in Rice one day, we martial artists in Rice will surely run for our own lives, and won't care about us ordinary people at all. Here, It must be waiting for death. I'm going to China. You're planning to go to China too? Are you ready to? The two neighbors looked at each other in disbelief. A news van also arrived at Pearl Harbor, where a warship outing can't be hidden from everyone. One by one, journalists stood in the militarized area and demanded that the administrators come out and talk and ask for interviews. We want the truth. Why were the warships deployed? Did the war pass in Congress? It didn't get a popular vote at all. And we want the truth. Come out. We want the truth. Reporters stood protesting at the entrance. Cameras trained on the barracks gates and filming. After a long time, the general invited the journalists into the barracks for an interview now. After confirming that this was a live broadcast at this point, the general began answering reporters' questions. First of all, we are indeed going to send troops. Let me clarify that this event has the consent of the Congress, but the reason why it's being hidden from the public is because this time what we need to launch is a surprise attack. The Fox TV reporter asked, "May I ask on what scale and how is it going to be attacked?" No comment. May I ask, are you going to attack the Earth Fellowship? Or the Ethereal Palace? The general's eyes snapped cold. You know about the Earth Fellowship? The reporter's eyes flashed with a flash of panic, but then calmly said, I am a reporter. I know a lot of things as well as the pattern of the world. This is my part. The general gave him a deep look, said nothing, and turned to, who to attack and how to attack. These are military secrets. No comment. The other reporters spoke up and started asking all sorts of questions, but almost invariably, there is no comment. After going in several big circles, the reporters left the barracks. The interviews ended. In the middle of the Fox TV news van, reporter Jack said in a low tone, "They're going to attack the Earth Fellowship." The filming crew was in a low mood. Damn it. What gives them the right to do this? I've read Mujie's speech, and he's right. A disaster is coming. And this is the time when it's imperative that all people practice martial arts and everyone becomes the first responsible for their own safety. But now, humanity is actually trying to start a civil war. Simply, a disgrace. Right. Shouldn't we all liberalize the practice of martial arts? Like Huaxia, all people should practice martial arts, and everyone should be a soldier, in order to protect ourselves from the upcoming disasters in the future. But they don't believe it. They are forced not to believe. Even if the facts and evidence were in front of them, they wouldn't believe it. It wouldn't have made sense for the Earth Fellowship to suddenly rise. It also doesn't make sense that so many talented youngsters around the globe would go straight to China. How come they just don't believe it? I've already seen on the martial artist forums that China has now gone to universal battle formation training. It's even mandatory to have battle formation training. How I wish that Rice would also make it mandatory for the people to train like this. Training now is for the probability of being able to survive one more point in the future. Alas, I've already purchased a plane ticket to travel to China for battle formation training under the pretext of traveling to China for an interview. You can't use interviews with Huaxia as a reason. Now all the countries in the world have blocked all the news and information coming out about Huaxia. This reason, can't leave the country. Figure it out. We can't do much but what's within our power. At this moment, the Rice country, many people have made the decision to rush to China. They feel that there is no hope left in Rice. The powerful almost monopolized the resources of martial artists. At one time, people were actually used to it and there was nothing to it. But now, seeing Huaxia like this, day after day, they watched the bits and pieces shared by the martial artists of Huaxia in the martial artist forums. People began to feel that it was unfair. I could have endured the darkness, but since seeing the light, as soon as the comparison was made, everyone felt the gap. And as for what they said about the Ethereal Palace's ambitions, that simply didn't hold water. This reasoning simply doesn't hold water. Meanwhile, New York, Fox TV headquarters, squeak dash. A military vehicle jolted to a sharp stop at the front door of the TV station. Hundreds of heavily armed soldiers occupied the place, guarding the various exits and main roads. From now on, everyone here turns in their cell phones. From now on, everyone here is under military control. Not allowed to leave. Not allowed to communicate with the outside world. Until the control is lifted. Turn in your cell phone. Amidst a chorus of hoots and hollers, everyone at the Fox station was gathered. Frisked and confiscated cell phones one by one. Phyllis, the TV station's director, roared, "What did we do wrong to deserve to have our cell phones confiscated? Who has the right to restrict our freedom in life?" At this time, a few more martial artists walked in outside the door. The first one said in a deep voice, "From now on, you gather all of your reporters and editors and start writing manuscripts such as Declaration of War Victory, Crimes of the Ethereal Palace, and Crimes of the Earth Fellowship." 5 hours later, when the war has been won, a national broadcast will be made immediately. These manuscripts need to be prepared in advance immediately now. "Sir, I apologize for detaining you now. But next you may hear information about military secrets, because you are writing these manuscripts that are required to utilize that information. So from now on, all of you will be briefly restrained from personal freedom. Phyllis's pupils shrank. The Earth Fellowship? The Ethereal Palace? Declaration of Victory. Meaning, the top officials of Rice are very confident that the war will be won in 5 hours, and immediately they are going to broadcast nationally, while citing the crimes of the Earth Fellowship one by one? That's not true. Didn't the warships at Pearl Harbor just leave? In 5 hours, how can it reach China? Nope. Warships served as a greater deterrent in today's era of martial artists, but had no practical significance. At most, they were only used for maneuvers. Warships attacking the Earth Fellowship? Attacking the Ethereal Palace? Relying on those big-headed soldiers to fight against the swordless martial artists? It's a fool's errand. It's not right. It's not right. Here, there is a conspiracy. Those warships, they're a cover? Phyllis's pupils shrunk, and she exclaimed in her heart that the Earth Fellowship was in danger. It's dangerous. But Phyllis immediately said, fine, we'll cooperate, fully. The martial artist smiled back, letting his guard down and said, binding freedom is just a walk in the park. Don't worry, this won't take long. Phyllis asked, so we start composing now? Compose what? What is the content? The martial artist thought for a moment, thinking that these people were being controlled anyway, and told him the truth. It's like this. All 40 of our allied forces have sent warships and airplanes to the waters of Huaxia. This is a big commotion created on purpose, with the aim of actually attracting the Ethereal Palace and the Earth Fellowship to divert their attention to the coastal region. Then, the supreme powerhouses of our 40 countries, as well as the supreme powerhouses, will secretly, from another direction, sneak into the hinterland of China, go straight to Hibiscus City's Jade Belt River, the Earth Fellowship's home base, and carry out a decapitation operation against Mujia. On the other hand, it would also head to the Ethereal Palace to carry out a beheading operation on the Ethereal Palace Master. The third party is traveling to Longhu Mountain to carry out a decapitation operation on Longhu Mountain. It will move at the same time, then quickly complete the decapitation and withdraw. So much for victory. Your side is going to start a national broadcast immediately, mainly to glorify the wise choices of our officials. Sing the praises of the greatness of the 40-nation alliance. Detail the crimes of the Ethereal Palace and the Earth Fellowship. Highlight the wisdom and tactics of Army Kingdom in this battle and decapitation, the smallest cost for the greatest victory. Plan and dish it out. Not because he's stupid. Rather, it's because, today, the entire TV station is under his control. He's not afraid of news leaking out. Second, because the specifics of this battle need to be understood by editors. Only then can the manuscript be written in this way. The third, is actually because, in everyone's opinion, the operation has actually been a success. There is no possibility of failure. There's no fear of letting the cat out of the bag anymore. Even if word got out, the 12 Jedi of the world united. The big deal is, they'll switch from assassination to open killing. It's that simple. In the face of absolute strength, tactics don't really matter that much. Phyllis, who had her cell phone confiscated, sat in her office with a group of editors. Silent. No one moved a pen to write. One of the editors sighed. The light of humanity that was so hard to shine in this world is going out. No one responded. No one answered. After a long time, Phyllis asked quietly, do you, in fact, believe the things that Mujay said? He said that the end of the world is coming. Demons are about to descend on this world. And do you all actually believe what he says? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. After a moment, the crowd nodded slowly. Believe. I have no reason not to believe this, because no ruler would be foolish enough to make the ruled powerful. Wasio Martial Arts Television. The people from the Earth Fellowship teach the most practical things. What is taught are the skills of real combat, which is really wanting everyone to become strong. Right. I also looked at the battle formation, and after studying it closely I realized that that's the most scientific way to do it. There are still some details in it that I can't decipher, but it's something that really makes people powerful. If a ruler allows his people to become more powerful, there is no doubt that it is detrimental to his dominance. The end is near. And the Earth Fellowship is finished. What on earth are we going to live on? Phyllis listened to the crowd and suddenly said quietly, what we can do for all of humanity is minimal. Yet, we can also play our part. An editor-in-chief stood up. Boss, what do you mean? Phyllis said with a quirky look in her eye. Write the manuscript. It was at this moment that the whole world, almost everyone, knew about the 40-nation coalition. This is a matter that has not been deliberately kept secret at all, because the main purpose, originally, was also to attract the attention of the Ethereal Palace and them all. The world is in an uproar. All over the world, all the populations are anxious, and all know that today, this very day, the world will see a change. If the 40-nation alliance wins, then the victor will be even more brutal in banning martial arts and blocking them. If the Ethereal Palace and the Earth Fellowship were victorious, then from then on, the pattern of this world would see a complete rewrite. 3 hours later, some countries, at this point, are already broadcasting live. Start charging the Earth Fellowship with crimes in advance. Start charging the Ethereal Palace with crimes already. They timed it just right, charging 2 hours of offenses. And 2 hours later, issue a victory speech. The land of the stick. Seoul TV. National broadcast. The host cried out forcefully. He says there will be an end of the world. And this means of creating panic is really inferior. He will use such panic for his own purpose of exercising his ambition. In the future, if the Earth Fellowship rules the world, then everyone in the world will be worse off than dead. Everyone will become beggars. That two-wasted story is full of holes. It's the best proof of his ambitiousness. England, London TV. The Earth Fellowship, a cancer to the world. Muhair, a veteran of ambition. Island, TV Tokyo. Whoever believes the lies of the Earth Fellowship is the biggest fool. The so-called demons are nothing but lies he made up. Everything, in the direction of the 40-nation coalition's control. And at this point, when it came to Germany, Berlin TV. But suddenly there was an accident. In Germany, everyone in the country tuned in to watch the live broadcast and watched as the national treasure of a presenter walked onto the stage and picked up his script to prepare. They couldn't see, below the stage, dozens of martial artists standing off camera. Nor could they see the blackened muzzles of more than 100 loaded soldiers. The host bows to the camera. Hello everyone, this is a manuscript I've been preparing far in advance. He said that he had returned from the Thai wasteland and fought there for 100 years. He said that under one battle, the civilization called Listening Wasteland was almost extinct. He said that reinforcements from the 10,000 clans rushed to the Thai wasteland and formed the 10,000 clan legion to fight tenaciously against the demons, eventually winning the war. Then they went home. He said that the demons have set their sights on Earth again. Soon, those evil things will come to this world. This is called the end of the world. Say it in the front as it was drafted. But suddenly, the German martial artist at the bottom of the stage suddenly frowned and said quietly to the person next to him, "Why is she crying?" It must have been from too much anger when he lambasted the Earth Fellowship. On stage, the presenter, who was in his late 50s, suddenly choked up a bit in his tone. He said he had an out-of-body experience before he traveled to Taiwan. A car accident left him brain dead and a vegetable for 5 years. During those 5 years, he fought in the Great Wasteland. After his Yuan Shen returned, his physical body on Earth awakened. And that's the state of almost everyone in the Earth Fellowship. Credible? The moderator gave a questioning cry. But suddenly, his tone changed and he roared with all the strength of his body. Certainly credible. 7 years ago, my son contracted meningitis from a viral cold and then became brain dead and a vegetable. It was the same thing with him, with them. I treated my son relentlessly for 2 years and finally gave up because I thought it would be a sin for him to live like this. But from that day on, I knew, my son was alive. He's alive on the other side. What he said, it's true. They have, indeed, returned from the great desert. They have all returned from the great desert. And they are triumphant heroes. They saved a world and returned victorious. And now, they will continue to save our world. I'm sure it's all true because my son became a vegetable 7 years ago. And in MUJ's speech, in MUJ's informational letter to all humanity, he was on the red carpet and he read my son's name in the most determined voice he could muster. The rest of the Earth Fellowship, they shouted with the most determined force to, "My son, Aberley, a member of the Earth Fellowship Death Squad. My son will never return. He will remain forever in that place where his wars were won, and continue to be the hero of that world, celebrated by that world for 10,000 years. And now, my son's comrades in arms have returned, and they are about to save the world that belongs to us. But now, these people, they are forcing me to be here to read a condemnation of their army. I, the mother of Abel, cannot do this." All of Germany exploded. All the viewers sitting in front of their televisions watching the live broadcast, all of them, at this moment, all rise. Everyone knew that at this time, the global alliance of 40 nations was traveling across the Pacific Ocean to China. Everyone knew that at this time, watching the live broadcast, it was time to start condemning and denouncing the crimes of the Earth Fellowship and the Ethereal Palace. At the front they listened attentively. But afterward, no one expected the sudden turn of events. Everyone was blindsided. At this moment, all the viewers in front of the TV were shocked to watch this. Watching the stage, the national treasure of a presenter, Abel's mother was pulled down quickly by several men in suits. Immediately after, there was a zip, zip, zip sound coming from the TV and it went black. That was the phenomenon of the live signal being cut off. At this point, Although the live signal was cut off, all the people throughout Germany awoke. Let her go. Protest. Stop the attack on the Earth Fellowship immediately. Release Abelard's mother. They've returned from the last world and are about to save ours. So why target them? I don't believe they are ambitious. If they were ambitious, they would never have spread the cultivation technique to the entire world. All over the country, everywhere, countless ordinary people have risen up. The martial arts were banned, and ordinary people lost their avenues and space for upward mobility. After learning of the impending doom, everyone became even more desperate. But more than that, they were powerless. Ordinary people, unable to survive in the midst of the apocalypse. Its powerlessness, perhaps their ultimate fate, they thought, was to be eaten. But all of a sudden, on the internet, a downloadable package of a martial arts forum was passed out. A string of text about cultivation was passed out. A document of cultivation secrets was transmitted. There are people in the Far East, using their greatest strength, wishing for them, the common people, to become strong, become able to defend yourself. This, a light and a dawn that tore through the night. At least, everyone saw the hope of being able to live. But today, 40 nations are going to take a shot at the dawn of that darkness, calling him a fake, calling him a rumor, calling him a made-up story. Justice is in the eye of the beholder. In this world, there are never fools. No one will look at what you are saying, only silently watch what you do. Today, the nation tuned in to watch the live broadcast with a sense of despair and agony in the hearts of all. They thought they were going to see a nation that would denounce the dawn of their hearts. That would demean, and that would list a long list of crimes against the heroes of their hearts. Then, seeing the news and news of heroes falling, but now they see, the dawn is not extinguished. Another new dawn will stand out. Berlin, on the roof of a residential building in the city, a bare-chested older man with a beer bottle in his hand suddenly jumped up to the roof and shouted to the silent pedestrians below. I'm done pretending. I'm showing my cards. I believe in the Earth Fellowship, and I believe in that poor mother. I don't pretend anymore. I, long ago, started to secretly cultivate for a long time according to the Gongfu from the East. I read martial arts forums every day. I watch martial arts television every day. I listen to Su Tao's lectures every day. And I study Mu Jie's battle formation with my son at home every day. Come and get me. I'm not afraid. Berlin below. Countless silent pedestrians in the silent streets looked at him, eyes lit up. But seeing several figures belonging to martial artists, they shot at him like lightning. At once, they walked with their heads lowered. This street continues to be silent. But at that moment, on the residential building across the street, an old man also suddenly stood out and shouted, I'm not pretending anymore. I've also been a martial artist for 2 days. Those arresting martial artists froze. Then a woman stood up on the roof of yet another house. No matter what you say, they are the heroes. No matter how harsh the punishment, I just will walk according to their guidance. At this moment, the silent streets erupted. Below, countless pedestrians stopped, stood still, or climbed to higher ground, yelling, I'm a martial artist too. Stop me. I'll practice too. The end is coming. And even if the officials block the martial arts, I will still protect myself. I'm a martial artist too. We're all martial artists. Let me tell you, within that very day, the whole world was actually already a martial artist. Just in that one day's time, the world, all of it, had begun to secretly cultivate. Boom! Berlin blew up. Countless people took to the streets. He was terrified when the first man stepped forward. When the second man stepped forward, the others hovered. When the third man stepped forward, that's when everyone stepped forward. Admit yourself boldly. And when everyone came forward, that's when everyone looked around. And the world, on all sides, turned out to be all gay long ago. In the streets of Berlin, in a few moments, millions of people gathered. Millions of people gathered, blocked the doors of the TV station. We are all martial artists. You don't have that power to protect us in the coming doomsday. So why should we not be allowed to have our own power? Let go of Erica. Her son, a hero of another world. Her son's comrades in arms, about to save this world. Who are you to arrest her? I'll take Erica's word for it that her son, literally, was brain dead 7 years ago. So, her son, has been in another world, making a name for himself among the 10,000 races of the universe. Let her go. One day her son will triumph from the other world, and he will not find his mother. Millions protested. Then, like a virus, it spread and spread throughout Germany. A live accident, a live incident, created the awakening of a whole nation. The Prime Minister watched the shocking scene in the middle of the palace, which he had never seen in his life, and watched the raging crowds, as he slowly transformed from his initial horror to contemplation. The Prime Minister sighed. Release Erica. Withdraw the 40-nation coalition. He originally thought that there would be countless high-level objections, but unexpectedly, everyone nodded their heads happily. It seemed as if they were relieved, and it seemed everyone was relieved. Finally made that decision. The Prime Minister looked around at the encouraging expressions on everyone's faces, and, exhilarated as a whole, raised his fist violently and roared, "Open martial arts! Connect with Huaxia! Reach out to the Earth Fellowship and introduce new ideas!" All the executives said in unison. Agreed. The Prime Minister continued, "Prepare all munitions, supplies, food for the end of days." Agreed. All the students and teachers of the University of Martial Arts go into all the homes and personally instruct them in the initiation of cultivation. Agreed. Agreed. Raise the nation to study the war formation. What Huaxia does, what we do. What Mujie says, what we do. Agreed. 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 In the Pacific Ocean, the one belonging to Germany in a fleet of 40 flags slowly turned around and returned. Meanwhile, Russia. In the midst of the national television broadcast, the host was replaced by the Secretary General. Friends, nationals, compatriots, today is a big day, and we are about to make a great and wise and decisive decision at this critical time. From today, Russia liberalizes the martial arts. All people can practice openly and become powerful martial artists. We will introduce China's martial arts television station, and at the same time, we will also start our own martial arts television station. We will follow the guidelines of the Earth Fellowship and actively deal with the impending doom. Go train the battle formation and do your best to give all the people the power to protect themselves. At this moment, all the viewers in Russia who were watching the TV set were confused. No one thought, why, happiness would come so suddenly. No one expected that, all of a sudden, it would be allowed? Like HWA? All martial artists go into the grassroots, into thousands of households, and personally instruct all ordinary people to cultivate from the beginning to the initiation. Like China, start training for a universal battle formation? Everything is like wahoo, happiness, but more than that, it was incomprehension, excited ecstasy, but more than that, there is doubt and concern. And at that moment, the Secretary General spoke in a deep voice. Here I am telling you all with certainty. All of Mu Jie's words are true. The stories and experiences he had in Thai wasteland are true. You're asking why I'm so sure. A smirk curved the corners of the Secretary General's mouth. My son, brain dead years ago, same symptoms as Mujer, became a vegetable. I cremated him 2 years ago because the world's best brain doctor said he was dead. But just 2 days ago, in the letter of information to all mankind, Mujer was on the red carpet and he read my son's name. His name is Dolevsky. My son, he's not dead. He's been on the other side and he's a hero. I am proud of my son, for with his share of power, he saved a planet's civilization from extinction. In the midst of a universe of countless races, he joined the greatest Earth Fellowship. All of Russia, blown up. All the people, shocked, looked at the Secretary General. Dolevsky? My goodness. I have watched the video of the Marshal Saint Mujer's speech over and over again, and I'm pretty sure that he did pronounce the name of a Russian named Derevsky. The Secretary General's son, surprisingly, is also a warrior of the 10,000 clans. Is that, like, the reason for letting go? The Secretary General's tone changed. And today, 40 countries around the globe united. Oh sorry, received urgent news, Germany also let go. Today, 39 countries around the globe have joined together, and they have formed a coalition army about to head to China to strike at the Earth Fellowship. The Earth Fellowship is a ray of light for all of humanity. Can we tolerate them striking out against the Earth Fellowship? At this moment, the whole of Russia roared with rage. Intolerance, the Secretary General added. We will send all our military forces to fight them. We will also send all of our Russian martial artists to China to support the Earth Fellowship. Stand up. Fight for our future. Fight for all mankind not to be exterminated. Fight for the final victory of the war. Russia not only let go. At this moment, the Russian understanding vanguards, hidden in Russia, who had been carefully concealing themselves, stood up, and they don't hide it anymore. They walked out. Tell your family, tell your friends, I will be traveling to the Jade Belt River. From the deep space of the universe. For you. Meanwhile, Rice, Fox TV, pinching his watch. The martial artist smiled and said to Phyllis, time's up. Let the charges begin. Phyllis smiled and said, an event of this magnitude. Then I, the station manager, will broadcast it myself. I'm honored to be a part of something so grand. The martial artist laughed loudly. Good. It can be. Here, let me see the draft. Phyllis handed him the draft, and the martial artist examined it. Seeing that it was all about berating Zhang Ku, he nodded in satisfaction. No need to revise. Just follow this. The machine is in position. Live streaming in place. Satellite signal in place. Live. Start. Everyone in the whole of Rice tuned in. All TV stations broadcasted it. All internet platforms broadcasted it. With all eyes on him, Phyllis walked onto the stage with his script in hand. And with the spotlight on him, he bowed to the camera. Straightening her chest, Phyllis instead folded the manuscript in her hands and held it behind her back. The martial artist laughed and whispered to the person next to him. At this point, he shows his memory? Off script? Ha ha ha. Phyllis, I do know, loves to show off. Ignore the whispers from off stage. Phyllis murmured. Today's live broadcast is a special one. It will herald the dawn of a brand new era. Everyone should have seen MUJ's speech. And while you may well pretend you never saw it, the truth is, you must have. So how much credibility does he have in what he says about doomsday? Phyllis was silent for a moment. Then suddenly her face changed and she roared. Everything he said was true. Now the global alliance of 40 nations fated to attack the sea. But in fact, 12 supreme powerhouses have traveled to China to sneak up on the Earth Fellowship, the Ethereal Palace, and the Dragon Tiger Mountain. In the midst of a decapitation operation. Comrades, we cannot stand by and see the dawn of humanity go out. We cannot stand by and see Marshal St. Junko fall into the hands of these filthy people. Save him. Use all of our strength to do so. Think of every way you can to rescue them. Even though our officialdom describes them as evil, we all know in our hearts who is really right. Comrades, I will die, but after I die, you must fight for your future. Go to Huaxia, go to the Earth Fellowship, go to the Jade Belt River, and think of every way to get there. Boom went the gun. Phyllis has an extra hole in his head. Downstage. A dozen soldiers looked in dismay at the muzzles of the guns in their officers' hands. A dozen soldiers with complicated eyes. The martial artist looked at this in shock. And then, his eyes were filled with endless hatred for Felice. But at this moment, the hate was also powerless because he was already dead. The whole of Rice, everyone, went quiet. Phyllis is dead. The owner of Fox TV died on the stage speaking to the nation. And all those things that he spoke about were different from everything that was originally there. Everything about his speech was different from what everyone thought it would be. He's preaching the Earth Fellowship. He's anti-war. He's singing the praises of the Earth Fellowship. Backstage, all the Fox TV editors-in-chief, as well as reporters stared at Phyllis on stage with wide-eyed shock. It was only at this moment that they suddenly realized what exactly those strange words Phyllis had said in the office meant. It also dawned on them why Phyllis chose to make a spectacle of herself at this time, choosing to take the initiative to ask herself to go on stage to speak. An editor-in-chief muttered with reddened eyes. You die, but everyone in the whole of Rice will remember you forever. They couldn't help but think that Taiwai and Mu Jie's story had given birth to many such honorable things in people in the early days of the Calamity Era. Hadn't it? The early days of Taiwai also chose to hide it, but in the end it still stood out as a lot of whistleblowers. Right? Rice. Everyone, all the televisions in every home went black, choking off the signal. The White House issued an emergency order to cut off the nation's internet signal. Discussion is prohibited. Internet access is prohibited. Browsing everything is prohibited. Compress everything that happens to the smallest extent possible. Everyone, for once, is praying that the telethon will not be as well attended. But the truth is, can't hold it down. It's completely overwhelming. When Phyllis said those words, there was already an audience action. He called on all of us, as much as we could, to use all of our power to break the news to HWA, even in a small way. On his deathbed, he called on all mics that it was time to stand up. Then he died on stage, died in the spotlight. The moment the gun went off, the entire country of Rice, everyone was completely woken up. A Texas hunter, wordlessly turning off the television and removing his double-barreled shotgun from under his bed, turned back to his children. We have been practicing martial arts secretly for 2 or 3 days now, and in the future, you will continue to do so. The son stared intently at his father. My father said, I don't have the same purpose as everyone else in practicing martial arts. Becoming a martial artist is not my dream. I just want to spend my life peacefully in this rural idyll and watch you grow up. But I've seen Zhangke's video screen, and I know, the end is coming. There is only one thing I want to do in the midst of the end, and that is to protect you. I wanted to protect you as you grew up, and then you, too, would protect your family, and that's when you gained the power that was yours. But now, I know that Phyllis's appeal will draw even tougher repression from the powerful. The environment for martial arts training will become incredibly difficult. Now, I'm going to walk out. And you, go too, the young man asked in alarm. Father, where am I going? You go to Wachovia. How do I get to Huaxia? Like those children, they've traveled across the ocean to China. And I'm sure that after today, countless others throughout the mic will have traveled to China. You are with them. The teenager hugged his father. Father, Why do I want to go to Huaxia? I don't want to go to Huaxia. It's too foreign to me there. Child, the end is coming. The dark night will come. But in the Western world, when the sky falls, the taller men will never stand up for themselves. They will never protect you. Only after you have gained power will you be able to protect yourself. And by traveling to China, you will gain the power to protect yourself. And I think that before you gain the power, maybe the strong men of China, too, will stand up to protect you. When disaster strikes, the strongest of the Earth Fellowship will surely stand unconditionally in front of everyone to protect the weak of this world. Stall for the weak and let them grow up. When they fall, this world will once again stand out, countless of them, and continue to protect the weak. Generation after generation. This will continue. Therefore, you will surely travel to China, and there, seek out the organization, the Earth Fellowship, and join it, so that you can live. The hunter loaded his double-barreled shotgun and handed the teenager all the bills he had on him. The Earth Fellowship has been trying to awaken the global populace, to grow the global populace. But we have been on lockdown here. And this time, 12 Jedi powerhouses will go and extinguish our aurora. I will send you away. Then I will return the favor to them. Tell them even if they fall, there will be millions of them who will rise again. With that said, the hunter went out the door without a second thought. Shortly after, the teenager packed up his belongings and drove himself quickly to the harbor. The hunters kept passing in front of the door of the leading house, calling out with loud hailers, "I'm not hiding anymore. I am a martial artist. And you should stop being cowards. It's time to stand up and fight for the victory that belongs to us." In a few moments the door of the neighbor's house opened, and old John came out and followed him, carrying his rifle. Then all the residents of the entire neighborhood walked out. At this moment, they're completely out in the open. They are the ones who are going to show everyone by their actions that where one Phillies fell, thousands will rise. And at this point, it's not just Texas, the whole of Rice, territory-wide. Countless people took to the streets carrying guns, and countless people stood up. They boldly recognized their identity as martial artists, and in this world, began to fight for the legitimacy of civilian martial artists. They awakened. Not only have they awakened, but at this moment, they have completely seen the official face clearly. They saw clearly the thoughts of the powerful and the rich, also see clearly the good intentions of the Earth Fellowship. At this moment, all of Rice is off the grid. However, countless tech geeks at home were trying to figure out how to take what Phyllis had said and figure out how to tell Wasia about it. New York State. In the middle of a garage, the young man, Davis, was deeply shaken by Phyllis's words in his head. Even how they described the evil of the Earth Fellowship. We all know who is right. I will die. But hopefully everyone will find a way to do something about it as best they can. Davis muttered. Do something. Do something. 12 overwhelmingly powerful people are traveling to Huaxia for a decapitation operation. I must announce this news. I must tell Huaxia. Davis took out his cell phone and tried to post a comment on the martial arts forums, but he realized that his phone had no network at all. At this moment, the entire country of Rice cut off the internet. He tried to make a phone call, but realized that the phone signals were all cut off as well. All signals have been cut off. He's out of options. Thinking in the garage, Davis pulled out his collection of transmitters. It was something that belonged to some hobbyist. Looking at the transmitter, he pondered for a long time. How can we get the message to China? Davis struggled to think, to ponder. Suddenly he remembered that there were such telegraph friends in China. He pondered for a long time about the telegraph contacts over in China. Then a quick hand job was done to boost the signal. Drip 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 drip. In the middle of the garage, an antenna poked out. Davis, with his headphones, carefully repeated the transmitting telegram over and over again. Using the telegram, he communicated all the information he knew about the decapitation operation. At the same time, throughout the entire country of Rice, tens of thousands of such signals were launched toward China. Tens of thousands of basements, garages, bedrooms, tens of thousands of telegraph enthusiasts, by all means imaginable of their own, utilizing Morse code and telegraphs, were constantly firing things off to the east. Meanwhile, in the midst of a multinational communications company, the chairman of the board, who is worth billions of dollars, has awakened. He himself was a martial artist, but he had long felt the injustice of such an environment. He believes that reform is needed, and that it is only right that ordinary people have the opportunity to become martial artists as well. Moreover, the great enemy is at hand, and the end is near. At this time, but to assassinate the dawn of mankind. This matter cannot be tolerated. The chairman walked into the engine room, but suddenly realized that dozens of technicians were gathered here at this time. The people looked at each other and the chairman saw panic in their eyes. Saw that the things they held in their hands were letterheads, letters, Morse code, etc. As soon as he saw it, he immediately knew it by heart. They were, in fact, using their own communication company's base station to send a signal to Huaxia. The technicians were horrified. The boss was a martial artist in if. And at this time, to one's surprise, the chairman said in a deep voice, "The telegram is too inefficient. Now that the whole country is disconnected from the internet, we should utilize our blocked 4G signal base stations to increase the broadcast signal by broadcasting and then transmit it to Huaxia." Buzz, there was a sound of ecstasy from everyone. Their boss awakened. In the next moment, everyone inside the technical department of the entire company acted. Everyone rushed to the office, unconditionally, and worked overtime without pay. No one has a complaint. They are utilizing their lifelong skills and using all of their maximum energy, using the greatest passion of their lives to work overtime at this very moment. Hundreds of people gathered in the tech department and the entire communications building was lit up. The super signal, spreading out like a monstrous wave, spreading towards China. This is the most united the company ever has been for all of humanity. And at this time, throughout the entire country of Rice, countless elites with technical means were informing Huaxia through all the ways they could think of and do. On the Pacific Ocean, Flamingo Island, more than 1,000 people are gathered here. More than 1,000 people from 39 countries. All of them are martial artists. 1,000 peak 9th grade powerhouses. 12 absolute powerhouses. At this time, the men assembled at Flamingo Island. The leader of the group, Balp, the absolute powerhouse of Rice, watched the crowd gather and calmly looked at his watch. 5 minutes to go. Let's go. Are we all here? Arrived. Balp nods his head. I'll talk about the plan. There will be 12 of us, divided into 3 groups. Each group of 4 Jedi supremacies. For each 4 Jedi, lead 3 to 400 supreme warriors. Group A personnel, head to the ethereal palace at Fei Lai Peak. And Jedi subversive kill Red Dust. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. Kill him on sight, not leaving a single bit of room for maneuver. The other supreme powerhouses in the group, surround and kill all the executives of the ethereal palace, leaving no one alive. When you see anyone from the ethereal palace, kill them all. Is that clear? Balp added. Group B goes to Longhu Mountain, and Jieban surrounds and kills Zhang Tiancher of Longhu Mountain. The rest of you, exterminate all of the people from Longhu Mountain. And it is very likely that Tiancher Zhang is not in Longhu Mountain, and most likely lives in Jade Belt River. So Group B absolute upside down in Longhu Mountain did not find Zhang Tiancher. Must not stay. Immediately high-speed flight straight to Jiangcheng and Group C will meet. Assistant decapitating Tiancher Zhang, Miao Jia, and all the supreme beings of the Earth Fellowship. Is that clear? I, on the other hand, will lead Group C, all of them, to the banks of the Jade Belt River in Hibiscus City, to complete the beheading operation on Mu Jie. Our main objective is to kill Mu Jie first, then Su Tao, William and a few other supreme powerhouses. After that, we will kill the rest of the Earth Fellowship. Lastly, kill those teenagers who gathered at the Jade Belt River. It's possible that Zhang Tiancher will be at the Jade Belt River and will add obstacles to our beheading operation. So if we are not the opponents, we will find a way to delay and stall them, while the 2 groups will rush to the Jade Belt River to meet up immediately after completing their mission, and the 12 Jedi will strike at the same time. Foolproof. If they get wind of it ahead of time and are not in the 3 places mentioned above, the 12 of us Jedi bumps will start slaughtering the city, threatening them to show up and appear by slaughtering the city. At the same time, search the world for their whereabouts and footprints. Remember, the 12 of us must not spread out. I've heard that Mu Jie's combat power is very strong. If the ones who fall alone are caught by him, it's very likely that they will be broken by him one by one. Did you hear everything? Understood. Remember, this time, drive out all the people. Not one of the Misty Palace executives will be left behind. And not one of the Dragon Tiger Mountain sins will be left behind. Earth Fellowship. Even a dog in the neighborhood must be killed. Military airports. Hundreds of fighters started their engines. Hundreds of supersonic fighters will escort them across the Pacific to China. Although they could fly, their flying speed was not as fast as supersonic fighters. At the same time, crossing the Pacific Ocean would waste a lot of true essence power. In front of such a big mission, one more point of true essence would be one more killing move. They were not willing to waste it at this time. Therefore, the supersonic fighters will assist them in crossing the Pacific Ocean. Only after entering the territory of China would they fly as fast as they could to their mission destination. Balp waved his hand. Boarding. Thousands of people, at once, began to board the fighters and fly them themselves, one by one, taking off and racing toward China. It's coming on strong. The Earth Fellowship was certainly not afraid of these people. Mu Jie had never put them in his sights before. But the Ethereal Palace is afraid. LW is afraid. The people from the Misty Palace and the Dragon Tiger Mountain didn't have that strong practical combat ability. They were just ordinary martial artists. And if all this plan came true, it could really be gotten by them. At the very least, they really were able to destroy Longhu Mountain and the Netherworld Palace. However, and things took a turn for the worse. They are destined to end in failure. Huaxia, the capital. A young man who had just returned wearily to his quarters after training in the battle formation suddenly froze and heard his telegraph actually being called. Xiao Wang raised an eyebrow. Although there were quite a few telegraph enthusiasts, everyone was actually just a hobbyist, especially after the National Martial Way. This thing basically no one had the time to fiddle with it anymore. It would suddenly come to mind at this time? Xiao Wang hurriedly put on the headphones to listen in. Drip 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 drip. While listening, he recorded the Morse code conveyed within the rhythm of the voice. After recording a telegram, Xiao Wang took out a dictionary and began to translate. Translating, suddenly Xiao Wang's face froze, and then gradually, his face changed wildly. Chinese newspaper friends, I'm from the U.S.A. The 40-nation coalition army is out to blockade Chinese waters, creating tension, but it's actually a feint. Secretly, 12 supreme powerhouses have traveled to Huaxia and are about to carry out decapitation operations against the Ethereal Palace, Longhu Mountain, and the Earth Fellowship. Please pay attention. Xiao Wang looked at the contents of the telegram, and the whole thing was a bit unbelievable. At that moment, another telegram rang out. Hello newspaper friends, I'm from Texas. 12 Jedi are about to sneak up on the Earth Fellowship, and the dawn of mankind cannot be extinguished. Another telegram rang out. 5 telegrams in a row were indeed the same. Xiao Wang's face changed greatly, clutching the letter paper in his hands and dashed out of his house, rushed into the local neighborhood committee of the militia corps. Instructor, something big. Instructor, there's an emergency I need to report. The top brass of the militia corps walked out and looked at Xiao Wang in surprise. Xiao Wang panted and read out the contents of the telegram. At this moment, the face of the Ethereal Palace personnel stationed here changed wildly, and they hurriedly took out their cell phones to dial their superiors. Southwest. A radio enthusiast suddenly received a broadcast on a special frequency, which was repeating a phrase in English over and over again. Urgent, 12 Jedi are about to sneak up on the Earth Fellowship, the Ethereal Palace, and the Dragon Tiger Mountain. The beheading operation has begun. Urgent, 12 Jedi are about to sneak up on. The radio enthusiasts who understood English turned wildly pale and ran like mad out of their homes to the neighborhood committees in their areas to report the matter as it happened. At this point, a cab driver who was driving a cab, whose car radio was empty of channels, suddenly sounded a murmur. English voices came out of it. The driver frowned. What channel is this? He was about to turn it off. The passenger's face suddenly changed. Wait, quiet, listen. On the radio, intermittent English was interspersed among the cacophony of currents. A moment later, the passenger let out a sharp cry of alarm. Big deal, quick, drive to the nearest militia group here. Or the police station. Hurry. The driver's eyes widened. What was the talk about? What's going on? A multinational communications company in the United States of America, using signal augmentation, has sent broadcasts directed toward many frequency bands in Huaxia. It says that the 40-nation coalition army is organized, and 12 Jedi will come to Huaxia to carry out decapitation operations against the Ethereal Palace, Longhu Mountain, and the Earth Fellowship. This company in Rice is using the broadcast to inform us. The driver was shocked. Mick, and such a good heart? They have awakened. Now that all signals and networks have been cut off throughout the entire Rice territory, they have no choice but to send messages toward China by telegraph and radio. Right away. Coming. The driver jerked around and cursed angrily. These mongrels. The Earth Fellowship has allowed ordinary people like us to practice martial arts, so that even we ordinary people can now gain the power to protect ourselves in the end of days. How dare these bastards engage in a sneak attack? Not many tech geeks, telegraph-loving, radio-loving people are few and far between today. Yet, in a base of 1.4 billion, this is still a significant number. Almost within an hour, there were almost tens of thousands of people in China who panicked and ran to the local neighborhood committee or police station to report the matter. Southeast Coastal Region. Huaxia's army has assembled here. All the top brass are all guarding the place. Misty Palace's red dust, as well as a few elders, also came. As a matter of fact, as soon as the 40-nation alliance army moved, Huaxia had already discovered their traces from among the spy satellites. The navy formed by the 40-nation alliance army, in the Pacific Ocean, could not be hidden from any country in this world today. With such a big movement, it was simply impossible to remain silent. An emergency alert was sounded throughout the army. Red Dust was personally sitting in command of the coast, and there was some gloom in his eyes. It's so shameless. So shameless. 40 nations united? How are we doing? Are we ready? The commander murmured. There are too many of them. We may be outnumbered. Red Dust took a deep breath. Let's gather the martial artists. The martial artists themselves will come down. What they came with was just the army. And although it's loud, if they send the martial artists directly from the sky, they won't be able to withstand it. What I'm worried about is that it's just a feint. The crowd was silent. Everyone knew it was almost a feint. It was impossible to hide such a big commotion from others as the allied forces of 40 nations gathered. They, inevitably, also knew that it was impossible to hide it from others. Most importantly, in this current era, hot weapons? That was simply not useful. Even if a destroyer was powerful, but sending his own sure powerhouse to fly over and fall from the sky onto the deck, then that destroyer would basically be gone. The anti-aircraft guns on a destroyer could hit missiles and airplanes, but it could never hit a martial artist, because martial artists are too flexible, so the Navy doesn't make a lot of sense. Then they still chose to behave that way. It's clear that it's a feint, Red Dust said. I reckon that they are deliberately creating a big commotion on the coast, to attract our attention. The real purpose is actually to send absolute Martial King experts to sneak into our mainland, to sneak into the Earth Fellowship. That's what I'm most worried about. But it's not like it's defensible. Right. Even if we know that these navies are just feints, we have to defend ourselves. If they don't, then the feint will turn into a real battle. If one defends, a large amount of power is gathered at sea again, blocking at both ends. Good calculation. Red Dust hated his guts, even if he knew the enemy's tactics. But this was almost like a young plot. Knowing that, there's nothing that can be done about it. Highly powerful people who wouldn't dare to leave this place at all. But without leaving, there is no way to support the Earth Fellowship. This is really a dilemma at both ends. The Secretary General said, I've already notified the Earth Fellowship. Red Dust hurriedly asked, what did they say? The Secretary General laughed bitterly. I said that they should take refuge for the time being and withdraw. They said, no need. Just wait for these jackals, tigers and leopards to come in the Udai River. They also said, let us just be careful. Red Dust was speechless. Ugh, these cocky guys. Although he knew that Mu Jia was very strong. However, this Earth's Jia Yang himself didn't even know how many kilograms he had. Jia Yang would not fight each other. No one knew who was strong. Red Dust didn't even know if he was at the top or the bottom. Moreover, there was no way to know how many Jedi would come from others. At this time, evacuation is the right choice. After all, the enemy is dark and we are clear. Yet, Muji is also too confident. He didn't just disregard himself, he was simply disregarding everyone in this world. It wasn't just Miao Jie, everyone in the Earth Fellowship was guilty of this. At that very moment, a high-ranking person ran over with a face full of panic. Latest intel. Urgent information. Red Dust yelled in a huff. Speak. Germany withdrew from the 40 nations because their host turned against them. In the middle of the live broadcast, they openly supported the Earth Fellowship, and everyone in Germany protested. And their official high level decided to completely let go and completely follow the Earth Fellowship's footsteps now. Just now, Germany's high level sent a secret message saying that the 40-nation alliance has invited 12 absolute supremacy to make a move. But I don't know the specifics of the Jedi Heights. It's only known that the 12 absolute attacks are about to strike. Let's be careful. Germany doesn't have Jedi, so they don't even know the secrets of Jedi or the exact plan. The faces of everyone present changed. 12 Jedi. It's over. It's over. What to do with such a powerful force? What's to be done about it? The Earth Fellowship is in danger. Red Dust was also shocked to the point of jaw-dropping. This is running to completely destroy the Earth Fellowship. The 12 Jedi superiorities are striking at the same time. Quickly, notify the Earth Fellowship. Forget it, I'll call and say it myself. With that, Red Dust dialed Mu Jie's cell phone. Hello? Mu Jie, received an update. There are 12 Jedi who are heading to the Jade Belt riverbank. You guys run and hide first. I have to run as well. The 12 Jedi attacks have struck. I'm afraid they'll take me out in the process as well. Let's hide from the wind first, and then we'll figure out how to break them down one by one. Red Dust is also a bit of a wimp. He was afraid that if Mu Jie ran away, the 12 Jedi benders wouldn't be able to find anyone, and would take it out on themselves and finish themselves off in the process. He had originally thought of sitting on the coast, but at the moment, he didn't dare. Got to slip. Sneak into the middle of the pristine jungle and hide for a while. Mujer was silent for a moment and said, you come to my place. What? You mean, you guys aren't running? Run? Why run? Mu Jie was a bit surprised. Earth is a retirement home for martial artists. Earth's Jedi don't have much combat power. Don't you underestimate the world. I'm not underestimating the people of the world. I've assumed they're powerful. It is you who think too much. Mu Jie didn't care about those 12 absolute tops at all. In his eyes, they were all ants. Even if there were powerful Jia Yangs, they were still just powerful ants. Although Mu Jie was a 9th rank, he was a strong martial saint in the Tai wasteland. Martial saint can be more than just a realm. It was an existence that could only be created by countless epiphanies. Needless to say, the realm, just the combat consciousness of a martial saint, was not something that anyone in this world could match. Put it this way, Tianchi Zhan was also the absolute best on earth, and he was also a top-notch powerhouse in Taiwara after decades of actual combat along the way. But nowadays, the 9th grade Mu Jie, in terms of strength, was still able to hang on to beat Heavenly Master Zhang. Tianchi Zhang, a Jiesher, was not comparable to a pensioner Jiesher like Red Dust and the rest of them. Yet, he was still no match for Mu Jie, because Zhang Tianchi had not reached the martial sage. Those who hadn't reached martial sage were then missing much of their fighting sense. Martial artists, the competition is never about strength. Strength can only give you assistance, but what determines success or failure is combat awareness. That's why Mu Jie never put these people in the spotlight. The reason why it was a bit of a worry before was that the worry was not about these Jiayangs themselves. Rather, it was the fact that these Jedi were killing ordinary people. Not knowing the purpose of these Jedi benders, Mu Jie was a bit worried. But now that he knew that they were all running to kill him, with a clear purpose, then there was not even that slightest bit of worry left. Red Dust let out a long sigh. You're too arrogant. What are you afraid of hiding for a while? Muhair was speechless. There was no way he could explain. Hiding? How do I hide? Just kidding. Even if one was really inferior to these Jedi, really not an opponent, then it was impossible to hide. What about the tens of thousands of vanguards along the Jade Ribbon River? Evacuate? Is it too late? Not in time at all. And people are coming to kill you. So determined to kill you. Do you really think you can hide? You always have a soft spot. You have to come out, right? People can't leave without killing you. The world is so big. Where can you run to? Ducking is not a strategy at all. Hanging up. Red Dust sighed in relief. Since Mu Jie wasn't hiding, he was ready to slip away. He was just about to explain something, when just then another senior came walking quickly, his face full of panic. Emergency. Speak up. Rice also encountered the same thing as Germany. The hosts suddenly turned against us. The whole country of Rice choked off signals and networks, but a lot of information technology people, as well as some telegraph enthusiasts, transmitted the Jedi plan to us in China through broadcasts, telegrams, and other forms. So far, Wasia has received at least 10,000 uploads from telegraph enthusiasts, as well as radio enthusiasts, from all over the country. The news says, the Navy is a feint to attract attention. The real plan is that the 12 Jedi will secretly travel to China to exterminate the Earth Fellowship, the Ethereal Palace, and the 3 places on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Their purpose is not just to uproot the Earth Fellowship. Rather, it's to completely uproot the Ethereal Palace, as well as Longhu Mountain. There was a buzz sound. At this moment, the scalps of everyone present went numb. Destroy the Netherworld Palace. Destroy Longfu Shan? So ambitious? This is something that no one expected. It seems that they also anticipated that Wasia could guess their fate. However, one could only guess that they were running towards the Earth Fellowship. In reality, they were actually running towards the Misty Palace and Longhu Mountain, as well as the Earth Fellowship. It was to uproot 3 forces at once. Moreover, their purpose was not just to uproot 3 forces. They were trying to exterminate the 3 forces that possessed overwhelming existences. Red Dust, dripping with cold sweat, asked in horror, so the entirety of the Ethereal Palace is also their main target? In addition to the Misty Palace, at the same time, there is also the Dragon Tiger Mountain. And I heard that not only did they gather the Jedi, but also a lot of supreme powerhouses. This time, they are going for broke. On the spot, everyone went quiet. Red Dust asked in horror, how many people does the Ethereal Palace have now? On the mountain of the Ethereal Palace, there are 120,000 inner disciples. Below the mountain, the outer disciples are 1 million. Below the mountain, in the city, there are also family members, staff members, residents, etc., who are more or less related to the Ethereal Palace. More than 5 million. When are they coming? Coming soon. On the way. Evacuation. In time? If there were only tens of thousands, it would be too late. But millions? Impossible. Red Dust's eyes were red. You guys stationed at the coast, I'm going back to Misty Palace. Even if I die in battle in the Misty Palace, I can't hide. I can't hide. If they want to slaughter my Misty Palace, they have to step over my corpse first. At this moment, he also seemed to have figured out why Mu Jie didn't hide. You can run alone. But what about your family? What about your fellow disciples? What about so many of your people? How do they run? People. They are running to exterminate the family. Killing you is just one of the purposes. Secretary General Jeru said. No way. You can't go back. Palace Master. They're headed for you. If something happens to you, we won't have Jia Yang anymore. Tianchi Zhang is also finished. You and Tianchi Zhang. One must survive. We can't lose Jia Yang. But can I stand by and watch the loss of my fellow disciples? Can I stand by and watch as I lose a fellow human being? But there's only hope if you live. The Secretary General said and roared. Quickly, immediately notify Tianchi Zhang as well. Let Longhu Mountain find a way to evacuate. Evacuate Have Heavenly Master Zhang evacuate as well. Red dust broke free from his pole. Don't stop me anyone. If they dog bastards wanna come, let them come. The big deal is that I'll blow myself up and die with all of them. No one can hurt my family while I'm alive. It's impossible for me to hide. I can only carry this battle hard. Saying that, Red Dust immediately stepped into the air and left. His heart was burning with anxiety. The Secretary General is in a hurry. What to do? What to do? What to do? Everyone knew they had ambitions, but they didn't expect them to be so great, so decisive. The first sanction was thought to be just for show, but I didn't realize that it was a direct death sentence. 12 Jedis, straight to the 3 most important places, Misty Palace, Longhu Mountain, and Jade Belt River. How can the Netherworld Palace be evacuated? It can't be evacuated. So many people. And Red Dust, after realizing that he can't evacuate, how can he be willing to live on alone? He was bound to fight to the death. Lungfu Shan can't be evacuated. There are so many people in Lungfu Shan. How can they be evacuated? And Tianchi Zhang, how can he watch his own sect being destroyed? It's impossible for him to hide either. The Earth Fellowship, Muher is not withdrawing either. They're all waiting. Surprisingly, they were all prepared to fight hard. It's over. The Secretary General looked around at the crowd and roared. What to do? What to do? Somebody do something. Do something. We can't lose any of these 3 places. Huaxia can't afford to lose the Netherworld Palace. And we can't afford to lose the Dragon Tiger Mountain. And all of humanity cannot lose the Earth Fellowship. But now, 3 places will be lost at the same time. Everyone was silent. At this time, someone said, the only one who has seen the world is Miao Jia from the Earth Fellowship. He was able to lead an army of 10,000 clans in the Taiwara, so I'm sure he must have encountered countless dilemmas. Secretary General, call him and listen to what he has to say after explaining the situation. The Secretary General sighed and picked up his cell phone to dial Muher. Originally, he was also going to inform Mu Jia about this matter. Now, however, it had turned into an inquiry. At this moment, he was a million times more desperate to get Mu Jia's opinion. This, the only general of the 10,000 clans to lead hundreds of millions of people and fight for tens of hundreds of years. Perhaps, he has a solution? On the banks of the Yudai River, Mu Jia picked up the phone again. And at this moment, in the courtyard, 33 members of the Earth Fellowship Association, all of them converged here. They all knew the news and were in the small courtyard ready to listen to Mu Jia's arrangement and deployment. On the phone, the Secretary General anxiously told the cause and effect of the incident. Muj sat up straight. Oh, at the same time to 3 places to strike? This is the right thing. I guessed before. They shouldn't be able to make such a big move, but only do one thing, and are preparing for deployment. The Secretary General froze. Ha, you guessed? Mu Jia gave a sunny smile. As soon as the 40-nation allied army came out, we basically knew that it was a feint. Knowing that it was a feint, one must inevitably wonder, what was their true purpose? The answer, in everyone's opinion, would be the Earth Fellowship. But let me think about it differently. If I were the other party's main general, it's so hard to gather 12 Jedi. Such a big commotion. I would definitely have to find a way to maximize my benefits, and I would definitely have to do several things along the way to do so. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of such great resources? Even if it increases the risk, yet, the benefits are magnified dozens of times. I would have guessed that if it is the 12 absolute supremacy convergence, then the purpose is by no means just the Earth Fellowship. Having fought more wars in the Great Wasteland, it is easier to think more about things when encountering them. These were tactics that Mu Jia had faced every day for 100 years in the Thai wilderness, even used them every day himself. The tactic is uncannily similar to the Battle of the Black Hills. Before the Battle of Montenegro, one had united several thousand civilizations of the 10,000 races. It was not easy to unite these people. So, after thinking left and right, the first battle directly launched a general attack. Maximize the benefits of a straightforward first battle. The strategy, in fact, is similar. The principle is the same. The purpose is just different. The purpose of the Battle of Black Mountain waged by Mu Jia was to make a name for the 10,000 Races Legion and to boost morale. At the same time, it also made the other watching civilizations confident, knowing that the demons were not invincible. This was maximizing the benefits. As for the Rice Country, gathering up the 12 absolute supremacy, if only running to the Earth Fellowship, in their opinion belongs to waste, then inevitably will also maximize the interests. The Secretary General was stunned. Mu Jia added. Still, I overestimated them. I thought their appetite would be bigger. I didn't realize that it's just running towards the three places: Jade Belt River, Longhu Mountain and Misty Palace. The Secretary General swallowed. So what? That you guessed before? Mu Jia laughed bitterly. I thought that they would split up around 8 people to deal with the Earth Fellowship, Misty Palace, and Longhu Mountain respectively. Then the remaining 5 Jedi bastards would lead the others and head to the official headquarters, major cities, and all martial arts universities and martial arts high schools in Huaxia to carry out indiscriminate massacres and completely exterminate our cultivation seeds. I'm the one who thinks too much, Secretary General. Mu Jia added. So just now I also had a headache. If the 5 martial kings were to spread out into 5 forces, I'm still a bit short of manpower on my side. I was trying to figure out how to organize the work when your call came. Alright then. The Secretary General took a deep breath, and at this moment, he truly felt the side of Mu Jia that was the Commander-in-Chief. I used to just think that Muj was a strong man. He couldn't feel anything about the identity of the Huan Yu General, the Grand Marshal of the 10,000 races. But now, the Secretary General feels it. This side of the coast, bouncing with anxiety. In the big rear, Mu Jia is sitting steadily in a fishing boat, but began to plan the layout in advance. What a way to strategize. He had only grasped some information and analyzed the 1,000 changes in the battlefield. While he himself was still in the dark, he was already starting to lay out countermeasures. This kind of mind. The Secretary General swallowed his saliva. Mr. Mu. So what do we do now? Any suggestions? MJ mused for 2 seconds. Then say, here's the thing. You know this matter. Make the news public to the whole country, and send reporters, film crews, to Jade Belt River, Longhu Mountain, and Misty Palace for the live broadcast of this next great battle. You don't have to care about the rest. I think it's also just right to take this opportunity to let everyone see the power of battle formations in advance. I sense that people are not very enthusiastic about battle formations right now, and generally feel that this thing is useless. It just so happens that there is such a good opportunity, so it's just the right time to show it to everyone. A crowd of people around them listening to the phone on speakerphone. What? The fire is burning. The 12 Jedi are coming on a killing spree. You're saying that it's a good time to start a live broadcast and take this opportunity to publicize the battle array? Hello? It's all on fire. 12 positions of absolute supremacy. That's 12 Jedi. Why does it sound as if you think those are 12 actors? How come it sounds from you as if you think that those 12 people are like spokespersons who are cooperating with your propaganda warfront? That's 12 absolute tops. This is a huge disaster for China, even if it's steady. But this? It's too steady. Listening to the Secretary General's anxiety, Mu Jia smiled. I know you guys are worried. However, there is no way for me to keep you guys from worrying through words. By the way, old Taoist Zhang is right here. Ask him if he's worried about his Dragon Tiger Mountain. Miao Jia handed the phone to Zhang Laodao. Zhang Laodao took the phone with a smile and said, Secretary General Zhang, Heavenly Master Zhang, at ease. Listen to the President's arrangements. The President is in the Tai Wilderness, with 200 million troops in his hands, and will play all the 10,000 races. He can play with all the races. He can play with all the demons. Earth's dozen or so Jiayangs are nothing, not to mention a dozen or so, 100 Jiayangs, in the President's opinion. In our opinion is actually just like that. As long as their purpose is clear that they are coming towards us, then they are not afraid of anything. What we're really afraid of is that they're scattering and slaughtering the city. That is, they're completely engaging in the demonic set. That's what's worth getting nervous about. And now, as long as the people can be safe and sound, the purpose is our words. You wait and see how they drill into the Skynet. Mu Jia looked at the 33 people and said in a deep voice. Old Taoist Zhang went back to his mountain gate and brought 5 people back. If you feel that the other party is not enough to worry about, it would be best for you not to make a move. Let them make a move. And if there are media reporters present, let them see how a battle formation of 5 people is practiced and operated. Of course, if things don't go right, you strike. As many people come, leave as many as you can. No need to leave them alive. There's no need to think that the other party is a high-level martial artist just because they love talent. There are some people that are destined to not become great. Tianchi Zhang nodded. Understood. Then, Tianchi Zhang took 5 members of the Earth Fellowship and immediately stepped into the air, flying rapidly towards Longhu Mountain. Mu Jia continued. Su Tao, you take 10 men and head to the Ethereal Palace for support. For the 11-man battle formation, You'll be the spotter and Pony will be the flag bearer for the 10-man team. Immediately, the 11 people stepped into the air and left. Mohair looked to William and said in a deep voice, "Take 9 men and leave. 10 people in total. 1 squad for every 5 people. The 10 people will be stationed in 2 teams to guard the 2 major cities, the capital and the magic capital. Guerrilla operations. The main purpose is to protect some important people, as well as students from the martial arts university. These are secondary targets below the ethereal palace and the like." Although the intelligence said that they were aiming for 3 places, we can't just listen to things like intelligence after so many years of fighting. When it's time to stay back, it's time to stay back. And when it's time to prevent accidents, it's time to prevent accidents. It's inevitable that some of the enemy's people get a sudden idea, or some sort of accident occurs, and they start killing indiscriminately without a care in the world. Immediately, 2 more squads of 5 left. Then, Mu Jia looked at the remaining 6. 4 more were sent, in groups of 2. Separately, they traveled again to Shenzhen and Guangzhou. These 2 places are now tertiary targets after the capital and the magic city. It's a backhand in a backhand. 1 layer to set up 2 layers of backhandedness. This was a habit that Mu Jia had been fighting for many years. It was also thanks to the fact that there were fewer people in the Earth Fellowship now, and it was also thanks to the fact that these martial artists of Earth were not able to do so. If the enemy was stronger, he might have set up 4 layers of backstops and 5 layers of backstops among the limited number of people. The Secretary General sensed something about Mu Jia, but what he sensed was not much. What he sensed of the wisdom of a commander-in-chief was just the tip of the iceberg. Looking at the last 2 people, one was called Feng Chang and the other was called Jack Ma. Zhang Ke said in a deep voice, "You 2 are mainly responsible for protecting the 10,000 races reinforcements in the Jade Belt River, and if the enemy situation is clear, I'll try to keep you out of the way as much as possible. Let the world see the power of the rest of the Earth Fellowship, but if the enemy situation is unclear, I will directly strike and decisively strangle the enemy. The 2 of you, on the other hand, will spread out among the crowd and protect them in the shadows to deal with sudden changes." President. Layers of orders were laid out. One by one, deployments began to move into readiness. At this time, however, the whole of Huaxia set off monstrous waves. The Secretary General, after listening to Mu Jia's arrangement, immediately proceeded to set it up, and all the news began to spread out, and all the emergency broadcasts in the country rang out and began to elucidate the current state of affairs. Under the overwhelming publicity, all the Chinese knew that the 40 nations formed a coalition and were fainting along the coast with warships. 12 supreme powerhouses were sent into China, not to mention the people. When those news outlets received the news, the media people were shocked. 12 absolute upsides. At this moment, the whole of China was covered in a layer of haze, and everyone felt that the sky had collapsed. 12 Jedi Sublime are coming to carry out decapitation operations against the Ethereal Palace, the Dragon Tiger Mountain, and the Earth Fellowship. And once these 3 organizations are decapitated, well, it's over. Everyone will be finished. From now on, there will be no more Jedi, no more strong men in China. This is the moment when everyone is at risk. Extra, 12 supreme powerhouses are about to raid China. Shameless 12 Jedi, leading an entourage of followers are about to enter Huaxia, stealing from the Earth Fellowship, stealing from the Ethereal Palace, and stealing from Longhu Mountain. Our Jedi benders, in danger. Crap, I can't stand it. We can die by the thousands, but we can't lose any of our overwhelmingly powerful people. What to do? The sky is falling. The sky is falling. Ooh, I heard rumors that since the 12 overwhelmingly powerful people are coming, they will inevitably cut down the roots and will slaughter the city. Yeah, after they destroy the 3 major sects, they will definitely slaughter the city. Because since they've done it, they'll do it to the end. One way or the other. The Capital Martial Arts University is in danger. My son is still attending the Capital Martial Arts University, and their school, too, will surely become the target of the Jedi slaughter. Whoa, sky is falling. I've been saying it for a fucking long time. The Earth Fellowship is a scourge. A scourge. What doomsday or not? They spread lies and panic. This is good, right? In the end, they were sanctioned by the whole world, and along with them, we follow them to the end. Don't involve us ordinary martial artists. That's Jieshur. It's Jieshur. 12 Jedi. The top forces of half the planet have united. We're screwed. The nation is abuzz. At this juncture, some are calling the Earth Fellowship a scourge. Some people are praying, pleading and appealing through various public media, hoping that when the foreign absolute powerhouses come, they will have their grievances settled and only look for the Earth Fellowship. Don't involve others. Some people are denouncing the 2 types of people mentioned above, believing that it is a sign of extreme cowardice for them to condemn the Earth Fellowship Association at a time of great difficulties. Ordinary people in foreign countries are helping us. And ordinary people all over the world are supporting the Earth Fellowship Association in all sorts of ways. But only the Chinese in the world are denouncing their own people. This, chilling. However, there was soon a discerning person who saw that these spreading unfavorable remarks about the Earth Fellowship Association were basically all martial artists, ordinary people, either worried and scared, or pikers who are ready to raise their swords and fuck with the Jedi in a fit of rage. But it is only the martial artists who are calling downfall, who are saying, the sky is falling. Yes, worldwide, all those who hated the Earth Fellowship, all those who targeted the Fellowship. Basically, they are all martial artists, or the powerful and noble class. It was because the Earth Fellowship's announcement of the Gong method, as well as all sorts of behaviors, touched their interests. It shook their status and fundamentals, so they hated it. However, there was actually no essential difference between the martial artists of China and those powerful people in the West. Although the martial artists in China did not have the absolute status and height as the Western power elite, they did possess certain rights, status, and wealth. And these things are based on the fruits of the labor of 10,000 common people. The Earth Fellowship makes everyone in the country like a dragon and popularizes martial arts. This also fundamentally touches the interests of Chinese martial artists. Their privilege is no longer. Their resources are no longer. They are no longer able to be superior either. Therefore, they are no different from the Western power elite, who all hate the Earth Fellowship. They don't care about the country, the family, or the doomsday. They don't want to think that far ahead, only know that their immediate interests are now gone. So Mu Jie had seen these martial artists very clearly and thoroughly from the very beginning. So from the very beginning, Mu Jie had long said that even if he sacrificed tens of millions of martial artists around the globe, even if he killed these people with his own hands, as long as he could awaken more ordinary people, it would be exceptionally worth it. Although martial artists have power, it is inevitably a pity to die. But this pity is inevitable. Given enough time to the ordinary people around the world, they would grow up and become a new generation of martial artists. More backbone, more bloodthirsty, and more aware of cherishing this hard-won world. No time? Then the big deal is that fellow Earthlings will be sacrificed to advance to the forefront to fight day in and day out, stalling for the world with their flesh and blood. Let's give them enough room to grow. However, before that, this kind of thinking, these remarks of Mu Jie's, the world didn't understand. Even Red Dust, who was the closest, sometimes felt that Mu Jie was too cold-blooded, too ruthless. How could he kill so many people? That's because the cruelty of reality has not yet befallen Red Dust. This world always does. No tears until you see the coffin. Even if the evidence is clear, there will always be flukes when the end result doesn't show up. But now, the Red Dust is starting to get it. Right now, in the Misty Palace, Red Dust completely saw the true face of the so-called martial artist. Clearly, Red Dust returned with the mindset of going to his death, and as soon as he came back, he immediately began to shout towards the entire Fei Lai Peaks mountains and hills. He called on all to act and prepare. He mobilized all the martial artists of the Ethereal Palace, immediately arranging them according to the battle formation he had just learned to form an effective fighting force. Red Dust believes that as long as the Misty Palace is united and is of one mind, it is not a certain death. There was also some chance of winning. At the very least, some people could survive, and at least some of the incoming enemies could be left behind. Bite a piece of meat on them. However, Red Dust was stunned. At this moment, after the Ethereal Palace learned of the news that the 12 Jedi were leading the supreme warriors of 40 countries to kill, with a boom, the entire Ethereal Palace exploded. The Jedi kill is here. Jedi Bend is going to slaughter the Ethereal Palace? Ooh-hoo, I don't want to die. I'm only 25 years old this year, and I've already become a 5th grade martial artist. My future is unlimited. I can't die. I can't die. I have a vast future. How can I die here? I'm wronged. I chow Nima. Red Dust. Fuck you. How dare you? How can you mouth off to the palace master? Ooh, I'll curse. I'm dying and I'm still not allowed to curse a few times to get over it? If it wasn't for Red Dust listening to the slanderous words of the demonic Miao Jie, if it wasn't for him being mesmerized by Miao Jie, how could it be possible for the whole world to isolate my Misty Palace? How could I have been targeted by the world's powerhouses? And how could I have attracted the current 12 absolute attacks? It's all his fault. It's him. If it wasn't for him, I'd still be a great martial artist. I'd still be enjoying life. You what you? Wasn't what I said right? Red Dust doesn't have any leadership power at all. And when Mu Jie says something, he listens to it at once. What is Miao Jie? He's a pyramid scheme leader. What the hell is the end of the world? It's just a lie. The Earth Fellowship is the culprit, the source of this world's chaos. Ooh, can you explain this to the foreign Jedi Heights? Palace Master. Wait, You'll just kneel down and explain to the people to explain what's wrong with explaining. You tell them that the ethereal palace isn't in league with them. You tell them, run, run, the netherworld palace can't stay. Run, yes, 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 run. In the future, wander the world and change your name. After the 12 Jedi Benders destroyed the netherworld palace, they will definitely search around for the remaining members of the netherworld palace. We have to hurry and leave. We can't get caught. The entire ethereal palace was in chaos. There was verbal abuse. There was a fight. There was crying. There are desperate crybabies. Talking points. Standing above the 9 heavens, Red Dust was dumbfounded. Looking at these disciples that he was willing to die to come and protect, he instantly flipped at this moment. Looking at these strong men of the future, whom he had high hopes for. Looking at these, the disciples that one thought would surely come forward when disaster struck. The Red Dust is blinded. He stood above the clouds and the 9 heavens, his ears taking in uncountable obscenities. This was something he could never have imagined before. No way. It's fake. This must not be my ethereal palace. Red Dust muttered. At this moment, this former absolute supremacy, standing on the clouds with 2 empty eyes. At this moment, he wasn't some ethereal palace master. He wasn't some Jia Yang, not a martial king. He was a helpless and frustrated ordinary old man. Whoosh! A cracking sound rang out. The Grand Elder flew in and shouted sternly, Taoist Qingfeng, come and join the Netherworld Palace. Live and die together. Red Dust turned back. Woodenly, she looked at him. The Grand Elder said softly, Palace Master, I had my complaints, yet I always knew that you were the right one. You see, you were right to choose to follow the Earth Fellowship, because these people, they are truly untouchable. Palace Master, I vow to defend this mountain to the death, and anyone will cross over my corpse. If I can survive this time, if I can escape this time, I completely believe in Mu Jie. This world of martial artists can't be trusted. A few more flew in, respectively, the second elder, the third elder, and the fourth elder. All the elders, all came. We, the rest of us, come to die. We have come to live and die with the ethereal palace. A martial artist must fight. Above the 9 heavens, the crowd was furious. Beneath the 9 heavens, in the ethereal palace, 10,000 people collapsed. Countless people packed up their belongings and fled down the mountain as fast as they could, holding up their suitcases like mad, cursing as he ran. Among the dormitories of the inner disciples of the Netherworld Palace, Brotherly took out his red tasseled spear in grief and anger. Come back, all of you, cowardly coward. The ethereal palace gave birth to you and raised you, allowing you to become martial artists and gain power. Now that the ethereal palace is in trouble, you have fled? If we unite, we are not yet defeated by the Jedi. Master Wang dragged his suitcase and flew down the mountain quickly, yelling, are you fucking stupid or am I? Even if we fight to the death, even if we win, that will also kill a lot of people. I don't fucking want to die. Although the ethereal palace has given me everything, but who made them want to defect to the Earth Fellowship? If I don't defect to the Earth Fellowship, I think that I'm willing to stay here for a little longer. But the Earth Fellowship, it is my fucking enemy. My martial artist identity, in a large enterprise as a consultant, $10 million a year. A good, suddenly changed. Suddenly I fucking no privileges. Easy? Why did I choose to practice martial arts? Why did I become a martial artist? Didn't I just want to become a human being? Didn't I just want to gain wealth and status? But when the Earth Fellowship Association came out, it was all gone. It's all gone. My annual salary of $10 million has been reduced to $1 million, and I still have to go to the countryside to give lectures to those damn rotten ants. Those mortals? And support them to become martial artists? What the hell? Die, all of you. I'm going to run abroad. Nowadays martial artists can only live comfortably abroad. If you trust Brotherly, run away with me. Senior Brother Wang roared in rage. Running NIMBY. I vow to live and die with the Netherworld Palace. Ha 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 ha, dumbass. Such a scene took place amongst the various corners of the Netherworld Palace. The disciples of the inner sect, on a large scale, began to flee. The inner sect had 50,000 people, and at this moment, in a matter of moments, more than 30,000 people had fled. But there's 20,000 more. 20,000 inner sect disciples, armed with weapons, stood in strict formation on the Misty Palace Square. They didn't intend to flee. They were going to stay here. The 20,000 men tilted their heads back to look at the red dust in the sky and hissed, disciples, vow to fight to the death. Swear to die. At this point, the hillside, hundreds of thousands of outer disciples ran away with only 100,000 or so left. But these 100,000 or so people, however, were also at this time fully armed. standing on the mountainside with their weapons in a neat formation. Disciples, vow to fight to the death. Above the 9 heavens, Red Dust's eyes were a little red, but she forced herself not to let the tears fall. He had originally thought that everyone would stay here to coexist with the Netherworld Palace, but it hadn't occurred to him that it would end like this. He clearly remembered that these martial artists swore an oath from time to time, and from time to time, they set their teeth to say, they must become a top martial artist to serve the country and the people. Clearly remember, all martial artists always say to themselves, martial artists must fight, to be bloodthirsty martial artists. But now I realized that it was just a bunch of lies. They ran away. All the martial artists ran away. What about the people at the bottom of the hill? How could they run away from the millions of mortals under the Misty Palace's mountain? A martial artist's 2 legs can travel thousands of miles in a day. But how many steps can a mortal, in an hour's time, take? How far can you go in a car? If they run away, who will protect the mortals? Those mortals are their families. So who cares? Those mortals are the ones who provide them with food, drink, clothing and everything else. Have you forgotten? There was some despair in Red Dust's eyes, and at this moment, he remembered the language Mujia had spoken countless times. This Earth's martial artists are in a mess. What's the point of destroying them? I'm sure that in the future, the end will come. Most of the martial artists in this world will never stand in the way of the weak to shield them from the wind and rain. Instead, they will flee in the opposite direction to become retrograde, and they will definitely not dare to resist the demons, and they will even wield their butcher's knives towards the weaker ones. Have you ever thought that after the end of the world, there will be a shortage of food and supplies? Those martial artists who are too cowardly to go to the front line, what will they do without food? They will go and rob. They will rob from ordinary people. Their harm is even more terrifying than demons. If there are 1 billion martial artists in the world, slaughtering 100 million will be able to awaken the other 900 million. I will be unhesitating and kill them without mercy. I don't pity their cultivation at all. Because, in the first place, it was also useless. That's a lot of words. Words of the past. The red dust of the past. When I used to hear it, I would skim my lips and roll my eyes. The heart would be offended. Would frown. It will feel like Mujer is being alarmist. Thinking that martial artists aren't like that. At least not in my ethereal palace. It will feel like MUJ is too cruel and cold-blooded. It would be felt that even though martial artists have flaws, they are forces. When the end comes, it's still going to take those powers. But now what? Red Dust knew. What MUJ had said was true. He wasn't being alarmist. Not a hint of adding fuel to the fire. What he thought of as cold-bloodedness himself was nothing more than his bland recounting of an ordinary piece of truth. And no wonder. After Mu Jie Yuanshen returned. After the rise of the Earth Fellowship, knowing that the end will come to Earth. Why? When the first thing Mujer did, was to directly condition these martial artists? Why is it that Mu Jie's mindset is always, first clean up some of the martial artists, then find a way to arch the fire, stir up some of them, and find an excuse to clean up another batch, and only then integrate the world? The idea. He gets it too. Hustling the outside world must first secure the inside. Sir, great talent. You have long seen through the heart and I do not know it. Red Dust slowly drew the long sword at his waist, stood cloaked above the 9 heavens, and looked to the south. There, a group of uninvited guests were about to fly in, and at that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly pointed down the mountain and exclaimed, "So, what's the deal with that?" Above the 9 heavens, the crowd looked down at the foot of the mountain in surprise. Vaguely, a deafening sound was heard, saw countless different flags flying in the wind. Numerous panting mortals were seen, rushing in reverse to the top of the mountain. At that moment, the vast sound spread throughout this world. Protect the ethereal palace. Protect our Jedi. Charge. That is mortal. A single mortal. At this moment, there was an absurd scene that was rare in the world. Up and down the mountain, countless mortals and countless martial artists rubbed shoulders and traveled in reverse. Half an hour ago, when the news and messages reached the nation, the country was abuzz. Countless people felt that the sky had fallen. Countless people felt extinguished. Countless people cursed. And there were also countless people who were filled with righteous indignation and pique. There are different people of all colors, but put in a base of 1.4 billion, those people, they are many. The White Horse City, 50 kilometers away from the ethereal palace, in the middle of an ordinary high school, the voice of the principal suddenly rang out on the school radio, and the principal said that it was an emergency. 12 Jedi powerhouses are going to kill their way to the ethereal palace, which is just 50 kilometers away. It is said that there will be a great battle of life and death there soon. Maybe it will spill over into the general population. Requesting everyone, immediate emergency evacuation, disperse to the open. The whole school blew up. At that moment, all the teachers roared anxiously, "Class, Disperse immediately. School's out. Today's battle formation training has been suspended. Everyone go home and stand by immediately. Never go to a crowded place to bunch up. Students, battle formation is on hiatus for the next 2 days until further notice. And at this moment, the hot-blooded teenagers stood still and didn't move. They only know one thing. A foreign Jedi is coming to China to kill my Chinese Jedi? A foreign Jedi is coming to China to kill my Earth Fellowship? You want to destroy my Lung Fu Mountain? The Earth Fellowship joined forces with the Ethereal Palace to popularize martial arts, and all people practiced martial arts. Let almost more than 1 billion people fulfill their dreams. It says that the end will come soon, and the Earth Fellowship will join forces with the Ethereal Palace to try every means and use every resource to make all people stronger quickly, so that they can protect themselves in the future world after they become stronger. And now, a foreign Jedi is coming to destroy them, to come and kill them? Teenagers don't know anything about conflicts of interest in the upper world. All they knew was that it was the Earth Fellowship that gave everyone the opportunity to become a martial artist. All they knew was that the Ethereal Palace would be on the front line to protect them as they grew up in the midst of the coming apocalypse. All they knew was that the Ethereal Palace had opened its treasury and distributed all the resources to make them stronger. And now, foreign masters want to kill them. If the Ethereal Palace is all gone, if the Earth Fellowship is all gone, then what hope is there for this world? If all 3 major factions are gone, how long can we all live in this world? Even if we are still alive, the end is near. Without these 3 factions, there's no one to protect them. Don't go counting on those martial artists. The teacher anxiously shouted for evacuation. School leaders rushed into the parking lot, and at that moment, somewhere in the class, there was a burly teenager who violently kicked over the table and yelled, "I don't fucking run away." After joining the militia corps, the first thing I said was, in the face of a great enemy, a martial artist never retreats. The oath of the Legion of all nations, Muhair said, is that even if we travel to blood and fire, we will not retreat. If the Ethereal Palace is gone, we will also be forced by the new rulers to ban martial arts. Then we'll wait for death and the doomsday. What the hell is the difference between that and me dying right now? It's too hard for me. I don't have enough talent. And after fantasizing for so long, I finally became a martial artist. Now they've come to destroy the Netherworld Palace and tell me I can't be a martial artist anymore. I don't agree. The burly teenager yelled hysterically. The entire class fell silent. Everyone stared at him in bewilderment. The burly teenager, however, exceeded a large knife from among the desks. This is a knife issued to all who join the militia for training. The teenager carried a large sword and roared, "I'm going to fight them." With that, he ran out. There was silence for a few moments. The whole class exploded. A group of hot-blooded teenagers all drew their machetes from under their desks and I'll fight too. It's so hard to become a martial artist. I fucking hate those Jedi. Go and fuck them. It's a matter of dying early or late. Might as well die with a bang. I've been a 4-day martial artist now. Martial artists should have blood. A group of teenagers rushed out. Then the whole class rushed out. The teacher was silent. Then with a silent sigh, he too copied his machete and rushed out. In the midst of the chaos throughout the school, a collective of classes, neatly copied machetes rushed out and headed straight for the parking shed. Mounted on battery-operated bicycles, wah 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 wah, and rushed out of the school gates. Protect the Ethereal Palace. Fight them. I'm going to fight them. The whole school froze. The school leaders, who were getting ready to drive in the parking lot, looked at each other for a moment. Then the whole school was seen turning around and returning to class, then taking out their machetes and charging out again. The line is getting bigger. The numbers are getting bigger. Then, all the students in the whole school rushed in the direction of the Ethereal Palace with machetes and motorized bikes in their school uniforms. The school leaders let out a long sigh, silently returned to the office, also took out the standard big knife, and then drove to the car, leaving Whitehorse City. Countless people panicked. A great battle was about to happen in the Netherworld Palace. They panicked. Would their hard-won martial artist status disappear forever? After the destruction of the Misty Palace, the era of the global ban on martial arts has arrived. So what will we mortals do in the apocalypse? The whole city is panicking, and the panic is a microcosm of the nation. It was at this moment that raging shouts of murder were suddenly heard in the streets. Then thousands of students shouted and held up their swords in anger. Fight them! The aura is like a rainbow. It's just a teenager's full-bloodedness. However, just this full-bloodedness has awakened the entire city of Whitehorse. Left and right are dead anyway. Then let's fight them too. The entire city of Whitehorse exploded. Almost the entire population of Whitehorse City. All of them took out their machetes or lances and followed the militia's serial numbers arranged in the neighborhood committee. Under the coordinated arrangement of the neighborhood committee, They began to get into their cars and headed towards the Netherworld Palace in a planned and targeted manner. Civilian regiment of a neighborhood council. The regimental commander yelled, "Brothers, the battle formations we've learned are still raw, but it's time to put them to use. Charge! Get in the car! Protect my Huaxia's supreme powerhouse! Nothing can happen to the ethereal palace, even if we die. We can't let anything happen to the Netherworld Palace. Charge!" Shouting and killing, waking up endless people along the way. Then, all the other cities around them had also organized uncountable militias at this time, rushing to the ethereal palace to rescue them at a rapid pace with their flesh and blood. The journalists heading to the ethereal palace stopped by. Here, the camera was turned on to begin broadcasting live to the nation. On camera, team after team of mortals carrying all sorts of fancy banners, running around shouting and killing with great swords raised. The youngest had elementary school students. The oldest, even an old man in his 70s or 80s. These men, all of them, were mortals of old. Today's martial artist. The reporter choked up. Friends of the audience, at the time of the great enemy, I suddenly realized what exactly a martial artist is. Martial artists, never divided by their cultivation. These people who walked through the camera a week ago, they are all mortals, all of this multitude, among the vast grassroots of this world, doing insignificant things. Now, a week later, they have been exposed to martial arts for only a few days, and are not much stronger than they once were. But now, they are martial artists. A martial artist is not cultivation. It's not the amount and size of power. A martial artist is not about how well you can fight. But, you dare to fight. You dare to go out of your way for your future. You are willing to protect your family. You are willing to protect the weak. You are willing to dedicate your strength even if it is small in the face of disaster. But this is a martial artist. This is what I consider a martial artist. Viewers, we will be traveling to the ethereal palace for a live broadcast. 12 supreme powerhouses are about to arrive, and disaster is on the horizon. Everyone thinks the sky is falling, but I think we see hope. This moment was seen live across the country. Countless mortals awakened. Countless cities, countless towns, countless corners, countless weak people stood up at this moment. They roared, growling. They only had weak powers nowadays, and after cultivating for a few days, they were actually not much stronger than mortals. But at this point, if Mu Jia were here, he would have said, "They're martial artists. From this moment on, they are martial artists." At this point, even if all the existing martial artists in the world died out, it wouldn't be a loss. Because of Huaxia, 1.4 billion new generation of martial artists stood up, possessing the heart of martial arts. They were about to grow rapidly. At the foot of the ethereal palace, some among the inhabitants fled, while others rushed in reverse to the top of the hill. And at that moment, the fleeing Master Wang flew and ran to the intersection of the highway at the bottom of the mountain. When he suddenly heard shouts of murder, he stopped in consternation to stand and look out. Instead, he saw, at the end of the road, countless small cars, motorcycles, and even electric cars roaring by. A long line of tens of thousands of people is approaching. Everyone in this procession held their greatswords aloft. The flags were flying. There are Pierce Front Road Militia Regiment, Wangjia Village Militia, Zhang Ling Militia, Li Jiaing Militia Regiment, First High School. The variety of wacky flags is ridiculous. They shouted and killed. Protect the ethereal palace. Then roared past Master Wang, who looked at them in surprise. And they also looked at Master Wang in surprise. They can't figure it out. Why is this martial artist carrying luggage? It was impossible for them to think that this martial artist was trying to escape. In their worldview, it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a martial artist from the Netherworld Palace escape? Of course, in Master Wang's eyes, he couldn't figure out what these lousy griffins and mortals were up to. Rescue the Netherworld Palace? On what grounds? Can't figure it out. Isn't this a death sentence? Senior Wang and these people glanced at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Then all said to each other in their minds, "Stupid." Rubbing shoulders. 9 heavens above. The Red Dustman was stupid. All of the Ethereal Palace senior people were dumbfounded. The martial artists stationed at the Ethereal Palace who were willing to share the same life and death were also dumbfounded. Beneath the mountain, countless flags fluttered. At the bottom of the mountain, countless mortals rushed up. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. There was no exaggeration, just countless people, a steady stream, rushing in from all directions. Red dust looked out across the land below the 9 heavens and, most recently, had rushed to the top of the mountain. At the farthest, an uncountable torrent of automobiles was approaching on the distant state highway. One rough flag, all sorts of earthy flags. Take the poorly made machete. A motley crew of men, women and children. That's it, coming up the hill. Above the 9 heavens, shouts came from all over the sky. Protect our Jedi! Protect the Jedi powerhouse! Charge! At this moment, Red Dust suddenly felt the chi and blood in his entire body flow backwards. A wave of heat surged up to his eyes. He couldn't hold back the old tears any longer. Muhair said that. He's right again. It is these vast numbers of ordinary people who can really perpetuate the race. It is also these ordinary people who can truly protect the world and truly resist the apocalyptic catastrophe. Not those martial artists. The dog said martial artist. No, these commoners are the ones who are martial artists. Red Dust took a deep breath and mumbled a little choked. How dare you, old me, Martial King, need to use you guys for protection? The distant sky. Su Tao arrived with his team, but was in the clouds and didn't come. They watched as the overwhelming number of mortals rushed up to the Misty Palace's Fei Lai Peak. Everyone, there was shock and relief in their eyes. Pony lamented. These various colored flags make me feel like I'm back in the Taiwan. Yeah, the Battle of Black Mountain was the first time that the 10,000 races declared war on the demons head-on. Under the president's call, all sorts of disorganized flags fluttered at the foot of Black Mountain in the past as well. Colorful. At that time, demons were powerful to the point of being unbeatable in our eyes, and evil to the point of being creepy. Our motley army still declared war on them. And now, in their eyes today, the 12 Jedi are not the demons in their hearts? Unbeatable, creepy, but still declared war. The wrath of the pitbulls, blood splatter. Comrades, we have hope for the future. Even if we all die in battle in the middle of the first wave, we will die without regret. Delayed. These people will grow up. Right now there are 10 million martial artists, but in the future, there will be over 1 billion martial artists. Ha 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 ha, I'm relieved. My Earth's civilization is always stronger than that of the Tigraconians. This time, we will be fighting a battle of affluence. Ha ha ha, in Tai Wasteland, there were just a few 100 million people left and right. But now, I seem to see over 1 billion people. The beginnings of a multi-billion-dollar army. Don't go over yet, don't disturb them. Wait for those Jedi to come, then strike. Meanwhile, Longhu Mountain. When Tianshi Zhang rushed back to the mountain gate, he also saw this astonishing and incomparable situation. He saw countless mortals rushing towards the LW with the banner of the militia, chanting, "Protect the Dragon Tiger Mountain! Protect Jedi!" Zhang Tianshi laughed and cursed like Red Dust. I need your protection? But he didn't show up. He just looked at Longhu Mountain with a gloomy face. And there were also some martial artists from Longhu Mountain who fled, on fire after hearing the news, bringing out the best in martial artists, carrying luggage, and flying on grass, and floating on water, running on clouds again. Only, the people who ran away from Longhu Mountain didn't have as many people as the Netherworld Palace. There was just a 1 or 2 out of 10, and 90% of the people were still stationed here. Heavenly Master Zhang transmitted his voice to the great disciple in front of the mountain gate, who was doing mobilization work on the crowd. Take note of all those who escaped. The eldest disciple froze and nodded without moving. He knew that there had to be a reason why the master teacher didn't show up. The warriors of the 10,000 races were also aware of this matter, as well as the fact that there was about to be a large group of Earth's martial king realms coming to carry out a beheading operation against the martial saint. It's a sad thing compared to Earthlings. But the warriors of the 10,000 clans hilariously laughed when they found out. A beheading? A group of martial kings to assassinate a former martial saint? Even if he was a martial saint in the past. But he is still a martial saint. Everyone in the 10,000 clans crowed and laughed. It was almost laughable. They were the ones who had witnessed the battle between Mu Jie and Red Dust in the sky above the Jade Belt River. And they had seen Mu Jie beating up a martial king powerhouse like a sun. That had proved like iron that a martial saint was a martial saint. Even if he fell down to the 9th rank now, he was still a martial saint. He would always cultivate back. However, he couldn't figure out that the martial saint had clearly displayed his strength. Why was the martial king realm of this world still so confident that he felt he could assassinate Lord Martial Saint? There's no way they didn't watch the video. The truth is they can't be unaware of it. No way. They don't really think that there's a lot of people, do they? Or, they thought that it wasn't the martial saint who was too strong, but rather Red Dust who was too hot, right? At this moment, the Jade Belt River was sensationalized. All the teenagers of the 10,000 clans ended their training early and then divided themselves according to their different camps, standing neatly according to different civilizations. Same as Terra. Maybe it's the law. Within a short period of time, they had also formed legions of 10,000 clans and their various hometown associations. Purple River Fellowship, Red Rock Fellowship, Greenbelt Fellowship, Golden Giant Bowl Fellowship. All of them also have their own banners, their own presidents and administrators, according to the laws of the Taiwans. It's like a custom. It's all become tradition. The people of the 10,000 races stood neatly on the banks of the Jade Belt River according to their respective camps, looking up at the sky and waiting for the arrival of the martial king. One flag waved in the wind, and one teenager's eyes were full of anticipation. And that's when the common people near the Udai River came here spontaneously. They also looked like the mortals protecting the ethereal palace as well, raising the banner of the militia and coming to the defense of their fellow earthling Mujer. There aren't many of them, not as much as the ethereal palace. Probably only a couple 100,000 people. This was due to the fact that the urban area of Hibiscus City was vacated and all the people were relocated. Many of these people who came were from the neighboring cities, as well as some townships. There were men and women, young and old, though the scene wasn't as big as the one protecting the ethereal palace. But Mu Jie was still startled, and walked out very solemnly, and looked very solemnly at these people who were holding up flags of all colors. His eyes were composed, and in their depths, glittered with excitement. Su awake! This civilization. Awaken today! Mu Jie muttered, slowly clenching his fists. I was right. In this world, it is the majority of people who can truly be of great use, not those martial artists. I was right. Feng Chang, who was standing behind him, also said excitedly, President. On the banks of the Jade Belt River, countless flags of various colors are bright. There is the beginnings of the great army of yesteryear. Mu Jie nodded seriously. At least, we are stronger than Tai Wasteland. I've concluded that after this battle, we won't be as extinct as the Tai Wilderness. After saying that, Mu Jie looked at Miao Sini, who was standing beside him, and the 20 Nyonya, and said in a deep voice, later on, you guys will watch TV in the house, so don't come out. Miao Sini was anxious. Brother, you guys are going to have a big battle here later. We want to learn from the real battle experience. Mu Jie shook his head and said, you won't learn anything. I'm not moving much when I fight these martial kings coming out of the nursing homes. It will be quick. It's also not like the battle with Red Dust where I taught him as I fought. This time I'll go straight to the point and you won't be able to see anything. Go back and watch the TV, which will broadcast live the first practical use of the battle formation. Misty Palace. Su Tao as the observer. The summoner. Xiao Ma as the flag bearer. A team of 10, with a martial king and a group of 9 pins in actual combat. You guys go and learn. Go and seriously see exactly how the actual combat of the battle formation is different from your usual drills. Longhu Mountain. Elder Tao Zhang is the observer. William is the flag bearer. And they have a squad of 5. I don't know if I'll make a move. Maybe it's Elder Tao Zhang himself. Just don't look at Longhu Mountain. You guys keep your eyes on the Netherworld Palace. Miao Sini nodded. Oh, got it. Watching the sissies go back inside to watch TV, Mujer flew overhead and looked down at the 10,000 teenagers gathered below. The teenagers watched as Mujer appeared and worshipped with excitement. My lord! The one mortal militia that had rushed to support them also froze, looking at Mu Jie with excitement and concern. There were shouts. Mu Jie! Hide quickly! Jedi Band is coming to kill you. We protect you. Mujer! Don't fly so high. It's too obvious a target. Mu Jie smiled and nodded to the mortals, then looked to the teenagers of the 10,000 clans and asked, soon here, there will be some Jedi who will fall, and I will personally strike. There will be a great battle in the Netherworld Palace, and a group of people will also fall. It's Su Tao who will lead the group, striking out with the battle formations that you guys have learned for a long time and found boring and somewhat useless. What do you guys want to see? The crowd was in disarray. There were those who said everything. There were those who said they wanted to see the Mujahideen, and there were those who wanted to see the battle formation in action. MJ said, TV ready. I'm going to be quick here, and I want you to see more of a hands-on approach to the battle formations I've taught you. He finished in the universal language of the 10,000 races, and only then did he speak to the mortals in Chinese. Fellow martial artists, later on, you guys stay away and spread out a bit. I'm afraid that, after I've killed them and they've thrown their weight around, they'll take it out on ordinary people. Your lives are precious, even if it's a one-for-one exchange between Jedi Heights and you guys. In my opinion, it's a blood loss. Stand away from me. I promise I won't worry you guys, and I promise I'll let him die here for as many people as come today, never to walk away again. Everyone was silent, stunned. Everyone looked at Mu Jie dumbfounded. Is he, like, always this cocky? He in 9th grade. All 12 Jedi are going to kill us. He's still so crazy, isn't he? The crowd had mixed feelings. At this time, the Secretary General was under the arrangement of Mao Jie. All of the country's news media reporters had already taken their positions in 3 places. All the various angles of the camera have been set up, live streaming the scene from every angle. Misty Palace, 9 heavens above. Red Dust watched the mortals arrive. Absurd, but he was able to figure it out. But now, All the major news media reporters were there and shooting all angles of the camera. He was completely baffled. What's this for? Is it to broadcast live how my ethereal palace perished? Red Dust narrowed his eyes and directly transmitted his voice to ask a CCTV media reporter. That reporter heard Red Dust ask and hurriedly said, "Palace Master. It was the Secretary General who personally called us and arranged for us to come." Red Dust was silent. He knew that the Secretary General certainly wouldn't do this for nothing. He must have a reason for doing so, but what exactly? He hadn't figured it out and couldn't be bothered to think about it at this point. There was no way to call and ask, either, because the Jedi were arriving at any moment. They were fast, and if they engaged in a sneak attack while they were distracted, they would be very passive. And below, the CCTV reporter is actually full of it, quietly muttering to his co-worker. He said, "I say, this is not good for us." Although the scene is spectacular and moving, mortals from all over the world came to support. This live broadcast out can let my Chinese everyone with the same enemy. Do not forget the shame. But, posing more than a dozen camera positions, all angles of all-round shooting. This is too detailed. I think that the Netherworld Palace also doesn't want to see their wretched appearance being filmed out, right? I think the populace is actually not very willing to see the ethereal palace. How detailed and specific the demise of it. This, alas, a co-worker said, it's a little absurd, a little hard to figure out. So many cameras, as if they were afraid the audience wouldn't be able to see the details. It's like this number 1 spot, number 2 spot, and even a drone shot. Why do I feel like I'm making a movie? Hey, you don't say. It's really kind of like that. Why do I get the feeling that things seem to have taken a turn for the worse? Is it possible that we have some kind of backhanded plan? This level of detailed documentation doesn't seem like a kind of dirge. Instead, it seems like propaganda after a victory. I feel it too, but it doesn't look like there's a backstabbing, and the palace lord is crying. It can't be faked if it's so tragic, can it? I think there's a good chance it's faked. There should be, really, a backhanded, fearful fishing expedition. The reporters are talking. The ethereal palace was bewildered. Journalist blindsided. In fact, even some of our attentive viewers around the country were a little confused, but the detail was so fine that people couldn't be bothered to think about it. Just think of this as the last live warning to the world. Coastal area. The Secretary General watched the ethereal palace's martial artists flee, and he was enraged. He also finally understood Mu Jie's thoughts. Martial artists simply can't be relied upon. The Secretary General wept as he watched people from all over go to support him. And at this point, it's heartbreaking. Those Jedi didn't know when they were coming. But for now, he still had little faith in the Earth Fellowship. In the whole of China, counting Mu Jie, there were only 3 Jedi in full count. 12 came from all over the world. Counting on our toes, we can all count which side has the advantage. But Miao Jia was so calm and relaxed. So calm. And yet, he couldn't pinpoint it. Couldn't pinpoint it at all. He wondered, what exactly do we have behind us? What exactly are our advantages? Even if Mu Jie could fight, even if he could fight 4 or 5 Jedi on his own. But he was alone. People are spread out to 3 places. There was only one place that Mu Jie could save, and without a doubt, it had to be the Jade Belt River. What about the Misty Palace? What about Longhu Mountain? Listening to him, he means that he can keep all these places and is very confident. But where exactly does confidence come from? A member of the Earth Fellowship? But they're all just 9th grade, 8th grade, or even 7th grade. Even if they can fight again, it can't be that every one of them is like Mu Jie, right? With the 9th rank being able to fight over the level to beat the Jedi? No way. What is our advantage? Really? The Secretary General could not figure it out, but was only anxious. He knows that the greatest calamity for this nation is coming. Right at this moment, the soldier reported loudly. Report, emergency. Speak. Radar has captured a total of 600 UFOs that are traveling at supersonic speeds across the island's waters towards the East China Sea. Please instruct. 600? A supersonic fighter? Unidentified flying object is just an adjective. All, not seen with the naked eye, no definite type of craft, are called UFOs. And now, 600 supersonic airplanes? The Secretary General's pupils shrank. How come there are so many people? When is the landing expected? 5 minutes. Send the war. No. Send the martial artists and the warplanes together to intercept it. The scene around them fell silent. In the southern waters, warships from 40 nations are on their way. 600 more supersonic craft have appeared in the East China Sea. The Secretary General only felt one head and 2 heads. He wanted to call Mu Jie again now to inquire about the situation. But then, with a helpless squeeze of his fist, he held back, because he could imagine that he would certainly not get an answer that would put his mind at ease from Mohair, either. A few minutes later, The soldier came running again. Report, emergency, 600 fighter planes, all crashed on their own in the waters of the East China Sea. Crash. Everyone around them clammed up. Crashed? How did it crash? What's the situation? Probing. Figure it out. Yes. Anxious minutes of waiting later. The soldier went and returned again. Report, emergency. The investigation is clear. Come on. Shoot to a total of 1100 to 1200 martial artists, at least at the level of supreme power, suddenly gathered over the East Sea. They flew into the realm of China, then divided into 3 teams and flew rapidly in 3 directions towards China. Looking at the directions, they were expected to be Misty Palace, Longhu Mountain, and the Earth Fellowship's Furong City. The Air Force predicted that the 600 fighter jets crashed. It should be that these strong people couldn't be bothered to find a place to land, and after arriving at the near sea, they directly abandoned their fighter jets and took the way of Imperial flight to catch up. Unmanned fighter jets naturally crashed. Gulp. The Secretary General swallowed. He was visibly nervous. Here it comes. 11 to 1200. 1200 or so. The Secretary General roared violently. Quickly, notify Taoist Red Dust and inform Heavenly Master Zhang. The other side has come with 1200 people. In anticipation, it's likely that there are 12 Jedi, leading more than 1,000 supreme beings. Be alert, be alert. Saying that, the Secretary General hastily took out his cell phone and dialed to Miaojia. 12,000. There are about 1200 of them. They're here, they're here. It's expected that there should be 12 Jedi, leading more than 1,000 supreme beings to come. Mu Jia blandly said. Okay, got it. Got it? What do you mean you know? What about countermeasures? Do you have a countermeasure for that? You can tell us how to respond. The Secretary General reluctantly asked. There are more than 1,000 supreme beings alone. How can we deal with them? How are we going to deal with it? He was tormented to the point of dying. All over the world. Where did so many supreme beings appear from? Good Lord. The countries around the globe had actually hidden so many supreme beings. Now, all of them have come out. 40 countries. No. 39 countries had managed to send out thousands of supreme powerhouses. So many. But what are we going to do? There aren't enough extremists. There aren't enough supreme beings either. This battle, how to fight? Muher thought for a moment. Everything is usual. As usual. It's not like there are any valid answers. And without conversing too much with him, Muji just hung up and started preparing. Seriously, he told Fengcheng, Jack Ma and the 2 of them, there are 12 Jedi, and more than 1,000 ninth grade, coming. The 2 men's faces were somewhat serious. Mu Jia said, I will strike decisively at the first opportunity and kill all the Jedi, but it's likely that the 2 of you will have to face hundreds of ninth ranks. Fengcheng said in a deep voice, President, there is no difference between the ninth grade and trash in this world. Given some time, we can kill them all. Mu Jia nodded. I know you guys can kill them all. But the problem now is that I'm afraid that hundreds of ninth ranks will scatter into the crowd and kill indiscriminately. And I'm afraid that you guys won't be able to stop them. You can take on 2, 3 at once, but a few hundred. I'm afraid he'll kill our 10,000 clans comrades. I won't even be relieved if one of our 10,000 clans comrades dies and their entire nation's martial artists give a burial with them. Fengcheng also frowned. At this time, Jack Ma spoke up. President, do you think we can do this? How about we meander around the tactics a bit? You say, Earth's martial artists are generally bloodless. You can see that they came with so many people just because they are outnumbered. But they are actually just a rabble. If the president sternly strikes out to kill all the Jedi, it will definitely scare these martial artists. And we will then strike to kill some more, so that they know that they can't be defeated. At this time, we can pull them together. Pulling in? Yes. Draw them in. Surrender without killing. Surrender now and you can live. Otherwise, hunt them to the ends of the earth and exterminate their 9 clans. Right. Exterminate the 9 clans and then threaten their relatives. In this way, I think some people will run away. And some may be afraid to surrender. Even if they don't surrender, they have to think about it. And by thinking about it, we can finish the process of dragging time. By the time the various squads complete their missions and rush back, they can be surrounded and completely annihilated. Mu Jia thought about it. It was a no-brainer, not really a solution, but only a way to see what happens. At this moment, it occurred to him that he should pull back the people he sent to the capital, Mordor, and Guanshan, but Mu Jia still gave up, because by this time, they were all almost there. The great taboo in the military world is to change one's orders from one day to the next. And if the order was changed in the direction of the enemy, it would instead be passive, equivalent to being led by the nose by the enemy. What if they really split up and go to Guanshan to create panic and slaughter at that time? What if there aren't many people coming to Hibiscus City? What if their plans change in the middle of the day? Then the panic would have to send out the withdrawn men again. Hands are busy. Instead, it's better to stay the course. Mu Jia said. Give the people from the Earth Fellowship a notice of the situation here. Tell them not to stall for time. The exhibition match turned into an efficiency battle. After the fight, hurry and come to the Jade Belt River. The 10,000 clansmen can't lose. Feng Chang and the two men immediately called the various squads to explain the situation. The squads everywhere, at this point, also solemnized. Before that, they hadn't taken this fight seriously at all. But now, there was 1% nervousness. Because, there was now a 1 in 1,000 chance of threatening the 10,000 warriors. This, one has to be defensive. Meanwhile, in the ethereal palace, Red Dust received a call from the Secretary General. The face could not help but change wildly. More than 1,000 people. Red Dust swallowed, a touch of bitterness spreading at the corners of his mouth. He felt a tingle in his scalp. Hundreds of supreme beings. Hundreds of ninth grades. At the very least, one's ethereal palace would have to face several hundred ninth grade powerhouses. How many ninth grades in the Netherworld Palace? All the elders of the ethereal palace, plus the top brass, had to total only about 29th grade. And these 20 or so people would have to face at least a few hundred ninth grade. Hundreds of them. By himself, he will be facing at least 4 Jedi. This battle hangs in the balance. It's too much of a disparity. Red Dust took a deep breath and said with a miserable smile, Gentlemen, we may have to face several hundred ninth ranks, as well as 4 Jedi. The crowd stirred for a moment, but quickly returned to normal, full of sadness. War. No bullshit. Now, there is only victory, not retreat. Red Dust looked at the group of mortals below, not knowing the situation, and said with some bitterness at the corner of his mouth, Try to protect them as much as possible. We are martial artists. It is our duty to protect the weak. If we can, we will measure up. Try. Will do. Red Dust let out a long breath. Battle it out. At this moment, he just had some regrets. Should have, earlier, worshipped Mu Jia as his master. Ask for nothing else, even if, before this battle, one learns more of the craft. How about even one more point of advancement in strength? It's too late to say anything. Longhu Mountain. Zhang Tianshi, wielding his sword above the 9 heavens, suddenly looked out to the east and whispered, Coming! The crowd of the Earth Fellowship snapped their breath away and stared to the east. At this moment, the sky in the east, a black line appeared. Look closely. That's not a black line. It's hundreds of people. At the head of the group were 4 old men. And these 4 men's surroundings exploded with a powerful aura of Jedi supremacy. And behind them were several hundred ninth grade powerhouses. Hundreds of people, connected in a line. They flew in sharply. Here we go. Lung Fu Shan, Zhang Tianchi's eldest disciple, took a deep breath. Karan Langlang drew his sword with an explosive cry. Everyone draw their swords. All the mortals who arrived raised their swords and clenched their teeth. Everyone looked up at the eastern sky and watched the lined-up martial artists break through the sky. At this moment, everyone felt a kind of fear. Everyone, even though they yelled that they were not afraid of death. At this moment, their legs and stomachs were a bit weak. The reporter pointed the camera at the sky and whispered, Coming! The nation's television sets rang with this sound. At this moment, all the viewers watching the live broadcast across the country clenched their fists nervously. They're coming! And at this moment, the foreign martial artists who were about to descend on Longhu Mountain were also a bit confused at this moment. They thought they were sneaking in. Operation Decapitation, designed to be confidential. However, right now, they saw at least several million people standing by up and down Longhu Mountain. Only a few tens of thousands of them were martial artists among the millions of people. And the rest were surprisingly all mortals. Those mortals carried all sorts of banners, carrying inferior iron swords. And in the distance, at the foot of the mountains, on various roads, and string after string of convoys coming in for support. Seeing this support, the pupils of the leading Jia Yang shrank. He was afraid that this much support, these hundreds and millions of people, were hundreds and millions of martial artists. That's fucked up. If it was millions of martial artists, don't look at yourself as a Jedi. I guess you'll be entangled and have to die here today. But after seeing the millions, surprisingly, all mortals, he breathed a sigh of relief. Mortals are just fine. Luckily, with so many martial artists in China, none of them came to support us. Otherwise, we'd be here today. But then came the doubt. Wrong. What are so many mortals with iron swords eyeing the Dragon Tiger Mountain for? Against us? No, it's not. Is it? Did they happen to be having some kind of event today? Some kind of convention? The crowd was a little confused. But then, they violently saw once again that there were even thousands of journalists, cameramen, wearing vests on Longhu Mountain. All of the cameras, all of them, were shooting at themselves. The press is here too? And live? What's going on? Everyone was puzzled, feeling that their hearts were suddenly a bit unsettled. At that moment, a martial artist from England shouted out, "Not good. Our operation has been ratted out. China knows and is ready already. I just saw the text from my phone. WAH knows." The eyes of the leader's Jedi martial artist narrowed as he said sinisterly, "If you know, you know. Then, in that case, the assassination will just become an open killing." This time, the leader's Jia Yang martial artist's eyes narrowed as he said sinisterly, "If you know it, you know it. Then since it's like this, assassination will become open killing. This time, crushed through, under the camera." Those foreign absolute powerhouses were getting closer and closer. Gradually, even their faces were filmed clearly. Everyone in the country held their breath as they watched the television set, and in the eyes of all of them, a flame called hate gradually flickered. Among the TV, only to hear an overwhelmingly raw Chinese shout coming from the mountains. "Tianshi Zhang, come out and die. Heavenly Master Zhang, if you don't show up in a minute, we will slaughter the entire place. Longhu Mountain, not an inch of grass will be left. If you don't show up when the Dragon Tiger Mountain is dead, we will start massacring the city." From the perimeter, the country exploded with a bang. Massacre. Everyone, all of them, stood up and clenched their fists violently. The nations won. 4 billion people cried out in anger. And some of the martial artists from all over the country who were unable to rush to support them in a short period of time also clenched their fists angrily at this time. There were actually hot-blooded people among the martial artists. It was just that cowards were the majority. At the same time, this shout of his, those who were timid and cowardly, hiding and not daring to go for support, or the martial artists who had defected also froze. Massacre. All of the martial artists, at this moment, had an odd look flash across their eyes. Some people are angry. Some people are angry and cowed. Some people are remorseful. Slaughter. At this moment, several hundred disciples who had defected from Longhu Mountain stopped and paused, stopped on their way to escape. After a moment of silence, he violently turned back and rushed back to Longhu Mountain. At this moment, there were tears in the eyes of the hundreds of timid martial artists who had escaped. Jansen hissed, "Crap nigga, kill back, these bastards, doggone it, kill back." A massacre? At this moment, the at least 60,000 to 70,000 people who had defected from the Netherworld Palace stopped violently, jerking to a halt on the way forward. They were silent. "Keep your head down, clenched fists. Is it that serious? What didn't occur to you was that it was so serious. Originally thought that it was just for the ethereal palace. Originally, I thought it was Red Dust who made the mistake. It was Muji who made the mistake. Ah, why implicate innocent people?" Tens of thousands of martial artists' minds exploded like thunder. It was like waking up from a dream. At this moment, the oath sworn many years ago before becoming a martial artist appeared in his mind. When the strong are strong, the guts are heavier on their shoulders. It is our duty to protect the weak. Strong martial artists can better protect the people behind us. A vow. Float to the top of your mind. Carrying his luggage, Master Wang stood there, clenching his fists and wiping away the tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. He threw away his luggage, turning back violently. On the road, there was still a steady stream of caravans that were rushing to the ethereal palace from this road. There were also countless flags waving. The group was excited. Master Wang's eyes were a blood-red color as he raised the sky and roared, "Fuck the tenderloin!" With a furious curse, he performed a light skill and turned into a green smoke towards the direction of the Netherworld Palace and ran back again. At this moment, countless intersections, countless defectors stopped by, then turn around, return with fury. This, perhaps, will be the last bottom line for martial artists. That speech on TV awakened the conscience of many martial artists. Shouldn't hide anymore. Shouldn't run away anymore. I'm going back. I'm gonna step up. I didn't stand up for myself earlier. I was afraid. But this time, I have to stand up for myself. It's time to step up no matter what. Otherwise, is it not a matter of being a martial artist or not? Unworthy. It was a moment of starbursts across the country. The martial artists from every city, every region, all came forward. Roaring with rage, they rushed to Longhu Mountain, to Misty Palace, and to Jiangcheng with their fastest speed. Before they hid, didn't speak, were silent. People ask, "You're a martial artist. Why don't you go to support?" They say the distance is too great, the time too short, it's too late to go, send for nothing. And now, distance is no longer an issue, time is no longer an issue, even for nothing, going to. At this moment, all over the country, at least 30 million martial artists came out, stand out, walked out. The sound of a massacre completely awakened the conscience that was originally in their hearts, but had been blinded by the world for a long time. Capital WU. Countless silent students. Roaring. They're going to massacre the city. No more silence. If you don't come out, you don't deserve to be a martial artist. The mortals have all rushed. We're still silent. Fucking hell. Distance and all. Charge. If you don't go, you don't deserve to be. I've been on TV and I've seen mortal old men in their 70s and 80s carrying knives to support them. Fuck all of them. Kill them. More than 20,000 martial arts students, with their respective weapons, rushed out of the campus. The principal of Budokai University wanted to say something, but sighed and slowly picked up his sword. Mundo Budo University exploded. More than 30,000 martial arts students rushed out, exercising their respective magical abilities. They rushed to the Netherworld Palace, or the Dragon Tiger Mountain, as fast as they could. Punch up. Across the country, students at Budokan University are not silent anymore. Before, they had complaints and felt that they deserved it. Who let the Netherworld Palace and Earth Fellowship deprive them of their privileges? Although they could not bear it in their hearts, they used the excuse that the distance was too far and they could not make it there anymore. No go. Now. Stand out. All stepped forward. There's still salvation. At this moment, martial artists from all over the country, teaching in all neighborhoods and districts, all stood up, straight to 3 places. At this moment, tens of millions of martial artists who had previously been silent all came forward. Punch. Toward those places. Charge. Kill those damn enemies. Slaughter. The sound is vast and echoes endlessly. Jie Yang stood in the sky above the Dragon Tiger Mountain and sneered. Zhang Tianchu's eldest disciple, jealous, burst out. We're not afraid of you. Fight. Tens of thousands of Longhu Mountain's martial artists, as well as millions of people violently raised their weapons and roared. Battle. The 4 Jedi looked down and snorted. Mortal? Are you worthy? Ha 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 ha. A bunch of mortals, declaring war on us? That's the funniest joke I've ever seen. After 30 seconds, I will strike. I've recently practiced a Taoist art that can send thunder from the sky, and with them being so secretive, I'll be able to kill tens of thousands of people with one move. Maybe? Ho ho ho. They are in heaven, talking and laughing, and at this point, far above the 9 heavens, an indistinct and volatile voice came from the sky. Gentlemen, keep your eyes open and watch. There are a total of 4 Jedi up ahead. I will use the same slash 4 times and only demonstrate it 4 times. Su Tao once spoke on a television program about this slash, returning to the basics. And today, I'm going to show you how effective real combat can be. Look closely. These next 4 slashes, they'll be sharp. As the voice fell, the faces of the 4 Jedi in the distance changed. All the cameras shot past. But see, 1 man, 1 sword, standing above the clouds. Zhang Tianchu of Longhu Mountain, Earth Fellowship, absolute power. Him, coming. And just then, another voice came. 409th grade. You guys and step back, to avoid accidental injuries and take care to protect yourselves. Battle formations, you always find them useless. Please look carefully today. We will demonstrate it once here. There is only a maximum of 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes this will all be over. Please see clearly just how much power a well-coordinated battle formation can exert. The crowd turned their heads to look again, but he saw 5 men, 5 long swords, and 5 shields, the 5 men of the Earth Fellowship, standing above the 9 heavens. All the people in front of the TV couldn't help but stand up. The Earth Fellowship is here? 6 at a time. 6 people have come to support Lung Fu Shan. So what about the Earth Fellowship? The Earth Fellowship was also targeted. What are they going to do? Everyone couldn't help but sweat. 3 sects. Which one was precious? And at this moment, above the cloud top of Longhu Mountain, the 4 Jedi abroad looked at the person who suddenly came out and couldn't help but be a little surprised. But when they saw clearly that the visitor was actually Heavenly Master Zhang, and that he was the only one, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. Just one person would be nice. That's the man to see. And he was so confident that he actually wanted to perform in front of the public, saying that he's only going to make 4 slashes, so that everyone will look good? You are also Jedi. And we are also Jedi. What do you mean? 1 cut? It's really exaggerated. If it was Miao Jia, being so invincible within the same realm would still be reasonable. But you are not everyone is Mu Jia. And then to hear that those 5 people were going to arrange themselves into that stupid and ridiculous battle formation from the legend, and that 5 people were going to slaughter 400 people in just a few minutes? This, on the other hand, is even more ridiculous. Is everyone in your Earth Fellowship this strong? Or is everyone this crazy? The 4 in Jiebing looked at Tianchu Zhang with a cold smile. I was worried about not being able to find you. I don't want to carry the reputation of slaughtering the city, but if you never showed up, we had no choice but to use the slaughtering of the city to get you to come back. Now it's good. You sent yourself to the door. In the history of Earth, it has been more than 200 years now, and there has not been an event of a Jedi upside down falling. Today, there is about to be a fall of the Jedi upside down, and I'm looking forward to it. Tianchi Zhang smiled faintly. Are you coming together, or one by one? The four Jedi looked at each other with a cold smile in their eyes. One by one? You think it's a fight with you? Next moment. Shoo shoo shoo. 3 streams of light shot toward Tianchi Zhang. A direct sneak attack. 4 for 1. Sneak attack. It's not fame they want. What they want is victory. It's the extermination. Everyone in the country was in an uproar. A sweat was pinched for Tianchi Zhang. Red dust looked up in the direction of the east, where a large wave of people were flying in rapidly. The person has not arrived. Yet he had already felt the mountainous tsunami of chi spewing forth. That's the scent of a strong man. It's the scent of a large group of top powerhouses. Red Dust slowly drew his own longsword and took a deep breath. Get ready to fight. The elders of the Netherworld Palace also sheathed their long swords. Everyone took a deep breath. Still a little nervous, but there was no point in being nervous. There was only one battle. They clenched their teeth. All the muscles in their bodies tensed. Everyone eyed the east and watched as a line of black lines raced across the distant sky. Below, the martial artists of the Netherworld Palace also sheathed their swords. Squeezed tightly. At this moment, many people's hearts were already prepared for certain death. There was no need to think about it. The other party, several hundred ninth grade, rushed into the place and just killed indiscriminately, chopping up melons and chopping up vegetables indiscriminately. They don't seek to keep as many ninth grades as they can. I only ask to exchange my life for his injuries, even if, for a moment, he could hit him, it would be cost-effective. The populace also raised their weapons. Someone started shouting, Wang Family Village Regiment, line up! People who had just become martial artists for a few days paraded up in battle formations that they had only been learning for a few days. Having never experienced a real battle yet, they didn't know if the battle formation worked. But at this moment, the battle formation was the most effective way they could think of, that they had learned in this life. In the clouds in the distance, Pony asked, going out? Su Tao shook his head. Wait a little longer. Su Tao pointed at the distant mountain road. Many defectors have returned. Among the nation's live broadcasts, give them a chance. If you can, awaken the conscience of as many Chinese martial artists as possible. The crowd looked, but sure enough, they saw that in all directions, there were countless martial artists holding up their weapons and running up to the ethereal palace at great speed. Red Dust, you didn't run away? That's great. Ha 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 ha. Today, everyone here must die. The leader of the Mi Kingdom, Jia Yang, let out a maniacal laugh. And as his voice fell, for Jia Yang's as well as more than 400 supreme warriors arrived in the sky above the ethereal palace. Condescendingly, they looked down at the pikers below with their swords drawn in anger. Ha ha ha, is there no one left in Huaxia? It's ridiculous. What are so many mortal ants doing with a toothpick? Against us? The crowd laughed wildly. At this moment, it was as if they had seen the cruelty of victory. Red Dust said in a cold voice, Today, even though I die, yet, I will make some of you stay here forever. The words fell. Those 4 Jedi were obviously a bit nervous. They knew that Red Dust was going to fight for his life. Jedi fights for his life. Then he most likely won't be attacking 4 people at once. Rather, it was likely that he would hold 1 or 2 people one for one, trading lives for lives. It was even likely that he would hold one person to blow himself up. Then the one who is targeted by him must die. Although it will win, someone will have to die. Just 4 Jedi. Who will die? No one wants to die. At this moment, the 4 Jia Yangs all felt a little tricky. None of them wanted to die. All of them had gotten used to the good life. And none of them wanted to be replaced by Red Dust at this time. All 4 were somewhat silent. At first, the discussion was for one person to make a sudden move. But now, no one wanted to make a move. Whoever was the one to make a sudden move, there was a chance that they would be replaced by Red Dust. Being at this time, an angry curse spread throughout the Misty Palace. But then, a cloaked disciple ran back panting with his spear raised. Old me will fight with you guys. I won't run away. And today, I'll die with you. The crowd turned their heads to look, but they saw that it was a renegade ethereal palace disciple that had returned. At this time, more and more people ran up from the bottom of the mountain. They were all martial artists. Crap you guys mom. Massacre, are you guys still human? Today, big deal. I'm going to die here. I don't want to live in guilt for the rest of my life either. No more running. Today, I'm leaving my life here. I was wrong. I'm back. Shit. You dog scum. Today, even if I die, I'll drag you along with me. No more running. Battle. 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 More and more and more. Within moments, Tens of thousands of martial artists gathered at the ethereal palace. Red Dust's eyes were complicated as he looked at these people who had just defected. His heart inexplicably felt a little free, and a little sigh and heavy. The Jedi of Rice frowned as he watched more and more people gather at the bottom of the mountain and sent a message to all of them. Prepare. There can be no more delay. This is the hinterland of Huaxia. If 1,000,000 martial artists come, we won't be able to leave today. Prepare to strike. He had just finished his transmission and was about to draw his weapon and go forward. And at that moment, another group flew in from the distance. Someone else. The first person was none other than Su Tao. Su Tao didn't hold any weapons, and in his hands, he just held a flag high. On top of the flag were 5 large words Earth Fellowship Association, and behind him, a squad of 10 men, lined up neatly, in a triangular pointed cone. 10 men, each carrying a long, narrow and sharp sword in their hands. And the 2 men at the head of the group were actually holding wolf brushes more than 3 meters long in their hands. Yes, it's the wolf brush. It is the kind of wolf brush used by Qi Jiguan when he fought against Japanese invaders. Only, the wolf brush used by Qi Jiguan was made of bamboo poles with small knives and barbs tied to the branches. The wolf brush in the hands of the Earth Fellowship, on the other hand, was made of pure metal. It is covered with barbs and thorns. Battle formation. The nation recognized this shape the moment the team was seen out on the field. Battle formation. It's a battle formation. It's a type of formal battle formation. It's not the same as that 5-man battle formation from Longhu Mountain. This is one of the battle formations. The assault battle formation. The Earth Fellowship, is it going to give us a demonstration of the battle formation? No wonder so many professional machines are broadcasting live. So many shots from all angles. It's just going to give us a full demonstration of what the battle formation can actually do. In the battle formation, the observer holds only the military flag, not the weapon. The flag bearer and deputy flag bearer take wolf brushes, read the flag, and then keep giving orders to change formations. Su Tao is the observer and Patriarch Ma is the flag bearer. The rest of you, all attack. They're going to demonstrate a 10-man battle formation and brush 409 pins? Definitely. This assault battle formation, according to the theoretical data given by the Earth Fellowship, only needs 3 round trips. It would be enough to kill 400 ninth grade without a single one left. The nation was in an uproar. Everyone got excited. Here comes the real battle formation. But with that, everyone was worried again. Longhu Mountain had gone with 6 people, and Misty Palace had backed up 11 more. What about Hibiscus City? Muhair, who's going to protect it? At this time, when Red Dust saw Su Tao leading the team to come, a touch of hope rose in his heart. At least, there was no need to be afraid that these hundreds of 9 products would go on a killing spree. Himself, he only needed to focus on facing the 4 Jedi heights is all. The corners of my mouth are a little bitter. For one, try. The Jedi of Rice's eyes jumped and stopped, looking at the neat formation with some trepidation. The theory of the battle formation had long since spread across the globe, and Mu Jie wanted the world to learn it. They had also studied this thing, but felt that it was just something for cold weapon fighting and not much use. However, the theory said that this thing had a terrifying killing power, and they had to be cautious again, especially the 9 pins, who were all a bit worried at this point. It's a run to kill the 9th pin. Su Tao led the group as they flew over the ethereal palace and spoke aloud to the bottom. Everyone, look carefully. What should you do when you run into a strong person whose realm is higher than your own? Let's demonstrate once today. The crowd was bewildered. What did it mean? Facing a powerhouse higher than yourself? Aren't they all 9th grade? And at that moment, Su Tao looked at Red Dust and said aloud, Taoist Red Dust, you'll have no problem dealing with those 9th ranks, right? Leave the 4 martial kings to us. Half a minute. Is half a minute possible? You only need half a minute to stall these 400 or so 9 ranks. And after half a minute we'll come back to assist you in exterminating them all after we've finished killing these 4 martial kings. The entire ethereal palace exploded. The nation blew up. 10 of them, it turned out, hadn't come to raid the 400. Instead, go straight to the execution of the 4 Jedi. Half a minute? They're going to kill 4 Jedi in half a minute. And after that, they're going to kill 400 supreme beings? Kill the Jedi. Is this bragging rights? Or too confident? Or is it hubris? Is everyone in the Earth Fellowship this arrogant? Meanwhile, over Furong City, the Jedi Bapper of Rice led the team and finally flew to Furong City. But from afar, he saw the Jade Belt River in full formation. Hundreds of thousands of people lined up neatly. Tens of thousands of teenagers stood on the riverbank, erecting all sorts of flags, standing straight as if they were blocks of tofu. On the riverbank, hundreds of thousands of mortal commoners were also holding flags of various colors and flowers. The flags of this militia regiment, that neighborhood committee, also stood neatly. Vapor froze for a moment. He didn't get what was going on? The aura was still too strong to be helped? At that very moment, a vast voice rang out between heaven and earth. Stay back. With a fall, Vapor, as well as the other 3 Jedi, and the 400 or so ninth ranks subconsciously decelerated for a moment. That voluminous voice sounded again. Earth Fellowship ahead. Home base of the 10,000 races. No-fly zone. Whoever steps forward, dies. The voice fell. The entire Jade Belt River was in an uproar. Everyone looked in the direction of the source of the voice. It was Mu Jia's voice. He, at this time, even shouted to threaten those killing Jedi? And these Jedi were flabbergasted. Whoever steps forward, dies? What a nerve! They were able to clearly perceive that there was not a single Jedi in the entire Jade Belt River. There were only 3 ninth grade, and one of them with a more powerful aura was none other than Miao Jia, and a ninth pin, actually shouting at 4 Jedi, and over 400 ninth pins. Death to those who step forward. The arrogance of this has become somewhat uncharacteristic. A Jedi next to Vapor snorted. Just who gave you the nerve? He continued to fly forward, and at that moment, Muhair moved. He picked up a long, narrow blade and violently flew towards these hundreds of people. A man, a knife, flew through single-handedly. Everyone, all the cameras followed him as he moved, and everyone in the country couldn't help but sweat and be on tenterhooks. Mu Jia is only the 9th rank. The most rational strategy should be guerrilla warfare is right. Should be fighting and retreating. This is the most reasonable and intelligent But now, he was alone, carrying a sword, and actually rushed into the midst of a camp that possessed 4 Jedi, and more than 400 ninth grades of the same realm as him. This was simply too long to live. And strangely enough, the crowd realized that the 2 Earth Fellowship members, who had always been loyal to Mu Jia, had calm faces and had no intention of rushing over to help Mu Jia. Saw Muhair flying in. The 4 Jedi in the 409th grade, all drew their weapons in unison and looked at Zhang Ke with a sardonic smile. Rushing in alone? Good. Today is the day to kill you. If you are so desperate to come up here to die, it will save you a lot of trouble. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. The Jedi who had spoken snorted and raised his own longsword to fly towards Mu Jia as well. Raising his hand, the longsword in his hand unexpectedly emitted a crackling sound of thunder and lightning. Before Miao Jia could arrive, he violently slashed down towards Miao Jia through the air. Boom click dash, there was a loud bang. 100-meter-long thunderbolt violently descended from the sky and struck down on Mu Jia's head. At this time, Mu Jia, who was already close, looked as if he had already anticipated it. His body naturally stepped to the left, and a lightning strike fell through. That Jiabang's pupils shrunk, and his heart exclaimed in shock. How could he reflect so quickly? How could he be so fast? How could a ninth pin be able to dodge a strike from a Jedi? What he didn't know, however, was that the ninth pin, indeed, couldn't dodge the Jedi's attack. But Mu Jia had anticipated him to make such a move the moment before he struck. Before he made his move, he had already dodged ahead of time, just in time for the blow to land. It's a kind of unpredictability. It was the long years of practical combat experience that brought him the ability to do so, and looking at it in the eyes of others, it was actually something he had dodged effortlessly. Not good. With a cry of alarm in his heart, that Jedi Benders was about to hurry and dodge. Because the blow fell short, he had not had time to raise his longsword a second time. He burst back, but Muj had already reached his nearness. A light slash wiped out diagonally. However, it was the most basic move among the sword techniques, the child asking for directions. A knife, a light slash. In the next moment, Jedi Heights only felt a coldness in his neck and saw the sky spinning, and all the strength in his body was drained. Blood splattered. A head fell slowly to the ground in free fall. The headless body was still standing above the clouds, and the erect neck was constantly spewing blood, spraying 2 to 3 meters high. 2 seconds later, the headless body crashed down as well. Mu Jia carried his sword and looked indifferently at the crowd in front of him, saying in a deep voice, "Those who take a step forward, die." The whole world seemed to fall silent. 1 move, 1 second to kill a Jedi. Just so gently and directly decapitated a Jedi. The crowd could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Looking at the expressionless Mu Jia, they actually felt a kind of numbness in their scalp. For a moment, they were unexpectedly stumped on the spot. In fact, in a normal fight Mu Jia wouldn't even talk nonsense to these people. But he needs to be deterred, because there were too many people on the other side. It's not that you can't beat them, rather, there were too many of them, and it took some effort to kill them. If the killing is upbeat, there is no harm in the Jedi bumping, and he himself will kill them in 3 strokes. But more than 400 supreme beings flying around, forcing them to fly around and kill teenagers of the 10,000 races everywhere, that would be more trouble than it's worth. He wasn't afraid of all these people surrounding him, He was afraid of them running around. Originally, killing them was a matter of one move. But to protect those 10,000 races teenagers, they couldn't just chase after them one by one and kill them. So, then it's good to talk more. Attacking the heart is the best. A flash of panic flashed in Bapor's eyes and he violently burst into a roar. Kill him. Together, or the night will be long. In the next moment, Bapor united with the 2 remaining Jedi, a total of 3 people, and struck at Mujia at the same time. Fast as thunder. And the 400 or so Jedi, they didn't dare to go up. At this moment, didn't dare to go up at all. Just stood there dumbfounded and watched. The moment Mujia made a move and subdued them, they had some fear in their hearts and really surprisingly didn't dare to take a step forward. And now, with the 3 Jedi fighting, they were even more afraid to go forward. They were afraid that the aftermath of the battle would kill them. Electricity. The 2 Jedi, one on the left and one on the right, killed Mujia. The distance was too close, and they couldn't even use their true distance outward release. They didn't dare, and they didn't have the time to pinch their hands to perform Taoist techniques. It was simply a close combat. They expected that Mujia's 9th rank, under close combat his reflection and power must not be as fast as Jiazhu, but they thought wrong. However, he saw that Mujia was like a ghost weaving in and out of the 2 men's attacks. Drilling a hole, he raised his hand and stabbed out. Put. The narrow, sharp blade pierced directly into the left eye of a Jedi. The tip of the knife went in through the eye socket and came through the back of the head. Not 1 point more, not 1 point less, just enough to kill him with one stab. And at that moment, another Jedi's sword slashed over. Mujia just happened to draw his long sword in a smooth manner and swept it out. Shoo! A sword slashed towards Mujia, while Mujia's body slightly tilted back a little bit. Just this little bit. Surprisingly, the sword fell short. The tip of the sword just grazed past Mujia's clothes, and Mujia's slash swept his cheek. The 2 men fell at the same time with a sword and a knife. And unexpectedly, Mujia's slash was just right, growing that much longer by 5 centimeters. Just 5 centimeters longer than he was. The tip of the knife sliced right through his left eye socket, 5 centimeters deep. The tip of the knife cut close to the eye, cut close to the brain. It cut across the bridge of his nose, sliced through his right eye, and just came out of his right temple. A knife that sliced a groove through his face, from left to right. In a split second, a knife connected with 2 moves. The 2 Jedi couldn't even react, and they died violently on the spot. At this moment, Bapor, who had raised his longsword, was so scared that he pissed himself. With a scream in his heart, he didn't dare to drop his sword and turned around to flee. And at this moment, Mujia half retracted his sword, and his cold voice resounded through this heaven and earth. Escape? Where are you running to? The moment the voice fell, a knife slashed out directly. Bapor was scared out of his wits. Feeling the wind behind him, he knew that if he fled, he was sure that his back would be split open by a knife. There was no choice but to turn back to block. Fear was in his heart. I'm Chow Nima's. Fark. 9th grade? This is the 9th grade? One cut. All 3 Jedi were dead in a matter of seconds. Is this the 9th grade? It's fucking 9 pints. Bapor raised his longsword to parry in horror. But the moment he turned his head, he realized that the wind had stopped. That blade, it didn't fall. Muhair flew in front of himself. Bapor's eyes widened. A little shocked. A little puzzled. Why hadn't the blade come down? And in the very next moment, he suddenly heard the sound of a horrible low wind sound coming from below him. Bapor looks down out of the corner of his eye, only to see Nujer kick from the bottom. Tease the een kick. The toes went straight for his lower body. Bapor's hair blew up in this moment of panic. He felt an infinite amount of panic. The slash that came down was a feint. A feint. The moment he raised his own longsword to block, Mujia withdrew his blade, and while his own attention was on the top of his head, his kick came straight up from the bottom. Done. It's over. Bapor's scalp went numb. It was simply too late for him to reflect. What a Jedi. What a strong man. In this moment, he only had human instincts. It's all about shrinking and clenching your ass. There was a thump-dash explosion. Muhair's toes feel like a trip train and they're straight into Bapel's lower body. The lower half of his body. It was like a bomb had exploded. Instantly, blood and flesh flew everywhere, as if the heavenly maiden was scattering them, and chunks of blood and meat were flying in the sky. The kick was so powerful that the lower half of his body was a direct blur. A kick that shattered the pelvis and exploded everything. A kick that hooked right into the intestines, still going up in momentum. Then, the kick went through the lower half of the body, toe, penetrating into his chest before stopping. With one kick, he directly kicked out a groove 20 centimeters wide and more than 40 centimeters long from the lower half of his body to his chest. Aha! At the end of his life, Bapor's eyes glazed over, letting out an eerie, piercing, and creepy scream. ringing through the sky. Vapor warbled in the air, curled up and shaking, whole body powerless. He will die in endless agony. Mujia stood there, sword in hand, without even glancing at Vapor, who had fallen out of the sky in free fall. He looked indifferently at the 400 or so ninth ranks. Make a game of it. More than 409 pins, trembling with fear, looked at Mujia, who had blood dripping from his sword and blood dripping from his feet. He, in a matter of seconds, killed 4 Jedi in seconds, and the 4th one died a rather miserable death. At that moment, the nation went quiet, looking at Mujia above the clouds, looking at the 4 Jedi corpses falling downwards. Everyone was silent, everyone's eyes widened. All knew that he was strong, but they didn't expect that he would be this strong. He's strong enough to be a bit of an outlier. One move to kill a man is all overwhelming. At this moment, he stood above the 9 heavens, looking cross-eyed at the 409th ranks. And the 400 or so people who were clearly in the same realm as him were as quiet as chills at this moment, trembling under his gaze. Make a game of it? What's the game? Watching him calmly say these words, 2 words just jumped out of everyone's heart. Devil. I like to chase people. I'll give you 3 seconds to run as far away as you can. After 3 seconds, I will kill everyone I can see. Game on. I yell. The 400 or so 9th grade powerhouses shuddered in fear. Mama screamed. Everyone turned and ran. Turn around and fly as hard as you can. Fly away from here. Fly away from China. Run as far as you can. Fly to the ends of the earth. It's the devil. He'll be after us in 3 seconds now. In this life, never come to China again. Woo woo. Run. Run. At this moment, the 409th grade only hated that their parents had given them 2 less legs. Fly fast. Fly fast again. What a fucking mission. What a fucking execution of MUJ. What the fuck? Fuck off. The 4 absolutes, without even having the chance to struggle, directly let the crushing seconds kill them. The deaths were quite miserable. We're not facing a human being, not a martial artist, but a demon god. Run. Run as far away as you can. At this moment, a vast voice once again resounded between heaven and earth. 2. With a buzz, the 400 or so 9th grade martial artists who had flown thousands of meters only felt their scalps go numb. Crying out, they flew forward. It's not about how fast you fly. It's about flying faster than anyone else. A 9th pin from Rice, looking at himself in last place, looked back in horror at the sneering Mujia. The hairs on his body stood up in fear. Then he looked at one of his 9th rank friends in front of him, and with a vicious look in his eyes, he raised his lance and stabbed him in the waist. Come back you. Put. The martial artist in second last place only felt a sharp pain in his waist and his body was powerless. It couldn't fly fast enough. Before he knew what was happening, he saw his friend, who had been in last place a moment before, overtake him and fly ahead. It was only in hindsight that he realized that he had been sneak attacked, been used as a backstop. This moment is all about who can run faster. Not to run right fast, but to be in front of others. As long as there were still people in the back, then Mujia chased after them, and he would be delayed for a few seconds in killing the people in the back. One would have more time to escape. The sneak-attacked martial artist was jealous, crying out in rage. Fark! At this moment, above the 9 heavens, came the voice of Mujia as if he were a god of death. I'm coming! With a swoosh dash sound, Mujia flew out. That last martial artist, covering his waist that kept spurting blood, cried and screamed as he flew forward, crying for mercy. Don't kill me! No! 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 Mujia flew in sharply, indifferently looking at this 9th pin who was sneak attacked by his companion, without any sympathy, flying over his head. The moment he flew over, he violently stepped downwards. There was a bang explosion. The crowd in front turned around and only felt their scalps tingle. With such a kick, the man directly exploded in the air. Flesh and blood were flying, and even his clothes were blown into pieces. And Mujer, continuing to come after him. Aha! Run! Ooh, don't kill me, don't kill me! Wait for me in front. Dude, wait for me. Ooh, I'm getting a little weak. I can't fly fast enough. I can't fly fast enough. Wait for me. The crowd at the front screamed hysterically. Mujia once again caught up with one, and the man still wanted to resist. But as soon as he moved, Mujia knew what he wanted to do, and directly sent a knife out in advance, stabbing into his cheek. The man was killed instantly. Keep chasing. Gradually, incidents of killing each other and killing each other occurred among the fleeing crowd ahead. Everyone wants to run at the front of the pack. You don't have to fly as fast, just faster than everyone else. So, one pulls one ahead, one drags one kills one. With that, Mujer gave chase. Chase it out for 12 kilometers. Directly killed more than 100 ninth grades. The remaining 9 pints cried and fled. The nation is silent, looking at the sky in the distance. It looked like it was raining bodies down and bleeding down. Everyone in the country tensed up and held their breath. This, a scene none of them had ever imagined. One man, chasing down 400 people, in an instant, crushed more than 100. It's like a road roller that runs over it. And that, too, was MUJ's strategy. Make them afraid, make them just want to run away, wanting only to escape. There is no chance or time to threaten ordinary people, because in their hearts, there is only fear, and in the midst of that fear, there is a glimmer of a chance to live. That is, to run. This is called in the art of war, the siege of the division must be cued. It means that the enemy must not be pushed to the edge. With Mu Jie's speed, he could actually casually catch up with the people at the front, but he deliberately pressed his speed and always fell behind to kill. It gave the people in front of them the illusion that if they ran fast enough, they would live. Therefore, they would not use other crooked ideas, nor would they come back to fight with Mu Jie when they knew that they would surely die, nor would they threaten ordinary people to hold Mu Jie hostage. They, at this moment, felt that they had a way to live. Except for the people at the very back who feel they have no chance of survival and will fight for their lives. Everyone else would have gotten away with it. Of course, it didn't matter in Mu Jie's eyes whether or not the person at the backside put up a fight. He just kept a relative pace and slowly killed in the back. It didn't take long to kill another 200 or so. At this point, there were surprisingly less than 100 people who had escaped. MUJ, on the other hand, clearly had no intention of letting them go and was still shouting at them. When you set foot on this land of China, you should have been prepared to die. When the people in front heard this, they cried and flew forward. Regret coming to Huaxia. Mu Jie added, I will be hunting you all the way through this game, which will not end until you leave the land of China. Use all your strength to flee. This statement gave the crowd another glimmer of hope. He stopped as soon as he flew out of Chinese territory? Just fly out to sea and you'll be alive? Everyone had no second thoughts at this point and flew forward like crazy. But how can? Fly that far? It's not possible. Just 5 minutes later, there were only about 10 people left to kill. These 10 or so people were still holding out for a chance that they were flying fast. And at this moment, when there were still about 10 people left, Mu Jie didn't act anymore. His speed surged several times. Like a stream of light, he shot out. The dozen or so people in front came to their senses at this moment. He's, been pretending before. He fell behind on purpose. He's boiling a frog in warm water, slowly boiling everyone to death. Everyone was not stupid, and at this moment, reacted. Mu Jie, behaving in such a way, was deliberately not pushing them to the brink of extinction, and then slowly and risklessly grinding them to death. Regret it. 400 people shouldn't have been running at that time, or 400 people should have been running in all directions, instead of being led by the nose by him and racing there. If he was bound to die, he would have earned it by storming into the city and killing some ordinary people to vent his anger. I'm sure that if he rushes into the city, he'll throw his weight around instead, right? At that time, it should have been 400 people united to attack him. Late. It's late. A dozen men stopped in despair. There was a flash of swords and a dozen corpses slowly fell. Mu Jie turned his head and returned to the banks of the Jade Ribbon River without a second glance. All of them. No storm. If you have all the skills to kill the enemy, but no strategy, then even a simple game may go sideways and have accidents. But as long as there is a strategy to kill all the enemies, not a single one can escape. Moreover, the whole process is labor-saving, and the whole process is risk-free. This is the siege of the division in the art of war. Yubari River. When the crowd saw Mu Jie return, covered in blood, everyone was silent. Everyone leaned back and looked at Mu Jie in awe, yet worshipful fervor. By himself, he had exterminated 4 Jedi and killed all 400 or so 9 ranks. Not a single one got away. Not a single one escaped. As for the Jade Belt River, all the people who were originally ready to fight for their lives didn't even have a chance to make an appearance. It was too late to say a word the entire time. At this moment, they thought of what MUJ always hung on to. Kill people, be efficient. Killing with efficiency is what a martial artist must do. When facing an enemy, where are the fancy moves? There's no such thing as bullshit. He had just, consistently throughout, no fancy moves, just 2 moves, a jab, a move to chop horizontally, chop vertically. Nope, there's a third move, the kick. It's that simple. However, with just 3 simple moves, it extinguished 4 Jieshur, making more than 400 ninth grades. Not even the power to fight back, all of them fell in the sky. And no bullshit. Yeah, MUJ just said a lot of things. Seemed like some bullshit. But everyone remembered what those words did at this point. The whole time he was saying those things, he was speaking strategically. From the first sentence out of the gate, he who steps forward dies. The purpose is to deter everyone from messing around. Get them into their groove. Let them not think otherwise. Let them not dare to rush down to kill ordinary people, to kill the teenagers of the 10,000 races. Just one sentence put everyone completely into his rhythm. Became passive. After killing Jia Yang, he had completely scared the 409th grades out of their wits. Then he deliberately said play a game. Play a game of escape. This, again, was his strategy to surround the division. This isn't bullshit either. It's also strategically playing on the minds of these people. In fact, from the very beginning when these people arrived at the Jade Ribbon River, Mu Jia had no intention of sparing anyone at all. Everyone had to die. When facing mortals, Mu Jia had a soft heart, but when faced with martial artists, he was never soft-hearted and ruthless. You let him go. He may still think you're nothing more than that. He still thinks he's good at running away. He'll dare to do it again. Then kill them all. Kill them clean. Let all martial artists around the world know that there are no flukes. Say you're allowed to die. You run away to the ends of the earth. You won't live. That's deterrence. The battle was broadcast nationally. The nation's general public clenched their fists in excitement. However, some of the nation's individual martial artists with bad intentions were inexplicably trembling at this moment. They had previously complained, rebelled, and hated Muhair, and at this moment, their hearts were afraid. They realized that Mu Jia was ruthless to martial artists. If they knew, if they let it be known that they hated him, if they let it be known that they resented the Earth Fellowship. So, what should we do? You must be like those incoming enemies, fleeing to the ends of the earth to avoid death? It is not death that frightens people the most. Rather, it's Muhair telling you and giving you a few seconds to escape. That's what's scary. You have a chance to live, but you can't outrun death. At this moment, all the 10,000 races teenagers along the Jade Belt River fervently knelt down on one knee and hysterically yelled in the 10,000 races common language. Martial Saint. The hundreds of thousands of mortals who had come to support them were also shouting excitedly and fervently at that moment. Invincible! 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 This battle will shock the world. At this moment, on the banks of the Jade Belt River, different civilizations, different races, in different languages, worshipping this man, and Zhang Ke calmed down and bellowed. The ethereal palace battle is about to begin. Everyone, watch the live stream immediately. Learn the use of battle formations carefully and earnestly. The teenagers of the 10,000 clans sniffed and hurriedly returned to their camps, being organized to start watching the live stream. Muhair looked at the mortals again and said it again in Chinese. It's over here at Jade Belt River. All of you turn on your phones and watch the live stream. It's about to start over at the ethereal palace. This is a rare opportunity to learn. I hope that you will carefully and seriously learn to observe the battle formations. Su Tao will personally organize the battle formations, so you guys can take a good look at the uses of battle formations in actual combat. The crowd was speechless. It turned out that the martial artists who had attacked and killed from the Global Union were, in Mu Jia's eyes, from beginning to end, just teaching materials. He's not thinking about whether he can win or not. Rather, it's about what way to win that will teach Chinese martial artists. Hundreds of thousands of mortals obeyed, and all of them also turned on their cell phones in a hurry, sat down by the river and began to watch the live broadcast. After the viewers in front of the TV were speechless and shocked for a moment, they also began to subconsciously listen to Mu Jia's arrangement. Switching the channel back to the Netherworld Palace scene again, they began to watch. Start studying. It's a coastal moment. The Secretary General saw the fall of the Jade Belt River on the live broadcast and slowly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. In this moment, he was no longer nervous. He yelled, "Everyone, stop working for now. All of you watch live. Watch the Ethereal Palace live." Muhair told to hurry up and watch. Hurry up and study hard. This is a precious practical exercise of war, and everyone must watch it. Learn it well. From the very beginning of despair, grief and anger, after seeing Mu Jia's hand now, the taut thread in everyone's heart loosened, and they breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, at least they wouldn't lose. Mu Jia's battle gave everyone endless confidence and faith. At this time, Longhu Mountain, shouting and killing in all directions. The battle formation led by Tianchi Zhang was not a conventional battle formation. It was a guerrilla battle formation in the middle of the Tai wasteland. Shield in his left hand, sword in his right. You can attack and retreat. And at that moment, this 5-man battle formation team killed its way into the crowd of 409th grade Supreme Warriors. William, the leader, let out a roar. Forward. The 5 people with blood-stained bodies violently and neatly scurried forward a distance of 50 meters. Headlong, they plunged into the pile of the 9th pin. These 9 pins no longer dared to underestimate them. They watched as dozens of people fell between a few raids, and even if they were stupid, they knew that this battle formation was really something. Rice's 9th pin hissed, "Surround them! Surround them!" Everyone subconsciously gathered around. They thought, there are only 5 of you, attacking from all angles, front and back, left and right, up and down. Can you guys defend? The 9th pin of rice, taking advantage of the attraction of all 5 men, taking a cold shoulder, he gritted his teeth and violently raised his longsword to slash at the back of William's head, and William hasn't looked back. He seemed to see the light of victory and was about to kill someone, and just at that moment, a shield suddenly came in the way on the diagonal. With a bang sound, the longsword slashed on top of the metal shield. Just as Rice's 9th pin froze, another slash came from the other direction. With a pfft sound, his head was directly split in half, and from the beginning, the sneak attacked William did not look back. It was all done in an instant. He snuck in. Someone blocked for William, and the very moment he blocked, another person slashed at him. 5 people, silent as one. Each of them looks like they have 5 pairs of eyes and each of them looks like they have 10 hands. All of the 9 pins were a bit emboldened. And just then, William burst out again. Back off. The 5 men, neatly aligned, jerked back another 50 meters. The very moment they stepped back, the move sent out by the true essence power of hundreds of people struck where they had been standing before. It fell short. Just as this fell away, William let out another yell. 10 o'clock. Charge. The 5 of them neatly reversed their direction and crushed through in a quick charge toward 10 o'clock. And the 20 or so 9th grade martial artists in that direction, looking at these 5 people suddenly rushing over, they knew that their place was the weakest place, the corner with the fewest people. Only 20 people were scared shitless, crying and running in all directions. Just as they were running away, the 5-man squad arrived at their heels, chopping and slicing. They struck out at the 20 or so backs. In the midst of the blood splatter, more than 20 people perished. It would have been fine if these 20-odd people had fought for their lives, but when the 20-odd people saw that they could not beat them with fewer people, and they even cared about escaping on their own, then the only ending would be that all of them would have to die. In an instant, more than 20 people perished on the spot. The others had not yet reflected. William saw another weak spot and burst out. 3 o'clock. Charge. The 5-member squad neatly reversed direction again and rushed forward, rushing out the moment, striking out all the way. There was bloodshed all along the way. Another 30 or so people were decimated. Back up. Straight ahead. Charge. Back up. 4 o'clock. Charge. Land 10 meters. Up 45-degree angle charge. Land 50 meters. Charge. A round of charging. Constantly backing up. Constantly charging. Constantly crushing in all different directions. 5 people, like one, kept bursting in left and right. As for the original 409 pins, there were surprisingly only 200 or so left at this point. All the 9 pins were in the sky, crashing around like headless flies. They wanted to organize an effective force to surround and annihilate these 5 people. However, it was simply impossible to form a neat and tidy group, with no one listening to the call, and no one knew who to listen to. It was hard to organize some people to make a joint strike. But while they were still pinching their hands, the squad of 5 suddenly backed up again, or they suddenly dropped their altitude, changed space, and dodged a blow. Then when you don't even react, they charge toward another crowd. You go after them, and they suddenly fall back again. You are bewildered in the crowded, chaotic sky when you realize that 5 more people are rushing towards you. You are spooked and want to run away, but the guy behind you doesn't know anything about it, and you collide with him again. Crowds, just chaos in the sky. There is no effective organizational power, no means whatsoever. All attacks will fall short, nor do we know how the battle is going. Everyone, numb. It stood like a target in the sky, and every charge that rang out in the sky represented some target that would be run over. You can't attack them either, because it's when you attack that you suddenly realize that you're not facing one person. You'll be facing 5 people at once. It's just so painful. After 10 rounds of charging, 409th grade, only a few dozen people remained. The dozens of people collapsed, looking at the sky as if it was raining and continuously dropping the corpses of their companions. Desperate. Collapsed. Battle formation. Is this a battle formation? At this moment, they finally felt it, the fact that they were rabble. What do you mean by rabble? This is called a rabble-rouser. The battle at this point is the best way to write it off. Can't stop an effective defense, can't stop an effective offense. No one listens to anyone, everyone has their own ideas. This, then, is called a rabble. William took a mouthful of bloodied spit and burst into a roar. 10 o'clock. Charge. Once again, they rushed towards the place where the crowd was relatively denser. Those who were already preparing to flee, cried out and ran, but there was no time to run away. The squad of 5 arrived. 3 seconds. pffffff plus chopping and slicing like a melon. Another 20 or so backs were split apart. Only a dozen or so remain. William yelled again. 5 o'clock. Charge. Crushed it again. Another 2 rounds later. It was a moment of clarity. There was no longer any enemy other than the 5-man squad in the sky above the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain. On the ground, more than 400 corpses of the 9th grade that basically had their faces sliced open, their heads split open, and their heads chopped off were piled up all over the place. Everyone's fatal wounds, all in the head, in the neck, no chest injuries, no stomach or limb injuries, not one, all of them killed by a single blow to the head. They are used to killing demons in the Thai wasteland, and the demon fatal injury is the head, and humans are also. The most efficient attack is one that goes straight for the head. Efficiency is the main thing. On the ground of Longhu Mountain, all the disciples of Longhu Mountain stared dumbfounded at the screams in the sky that came to an abrupt end, at the blood raining from the sky, and at the more than 400 corpses on the ground.